When even the server's trashiest F rank, begging, talent can ascend to godhood, what about you? After transmigrating for 18 years, Zhang Feng barely scraped his way into the myriad races battlefield with a student loan, only to draw the F-rank entertainment talent, Green Hills in Clear Waters. Just when he thought it was a disastrous start, he activates his transmigration Sheetspit Creation Godstone, capable of infinitely strengthening any item. When a mundane, common hero token in your hand is directly upgraded to Golden Legendary, summoning a peerless Empress, are you still content with being a side character? In the central square of Donghai City, under a massive golden altar, tens of thousands of new lords stood ready. The city lord, and Luoshi, her cool voice echoing through the heavens, delivered her final address. Everyone, the seventh heaven of the myriad races battlefield, District 666, is about to open. A hero's worth is not determined by his origin. 1,000 years ago, Senior Zhu Yuanzhang, with a blank lord's heart and an F-rank talent, begging, managed to defy the divine and become one of Blue Star's greatest domain lords. How can you be content to lag behind? To the eternal prosperity of the Dragon Country, and the eternal prosperity of the human race. To the eternal prosperity of the Dragon Country, and the eternal prosperity of the human race. Amidst the impassioned shouts, myriad rays of light descended, teleporting all the lords to the battlefield. Welcome, Lord Zhang Feng, to the myriad races battlefield. Your territory is located in the 7th Heaven, District 666, Blue Star Domain, Novice Town 10086. A flash of light, and Zhang Feng appeared in his humble territory. He had transmigrated to this all-lords world 18 years ago. As an orphan, he could only afford the trashiest lord's heart with a student loan to gain entry. Just then, a 7-colored stone emerged from his forehead, floating silently. It was his transmigration sheet, the Godstone, which had been dormant for 18 years. Creation Godstone. Function: consume spirit stones to strengthen any item. Note: upon activation, grants 3 free strengthenings. Zhang Feng was ecstatic. Items meant anything that could go into his inventory. He immediately opened his backpack. Besides basic supplies, he had a common hero token and a common troop token, both now sporting a golden plus sign. Without hesitation, he tapped the plus on the hero token. Strengthening Path, Fine Hero Token, cost 1,000 Spirit Stones. Strengthening Path, Legendary Hero Token, cost 10 million Spirit Stones. Golden Legendary. Zhang Feng's heart pounded. A legendary hero token, for which any major power would gladly pay 100 million Spirit Stones, let alone 10 million. And he had 3 free chances. Use 1 free strengthening, select Legendary Hero Token. Rumble. A pillar of golden light shot into the sky, bathing his entire territory in a golden ocean. When the light faded, a hero token forged from what looked like pure gold lay in his hand. Golden Hero Token, used to summon a legendary hero, tavern required. First, upgrade the Lord's Manor and build a tavern. A normal lord would need hours to gather the high-grade resources for an upgrade, but Zhang Feng had a cheat. He placed his hand on the common stone and wood, clicked strengthen, and in 10 minutes, for the cost of 150 spirit stones, he had all the fine quality materials he needed. Upgrade Lord's Manor. Countdown, 9 minutes and 59 seconds, complete now, cost 100 spirit stones. Zhang Feng was confident he was the first to upgrade. He could afford to wait 10 minutes. Just then, a communication request popped up. It was from his classmate, Enshusha, one of Donghai City's most dazzling second-generation lords. On the screen, Enshusha stood before her rare hero and 2 squads of high-tier troops, beaming. Zhang Feng, we're in the same district. If any lord bullies you, tell me, and I'll take care of them for you. Zhang Feng couldn't very well say he was about to summon a legendary hero, so he just nodded vaguely. The first 100 lords to upgrade their manners get a reward. She reminded him, I'm going to aim for first place in 2 hours. Before he could speak, the impatient girl hung up. Zhang Feng smiled wryly and opened the town's regional chat. The chat was already buzzing with geniuses and heirs from powerful families introducing themselves. It was a gathering of titans. Announcement: the first lord to upgrade their manor to level 1 will be rewarded with a rare treasure chest. The announcement sent the channel into a frenzy. A rare chest. The reward was a whole tier higher than in previous years. Everyone was fired up, vowing to claim it. Zhang Feng glanced at his own upgrade countdown, 3 seconds. A few seconds later, a golden announcement flooded the regional channel. Announcement: Lord Zhang Feng of Novice Town 10086 is the first to upgrade his Lord's Manor to level 1, rewarded with a rare treasure chest and plus 10 reputation. The channel fell silent, then erupted with question marks. Are you insane? He's already level 1? Less than half an hour? Is the system bugged? Who is this Lord Jung Fong? Just then, Enchusha's pursuer, Li News, chimed in, what damn lord? He's a commoner with a blank lord's heart and an F-rank entertainment talent, green hills and clear waters. How can he be a lord? His revelation stunned everyone even more. A commoner with F-rank entertainment talent beat all the geniuses in Wales? The crowd started to brainstorm their own theories. He must be a chosen one of luck. His territory must have spawned on top of a resource node. More than that, he must have used all his initial inventory space for peasant recruitment orders to gather resources that fast. My god. No troops, no supplies, betting his entire starting capital on a 1 in a billion chance. I respect that guts. And Shusha, after her initial shock, also came to the same conclusion, then her face paled as she frantically tried to contact Jung Fong. Oh no, Jung Fong, if you didn't bring any troops, how will you survive the monster tide that comes after upgrading? The others in the chat realized it too. That's right, he rushed the upgrade to get first place, but he's not prepared for the attack. I hope he doesn't become the second lord in our town to fall. Jung Fong just calmly read the system warning. Warning, novice protection has disappeared. In half an hour, your territory will face a monster tide. He disabled his private messages and replied in the public chat, don't worry, I already opened the chest. The reward was pretty good. Since you've all come up with a reason for me, let the misunderstanding grow. He closed the chat, calmly opened the build menu, and, after using spirit stones to strengthen more materials, constructed both a barracks and a tavern. Then, he took out the rare treasure chest. Please don't be resources. You have opened a rare treasure chest and obtained a rare building blueprint, mystery cabin. A special building blueprint. Not bad. With the tavern completed, Jung Fong took a deep breath and took out the golden legendary hero token. Summon. A portal of light formed, and a peerless woman in the magnificent attire of the Shang Tang dynasty stepped out. She was the epitome of elegance, a perfect blend of aloofness, charm, and power. The myriad races battlefield. This is the world that belongs to me, the woman murmured. Jung Fong smiled as he checked her stats. Empress, Legendary, Level 1, Combat Power, 26. Troop Building, Celestial Sound Pavilion, can recruit legendary troops, 9 Heaven Sacred Maidens, Excellent Troops, Celestial Sound Pavilion Disciples. A 26-star combat power at Level 1, and she came with her own legendary troop building. This upgrade was more than worth it. However, a problem arose. After receiving the world's information, the Empress brazenly sized up Jung Fong and said coolly, while I thank you for summoning me to such a magnificent world, as a lord, don't you think your strength is a little too weak? Hint, the Empress thinks you are too weak. Favorability -10. Jung Fong was speechless. This hero was a power worshipper. He met her gaze without flinching and replied just as coolly, am I to understand that the hero I just summoned is questioning my qualifications as a lord? The Empress's imposing aura faltered. Hint, the Empress thinks that although you are weak, you have a commanding presence. Favorability +2. His domineering aura had worked, but Jung Fong knew it was only temporary. Still, everything was under his control. Jung Fong continued calmly, do you know why someone as weak as I am can summon someone as legendary as you? Upon hearing this, the Empress showed a thoughtful expression. Jung Fong took out the only ordinary soldier token he had left and displayed it to the Empress. A blank soldier token, the Empress scoffed, why are you showing me this trash? As soon as she finished speaking, a dazzling light erupted from Zhang Feng's hand, dyeing the entire territory in gold. The legend reappeared. The immense pressure made the Empress instinctively take a half step back, her mouth forming an O shape. Jung Fong used another no-cost enhancement, obtaining a legendary soldier token. This was something Jung Fong had planned long ago. He had 3 opportunities for no-cost enhancements in total. 1 to enhance a hero, 1 to enhance a soldier type, which would be enough to make him invincible in the early stages. Any more would lead to overflow in combat power. He decided to reserve the third for after acquiring special buildings, preferably special soldier type buildings. The reason he waited until now to enhance the soldier type was to intimidate potential strong type heroes, like the Empress. The facts proved that Zhang Feng's caution was indeed correct. As the light faded, the Empress looked at the soldier token in Zhang Feng's hand, stammering, golden legend. Transforming an ordinary soldier token into a legendary soldier token, what? A terrifying method. Tip, the Empress is shocked by your methods, affection +20, current 83, reaching enthusiastic. Indeed, she was impressed. She actually increased her affection by 20 points in one go. Jung Fong said lightly, now, am I qualified? The effect of the affection was immediate. The Empress came to her senses, licked her lips, and knelt in a bow. My lord, your methods are extraordinary. I admire you greatly. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, please forgive. Me. Zhang Feng seized the opportunity and waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. I'm not that petty. Now that you've seen my abilities, as long as you work diligently for me, I will ensure you become a deity, immortal and indestructible. And I will also give you the respect you deserve as a strong individual. If territory simulation studies is the most important course for a lord, then the importance of rhetoric class undoubtedly ranks second. Imagine a lord who gets nervous after saying a few words in front of his subordinates. How could he command respect? As a top student, Zhang Feng naturally excelled in the art of persuasion. The Empress is influenced by you. Affection +1, current 84. The Empress said, please rest assured, my lord. I will not disappoint you. What do you need me to do next? Zhang Feng replied, a wave of monsters will arrive soon. Of course, a level 1 monster wave will be a piece of cake for you. After saying this, Zhang Feng did not delay but gently tossed the legendary soldier token he had just enhanced. Recruit. A massive light gate quickly formed and floated in midair. Looking at the position of the light gate, Zhang Feng was overjoyed. It's actually a flying soldier type. What incredible luck! First, he had the blueprint for a special building, and now a flying soldier type. In both tactical and strategic terms, flying soldier types had immense advantages. Soon, a black dragon, 4 meters long with an 8-meter wingspan, squeezed out from the light gate. The dragon landed on the light gate, stretched its powerful body, and then flapped its wings, soaring into the sky. In an instant, a fierce wind blew, making it hard to open one's eyes. Roar! The dragon let out a hearty roar, seemingly celebrating its rebirth. After circling above the territory, it obediently landed in front of Zhang Feng. 1, 2, 3. Moments later, 12 mini black dragons lined up neatly in front of Zhang Feng, their heads pressed tightly to the ground in absolute submission. Greetings, my lord. A few poor farmers had just gotten up, but under the pressure of the dragon, they were scared back to their knees. Yet, their eyes were filled with excitement. After all, being with a powerful lord ensured the safety of their territory. Even the Empress stared gravely at the powerful creature that had suddenly appeared. If the 12 giant dragons before her were to attack her alone, she would have no way out. Hint, the Empress is intimidated by your strength. Favorability +2, current 86. Ha ha ha. Even if an ordinary lord recruits legendary heroes, they would likely treat them like a master and serve them cautiously, fearing that any dissatisfaction might lead to defection. Yet, within just a few minutes of recruiting the Empress, Zhang Feng had raised her favorability to 86 points. This is the terror of a cheat. Zhang Feng smiled brightly. Everyone, please, rise. There's no need for excessive formalities from now on. He casually opened the attribute panel of a black dragon. Black dragon, unnamed, race, dragon race. Level, 1 quality, legendary, attributes, physique 22, spirit 18, soul 20, load 0 combat power 14 skills, dark breath, magic dragon scales, heart of fury. So strong. The combat power of level 1 ordinary troops mostly ranges between 1 to 2 stars. The black dragon's combat power exceeds that of ordinary troops by 10 times. 10 times the combat power does not mean 1 against 10. It means the attributes differ by 10 times. Combat power only calculates the average of the 4-dimensional attributes, not including skills. Imagine a situation where physique, spirit, and soul differ by 10 times. A single dragon could easily wipe out thousands of ordinary monsters. Not to mention, the black dragon has 3 powerful skills. Moreover, dragons can be ridden, and once they grow larger, Zhang Feng can experience what it feels like to be a dragon knight. After all, they are legendary troops. Zhang Feng felt it necessary to exhaust his creativity to give them a cool name as a mark of honor. He named them in order from left to right. You are Dragon 1, you are Dragon 2, you are Dragon 12. With Zhang Feng's naming, names also appeared on the Black Dragon's attribute panel. Although they are all legendary 1-star black dragons, their attributes still have slight differences. After naming them, Zhang Feng chose the one with the highest attributes. Dragon 9, from now on, you will be their captain. Dragon 9's black dragon showed a human-like expression of surprise. Thank you, Lord, for the name. Dragon 9 vows to guard you with my life. The crisp voice startled Zhang Feng. You're a female? Dragon 9 appeared somewhat anxious, replying to Lord, according to your human terminology, yes. Zhang Feng nodded and reassured her, don't worry, there is absolutely no gender discrimination in my territory, everything is based on strength. Only then did Dragon 9 seem to breathe a sigh of relief. If this lord were just an ordinary person, it would be one thing, but they had already sensed a terrifying threat from the Empress. There was only one explanation, the Empress was a legendary hero. Their own lord had actually gained the loyalty of a legendary hero, and it seemed her loyalty was quite high. If the lord were dissatisfied with her, she would not have a good outcome. Suddenly, the Empress seemed to sense something, turning her head to look at the war fog outside the territory. Lord, there are uninvited guests outside the territory. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Feng also received a prompt. Hint: Monster Tide has begun, please prepare. Jiang Feng looked up. In the war fog outside the territory, shadowy figures could already be vaguely seen. Hiss, hiss. Following that, a group of muscular lizardmen, flicking their tongues, charged towards the fence with rusted weapons in hand. Lizardman warrior race, swamp race level, 2 combat power, 3 skills, heavy strike. Lizardman 10 captain, elite, race, swamp race level, 3 combat power, 8 skills, heavy strike. Flying axe. In front were dozens of ordinary lizardmen, along with an elite lizardman 10 captain. The other 3 directions were similar. If it were any other lord, even a second-generation heir of a small family, they would undoubtedly feel like they were facing a great enemy. They would then carefully maneuver using the territory's defensive structures to minimize casualties. After all, casualties would also affect the battle evaluation. However, as Jiang Feng looked at the pitiful combat power of the lizardmen, he couldn't even be bothered to devise a strategy. He waved his hand. Kill. The ones in front are mine. The Empress called out lightly, and then her figure transformed into a streak of light, instantly appearing outside the enclosure. Spirit explosion. Seemingly afraid of dirtying her hands, the Empress unleashed a flurry of strikes from 10 meters away from the enemy. Spirit explosion, external release of spiritual power, striking a single enemy or an area. This effect is somewhat similar to the void slash. Boom, boom, boom. Almost simultaneously, dozens of lizardmen in front, including the elite lizardman captain, had their upper bodies blown apart, and the air was filled with a bloody stench. Although Spirit Explosion was just a common E-level skill, the Empress had already cultivated it to a minor perfection, with her spiritual power extremely refined and easily controlled. Coupled with a nearly 20-fold attribute gap, the explosive power was simply terrifying. The Empress looked at her results but felt somewhat disheartened. Too weak. Your hero, the Empress, has killed a lizardman warrior, gaining energy *4. Your hero, the Empress, has killed a lizardman warrior, gaining energy *5, Spirit Stone *1. Click to extract. Your hero, the Empress, has killed a lizardman captain, gaining energy *30, Spirit Stone *5, Exquisite Treasure Chest *1. Click to extract. Your hero. Jiang Feng looked at the dozens of battle updates that flashed in the lower left corner of his vision and couldn't help but sigh. Back in the mock exam, it was always an uphill battle, suddenly turning into a mindless push. This lord is still a bit unaccustomed. The Empress seemed to understand but felt wronged. I told you, my lord, you can't blame me. I only used 50% of my strength. Jiang Feng. Although the Empress no longer took action, the fate of the monsters in the other 3 directions wasn't any better. To the west of the territory, Long Zhou's giant tail swept across, sending several lizardmen flying for over 10 meters, clearly unable to survive. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The lizardman captain's eyes shifted from bloodthirsty to fearful, letting out a series of hissing roars. But before it could turn to flee, it was engulfed in Long Yi's dark breath, turning to charcoal. Long Wu's face was full of complaints. Long Zhou, did you drink phoenix blood? Couldn't you leave a few for me? Long Yi was just a second late and ended up not getting a single monster. Immediately after, Long Yi wore a mischievous grin. Are you so eager to show off in front of our lord? Have you taken a liking to him? But by human standards, our lord is indeed handsome. Shut up. Long Zhou first became angry and then dejected. I wonder if I look good after transforming? Will our lord like me? A few female dragons gossiped, and Jiang Feng received a prompt from the heavenly Tao. Prompt: you successfully repelled this round of monster attacks. Battle duration 6 seconds, casualties 0. Jiang Feng was once again speechless. The difficulty of a normal monster wave is only affected by the territory level and has nothing to do with the actual strength of the territory. There won't be a situation where the stronger the territory, the stronger the monster wave. The battle ended in 6 seconds. What a real man. Battle settlement: annihilated enemies, 146 lizardman warriors for lizardman captains, elite. Our casualties, 0. Battle duration, 6 seconds. Battle evaluation, a basic. Rewards: Spirit Stone *100, Energy *1000. Click to extract. Evaluation rewards: Spirit Stone *1000, Energy *10,000, Exquisite Treasure Chest *3. Click to extract. Ha, it's actually an A-level evaluation. I haven't heard of an S-level or above evaluation in thousands of years. An A evaluation is the highest. No wonder the evaluation rewards are 10 times the basic rewards. Jiang Feng extracted all the rewards with one click. In just 6 seconds of battle, the gains far exceeded Jiang Feng's expectations. Energy, 13630, I, experience, used for building construction and upgrades, lord, hero, troop upgrades, etc. Non-tradable, spirit stones, 1128 fine. Treasure chests, for common treasure chests, 11A bountiful harvest, especially in energy. With so much energy, it naturally needs to be converted into combat power immediately. Jiang Feng waved his hand. All promotions. 13 beams of light. Descended, landing on the Empress and the 12 dragons' heads. Hint, consuming 2000 energy points, your hero Empress levels up, current level 2. Hint, consuming 1000 energy points, your troop dragon 1 levels up, current level 2. Hint, consuming. The energy required for legendary heroes and troops to level up far exceeds that of ordinary troops, causing the freshly acquired energy to vanish in an instant. But it is absolutely worth it. Before level 20, every upgrade of heroes and troops will permanently increase their initial attributes. Thus, after reaching level 2, the Empress and the Black Dragon's base attributes doubled. Empress attributes: Physique 56, plus 16, Spirit 42, plus 16, Soul, plus 16, Capacity 38, Combat Power 49, already surpassing the attributes of ordinary level 20 monsters. Black Dragon attributes: Physique 44, Spirit 36, Soul 40, Capacity 0, Combat Power 28. Dragon 9, divide the Black Dragon squad into 4 groups, 3 members each, to explore the war fog in all directions, marking resource points, and eliminate any encountered monsters directly. If they are edible monsters, try to bring back their corpses. Also, although your current combat power is comparable to level 10 monsters, still be cautious. After giving his instructions, Zhang Feng was met with a respectful reply from Dragon 9, as, "You command, my lord." The 12 dragons soared into the sky, exploring the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions. The war fog instantly dissipated upon encountering the Lord's units, revealing the terrain and creatures within a 200-meter radius. Just as Dragon 9 charged into the war fog, Zhang Feng received a notification. Your troop. Dragon 9 killed a swamp giant lizard, gaining energy *3. Zhang Feng was very pleased with Dragon 9's enthusiasm. Moments later, Dragon 9 swept over the territory, dropping a swamp giant lizard corpse before vanishing again. Bang! The swamp giant lizard's corpse landed in the central clearing of the territory. A level 0 wooden house can recruit a refugee every half hour, and the number of farmers in the territory has now reached 12. Without waiting for Zhang Feng's orders, the farmers grabbed their tools and began to dismantle the swamp giant lizard's corpse. Hint: you obtained giant lizard meat *10, giant lizard skin *1. The Empress couldn't sit still either, eager to try. My lord, what about me? Zhang Feng smiled and replied, you stay in the territory to protect my safety. Although most people in the regional channel did not believe he could survive the monster tide, one lord spoke a profound truth: the most valuable quality of a lord is not courage but steadiness. Wang Jianming, who had just been killed by a stone quarry demon, was a living example of this. Now that the territory had exited the novice protection, Zhang Feng would absolutely not let the Empress leave his side. The Empress was silent for a moment before saying, then give me a few spirit stones, I'll go cultivate first. Since I arrived in this world, not only has my strength plummeted, but the realm of the Tianin technique has also dropped from transformation to proficient. There are 2 main ways to enhance one's bare strength. One is leveling up to increase base attributes, and the other is cultivation, where techniques can add 4-dimensional attributes, and skills can enhance offense and defense. The Empress's diligence was naturally something Zhang Feng welcomed. He took out a few spirit stones, ready to toss them to the Empress. But then he paused. The Empress asked with concern, what's wrong? Zhang Feng looked at the spirit stones, a smile appearing on his face. Low grade spirit stone, plus the most basic currency unit in the battlefield of all races, can also be used to assist in cultivation. Spirit stones can actually be enhanced. Enhancement direction: medium grade spirit stone consumes 10 spirit stones. Enhancement direction: high grade spirit stone consumes 1000 spirit stones. Enhancement direction: top grade spirit stone consumes 100,000 spirit stones. Enhancement direction: low grade wind spirit stone consumes 2 spirit stones. Enhancement direction: medium grade. Without hesitation, a gentle light suddenly rose in Zhang Feng's hand. After the light dissipated, the Empress looked at the spirit stone in Zhang Feng's hand, which was radiating pure spiritual energy, and said solemnly, this is a medium grade spirit stone? Tip: the Empress is once again amazed by your abilities. Favorability +1, current favorability 87. The amount of spiritual energy contained in a medium-grade spirit stone is more than 10 times that of a low-grade spirit stone, and most importantly, the energy is much purer. The effects of cultivating with a medium-grade spirit stone are definitely several times better than those of low-grade spirit stones. Thank you, my lord. This expression of gratitude from the Empress was heartfelt. In her original world, medium-grade spirit stones were also a scarce resource. Zhang Feng then patted the Empress's fragrant shoulder. You should go cultivate the Tianin technique is too low level. I'll get you a high level technique when I have time. You should know, I have that ability. Where their skin touched, Zhang Feng felt the Empress's body stiffen, and even the skin on her shoulder broke out in goosebumps. It wasn't that Zhang Feng had any lewd thoughts, this was merely a test. It seemed that the favorability was about to reach the intimate level, which was quite good. The physical contact did not provoke the Empress, instead, she appeared a bit nervous. "Thank you, my lord. Then, I'll go cultivate." After saying that, she fled in a hurry. Watching the Empress's retreating figure, Zhang Feng revealed a playful smile. This mature woman seems aloof, but turns out she's still a novice. Unfortunately, the 10,000 races battlefield is a serious game. Otherwise, the Empress would surely have a corruption value +1 floating above her head. You opened a fine treasure chest and obtained the death-seeking dagger. Fine. You opened a fine treasure chest and obtained spirit stones *50. You opened a fine treasure chest and obtained fine wood *100. You opened a fine treasure chest and obtained building blueprint, arrow tower. This time, Zhang Feng's luck finally returned to normal levels. As for the 11 ordinary treasure chests, aside from 2 plain items, most were resources. He looked at the only fine equipment among them. Death-seeking dagger level, 2 sharpness, 5 durability, 5 attributes, physique +2, load -0.4 trash. Zhang Feng blurted out, then paused, chuckling, "My appetite has been spoiled by the attributes of legendary heroes. I can't even look at this early-stage little gem." Although it was a little gem, the Empress's combat power had already exceeded expectations. Therefore, the best fate for this little gem was to be converted into spirit stones. Zhang Feng first opened the regional channel and scrolled through the messages. Soon, he saw his name. Tushan Yea. Calculating the time, Zhang Feng should be starting the monster tide now. I'm so worried for him. Zhang Feng glanced at the time. The time Tushan Yea sent her message was exactly 6 seconds after the monster tide began, just as the monster tide had just ended. Strange, this little fox is quite concerned about me, timing her message perfectly. Li Muse, yeah, don't worry. Zhang Feng has no preparations. And just leveled up, he's definitely doomed this time. And Chuxia, Li Muse, shut up. If anything happens to Zhang Feng, I'll flatten your territory. It seemed. And Chuxia was also keeping a close eye on the regional messages, afraid of seeing any bad news. Li Muse, hey, can't I just speak the truth? Even if Zhang Feng opens a rare treasure chest and gets a hero token, a level 1 rare hero can't possibly withstand the monster tide. Mu Qingxuan, everyone, don't forget that Zhang Feng just created a miracle. Li Muse, Commander Mu is joking. There aren't that many miracles, are there? The territory accidentally landed on a resource point. It's truly a miracle among miracles. Lin Mo, although Brother Li's words are not pleasant to hear, his analysis is not wrong. Even if I have a few squads of rare troops, it wouldn't be possible to upgrade the territory in half an hour. It's not that we can't win, but upgrading troops also takes time. Using level 1 troops to face a monster wave will inevitably result in huge losses. It's not worth it. And Chuxia, Zhang Feng will be fine, we'll see. But her guilt and unease were palpable to anyone around. Suddenly, a regional message popped up. Lord Zhang Feng has consigned the equipment Soul Reaper Dagger fine to the trading post. Consignment method, auction or fixed price. Auction time, 10 minutes. Fixed price transaction, 2,000 spirit stones. According to the trading post rules, only items deemed currently valuable will be displayed in the regional channel. 1 second later, the Soul Reaper Dagger fine was bought at a fixed price. At the same time, Zhang Feng received a notification. Notification, your consigned Soul Reaper Dagger fine was bought at a fixed price by Lord Ingman. Zhang Feng looked enviously, as expected of the winner of Xianxin, truly a wealthy person. Although the equipment was sold in an instant, Zhang Feng knew he didn't lose out. In fact, he made a killing. After all, it was just a level 2 transitional equipment, and in a day, it might not even be worth 200 spirit stones. The group chat channel fell silent for a moment, then dozens of messages flooded in simultaneously. What the hell? Fine equipment, hasn't it only been an hour since the server opened? And he's already selling fine equipment? Zhang Feng? Isn't he supposed to be dealing with the monster wave? How did he come to buy equipment? Could it be that the monster wave has ended? Impossible. It's only been a few minutes. But if Zhang Feng didn't successfully fend off the monster wave, how could he afford to part with such valuable fine equipment? That's a valid point. A piece of fine equipment can at least boost a hero's combat power by 0.5 stars. I say, which whale? Spend 2,000 spirit stones without batting an eye. At least let us see the equipment's attributes. Zhang Feng finally spoke up. Everyone doesn't need to guess anymore. Although the process was a bit bumpy, I indeed eliminated the siege monsters. And Chuxia, that's great. Who just said Zhang Feng couldn't withstand the monster wave? Step forward. Li Muse suddenly fell silent. He didn't want to slap his own face. Lin Mo, but how is that possible? Did Zhang Feng's treasure chest drop a one-time item like a magic scroll? Muqing Xuan, there's also the possibility of triggering a 1 in 10,000 chance of a breakthrough? Wei Ming, even if it was pure luck, I have to say, Brother Jiang is impressive. The Wei family is also a powerful lord family in Tianhe City. The way they addressed Jiang Feng changed from Jiang Feng to Brother Jiang, proving that this commoner had finally caught the attention of the second-generation lords. Tu Shan Ye. Brother Jiang Feng is amazing. And Chusha, hello, little sister of the Fox tribe. Jiang Feng isn't that familiar with you. You don't have to be so affectionate. Ying Man, congratulations, Jiang Feng. Immediately after, for reasons unknown, Ying Man continued to ask. Ying Man, may I ask what Jiang Feng's battle evaluation is? Of course, this question is rather abrupt, and you have every reason to refuse to answer. This question was indeed quite abrupt. But Jiang Feng felt there was nothing to hide. Jiang Feng, my battle evaluation is A. After all, normal people wouldn't believe it, right? His intuition told him that this Ying Man would be his biggest competitor for the mayor position, overshadowing Lin Mo, Muqing Xuan, and Enchusha. This marked the first invisible confrontation between the two. I wonder if this Ying Man will believe it? Upon hearing Jiang Feng's battle evaluation, the entire regional channel fell silent. Of course, it was only for a moment. Just as Jiang Feng had guessed, no one believed it at all. Did I hear that right? He said his battle rating is A? Come on, if it were C or D, I would believe it. No kidding, the Dragon Kingdom hasn't seen an A rating in decades. Jiang Feng, do you dare to give us a screenshot as proof? And Chuxia, I say. You all have had enough, can't Jiang Feng just make a joke? The Big Shot's authority still had its effect. The comments section fell silent in an instant. And Chuxia's fierce defense of Jiang Feng made all the male lords envious. Jiang Feng ignored the sarcasm from the crowd. He was waiting for Ying Mei's reply. Ying Mei. Jiang Feng, you are really humorous. Jiang Feng felt a bit disappointed. It seemed that the big shot from the Xianqining family was just an ordinary person after all. But if they didn't believe him, so be it. Jiang Feng couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, his strength wouldn't stay hidden for long. Suddenly, an announcement rang out again. Announcement: Lord Ying Mei of Newbie Town number 10086 has upgraded to level 1 Lord's Mansion as the second place, receiving a fine treasure chest. Announcement: Lord Ying Mei of Newbie Town number 10086 has upgraded to level 1 Lord's Mansion as the second place, receiving 5 points of reputation. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Ying has some skills. If it weren't for my sudden emergence, she would definitely be first. And Chuxia, I was just a step too late. Announcement: Lord Enchusha of Newbie Town number 10086 has upgraded to level 1 Lord's Mansion as the third place, receiving a fine treasure chest. Announcement: Lord Enchusha of Newbie Town number 10086 has upgraded to level 1 Lord's Mansion as the third place, receiving 3 points of reputation. Wei Ming, the yin is strong while the yang is weak. Fortunately, Brother Jiang Feng has saved face for the male compatriots. Muqing Xuan, this batch of newcomers is too competitive. Surprisingly, the Heavenly Dao announcements did not stop. Announcement: due to the generally higher strength of heroes in Town 10086 compared to other towns, the Hero Strength leaderboard has been triggered. Hero Strength rank 1, the corresponding lord receives an excellent treasure chest. Hero Strength ranks 2 to 10, the corresponding lords receive a rare treasure chest. Hero Strength ranks 11 to 100, the corresponding lords receive a fine treasure chest. Settlement time, tomorrow at 12:00. Jiang Feng was overjoyed. The Heavenly Dao was becoming increasingly generous. This time it was actually a purple excellent treasure chest. It required 10,000 spirit stones to enhance an excellent treasure chest, and the Heavenly Dao was practically giving him money. Although it was rated based on hero strength, with the terrifying growth of the Empress, this treasure chest was practically his for the taking. There were confident people besides Jiang Feng. Li News, that's more like it. The hero strength leaderboard relies on real strength. Some guys who rely on sheer luck can take a break this time. Wei Ming, on the surface, our town has at least 5 rare heroes, and if we count the low-key big shots, it's probably no less than 10. Lin Mo, last time the leaderboard had an accident. This time, how about I host the hero strength leaderboard at the exchange? We only bet on the first place, and those who guess correctly will share the betting pool according to their betting ratio. How about that? Wei Ming, Brother Lin is so eager. Does he think he's guaranteed to take the top spot on the hero strength leaderboard? Lin Mo. Brother Wei is joking. Who knows, there might be another dark horse like Jiang Feng this time. Like that missing Ying Mei from the Xianqining family. Soon. Lord Lin Mo has opened a betting pool at the exchange. Click to view. The moment the betting opened, thousands of spirit stones flooded into the pool. Surprisingly, nearly half of it was betting on Lin Mo. It seemed that Lin Mo's eagerness had alerted many people. And Jiang Feng, watching the constantly increasing betting, amount had his eyes shining. Theoretically speaking, as long as he had enough spirit stones, Zhang Feng could enhance countless legendary equipment, legendary buildings, and legendary troops. Therefore, spirit stones would never be enough. Press it down, it's all mine anyway. In a territory 200 kilometers away from Zhang Feng, Ying Man was tall and slender, her features not as gentle as in Xuxia's but exuding a striking aura, her eyes like morning stars, and her noble demeanor made it hard to look directly at her. At this moment, a playful smile appeared on her face. Hee, this Lin Mo is quite cunning, trying to make a big profit from this gamble. However, if it weren't for me, with a purple exceptional hero, the top spot on the hero power rankings would definitely belong to him. Then, she turned to the epic hero beside her and said, Sister Meng Tian, your fortune-telling technique won't be wrong, right? I always feel that Zhang Feng is a bit mysterious. Meng Tian originally came from the Third Heaven's immortal Qin Meng family. Although she wasn't as famous as her brother Meng Tian, she was still one of the legendary lords renowned in the Third Heaven, a master of both military and yin-yang arts. Yet, this legendary lord, who had existed for thousands of years, was willing to sacrifice herself using the secret methods of the yin-yang school to protect Yin Man, transforming into a hero. Even to preserve her memories after death, she was willing to lower her own quality to epic. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely make headlines on the Lord's Forum. With Meng Tian's yin-yang techniques, Yin Man had already gotten a rough idea of the second-generation Lord of Town 10086. Your Highness, rest assured, with my perfected yin-yang fortune-telling technique, I won't be unable to see through even a first-tier lord's background. Meng Tian had calculated Zhang Feng multiple times and was very confident in her deductions, unless Zhang Feng's hero quality is not below mine. But Zhang Feng is just a commoner. How could he possibly have an epic or even legendary hero? Only then did Yin Man feel relieved. Indeed, it's impossible. Then she said happily, I didn't expect to trigger the hero power rankings so quickly. With Sister Meng here, I'm sure I'll secure the top spot this time. After all, the area had just opened, and Yin Man couldn't overlook an exceptional treasure chest. Perhaps it's because of my appearance as an epic hero that the rewards for this hero power ranking have been elevated to an exceptional level. Your Highness, obtaining this treasure chest is well deserved. With thousands of years of experience as a lord, Meng Tian naturally understood the principle that caution leads to longevity. Of course, it would be even better if I could level up to 2 books before the reward settlement and unlock my level cap. Yin Man nodded emphatically. Sister is right. However, upgrading to 2 books requires refined iron. The Iron Eagle warriors have found a few iron mines, but the refined iron mine has yet to be seen. I wonder when we will gather enough refined iron to upgrade to 2 books. Meng Tian confidently replied, Your Highness, don't worry. Even if we can't find a refined iron mine, it doesn't matter. Even if there are hidden other epic heroes, with my equipment, I can still easily suppress them. Zhang Feng was fiddling with the blueprint for the string arrow tower. This was an enhanced version of the arrow tower, which required 1,000 spirit stones for the enhancement. Long Jiao suddenly landed in front of Zhang Feng and respectfully said, My lord, we have discovered an iron mine 2 kilometers west of the territory. An iron mine? Hearing Long Jiao's report, Zhang Feng was overjoyed and immediately commanded, You escort 10 farmers to the iron mine, establish a smelting factory, and then you personally guard it for a while to ensure the smooth extraction of iron. Long Jiao dutifully replied, As you command, my lord. Wood and stone were already being harvested in an orderly manner. While refined iron was also a rare resource, the resources on the map were far fewer than stone and wood. Fortunately, Zhang Feng was a hanging player. He didn't need a refined iron mine. With just a regular iron mine, he could continuously obtain refined iron through enhancement. With enough refined iron, he could not only immediately upgrade to 2 books but also build the mysterious cottage and the string arrow tower. This would greatly enhance the speed and safety of the territory's development. Soon, establish the smelting factory. Countdown, 19 minutes and 59 seconds. Complete immediately. Consume 200 spirit stones. Complete immediately. The smelting factory has been completed. You lose spirit stones * 200. The recently acquired life-taking military dagger was priced at 2,000 spirit stones. And Zhang Feng was quite extravagant. After the smelting factory was completed, iron ore began to be mined continuously. Suddenly, the Empress gracefully walked up to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng asked curiously, Why aren't you cultivating? The Empress patted the powder in her hand. I've run out of spirit stones. Can you get me a few more? Zhang Feng. He used low-grade spirit stones, and one was enough for a day's cultivation. But the Empress consumed a medium-grade spirit stone in just 1 hour. This talent was truly infuriating. Of course, the faster the Empress cultivated, the happier Zhang Feng was. Since there were enough spirit stones, Now, Zhang Feng reinforced a few medium-grade spirit stones again. The Empress took the spirit stones with satisfaction and hesitated for a moment before saying, "My lord, while I was cultivating just now, I felt an unknown presence trying to spy on me." Unknown presence? Zhang Feng's gaze sharpened. If the Empress mentioned it specifically, it must be extraordinary. Could it be that a powerful monster has spawned outside the territory? The Empress shook her head. I don't know. In my perception, the other party is probably at the level of a 3 to 4 star epic hero. Of course, with such little strength, trying to spy on me is just wishful thinking. Hearing the Empress say this, Zhang Feng became even more cautious. Empress, starting from today, you are not allowed to leave my side. The Empress shrugged. All right. Notice, the crossbow tower has been completed. Notice, the mysterious cabin has been completed. Notice, the blacksmith shop has been completed. 2 hours later, the Dragon Squad explored the terrain covering hundreds of square kilometers centered around the territory and discovered 6 rare resource points and 18 ordinary resource points. This resource density is considered average, neither good nor bad. Meanwhile, several important buildings in the territory have all been completed. Crossbow tower, level 1 power, 8 rate of fire, 2/5 seconds range, 200 meters upgrade requirements, refined iron *50, rare wood *100, rare wood *100, energy *1000. What a resource hog. Zhang Feng couldn't help but complain. Although the attributes of the crossbow tower reached several times that of a normal arrow tower, the resources required for construction and upgrades were indeed painful. Resources were manageable as long as there were spirit stones, one could have as many as needed. However, the quantity could only be obtained by killing monsters. Let me think, is there any way to quickly acquire energy? While pondering, Zhang Feng continued to click on Mysterious Cabin. Just when I was feeling sleepy, someone brings a pillow. Mysterious Cabin, level 1 number of shelves 3. Current products, refined iron sword, 648 spirit stones, basic life potion, 128 spirit stones, dark bait, 128 spirit stones. Refresh countdown, 12 hours 5 minutes and 32 seconds, dark bait. Plus has a strong attraction to dark attribute monsters, can trigger a wave of dark attribute monsters at the current territory level. If used at night, the effect is doubled. Price, 128 spirit stones. Zhang Feng bought it without hesitation. 1 monster wave corresponds to monsters of level 1 to 5, while 2 monster waves correspond to monsters of level 5 to 10. So Zhang Feng planned to upgrade 2 before using them. As for the other 2 items, he couldn't afford the refined iron sword, but he bought the basic life potion. At this moment, a muscular man suddenly stepped forward and respectfully presented a long sword. My lord, this is the first weapon produced in the territory, please take a look. According to your instructions, I crafted this weapon to be level 5. The man was the first blacksmith Zhang Feng recruited. After the blacksmith shop was built, named Tai. Oh, is there a finished product? Zhang Feng's spirits lifted as he took the long sword. Long sword, plus, common. Level, 5 sharpness, 5 durability, 3 the attributes are quite poor, with no additional properties. However, when Zhang Feng saw the plus sign behind, a smile appeared on his face. Opening the enhancement list, Zhang Feng said with satisfaction, consume 200 spirit stones, choose enhancement direction fine iron sword. At this point, Zhang Feng's more than 3,000 spirit stones were nearly depleted. Why am I so poor? Fortunately, I can soon mass-produce quality equipment. As the light faded, the originally unremarkable long sword had become gleaming with cold light. Fine iron sword, quality, level, 5 sharpness, 9 durability, 6 attributes. Physique plus 3, spirit power plus 3, load -1 a level 5 quality weapon with an additional 6 points in attributes, equating to 1.5 stars of combat power. At this stage, it is definitely the most sought-after equipment. Send my orders, the blacksmith shop should work at full capacity to forge long swords. Yes. Immediately, Zhang Feng opened the trading post to select consignment. Lord Zhang Feng consigns the fine iron sword, quality, through the trading post consignment method. Auction or fixed price. Auction time, 10 minutes. Fixed price transaction, 5,000 spirit stones. After doing all this, Zhang Feng checked the time. It's time for lunch. Just then, the Empress also finished her training. I'm hungry. What's for lunch? In the battlefield of 10,000 races, eating is a top priority. Whether one can eat on time and the quality of the food will affect the morale of the territory. Zhang Feng said to the more than 20 farmers still busy in the territory. I see all your hard work, you can freely eat the meat from the giant dragon. After a moment of silence, a cheer erupted in the territory. As for his own food, People's Education Edition Basic Knowledge of Territories Article 32. Before you acquire a chef, although the food in the territory won't starve you, it will make you understand what it means to taste like chewing wax. Before entering the battlefield of 10,000 1,000 races. Zhang Feng didn't have enough spirit stones to purchase troops, so he filled the remaining space with fast food. Taking out a portion of fast food, Zhang Feng was stunned again. Enhancement direction, primary spirit food. Consume 10 spirit stones. Primary spirit food, made from spirit rice containing a small amount of spirit power, helpful for cultivating techniques and skills. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Feng enhanced 3 portions. He threw one to the Empress, ate one himself, and listed the last one on the trading post to test the waters with a fixed price of 200 spirit stones. Seeing the Empress satisfied with the spirit food, Zhang Feng also began to enjoy his lunch. Opening the packaging, a rich aroma of rice wafted over. No wonder. It's spirit food. He savored the delicacy in small bites while opening the regional channel to eavesdrop. As soon as he opened the regional channel, he saw his own name. I can't be mistaken. Zhang Feng is selling quality equipment again? What's with this drop rate? His luck is too good. First, his territory sits on a resource point, and now he's continuously dropping quality equipment. Could it be that the talent, Green Mountains and Clear Waters, has a hidden ability to increase luck? But, with such top-notch equipment, why doesn't Zhang Feng use it himself? Lord Zhang Feng consigns spirit food *1 through the trading post consignment. Method: fixed price transaction, 200 spirit stones. What the heck? Spirit food? Someone exclaimed. The spirit food sold by Lord Zhang Feng has been bought at a fixed price. Zhang Feng glanced at the buyer, instantly speechless. It was snatched away by Ying Yin Man in less than 1 second. If it weren't for being in the battlefield of 10,000 races, Zhang Feng would almost suspect that this girl was using some kind of order-snatching cheat. Has Zhang Feng's territory discovered spirit rice nearby? That's spirit rice. The resource richness of Zhang Feng's territory is too exaggerated. Is there more? Let's put up a few more portions. Thinking about the taste of spirit food, I'm drooling. Wei Ming, brother Zhang Feng, are you planning to take the farming lord route? Zhang Feng replied while eating, no. I'm just an entertainment lord. I don't need any of this. I might as well sell it for money. To be fair, Zhang Feng was speaking the truth. In its true form, the dragon had a carrying capacity of 0 and couldn't wear equipment. And the legendary hero, the Empress, looked down on fine equipment. But who would believe such a statement? You can't use fine equipment? Big brother, isn't that a bit too much of a humble brag? Wei Ming didn't continue the banter, clearly choked by Zhang Feng's words. Lord Zhang Feng has sold a fine iron sword, fine, for a fixed price. Price 5,000 spirit stones. Damn, 5,000 spirit stones and it was gone in a flash? Wei Ming, true rich guy. I can offer at most 2,500 spirit stones. Zhang Feng was also taken aback. The fixed price of 5,000 spirit stones was simply him asking for too much. In Zhang Feng's estimation, selling a level 5 fine iron equipment for 3,000 spirit stones would already be a blessing. Could it be that dog wealthy Yin Man again? But when he saw the buyer's name, his expression darkened. Xia. It was actually Xia who bought it in a flash. Don't be fooled by Zhang Feng's usual amiability. Deep down, he was an extremely proud person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have preferred to take out a campus loan rather than accept Xia's charity. He immediately dialed Xia's contact. The other party answered. Instantly, an Xia's virtual image popped up. Zhang Feng, dissatisfied, said, "Classmate Xia, what does this mean?" Xia was taken aback, then quickly understood what Zhang Feng was referring to, and explained, "Zhang Feng, you misunderstood. I'm not helping you. I'm in trouble and urgently need to boost my combat power." Before Zhang Feng could ask further, Xia sent a screenshot directly. Zhang Feng took a glance, and his eyes immediately sparkled. Level 10 epic monster? This guy is lurking just 3 kilometers outside my territory. Xia said with a pained expression, "My rangers have already been taken down by it. Twice, and they are rare units. The main issue is, it guards a large fine iron mine. Only by taking it down can I get the fine iron to upgrade my second building. I'm in a hurry." Zhang Feng truly envied her. What a stroke of luck. An epic monster. If he could slay it, there would definitely be a big haul. The main thing was the energy. A level 10 epic monster, without energy penalties, could yield 100,000 energy, enough to elevate the Empress to level 8. Yet Xia maintained her composure. "I'm so worried." But the excitement on her face was evident, clearly looking forward to slaying the epic monster. Zhang Feng was confident he could trick Xia into revealing her coordinates to snatch the monster, but he despised using such despicable means. Of course, taking this opportunity to make some money was also quite profitable. "I still have fine iron swords here. Do you want any?" "You have more?" Xia exclaimed in surprise. "I want. How many do you want? How many do you have?" "I'll take as many as you have." I'll take as many as you want. And Shuxia suddenly seemed to think of something, a hint of shyness flashing across her face. Jiang Feng, however, didn't care about that. How about this? You should still have 12 wolf knights and 10 rangers, so I'll sell you 22 fine iron swords. At market price, that's 2,500 spirit stones each. And Shuxia's eyes widened. How much? Jiang Feng explained. I know it's a bit pricey, but we're brothers, so let's be clear about the accounts. There are so many spenders in the town, and I believe this kind of standard equipment won't be hard to sell at this price. No, I'm not talking about the price. I'm asking, where did you get so many fine quality equipment? And Shuxia, being a top student, immediately speculated the biggest possibility. Could it be, you've already mined the fine iron? Jiang Feng smiled without answering, and Shuxia returned Jiang Feng's words to him. What a stroke of luck. 2 hours later, a message suddenly flashed across the town channel. Lord Jiang Feng has consigned 22 fine iron swords, excellent, through the trading post. Consignment method, designated buyer. Unit price, 2,500 spirit stones. Immediately following, the 22 fine iron swords, excellent, consigned by Lord Jiang Feng have been purchased. It was like detonating a deep water bomb beneath a calm lake surface. The regional channel exploded instantly. I must be seeing things. Seeing things +1. 22 excellent weapons? I've been busy all day and didn't even get one excellent weapon. Did I enter the same map as Lord Jiang Feng? Could it be that Lord Jiang Feng is the godson of the goddess of luck? Nonsense, I think Lord Jiang Feng must have slept with the goddess of luck. Let's be bolder. After being slept with by Lord Jiang Feng, that Tina woman became the goddess of luck. In any case, Lord Jiang Feng is amazing. With a single stroke of 22 fine iron swords, Jiang Feng had once again become a big shot. Those who are just saying wow must be the academic underachievers. A neat 22 fine iron swords, how could that possibly be a drop? There's only one possibility. Hiss, are you saying these are weapons forged in bulk by the blacksmith shop? This statement caused another wave of excitement. It's only been a few hours since the server opened and the blacksmith shop can mass-produce a tribute equipment? So, Lord Jiang Feng not only acquired an elite blacksmith but also secured a fine iron mine. Whoa, I haven't even upgraded to level 1 yet and I don't even have a blacksmith shop. First, he landed on a resource point, then got spirit rice and now a fine iron mine. The abundance of resources is simply making me envious. Fine iron is essential for upgrading to level 2, usually found 10 kilometers outside the territory, guarded by monsters above level 10. Hiss, could it be that after level 1, Lord Jiang Feng will be the first to upgrade to level 2? Lord Jiang Feng is truly the light of us commoners. Seeing that Jiang Feng's territory was so rich in resources, the second-generation lords could no longer sit still. Ingin man, Jiang Feng, can we have a private chat? Mu Qingxuan, little brother Jiang Feng, are you interested in joining the military? I can make the decision and grant you the rank of sergeant immediately. Lin Mo, sergeant? May I ask, commander? Mu, how much is the monthly allowance for a sergeant? Is it 200 spirit stones or 300? If Jiang Feng is willing to become my exclusive sheep number, I'm willing to offer a monthly salary of 10,000 spirit stones. And Shuxia, if you want Jiang Feng to be a sheep number, you might as well give up. I have to say, and Shuxia understood Jiang Feng the best. Jiang Feng, I'm sorry to disappoint everyone, but I have no intention of joining any faction, let alone becoming a sheep number. Lin Mo, however, did not give up. I'm 1 year older than you, so from now on, I'll call you Little Jiang. Little Jiang, don't be so firm with your words. A commoner lord like you enters the myriad race's battlefield just to make money, right? Any conditions can be discussed. Li Muse, Jiang Feng, don't be ungrateful. Brother Lin is willing to pay for your resources, it's your honor. Otherwise, when Brother Lin issues a bounty order, can you withstand his army? And Shuxia, who dares to use a bounty order against Jiang Feng? Let's see. Looking at the chat group, Jiang Feng was almost dying of laughter. Attacking his territory, wasn't that just sending him energy? According to the rules of the myriad race's battlefield, building resources like stone, wood, fine iron, energy, etc. are bound and cannot be traded. This is one of the few fairnesses for common players, otherwise, those like Ying Man, who are pay to win, would have long been at level 2. But where there are policies, there are countermeasures, and pay to win players always find a way. That is to plunder resources from other lords through bounty orders. Of course, as fellow humans, unless there has been a long-standing grudge, such raids are usually negotiated for a fair price, with both sides getting what they need. The lord being raided typically gives up resistance to minimize losses on both sides. This is commonly referred to as buying a sheep. The Fine iron resources of Jiangfeng territory not only represent a continuous supply of quality equipment but also relate to who can upgrade to level 2 first and receive the rewards from the Heavenly Dao, which naturally makes everyone interested. Yin Man. Since Jiangfeng doesn't respond to private messages, I'll be straightforward. You don't have to become my exclusive sheep, just let me take a few bites from your territory, and I promise to only plunder and not destroy. If I can gather enough fine iron to upgrade to level 2, I'll immediately offer 200,000 spirit stones. Seeing the astronomical figure of 200,000, Jiangfeng couldn't help but exclaim, the wealthy dog is trying to entice me again. If it weren't for the lucrative business of fine iron swords, Jiangfeng might have agreed. Jiangfeng, sorry, my private messages are always $9.99 plus, I really can't keep up, but I truly have no intention of being a sheep. Yin Man, alright. Seeing Jiangfeng's firm attitude, Yin Man no longer insisted. After a moment of silence, Lin Mo, buying, raid orders, low-level ones are fine, interested parties can message me privately, at a cost. Li News. Ha, I'll join in the fun too, offering high prices for raid orders. Jiangfeng, if you agree to be Brother Lin's sheep, I won't have the heart to raid you out of respect for him, so now you better fend for yourself. Lin Mo, brotherly, let's rely on our own abilities. Li News, okay. In their words, it seemed Jiangfeng was a fish on the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. And Shuxia, you dare. Mu Qingxuan, sigh, we are all lords of the Dragon Kingdom, why must we harm each other? Tu Shan Ye. Whoa, Jiangfeng is so handsome, please don't hit him. Wei Ming, having a treasure brings trouble. Also, the fox girls are indeed all about looks, I didn't believe it before. Lord Jiangfeng has consigned fine iron swords, excellent, *2 through the trading post, consignment method, auction or fixed price. Auction time, 10 minutes. Fixed price, 2,500 spirit stones. Mu Qingxuan. Jiangfeng, little brother, at this point, you should stop adding fuel to the fire and keep a low profile, okay? Wei Ming, facepalm. Jiangfeng, brother, better fend for yourself. Jiangfeng, thank you all for your concern, but I'm too poor. After closing the regional channel, Jiangfeng first comforted in Shuxia for a few moments. Then he looked at his spirit stones. 55013. I've never been this wealthy before. What should I strengthen next? Equipment, troops, or blueprints? Suddenly, a prompt from the Heavenly Dao popped up. Prompt, your troop Dragon 1 is injured. Jiangfeng was startled at first. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The stronger the monster, the greater the rewards. Could it be that an epic monster has spawned near my territory? Through the Lord interface, he directly contacted Dragon 1. Dragon 1, report the situation. The voice of Dragon 1 came through. Report, Lord, a giant centaur nest has been discovered 10 kilometers south of the territory at levels 6 to 9, with about 1,000 in number. Jiangfeng curiously asked, low-level centaur warriors shouldn't be able to hurt you, right? Dragon 1 replied somewhat dejectedly, there are hero commanders among the monsters, and I was focused down. Jiangfeng then realized, although it wasn't the epic monster he had hoped for, a centaur nest was still a good find. Centaur nest, a wild troop building that can recruit centaur warriors. Centaur warriors are elite troops with decent melee and ranged capabilities. The standard barracks that come with the territory can only recruit militia, and it requires upgrading to level 4 to recruit elite human swordsmen. As more resource points are occupied, using a giant dragon to guard them feels like overkill. The appearance of the centaur nest just solved his urgent need. After Jiangfeng roughly understood the terrain, he immediately broadcasted through the Lord's heart, except for the dragons guarding the important resource points, everyone else gather at XXX. The Empress also finished her training, looking expectantly and asked, my lord, what about me? Jiangfeng nodded, come with me. As a ranged unit, the centaur tribe's focus fire capability should not be underestimated. To avoid unnecessary losses, Jiangfeng had to be present on site. After thinking for a moment, Jiangfeng said, upgrade. For halos rose in succession, and Jiangfeng directly leveled up to level 5, greatly increasing his survivability. But that wasn't all. Jiangfeng thought for a moment, took a plain long sword and the light in his hand surged. Consume 20,000 spirit stones, choose enhancement direction, exceptional grade sword Crimson Holy Word. The hard-earned fortune instantly shrank by nearly half. As the light dissipated, the plain long sword transformed into a blood-red sword, 3 feet and 3 inches long, radiating a crimson glow. Crimson Holy Word, exceptional, level 5 sharpness, 22 durability, 18. Attributes, physique +9, spirit +6, load -4 skills, blood arc Holy Word truly an exceptional weapon. The Crimson Holy Word not only had explosive base attributes but also added 2 powerful skills, one offensive and one supportive, complementing each other perfectly. Seeing the Empress's eyes light up, Jiangfeng casually tossed the sword over It's yours. Remember, your task is to protect me. The Empress played with it lovingly for a moment, patting her chest and saying, "My lord, you can rest assured." Tip: the Empress feels grateful for the sword you bestowed, affection increased by 1, current 88 points. One step closer to intimacy. Half an hour later, Zhang Feng crossed the vast grassland, accompanied by the Empress and 8 dragons, arriving at the designated coordinates. The Empress stood beside Zhang Feng holding the sword. This time, the 8 dragons did not arrogantly soar in the sky. Instead, they crouched low, trying hard to hide themselves in the knee-high grass, crawling forward. Not far away was a giant centaur tribe. Teams of centaur warriors patrolled in an orderly fashion, and surprisingly, half of them were elite level. Centaur warrior, elite, race, beastman level, 8 combat power, 20 skills, rapid fire charge. Cleave looking around, there were hundreds of them. If other lords were here, even someone like Inshusha, who was a heavy spender, would only sigh in despair upon encountering such a large centaur tribe. Unfortunately, they encountered Zhang Feng. Longzhou's long face suddenly poked over, feeling uneasy. "My lord, we are dragons, and this posture is too undignified for us. Should I roar and announce your arrival to these ants?" Bang! Zhang Feng gave Longzhou a hard knock on the head and quietly scolded, "Brash? All you know is to be brash? I made you the squad leader, can't you think a little during battle? If you can ambush, why rush in, huh?" Zhang Feng was glad he came along. Nearly 1,000 level 8 monsters, not to mention fully armed elite monsters. If the dragons fought in their usual high-profile manner, victory wouldn't be difficult, but there would definitely be casualties. Legendary dragons, losing even one would break Zhang Feng's heart. After scolding Longzhou, Zhang Feng carefully observed the local formation. Then he began to devise a strategy. "Later, you will line up in a straight line and fly to the coordinates, XXX, at the fastest speed, then use dark breath to plow the ground." As someone who participated in the National High School Tactical Competition, Zhang Feng found this situation to be child's play. Ensuring the dragons understood, Zhang Feng softly said, "Attack." Yes. The 8 dragons flapped their wings and instantly took to the sky. Enemy attack. The dragons are back. Haha, a young dragon actually dares to come back. We'll have dragon meat for dinner tonight. No, wait, 1, 2, 3. 8 dragons, quick, alert the troops. Ah, not good, they've gone to the central camp. Protect Lord Malhun. Listening to the centaur's cries, Zhang Feng was pleased. It turns out to be a universal language for all races. It seems this centaur lair also has lineage and heritage. It's not some uncivilized wild tribe. Not bad, not bad. The higher the level of civilization, the greater the potential. 10 seconds later, the dragons had reached their designated location. Dark breath. A jet of pitch-black dragon breath spewed forth, sizzling as it hit the ground. 8 streams of dragon breath erupted simultaneously, instantly creating a death zone several dozen meters wide, rapidly spreading forward. The once peaceful camp erupted into continuous screams. The ordinary centaur warriors, with combat power just over 10 stars, quickly lost their ability to survive. Only the elite centaurs could struggle for a moment. Your unit. Dragon 9 killed a centaur warrior, elite, gaining energy *80, spirit stones *8, exquisite treasure chest *1. Click to extract. Your unit. Dragon 1 killed a centaur warrior, elite, gaining energy *70, spirit stones *5, soul of the unit *1. Click to extract. Your unit. Zhang Feng's blitzkrieg was a success. In an instant, hundreds of notifications popped up. To Zhang Feng's surprise, the second notification revealed a soul of the unit. Soul of the unit, elite, can be used on ordinary units to promote them to elite units. When used on elite units, it increases their star level. Good stuff. The Empress looked at the one-sided battlefield and sincerely said, "Lord, your military tactics are unconventional. I admire you." Zhang Feng waved his hand. "This is something any ordinary high school student would know. There's nothing to boast about." The Empress, curious, asked, "Lord, when will you take me to visit your world? It's called Blue Star, right?" "Yes, it's called Blue Star." There was nothing to hide. Zhang Feng kept his eyes on the battlefield and casually said, "According to the rules of the battlefield for all races, your favorability must reach 100 points before you can come with me to Blue Star." The Empress knew that favorability couldn't be forced, so she giggled, "Then Lord, you must work hard to make me willingly submit." While the two chatted casually, the dragons had already reached the main tent of the centaurs. A 3-meter-tall, muscular centaur hero was fastening his belt while cursing. "Who dares to disturb my fun? I'm getting impatient." "Ah no." Before he could finish his sentence, 8 streams of searing dragon breath fell upon him. 3 seconds later, the 8 dragons retracted their breath and soared into the sky. The only centaur hero in the tribe had turned to charcoal, dead beyond recovery. Huff, huff. Dragon 9 ascended to a height of 100 meters, finally gasping for breath after escaping the range of the centaur archers. Breathing for over 10 seconds at once is a bit exhausting. Dragon 1 deeply agreed. Lord is right, we sisters need to practice our lung capacity. At the same time, Zhang Feng received a heavenly prompt. Your unit Dragon 9 killed the Centaur Chief, rare hero, gaining energy * 20,000, Spirit Stones * 228, Wind Spirit Bow, rare * 1, and a bounty order * 1. Click to extract. Zhang Feng was overjoyed. A big haul. And it even dropped a bounty order? Seeing the bounty order, Zhang Feng's mind raced. Should I hunt Li News or Lin Mo? No, this is the first bounty order. It's a rare commodity, using it myself would be a waste. Why not sell this bounty order at a high price and let them come to hunt me? Not only is it a significant energy income, but it can also be a hefty extortion of spirit stones. But how can I sell it without raising their suspicions? The rules of the exchange flashed through his mind, and Zhang Feng formed a plan. The dragon under Zhang Feng's command was currently only level 4. Just a single breath that lasted over 10 seconds had already consumed most of its spiritual power. At this moment, the dragon team was following his orders, circling in the sky to recover their spiritual power, and Zhang Feng confidently opened the lord list of the town. Soon, he found the avatar of Tu Shan. Zhang Feng did not choose video but opened the chat interface. Only then did he realize that this little fox had sent him many messages. 929, hello, brother Zhang Feng, my name is Tu Shan. You can just call me Yaya. You're so amazing, leveling up so quickly, can we be friends? 945, can you handle a beast tide? Do you need Yaya's help? 1018, the other party requested a video call. The other party cancelled the video call. 1019, whoa, brother Zhang Feng, why are you ignoring Yaya? 1020, hello, I'm SB. 1220, so much fine iron equipment. Brother Zhang Feng is so impressive. Looking at the little fox's messages, Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. Why does it feel like this little fox isn't very smart? Zhang Feng, hello, Lord Tu Shan. The little fox quickly replied. 2. Shan, whoa, brother Zhang Feng, you finally replied to me. Can you call me Yaya? When it came to girls, Zhang Feng always went straight to the point. Well, Yaya, I want to ask you for a favor. This is a bounty order, click to view. 10% of the sale price of the bounty order will be your commission. Bounty order, after use, you can choose a territory to carry out a bounty. After winning the battle, you can plunder resources from that territory. Limited to 1 use per day. Listening to Zhang Feng's plan, the little fox readily agreed. Brother Zhang Feng, don't worry, Yaya guarantees to complete the task. Brother Zhang Feng, you took the initiative to sell the bounty order to the enemy. It seems you are very confident in your strength. Zhang Feng said half-jokingly, it's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. It's better to take advantage of the bounty order's value and make some profit first. Soon, he spent 100 spirit stones and transferred the bounty order to Tu Shan through the exchange's secret trade module. Secret trade, the exchange is not obligated to conceal transaction information for you unless you are willing to pay a fee in spirit stones. From any angle, the little fox was the best partner. And given his relationship with Inshuxia, selling the bounty order would inevitably raise suspicions. It turned out that Zhang Feng's judgment was incredibly correct. The little fox was very dedicated, and in less than a minute, there was a result. Tu Shan, brother Zhang Feng, I did not disgrace my mission. I sold the bounty order to Li News, and the spirit stones are being transferred to you. Lord Tu Shan has sent you 45,000 spirit stones. Zhang Feng was taken aback. How did you sell it for so much? Although the bounty order was a rare item in the early stages, based on past experience, 10,000 spirit stones would be an exorbitant price. Did the little fox sacrifice her appearance? Tu Shan, the bounty order is naturally not worth that many spirit stones. But don't forget, whoever gets the bounty order first can plunder fine iron from your territory first and then level up to 2 books. First, gaining the rewards of the heavenly Tao. Also, Yaya only took a 5% commission. Zhang Feng thought about it and realized that he was being oblivious to the immense allure fine iron had for other lords. Zhang Feng, thank you for your hard work, Yaya. Tu Shan, it's not hard, I also gained something. Brother Zhang Feng, look quickly, Li News has used the bounty order against you. Zhang Feng opened the regional channel. Lord Li News has issued a decree of extermination against Lord Zhang Feng. The battle will commence in 1 hour. Both lords are advised to prepare. In the battlefield of all races, killing is not a crime. Once a lord dies, unless their strength reaches a certain level, they cannot continue to exist in the form of a heroic spirit, otherwise, they are truly dead. Thus, this news instantly caused an uproar. Damn, the extermination decree was issued so quickly. Strange, there's no trade information. Did Lord Li News kill a high-level boss and get it himself? Lord Li News is amazing. Oh my, Lord Li News wouldn't actually kill Zhang Feng, would he? Lord Zhang Feng might not necessarily lose. After all, the defending side has a strategic advantage. What does having an Advantage matter? Lordly Muse is from the Li family of the East Sea. Just deploying a team of rare troops could wipe out us commoners. And Chuxia, Li Muse, if Zhang Feng loses a finger, I'll kill your whole family. Li Muse, Chuxia, don't misunderstand. I'm just taking a little resource. As long as Zhang Feng knows his place, I promise not to kill him. Faced with Li Muse's smug expression, and Chuxia could only feel anxious. This is the rule of the battlefield of all races. Moreover, although the Li family is not as powerful as their Yin family, the Yin family would never truly go to war with the Li family over a common lord. Li Muse continued, Zhang Feng, listen carefully, you have 1 hour to prepare. I hope the amount of fine iron in your territory will satisfy me. Also, you are not allowed to resist. For every soldier of mine that dies, I will destroy your territory. If 2 die, you will remain in the battlefield of all races forever. Tu Shan Yaya, Wu, you promised me not to harm brother Zhang Feng. Li Muse, ha, you're so adorably naive, little sister. Zhang Feng chuckled. This little fox has quite the talent for performance. Wei Ming, brother Zhang Feng, taking a step back opens up a vast sky. Mu Qingxuan, if brother Zhang Feng joins the military now, I will immediately negotiate with the Li family of the East Sea on behalf of the military. At least I can ensure your safety. These two are not bad, but Zhang Feng ignored them and directly closed the interface. At this moment, the dragon's spiritual power had also recovered to more than half. After enduring the recent baptism, the Centaur tribe finally managed to form a battle formation, seemingly wanting to resist stubbornly. Zhang Feng glanced at the battlefield and then issued an order through the Lord's heart. Coordinates XXX. Continue the dragon breath cleansing. After the Centaur hero was taken down, the Centaur warriors lost their leadership bonus, and their strength plummeted. The 8 giant dragons continued to line up in a row, diving down, and the terrifying black flames once again engulfed the earth. Archers, focus fire, take down a giant dragon first. This is truly a sight to behold. These dragons actually know how to intersperse for cover? They're coming. Run for your lives. The Centaur formation that had just formed instantly collapsed. After the dragon breath, over 200 centaurs were taken down again. This time, the dragons did not ascend but landed directly on the ground, engaging in close combat. Roared Dragon 9 led the charge, with the 8 giant dragons' vertical pupils igniting with black flames, their bodies swelling up. Heart of Fury. Physical strength increased by 20%, lasting 60 seconds. Physical strength, a comprehensive evaluation attribute of power, constitution, and speed. The combat power of the level 4 Black Dragon had already reached a terrifying 56 stars, possessing an overwhelming advantage over level 7 and 8 elite monsters. Now, with the explosive skill activated, the gap was even greater. Clang clang, most of the Centaur arrows were deflected by the hard dragon scales. Even if some archery skills hit the dragon scales, it only resulted in superficial wounds. The battle had already been decided. Zhang Feng slowly strolled up a hill overlooking the bloody battlefield, his eyes calm as the waves. The Empress lagged half a step behind, casually unleashing a sword chi that sliced several oblivious centaurs fleeing towards Zhang Feng in half, then curiously asked, My lord, don't you need captives? Zhang Feng shook his head, no need. People's Education Edition, detailed explanation of Lord's Basic Knowledge Article 147, surrendered heroes or troops have weak combat will, and the possibility of defection increases. Such troops can be used as cannon fodder but have no cultivation value. Although this wouldn't be reflected on the panel, it was the accumulated experience of countless predecessor lords, and Zhang Feng naturally had no reason to doubt it. Moreover, the level of surrendered troops and heroes would reset to 0. Zhang Feng didn't want to waste energy training a bunch of traitors. It was better to recruit anew. Soon, the Centaur tribe was completely scattered and killed. Long Jiu led the dragon squad to hunt down the fleeing centaurs. Zhang Feng then arrived at the Centaur nest. Hint: discovered wild. Troop building, Centaur nest, ignore, demolish, occupy? Occupy. The Centaur nest was a 10-meter tall building, its outer walls carved with weapons like bows, axes, and spears, rugged and ancient. After occupying it, Zhang Feng could finally see the panel of this troop building. Centaur nest, troops, Centaur warrior, 99%, Centaur chief, 0.99%, Centaur leader, 0.01%. Production, 1 every 4 hours stock, Centaur warrior * 12 description. This is a Centaur nest from the Malhan clan. The Malhan clan of the Wild Plains. The battlefield of the myriad races was boundless. As a well-known race in the battlefield, centaurs were also divided by class and bloodline. There were 325 known centaur clans, and Zhang Feng, being a top student, could recite them all. A 1% chance to recruit the rare troop centaur chief, a 0.01% chance to recruit the exceptional troop centaur leader. The centaur nest produced by the Malhan clan has good production and quality. He glanced at the recruitment price. Centaur warrior, elite food * 200, energy * 500, recruit all. You lose food asterisk 2400, energy asterisk 6000, at the same time 12 level 1 Centaur warriors. Streamed out of the building. Centaur warrior, race, beastman level, 1 quality, green elite, attributes physique 4.5, spirit 2, soul 2, load 2.5. Combat power 3-star skills, rapid fire arrow, charge. Looking at the attributes of the Centaur warriors, Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. A very typical physical troop, tough and resilient. Zhang Feng followed his naming convention. You are called Ma Yi, you are called Ma Heir. The empress beside him couldn't help but interject. My lord, you are busy with important matters. Why not leave the naming of such trivial things to me? How can that be? Zhang Feng frowned. This is my gift to my subordinates as a lord. After naming them, Long Jiao happened to return with the dragon squad. Report, my lord, the enemy has been completely annihilated. Zhang Feng nodded, opened the battle dynamics, and selected one-click extraction for all rewards. You gain energy asterisk 78230. You gain spirit stones asterisk 3280. You gain treasure chest fine asterisk 58. You gain treasure chest normal asterisk 208. You gain wine spirit bow rare asterisk 1. You gain troop soul elite asterisk 54. You gain physique book asterisk 1. You gain fine equipment asterisk 44 pieces. You gain blank equipment asterisk 129 pieces. You gain. Looking at the terrifying haul, Zhang Feng couldn't help but exclaim, killing and arson, a golden belt. The ancients truly do not deceive me. In addition to the regular rewards, there was also a precious physique book. Book of Physique, plus, bound after use, it increases physique by 1 point. Each unit, lord, hero, troop type can use up to 100 books per year. Attribute book. This is a rare item with an extremely low drop rate. Initially, I thought about strengthening it, but when I saw the astronomical number of spirit stones required in the enhancement list, I had to give up. Without hesitation, Zhang Feng directly used it on himself, raising his physique to 22 points. Having tasted the benefits, he immediately commanded Long Jiao continue to expand the search range and look for large monster tribes. Long Jiao, yes, my lord. 8 giant dragons soared into the sky. Half an hour later, Zhang Feng returned to his territory with the empress and the newly recruited Centaur warriors. As the territory expanded, the number of resource points occupied increased. Relying solely on the protection of 12 giant dragons was already insufficient. Therefore, training Centaur warriors was imperative. Quality over quantity. This principle applies in the world of the all-people lord as well, not only because of the population cap of the territory, but also because the energy consumed to upgrade troop types dissipates when they die in battle. This is easy to understand. A militia needs 7,850 points of energy to reach level 10. If that militia dies, that energy is essentially wasted. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng took out a green phantom. It was the soul of troop type that had just dropped. Elite soul of troop type, plus when used on ordinary troop types, it can promote them to elite troop types. When used on elite troop types, it increases their star rating. He opened the enhancement list. Enhancement direction, rare soul of troop type consumes 1000 spirit stones. Enhancement direction, excellent soul of troop type consumes 10,000 spirit stones. Enhancement direction, epic soul of troop type. Zhang Feng currently had 84,320 spirit stones. Since he decided to cultivate elite troops, troop promotion should naturally be done sooner rather than later. Choose enhancement direction, rare soul of troop type. As the light faded, Zhang Feng looked at the soul of the troop type in his hand, which had turned blue. Rare soul of troop type. When used on elite troop types, it can promote them to rare troop types. When used on rare troop types, it increases their star rating. Ma Yi. Hearing Zhang Feng's call, Ma Yi sensed something and knelt on his front legs, excitedly saying, my lord, Ma Yi will be forever loyal to you. Zhang Feng nodded and pressed the rare soul of the troop type against Ma Yi's forehead. Tip: your troop Ma Yi used the soul of the troop type and advanced to rare quality, although the level was still 1. Ma Yi's body swelled slightly and his base attributes increased by about 30%. This was not the end. Zhang Feng continued to enhance the rare soul of troop type and used it on Ma Yi. Tip: your troop Ma Yi used the rare soul of the troop type. Star rating increased, currently 2-star rare. Tip: your troop Ma Yi meets the promotion conditions and advances to excellent 1-star. A satisfied expression appeared on Zhang Feng's face. A total of 4,000 spirit stones and 4 elite souls of the troop type were consumed. If other lords knew that excellent troop types were so cheap, they would probably be extremely jealous. Centaur leader race, Centaur level, 1 quality, purple excellent. Attributes, physique 10, spirit 4, soul 4, capacity 5. Combat power, 6-star skills, piercing arrow charge brutal trample. Ma Yi flexed his solid muscles. My lord, if I faced my former self, I could take on dozens of them. The companions nearby looked on with envy. However, soon, their envy was quickly replaced by surprise. Continue to enhance the rare soul of the troop type. In the end, Zhang Feng consumed 48,000 spirit stones and 48 souls of the troop type, promoting the entire team of centaurs to excellent quality. Beep beep beep. A video request suddenly rang out, and Xuxia's avatar was flashing wildly in the lower right corner of the screen. As Zhang Feng connected, and Xuxia anxiously said, Zhang Feng, quickly check the regional channel. Zhang Feng was taken aback. What's wrong with the regional channel? And Xuxia's eyes widened. The extermination order. Zhang Feng suddenly realized, oh. What do you mean oh? The battle is about to start in 2 minutes. Don't tell me you forgot. Zhang Feng shrugged. Well, how should I put it? It wasn't that he forgot, but he hadn't taken it seriously. The Empress had already reached level 4, her combat power nearing 100 stars. With just the Empress alone, Li Mu's troops would fall like flies. However, and Xuxia worriedly said that idiot Li Muse is live streaming on the regional channel. It seems he's dead set on making you lose face. Live stream? Zhang Feng frowned. What a spendthrift. Even a level 1 town's livestream consumed 10 spirit stones per minute. Of course, if fans sent gifts, it was possible to earn some back. Seeing Zhang Feng still indifferent, and Xuxia tentatively asked, could it be, you've decided to give up resistance? That might not be a bad idea. Giving up resistance would only cost some resources and buildings. We can always take our revenge 10 years later. Once I level up to 3 books and obtain the mayor position, I'll gain access to the any door privilege in the town, and then no one will dare bully you. Truly, the emperor is not in a hurry, but the palace maid is anxious. However, looking at an Xuxia, who spoke cautiously, afraid of hurting his pride, Zhang Feng felt a warmth in his heart. It's time to reveal my cards. I have legendary heroes and legendary troops by my side. In my eyes, Li Muse is just a nobody. Anyway, she couldn't be trusted. And Xuxia rolled her eyes at Zhang Feng, still talking about legendary troops? What time is it, and you're still bragging? Zhang Feng felt helpless. He spoke the truth, yet no one ever believed him. Fine, if you don't believe it, then don't. The giant dragon had already gone out to hunt, but fortunately he had just recruited some centaurs. Zhang Feng switched the camera to the front. See this? These are my centaur warriors. Even without legendary troops, they can easily take down Li Muse. And Xuxia's eyes lit up. These centaur warriors should be a rare troop type. Judging by their size, they must be level 5. Could it be, your rare treasure chest opened a troop token? Zhang Feng shrugged. If you say so, then it is. And Xuxia breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, with the advantage of defending the city, you do have a fighting chance. After a few words of advice, and Xuxia wisely hung up the video call, Zhang Feng quickly calculated the upgrade energy. Upgrade. A series of golden lights flashed, and all the centaur warriors instantly leveled up to 6, their size increasing once more. Their combat power reached a terrifying 30 stars, comparable to a level 10 rare troop. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. With just this team of centaurs, dealing with Li Muse should be more than enough. Soon, Zhang Feng found Li Muse's live streaming room in the regional channel. Inside the live stream room, Li Muse held a sword donned in silver armor, full of vigor and arrogance. Behind him stood a beastman hero, a small squad of human archers, and a small squad of trolls, all seemingly rare troops. The live stream was bustling with activity. As the first battle between lords in the novice town, despite the vast difference in strength, it still attracted the attention of the majority of lords. At this moment, there were already over 800 people in the livestream. Mu Qingxuan, leave a line for future encounters. Wei Ming, killing is just a matter of hitting the ground, but I still want to watch the livestream. Lin Mo, hehe, the rules of the battlefield of all races are like this. If Zhang Feng is afraid of dying, he shouldn't participate. But Li brother has good courage. I offered 30,000 spirit stones for this extermination order, thinking it was a sure win, but I didn't expect Li brother to be even more ruthless. Li Muse also saw the comments in the livestream and clasped his fists, saying, brothers, you all saw it, my sharpshooter and troll have both reached level 5. Today's livestream is about taking down Zhang Feng. If you enjoy it, I hope for a wave of donations. I'll be grateful on my knees. Lord Zhang Feng donated 1 spirit stone. The donation notification left Li Muse momentarily stunned, then he sneered, now you're trying to curry favor with me? It's too late. Yin man, curry favor? Why do I feel like Zhang Feng is mocking you? Li Muse's expression darkened. Just then, a portal suddenly appeared beside him. Li Muse calmly addressed the camera. I'm coming, Zhang Feng. Feel the fear. The live stream screen blurred for a moment. When it became clear again, he was already 100 meters outside Zhang Feng's territory. Li Muse looked at the territory before him and scoffed. Everyone, look, Zhang Feng hasn't even upgraded his fence. It's really lacking in challenge. But as soon as he finished speaking, whoosh whoosh, 2 crossbow bolts shot forward and backward, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Thud thud, a human sharpshooter was caught off guard and pinned to the ground, realizing he wouldn't survive. Li Muse stared in disbelief, his eyes wide, and it took him a full 3 seconds to react, screaming, "Ah, my sharpshooter." Normally, a human territory could only recruit elite units like swordsmen at level 4 and rare units like heavy cavalry at level 7. Losing even one rare unit would make him heartbroken for days. Damn Jiang Feng. No one can save you now, not the infamily, not the military. Dare to kill my units? I want you to kneel before me and repent. Thud, thud, 2 more crossbow bolts shot forth, killing another sharpshooter. What the hell? What's with this shooting speed? If those had been aimed at me just now. Li Muse finally snapped out of his anger, shouting as he hid behind the troll. What kind of arrow tower is this? How can it be so powerful? The live stream room erupted in excitement. Jiang Feng actually has an arrow tower? Why is he so lucky? Lucky? Arrow towers require fine iron. Even if you have the blueprint, you can't build one. Isn't that still luck? But isn't the range of the arrow tower supposed to be 80 meters? The distance between both sides is at least 100 meters now. There were indeed knowledgeable viewers. Wei Ming, shooting 2 arrows simultaneously with a range exceeding 100 meters, capable of one-shotting rare archers. Could this be a rapid-fire arrow tower? That's a rare defensive building. Mu Qingxuang, that's the only explanation. The happiest one was in Xuxia. He hadn't expected that Jiang Feng not only possessed rare units but also the rapid-fire arrow tower, a devastating weapon. And Xuxia, Li Muse, if you keep this up, it'll be a mutual destruction. You can still retreat now. A hint of regret began to grow in Li Muse's heart. Even if he plundered enough fine iron, it wouldn't make up for the loss of 2 rare units. But he was already in too deep. The expedition order had cost him nearly 50,000 spirit stones. If he left behind 2 corpses and retreated in disgrace, wouldn't he become the biggest fool in 10086 town? As long as I destroy Jiang Feng's territory and plunder enough fine iron, I can be the first to upgrade to level 2, and maybe I can get the heavenly reward from the exceptional treasure chest. Thinking of this, Li Muse shouted like a gambler. Troll warriors, cover the sharpshooters, break through the fence, and destroy the arrow tower. Unfortunately, he didn't even need to break through the fence. Jiang Feng's territory suddenly opened wide at the front gate. A team of mighty centaurs charged out from within the territory. Li Muse was both surprised and delighted. Good, good, good. They dare to come out of the city? You will pay for your arrogance. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's voice came from the front territory. Rapid-fire arrows. 4-1, focus fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The centaur warriors drew their bows and shot in unison. Even though trolls are famously known as meat shields, they couldn't withstand it. The 3-headed troll was riddled with arrows, collapsing to the ground lifeless. This scene left the lords in the live stream stunned. Is Li Muse really a level 5 rare unit? This combat power is too weak. It's not that Li Muse is too weak, but that Jiang Feng is too strong. What a powerful centaur. I was just worried about Jiang Feng. Li Muse finally realized something was wrong and trembled. What quality of centaur is this? He quickly found out the answer. While he was speaking, the centaur leader had already closed in, standing upright and stomping down heavily. Boom! Accompanied by the cracking of the earth, waves of yellowish dust surged forth. All hero units, including Li Muse, lost control of their bodies and fell into a daze. Wei Ming exclaimed, "Oh my god, this is War Trample, the signature skill of the centaur leader. Jiang Feng actually possesses an extraordinary unit. Combat power can be compensated for with equipment, levels, or even hero command, but skills cannot be faked. Jiang Feng has hidden himself so well. He actually has such a trump card. I get it. It must be that rare treasure chest. The rare treasure chest has a 1 in 10,000 chance of yielding an extraordinary quality item. 1 in 10,000 chance, that's just too lucky." The battle had already lost all suspense. The centaur leader was equally formidable in melee, drawing a giant sword and mercilessly slaughtering the units brought by Li Muse. Li Muse's livestream has been closed. The lords were watching with great interest when Li Muse suddenly shut down the livestream. They immediately protested in the regional channel. "Li Muse, why did you close the livestream? I was enjoying it. Hurry and reopen the stream, or I'll blacklist you forever. I want to see the continuation. I can tip." Li Muse felt darkness closing in, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He had originally planned to stream torturing Jiang Feng, but now it had turned into him being tortured. Wouldn't continuing the stream be madness? But upon hearing about the tips, Jiang Feng became interested. Jiang Feng said, "Everyone, don't worry, I'll start the live stream right away, and I promise to make it enjoyable for you. By the way, which brother just mentioned tipping?" Li Muse shouted, "Jiang Feng, leave a way out for everything, so we can meet again in the future." Jiang Feng creates a live stream. Li Yang tips 10 spirit stones. Nyabai tips 20 spirit stones. Li Muse was so furious he nearly spat blood. What kind of situation was this? He was embarrassed, while Jiang Feng was reaping the rewards. Li Muse, being adaptable, shouted, "Retreat, everyone retreat to the territory." But when he turned around, he found that the 4 centaur leaders had already blocked the teleportation portal, leaving no way to escape. Watching his units being killed one by one, Li Muse's eyes were bloodshot. "Jiang Feng, stop it. I admit defeat this time. I promise not to hold you accountable for killing my units. Do you really intend to fight me to the death?" To the death? Jiang Feng, under the protection of the Empress's guards, stepped out of the territory. "You should worry about leaving alive." Before saying that, upon hearing this, Li Muse was shocked. "Are you crazy? You lowly commoner, do you even know what you're saying?" Jiang Feng waved his hand. Thud, the horse grinned wickedly and with a swift motion, struck down. Li Muse's arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth. "Ah, my arm!" Li Muse clutched his shoulder and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. But the pain in his body was nothing compared to the fear in his heart. Tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, "Brother Jiang Feng, we're all brothers from the same small town. Let's talk this out." The live stream fell into silence. The lords looked at Jiang Feng's calm face, a chill running down their spines. A commoner really dared to strike against a second-generation lord? Was he not afraid of the Li family's revenge from the East Sea? Even second-generation lords like Wei Ming and Mu Qingxuan fell silent. For a moment, no one dared to speak up. Then, the situation continued. A sense of inexplicable exhilaration blossomed in everyone's hearts. Man, there are too many rules in the world. How many can truly enjoy the thrill of vengeance? Watching this live stream is refreshing, so let's reward it. Man, the Lord, rewarded 10,000 spirit stones. Jiang Feng. How many spirit stones did this wealthy lord bring? Faced with Jiang Feng's thunderous methods, Li Muse was genuinely afraid. "Big brother, I am willing to." Just halfway through, he was interrupted by Jiang Feng. "Kneel first, then speak." He had always been a person who held grudges. If it weren't for the spirit stones, Li Muse would have been dead long ago. However, Li Muse dared not defy Jiang Feng's wishes in the slightest. He obediently knelt down. Forcing a smile, "Jiang Feng, I am willing to use money to redeem my life as well as the lives of my heroes and troops." Hearing Li Muse's compliance, Jiang Feng finally said with satisfaction, "Let me see how many spirit stones you have." At that moment, Li Muse was incredibly obedient. To avoid any misunderstanding from Jiang Feng, he directly took a screenshot of his Lord interface. Spirit stones, 328,710. Upon seeing this number, Jiang Feng's heart trembled. 320,000 spirit stones. These lord families must have exploited countless commoners. They are all filthy rich. Today, I shall rob the rich to help the poor. Although he was pleasantly surprised, Jiang Feng maintained a calm facade. "This little amount of spirit stones is only enough to buy your life." After saying that, Jiang Feng waved his hand. Ma understood and led the centaurs to kill Li Muse's orc hero and the few remaining archers. Li Muse's heart bled, but he dared not utter a word, only cautiously saying, "Little brother will hand over all the spirit stones now, hoping that brother Jiang Feng will keep his word and spare my life." Jiang Feng replied indifferently, "You are not worth me going back on my word." Li Muse, the Lord, transferred you 328,710 spirit stones. Jiang Feng was overjoyed. He was genuinely afraid that Li Muse was a tough nut to crack. The spirit stones existed in the Lord space. If Li Muse was unwilling, even if he killed Li Muse, he wouldn't get a single spirit stone. 320,000 spirit stones. So exhilarating. Li Muse cautiously said, "Then, big brother, I will take my leave." Jiang Feng waved his hand, signaling Li Muse to scram. Li Muse was already useless. He truly wasn't worth Jiang Feng going back on his word. As Li Muse stepped into the teleportation portal, the other lords in the livestream finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Wei Ming, brother Jiang Feng, you have the capacity to tolerate. I admire you." And Chuxia, of course, Jiang Feng is a warm-hearted guy. But he was too lenient with that Li Muse. Lin Mo, Jiang Feng, the Lord, just acted so domineering, yet in the end he still found a way to let Li Muse go. Jiang Feng laughed. "Lord Lin Mo is right. I am just a commoner. How dare I oppose you lord families? Of course, if Lord Lin Mo also wants to come to my territory to take advantage, it's best to bring enough spirit stones for redemption." Jiang Feng kindly reminded. Then he didn't care about Lin Mo's reaction and directly closed the live stream. The Empress stepped forward, somewhat frustrated. "My lord, others have already invaded. Why can't I take action?" Jiang Feng, exasperated, replied, "Did you not see the live stream just now? If you take action, who would dare to use a decree against me? In the future? How would I extort spirit stones?" But the Empress wanted to say something but was interrupted by Jiang Feng. "Don't be anxious. The hero power ranking will be announced tomorrow at noon, and that will be your moment to shine." "All right." The Empress nodded, then curiously asked, "My Lord, is it worth it to let a tiger go free for a few spirit stones? Zhang Feng scoffed. What is he compared to a tiger? The Empress had no idea that Zhang Feng's enhancements required spirit stones. Let alone 300,000 spirit stones, even 3 billion spirit stones Zhang Feng could spend in a minute. After becoming rich overnight, Zhang Feng was in a great mood. He turned his hand and took out a spirit stone. Strengthening direction, advanced spirit stone, consumes 1,000 spirit stones. A few seconds later, the Empress looked at the advanced spirit stone in Zhang Feng's hand, radiating terrifying energy, her desire unmistakable in her eyes. In my original world, spirit stones of such quality are rare, appearing only once in 100 years, and each time they do, it causes a bloodbath. Zhang Feng casually tossed the spirit stone to the Empress. Go cultivate and quickly restore your cultivation to the transformation realm. The Empress took a deep breath, calming her excitement. Thank you, my lord. I will not disappoint your expectations. Tip: the Empress is shocked by your methods and grateful for your generosity. Affection +2, current affection 90. Tip: the Empress's affection has reached intimate. Perhaps your relationship can progress further. My lady? Ha! The Empress even changed how she referred to herself after reaching intimacy. 100 kilometers away, Ying Man was leading her troops to clear a large goblin camp. Before epic troops, goblins were no match. Ying Man closed the regional channel and exclaimed, Sister Meng, I didn't expect this Zhang Feng to be hiding so deep. An exceptional troop. If it weren't for that Li Niu's using a subjugation order against him, he might have kept his trump card for the mayoral competition a few days later. Meng Tian also rarely showed a look of appreciation. A commoner, yet relying on courage and luck, starting with an exceptional troop. Zhang Feng is indeed impressive. Ying Man suggested with anticipation, since Zhang Feng is so outstanding, can I make him my vassal lord? Meng Tian, having been a lord for thousands of years, saw through Ying Man's intentions at a glance. Not to mention our immortal Qin, the Li family of the Tang dynasty in the 5th heaven, the Shu family of the Ming dynasty in the 6th heaven, and even the now declined Aizen Zharo family in the 7th heaven. Countless princes and grandsons are lining up to become your vassal lord, and each of them starts with epic troops. In comparison, Zhang Feng's exceptional troop gained through a stroke of luck is nothing. If your highness wants to take him as a vassal lord, it's probably not because of his strength but because he's handsome. Ying Man, feeling exposed, stomped her foot. Am I such a superficial person? Meng Tian spoke earnestly. Emperor Shi Huang has high hopes for you, your highness. Your task is to complete 4 heavenly wars within 100 years, reaching the 3rd heaven and returning to immortal Qin. No matter how excellent Zhang Feng is, being able to become a local power is already a blessing from his ancestors. He and your highness are destined to be from 2 different worlds. Ying Man was somewhat unconvinced, but Zhu Yuanzhang, the lord of Ming domain, started with just a bull, and he's not even as good as Zhang Feng. Zhu Yuanzhang? Meng Tian replied irritably. How many thousands of years has Longwa produced only one Zhu Yuanzhang? Many city lords like to use Zhu Yuanzhang to inspire newcomers, saying heroes do not ask about their origins, but I think that's just toxic chicken soup. Ying Man sighed. Alright. Meng Tian stopped there and changed the subject. Congratulations, your highness. Once we eliminate this goblin camp, we can occupy the fine iron mine. With our epic farmers, if we mine with full effort, the speed of upgrading to level 2 won't lag behind Zhang Feng. Ying Man felt a bit better. Sister Meng is already the top of the hero combat power list, and with the first place upgrading to level 2, this time I must establish the reputation of immortal Qin. Upgrade to level 2. Zhang Feng commanded. The Lord's mansion was once again enveloped in golden light. Countdown, 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds, complete immediately, consumes 1200 spirit stones. Upgrading to level 2 requires resources. Fine wood *1000, fine stone *2000, fine iron *1000. After exterminating the centaur nest and extorting a hefty sum from Li Niu's, Zhang Feng was now quite wealthy and leisurely, riding high on the spring breeze. He decided to upgrade to level 2 first. After just enhancing the resources, Zhang Feng also discovered a serious problem. Enhancement also consumes time. Fortunately, the dozen or so resource points produced some fine resources, otherwise, I would be exhausted. Even so, the 2000 units of resources took me nearly an hour. Relying on enhancement to obtain high-level resources is ultimately not a long-term solution. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Feng continued to issue orders. Use 1200 spirit stones, completed immediately. There were too many strong players among the current lords, especially that Ying Man, who was quite mysterious. To ensure he was the first to upgrade to level 2, Zhang Feng decided to splurge a bit and instantly upgraded the Lord's Mansion. Hint: you have upgraded the Lord's Mansion to level 2, unlocking the building shooting range and crystal mine. The territory area has increased to 10,000 square meters. Boom, the fog of war dissipated once again. the territory area expanded to a radius of 100 meters. It had already surpassed the size of a football field. Of course, Zhang Feng's speed in upgrading to level 2 was incredibly fast. The Heavenly Dao hadn't even announced the reward system for level 2 yet, so there were no regional announcements or rewards at this time. He opened the interface for the upgraded Lord's Mansion. Lord's Mansion, level 2, Lord, Zhang Feng area, 10,000 square meters. Population, 330/350 buildings. Exchange, 0*1, warehouse, 1*15, residential, 1*20, fence, 0*128, quarry, 1*5, lumberyard, 1*6, smelting plant, 1*3, blacksmith, 1*1, mysterious cabin, 1*1, crossbow tower, 1*1, constructible buildings, shooting range, crystal mine food, 1520 resources, common wood *3300, common stone *3800. Common iron or *882, fine wood *12, fine stone *18, fine iron *1, bound, energy 15832, bound, spirit stones 372,100. Upgrading the territory too quickly and the lack of resources has caused the basic buildings to lag behind. Even food is a bit short. Zhang Feng sighed, then opened the exchange and filtered for food, sorting by price from low to high. Food, selling price 2 units for 1 spirit stone. Now Zhang Feng was quite wealthy. Spending some spirit stones to buy food meant he didn't need the dragons to hunt deliberately, which was very cost effective. Hint, you purchase 10,000 units of food, spending 5,000 spirit stones. Immediately after, Zhang Feng quickly calculated the remaining construction resources and commanded, upgrade all residential buildings to level 2. Resources were tight, so he prioritized increasing the population cap to have more farmers gathering resources. As for the fences, they remained at the initial 128 meters. Zhang Feng planned to build walls directly after upgrading to level 3. At this moment, the sun had already set. Zhang Feng instructed the residents to cook for themselves. Then he took out the final harvest from this raid on the giant centaur nest treasure chests. A total of 58 fine treasure chests and 208 ordinary treasure chests. Zhang Feng took out 1 ordinary whiteboard treasure chest. Consume 100 spirit stones, choose enhancement direction, fine treasure chest. Enhancing treasure chests was not cost effective. However, ordinary treasure chests could only yield resources and whiteboard equipment. Only fine and above treasure chests had a chance to yield an important item, blueprints. Although the chance was small. Soon, consuming 20,800 spirit stones, all 208 ordinary treasure chests were enhanced to fine quality. Looking at the ground full of fine treasure chests, Zhang Feng excitedly rubbed his hands together. Come on, blueprints. You opened a fine treasure chest and obtained fine wood *50. Bad luck. You opened a fine treasure chest, and a miasma burst out from the chest. Fortunately, you dodged quickly. You opened a fine treasure chest and obtained spirit stones *30. He opened 30 treasure chests in one go, and the best outcome was resources. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and shouted at Empress, come here. With a whoosh, the Empress appeared beside Zhang Feng. My lord, what is your command? He pointed to the treasure chests scattered on the ground and said, open a few and see. Your hero Empress opens a fine treasure chest and obtains the blueprint for Arrow Tower. Fortune smiles upon you. Your hero Empress opens a fine treasure chest and obtains the rare equipment fine steel armor. Your hero Empress opens a fine treasure chest and obtains the blueprint for farmland. After casually opening 3 treasure chests, the Empress asked doubtfully, is that enough, my lord? Zhang Feng suppressed the imbalance in his heart and replied lightly, from now on, this lord is busy with important matters, so opening treasure chests will be left to you. Could it be that even a 1 in 10,000 chance of high-quality items could be triggered? Is it true that legendary heroes are favored by fortune? The Empress looked at Zhang Feng, then at the treasure chests on the ground as if she understood something, and giggled. Could it be that my lord's luck is so poor that you need me as a tool? Zhang Feng shot her a glare. Is that how you speak to your lord? Giggle. The Empress, dressed in palace attire, was already incredibly alluring, and with that smile, she became even more enchanting. I accidentally guessed my lord's thoughts. It's all my fault. As her favorability increased, the changes in the Empress were almost visible to the naked eye. Although she still maintained a cold demeanor in front of outsiders and even dragons, often referring to herself as this Empress, she occasionally revealed a more girlish side in front of Zhang Feng. Before long, nearly 300 fine treasure chests were all opened. The Empress truly had the Midas touch. Although no attribute books were obtained, the rewards were still plentiful. First, there were dozens of fine equipment pieces. Next, there were 25 fine soul of troops and 1 fine soul of heroes. Fine soul of heroes plus can be used by ordinary heroes to advance to elite heroes, can be used by elite heroes to increase star level. This was something even more valuable than a hero token. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng was too poor, otherwise he could immediately strengthen it into a legendary Soul of Heroes, raising the Empress to legendary 2 stars, greatly increasing her combat power, or upgrading an epic hero to legendary quality. Next, there was surprisingly a skill book. Flowing Palm, plus E-level skill, when cultivated to a high level, can manipulate the target's bodily fluids. From any perspective, this palm technique was quite good. Finally, there were the blueprints. The Empress opened a total of 7 blueprints: Arrow Tower *4, Farmland *2, Kitchen *1 farmland, plus covers an area of 100 square meters, can grow grains, fruits, and vegetables. Perhaps, you can look for some seeds. Kitchen, plus improves the food quality for the residents, stabilizes and enhances the loyalty of the territory. You no longer have to endure that inedible food, all good things. However, Jiang Feng currently had no extra energy or resources to build these farming-type buildings, because he was planning something big. Jiang Feng took out a blueprint for an arrow tower. Consume 20,000 spirit stones, choose enhancement direction, Tower of Heavenly Wrath. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. During this time, Li Muse had completely vanished, not even daring to utter a harsh word, seemingly truly afraid. Indeed, evil must be dealt with by evil. Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh. On the other hand, Shusha and the little fox sent private messages, reminding him to stay safe. Jiang Feng spent 140,000 spirit stones and finally upgraded all 4 towers of Heavenly Wrath to Level 2. Tower of Heavenly Wrath Level 2 Power, 72 Rate of Fire, 2 seconds range, 300 meters skills, Explosive Arrow Wrath of the Heavens. The Level 2 Tower of Heavenly Wrath stood 10 meters tall, its body intricately carved with red runes glowing brilliantly. A red energy sphere, with a diameter of at least 1 meter, rolled wildly but was firmly bound within the magical crown atop the tower. The Tower of Heavenly Fury possesses a battle power of 72 stars. In terms of destructive capability, it has already surpassed legendary troops of the same level. If it weren't for Jiang Feng mastering the enhancement ability, any other lord, even with the blueprints, would lack the resources to construct it. Suddenly, a massive dragon head poked in. Longjio looked at the Tower of Heavenly Fury and exclaimed, "My lord, this defense tower actually makes me feel the threat of death." Jiang Feng patted Longjio's head. "How have you all been resting?" Longjio squinted comfortably like a lazy dog. "Reporting to my lord, the dragon squad has fully revived, and according to your suggestion, I am urging them to practice their lung capacity, aiming for the next breath to last 20 seconds. Jiang Feng chuckled. This little female dragon learns quickly and has strong execution ability. She is a promising talent. Whether it's the lord, heroes, or troops, everyone needs rest. So, as soon as night fell, Jiang Feng summoned all the dragons back to the territory. He even neglected the defense of resource points for this. The Empress appeared silently beside Jiang Feng and yawned. "My esteemed lord, why are you all still awake at this late hour? Is there a battle today?" "Indeed, there is a battle," Jiang Feng nodded, "and it's a fierce one." Upon hearing this, the Empress's eyes lit up. Jiang Feng turned his head and, upon seeing the Empress's attributes, exclaimed in surprise, "Your Tianyin decision has reached mastery. How did it happen so quickly?" Empress, Legend, Level, for Affection, 90, Intimate, Attributes, Physique, 112 plus 32, Spiritual Power 84 plus 32, Soul 60 plus 32, Capacity 76. Skill, Tianyin Decision Mastery, C-Level, Battle Power, 107. The Empress slightly raised her chin. "My Tianyin decision was originally at the transformation realm, so recultivating it is naturally a piece of cake. Plus, with the high-quality spirit stones provided by my lord, reaching mastery in a day is nothing to be surprised about." Though she said this, the Empress's expression didn't seem humble at all. Good. Truly worthy of being the Empress. Level 4. Achieving 100-star battle power. It can be said that there has been no precedent. If the Empress continues to be so fierce and a bit proud, Jiang Feng can accept it. With everything ready, Jiang Feng no longer delayed. "Finish the fight early, and we can sleep early." He took out the dark bait he had purchased during the day from the mysterious cabin. Dark bait plus has a strong attraction to dark attribute monsters, capable of triggering a wave of dark attribute monsters at the current territory level. If used at night, the effect is doubled. Opening the enhancement list, Jiang Feng took a deep breath. Consume 100,000 spirit stones, choose enhancement direction, advanced dark bait. It's worth noting that enhancing an epic treasure chest only costs 100,000 spirit stones. Speaking of which, he must thank Li Muse, the money-giving boy. Otherwise, with Jiang Feng's financial resources, he could only enhance to intermediate dark bait. After enhancement, the dark bait emitted a deadly aura, as if it could draw in anyone's gaze. The Empress gasped. "I have never seen such an evil thing." Jiang Feng shifted his gaze and gently tossed it. "Use." The dark bait shone brightly. Immediately after, Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down from a height of 1,000 meters, and what was shocking was that this lightning was black, an extreme black. Filthy thunder descends, calamity must follow. Zhang Feng muttered, does it really need to be this loud? Nearby lords are probably going to have a sleepless night. The black lightning increased in number. At the edge of the war fog, countless spatial rifts rapidly formed. Pairs of crimson eyes peered through time and space, greedily gazing at the vibrant world before them. Wow wow! Accompanied by a piercing cry, a small squad of 4-meter-wide black crows burst out from the crack, circling above the territory. Zhang Feng said softly, rare unit from the dark dimension, 6-eyed black crow, level 8, not bad, not bad. After all, the stronger the monster, the greater the rewards. Immediately after, one team after another of at least rare quality units surged out from the crack. Dark Rangers, Eerie Mages, Grey Ghosts, Evil Eyes, and what's that? Upon seeing the figure at the back of the Dark Legion, riding a nightmare and exuding a terrifying aura, Zhang Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. An epic-level terrifying duke, or a 5-star epic. For many lords, this night was destined to be sleepless. 30 kilometers away, in a territory. What the hell? What's that sound? Wei Ming sprang up from the bed in the lord's mansion, quickly making his way to the window. He saw the war fog stretching for miles, with thunder and lightning. What was shocking was that the lightning was actually black. What the hell? This is heavenly dirty thunder. Such a terrifying light and shadow effect. Is it the birth of a divine calamity? A treasure emerging? Or a dark invasion? As an outstanding second-generation lord, Wei Ming had a good understanding and instantly thought of several possibilities. But no matter which possibility it was enough to give this rookie lord a headache. This is so damn unfair. That guy Zhang Feng has both fine iron and spirit rice. He even opened a superior unit from a rare treasure chest. It's enough to make Tina, the goddess of luck, call him daddy. Wei Ming was indignant. I was planning to conserve my strength today and wipe out that medium-sized goblin tribe tomorrow, then mine the fine iron. We're both lords of 10,086 town, but why is my fate so miserable? Although frustrated, Wei Ming didn't dare to slack off and quickly summoned his rare heroes and units to be on alert. Miss Meng, did you hear any sounds? Meng Tian activated her divination technique, looking seriously into the distance. Such a powerful aura. Such a strong aura. How could it appear in a novice town? Of course, anything could happen on the battlefield of all races. Ying Man was somewhat excited. Is it a monster? Should we go and steal the kill? Meng Tian rolled her eyes. Your Highness, that aura is at least 100 kilometers away from us. By the time we get there, the cucumbers will be cold. Saying this, Meng Tian shook her head. I wonder which unlucky kid is nearby. Your Highness, just wait. Maybe the heavenly Tao will soon announce that a lord has fallen. Terrifying Duke race, dark creature level, 10 quality, orange epic, combat power, 128 skills, 5-star epic. One more star and it can advance to the legendary, terrifying monarch. Using dark bait at night doubles the effect, but I didn't expect it to summon such a boss. If it weren't for the 4 towers of heavenly wrath, even if we win this battle, who knows how many units would die. The Empress licked her lips. Leave this guy to me. Zhang Feng, sure, but clop clop clop, the sound of hooves echoed in the night sky. The terrifying Duke, 3 meters tall, clad in bloody armor, rode out from the dark camp on a nightmare. Wherever it passed, it left a trail of dark flame hoofprints on the ground. As a 5-star epic powerhouse, the terrifying Duke naturally had its own presence. Other dark creatures, whether rare quality Eerie Mages or superior quality Dark Rangers, all slightly bowed their heads in respect. Such a rich source of dark power, an irresistible aroma. The terrifying Duke took a deep breath, looking intoxicated. As a reward, insignificant humans, I will let you. Before it could finish speaking, the 4 towers of heavenly fury simultaneously emitted a terrifying red light. Zhang Feng had no time to deal with a wild monster's babble. Wrath of the heavens, focus fire on the terrifying Duke. Boom! 4 streams of orange-red flames instantly crossed the 100-meter void, engulfing the terrifying Duke. Your Tower of Heavenly Fury killed the Evil Eye, rare, gaining energy *800, Spirit Stones *112. Click to extract. Your Tower of Heavenly Fury killed the Dark Ranger, exquisite, gaining energy *7000, Spirit Stones *1350. Click to extract. Your Tower of Heavenly Fury. Dozens of nearby dark creatures were caught in the blast, instantly obliterated. The Empress stomped her foot. Wasn't this guy supposed to be left to me? Zhang Feng replied, don't worry, he won't die. It's all yours now. The 4 towers of heavenly fury focused their fire, enough to annihilate any dragon under his command. The terrifying Duke was naturally not feeling well either. As the flames dissipated, the disheveled figure of the terrifying Duke emerged, seemingly gravely injured, and he roared, kill. Zhang Feng waved his hand. His army launched a full-scale attack. To avoid damage to the buildings, Zhang Feng aimed to keep the battlefield outside his territory. 12 black dragons soared into the sky, their dragon breath sweeping the ground. 12 centaur leaders formed a formation to defend the territory. The 4 towers of heavenly fury were still on cooldown, but the damage from the explosive arrow was equally terrifying, each strike capable of killing a rare dark creature in an instant. The Empress directly confronted the injured terrifying Duke. The battle erupted in an instant. Zhang Feng, however, took a step back and entered the Lord's mansion. He was afraid that there might be stealth units like shadow assassins among the monsters. There's no choice. Without lookout towers and true sight buildings, and with the Empress not by my side, it's better to be cautious. The Lord's mansion was absolutely safe until the durability ran out. The terrifying Duke looked at the suddenly appearing black dragons, and after a moment of shock, his face revealed extreme greed. Legendary black dragons. A level 4 young dragon. The Dark Overlord's favor, just what I need, a legendary mount. As soon as he finished speaking, 9 streams of chaotic sword energy enveloped him. Following that was a cold voice. As a dark creature, why do you always daydream? Sea-level minor perfection skill heavenly sound 9 kills. The Empress's strongest ultimate move. Ah! The terrifying Duke roared in anger, trying to break free from the attack, but it was too late. His body was once again marked with several gruesome wounds. Zhang Feng, watching from the back, quickly realized he had been overly cautious. Although the terrifying Duke had higher combat power, most of the Empress's skills were above minor perfection. As soon as they clashed, she pressed the terrifying Duke down. The other battlefields were similarly one-sided. After all, it was equivalent to a wave of level 2 monsters, although the dark creatures were high level, mostly between levels 7 to 10, even 5-star exquisite units had combat power not exceeding 50 stars, completely overwhelmed by the dragons. Occasionally, a few exquisite 2-star or 3-star monsters were also killed by the combined efforts of several dragons. Your unit Dragon 9 killed the Dark Ranger, exquisite 2-star, you gained energy * 9600, spirit stones * 1650, exquisite treasure chest * 1. Click 2. Extract, your unit Dragon 1 killed the Evil Eye, exquisite, you gained energy * 8000, spirit stones * 1450, book of divine souls * 1. Click to extract your unit. Since the battle erupted, the reports of war had not ceased in Zhang Feng's ears. In a short while, he had accumulated over 80,000 energy, comparable to the gains from clearing the giant centaur territory during the day. The Empress only needed 62,000 energy to level up to level 6. Zhang Feng raised his hand, wanting to upgrade the Empress and secure victory in one fell swoop. But looking at the excited Empress, he hesitated. Forget it, it's not easy to encounter a decent opponent, let her fight to her heart's content. After all, the situation on the battlefield was completely under control. Another minute passed, and seeing the situation was hopeless, the terrifying Duke roared, "You forced my hand." The Empress exclaimed excitedly, "Do you have a trump card?" But little did she know, the terrifying Duke was merely bluffing, turning to flee. For such a scenario, Zhang Feng had long prepared a contingency plan. Long Jiu had already positioned 3 black dragons at the spatial rift. Dark creatures excelled at sowing discord, and the terrifying Duke bellowed, "As dark beings, why do you willingly become slaves to a human?" "Nonsense!" Long Jiu retorted angrily, "We are not dark beings, we just have darker skin, that's called wheat-colored." Zhang Feng chuckled, "This fool." He then raised his hand and pointed at the Empress. 2 beams of light instantly descended upon her. The Empress leveled up by 6, her combat power instantly surpassing 150 stars. The sudden surge of power left the Empress momentarily stunned. Then she bowed to Zhang Feng. "Thank you, Lord, for your support." How clever she was, instantly understanding Zhang Feng's good intentions. Leveling up in battle? The terrifying Duke felt the Empress's strength and was immediately filled with despair, roaring, "What about your dignity as a strong being?" Tiani 9 kills. The Empress's killing move responded to him. The Empress's combat power surged. Meanwhile, the terrifying Duke suffered repeated heavy blows, and with the ebb and flow of power, he could no longer withstand the Empress's ultimate attack. "No, I won't accept this." The terrifying sword energy shredded the terrifying Duke along with the nightmare beneath him into pieces. Zhang Feng couldn't help but complain, "You, a monster, why all this drama? You're acting like the main character." At that moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao prompt also rang out. "Your hero, the Empress, has slain the terrifying Duke. Epic, you have gained energy * 180000, spirit stones * 20,000, epic treasure chest * 1, epic soldier talisman * 1, ghost armor, epic * 1, intermediate physique book * 1. Damn, an epic soldier talisman dropped. This is incredible." The surprise came too suddenly, and Zhang Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Other items, even the epic treasure chest and epic equipment, or the intermediate physique book that permanently increases attributes by 10 points, couldn't excite Zhang Feng as much. The drop rate for soldier talismans is extremely low. Moreover, the cost of enhancement reveals the rarity of soldier talismans. Enhancing an epic treasure chest costs only 100,000 spirit stones. However, enhancing an epic soldier talisman requires 1 million spirit stones. An epic soldier talisman means Zhang Feng is about to add another squad of epic soldiers. Just think about it. During the day, Zhang Feng had expended so much effort just for a squad of extraordinary centaurs. In Zhang Feng's eyes, the value of an epic soldier talisman even surpassed that of legendary equipment. Once he calmed down, Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. The terrifying Duke truly deserves to be a boss on the verge of becoming legendary. He was so wealthy. Of course, now was not the time to count the spoils, because the battle was not yet over. With the 5-star epic terrifying Duke dead, the other dark monsters immediately began to waver. Seeing this, Zhang Feng immediately shouted, "Empress, go all out. Not a single one is allowed to escape." The monsters attracted this time were at least of rare quality, and in the wild, they would be considered boss-level existences. Losing even one would pain Zhang Feng. "Rest assured, my lord," the Empress replied, her sword swinging. Swish, a 10-meter arc of sword energy swept across the battlefield. Like cutting wheat, a dozen dark creatures were severed in half, crying out in agony. Crimson Arc. The sword's inherent skill, Scarlet Holy Word. Although its single-target kill capability was not as strong as Tianyi 9 kills, its ability to clear minions was unmatched. The dark creatures finally broke down. "Run! This woman is a demon. Is this the second lord? The new human lord is terrifying. Our new lord from the dark region is much gentler." Sword energy crisscrossed, and the killing intent filled the air. Every sword energy from the Empress could take down a monster. At level 6, the Empress faced these low-tier monsters, most of whom had combat power below 50 stars, and it was nothing short of a massacre. Even the dragons showed signs of fear in their eyes. Long Jiu muttered, "This human woman is so ruthless." Zhang Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that under the powerful deterrence of the Empress, the loyalty of the dragon and centaur troops under her command had significantly increased once again. Soon, the battlefield fell silent. The Empress sensed for a moment and softly said, "My lord, I have not failed my mission. All the invading enemies have been vanquished." "Good." Zhang Feng approached the Empress and tidied her slightly messy long hair. "You've worked hard." This somewhat intimate gesture surprisingly made the once mighty Empress feel a bit shy. "Don't touch me like that, so many people are watching." "Ha ha." Zhang Feng laughed heartily, then casually reinforced 10 high-grade spirit stones and stuffed them into the Empress's hands. "This lord is clear about rewards and punishments. This is your reward." The Empress happily accepted. "With these high-grade spirit stones, my heavenly sound technique can soon be restored to perfection." Seeing the high-grade spirit stones, Long Jiu also leaned in, eagerly hinting, "My lord, little Jiu has worked hard too." Zhang Feng patted Long Jiu's head as a reward. After waiting for a long time, Long Jiu realized that her lord was just teasing her and immediately pouted. "My lord is biased." Zhang Feng shot her a glare. "Can't you move when you see something shiny? What use are spirit stones to you besides collecting?" High-grade spirit stones in the Empress's hands could quickly be converted into combat power, but Long Jiu, as a dragon, simply liked shiny things. It is well known that collecting is the most money-consuming hobby. At this moment, the Heavenly Tao also provided the Battle Settlement. Battle Settlement, annihilated enemies, 308 rare troops, 24 excellent troops, 1 epic troop. Our casualties, 0 time taken for battle, 11 minutes 26 seconds battle evaluation. B basic reward, Spirit Stones *200, Energy *2000. Click to extract. Evaluation reward, Spirit Stones *2000, Energy *20,000. Find Treasure Chest *2. Click to extract. For any second-tier lord, this battle settlement reward would be considered a windfall. However, Zhang Feng, who was used to feasting on big fish and meat, found it somewhat unimpressive. But there was nothing he could do. The battle settlement rewards were only related to the territory level and battle evaluation. Fortunately, this time's gains had far exceeded Zhang Feng's expectations. Extract all rewards with one click. You have obtained Energy *534800. You have obtained Spirit Stones *63820. You have obtained. Excluding the over 80,000 energy extracted during the battle, he gained another 530,000 energy. In comparison, the 60,000 Spirit Stones seemed less significant. The terrifying Duke dropped an epic battle talisman, an epic treasure chest, an epic piece of equipment, and a book on intermediate physique. Phantom armor, epic, level, 10 durability, 42 attributes, physique plus 15, spirit plus 15, soul plus 10, load minus 10 skills, fear devour phantom protection ghostly walk. Top notch. Not only were the attributes off the charts, but among the 3 skills, one was a control skill, one was a passive defense skill, and one was a stealth skill. The only drawback was that it required a considerable amount of load capacity. Zhang Feng decided to wear this armor himself. Although Zhang Feng didn't need to participate in battles, who would complain about having too strong survival ability? Intermediate physique book bound after use increases physique by 10 points. Each year, each unit, lord, hero, troop can use up to 100 books. No doubt, the attribute book should be used by himself. A flash of golden light. Zhang Feng's physique increased by another 10 points. Besides the contribution from the terrifying Duke, the gains from the little monsters were also remarkable. Low-level attribute book, 1 excellent treasure chest, 3 rare treasure chest, 22 excellent soul of troop, 2 rare soul of troop, 24 rare equipment, 18 pieces. Ha! Zhang Feng yawned. It was already midnight, and after a busy day, he felt a bit tired. He didn't rush to open the treasure chests but instead took out the epic troop token. Although unverified, there has been a saying circulating on the Lord's Forum: the troop tokens dropped by powerful monsters will yield stronger troops. I hope this is true and I can summon a powerful troop. The troop token shot out, transforming into a light gate that stood in the void. Not just Zhang Feng, but the Empress and the giant dragon also watched nervously as the troop was about to appear. Soon, a tall golden figure stepped out from the light gate. Is it actually a female troop? What surprised Zhang Feng even more was that this group of female troops came equipped with armor and weapons. Each of them had exquisite features. The golden tight armor accentuated their perfectly proportioned figures, far surpassing all the supermodels from Zhang Feng's previous life. The weapons were also special, consisting of 2 golden shotguns, with lightning occasionally swirling around the tips, crackling loudly. Before long, 12 troops stood before Zhang Feng, and the red-haired female warrior stepped forward, pounding her chest with her right hand. I am Cynthia, the leader of the goddess warriors, at your service, my lord. Zhang Feng was taken aback. You have names? After all, even the legendary black dragon he summoned in the morning didn't have a name. Cynthia nodded, replying to my lord, the goddess warrior clan is an eternal race, and we have existed for 10,000 years. This time, we are willing to give up our great power and eternal life to answer your call, hoping to find a chance for our race to reproduce. Goddess warriors. It was a race he had never heard of. However, no one knew how many races existed in the battlefield of 10,000 clans, so Zhang Feng was only surprised for a moment before returning to normal. He smiled and probed. This lord has quite a talent for naming. I intend to give you a more pleasant name. What do you think? It wasn't that Zhang Feng had a compulsion, it was just that female 1 and female 2 or goddess 1 and goddess 2 were easier to remember. The Empress, unable to hold back any longer, interjected, they probably don't think so. Cynthia, quite clever, glanced at the giant dragon beside her and immediately understood, stating seriously, our names have been used for over 10,000 years, so there is no need to trouble my lord. Zhang Feng shot a glare at the Empress, then sighed regretfully, what a pity. Immediately after, he looked at Cynthia's attributes. Cynthia race, goddess warrior level, 1 quality, orange. Epic attributes, physique 22, plus 8, spirit 6, soul 6, capacity 6. Combat power, 10 star skills, Thunder Battle Body Master of Gunplay Thunder Projection. Fated equipment, Thunder Divine Gun, Thunder Divine Armor. Whoa. Looking at the attributes and skills of the goddess warrior, Zhang Feng exhaled lightly, suppressing the excitement within. He was genuinely thrilled. Similar to some online games from his previous life, whether it was a lord, hero, or troop, the most taboo attribute was mediocrity. Under the same combat power, the more extreme the attributes, the stronger they became. For example, the troop Golden Behemoth, renowned across the realms, almost abandoned all other attributes to stack physique. This was also why, among legendary troops, the Golden Behemoth was said to be able to tear apart dragons. The goddess warrior was no different. Although Cynthia's initial combat power was only 10 stars, with her 22 points in physique growth, combined with 3 physical skills, her melee capability was certainly not inferior to that of a dragon. The other goddess warriors were slightly weaker but still at epic 2 stars. It was truly a treasure found. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, let's upgrade you first. He gently waved his hand, and countless golden lights fell upon the heads of the goddess warriors. Your unit Cynthia has been upgraded to level 2, consuming 700 energy points your unit. The experience required for a 3-star epic unit to upgrade is about 70% of that of a legendary dragon. The experience required for a 2-star epic unit to upgrade is about 60% of that of a legendary dragon. A dazzling golden light flashed, and all the goddess warriors were upgraded to level 5. A total of 226,300 energy points were consumed. Immediately after, Zhang Feng upgraded all the dragons to level 5, consuming another 156,000 energy points. With 170,000 energy points remaining, Zhang Feng did not act rashly. The battlefield of all races is ever changing. He would allocate resources based on the actual situation tomorrow. Ha! Zhang Feng yawned again. Everyone has worked hard today, you can go rest now. As he watched Zhang Feng leave, Cynthia suddenly turned around and said, Sisters, we have achieved nothing. Yet we have received so much energy to directly upgrade to level 5. This is an insult to our honor as warriors. The vice captain, named Giselle, nodded in agreement. That's right, let's go hunt monsters to repay our lord's generosity. The proud goddess warriors responded enthusiastically, each one filled with fighting spirit. The Empress looked at the active performance of the goddess warriors and nodded in satisfaction before leaving with Zhang Feng. Back in the Lord's bedroom, Zhang Feng first put up nearly 100 pieces of unused fine iron equipment, and the fine iron sword he had reinforced during this time on the trading platform. He then posted a few purchase requests. Only then did he lie down on the bed, preparing to rest. Just as he lay down, he received a notification from the Heavenly Tao. Your unit Cynthia has killed a lizardman warrior, gaining energy *3. Just then, the Empress's voice came from the bedroom door. They have gone out to hunt monsters. I know, Zhang Feng nodded. With their current strength, even if they encounter the terrifying Du, they can easily surround and kill him. He then looked at the Empress's graceful figure and asked curiously, Is there something you need at this late hour? The Empress pouted, My lord, where am I supposed to sleep? You sleep. Zhang Feng was about to say you can sleep in the common room, but suddenly realized he had promised to give the Empress the respect she deserved as a strong person. The environment of a level 2 common room is not even worth a dog's attention. How about we just make do for one night? This is the Lord's treatment. Saying this, Zhang Feng shifted over in the bed and encouraged, Don't have any worries, just sleep boldly. With my character as the Lord, what bad intentions could I possibly have? You have no gentlemanly demeanor at all. The Empress shot Zhang Feng a glare. Forget it, I'll just sleep on the floor. Give me a blanket. Zhang Feng readily agreed, sure. No matter how much he respected the strong, he couldn't let the Lord sleep on the floor. And so, the two of them fell into a deep sleep, one above and one below. Zhang Feng slept soundly, unaware that the regional channel was thrown into chaos in the middle of the night. Wei Ming, image, click to view. Wei Ming, a dirty thunder has descended, brothers. And it's right next to my territory. Help me analyze which god it is. I'm trembling with fear. There were still some night owls around, and they all popped up at once. Moo. Xingxuan, it looks so terrifying. My territory should be far away. I have no perception at all. Naturally, there were more lords closer to Zhang Feng than just Wei Ming. Wei Ming, I see it too. It seems our territories are not far apart. I'll stick with you from now on. Wei Ming, I don't even know if I can survive tonight, and you want to stick with me? I'm too scared to close my eyes, afraid that if I do, I'll never wake up. Ingyin Man, I really envy your luck. It would be great if I were nearby too. Wei Ming. Ingyin Man, a reward of 10,000 spirit stones for a close-up photo. Wei Ming, big shot, stop messing around, people could die. Wei Ming, look quickly, the dirty thunder has stopped. Wei Ming, it has stopped. But that doesn't mean the crisis is over. And Shuxia, that's right, if it really is a dark invasion, from now on, you all need to be careful. What was reassuring was that more than 10 minutes had passed, yet there was no heavenly prompt of a lord's fall. Just as the regional channel was about to fall silent, Lord Zhang Feng has consigned 126 pieces of fine iron equipment at the trading post consignment method, auction or fixed price. Auction time, 6 hours. Fixed price, 2,000 spirit stones. How many pieces? 126, if I'm not mistaken. Iron frame bow? Only a level 2 blacksmith shop can forge bows. Could it be that Lord Zhang Feng has upgraded to level 2? Not just bows, but also armor and other equipment, so these items weren't forged. That startled me. Upgrading to level 2 on the first day of the server is simply unheard of. With so many attribute items, could it be that Lord Zhang Feng has taken down a monster gathering spot? Wei Ming, indeed, exceptional troops are impressive. I also discovered a goblin gathering spot, but I didn't dare to act today. I wonder if there will be another chance tomorrow. Don't worry, Wei Ming, you'll definitely see the sun tomorrow. Wei Ming, thank you for your comfort. Immediately after, Zhang Feng's purchasing information flooded the screen again. Lord Zhang Feng has posted a purchasing request at the trading post. Wanted, any seed bags, 1,000 spirit stones / bag, 1 bag per type. High quality seeds can contact privately, please. Note seeds in private messages. Wanted, any attribute monster bait, 10,000 spirit stones / each. Wanted, any blueprints, price negotiable, please. Note blueprints in private messages. Seed bags? It seems Lord Zhang Feng has revealed farm blueprints. This luck is just too outrageous. Who wouldn't want monster bait? But it's not something that can be produced at this stage. Wei Ming, brother Zhang Feng is so wealthy, he hardly seems like a commoner. Ing Man, who has a good relationship with Zhang Feng. Does anyone know how many spirit stones he extorted from Li Muse? And Chuxia, I don't know. Tu Shanyaya, I don't know either. And Chuxia, Fox Clan's sister, Ing Man is asking who has a good relationship with Zhang Feng. Do you have a good relationship with him? Wei Ming, does Ing Man have confidence in tomorrow's hero power ranking? Ing Man, even if I have confidence, it doesn't help. There are just too many geniuses and pay-to-win players in our small town. The one who proposed the betting pool, Lord Lin Mo, probably has more confidence than I do. Wei Ming, quail food. Tu Shan yeah hiss. I didn't realize until I looked. The betting pool for the hero power ranking has already reached 200,000 spirit stones. Wei Ming, as expected, no one is foolish. 60% of the bets are on Lords Lin Mo and Ing Man to take the top spot. Because the hero troops were strong, Zhang Feng felt no pressure, so he slept until he naturally woke up the next day. When he got up feeling refreshed, the Empress had long since disappeared. As per usual, he opened the regional channel to catch up on the latest news. Just as he scrolled up, a message caught his attention. In Chuxia, an epic boss has appeared in my territory, inviting nearby lords to join in extermination. Rewards will be distributed according to contribution. Zhang Feng naturally remembered. Yesterday, and Chuxia had purchased a large number of fine iron swords from him to deal with this epic monster. At that time, and Chuxia had seemed full of confidence, but now she was actually seeking cooperation to take it down. Did something unexpected happen? And Chuxia failed. I actually feel a bit happy. I really shouldn't. Since Chuxia has already failed. If I make a move now, it wouldn't count as stealing the monster, but rather as helping. However, I still need to understand the specific situation first. While thinking this, Zhang Feng initiated a video call to Chuxia. The video connected quickly. In the past, if Zhang Feng took the initiative to video call, Chuxia would have been overjoyed. But now, Chuxia looked haggard. Did you see the message I sent? Zhang Feng nodded and then curiously asked, what happened? With your D-level Lord talent, source of power, rare heroes, and 3 teams of rare troops, you shouldn't be unable to take down even an epic monster, right? Normally, a level 10, 1-star epic monster would have a combat power of around 70 stars. With the enhancement from Chuxia's troops and heroes, their combat power should be at least 30 stars. Given Chuxia's strong tactical skills, taking down this epic monster shouldn't be a problem. Don't mention it. And Chuxia said dejectedly, that damned black-striped tiger demon has the disguise skill, and the information I saw earlier was fake. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. Could it be that it's not just level 10? This would be fantastic. And Chuxia didn't notice Zhang Feng's expression and shook her head. It is indeed level 10, but it's not a true. It's a level 10 epic hero. A demon hero. It can command a small team of exceptional wraiths. From the combat power displayed by the wraiths, the black-striped tiger demon has at least B-level domination. B-level domination can enhance a troop's overall attributes by 30%. Zhang Feng didn't know whether to say Chuxia was lucky or unlucky. But one thing was certain. To have such a powerful monster just 3 kilometers outside your territory, I really envy you, Zhang Feng exclaimed. And Chuxia shot him a glare. I'm about to go crazy. Not to mention the heavy losses I've suffered this time. There's only this one fine iron mine near my territory. If I can't take it down, how can I upgrade to level 2? Zhang Feng smiled and said, don't worry, I'll go help you right now. A level 10 epic hero alone would yield over 200,000 energy from a kill. And Chuxia's eyes sparkled with joy. Your territory is very close to mine? She had witnessed the combat power of the Centaur leader. A team of exceptional troops would definitely be a huge help. Not far. Zhang Feng replied honestly, just a little over 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers? And Chuxia's voice rose by 8 degrees, then she quickly added, no need, that's just too far. And no one knows what the terrain is like along the way or what monsters we might encounter. What if something dangerous happens? Zhang Feng thought for a moment, and Chuxia had a point. Although his troops were a large group of epic legends, their levels weren't high and they weren't invincible. So he didn't make any promises. Then I'll do my best. After hanging up the video call, Zhang Feng looked at his Lord panel. Energy, 223,400. Spirit stones, 198,850. Last night, there was only 17,000 energy. It seems the goddess warrior must have farmed all night. Looking at such a large amount of energy, Zhang Feng began to formulate a plan. He first issued an order to Longjiu through the Lord's heart. Xiaojiu, come here. Longjiu, at your command, my lord. Soon, Longjiu landed in the center of the territory. Zhang Feng waved his hand gently. A massive amount of territory energy flowed into Longjiu's body. Consume 18,000 energy points, your troop Longjiu levels up. Current level 6. Consume 23,800 energy points, your troop Longjiu levels up. Current Level 7, consume, a series of 5 upgrade halos. Consuming 156,000 energy points, Longjio jumped from level 5 to level 10, its body visibly expanding. At a rapid pace. It finally stopped when it reached a length of 10 meters and a wingspan of 20 meters, becoming a colossal creature. Longjio was stunned. Lord, have you been affected by a mental spell? Why are you suddenly so nice to me? The Empress, who had just arrived, looked at Jiang Feng with a face full of doubt. It wasn't jealousy. She was just curious why Jiang Feng would do this. Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Little Jiao, I just want to ride you." Longjio race, Dragon race level, 10 quality, Golden Legend, attributes, Physique 260, Spiritual Power 220, Soul 240, Carrying Capacity 0. Combat Power 180 stars. Skills, Dark Breath Magic Dragon Scales Furious Heart Human Flight. When a dragon reaches level 10, it gains an additional skill, Human Flight. Jiang Feng could finally become a Dragon Knight. Facing an epic hero monster, Jiang Feng had to go personally, otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble might arise. Flying units not only had fast speed but could also ignore terrain, greatly shortening travel time. At this moment, the appearance of the epic monster sent the entire 10,086 regional channel into a frenzy. Whether it was energy, items, or materials, just by following the big shots for a sip of soup, one could get fat in no time. And Chuxia, it turns out our territories are adjacent. I'll send troops over right away. I'm a bit farther away, but I'll definitely arrive before noon. Brothers, wait for me. Why am I so far away? A full 200 kilometers. Li Muse, Wowo, Chuxia, it's a pity my troops were wiped out by Jiang Feng. Otherwise, even if I lost an arm, I would definitely come to help you across mountains and rivers. Ingin man, I was just having breakfast, almost made me sick. Those close by were ecstatic, while those far away were in despair. Surprisingly, there were actually 2 second-generation leaders from small families near in Chuxia. And Chuxia, thank you all. If this operation goes smoothly, I promise all the rewards from this cleanup will be distributed according to contribution. Suddenly, an unexpected person bubbled up. Lin Mo, any door, click to view, and Chuxia, I wonder if I can participate? Beginner any door, a one-time item that opens a teleportation portal between specified coordinates with a distance not exceeding 500 kilometers. Because Lin Mo had previously targeted Jiang Feng, his relationship with Chuxia had always been tense. Yet unexpectedly, in order to gain the qualification to participate in the encirclement of the epic monster, Lin Mo actually put aside his pride and took the initiative to make amends. He even went so far as to use the precious one-time item any door. This showed just how strong the temptation of the epic monster was. After a moment of silence, and Chuxia, I didn't expect Senior Lin Mo to carry any door among his initial supplies. It's truly surprising. With Senior Lin Mo's assistance, this operation's chances of success will surely increase significantly. As a member of a prominent family, and Chuxia was naturally not one to act impulsively. Wei Ming, it's a pity my distance is too far. Also, the price of any door is not less than that of rare military symbols. Senior Lin Mo is quite generous. Lin Mo, brother Wei, you flatter me. For that epic hero, what is one any door worth? By the way, in Chuxia, when is the operation scheduled? In Chuxia, I checked the distances of the nearby lords. Let's set the gathering time at 11:30 a.m. Everyone should arrive at the specified coordinates. Latecomers will be left behind. Upon seeing this, Jiang Feng closed the regional channel. 11:30, huh? With the speed of a level 10 dragon, there's plenty of time. How interesting. The Heavenly Tao announces the hero power rankings at 12 o'clock, just half an hour apart. Since there's ample time, I can open the treasure chest first, then have breakfast before setting off. Soon, all the treasure chests were placed on the ground by Jiang Feng, including the epic treasure chest. Empress, you can take care of this small matter. The Empress chuckled softly but obediently replied, as you command, my lord. You have opened an epic treasure chest and obtained Dragon Tooth Rice *100. You have opened an extraordinary treasure chest and obtained a door of any *1. You have opened. Jiang Feng revealed a smile. The Empress was indeed lucky. The items she opened were at least of good quality, especially the Dragon Tooth Rice from the epic treasure chest. Dragon Tooth Rice, cultivated under the influence of the divine dragon's aura, long-term consumption can greatly enhance attributes and root bones, with a certain chance to trigger unit star upgrades. The lower the current grade of the unit, the higher the chance of upgrading. According to the People's Education Edition Compendium of Spiritual Beings, it is said that while legendary quality heroes and units can also slightly enhance attributes using Dragon Tooth Rice, the chance of triggering a star upgrade is minimal. So, this Dragon Tooth Rice is mainly for me and the goddess warriors. The Dragon Tooth Rice measured 3 feet and 3 inches, shaped like a large radish, its entire body glistening like jade. When tapped, it surprisingly produced a sound like gold and jade. How heavy! Zhang Feng weighed it in his arms. A single piece of dragon tooth rice weighed over 100 kilograms. Opening 100 pieces at once meant 10 tons. We'll have it for breakfast today, the Empress remarked, visibly moved. This dragon tooth rice has a terrifying spiritual aura, even 100 times stronger than a 1,000-year-old ginseng, and it seems to contain a majestic presence. Zhang Feng laughed. The dragon tooth rice contains a trace of the divine dragon's aura. Note, it's a divine dragon, not a giant dragon. What's wrong with our giant dragons? Why emphasize divine dragons? Is being a mythological rank that impressive? Longzhou muttered softly, then drooled, my lord, I want to eat. Zhang Feng shot Longzhou a glare. Didn't you look down on divine dragons? If you have the guts, don't eat. Longzhou quickly smiled. Apologetically, my mistake. Please forgive me, my lord. The finest ingredients should naturally be prepared in the simplest way. Soon, a rich dragon tooth rice porridge was served. The spiritual porridge emitted rising auras, transforming into mini dragon-shaped spiritual energies, joyfully frolicking, truly worthy of being an epic-level spiritual item. Zhang Feng took a deep breath. Compared to the spiritual food we had yesterday, this is simply dog food. After finishing a bowl of spiritual porridge, Zhang Feng felt a wave of warmth instantly spread throughout his body. Hint, you consumed dragon tooth rice, physique +2, spiritual power +1, awesome. Zhang Feng exclaimed joyfully, bring me another bowl. Before the meal, the goddess warriors were also summoned back by Zhang Feng through the Lord's heart. They had pulled an all-nighter yesterday. Though they looked travel-worn, their beauty was undeniable. The leader of the goddess warriors, Cynthia, said with emotion, such precious food, we sisters feel unworthy. The vice leader, Giselle, swallowed hard, oh no, I still owe my lord a favor from before, and now I'll owe an even bigger one. Zhang Feng had also figured out the dynamics of these goddess warriors. Although they had existed for 10,000 years, they had always remained uncontentious, preserving their pure nature. They were loyal and believed in repaying kindness and debts. Zhang Feng's care had surprisingly become a burden for them. Notably, the vice leader, Giselle, had golden hair and bore a striking resemblance to a model of the same name from his past life. Of course, the goddess warrior surpassed her in both temperament and figure. Don't worry about eating, I'll need your strength later. After breakfast, Zhang Feng, along with the Empress and the two goddess warrior leaders, climbed onto Longzhou's back. Let's go. Currently, the skill, Manflight, could only carry 4 people. After synchronizing with the messages in the regional channel, Meng Tian frowned, 11:30 a.m.? That's a bit tight. With the speed of the immortal Qin Iron Eagle, I hope we can make it. Meng Tian smiled, Your Highness need not worry, 11:30 is just their assembly time. Even if they really arrived first, an epic monster would be enough for them to strategize for a while. By then, we can step in to clean up the mess. Yingyin Man, however, felt a bit conflicted. Classmate and Shuxia put in so much effort to gather the lords. If a battle has already started, it would be a bit inappropriate for us to snatch the monster. Meng Tian affectionately stroked Yingyin Man's hair. My good princess, you should know the origin of the name Dragon Country. Yingyin Man proudly replied. I know, because my father is the ancestor dragon. That's right. Meng Tian, this legendary lord, was filled with fervor. With your status, is there anything in Dragon Country or even the entire Blue Star that you cannot do or dare to do? Besides, the battlefield of 10,000 races is inherently a survival of the fittest, or the strong are respected. If you really feel guilty, just give them some compensation later. After all, you don't lack those few million spirit stones. Yingyin Man thought about it and agreed. Alright, then let's give them some spirit stone compensation. The Iron Eagle Warriors are a famous combination troop of Xianqin. The Xianqin Iron Eagles and Flying Knights are both exceptional troop types, and when combined, they form the epic troop type Iron Eagle Warriors. The 2 Flying Knights relinquished their mounts. Sister Meng, let's set off now. Okay. Ha! Wei Ming yawned. Damn it, what a waste of vigilance. I haven't slept all night, yet it's calm and nothing happened. Not just me, all the lords are safe and sound. He, with dark circles under his eyes, instructed his rare hero, Ava, gather all the troops in the territory. We are going to attack that medium-sized goblin camp. Today, this lord will spare no effort to secure the iron ore. The curvaceous human female hero replied solemnly, Yes, my lord. She then took her leave. Wei Ming looked at the female hero's graceful figure and swallowed hard. I've been treating Ava like a goddess for a day. I'm almost becoming a lickspill like Li Muse. But my favorability only increased by 4 points. When will it reach 90 points? Half an hour later. Wei Ming led the territorial army to the goblin camp. But the scene before him left him stunned. The goblin camp was in ruins, with corpses strewn everywhere. The female hero Ava examined the area for a moment and said gravely, My lord, there are remnants of dark energy at the scene. Moreover, this battle occurred just a few minutes ago. The goblin camp did not put up any decent resistance. It was a one-sided massacre. Dark energy. A one-sided massacre. Wei Ming instantly connected the dots, horrified. Dark invasion. This is the dark invasion incident from last night. He screamed, alert! This terrifying dark race must be nearby. After saying that, Wei Ming took a photo and sent it to the regional channel. Wei Ming photo, click to view. Wei Ming brothers nearby, be careful. This was done by the dark race that invaded last night. Wei Ming, attention, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. Jiang Feng, who was bored scrolling through the regional channel on the back of Longzhou, suddenly froze. This photo looks so familiar. Damn, isn't this just? When they were on their way, they happened to encounter a medium-sized goblin camp. Since they had plenty of time, Jiang Feng let Longzhou descend and casually breathed out a few dragon breaths. After all, this was all energy and spirit stones. How did I become the dark race? A photo from Wei Ming scared the nearby lords into trembling. Meanwhile, the instigator, Jiang Feng, was leisurely at ease. Longzhou's flying speed was extremely fast, with the wind whipping against their faces. Jiang Feng's strength was average, and helplessly, he could only wrap his arms around the female emperor's slender waist from behind to stabilize himself. Wei Ming, this second-generation lord isn't bad, at least he has shown some kindness, but his brain isn't very sharp. With the dragon tooth rice, Jiang Feng could no longer look at ordinary food. Now that he had some free time, he decided to enhance the hundreds of fast food meals he had brought with him into basic spiritual food, listing them at the trading post for 200 spirit stones each. And so it was. With one dragon and 4 people racing through, they didn't encounter any troublesome monsters along the way. 2 hours later. Level up. Consuming 18,000 energy, your level has increased. Current level 10. Finally reached level 10. Jiang Feng immediately donned the epic ghost armor, significantly boosting his strength. Glancing at the time, it was just 11 o'clock. To the east. Based on the photo sent by Inshusha, he quickly found the black-striped tiger demon. The tiger demon was a full 8 meters long, surrounded by demonic energy, exuding a terrifying aura. The black-striped tiger demon was perched in a canyon, a necessary passage to the other side of the mountain range. No wonder Inshusha was anxious. If this tiger demon wasn't dealt with, the map on the other side of the mountain range couldn't be explored. Black-striped tiger demon, race, demon level, 11 quality, orange epic, combat power, 115 heroic command, wraith B, skills, acting as a tiger's minion, black tiger's heart extraction, stealth strike. Indeed, it had B-level command. It was not a level 10 hero, but an 11 level 1. The attributes of heroes were about 50% stronger than those of the same level troops, so this tiger demon had a combat power of 115 stars. When Jiang Feng saw the tiger demon also saw Jiang Feng. Roar! It seemed it hadn't refined its bones yet, so it couldn't speak, but anyone could read the meaning in its eyes. A tiny human, here to seek death. Just then, Longzhou's massive body descended from the sky, loudly declaring, "My lord, I found your beloved." Jiang Feng shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Longzhou quickly corrected himself. I found Lord Inshusha. She is 2 kilometers to the west, and nearly 1,000 troops have gathered around her. Jiang Feng nodded, then said to his subordinates, "Let's go together. Quick battle, quick resolution." He didn't plan to meet Inshusha. After all, the hero combat power ranking would soon open, and he wanted to make a big profit in the betting. Having known Inshusha for many years, this girl was quite reliable. But at this moment, she was surrounded by a large group of not-so-reliable lords. Xinsha suddenly said, "My lord, can you leave this tiger demon to Giselle and me? Just the 2 of you?" Jiang Feng was somewhat doubtful. Although the goddess warriors had combat power far exceeding that of troops of the same level, the level difference was still too great. Alright. However, seeing Xinsha insist, Jiang Feng nodded. 10 minutes, I'll give you 10 minutes. If you can't resolve the battle in 10 minutes, I will let the Empress take action. Xinsha, thank you, my lord. The 2 goddess warrior leaders erupted with terrifying lightning power, even their eyes turning blue. Thunder battle body. Boom, their bodies shot out like cannonballs, causing the ground to crack and dust to fly. The black-striped tiger demon was now dazed. As Longzhou landed, it kept its eyes wide open. What did it see? A dragon? Judging by its size, it seemed to be of a decent level. And after the 2 goddess warriors erupted, the black-striped tiger demon felt its brain crash instantly. What kind of race was this? How could their physique be stronger than its own demon race? There was no time left for it to think. Roar! In a hurry. Its mouth opened wide, a pitch-black void, like the entrance to hell. 12 wraiths surged out, blocking in front of the tiger demon. Their expressions were fierce, of various races. There were humans, demon beasts, dwarves, and even a deep-sea giant whale warrior. Zila, the 5-meter-tall giant whale warrior wraith, was smashed into a cloud of black mist by Xinsha's charge. Its struggled to restore its body, but a trace of lightning power seemed to be its nemesis. In the end, this wraith could only dissipate helplessly, a smile of relief appearing on its face. Your unit Xinxia has killed the wraith. Excellence, you gain energy *10,000, spirit stones *800. Instant kill. The tiger demon, seeing this, finally felt fear, because the terrifying giant dragon had yet to move its claws. Where do you think you're going? Seeing the tiger demon trying to escape, Giselle shouted and chased after it. Her combat rating was only 58 stars, but her physique reached 134, matching this epic tiger demon. Boom! Giselle collided with the tiger demon without any fancy moves, both flying back several dozen meters, leaving a deep wound on the black-striped tiger demon's forehead. Two creatures with a size difference of dozens of times actually ended up evenly matched. Giselle was not feeling great either, but she grew braver with each battle, landing every shot. Zhang Feng sighed. Watching the goddess warrior fight is truly stress-relieving. Perhaps this is the beauty of violence. No matter how strong Giselle was, she was ultimately just a level 5 unit and gradually fell at a disadvantage. Fortunately, soon after, Xinxia resolved all the wraiths and joined Giselle to encircle the tiger demon. A few minutes later, your unit Giselle has slain the black-striped tiger demon. Epic hero, you gain energy *220000, spirit stones *30,000, epic hero token *1. Hero token. Zhang Feng, who had been indifferent, suddenly exclaimed. Although only one item dropped, its value was comparable to 10 epic treasure chests, because opening 1,000 treasure chests might not yield a hero token of the same tier. Besides the epic hero token, this battle yielded a total of 320,000 energy and nearly 40,000 spirit stones. It was worth the long trip. Zhang Feng waved his hand, and the massive corpse of the tiger demon vanished. Unlike the dark races, the corpses of the demon race were treasures all over. Fortunately, no matter how large the items stored in the Lord's space, they only occupy one slot. After tidying up the spoils, Zhang Feng felt pleased. Xiaojiu, let's head back. One dragon and 4 people took less than 10 minutes from arrival to the end of the battle. On the back of Longzhou, Zhang Feng couldn't help but exclaim, so smooth, it feels like I'm just here to stock up. Longzhou interjected, Lord, should we inform Lord and Xinxia? She's probably still figuring out how to deal with this tiger demon. No need. Why not? Because I'm Lei Feng. Ignoring the gossiping Longzhou, Zhang Feng opened the trading post. The hero combat power rankings would be announced soon. He still needed to place a bet on himself at the last moment. Half an hour after Zhang Feng left, 12 massive iron eagles landed on the battlefield. Ying Man looked at the empty battlefield and questioned, Sister Meng, the coordinates you calculated are here, right? Meng Tian jumped off the iron eagle, glanced around, and suddenly changed color. Not good, someone got here first. Ying Man was also shocked. Could it be that classmate and Xinxia acted early? Doesn't seem like it. Meng Tian doubted. Looking at the traces on the battlefield, there weren't any large groups involved in the fight. Moreover, if it really was a level 10 demon hero, its combat power would probably be over 100 stars. How could a group of rookie lords eliminate it so quickly? Ying Man's imagination ran wild. Could it be that the tiger demon was scared off by the crowd? Just as Meng Tian was about to say something, she suddenly turned her head. Someone's coming. Soon, dozens of lords with over 1,000 hero units appeared grandly at the mouth of the valley. When Xinxia saw Ying Man and the imposing iron eagle warriors, she was momentarily stunned. You are Lord Ying Man? In the list of town lords, everyone had an avatar, and it was no surprise that the renowned Ying Man was recognized at a glance. After all, she was here to steal the monster, and Ying Man felt a bit lacking in confidence. I am Ying Man, hello everyone. Lin Mo, beside her, changed his expression after seeing the battle marks in front of him. Great skills, no wonder you are the winner of the Immortal Chain. We, so many lords, have gathered here tirelessly just for this epic hero. But I didn't expect you to get there first. Ying Man, In this situation, Ying Man was utterly speechless. Although she did intend to steal the monster, she hadn't managed to do so. It was like this when I arrived. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with anger. To participate in the extermination of the epic monster, he had even spent a precious any door. Now, it was one thing for the other party to steal the monster, but they didn't even admit it. Fortunately, he still had his reason. Ying Man, it's pointless to say that, in the battlefield of 10,000 races, strength is respected. If you stole it, you stole it. I didn't say anything. Ying Man was already feeling down, and now being pressed like this, she squinted her eyes. Not stealing means not stealing. Whether you say anything or not is none of my business. And Xinxia saw this and quickly spoke up. Everyone, let's prioritize harmony. This encirclement operation is based on contribution distribution. Ying Man's stealing was also based on her ability. Ying Man was speechless. Suddenly, a second-generation leader from a small family shouted, "Dare to do but not to admit, is this how Qin Shi Huang educated his descendants?" And Chuxiao's expression changed, and she shouted, "Don't talk nonsense." Unfortunately, it was too late. "Dare to disrespect His Majesty, you shall be executed." Meng Tian lightly shouted, her body turning into a streak of light, charging towards the opposing army. "What are you doing? Yin man, control your hero." "Damn, a hero charging in alone, is this seeking death? Let's talk it out. Sister Meng, don't kill anyone." No one expected a hero to suddenly take action, and it seemed to be a spontaneous move. The scene was immediately filled with exclamations. What was even more shocking was Meng Tian's combat power. She formed a yin-yang seal with her hands and gently slapped forward. Yin-yang harmony hand seal. A terrifying wave of scarlet spiritual energy surged forth. Dozens of troops blocking in front of that lord, as well as an elite hero, were simultaneously sent flying, their bodies twisting, clearly not surviving. Fortunately, Yin Man spoke up in time. After instantly killing dozens of troops, under the fearful gaze of the second-generation leader, Meng Tian waved her hand lightly. "This is just a lesson, be grateful for my family's young lady's kindness, or else you would have lost your head." Sizzle, the lord's arms fell off, the cut smooth as a mirror. Yesterday, Zhang Feng severed a person's arm. Today, I sever your arms. Yin Man spread her hands and kindly said, "This classmate, when your arms return to the main world, go to the hospital to reattach them. Make sure to keep the medical expense receipt, the yellow copy, and then come to me for reimbursement." Meng Tian's ruthlessness left all the lords stunned. They gasped, retreating 3 steps. Hiss. What a terrifying hero. Instant kill. Zhang Hao is about the same strength as me. Does that mean if I anger Yin Man, she can send a hero to destroy my territory? No wonder she is the winner of Immortal Qin, a descendant of the first emperor. What quality of hero is this? It must be extraordinary. The second-generation leader named Zhang Hao trembled all over, both in pain and fear. He didn't dare to boast anymore and could only vent. "Jiang Feng, your grandmother, look at the good start you've made. Why are you always cutting off arms?" And Chuxiao was unhappy. What does this have to do with Jiang Feng? Yin Man also agreed, it really has nothing to do with Jiang Feng. Suddenly, Lin Mo screamed, "Ah, my spirit stones." Then he quickly opened the trading platform. Betting content, the top of the hero power rankings, those who bet on it will win everything. If multiple people win, the prize pool will be divided according to the betting ratio. Current betting situation, 200,000. Spirit stones. Bet on Lin Mo, yourself, to take the top spot. Note, once you place your bet, you can't change it. Once you place your bet, you can't change it. You can't change it. Lin Mo muttered to himself, lost in thought. Those who were slow to react were still puzzled. What's wrong with Lin Mo? But those who reacted quickly all exclaimed, "Ah, hurry, hurry, the hero power rankings." There's less than half an hour left until the hero power rankings are announced. The betting will be locked 20 minutes before the announcement. There are only a few minutes left. Hurry and place your bets. Bet? What should I bet on? You idiot. Winning against Yin Man's hero is so strong, it's already a sure thing for the top spot. Just look at Lin Mo's reaction, and you'll know. I brought 50,000 spirit stones this time, betting it all on winning against Yin Man. Everyone went crazy. No one paid attention to Zhang Hao, who had just had his arm severed. No, it should be said that Zhang Hao didn't care about the pain in his arms anymore, quickly betting all his spirit stones on winning against Yin Man. Even that epic boss, whom they had never met, was forgotten by the lords. There were also some clear-headed people. With so many of us betting on winning against Yin Man, the odds must be ridiculously low. But such comments were quickly drowned out. Are you stupid? Even if the odds are 10%, that's equivalent to a stable 10% return on a fixed deposit. A guaranteed profit. Why wouldn't you bet? That's true. The originally tense battlefield suddenly felt like a bustling market, with a whiff of copper smell in the air. Faced with this situation, Yin Man was also taken aback. Meng Tian fell silent for a moment, quietly apologizing. "It's all my fault, causing your highness to miss out on making money in the hero power rankings. Please punish me." "Sister Meng, you're being too harsh." Yin Man quickly waved her hand. "The profit of 1,000,000 spirit stones isn't even enough for my daily pocket money. I just thought it would be more fun if I could surprise these guys by taking the top spot like a dark horse." Now they are already shocked. Meng Tian finally felt relieved. At this moment, Lin Mo finally came to his senses, muttering to himself, "I still have 300,000 spirit stones. I was planning to save them for the last few seconds to increase my bet. Moreover, with the reputation of my Shinhaolin family, I might be able to borrow hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. If I bet everything on winning against Yin Man, even if this betting round doesn't yield a profit, I won't lose too much." Thinking of this, he didn't care about losing face and quickly opened his contacts. "Lin Mo, Brotherway, can I borrow 100,000 spirit stones in the name Of my Shinha Lin family? A few minutes quickly passed. The betting was locked. No new bets were accepted. And there were still 20 minutes until the announcement of the Heavenly Tao. The dozens of lords present were all satisfied. To their surprise, the odds for winning against Dean Man were as high as 28%. It made sense. After all, there were only a few dozen lords, and their financial resources were limited. Moreover, their frenzied betting naturally raised the odds for Lin Mo and the other lords. With higher odds, some people like to bet small to win big. Although we couldn't encircle the epic hero, a stable 28% profit on a fixed deposit is still worth the trip. Haha, speaking of which, we should thank the goddess of early summer organization for this encirclement, otherwise, how could we get first-hand information? Or we should thank Brother Zhang. How for angering Yin Man. Ha, how much did Brother Wang bet? Not much, just 80,000 spirit stones. I really envy Brother Wang for being so wealthy. I only have 40,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, someone pointed at the betting situation and laughed loudly. Everyone look, someone actually bet 10,100 spirit stones on Zhang Feng. It can't be that he bet on himself, right? Does he really have confidence in his hero's combat power? This is the blind confidence brought about by information isolation. Zhang Feng probably has a rare hero besides his excellent troops. It's no wonder Zhang Feng, if it weren't for witnessing the combat power of the great hero Yin Man, he might have actually succeeded in stealing a win. Lin Mo scoffed, even without the great hero Yin Man, that kid Zhang Feng is just overestimating himself. At this point, I might as well lay my cards on the table. I am an excellent hero, otherwise, I wouldn't foolishly bet 200,000 spirit stones on myself. As he spoke, Lin Mo was filled with regret. Someone whispered, even the excellent hero Lin Mo feels inferior. Could it be that the great hero Yin Man is really an epic hero? Hiss. On the back of Longzhou, Zhang Feng was so excited he almost fell off. He knew that before any betting pool was locked, there would inevitably be a large influx of betting capital. But he didn't expect it to be this much. According to the rules, if no one bet against him for the top spot, he only needed to bet 1 spirit stone to claim the betting pool of several million spirit stones. But just to be safe, in the last few seconds, he still bet 10,000 spirit stones on himself. It turned out he was right, someone actually bet against him. But after the excitement, Zhang Feng found it strange. Who bet the other 100 spirit stones? Beep, beep, beep. A friend sent a message. It was in Shuxia. Could it be that this girl bet 100 spirit stones on him? And Shuxia, Zhang Feng, I'm organizing an army to attack the epic boss. It's inconvenient for a video call, so I can only send a message. Zhang Feng, I understand. I'm flying in the sky, so a video call isn't convenient either. And Shuxia, Zhang Feng, did you bet 10,000 spirit stones on yourself for the top spot? There was no need to hide it anymore. Zhang Feng, that's right, I bet it myself. And Shuxia, I don't want to rain on your parade, but, Nsai, your spirit stones might just go down the drain. Ha! Zhang Feng naturally didn't know what had happened after he left. Hearing Shuxia say this, although he was confident in himself, he was still curious. Zhang Feng, what's wrong? Is that hero Lin Mo's rank very high? He knew Lin Mo was also participating in the attack. And Shuxia, indeed, it's very high. Lin Mo is an excellent hero, but what's even more shocking is Yin Man. Zhang Feng, what's wrong with Yin Man? And Shuxia, she stole our epic boss. Zhang Feng, _ Immediately after, and Shuxia described the terrifying aspects of Meng Tian. And Shuxia, her hero is at least excellent, and it might even be epic. Unfortunately, things happened too quickly just now, and I didn't have time to record a video. In any case, be mentally prepared. Zhang Feng, you didn't bet on Yin Man too, did you? And Shuxia, of course, not betting would be foolish, right? I bet all 500,000 spirit stones with a 28% fixed return, which is equivalent to getting 140,000 spirit stones for free. Actually, thinking about it, I'm quite happy. Zhang Feng. And Shuxia, what's wrong? Zhang Feng, nothing. He finally understood why, at the last moment, millions of spirit stones had surged into the betting pool. Yin Man really is my fortune goddess. Having an excellent hero, even an epic hero, it seems Yin Man is not an ordinary winner's child. She might very well be of direct lineage. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng instructed Shuxia. Zhang Feng, Shuxia, the day after tomorrow will be the 3rd day of the new district opening, and the Lord can travel back to Blue Star once. After you return to Blue Star, check into the background of this Yin Man. Zhang Feng, also, go home and ask your mom for some money. And Shuxia, I would have checked even if you didn't mention it. As for spirit stones, counting this time's earnings, I have enough for now. Zhang Feng, you're really adorable. And Shuxia closed the chat interface. If it's really an epic hero, there is still some threat to the Empress. Mainly, without seeing this hero's battle with my own eyes, it's hard to judge her combat power. Fortunately, Xu Xia provided this information, otherwise it would have been easy to capsize in the gutter. Since that's the case, Zhang Feng patted the Empress on the waist. Level up. The Empress instantly tensed up, embarrassed and angry. If you're going to hug, then hug properly. If you keep touching, go hug Xinxia instead. As soon as the words fell, a strong golden halo rose. Consume 47,600 energy. Your hero the Empress levels up. Current level 7. Consume 60,800 energy. Your hero the Empress levels up. Current level 8. Consume 75,600 energy. Your hero the Empress levels up. Current level 9. Consume 92,000 energy. Your hero the Empress levels up. Current level 10. After reaching level 10, the Empress's combat power greatly increased, officially breaking through 200 stars. Zhang Feng's face was full of pain as he whispered in the Empress's ear, 270,000 energy. Truly worthy of a legendary hero. Empress, this trip is equivalent to everyone working for you for free. After seeing the goddess warrior's combat power far surpassing that of the same tier troops, Zhang Feng originally planned to level up the goddess warrior. First, 300,000 energy was enough to level all the goddess warriors to level 7. But in Xu Xia's words made him change his mind. The millions of spirit stones in the betting pool were something he had to obtain. With these millions of spirit stones, Zhang Feng could even attempt to build the Empress's unique epic troop building, the Tianyin Pavilion. The leveled-up Empress was momentarily stunned before realizing she had misunderstood. She suddenly remembered the action of him patting her, which, in the Lord's words, seemed to be called pre-swing. I'm sorry, Lord. I thought you were a lecher. Truly disrespectful. Zhang Feng sighed. It's okay, next time I do something similar to pre-swing, just don't misunderstand again. Saying this, Zhang Feng demonstrated again by patting the Empress's waist. The Empress blushed and promised, I won't. Beep beep beep, the friend message alert rang again. This time it was actually the little fox. Since their last pleasant collaboration, the little fox became Zhang Feng's second friend. Tushan Yeye, brother Zhang Feng, Yeye bet 100 spirit stones on you in the last few seconds, then found out someone actually bet 10,000 spirit stones on you. Tushan Yeye, tell me the truth, did Yeye bet too little? Zhang Feng was speechless. It was this little fox. Zhang Feng, why are you betting on me? Are you bored? You didn't bet too little, you bet too much. Not betting is better. The little fox bet 100 spirit stones, which was equivalent to taking 1% of his earnings. Tushan Yeye, whoa, if you say that, it proves I really bet too little. Yeye feels like she missed out on $1 billion. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Feng, you're not stupid. Tushan Yeye, brother Zhang Feng is so confident. Do you have an exceptional hero besides the exceptional troops? Before Zhang Feng could answer, the little fox changed the subject. Tushan Yeye, oh my, brother Zhang Feng, quickly look at the regional channel. An epic hero seems to have appeared. Tushan Yeye. Yeye is really careless. Why did I bet on you? Whoa, 100 spirit stones went down the drain. Zhang Feng opened the regional channel to take a look, then shot back at the little fox. Zhang Feng, are you really that unprincipled? The enemy is coming, you must be a traitor. Tushan Yeye, I'm 10 years old now, I'm already an adult, I won't be a traitor. Zhang Feng retorted, 10 years old, really impressive. In the regional channel. Damn, why did the odds of winning against Ian Man suddenly drop to 28%? Ha, you bunch of country bumpkins, I'm currently with the great bossing Ian Man. You haven't seen how amazing Ian Man's hero is. It's absolutely insane, taking out dozens of troops with a single move. What? A pity, it happened so suddenly that I didn't have time to start recording. Anyway, the betting pool is already locked. Having witnessed Meng Tian's prowess, the lords no longer held back and began to show off in the group chat. However, there were only a few dozen lords present, while the town had nearly 1,000. Such provocative behavior naturally drew a lot of criticism. What are you so proud of? Just a small fry getting lucky. Winning feels great for a moment, but losing leads to a funeral. We still have the great Lin Mo. Since Lin Mo dares to propose a bet, he must be very confident in himself. Right, Lin Mo will definitely win. This made things awkward. Lin Mo was afraid of being drowned in spit and didn't dare to speak up. Someone caught on. Wei Ming, alright, Lin Mo, you borrowed 100,000 spirit stones from me just to bet against the grating Ian Man, right? I kindly lent you the spirit stones, and you didn't even tell me such important information. Lin Mo, Wei brother, watch your words, don't forget I still owe you money. Wei Ming, Lin brother, don't take offense, I misspoke in the heat of the moment, please forgive me. Lin Mo, no problem. Mu Qingxuan, sigh, the one in debt is the master, the world is really going downhill. The bet involving millions of spirit stones made the regional channel more lively than ever. Messages flooded in, only to be quickly drowned out by subsequent ones. Just like that, 20 minutes passed swiftly. 10, 9, 8, a curious lord initiated a countdown in the regional channel. Zhang Feng felt a bit nervous. Now announcing the hero power ranking, unlike the level up ranking, the hero power ranking was announced all at once, making the scene even more grand. Golden characters, each about an acre in size, appeared in the warfog 1,000 meters high, stunning everyone. Moreover, the leaderboard faced all the lords directly. Hero Power Ranking 100th, Lord Wang Jia, Hero Andrew, Reward, Excellent Treasure Chest *1, Reputation *1 Hero Power. Ranking 99, Lord Li Shuang, damn it, they really are announcing it from the back to the front. I heard that thousands of years ago, the list was announced starting from the first place. Unfortunately, it seems the Heavenly Dao learned this bad habit from human variety shows. You can't blame the Heavenly Dao. If they announced from the top, would you still watch the rest? That's true, but does the Heavenly Dao need views? It doesn't need views, but if the Heavenly Dao announces the rankings and you don't watch, it would be quite embarrassing for them. I see. Just be patient, one name per second. We'll be at the top 10 soon. Wang Jia, haha, I made it into the top 100, a bit of reputation. That's reputation. Another one has gone crazy. If you can make it into the top 100, your performance might not even be as good as his. The Heavenly Dao only ranks and does not disclose specific power, attributes, or even grades. This is quite humane. After all, these are the biggest secrets of a lord, and once leaked, they can easily be targeted by opponents. In less than 2 minutes, the rankings from 11th to 100th were announced. Although the items were all excellent treasure chests, the reputation rewards varied. Hero Power Ranking 10, Lord Wei Ming, Hero. Ava, Reward, Rare Treasure Chest *1, Reputation *20 Wei Ming. With so many great lords in our town, my rare hero only ranks 10th. But at least I made it into the top 10 and got a rare treasure chest. Mu Qingxuan, congratulations, congratulations. It was completely different from Earth, where Zhang Feng had lived in his past life. On Blue Star, there are powerful royal families such as the immortal Qin, the prosperous Tang, and the great Ming, followed by countless millennia-old lord families, resulting in a relatively low degree of centralization. Consequently, most resources are controlled by the lord families, while the military grows increasingly impoverished. Mu Qingxuan, a lieutenant in the military, is merely an elite hero. Lin Mo, being in 10th place is already quite good. What does being second get me? It's still a rare treasure chest. Wei Ming, at least you have high prestige. Strange, why haven't they announced the 9th place yet? Did your lord class get taught by a music teacher? Don't you know the time intervals for the top 10 will be appropriately extended? That's reasonable. For the top 10, there should be some showmanship. The big names need to linger a bit. Soon, Wei Ming's glory faded and a new line of golden text appeared. Hero Power Ranking 9th place, Lord Tushan Yaya, Tianhu Clan, Hero Xan Roe, Reward Rare Treasure Chest *1, Prestige *30. Damn, is this Fox Clan's sister really that strong? I always thought she was just a cute girl. She is indeed a cute girl, but also a big shot. A cute big shot. Tushan Yaya, whoa, I bet 100 spirit stones on myself. Now I'm going to lose big. Zhang Feng, you bet. On yourself too? How many people did you bet on? Complaining aside, Zhang Feng still felt a bit surprised. This little fox is actually a rare hero? And Xuxia, the only daughter of the East Sea City Lord in Luoshi, is just a rare hero too. Hero Power Ranking 8th place, Lord and Xuxia, the top 10 were announced in order. Unsurprisingly, apart from Tushan Yeye, all the top 10 were well-known second-generation lords. But an unexpected event occurred. Just as the 3rd place was announced. Hero Power Ranking 3rd place, Lord Lin Mo, Hero Garcia. Reward Rare Treasure Chest *1, Prestige *100. After a moment of silence, Lin Mo, 3rd place? How can I be 3rd? Isn't Lin Mo a distinguished hero? Damn. Our small town actually hides another lord with a distinguished hero. A crouching tiger hidden dragon. Generally speaking, having a rare hero is enough to make one the top of a novice town. Wei Ming, I'm getting a bit excited. I really want to know who this big shot is. And Xuxia, it'll be soon. The 2nd place will be announced shortly. Tushan Yaya, it can't be Zhang Feng, right? Lin Mo, what are you joking about, girl? Yingyin Man, a novice town has 2 distinguished heroes. Jiangnan province really is full of talent. Lin Mo, Yingyin Man, stop mocking us. Compared to Longzhou, our Jiangnan province's foundation is lacking too much. Yingyin Man, it's already quite good. Not everyone in Longzhou is as strong as I am. The interval between the 3rd and 2nd places was extended again. Suddenly, look, the 2nd place has been announced. I want to see who this big shot is hiding so deep. Everyone looked up. When they saw the line of golden text shining in the sky, everyone was stunned. Hero Power Ranking 2nd place, Lord Yingyin Man, Hero Meng Tian, Reward Rare Treasure Chest *1, Prestige *100. A full 10 seconds of silence. The first to jump out was not Ingin Man. Lin Mo, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I personally witnessed the strength of Ingin Man's hero. My distinguished hero is definitely not her match. How can she not be? First, Lin Mo was going crazy. He had bet a small portion of his fortune on himself and a large portion on Ingin Man. He even owed hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in debt. Not just Lin Mo, all the lords who bet on Ingin Man were collapsing. My spirit stones, my entire fortune. I can't go on living. The hearts of those who oppressed Lin Mo suddenly felt much more at ease. Although I have lost everything, you are the ones who are bankrupt. Exactly. What about that little person who just got lucky? Second place is Ingin Man? Who's in first? Could there be any royal descendants mixed in our novice town? Quick, check the lord list to see if there are any other surnames Zhu, Li, or Ing. If not, Aizen will do. Let's skip Aizen. Have you seen how our dragon kingdom has been oppressed by the Sakura kingdom in the seventh heaven? Soon, someone noticed something unusual. Why does the name Meng Tian sound familiar? Meng Tian. Oh my, that Meng Tian is the sister of the legendary lord Meng Tian from Xianxin, who is almost a myth. What are you dreaming about? That senior Meng Tian is a legendary great lord, a figure worshipped in the Hall of All Immortals in Xianxin, appearing multiple times in history textbooks. How could she become a hero? I didn't say it's the same person, just that the names are the same. Wei Ming, we're off topic. Has anyone found out who the top lord is? No, it's really making me anxious. The gap between second and first place was even longer. Everyone was scratching their heads in frustration. It was still Ingin Man who was well informed. Ingin Man, please everyone, be quiet, let the Heavenly Tao announce it quickly. Sometimes the Heavenly Tao is like a computer program. The more heated the discussion, the slower the announcement, because it is giving everyone time to discuss. Wei Ming, don't be discouraged, Ingin Man. Ingin Man. Discouraged? Heh, it's just an extraordinary treasure chest. I just find it interesting. Sure enough, after everyone stopped discussing, the list belonging to Ingin Man slowly faded away. In its place was a line of new golden characters. The top spot appeared. Hero Combat Power Ranking First Place, Lord Jiang Feng, Heroine Empress, Reward, Extraordinary Treasure Chest *1, Reputation *200. The glaring golden first place in the sky made everyone instinctively drop their jaws. The previously bustling regional channel instantly fell into a deathly silence. Strangely, Jiang Feng's name only lingered in the sky for half a minute before quickly fading away. Only then did everyone react. Wait, why did it disappear so quickly? I'm starting to doubt if I saw it wrong. Someone chuckled bitterly. Everyone's not discussing, so the Heavenly Tao feels the atmosphere is cold. It's not that everyone isn't discussing, but how can we discuss this? Jiang Feng is the top? That's too exaggerated. He's just a commoner. So, that 10,000 spirit stones were really put up by Jiang Feng himself. Could it be that Jiang Feng is truly a descendant of the Jiang family? From the provincial city? Even the Jiang family from the provincial city wouldn't be so generous as to put up an epic hero token. Who says it has to be an epic hero? This time it's the Hero Combat Power Ranking, not the Hero Quality Ranking. Perhaps his hero level is high. Don't forget, he has a team of extraordinary centaurs, and their energy acquisition speed is not slow. That's true. Empress? What a domineering name for a hero. In the history of Blue Star, only the martial family head from the fifth heaven, who commands the sun and moon, would dare to use the title Empress. Lord Jiang Feng, could you tell us what kind of quality this Empress hero is? Unlike the last war of conquest, this time Jiang Feng was truly the center of attention. 3 kilometers outside in Xuxia's territory, Ingin Man slightly parted her lips, looking incredulously at the name at the top. She thought of countless possibilities, but never once considered Jiang Feng. Sister Meng, do you really think Jiang Feng is just a commoner? Could he be a royal descendant who has fallen into the common folk? Meng Tian was also a bit dazed. This, maybe, possibly. And Xuxia murmured, no wonder this guy asked me to go home and ask my mom for some money. It turns out he already knew he was at the top. My 500,000 spirit stones. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing. I wanted to give him spirit stones before, but he refused. This time, I'll consider it my charity. Hee. Lin Mo swayed slightly, barely managing to stay upright with the support of the heroes beside him. How could it be him? The one who caused me to lose 1,000,000 spirit stones is actually a commoner? He still remembered how he had arrogantly tried to recruit Jiang Feng yesterday. I even let him become my sheep number. Now that he thought about it, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Damn it! What is this guy's identity? With a pair of half-centaur leaders, and now adding at least one exceptional hero, his strength is probably above mine. In 2 days, I can travel back to Blue Star. I must investigate his background thoroughly. Lin Mo forced himself to calm down, breaking into a cold sweat. Fortunately, the subjugation order was bought by that idiot Li News. If I had gone to subjugate Zhang Feng's territory, the outcome would likely have been the same. The best outcome would be both sides suffering losses. Thinking of this, Lin Mo began to calculate secretly. A good man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Should I get a city relocation order to move the territory first? With my strength, I could easily take the position of mayor in any novice town. There's no need to get entangled with these freaks in town 10086. Compared to Lin Mo, the performance of the other dozens of lords was even more pathetic. They were all gritting their teeth. Zhang Feng. It's actually Zhang Feng. If he were really someone from the royal family like Ing Man, I could accept it. But he's just a commoner. What right does he have? A small portion of them were second-generation lords, losing hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Might hurt, but once they returned to Blue Star, they could still gather some spirit stones. However, most of them were truly bankrupt, even selling their properties on Blue Star for the sake of the 10,000 races battlefield. Suddenly, a small lord's eyes were filled with madness. It's all Zhang Feng's fault. It's all Zhang Feng's fault. If it weren't for Zhang Feng, Ing Man would be at the top and we would have already made a fortune. As soon as he spoke, many others echoed him. Although Zhang Feng deserves to die, we don't necessarily have to kill him. That's right, as long as he can return our spirit stones, I'll forgive him. Returning just the principal isn't enough. We also deserve the 28% odds. What if Zhang Feng doesn't give it back? If he doesn't, who gave him the guts to offend so many lords at once? Suddenly, a cold voice came. If you can't afford to lose, then don't gamble. And Chuxia stepped forward. Who dares to speak ill of Zhang Feng again? A second-generation lord's expression darkened. And Chuxia, what do you mean by that? If I remember correctly, you also bet everything on Ing Man. And Chuxia sneered. So what if I did? A bet is a bet. You still haven't weaned. Do you not understand this simple principle? Another lord shouted. And Chuxia, what nonsense are you talking? If it weren't for your gathering, how would we have come here? If we hadn't come here, we wouldn't have seen Ing Man's strength, nor would we have bet all our possessions. So, you must also bear responsibility for our losses. He. And Chuxia laughed in anger, too lazy to waste words with these sore losers. Get out of my territory. The lord's face changed dramatically, ready to explode. But another calm voice came. So, according to you, I also have responsibility? He turned to look. He saw Ing Man taking a step forward, calmly gazing at him. He opened his mouth, finally recalling the terror of Meng Tian, and chuckled dryly. If you, big shot, are wrong about your strength, then is there anything right in this world? You know I'm strong. Ing Man laughed. Zhang Feng's hero combat power is even above Sister Meng's. Who gave you the courage to question his crimes? The second-generation lord was taken aback, then reluctantly said, but you are of royal descent. He is just a commoner. Ing Man interrupted him. If you have nothing to do, just disappear quickly. With that time spent on schemes and tricks, wouldn't it be better to level up? Under Ing Man's pressure, the lords, including Lin Mo, left in a dejected manner. Yet, the unwillingness in their eyes was impossible to hide. And Chuxia sighed. Greed has clouded their judgment. This group of gamblers who have lost everything will probably not let it go easily. I need to remind Zhang Feng. Ing Man, however, said, if you're not envied, you're mediocre. The battlefield of 10,000 races is already a place where there are many monks and little meat. If you're afraid of trouble, it's better to return to Blue Star early and enjoy retirement. Cough. Meng Tian leaned close to Ing Man's ear and whispered, Your Highness, it's a case of many wolves and little meat. And Chuxia smiled. Thank you very much, Sister Ing. By the way, I'm 19 years old. Is it okay to call you sister? Ing Man exclaimed. Then I'll call you Chuxia sister. Meng Tian whispered again, if Your Highness likes this little girl, you can find her family and have her serve as your maid. And, Your Highness, you're only 18. Ing Man, lower your voice. Do you want me to be your sister? Meng Tian, helpless, could only keep quiet. Ing Man smiled. Sister Chuxia, you must have lost all your money. I'll transfer you some pocket money first. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. Ing Man, the Lord, has sent you 1 million spirit stones. Then she waved her hand gracefully. Sister is leaving. Watching the Xianqin Iron Eagle turn into a black dot, and Chuxia was stunned. Calling her sister was worth 1 million spirit stones. Could this person possibly have a mine at home? In the air, 100 meters high, Ing Man flew alongside Meng Tian, fuming. Sister Meng, it must be that Zhang Feng guy who snatched the epic boss before us? He took all the benefits for himself and made me clean up after him. Cough, cough. Meng Tian lightly coughed, reminding her, Your Highness, please mind your words. This time, the hero combat power ranking was my subordinate's oversight. Meng Tian took the responsibility. I just discovered Lin Mo's outstanding hero combat power wasn't high through the divination technique, so I let my guard down. I didn't expect the one hiding the deepest was Zhang Feng. Yin Man comforted her, although Sister Meng is only level 7, with 2 epic pieces of equipment. Her combat power has already reached 125 stars. By this calculation, Zhang Feng either has an epic hero or has gone all in, leveling his outstanding hero to level 15. Meng Tian sighed, whichever possibility it is, this Zhang Feng cannot be underestimated. I underestimated him before. Upon hearing this, Yin Man's eyes twinkled. Since Sister Meng acknowledges Zhang Feng's strength, can I take him as a vassal lord? Meng Tian was speechless. The princess had been laying the groundwork for so long, only to wait for her here. Tip: you have achieved first place in this hero combat power ranking, rewarded with an outstanding treasure chest *1, reputation *200. A beam of light enveloped the outstanding treasure chest as it descended, which Zhang Feng directly stored in the Lord's space. 200 points of reputation. An outstanding treasure chest was no longer of interest to Zhang Feng, but 200 points of reputation were a good thing. Reputation could not only be used to purchase rare treasures in the Hall of Reputation, but a high reputation also made it easier to trigger various events such as merchant caravans passing by and strong individuals seeking refuge. The heavenly Tao prompt did not stop. Tip: you hit the jackpot on the hero power ranking betting with a wager of 10,000, accounting for 99.01% of the winning amount, earning 4,752,480 spirit stones, 4.75 million spirit stones. With such a large sum secured, it would be a lie to say Zhang Feng wasn't excited. He had never been this wealthy before. Including the 126 fine pieces of equipment sold last night and the hundreds of spirit foods just sold, the spirit stones in my hand have just crossed the 5 million mark. Of course, there are many more places to spend money. Enhancing equipment, acquiring the skill book for the flowing palm? Should I recruit a few more teams of epic troops? Or enhance the farmland and kitchen, or perhaps build the Tianyin Pavilion? The Empress was close to Zhang Feng and immediately sensed something unusual about him. My lord, you seem very excited. You'll be excited too soon. Why? Because Zhang Feng paused for a moment and said casually, I've decided to build the Tianyin Pavilion. In the end, Zhang Feng decided to use most of his funds to construct the Tianyin Pavilion. After all, as an epic troop building that came with the Empress, it could summon 9 legendary troops, the 9 Heavens Holy Princess, as well as an unlimited number of Tianyin Pavilion disciples. Hearing that her former sect was to be built, the Empress was naturally overjoyed. Thank you, my lord. Tip: you have decided to build the Tianyin Pavilion. The Empress's gratitude increases by 1 point. Current favorability 91 points. Millions of spirit stones only raised the Empress's favorability by 1 point. That was truly expensive. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Feng opened the chat box with Enxuxia. Zhang Feng, have you gone bankrupt? Enxuxia. Zhang Feng, do you need me to lend you some money? Just 3% interest a day. Enxuxia, screenshot, click to view, you can see for yourself. 1 million. Spirit stones? Zhang Feng almost gasped. Didn't Enxuxia win against Yin Man? How could she still have 1 million spirit stones? Zhang Feng, where did that come from? Enxuxia, it was given by my sister after winning. I ran out of money, so I had to acknowledge her as my sister. Looking at Enxuxia's explanation, Zhang Feng almost fell into depression. He worked hard and earned a few million spirit stones, but she treated 1 million spirit stones as a needing gift? After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Feng, do me a favor. Enxuxia, you say. Zhang Feng, help me ask if Yin Man needs a younger brother? Enxuxia, oh. Before returning to the territory, Zhang Feng passed by the centaur nest. In one day, the nest had accumulated 6 centaur warriors available for recruitment. Zhang Feng recruited them all and then used the enhanced troop souls to elevate them all to excellent quality. A level 5 centaur chief was indeed a good hand at guarding resource points. Another 10 minutes passed. Zhang Feng jumped down from Long Zhou's back, finally home. He stretched and said to the women, you all worked hard, now you can act freely. Hunt monsters if you want, practice if you want, or take a break if you wish. Yes. Long Zhou, Xinxia, and Giselle left the territory to hunt monsters while the Empress continued her training. The good thing about high-level troops is that they require no worry at all. Zhang Feng pointed his hand. Bang! The massive corpse of the epic tiger demon fell in the central square of the territory. A few farmers saw this and skillfully approached to dissect it. However, they were stopped by Zhang Feng. Wait. It was too wasteful to let ordinary farmers dissect the corpse of an epic boss like this. He thought for a moment and took out a recruitment order from the warehouse. Common recruitment order plus can recruit 1 ordinary farmer upon use. In the battlefield of 10,000 races, there are 2 ways to recruit farmers. The first is to consume a certain amount of food and energy to recruit in residential areas, which requires a certain queue time. The second is to use a recruitment order, which can recruit instantly. Initially, Jiang Feng leveled up a book in half an hour, which led to the misconception that he was carrying a large number of recruitment orders, allowing him to gather enough resources. Recruitment orders are not particularly precious items. Many were dropped during yesterday's Dark Beast Tide. However, high-quality recruitment orders are different. Clicking on the plus sign. Enhancement Direction, Elite Recruitment Order consumes 50 Spirit Stones. Enhancement Direction, Legendary Recruitment Order consumes 500,000 Spirit Stones. Consume 500,000 Spirit Stones. Choose Enhancement Direction, Legendary Recruitment Order. He had been too short on money before, so he never considered enhancing farmers. Now that he had money, he didn't mind going all in. The Legendary Recruitment Order was entirely golden, with a farmer carrying a golden pickaxe carved on it. Going to farm with a golden pickaxe, huh? Jiang Feng scoffed, then gently tossed it. Recruit. Soon, the farmer on the recruitment order walked out from the summoning gate. He was a middle-aged man, with a simple face, but his eyes were as calm as water, evoking the idiom, "Great wisdom appears foolish." The uncle was clearly a native of the myriad races battlefield, showing no surprise at his situation. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, he immediately bowed. Commoner pays respects to Lord. The uncle's demeanor completely matched Jiang Feng's expectations. Get up, no need for such formalities from now on. What pleased Jiang Feng the most was that he had no name. From now on, you shall be called Farmer One. What a great name! Farmer One exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord." His speech was pleasant to hear. Jiang Feng was even more satisfied with Farmer One. Farmer One race, human level, 1. Quality, golden legendary combat power, 7 traits, divine farmer model worker divine farmer. When engaged in gathering, disassembling, mining, and other production activities, work efficiency increases by 10 times. Yield increases by 5 times, with a 10% chance of quality increasing by 1 tier, not exceeding legendary quality. Model worker, under his influence, the work efficiency of the farmers in the territory increases by 20%. This divine farmer trait is simply against the law of conservation of mass, and the model worker trait is equivalent to a little hero. His combat power was also decent, starting at 7 stars, definitely much stronger than Jiang Feng as a lord. Farmer 1, go ahead and disassemble this tiger demon. Farmer 1 looked at the tiger demon's corpse, shocked, epic demon race hero. Lord, you truly have great means. After saying that, Farmer 1 waved his hand, casting a green light that enveloped the demon's corpse. Instantly, a series of prompt sounds rang out. Disassemble to obtain tiger meat, divine farmer activated, yield increased by 5 times, obtain tiger meat, epic, *5 disassemble to obtain tiger bones, divine farmer. Activated, yield increased by 5 times, obtain tiger bones, epic, *5 disassemble to obtain tiger whips, divine farmer activated, yield increased by 5 times, quality increased by 1 tier, obtain tiger whips, legendary, *5 disassembled. In less than a minute, a tiger demon weighing over 10 tons was transformed into various materials. With the enhancement of divine farmer, a total of 1,500 portions of tiger meat, 200 portions of tiger bones, 5 tiger skins, and 5 tiger whips were obtained. Among them were also 1/10 legendary quality ingredients and materials. It was simply insane to know that these were at least epic quality materials. Jiang Feng sighed, just these ingredients have already recouped the 500,000 spirit stones spent. What surprised Jiang Feng the most was that the tiger whip actually triggered the advancement effect of divine farmer, reaching legendary quality. Tiger whip, legendary, a man's gas station, a woman's beauty salon. Experience the effects for yourself. Jiang Feng certainly wouldn't use it himself, definitely not. But the legendary tiger whip could definitely sell for a sky-high price. Farmer 1, well done. Farmer 1 quickly humbly replied, "You flatter me, my lord." After collecting all the materials into the warehouse, Jiang Feng opened the Empress panel. After reaching level 10, the Empress's combat power had already reached a terrifying 234 stars. After admiring the terrifying attributes of the Empress for a while, Jiang Feng opened the heroic buildings section. Tianyin Pavilion, a troop building that can recruit the 9 heaven saints and disciples of Tianyin Pavilion. Required materials: Tianyin wood, epic, *2000, Xianin stone, epic, *1000, Stardust gold, epic, *1000, energy, *100000, occupying 1000 square meters. Tianyin wood and Xianin stone can be reinforced with ordinary wood and stone. As for Stardust gold, since ordinary iron ore won't do, if I'm not mistaken, it should require gold ore. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Feng opened the regional channel. Jiang Feng, I'm looking to buy the specific coordinates of gold ore for 10,000 spirit stones. Payment upon confirmation. First come, first served. Although it's a rare resource, there must be gold ore in the novice town. It's just that the server has only been open for a short time, and his territory hasn't discovered it yet. Whoa, after such a long time, Jiang Feng finally made an appearance. Wife, come out. and see the god. Can Zhang Feng tell us what the extraordinary treasure chest yielded? With Zhang Feng's luck, he won't get an epic item this time, right? Whoa, there was an E-grade, green mountains and clear water in front of me back then, but I chose psychic activation. If heaven gives me another chance. Little sister, only 18, fair-skinned and beautiful, does brother Zhang Feng need someone to warm his bed? Brother's upstairs, can I have a word? He is now the prominent figure of 10,086 town. His appearance immediately attracted countless onlookers. Wei Ming, awesome. I remember that gold ore itself is a rare quality resource. Could it be that Zhang Feng opened a rare building blueprint? It's only been a day since the server opened. Wei Ming's title from Zhang Feng changed to Brother Zhang Feng, and now it has become Zhang Feng the Great. Zhang Feng, Wei brother has good insight. It is indeed a building requirement. There's nothing to hide, anyone who has been to junior high can guess. However, no matter how imaginative they can't guess that Zhang Feng is not building a rare building but an epic troop building. Wei Ming, then Zhang Feng the Great, what are your coordinates? The gold ore location can't be too far from you, right? Zhang Feng, any door, dot. Wei Ming, hiss. Any door? Zhang Feng the Great is amazing. Did you just get it from the extraordinary treasure chest? Yin Man suddenly appeared, is any door for sale? I'll take it for 1,000,000 spirit stones. Zhang Feng almost choked. In Blue Star, the price of any door is around 100,000 spirit stones. Yin Man offered such a high price simply because each trip to Blue Star can only carry 10 slots of items. Truly a wealthy person. Facing the tycoon, Zhang Feng had to be amiable. Zhang Feng, Yin Man the Great is impressive. I still have use for this any door. I'll definitely contact you next time. Yin Man, Zhang Feng, you must have gained quite a bit today. If you have any high-level items you don't need, you can sell them to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. That's feasible. He currently has dozens of rare and extraordinary equipment lying idle. Zhang Feng, let's add each other as friends first. I'll sort through what I have tonight and send it to you to see what you need. Yin Man, okay. Wei Ming, Zhang Feng the Great, can you add me too? Zhang Feng thought for a moment, sure. Although Wei Ming is a second-generation lord, he seems decent upon initial observation. Thus, Zhang Feng's friend list increased to 4, and Shusha, Tushan Yaya, Yin Man, and Wei Ming. Upon hearing about adding friends, the other lords immediately perked up. Zhang Feng the Great, can you add me? I also have the surname Jiang, maybe we are long-lost brothers. Does brother Jiang Feng need a little sister? Quickly add me as a friend, don't just call me brother, I'd be fine with being called dad. Zhang Feng sighed, it's all the evil of money. Suddenly, Hichi said, Zhang Feng, I once stumbled upon a gold mine. If you need it, I can go take a picture for you. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up at the quick lead. Zhang Feng replied, great, send it to me privately. With things progressing so smoothly, Zhang Feng was in high spirits. But just as he closed the regional channel, and Shusha called for a video request. As soon as it connected, and Shusha's expression turned serious, Zhang Feng, I don't know what you need the gold mine for, but you absolutely cannot go to Hichi's territory. Zhang Feng asked in confusion. Why? And Shusha explained, Hichi is also a second-generation lord, one of the lords I gathered today to jointly eliminate the epic boss. Your sudden rise in the hero power rankings has left these guys bankrupt. They are currently figuring out how to retaliate against you. This could very well be a trap to deal with me. Zhang Feng was overjoyed, so I can save my 10,000 spirit stones. And Shusha was taken aback, then helplessly said, Zhang Feng, your way of thinking is truly unique, leaving me speechless. They have dozens of lords. If they really unite, it means you will face dozens of heroes and thousands of troops at the same time. During the day, if Sistering wasn't of noble status, she probably wouldn't be able to intimidate these guys. Zhang Feng laughed, you say Sistering so smoothly? And Shusha pouted, I'm being serious here, don't forget what the most important quality of a lord is. It's stability. Zhang Feng stopped joking, don't worry, I know how to handle this. I won't act rashly without being fully confident. And Shusha sighed in relief, that's good, I believe you're not an impulsive person. After disconnecting the video, Zhang Feng clasped his hands to the sky, heaven bless, this must be a trap. He had never prayed so sincerely before. 10,000 spirit stones are a small matter. But energy is a big deal. How much energy can dozens of lords, dozens of heroes, and thousands of troops provide me? It's truly exciting. If heaven wants Zhang Feng to perish, it must first make him mad. Hichi passionately declared, the location of that gold mine is in a valley with only 2 entrances. As long as we can lure him into a trap, Zhang Feng won't be able to escape. But his heroes. A lord hadn't finished speaking when Hichi interrupted. So what if they are epic heroes? With our thousands of troops focusing fire, let alone epic heroes, even legendary heroes would have to kneel. He Chi's words immediately resonated strongly. That's right, this kid Zhang Feng is too arrogant, even heaven can't stand it anymore and sent us to take him down. I calculated that, including Zhang Feng's income from selling high-quality equipment and spirit food, he has at least 5 million spirit stones on him. We're going to get rich. Since it's heaven's will, why don't we form a blood alliance and advance and retreat together in the future? This statement instantly ignited the passion of a group of young, overly ambitious boys, unifying the novice town, overthrowing the decayed Qing kingdom, stepping on the stars and all races. Everyone wait, I'm going to get a bowl. The enthusiastic atmosphere made He Chi very satisfied. After taking down Zhang Feng, we will imitate Zhang Feng's method of dealing with Li Nu's and first cut off one of his arms. After forcing him to hand over all his assets, we will. He Chi made a downward cutting motion, his eyes filled with killing intent. Immediately after, He Chi looked at Lin Mo, who was frowning and silent. What does Lord Lin Mo think? Lin Mo's expression changed. His fists clenched and then relaxed, and then clenched again. After a full 10 seconds, Lin Mo finally stood up and said seriously, I really can't bring myself to commit murder and robbery. I can only wish all of you brothers a smooth operation. He Chi's expression relaxed. If Lin Mo gets involved, his position as the leader will be unstable. Watching Lin Mo leave with his troops, He Chi scoffed. What, not engaging in murder and robbery? It's just cowardice. He then shouted loudly, brothers, follow me to the gold mine, lest that brat Zhang Feng grows suspicious if we take too long. A team of over 1,000 set off in a grand procession. 2 full hours later, finally arrived. By this time, the sky had darkened. After He Chi arranged for the lords to lie in ambush, he took a distant photo of the gold mine. Then came the most crucial part of the plan, luring Zhang Feng out. To gain Zhang Feng's trust, He Chi mustered his courage and dialed the video call. The video connected almost immediately. Zhang Feng on the other end frowned. Why did it take so long? He Chi nodded and bowed. It's because the distance was too far, so it took 2 hours. Please forgive me. Great one. Forget it. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said lightly, have you found the gold mine? He Chi immediately sent over the photo. Please take a look. Great one. Zhang Feng frowned. It looks like a gold mine, but it's a bit far. He Chi explained according to the prepared script, the sky is a bit dark, and the guardian monster of the gold mine is a level 12 Earth Ghost Archer, so I could only take a few photos from a distance. Zhang Feng seemed to accept this explanation. In that case, I'll personally go verify it and then pay you your spirit stones. He Chi was so excited he almost jumped up. He Chi, here are my coordinates. Click to view. You can open the portal here, and I will await your esteemed presence, Zhang Feng. What puzzled him was that Zhang Feng seemed even happier than he was. However, he didn't think much of it, assuming the gold mine was particularly important to Zhang Feng. After hanging up, He Chi pumped his fist. It worked. Soon, a portal opened beside He Chi, and Xinxia and Giselle stepped out first. After confirming there was no danger, the 2 goddess warrior leaders waved their hands to those behind the portal. Next, Zhang Feng stepped out of the portal, accompanied by the Empress and 10 goddess warriors. Following them were a dozen farmers, including Noni. Seeing the stunning Empress and the 12 perfectly proportioned beautiful warriors, He Chi instinctively swallowed. He felt both jealous and relieved. Jealous of Zhang Feng's good fortune. Relieved that Zhang Feng was bold enough not to send that team of elite centaur leaders for protection. Welcome, great Zhang Feng. Please look, the gold mine is in that valley. He Chi pointed. It's about a few hundred meters away. Zhang Feng patted He Chi on the shoulder, praising, you did well. Let's go verify it together. He Chi quickly forced a smile. Great one, you're joking. I'm not as strong as you. Entering the area with level 12 monsters is too risky. Just kidding. The stunning woman in palace attire beside Zhang Feng must be the Empress, the top of the hero combat power rankings. If he followed them in and a battle broke out, what would happen if he got taken out in an instant? Zhang Feng didn't insist. I just want to confirm that the gold mine is fine before transferring the money to you in person. Since you don't want to, then forget it. After saying that, Zhang Feng led the Empress and the goddess warriors into the valley. He Chi stammered, this is going too smoothly. It seems even heaven wants Zhang Feng to be a stepping stone on my path to rise. As if Zhang Feng is cooperating willingly. My lord, there are probably over 1,000 low-level troops a few hundred meters away, with combat power mostly between 10 to 30 stars. The Empress walked alongside Zhang Feng, her lips moving slightly. Aren't we going to take action? Zhang Feng replied calmly, no. Rush, they are too scattered right now, and the distance is too far. It would be troublesome to clear them out. There was another reason Zhang Feng didn't mention. Although in the battlefield of 10,000 races, the fist is the truth. But humans are, after all, intelligent beings with a basic sense of good and evil. Zhang Feng did not want to tarnish his reputation and become a public enemy without any benefit, especially since he was about to slay dozens of lords. He thought of something and said to Xinxia, before He makes his move, the battle with the guardian of the gold mine should be more intense. Intense? Xinxia was taken aback. Frowning as she replied, my lord, that's too much to ask of the sisters. Zhang Feng knew it was somewhat difficult. Then let's try to make it intense. The empress chuckled, my lord, isn't this called fishing for law enforcement? Zhang Feng shot her a glare, nonsense, this lord is the victim forced to fight back in self-defense. But the empress's expression turned serious as she whispered, my lord, the falcon above is being controlled by someone. Falcon? Zhang Feng was stunned, then suddenly realized something. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Then let's see who is the spring cicada and who is the oriole. In a dense forest 3 kilometers away, Lin Mo asked his hero, Garcia, how's it going? Garcia was an exceptional quality hero, a jungle guardian. At that moment, Garcia's eyes were vacant as he observed the movements around the gold mine through the shared vision of his pet falcon. Reporting to my lord, Lord Zhang Feng has entered the ambush zone. However, this time, Lord Zhang Feng has not brought centaurs but a squad of female soldiers that his subordinates have never seen before. Female soldiers? Lin Mo was taken aback, then frowned, it seems I overestimated Zhang Feng. One of Zhang Feng's trump cards, that squad of exceptional centaur leaders didn't come. This time? Does he really think that by taking the top spot on the hero combat power list, no one in this town would dare to oppose him? How naive. Garcia questioned, wouldn't it be better to smoothly slay Zhang Feng like this? Lin Mo shook his head, but what I want is for them to suffer mutual destruction. With those centaur warriors, even if Zhang Feng dies, he can still heavily injure this group of lords, and then I can step in to clean up the mess and profit from it. But who knew Zhang Feng would be so arrogant and disappointing? Suddenly, Garcia spoke rapidly, my lord, the battle at the gold mine has begun. In the valley where the gold mine was located. Abigail exclaimed, leader, I've never fought such a difficult battle. Olivia added, yeah, when can we go all out? Amanda lamented, whoa, I accidentally killed another one. Oh, the goddess warriors were both complaining and cautiously engaging with the guardian of the gold mine. They even occasionally got hit by arrows, leaving white marks on their thunder armor to prove that the battle was indeed intense. Xinxia sighed, sisters, hold on a little longer. Giselle encouraged, victory is just around the corner. Amanda, pay attention. You've already killed 3 monsters, it's not intense enough. Zhang Feng watched the goddess warrior's clumsy performance with a numb expression. The empress beside him was trying hard to suppress her laughter. Fortunately, this torment didn't last long. Ha ha ha, a loud laugh echoed. From the front and back entrances of the valley, a swarm of figures surged forth. These figures included humans, demons, elves, dwarves, and even a rare squad of insectoid stingers, all rushing forward until they stopped about 50 meters away from Zhang Feng. He hiding in the back, said with great enthusiasm, Zhang Feng, in this situation, you probably never imagined it, did you? Zhang Feng sighed, indeed, I didn't expect it. Just as He was about to show a smug smile, Zhang Feng continued, I didn't expect you to be this stupid. He was furious, you dare to talk back when death is imminent. Zhang Feng smiled and said, what I mean is, you should first ask me for that 10,000 spirit stone commission. He frowned, what do you mean? Yesterday, after Li Muse used the decree against me, I mentioned that next time someone has their eyes on me, they should be prepared with spirit stones as a ransom for their lives. Zhang Feng said lightly, have you prepared them? He's breath caught in his throat. Zhang Feng's calmness stirred an ominous feeling in He's heart. Let me interrupt. Xinxia suddenly shouted, my lord, if this continues, the sisters won't be able to hold on. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly, mocking, Zhang Feng, look at your female warriors, each one with a pained expression, even the wild monsters can't withstand it, and you're still there posturing. At this point, He shouted angrily, you've caused our brothers to lose everything, now hand over all the spirit stones and items, and I can give you a quick end. A second generation lord behind He. She added with shining eyes, also, let Zhang Feng hand over this group of female warriors. Come on, I've never seen such a powerful troop. Looking at the lords before him, completely blinded by profit, Zhang Feng retracted the last shred of mercy in his heart and sighed, a dark night with a high wind, a night for killing. Then he said to Xinxia, since you can't hold on any longer, just unleash your power. Xinxia took a deep breath and shouted, sisters, unleash your battle power. Boom boom boom, the goddess warriors relaxed their expressions, instantly unleashing their full combat power, a violent momentum soaring into the sky. Bolts of thunder surged, filling the valley for thousands of meters, mixed with the dying screams of the Earth Ghost archers. The Empress exclaimed, truly a supreme troop, if at the same level, their combat power is definitely not inferior to legendary troops. Zhang Feng explained, the goddess warriors come with a thunderstorm set, and their equipment attributes will increase as their levels rise. Take Xinxia as an example, now with each level she gains, she can increase her physique by 26 points. This physique growth has already surpassed the vast majority of legendary troops, even rivaling legendary dragons. I just consumed all the territory's energy to raise them to level 7. Shanxia's physique has already reached 186 points. Zhang Feng was extremely satisfied with the goddess warriors, to the point where he wouldn't trade them for legendary troops. If he had money in the future, training all the goddess warriors into legendary troops would definitely allow them to slaughter dragons. Looking at the lords, He-Chi let out an unconscious groan. What kind of troop is this? The thunder illuminated his shocked and twisted face. The other lords were even worse off. The second-generation lord who had just demanded Zhang Feng hand over the goddess warriors was now so scared he sat down on the ground, his pants soaked. As they watched over 100 Earth Ghost archers about to be wiped out, He-Chi finally reacted. If Zhang Feng doesn't die today, we will surely be picked off one by one in the future. At this point, it's either Zhang Feng dies or we perish. Brothers, charge together, we must overwhelm him. The other lords thought the same. Having made an enemy of Zhang Feng, they had no way out. So, they all commanded their heroes and troops to rush forward. As for their own selves, they instinctively took a few steps back. Zhang Feng lamented. Your brains and tactics are good, but unfortunately, your strength is too weak. Empress. Yes. Facing the hundreds of troops coming at them, the Empress stepped forward and softly chanted, Blood Arc. Drawing her sword, striking, sheathed, all in one breath. A blood-red sword aura, dozens of meters long, swept out. It was the innate skill of the Scarlet Holy Word. At level 6, this move could easily kill a level 10 exceptional troop. Now the Empress has reached level 10. Dealing with these troops with a maximum combat power of 30 stars and heroes of over 40 stars is as easy as chopping vegetables. The hundreds of troops charging forward, whether they are level 5 ordinary militia or level 7 rare troops like the Stinging Serpent, are all cut in half by a single sword strike. The Empress, originally a melee hero, has a sword energy range that surpasses most ranged troops. Many ranged troops didn't even enter her range before dying in confusion. Only a few arrows were shot out, but they posed no threat to Zhang Feng, clad in epic armor. Only a handful of dwarf troops, relying on their height advantage, managed to escape, standing in place, unsure of what to do. Red, green, and yellow blood splattered across the ground. Broken limbs twisted wildly on the ground, wailing in agony. The entire battlefield instantly resembled a hell of slaughter. The Empress returned to Zhang Feng's side, shaking her head and saying, Too weak. On the battlefield, aside from the goddess warriors still clearing the remaining ground fire archers, it seemed as if someone had pressed the pause button. The lords, though unharmed, felt as if someone was banging a gong right next to their ears. Buzzing. Damn it! A sword energy that is even stronger than the archer's range? How are we supposed to fight? He-Chi murmured, Empress. Empress. Are epic heroes really this strong? Just then, the goddess warrior finished off the gold mine guardian and silently stood beside Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng waved his hand filled with killing intent and said, Kill, leave none alive. These guys are different from Li News. They are now cleaner than their faces, having no value left to exploit. For the sake of energy, Zhang Feng truly found no reason to leave any survivors. Xinxia, as the leader of the goddess warriors, though not strategic, is absolutely a master tactician. Without needing Zhang Feng's command, she glanced at the enemy's dense formation and called out, Thunder projection. Yes, the goddess warriors responded in unison. Crack, the handles of two short guns locked together, instantly transforming into a spear over 2 meters long. The movements were crisp and uniform. Immediately after, they took a step back, their bodies slightly bent, spines like dragons, arms like bows. Thunder coiled around the spear, crackling. Project. Boom boom boom. It was not the whoosh of arrows being shot, nor the whistle of thrown weapons. It was a thunderous roar like a bolt from the blue. 12 thunder spears transformed into 12 raging dragons of lightning, howling forth. Poo poo poo. Creatures standing in front of the thunder spears, whether troops, heroes, or lords, whether ordinary, elite, or rare, under the terrifying kinetic energy, all exploded into a mist of blood. In the end, the 12 thunder spears pierced through the entire army of the Lord Alliance, flying out over 100 meters before finally falling to the ground, powerless. And among the army, 12 death trenches were left, filled with blood and flesh. Such a violent beauty stirred Jiang Feng's heart, and he exclaimed in delight, What a stress reliever! Truly a stress reliever. The Empress, with a serious expression, said, If Xinxia and the 12 of them projected their thunder spears at the same time and blocked my position, I would only have a 30% chance of escaping with my life. He-Chi didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. He was at the back of the army, where the power of the thunder spears had already diminished to less than 30%. Even so, he was pierced through the chest, the immense force taking away all the organs in his chest cavity, leaving only a few ribs to barely support his upper body. Without even uttering his last words, He Chi's upper body collapsed to the ground, dying from lack of breath. He barely left a whole corpse. The surviving lords finally broke down. Run for your lives. Whoa, don't kill me. Zhang Feng, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please spare my life. You, a commoner, if you dare to kill me, my family will make sure you can never return to Blue Star. The cries, pleas for mercy, and threats echoed through the night sky. Some of the sharper minds finally remembered Jiang Feng's preferences. Zhang Feng, I have money for my life. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to hand over all my spirit stones. Although my little sister has no money on her, she is from the Zhang family in Baihe City, and the Zhang family will definitely be willing to pay a large ransom. Moreover, my little sister can warm your bed. But Jiang Feng's eyes remained indifferent. He knew that if he fell into the hands of these people, he would definitely be dead. Because he was a commoner, the second-generation lords would have no qualms at all. After all, even the military would retreat in the face of powerful lord families. The main point was that these guys were already out of money, so the best choice was to leave none alive. Xinxia had not received new orders and naturally understood Jiang Feng's decision. She reached out and grasped the air. The thunder spear that had been embedded hundreds of meters away instantly vanished from its spot and reappeared in Xinxia's hand. Jiang Feng looked on enviously. So cool. No wonder it's a divine weapon. It actually has a spatial array. The goddess warrior class was one he increasingly admired. Other goddess warriors followed suit, recalling their weapons and charging towards the surviving lords. Beep beep beep, it was actually Enchuxia. Enchuxia, Jiang Feng, where are you? Are you in danger? If you can't win, don't be brave. There are too many of them. How does this girl know I'm fighting? Jiang Feng was puzzled for a moment before slapping his forehead. Look at my memory. I forgot that when a lord dies, it gets announced in the regional channel. With enemies still in front of him, Jiang Feng didn't rush to reply to Enchuxia. What he didn't know was that the regional channel had already exploded. After nightfall, the lords were having dinner while chatting and joking in the regional channel. After night fell, the visibility for lord units would be greatly affected. To be safe, many lords would choose to conserve their energy or level up in low-level monster areas after dark. Today the hero power rankings had its ups and downs. Although I lost a bit of money, it was really exciting. Our little town is full of hidden talents. Lin Mo was strong enough, right? But I didn't expect Jiang Feng to be even stronger than Ingyan. Everyone guess, who will become our town mayor? In the future? No need to say, of course it's my brother Chen. Sister upstairs, I know Jiang Feng is handsome, but personal worship is not good. Although Jiang Feng is impressive, the foundation is too different. If he really angers Ingyan and takes a few epic soldier tokens when returning to Blue Star in 2 days. Anyway, brother Jiang Feng is the best. Should we bet again? Alright, the town needs 100 lords to reach level 3 before the town barrier can be broken and the mayoral contest can begin. Right now, everyone doesn't even have level 2, so why worry? Speaking of level 2, why hasn't the Heavenly Dao announced the level 2 upgrade reward system yet? While the lords were in a harmonious mood. Announcement: Lord He Chi has been killed by Lord Jiang Feng. It should be soon. Announcement: Lord Wang Can has been killed by Lord Jiang Feng. Announcement: Lord Wang Meng has been killed by Lord Jiang Feng. A total of 12 death announcements caused the regional channel to fall silent. For a full minute, no lord sent another message. It seemed they were all stunned by this news. The 10,000 races battlefield was a real world. When you die, you die. But there are no resurrection points. Oh, that's not quite accurate. It should be said, perhaps there are resurrection methods, but they have never appeared in human history. Is today April Fool's Day? Finally, someone couldn't stand the deathly silence. I counted, 18 lords fell. In an instant. What on earth happened? It's terrifying. In just 1 day since the server opened, our town has lost a total of only 8 lords, and now suddenly 18 have fallen. He Chi, Wang Can, these are all from lord families. Although they can't compare to the Yin family or the Lin family, they are still lord families. What kind of grudge could lead Jiang Feng to turn against so many lord families? A storm is coming. And Chu Xia. Jiang Feng isn't replying to my messages. What should I do? I say this, whoever dares to lay a finger on Jiang Feng, I will never let them go. I say, big sister, isn't Jiang Feng the one killing others? And Chu Xia, I don't care. Finally, someone voiced the most reasonable speculation. Perhaps, Jiang Feng's hidden traps were accidentally triggered by them. Why didn't I think of that? As long as it's an accident, that's fine. As soon as the words fell. Announcement: Lord Kongguang has been killed by Lord Jiang Feng. How brutal. Who can contact Lord Jiang Feng and tell him to stop killing? Announcement: Lord Zhang Meng has been killed by Lord Jiang Feng. He even killed a girl. Perhaps the girl just wasn't pretty. In the witness of everyone in town 10086, these lords were slaughtered by Zhang Feng at a rate of one every few seconds. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. Brothers, I'm feeling a bit unwell, I'm out of here. This is a massacre. Has Zhang Feng gone mad? Could it be Zhang Feng wants to take the bloody lord route? It is said that Zhang Feng's parents are both dead. He has no sister and no house. He is simply the chosen bloody lord. Upon hearing the term bloody lord, everyone fell silent. In the battlefield of 10,000 races, there are three mainstream lord factions. 1. Entertainment lords focus on developing the entertainment industry, such as film, tourism, sports, and dining. For example, the famous Lord Shen Wanshan from the Sixth Heaven. 2. Farming lords focus on developing territorial resources, mostly keen on building defensive towers. It is said that the largest farming lord in the Qing dynasty, He Shen, had millions of defensive towers in his territory. 3. Warlords focus on developing heroes, troops, and personal strength. They actively participate in national wars, racial wars, and even battles in foreign lands. The most famous include Han Xian, Hua Zubing, and Li Jing. Any of these three routes, if taken to the extreme, has limitless potential. As for other niche factions, there are also bloody lords, bounty lords, simulation lords, and so on. Among them, the most notorious is undoubtedly the bloody lord. They have no moral bottom line and use the slaughter of other lords as a means to level up quickly, committing all sorts of atrocities, making them public enemies. Whenever a bloody lord appears, the Dragon Kingdom's officials will immediately recruit bounty lords to hunt them down, and if necessary, even send powerful lords to take action themselves. Therefore, when the speculation that Zhang Feng is a bloody lord arose, everyone was instantly filled with dread, fearing that Zhang Feng would suddenly appear and wipe them out. Fortunately, Enchuxia quickly spoke up to explain. Enchuxia, what do you all know? He Qi went bankrupt because of the hero power rankings and harbors resentment against Zhang Feng, which is why he organized a group of lords to seek revenge on Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng is acting in self-defense. Tushan Yaya, brother Zhang Feng is very gentle, he would never take the bloody route. Ingin man, I was there during the day, the killer is Ren Ham. If what Sister Chuxia said is true, then their deaths are not to be regretted. Of course, if Zhang Feng really becomes a bloody lord, I will personally take action to eliminate him, and I will not show mercy. Wei Ming agreed, bloody lords deserve to be exterminated, but we cannot wrongfully accuse good people. The group of big shots expressed their opinions one after another. Others also recalled that there was indeed such a thing. So it turns out He Qi said there was a gold mine in the territory just to lure Lord Zhang Feng over. This makes sense. If they had stayed honestly in their own territories, how could they have been wiped out in one go? Zhang Feng isn't some kind of clone master. Li Mu said, Whoa, little brother, thanks Zhang Feng for not killing me yesterday. I will definitely come to express my gratitude another day. Looking at the dead lords scattered all over, Li Mu was scared to the point of nearly wetting himself. He actually went to attack the maniac Zhang Feng yesterday. He must have been out of his mind. If he hadn't had money in his pocket at the time, he would have been the first to be killed. A few minutes later, the slaughter finally stopped. The crowd counted, and there were a total of 41 lords. And Chuxia said, it's over, thankfully Zhang Feng is fine. I say, Goddessin, aren't you being a bit biased? And Chuxia replied, biased? These lords are just dead, but Zhang Feng was the one who was scared. Oh, the reason for Zhang Feng's killings was now clear. But another question once again troubled everyone. How did Zhang Feng manage to slay dozens of lords all by himself? Even if Zhang Feng really had epic heroes, it shouldn't be possible. Using strategy? Taking advantage of the terrain? Or some one-time item? The battlefield was littered with corpses. Zhang Feng looked at his gains, feeling a mix of emotions. 460,000 energy. No wonder everyone knows that being a bloody lord is a one-way street, yet some still take the risk. Especially the energy gained from killing lords. Each one contributed thousands to nearly 10,000 points of energy, comparable to an elite boss. Out of this 460,000 energy, a large portion was contributed by the lords. After counting his gains, Zhang Feng immediately built a smelting factory and upgraded it directly to level 2. Only then did he reply to Enchuxia. Zhang Feng, don't worry, I've taken care of it on my end. Enchuxia, were you hurt? Zhang Feng, no. Enchuxia, the battle was brutal, right? Zhang Feng, corpses everywhere, it was extremely brutal. He was being honest. Enchuxia immediately became anxious. Then were there many casualties? Casualties? There were definitely none dead, but one farmer had an arrow in his arm and would probably take until tomorrow to recover. Zhang Feng, there were some casualties, but still within an acceptable range. Enchuxia, that's good. Sigh, although they deserved it, you were too impulsive, those few Lord families won't let this go easily. Zhang Feng, not let it go easily? How can they not let it go? I'm carefree in Blue Star. As for the myriad races battlefield, do they dare to come and take revenge on me? And Chuxia, but you can't stay in the myriad races battlefield forever. I don't need to explain the reasons, do I? Zhang Feng laughed. I know, Blue Star is the foundation of life continuation. I definitely can't give that up. But with my rate of development, it should be those few lord families who should be afraid. As long as he could reach the combat power of the myriad stars, let alone those small families, even the in-family and Li family would have to treat him with respect. Closing the chat interface, Zhang Feng said to the Empress, Empress, can you locate the position of that Hawk Master? The Empress shook her head. Zhang Feng didn't press the issue and said to Xinxia, go ahead. He couldn't be bothered to spend time searching for a fish that slipped through the net. Moreover, he suspected that this guy was most likely Lin Mo. Boom, the lightning gun was projected again and the hawk in the 100-meter high sky instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Following that, Zhang Feng opened the regional channel. Zhang Feng, a slight punishment, it won't happen again. Everyone thought Zhang Feng was summarizing his own killings. Only Lin Mo was different. Ah! Garcia screamed while covering his eyes, startling Lin Mo. What happened? Garcia shouted, my lord, while our position hasn't been exposed yet, we must escape quickly. Although he had already seen the battle results from the regional channel, Lin Mo still found it hard to believe. Is Zhang Feng really that strong? Isn't it using magic scrolls, talismans, or bombs, those one-time items? No, if I'm not mistaken. Garcia hesitated for a moment, then gently uttered 8 words, epic hero, epic unit. Lin Mo's face was filled with shock. Immediately after, he saw Zhang Feng's warning, his expression shifting between dark and light. With the legendary farmer known present, the first unit of gold was quickly mined. Looking at the long enhancement list behind the gold, Zhang Feng smiled. Enhancement direction. Star gold consumes 1,000 spirit stones. Now, the materials are all set. Zhang Feng gave the order, Nong-yi, stay here and mine gold with all your strength. Cynthia, you lead half of the goddess warriors to guard here. The two responded in unison, yes, my lord. The duration of the basic teleportation gate is only 1 hour, so Zhang Feng naturally wouldn't stay here. The nearby lords had basically been slaughtered by him. With 6 goddess warriors, only one needed to guard the gold mine. The others could still farm monsters without any interference, and no one was competing for it. After arranging the gold mine, Zhang Feng led the others back through the teleportation gate. Just as they returned to the territory, the Empress clutched her stomach. I'm hungry. Zhang Feng was also hungry. It was then he remembered. They had been on the road all day, and after breakfast, they hadn't eaten anything. Half an hour later, Zhang Feng, the Empress, and the goddess warriors gathered around a simple dining table in the center of the territory, taking their seats in order of importance. In front of Zhang Feng was a bowl of porridge and a large plate of roasted meat. The porridge was made from the epic spirit material dragon tooth rice. The meat was roasted from legendary quality monster meat. Zhang Feng sighed, let's just have a simple bite. He already knew the effects of dragon tooth rice. I wonder what the effects of legendary monster meat are. Hint, you consume monster meat, legendary, physique +8, spirit +4, soul +4. Holy crap. Looking at the heavenly Dao prompt, Zhang Feng exclaimed in surprise. A bite of meat increases 16 points of attributes. Is this the effect of legendary spirit materials? Zhang Feng clenched his fists, enjoying the powerful energy surging within him. This was just ordinary barbecue. If it were carefully cooked, the effects would surely be even stronger. He suddenly remembered the enhancement list of that kitchen blueprint, which had many high-quality dining buildings. At this moment, the Empress also said, with satisfaction, it actually increased my physique by 1 point, truly worthy of legendary ingredients. Giselle rarely smiled, my lord, I increased by 2 points of physique. Zhang Feng listened to everyone's reports and expressed great satisfaction. Come on, everyone, keep eating. The crowd began to feast. But Zhang Feng, watching everyone enjoy the food, fell into deep thought. The legendary quality spirit meat only had 150 units, and this meal consumed 10 units. If he could slay a legendary monster. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng instinctively glanced at the eager Longjiu beside him. Longjiu foolishly asked, my lord, can Xiaojiu eat meat? Zhang Feng suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt. Xiaojiu has always been loyal, and I actually had the thought of killing for meat. Although it was just instinctive, it shouldn't be. Zhang Feng felt a bit guilty, so he picked up a large piece of spirit meat and tossed it into the air. Catch it, Xiaojiu. Longjiu opened his huge mouth and bit down. Zhang Feng asked with concern, is it tasty? Swallowed it, didn't taste much. Longjiu smacked his lips. Can I have another piece? Zhang Feng slapped the table. Don't you know how to chew? Chew? Long Geo looked aggrieved. With such a big piece of meat, do I need to chew? If I don't swallow it quickly, it'll get stuck in my teeth. Looking at Long Zhou's head, which was the size of a small house, Zhang Feng sighed. The Empress smiled and comforted. Xiaojiao, you can transform at level 20, right? Long Zhou's eyes lit up, and then he said nervously, I wonder what Xiaojiao will look like after transforming. If she's even half as beautiful as Sister Empress, I'll be satisfied. After spending so much time together and fighting side by side, the Empress had developed a harmonious relationship with the giant dragons. Everyone chatted while eating. A notification sound suddenly rang out. Is this notification from the Heavenly Dao announcement? With so many messages in the regional channel, Zhang Feng had specifically set up alerts for announcement-type messages. He opened the regional channel. Announcement: the ranking reward system for the next stage is now public. First place upgrades to a level 2 lord, rewarded with an excellent treasure chest. Second to 10th place upgrades to a level 1 lord, rewarded with a rare treasure chest. 11th to 100th place upgrades to a level 1 lord, rewarded with a fine treasure chest. Looking at the announcement, Zhang Feng smiled. Finally, the reward system for level 2 upgrades is announced. I upgraded to level 2 yesterday. I should be able to get first place, right? Although Zhang Feng had somewhat lost interest in the excellent treasure chest, the prestige rewards were something that even the country lords and domain lords would find beneficial. The sudden notification from the Heavenly Dao made the regional channel lively. Finally, the rewards for upgrading to level 2 are announced. Another excellent treasure chest. Why are the rewards in this new area so good? Maybe it's just our little town that has good rewards. Why? What else could it be? We have many big shots in our town. Who do you think will be the top? This time, I'm backing Zhang Feng. He got the fine iron mine yesterday and has even started mass selling fine iron equipment. I'm backing Zhang Feng too. Surprisingly, most of the lords reached a consensus that Zhang Feng could take the top spot. Wei Ming, brothers, should we bet again, just on the top spot? This time, I'll set up the betting. Mu Qingxuan, does Wei Ming have confidence in getting the top spot for level 2 upgrades? Just like Lin Mo? Wei Ming, not at all, just a little fun. However, Mu Qingxuan guessed right. Because when Zhang Feng passed by in the morning, he casually wiped out the goblin tribe occupying the fine iron mine, and Wei Ming had mined fine iron for a whole day, just managing to gather enough resources right before the Heavenly Dao announced the rankings, upgrading to level 2 in an instant. Tu Shan Yaya, great. Anyway, from now on, no matter what the ranking is, I'll bet on brother Zhang Feng winning. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was utterly frustrated. Zhang Feng, did you hit the jackpot or something? Tu Shan Yaya, I made over 40,000 spirit stones in one go today, so happy. Wei Ming, since everyone has no objections, I'll go set up the betting at the exchange. But the Heavenly Dao didn't give him the chance. Announcement: Lord Zhang Feng ranks first in upgrading to a level 2 Lord's Mansion, rewarded with an excellent treasure chest. Announcement: Lord Zhang Feng ranks first in upgrading to a level 2 Lord's Mansion, rewarded with 100 prestige points. Wei Ming was speechless. The first place wasn't him. Thank goodness he didn't bet. Immediately after. Announcement: Lord Yin Man ranks second in upgrading to a level 2 Lord's Mansion, rewarded with a rare treasure chest. Announcement: Lord Yin Man ranks second in upgrading to a level 2 Lord's Mansion, rewarded with 50 prestige points. Wei Ming was about to go crazy. The second place wasn't even him. Announcement: Lord Wei Ming ranks third in upgrading to a level 3 Lord's Mansion, rewarded with a rare treasure chest. Announcement: Lord Wei Ming ranks third in upgrading to a level 3 Lord's Mansion, rewarded with 30 prestige points. Wei Ming finally let out a light breath, but the others were all speechless. Tushan Yaya, whoa, Yaya wasn't wrong, it's really brother Zhang Feng again. I feel like I missed out on another billion. The level 2 ranking has started, and the level 2 ranking has ended. Although saying this might be a bit disrespectful, but they really are a bunch of old schemers. Hey, big shots, can you leave some room for us ordinary lords? I've had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes, ending up in a newbie town with this group of freaks. The lords were filled with grievances. Normally, anyone who can level up 2 books in 3 days is a big shot. After all, the Iron or Guardian needs to be cleared. But now, in just a day and a half, there are actually 3 people with 2 books? I've never seen anything like it. Thank goodness I didn't bet. I was planning to go for the underdog and bet on winning against Yin Man the big shot. Yin Man, am I the underdog? My mistake. My mistake, please don't take offense. Meanwhile, on Zhang Feng's side, he ignored the teasing in the regional channel, even disregarding the rare treasure chest. Instead, he focused on the Heavenly Dao prompt. Prompt: your reputation has exceeded 300 points and you have gained some fame in the county town. Prompt: a merchant caravan has heard of your name and is already on its way to your territory. Perhaps, you should prepare enough spirit stones. A strange look appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes. I actually triggered a special event? Could it be because I'm the first lord to reach some fame and reputation? This is the benefit of high reputation. From what Zhang Feng knew, there were quite a few good items among the goods of such merchant caravans. If luck was on his side, he might even roll an epic item. Of course, the prices of the goods in the caravan were not cheap. If Yin Man encounters it, she could probably buy the entire caravan. Zhang Feng secretly complained. Of course, what Zhang Feng was looking forward to was not some epic item. What he anticipated were those niche low-tier items. For example, seeds, various blueprints, cultivation methods, skill books, and so on. Just then, unexpectedly, the Heavenly Dao issued another announcement. Due to the generally higher strength of the troops in 10086 town compared to other towns, the troop strength leaderboard has been triggered. Troop strength rank 1, the corresponding lord will receive 1 epic treasure chest. Troop strength rank 2 to 10, the corresponding lords will receive 1 extraordinary treasure chest each. Troop strength rank 11 to 100, the corresponding lords will receive 1 rare treasure chest each. Calculation rule, the sum of the attribute panels of all troops under the lord. Settlement time, the day after tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. After a moment of silence, the regional channel exploded. An epic treasure chest has appeared in the newbie town. This is simply unprecedented. It's not surprising, the stronger the troops of the participating lords, the better the rewards. The settlement time is the day after tomorrow at noon, which just happens to be when the return passage to Blue Star opens. Suddenly, a lord discovered the trick. Everyone pay attention, the calculation rule is the sum of all troop panel strengths, not the highest troop strength. Doesn't that mean we can build houses to increase the population cap and then spam troops to boost strength? Whoa, finally giving us ordinary lords a way to survive. I don't need an epic treasure chest, just give me a rare treasure chest. And Zhang Feng the big shot turned his fate around with just 1 rare treasure chest. Seeing the opportunity to turn fate around, all the lords went crazy. Even Zhang Feng felt a bit envious. He wasn't too concerned about the extraordinary treasure chest, but the epic treasure chest was different. The last epic treasure chest had yielded 10 tons of dragon tooth rice. The calculation rule is the sum of all troop strengths, right? If someone really goes crazy and spams troops to boost strength, the combined strength of thousands of low-tier troops, I can't handle that. However, Zhang Feng remained confident. Isn't it just spamming troops? Who can't do that? I've got the Tianyin Pavilion. You spam ordinary troops, I'll spam extraordinary troops, let's see whose strength is higher. With that thought, Zhang Feng issued orders through the lord's heart. All the farmers in the gold mine area are working overtime. They won't rest until they collect 1,000 units of gold. Farmer 1, my lord, rest assured, we swear to complete the task. Yin Man looked at the rewards for upgrading her lord's manor and gritted her teeth. Damn it, I've been tricked again. Yin Man discovered the fine iron mine yesterday and had 10 epic farmers mining it with all their might, taking only 2 hours to upgrade her manor to level 2. She was a genius, a pay-to-win player, and lucky all at once, which allowed her to upgrade on the first day. But no matter how fast she was, she still couldn't outpace Zhang Feng, that cheat. Meng Tian was equally puzzled. Even if Zhang Feng discovered the fine iron mine before us, how could his mining speed be so fast? Could it be that he also has epic farmers? But isn't he a commoner? Feeling frustrated, Yin Man maliciously said, Sister Meng, do you think Zhang Feng might really be some royal descendant, the kind that's wild and favored? Meng Tian also had her doubts. It's not impossible, Your Highness. When you return to Blue Star, in 2 days, you could send someone to investigate. Meng Tian willingly transformed into a hero. Although she died, her soul remained unextinguished, yet her loyalty to the first emperor meant her favorability towards Yin Man could never reach 100 points. Thus, she could never return to Blue Star in this lifetime. Yin Man nodded, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, that's great. What's wrong, Your Highness? It's the troop strength leaderboard. The Heavenly Dao just triggered the first troop strength leaderboard. Yin Man looked delighted, and the top reward is actually an epic treasure chest. Such a high reward must be because my troops are too strong. Meng Tian also sighed. I didn't expect an epic treasure chest to appear so soon. We have several teams of epic troops. This time, Your Highness can finally achieve your wish and take the top spot. Yin Man nodded first, then changed her tone. But that guy Zhang Feng is too strange. As the saying goes, even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. This time, just to be safe, I need to explode low-level troops to boost my strength. Explode low-level troops? Meng Tian frowned. Your Highness, food is one thing, you can just buy it. But wasting energy to explode low-level troops for an epic treasure chest seems a bit unwise. Ing Man rolled her eyes. Sister Meng, I've lost the top spot 3 times in a row. If I come in second again this time, even if I embarrass myself, I'll still ruin my father's reputation. Meng Tian's expression froze, and she helplessly said, alright then. Even the first emperor was brought up. What more could she say? Thank you, Sister Meng. Ing Man nodded emphatically, then suddenly remembered something. Zhang Feng also said he would sell me equipment tonight, but what time is it now? Has he forgotten about me? After saying that, she directly called Zhang Feng on video. Meng Tian frowned at the sight. Your Highness is only 18, the age of first love. She seems to have let herself go a bit after entering the battlefield of the myriad races. Should I report this to the first emperor? Your friend request video. Zhang Feng initially thought it was in Shusha. He didn't expect it to be someone unexpected. Once connected, Zhang Feng politely said, is the great Ing Man looking for me for something? A gold master of Ing Man's level. Regardless of whether male or female, even if it were a pig, Zhang Feng would treat seriously. Although he was there for the money, the moment he saw Ing Man's holographic image, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. In terms of appearance, Shusha was gentle while Ing Man was spirited. Both had their merits. But Ing Man's innate noble aura was something Shusha couldn't compare to. Did you forget? Ing Man said with an unfriendly expression. Who said they would sell me things tonight? Zhang Feng indeed forgot. How could I forget? I've almost prepared the items. I'll send you the catalog now. Wait a moment. Ing Man suddenly interrupted Zhang Feng, her expression serious. You just killed dozens of lords. Although Shusha has already defended you, and I believe her, I still hope you can explain the situation. I mean no harm. I just want to confirm that you are not a bloody lord, and I hope you don't mind. Zhang Feng looked at her with appreciation. As expected of the winner of the immortal Qin, a descendant of the first emperor, Ing Man showed great responsibility in handling the issue of the bloody lord. I understand. The bloody lord deserves to be punished by all. This is the video I recorded at that time. Please take a look. Saying this, Zhang Feng sent over a video, which was the segment where Yi surrounded him and taunted him. Zhang Feng could have arrogantly refused Ing Man's request. But if a few words could clarify the matter, why create misunderstandings and provoke unnecessary conflicts with her? After watching the video, Ing Man also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Although you were fishing for lawbreakers, they were blinded by greed and deserved to die. Then she extended her hand. What are you selling? Let me see. Zhang Feng laughed. Just a moment. He then sent over dozens of useless rare equipment, even some exceptional gear, all compiled into a catalog for Ing Man. Wow, there are actually exceptional gear, and they are all level 8 to 10 exceptional gear? Ing Man's face showed surprise. Then she asked with suspicion, such top-notch equipment, are you sure you don't need it? Zhang Feng replied helplessly, my troop types can't wear it. This was the truth. Dragons in their base form had a carrying capacity of 0 and couldn't wear equipment. The goddess warriors came with their own divine gear, as for the centaur leaders, they only needed a longsword and a bow. I see, then it's a bargain for me. Ing Man waved her small hand, a total of 36 pieces of equipment, 7 exceptional, 29 rare, a flat price of 2 million spirit stones. What did you say? Zhang Feng was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. 2 million. Ing Man frowned, is that too little? No. After confirming he hadn't misheard, Zhang Feng's face immediately broke into a smile. Deal. The price of exceptional equipment was roughly equivalent to that of rare military symbols, around tens of thousands of spirit stones. Zhang Feng had calculated that the market price of all these pieces of equipment combined was about 1 million spirit stones, and even considering the premium due to high demand, it wouldn't exceed 1.5 million spirit stones. This showed that Ing Man was a true spender. The transaction went very smoothly, and both parties were very happy. After the deal was concluded, Ing Man hinted wildly, by the way, Zhang Feng, if you ever have epic tiger demon meat or anything like that in the future, feel free to contact me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. After saying this, she directly ended the video. Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Given my achievements over the past 2 days in various rankings, it's not surprising that this girl could guess it was me who killed that epic tiger demon. But can't she just say what she means directly instead of beating around the bush? This time, Zhang Feng made another profit of 2 million spirit stones, which greatly boosted his confidence. Originally, after enhancing that legendary conscription order, Zhang Feng had 4.5 million spirit stones left. The Tianjin Pavilion required a total of 4,000 units of epic materials, and at a strengthening price of 1,000 spirit stones per unit, that would be 4 million spirit stones. So before this, Zhang Feng had been cautious about spending money. But with the sudden income of 2 million spirit stones, his mind became active again. What should I enhance? In the end, Zhang Feng took out the blueprint for the kitchen. He opened the enhancement list, filtered through it for a long time, and finally found a blueprint that satisfied him. Consume 1 million spirit stones, choose enhancement direction, epic building, drunken immortal tower. Dragon rice and demon beast meat, just like that. How much would be wasteful? He glanced at the materials required for the drunken immortal tower. Sky blue stone, exquisite, *1000, golden sandalwood, exquisite, *2000. Gluttonous stone, epic, *500, energy 20,000, covering an area of 500 square meters. The total required for the enhancement materials is 800,000 spirit stones. Adding the 1 million spirit stones for the blueprint, this epic restaurant will consume a total of 1,800,000 spirit stones. Just enough to spend all the money just earned. However, it occupies 500 square meters again. Zhang Feng glanced at his territory. A level 2 territory only has 10,000 square meters, and the next building, the Tian'an Pavilion, will also need 1,000 square meters, and these are all just level 0 buildings. It seems I need to find a crystal mine quickly and upgrade to level 3. Moreover, after upgrading to level 3, I can recruit a second hero. Next, Zhang Feng began the tedious enhancement. Before midnight, finally he gathered enough materials. Build the drunken immortal tower. A building towering 20 meters high appeared at the designated location set by Zhang Feng. Countdown, 7 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, complete immediately. Consume 4,800 spirit stones. 8 hours, just in time for it to be completed by tomorrow morning, no need to waste. Spirit stones on instant construction. Ha! Zhang Feng yawned, time to rest. Just like last night. Zhang Feng was on top, the Empress below. A night of silence. The next morning, after getting up, he found that the Empress had already disappeared. She really is diligent. Zhang Feng stretched lazily and then walked out of the Lord's mansion just in time to see the Empress finishing her training. Good morning, Empress. Good morning, my lord. Other residents, upon seeing Zhang Feng, quickly put down their work and respectfully bowed to him. Zhang Feng greeted them while making his way to the drunken immortal tower. The drunken immortal tower had been completed. It was a typical Eastern building, with flying eaves and glazed tiles, a golden roof and jade walls, dragon pillars reaching the sky, and every floor had a corridor for leisurely strolls, grand in scale, shrouded in spiritual mist. He opened the panel attributes. Drunken immortal tower. Quality, epic type, dining population, 1 manager, 1 epic chef, 1 epic brewer, 30 waitstaff. Floor area, 4,000 square meters, Tian room *1, D room *5, Ren room *20, scatter tables *100, maximum capacity, 700 specialty, immortal drink, epic spirit wine, after consumption, activates physical potential, all attributes. Increase by 50%, duration 10 minutes. Traits, world's delicacies, blessing of the food god, spirit gathering array world's delicacies, records the recipes of various mainstream races from the battlefield of 10,000 clans. Blessing of the food god, making food within the drunken immortal tower increases flavor by 50%, additional attributes increase by 20%, effective only for epic and below food. Spirit gathering array, Tian room spirit concentration increases by 500%. D room spirit concentration increases by 200%, Ren room spirit concentration increases by 100%, scatter table spirit concentration increases by 50%. Looking at the attributes of the drunken immortal tower, Zhang Feng sighed, as expected of an epic building, and this is just the attributes of level 0. Having such a building, even if I become an entertainment lord from now on, I can still have a full house and live a life of wealth. Especially the restaurant's specialty. Immortal drink, which increases all attributes by 50%, even if it only lasts for 10 minutes, it is enough to turn the tide in critical moments. However, after glancing at the materials and energy required for upgrading the drunken immortal tower, Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. Upgrading the drunken immortal tower to level 1 requires 30,000 energy, not counting the materials. Epic buildings, indeed, are not something an ordinary low-level lord can handle. At this moment, the manager of the drunken immortal tower came out to greet him. I, Wang Kai, have met the Lord. What a good name! Zhang Feng exclaimed, then retrieved a batch of ingredients from the warehouse. Have the kitchen prepare breakfast for 5 people immediately and then open the Tian room. Looking at the lowest epic quality ingredients before him, the shopkeeper's eyes flashed with a hint of shock as he respectfully said, Yes, please wait a moment, my lord. I will arrange it right away. Tip: the loyalty of the citizen Wang Kai has increased by 15, current loyalty is 80 points. Heroes and lords are essentially in a mutually dependent relationship, hence the term favorability, while troops and citizens are referred to as loyalty. Half an hour later, Zhang Feng said to the Empress and the 2 goddess warriors on break, from today on, the territory finally has a cafeteria. The Empress looked at the Zue Xian building and couldn't help but exclaim, what an impressive cafeteria. The moment she stepped into the Zue Xian building, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. It was clear that she sensed a change in the spiritual energy here. Zhang Feng smiled slightly and directly led the women to the top floor. The so-called Tianzi private room refers to the entire top floor of the Zue Xian building, which spans several hundred square meters and can easily accommodate dozens of people dining at the same time. The private room is surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows through which one can overlook the entire territory. The Empress took a deep breath and exclaimed, "What a terrifying density of spiritual energy." Soon, several well-dressed waiters brought everyone's breakfast. The dragon tooth rice and tiger demon meat cooked by the epic chef not only tasted 100 times better but also had enhanced attributes. In addition, there were side dishes made from ordinary ingredients of the territory. However, even the side dishes were crafted by the epic chef and reinforced by the Zue Xian building, all carrying additional effects. Such a luxurious breakfast. Not to mention the Empress and the others, even Zhang Feng felt a profound sense of happiness. Tip: you consumed heavenly fragrant spirit meat, physique +7, spiritual power +7, soul +7. Looking at the suddenly increased attributes, Zhang Feng sighed. Now this is what life is all about. Amanda, with her mouth full of food, exclaimed, It's so delicious. Compared to the food here, what Sister Giselle makes is barely fit for a dog." When Zhang Feng had eaten enough, Long Jiu's head suddenly appeared at the window. "My lord, Xiao Jiu has something to report." Zhang Feng picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. "Go ahead." "We discovered other lords while exploring the map." Zhang Feng's gaze sharpened. However, he wasn't surprised. With the strength of the dragon and the goddess warriors, exploring the map was naturally swift, and in the past 2 days, the exploration range had already reached several dozen kilometers away. The novice town map is only this big, and it was only a matter of time before they bordered other lords. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Feng said, "Do not engage in conflict yet, tell me the specifics." Long Jiu immediately began to report, "My lord, you spoke too late. Giselle has already captured someone and they are currently outside the territory." Zhang Feng. Not long ago, Wei Ming and his hero Ava had led teams to explore the map when the hero suddenly received news. "My lord, I have discovered the second iron ore mine." Before Wei Ming could show any surprise, Ava continued, "But this iron ore mine has already been occupied." Soon, Wei Ming saw the iron ore mine and angrily shouted, "Which lord is so ignorant of the rules to come and mine at someone else's doorstep?" According to the customary rules in the battlefield of 10,000 races, initially, each lord would explore centered around their own territory. The location of this iron ore mine was less than 10 kilometers from his territory, right at his doorstep. Such behavior was tantamount to declaring war. What infuriated him the most was that the other party had only sent a single centaur to guard the precious iron ore mine. This was a blatant insult. "Ava, take down that lonely centaur." Yes. Ava commanded the rare human troop, the gladiators, to surround and attack the centaur. Puff, just as the battle began, a gladiator was instantly killed by a single sword strike. Wei Ming's face was instantly filled with disbelief. "Are you crazy? This is at least the combat power of a level 10 elite unit. Such a powerful unit is being used to guard a mine?" Suddenly, Wei Ming seemed to think of something and exclaimed in terror, "Elite centaur? No way, it can't be that freak, right? Stop, quickly stop." Unfortunately, he realized it a bit too late. Accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds, a lithe golden figure shot out from the fog of war. Puff puff, his proud rare units had no power to fight back in front of this figure. Wei Ming reacted quickly and immediately shouted, "Misunderstanding. I am friends with Lord Zhang Feng." The golden figure paused upon hearing this. "You know my lord?" It was a golden-haired female warrior with a stunning figure and breathtaking beauty, leaving Wei Ming momentarily stunned. The hero Ava, whom he had been thinking about for days, was nothing compared to the warrior before him. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. "So strong? Could you be Lord Zhang Feng's hero, the Empress?" Giselle did not answer but suddenly grabbed Wei Ming by the neck and instantly disappeared into the fog of war. This person had attacked his resource point, yet he claimed to be a friend of the Lord. Giselle couldn't be bothered to think and simply took him back to present, to the Lord for judgment. "I'm just a warrior, why think so much?" Seeing Wei Ming, Zhang Feng smiled. "Isn't this brother Wei? I heard you attacked my resource point?" It was definitely a misunderstanding. Wei Ming forced a smile, but his calves were trembling. "It was my hero who issued the order. Without my knowledge." "Sorry, Ava." Zhang Feng frowned and remained silent. This made the air instantly tense, and Wei Ming quickly broke into a sweat. Zhang Feng was not a kind-hearted person, he was a ruthless killer who had slain dozens of lords over a mere disagreement. Wei Chen couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere any longer and tried to make conversation. "This must be the Empress, the top of the hero combat power rankings, truly terrifying." Strength. Zhang Feng glanced at Giselle beside him, knowing that Wei Ming had misunderstood. Before he could respond, Amanda rushed out from behind. Zhang Feng, hugging Giselle's arm. Sister Giselle, come with me quickly. This morning, the Lord made a lot of delicious food. Hearing Amanda's address, and seeing the identical battle armor on both of them, Wei Ming felt a wave of dizziness. She is not the Empress. Not even a hero. Just a unit. A single unit swept away all of his subordinates? What level of unit is this, and how many such units are there? No wonder the elite centaur leader could only serve as a mine guard. Countless thoughts surged through Wei Ming's mind. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhang Feng smiled, since it's a misunderstanding. Then about that iron mine. Wei Ming patted his chest and assured, Lord Zhang Feng can mine it without worry. That iron mine is quite close to me, and I will definitely send troops to help you guard it well. The road has opened up. Zhang Feng secretly sighed and hinted, if Brother Wei encounters any monsters that you can't handle. Wei Ming understood the implication and patted his chest vigorously. If I discover a high-level boss, I will definitely inform Lord Zhang Feng first. Isn't it just about robbing bosses? Why say it so elegantly? Zhang Feng's smile grew wider. Also, if Brother Wei discovers a crystal mine, I am willing to purchase it at a high price. Crystals are essential resources for upgrading the third book. Wei Ming replied unhappily. Lord Zhang Feng, mentioning money feels a bit distant. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is still yours. Seeing Wei Ming so agreeable, Zhang Feng felt a bit embarrassed. I won't invite Brother Wei to my territory today. Here are a few dishes, my territory specialties, take them back to try. As he spoke, Zhang Feng traded a few small dishes to Wei Ming. After all, they were just leftovers from what he had eaten earlier. Wei Ming took a glance and immediately gasped. Hiss. After consumption, the affinity for spiritual energy increases by 50% within 3 hours. This is truly precious. For Wei Ming, these were rare treasures. But for Zhang Feng, these were merely dishes made by the epic chef in his territory using ordinary ingredients, as many as he wanted. He generously said, consider it a way to ease Wei brother's worries. Wei Ming was moved to tears. Big brother Jiang is so magnanimous. After sending Wei Ming off, Zhang Feng suddenly wore a serious expression. Recently, my killing intent has been a bit strong. Just now, I almost couldn't help but turn Wei brother into energy. Could it be because my strength has increased too quickly? 27 kilometers east of Zhongfeng's territory, 6 golden figures were constantly darting through a primitive forest. A jungle predator had its head shattered by Giselle's gunshot. The headless corpse twisted wildly for a long time before finally falling silent. The forest was littered with corpses, permeated with a heavy scent of blood. Amanda, do you need help? Amanda was dealing with an 18-level exceptional boss, the Jungle Slayer. No, it's just that this big guy has too strong a life force. Give me another minute. The Jungle Slayer was a massive creature, measuring 20 meters long and as thick as a water tank covered in fine scales. An 18-level exceptional monster. Its combat power was even higher than Amanda's, yet it was completely being suppressed by her. At this moment, its body was covered in shocking wounds, and due to excessive blood loss, its movements were becoming slower and slower. 50 seconds later, boom! Amanda delivered a powerful blow to the giant python's jaw. The sound of bones shattering echoed throughout. The terrifying force sent the snake's head soaring over 10 meters into the air before crashing down, stirring up a flurry of fallen leaves. Done. At that moment, Giselle also received Zhang Feng's order and paused for a moment to say, yes, my lord. Then she turned to Amanda. Amanda, this crystal mine is currently very important to the territory. There are monsters above level 15 nearby, and the centaurs might not be able to protect it, so you'll stay here for now. Amanda's little face scrunched up. All right, Sister Giselle. Immediately after, Giselle continued, Abigail, this Jungle Slayer is an exceptional level monster and can produce quite a bit of spiritual flesh. Take it back to the territory and hand it over to my lord. Abigail was a mature and composed goddess warrior, calmly replying, yes, deputy leader. Abigail pierced the snake's tail with her gun's tip and then dragged the several tons heavy snake body, disappearing into the mist. You have occupied the crystal mine. Finally found the crystal mine. The moment it was occupied, information about this new resource point appeared in Zhang Feng's Lord Resource interface. The yield is quite good. Build a crystal mine. Not long after the little episode with Wei Ming, Zhang Feng received a report. The crystal mine had been discovered. The guardian monsters were jungle predators, ranging from level 15 to 18. Such an environment in the primitive forest was not suitable for large dragons, so Zhang Feng dispatched all the goddess warriors. With the crystal mine, I can upgrade 3 books tomorrow and then recruit a second hero. However, the legendary hero token requires 10 million spirit stones to strengthen Zhang Feng did have an epic level hero token in hand, which was dropped by the Tiger Demon yesterday. However, now, epic heroes were somewhat beyond Zhang Feng's reach, still short on money. There's really no other way. I can only take the risk and sell that epic hero token. Soon, Abigail returned to the territory dragging the corpse of the 18-level Jungle Slayer. After all, it was an exceptional monster of level 18, quite rare, and simply breaking it down would be a waste. Zhang Feng thought for a moment, took out 500,000 spirit stones from the remaining 700,000, and once again forged a legendary recruitment order for farmers. The second legendary farmer was named Nong Air, who also possessed the passive effect of Shen Nong. Decomposed to obtain snake meat, Shenong activated, yield increased by 5 times, quality improved by 1 rank, obtain snake meat, epic, *5. Decomposed to obtain snake gall, Shenong activated, yield increased by 5 times, obtain snake gall, excellent, *5. Decomposed to obtain snake skin. The materials continuously transformed from Mang's body were collected into the Drunken Immortal Tower. Zhang Feng suddenly remembered a dish he had seen in the menu of the Drunken Immortal Tower. That morning, Wang Kai, make a portion of dragon and tiger fight for lunch. Wang Kai quickly replied respectfully, as you command, my lord. In the following time, Zhang Feng patiently waited for the gold mine to be mined while enhancing the stellar gold. As noon approached, Nomi finally mined 1,000 units of gold ore. 10 seconds later, the last unit of stellar gold was also enhanced by Zhang Feng. Build, Tianyin Pavilion. A building taller than the Drunken Immortal Tower rose from the ground. Zhang Feng glanced at the construction time. Countdown. 71 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, complete immediately, consuming 43,200 spirit stones. As a troop building, the construction time for Tianyin Pavilion was a lengthy 3 days. Zhang Feng didn't have time to wait that long, complete immediately. Tip, you consumed 43,200 spirit stones, Tianyin Pavilion construction completed. Tip, your hero, the Empress, affection +4, current affection 95 points. Tip, your hero, the Empress, has gained the epic title Tianyin Saint Master, all attributes increased by 30%. Tip, your hero, the Empress, has comprehended the skill imparting knowledge. Zhang Feng was taken aback. Epic title? All attributes increased by 30%? This was truly an unexpected surprise. After obtaining the title of Tianyin Saint Master, the Empress's combat power instantly broke through 300 stars. A level 10 hero with 300 stars of combat power, who would dare to believe it if he said it out loud? With the completion of Tianyin Pavilion, the happiest was none other than the Empress herself, but after the surprise, she had some doubts. My lord, it looks a bit small. Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. You clearly have no experience. While a larger size is better, size isn't the most important thing, powerful performance is what truly matters. After saying that, Zhang Feng looked at the panel of Tianyin Pavilion. Tianyin Pavilion quality, epic type, barracks floor area, 8,000 square meters. Troop types, Jotian Saint Princess, Tianyin Disciples. Current troop types, Saint Master, 1/1. Jotian Saint Princess, 0 out of 9, Tianyin True Inheritance, 0/infinity, Tianyin Disciples, 0/infinity. Sect Techniques, Tianyin Decision, C grade. Sect Skills, Tianyin 9 Kills, C grade, 9 Sword Techniques, D grade. Spirit Explosion, E grade. Basic Sword Technique, F grade. Basic Palm Technique, F grade. Shinny Sect Benefits, Enlightenment Room, Level 0, *20, Spirit Gathering Room, Level 0, *20, Energy Gathering Room, Level 0, *20, Training Tower, Level 0, *1 Enlightenment Room, Skill Comprehension Speed doubled. Spirit Gathering Room, Spirit Absorption Speed doubled. Energy Gathering Room, Cultivation can additionally gain territory energy. Training Tower, Tianyin Disciples who undergo training can be promoted to Tianyin True Inheritance, Epic. Ordinary troop buildings only have the function of recruiting troops. In comparison, Tianyin Pavilion's functions are much more powerful. Zhang Feng let out a gentle breath. Especially the Training Tower. Ordinary Tianyin Disciples can actually be promoted to Epic directly through the Training Tower. The only downside is that the sect techniques and skills are a bit weak. Suddenly, Zhang Feng remembered that the Empress had just comprehended a new skill called Imparting Knowledge. Teaching and imparting knowledge. As the Holy Master of Tianyin, any techniques or skills mastered by the Empress can automatically be considered as sect techniques and skills. All disciples of Tianyin Pavilion can learn them simultaneously. This is simply a divine skill. Zhang Feng couldn't help but curse. Just a moment ago he had said that the sect skills were somewhat weak. So, if I managed to get an S-rank technique for the Empress to learn, it would mean that all the troops recruited by Tianyin Pavilion would have learned this S technique. Just this alone. The Empress's value far exceeds that of most legendary heroes known to Zhang Feng. But why is the Empress so strong? Is it because she is not a native of the 10,000 races battlefield, but rather summoned from the myriad realms based on her memories from her past life? Zhang Feng guessed correctly. Suddenly, hint, you have created the exceptional troop type Tianyin Disciple, gaining the privilege to announce in the 7th Heaven -666 zone, Blue Star. Domain. Do you wish to announce? Yes/no? If the announcement is made, you will receive a reward of reputation *10,000, legend degree *100. Seeing this heavenly hint, even with Zhang Feng's strong composure, he was momentarily stunned. This is a global announcement. Once announced, all the new lords of Blue Star, numbering in the billions, will be able to see it. Even the two realms altar in the main world will have unusual phenomena occur. Such occurrences are recorded in the biography of celebrities. Hundreds of years ago, when Zhu Yuanzhang created the epic troop type Jinyue, all two realms altars on Blue Star rang for 3 days to celebrate. Zhang Feng never expected such a thing would happen to him, and so soon. I understand now. It took several minutes for Zhang Feng to calm down, gently exhaling. The Empress and Tianyin Pavilion originally do not belong to the 10,000 races battlefield. A troop type that has never appeared in the 10,000 races battlefield being deemed a self-created troop type is quite reasonable. And the 9 Heavens Holy Princess has a limit of only 9 people and is not a mature troop type, so it doesn't count as a created troop. After figuring out the reasons, Zhang Feng's thoughts raced. The announcement must be made. Even if it attracts the attention of major powers or even targets me, it's worth it. After all, that's 10,000 points of reputation and 100 points of legend degree. Of course, the announcement time is not now. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Feng finally decided on the timing. I will set the announcement time for after tomorrow's troop strength ranking is settled. If people find out now that I can mass-produce exceptional troops, most lords will back off. But that little girl-in man will definitely go crazy and produce troops, even disbanding all farmers just to compete with me for the epic treasure chest. This is internal strife for both me and her. Only if I am first, and she is second, can it be a win-win. After understanding the pros and cons, Zhang Feng temporarily set aside the global announcement matter. Then he opened the recruitment option for Tianyin Pavilion. 9 Heavens Holy Princess, Legendary Food *5,000, Energy *10,000. Tianyin Disciple, Exceptional. Food *800, Energy *2,000. Fortunately, Zhang Feng did not waste the energy he obtained from slaughtering lords yesterday. Recruiting Legendary Troop. Type 9 Heavens Holy Princess. The Tianyin Pavilion radiated brilliance. 10 minutes later, a stunningly beautiful woman walked out from Tianyin Pavilion. The woman was around 30 years old, dressed in palace attire like the Empress, exuding charm. She seemed to have already accepted the basic information, synchronized by the heavenly way, understood her situation, and knelt slightly to Zhang Feng. I am Fan Yin Tian, at your service, Lord. No need for such formalities. Zhang Feng reached out to lightly support her, then immediately looked at Fan Yin Tian's attributes. Celestial Sound Race, Human Level. 1 Quality, Golden Legend Attributes, Physique 20, Dominance +8, Technique +8, Spirit 18, Dominance +8, Technique +8, Soul 12, Dominance +5, Technique +8, Capacity 14, Dominance +6. Combat Power 28 Technique, Celestial Sound Decision, Beginner, Skill, Celestial Sound 9 Kills, Minor Achievement. 28-star Combat Power. How terrifying! Zhang Feng exclaimed. I remember the Empress's initial combat power was only 26 stars. And the giant dragon has only 18 stars. Of course, in addition to the minor achievement bonus from the Celestial Sound Decision, Celestial Sound also benefits from the Empress's A-grade dominance, which provides a 40% all-attribute boost. As Zhang Feng marveled, Celestial Sound unexpectedly approached the Empress, excitedly saying, Greetings, Empress. After 2 years, I have finally found you. The Empress was also very excited to see her subordinate, but Celestial Sound's words left her momentarily stunned. What do you mean 2 years? Does the Empress not know that you have been missing for 2 years? I have only been here in the battlefield of 10,000 races for 2 days, the Empress murmured, then looked at Zhang Feng. My lord, do you know what's going on? Zhang Feng, seeing that the two were familiar with each other, was already quite confused, and the Empress's question made him even more bewildered. How the hell would I know what's going on? It wasn't written in my high school textbooks. Fortunately, Zhang Feng had read a lot of web novels in his past life, and he calmly said, A day in the heavens is a year on earth. The battlefield of 10,000 races is the source of all realms, so the flow of time is naturally slower. The Empress suddenly realized, then transformed into a curious child. May I ask, my lord, can we return to our original world? Zhang Feng felt a wave of MMP in his heart. Of course, he nodded heavily, his eyes filled with the weariness of time. However, this is a path full of thorns. Are you prepared? A hint of realization flashed in the Empress's eyes, and she respectfully said, Thank you, my lord, for clarifying. I understand now. Fortunately, at that moment the second 9 Heaven Saintess appeared, sparing Jiang Feng from too much embarrassment. Free Sky, greetings, my lord. Empress sister, we all missed you so much. It's so good that you're alright. Soon, all 9 saintesses were recruited. They were Celestial Sound, Free Sky, Wonderful Achievement, Profound Purity, Abundant Hearing, Broad Vision, Solar Flame, Dancing Sky, and Flame MO. Each had their own charm, with the eldest being in their 30s, and the youngest, Free Sky, only 14 or 15 years old. But without exception, they were all stunning beauties, a feast for the eyes. Jiang Feng was extremely satisfied and waved his hand. All upgrade. A shower of golden light fell, and all the saintesses were raised to level 5. A total of 279,000 energy was consumed. Adding the 90,000 energy spent on recruitment, more than half of the territory's energy accumulated over a day was instantly consumed. The level 5 saintesses had combat power that had already surpassed 100 stars, even above the level 7 goddess warriors. 9 Heaven Saintesses, you will immediately go 20 kilometers outside the territory and freely hunt monsters above level 15. The 9 exchanged glances and said sweetly, yes, my lord. Next, Jiang Feng activated the troop explosion mode. While building residential houses to increase the population cap of the territory, he also fully focused on recruiting Celestial Sound disciples. Every decision made by the Lord in the early stages would have an amplified impact on the future. Therefore, as the territory expanded, some decisions could no longer be based solely on subjective assumptions but needed to be carefully considered. Fortunately, Jiang Feng was a top student. He picked up a twig and wrote a large number of formulas on the ground. Known conditions: recruiting a Celestial Sound disciple requires 2000 energy, leveling up to 2 requires 500 energy, to level 3 requires 1080 energy, to level 4 requires 1800 energy. The territory currently has 240,000 energy. The speed of territory energy acquisition is 9,200 points per hour, and with the continuous increase in troop types, it will also increase by 10% per hour. To ensure the population cap, for every 10 Tianyin disciples recruited, 1 level 0 residence must be built, consuming 100 points of energy. Question: currently, how much territory energy can supply the level increase for newly recruited Tianyin disciples equals? The Empress looked at Jiang Feng scribbling on the ground. Curious, my lord, what is this? Do you think being a lord is that easy? Jiang Feng wrote swiftly, not looking back. This is called territory mathematics, a prerequisite subject for territory simulation studies. The calculations quickly yielded results. Jiang Feng looked at the 3 after the equal sign and pointed at the newly recruited Tianyin disciples. Level up to level 3. Soon, the territory was filled with the sounds of chirping birds, a delightful sight. Jiang Feng leveled them all up to 3 and then calmly instructed, pair up, go out and hunt monsters, do not leave the territory's 10-kilometer range. The Empress watched Jiang Feng strategizing, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Tip: your abilities have earned the Empress's respect. Affection +1, current affection 96 points. Jiang Feng sighed inwardly. This is the charm of a leader, even without great power. Just 4 more points, and the Empress's affection would reach 100. Then, night fell. Jiang Feng had just recruited 80 Tianyin disciples in one go. They had just finished dinner in the Tianzi private room. A Tianyin disciple hurried into the room. My lord, there is a merchant caravan outside claiming to be from the county town. A merchant caravan? Jiang Feng's spirit jolted. This was a special event triggered when his reputation reached somewhat famous. After waiting so long, it finally arrived. Jiang Feng walked to the window. Standing on the top floor of the Drunken Immortal building, he could clearly see that the caravan consisted of dozens of horse-drawn carts and nearly 100 guards. Soon, in the Drunken Immortal building's private room, Jiang Feng met the supervisor of the caravan. Biren Tianding, the manager of the Tian Family Business Association, greets you. My lord. Jiang Feng politely said, welcome, Manager Tian, from afar. Please take a seat. Tianding, feeling the luxury of the restaurant, exclaimed, I have heard many times in Xinjiang County that my lord has repeatedly topped the novice town's Dao ranking. Now it seems, indeed, it is well deserved. Xinjiang County. So the county where the 10086 novice town is located is called Xinjiang County. Jiang Feng silently noted this information. Manager Tian, you flatter me, Jiang Feng said straightforwardly. I wonder if I could have a look at the goods of your esteemed association? Tian Ding did not hesitate and waved to produce a list of goods. The list was filled with hundreds of items. Refined iron sword, excellent, priced at 1,000 spirit stones. Cold blade, rare, priced at 6,000 spirit stones. Jiang Feng looked through the list and suddenly his eyes lit up. Territory advancement token, E-level after use. It can advance an F-level lord talent to E-level, priced at 10,000 spirit stones. There are 3 E-level territory advancement tokens, and without hesitation, Zhang Feng bought them all. Continuing to look down the list. Soon, he saw the martial arts and skill books he had long desired. Tongbei Fist, F-level priced at 1,000 spirit stones. Fireball Technique, F-level priced at 1,000 spirit stones. Breathing Technique, E-level priced at 5,000 spirit stones. Iron Cross Skill, E-level priced at 5,000 spirit stones. In total, there were 23 low-level martial arts and skill books. Zhang Feng waved his hand and continued to acquire them all. Although Tianding was pleased, he still kindly reminded, "My lord, one cannot chew too much at once with martial arts. It would be better for you to select a high-quality martial art to study." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder." Tianding saw that Zhang Feng didn't take it to heart and stopped persuading him. Next came the blueprints. Zhang Feng bought 5 copies of the Farmland Blueprint, 5 copies of the Arrow Tower Blueprint, and 5 copies of the Pasture Blueprint, then said, "Aren't there any plant seeds? The most common ones will do." Seeds? Zhang Feng's request surprised Tianding. Low-tier seeds aren't worth much, but high-tier seeds are indeed unavailable. Zhang Feng helplessly replied, "All right." He wanted to say that he only needed low-tier seeds. Zhang Feng continued to flip through. Most of the remaining items were equipment, which Zhang Feng had no interest in. When he reached the bottom of the list and saw the last item, Zhang Feng was taken aback. Heroes Token. An Epic Heroes Token. Epic Heroes Token priced at 10 million spirit stones. That's right, it's indeed an Epic Heroes Token. For a newcomer lord like you, an Epic Heroes Token is a treasure that's out of reach. Tianding said proudly, then teased, "But can you afford it, my lord?" Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. An Epic Heroes Token, when enhanced, would only cost about 1 million spirit stones. Moreover, he already had an Epic Heroes Token in hand. If it weren't for the fear of attracting too much attention, Zhang Feng would have sold this Epic Heroes Token long ago for money. Right. Zhang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for a switcheroo? Take this chance to sell the Heroes Token in hand. 10 million spirit stones, just enough for me to enhance my second legendary hero. With that thought, Zhang Feng took a screenshot of the list. The first buyer he sought was, of course, the local tycoon Ing Man. Zhang Feng, image, big shot, need a purchasing agent? Soon, he received a reply. Ing Man, Epic Heroes Token? Did you trigger a caravan event? Zhang Feng, fair price purchase, selling it to you for 10 million spirit stones, I won't make a dime. Ing Man seemed to be in a good mood. Sure, knowing to think of your sister with such good fortune. But, my family's Epic Heroes Tokens are already filling the drawers. Zhang Feng almost choked. What else could he say? Zhang Feng, big shot, 666. After thinking, among the others, it seemed that no one was more suitable than Enchuxia. Zhang Feng, image, Xuxia, need a purchasing agent? Enchuxia's reaction was even more exaggerated than Ingman's. Oh my god, is that an Epic Heroes Token? The caravan actually dropped an Epic Heroes Token? You're so lucky. Zhang Feng, fair price purchase, I'll help you secure it for 10 million spirit stones. It was clear that Xuxia was also anxious, but I don't have that much money. Zhang Feng encouraged, use your status as the little princess of the Yin family to raise funds. And if that doesn't work, borrow money from your sister Ing. And Xuxia, but I still can't gather 10 million spirit stones. Zhang Feng panicked, I can sell it to you for a lower price, 9 million spirit stones. And Xuxia was stunned, 9 million? This is the first time I've seen a purchasing agent lose money. Zhang Feng slapped his forehead. He was too anxious. Zhang Feng, I meant, I'll try to negotiate with the caravan to see if I can get a better price. And Xuxia. But 9 million is still too much. Zhang Feng thought for a moment, how about this, when you return to Blue Star tomorrow, mention this to the Lord. An Epic Heroes Token, I'm sure the Lord won't give it up. And Xuxia, the caravan's stay won't exceed 3 hours, right? I remember this question was on the exam in Huanggang. Secret strategy. Zhang Feng immediately guaranteed, don't worry, I promise to help you secure the Epic Heroes Token, at worst, I'll pay some price. And Xuxia was touched, Zhang Feng, you're so good to me, I really don't know how to thank you. How about this, I just dropped an item I was planning to use it myself, but now I'll give it to you. Tip, Lord Xuxia has sent you a deep sea bait through the trading post, please check your mail. Deep sea bait. A deep sea bait that can trigger a wave of deep sea monsters? Zhang Feng was overjoyed. In the hands of an ordinary lord, this was merely a regular beast tide. But in Zhang Feng's hands, its value was 10 times that of an epic treasure chest. Zhang Feng still remembered the huge gains from the last dark bait. However, later on, he had high-priced purchases in the regional channel, but for days he had nothing to show for it. He never expected that now, by chance, he would reap such rewards. Closing the chat box, Zhang Feng contentedly said to Tianding, Manager Tian, I don't need anything else. Tian Ding was taken aback, then pouted. He thought he had a big client. Who knew he only bought a bunch of low-tier items? Zhang Feng was in a good mood at the moment, so he unusually decided to be generous. Manager Tian, since you've come from afar, why not have a meal before you leave? Half an hour later, Tian Ding looked at the meal in front of him, and his expression finally became serious. Exquisite quality food. The Lord truly has hidden depths. Zhang Feng smiled faintly. Perhaps Zhang Feng had shown enough value, as before leaving, Tian Ding hesitated for a moment and asked, although the Lord comes from outside the domain, it seems you are also of the Hua clan, right? Oh, in your domain, it should be called the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Feng nodded, of course. Tian Ding suddenly reminded him with a serious expression. Lord, be mentally prepared, the Hua clan's life in Xingyang County is not as easy as you might think. Zhang Feng squinted. What do you mean? Tian Ding said, I cannot say much, but once your town completes the domain breaking, the Lord will naturally know. Farewell. Watching the merchant team's retreating figure, Zhang Feng extended his middle finger. Damn Riddleman. Tian Ding's words did not have much impact on Zhang Feng. With his current foundation, he could kill Buddhas and gods alike. Moreover, he had Ng Yin Man, the descendant of the righteous Emperor Qin, standing in front of him. After sending off the merchant team, Zhang Feng comfortably lay on the rattan chair in the territory square, continuing to recruit new Tianning disciples. However, a very practical problem arose again. He was out of money. Fortunately, Zhang Feng had prepared for this. Although the Drunken Immortal Tower was not open for business, doing some takeout was still possible. Opening the trading post. Consignment, Spirit Snake Soup * 1000, 2000 spirit stones per serving. Spirit snake soup is a delicacy made from high quality snake meat. With the enhancement of the Drunken Immortal Tower, it directly increased in quality, reaching rare quality. It was also thanks to Zhang Feng having an epic chef that he could cook so many delicacies in just one day. Upgrade, the Spirit Snake Soup you consigned was bought by Lord Ng Yin Man for 50 servings. You have gained 100,000 spirit stones. Tip, the Spirit Snake Soup you consigned was bought by Tu Shanye. Just after consigning, a series of purchase notifications came in. Zhang Feng, having nothing to do, opened the regional channel to eavesdrop. Rare level delicacies? Damn, 1,000 servings. It seems Lord Zhang Feng has already built a dining establishment, and its level is not low. I'm still eating fast food, while Lord Zhang Feng has already started selling rare delicacies. People can really make you mad. Be content, I've been gnawing on the black bread of the territory for 3 days. I'm about to throw up. Some lords who couldn't afford it turned green with envy. 2,000 spirit stones per serving. What a scammer. I think 500 spirit stones per serving is a reasonable price. I hope Lord Zhang Feng can seriously consider it. Support. Lord Zhang Feng, hurry and lower the price. Don't let the brothers feel cold for such a small amount of spirit stones. However, these people were soon mercilessly ridiculed. Can the people upstairs use their brains? Permanently increasing a troop's physique by 1 point is already equivalent to a low-level physique book. Rare delicacies rarely provide permanent attribute boosts. This top-tier dish priced at 2,000 spirit stones is truly not expensive. I'll take 10 servings. If you don't have money, don't embarrass yourself by showing up. Zhang Feng was very satisfied with the market response to the Spirit Snake Soup. The Spirit Snake Soup indeed can enhance troop attributes, provided that its quality is below rare, and only the first serving takes effect. Even so, it became a hot commodity. In just 10 minutes, the Spirit Snake Soup was sold out. It's gone so quickly? I was just out fighting monsters, and as soon as I heard about the rare delicacy, I rushed over, but I still ended up too late. Zhang Feng, can you put a few more servings up? I arrived late. Zhang Feng replied, sorry, brothers, the supply is limited. We will continue selling at the same time tomorrow. This production had indeed reached the limit of the Drunken Immortal Tower. After all, the Drunken Immortal Tower not only does takeout but also serves as the territory's cafeteria. Having made money, it was natural to convert it into strength as quickly as possible. Zhang Feng now had 4 options. Strengthen the Territory Advancement Talisman to upgrade the Lord's talent. Strengthen the Martial Arts Book and Skill Book. Strengthen the Deep Sea Bait to trigger the Beast Tide tonight. Strengthen equipment to enhance troop combat power. After some thought, first, his Lord talent leaned towards entertainment and could not directly enhance strength. Second, strengthening martial arts took too long to take effect, so there was no rush. Third, the crystal mine was already being mined, and the territory could upgrade to 3 books tomorrow. The benefits from 3 books of Beast Tide would far exceed those from 2 books. Therefore, Zhang Feng ultimately chose the last option. He flipped his hand and took out an ordinary longsword. Consume 20,000 spirit stones. Choose strengthening direction. Crimson Holy Word. Crimson Holy Word is the king of cost performance in the strengthening list, a top-tier weapon among excellent weapons. It not only has high attributes and looks but also features two very practical skills. Blood Art, a powerful group instant kill skill, has been used multiple times by the Empress. And Holy Word Technique is an explosive skill. Even the current Empress has always been fond of the Crimson Holy Word. This time, Zhang Feng strengthened a total of 100 of them in one go, including the 9 Heavens Holy Princess. Every disciple of the Tianyin Pavilion had one. The Tianyin disciples were already skilled in swordplay. After equipping the Crimson Holy Word, their combat power surged and their monster-killing efficiency greatly increased. Of course, the cost was that Zhang Feng was out of money again. The next day, Zhang Feng rarely woke up early. The first thing he did after getting out of bed was to check the number and status of his troops. After all, in just a few hours, it would be time for the troop combat power rankings to be announced. Overnight, the Tianyin disciples have reached 230 people. Before the troop combat power rankings are announced, it is expected to reach 300 people. Zhang Feng's side, under the Empress's command, just these 300 Tianyin disciples have a total combat power exceeding 6,000 points. Securing the top spot is as easy as reaching into a pocket. The word powerful itself carries a charm when applied to troops, and it can provide the Lord with enough sense of security. Zhang Feng admired it for a while. Only then did he open the battle log. There were a staggering 21,210 unread entries in the battle log. Indeed, many hands make light work. Under Zhang Feng's high-pressure policy, the Tianyin Pavilion disciples worked in shifts. Within 10 kilometers of the territory, while people rested, monsters did not. In just one night, over 21,000 monsters were defeated. That was even more than the total number of monsters killed in the past 3 days. Moreover, the territory continued to maintain a record of 0 casualties. Powerful troops mean peace of mind. With so many logs, Zhang Feng naturally didn't want to read them. One-click extraction. You have gained energy *261200. You have gained spirit stones *31800. You have gained treasure chests, excellent *26. You have gained treasure chests, normal. The biggest harvest of the night was undoubtedly 260,000 energy. As for the other items, Zhang Feng stuffed them all into the warehouse, planning to deal with them later when he had time. The morning quickly passed. Zhang Feng's territory was developing steadily. The town was also calm and peaceful. Time, 11:40 a.m. There were still 20 minutes until the announcement of the troop strength rankings. At this moment, Zhang Feng was sitting in the private room by the window at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. He was enjoying a delicious lunch while receiving a massage from Zizishan. Zizishan was the youngest among the 9 Heavens Holy Princesses, and her E-level skill, massage, had reached perfection, just one step away from transformation. She was originally the Empress's personal masseuse. So comfortable. A little lower. Zizishan's hands probed downwards. My lord, is it here? Ah, yes, that's it. Zhang Feng almost moaned in comfort. He quickly opened the regional channel to shift his focus. There are only half an hour left until the troop strength rankings are announced. So exciting. The speaker, Zhang Feng recognized, was a second-generation leader from a small family named Huang Xian. Wei Ming, looks like brother Huang is well prepared? Huang, since it's brother Wei asking, I'll lay it all out. I've built 3 barracks and 100 houses, going all out to recruit troops. For a day. Wei Ming, damn, that must be over 1,000 militia, right? Huang Xian, it's over 1,400. Brother Wei, you don't know, I'm still at a level 1 territory, only 4,000 square meters, and now it's so crowded that if it drags on for a few more hours, there will be a mutiny. Oh Wei Ming, brother, you're going all in, impressive. Calculating it, your strength has already broken 3,000, definitely a solid top 10. Huang Xian, thanks for the good words, brother Wei. This time, all my resources are on troop recruitment, at least delaying the territory's development by a day. If I can't get a good ranking, I'll really be at a loss. Wei Ming sighed, indeed. Tushan Yaya, why is no one opening a betting pool this time? Yaya wants to bet on brother Zhang Feng making money. Mu Qingxuan, ha, you're so cute, little sister. A newbie suddenly asked. Little sister has always been confused about why so many troops are needed. Can't upgrading troop types also increase strength? This question was like poking a hornet's nest, immediately drawing the disdain of all the straight men in the town. Sister, you should go back to Blue Star. The battlefield of all races isn't suitable for you. Did you buy your elementary school diploma? Can't even recite the energy upgrade mantra? Silly and cute go hand in hand. Maybe the sister thinks being a bit silly makes her seem cuter. The big shots upstairs are handsome and have nice voices. Still, Wei Ming couldn't hold back. Let me explain. It takes 5,500 energy to upgrade a militia from level 10 to 11. Increasing strength by 2 points, while recruiting a new militia only requires 100 energy, also increasing strength by 2 points. Got it now? This explanation was easy to understand, and the sister seemed to realize her question was a bit silly, falling silent immediately. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. It's really crazy. The 1,400 useless troops recruited by Huang Xian couldn't be trained at all, nor were they worth training. After the troop strength rankings ended, the only result would be to send them out as cannon fodder. It was equivalent to wasting over 100,000 energy for nothing. However, he understood Huang Xian's approach. A superior treasure chest, if luck was on his side, could truly change one's fate. Not to mention the prestige rewards. If Zhang Feng wasn't a top player, he might have taken a gamble too. Beep beep beep, a friend video request rang out. Zhang Feng glanced at it. It was from Enshusha. After connecting, Enshusha got straight to the point. Zhang Feng, did you recruit troops today? Since the strength rankings were about to be announced, Enshusha had no reservations in asking. Zhang Feng answered honestly, less than 300. Less than 300, Enshusha frowned slightly. With this number, there's no hope for the top 10. You're aiming to stay in the top 100, right? Enshusha thought it was 300 militia, but in reality, it was 300 elite troops. Zhang Feng didn't explain, instead smiling and asking, what about you? I don't have any. Even if I were to explode troops, I couldn't possibly get first place. Enshusha shook her head. If it were just for an elite treasure chest, it wouldn't be worth wasting a day's development time in my territory. A rational choice. Zhang Feng gave a thumbs up, then curiously asked, but why are you so sure you can't get first place? Enshusha looked helpless because Ying Jejia has also exploded troops. Ying Yinman has exploded troops too? Zhang Feng was taken aback. Is she one short of an epic treasure chest? Zhang Feng still remembered Ying Yinman's boast from last night about having an epic hero token in a drawer at home. Enshusha seemed to think of something amusing and covered her mouth with a laugh. It's because you stimulated her. She was robbed of the first place on the Heavenly Dao leaderboard by you 3 times in a row, so this time she has to ensure everything goes perfectly. I see. Zhang Feng quickly asked, do you know how many troops she exploded? If Ying Yinman went crazy, she could still pose a threat to him. Are you probing into Ying Jiejia's details? Enshusha retorted, then giggled. Actually, Ying Jiejia asked me to check on your situation. You two are really something. It's already this time, and you could just ask each other directly. Then, Enshusha said directly, Ying Jiejia exploded 2,000 militia. Enshusha revealed a terrifying number, plus Ying Jiejia's several squads of high-tier troops. Her combat power is probably nearing 6,000 points, making it easy for her to take the top spot. Zhang Feng, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Now that you mention it, I'm at ease. Even without counting the dragon, the 9 heavens holy princess, and the goddess warrior, his combat power had already exceeded 6,000 points. Enshusha then said with satisfaction, Ying Jiejia knows you care about her so much, she must be very happy. Then, Enshusha changed the subject. Zhang Feng, do you remember that epic tiger demon outside my territory 2 days ago? Zhang Feng's heart stirred. Of course I remember. That tiger demon was the one he had taken down. How could he forget? However, aside from Ying Yinman having some suspicions, no one else knew about it. I'm really having the worst luck. Enshusha began to vent. I thought after defeating the epic tiger demon, I could explore that mountain range, but who knew I would run into something tough again? Zhang Feng's eyes widened. You didn't encounter another epic monster, did you? Not exactly. Enshusha looked gloomy, but it wasn't any better. Enshusha's expression was downcast. I ran into a level 14 mountain guardian, and it was a whole squad. After one skirmish, I lost 3 wolf cavalry, and my melee troops are almost wiped out. I must recover some health when I return to Blue Star today. Zhang Feng took a deep breath. Mountain guardians? And a whole squad. The Mountain Guardian is one of the powerful troops of the dwarf race, classified as elite quality. The value of 12 Mountain Guardians is definitely not less than that of an epic monster. Zhang Feng sincerely envied. They all say that Tina, the goddess of luck, got into my bed, but it seems she got into yours. Enshusha shot Zhang Feng a glare. I'm already so frustrated, and you're still making sarcastic comments? Fortunately, Ying Jiejia has already promised me that after this return to Blue Star, she will mobilize her army to help me clear the monsters. If it weren't for the fact that you're too far away, I would have invited you to join me. Zhang Feng murmured upon hearing this, so, there's still time. The Blue Star Passage would also open at noon. They would take several hours to return to Blue Star. Zhang Feng decided to set off shortly, confident he could arrive before them. Enshusha, unaware of Zhang Feng's plan, nodded and said, we definitely have time. After hanging up the video call, Zhang Feng immediately furrowed his brows. Why is it always Enshusha who encounters high-level monsters? Does this girl really have some special constitution? It had been 3 days since the opening of the region. He had explored nearly 100 kilometers around the territory and had only encountered one exceptional level monster, the Jungle Slayer guarding the Crystal Mine. And the Mountain Guardian, as an exceptional unit, would be the ultimate boss in a large dwarf tribe. Now suddenly a small team appears. Could it be that there is a dwarf unit building in that mountain range? If that's the case, then the monsters deep within that mountain range must be more than just this team of mountain guardians. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's heart raced, and he immediately issued an order through the Lord's heart: Long 9, Long 1, Long 5, Long 6, return to the territory immediately. All goddess warriors in the territory, except 4. Amanda guarding the crystal mine, return to the territory immediately. All 9 heavens holy maidens, return to the territory immediately. As a hero, the Empress had authority in the territory, second only to the Lord, so she naturally saw Zhang Feng's command. After pondering for a moment, she asked, "My lord, are we going on another expedition?" Zhang Feng curiously asked, "How did you guess?" The Empress smiled and said, 9 heavens holy maidens, 5 goddess warriors, plus you and me, a total of 16 people, and the 4 dragons can just carry 16 people. Ha ha ha, Zhang Feng laughed heartily. My Empress is getting smarter and smarter. What do you mean getting smarter? The Empress shot Zhang Feng a glance and retorted, I've always been this smart. But she didn't refute the phrase my Empress. Soon, all the high-end combat forces in the territory gathered under Zhang Feng's summons. Zhang Feng waved his hand, upgrade. Consuming 23,800 energy, your unit Long 1 upgrades to level 7. Consuming 30,400 energy, golden halos appeared beneath Long 1, Long 5, and Long 6, dazzling in brilliance. The 3 dragons instantly upgraded from level 6 to level 10, their bodies rapidly expanding until they grew into massive creatures with a wingspan of 20 meters. The 4 dragons jostled together, instantly filling the small square in the center of the territory. Jiang Feng looked on with some concern. It seems I need to upgrade the 3 books quickly, otherwise we won't even have enough space for the units, let alone buildings. This upgrade consumed a total of 414,000 energy. Last night he had farmed 260,000 energy, and with the gains from this morning, it was just enough. Time, 11 hours 57 minutes and 28 seconds. There were 3 minutes left until the leaderboard was announced. Zhang Feng said, get ready, after the unit combat power ranking ends, we will trigger it immediately. Including the Empress, everyone responded in unison, yes, my lord. In Inman's territory. Ah, that guy Zhang Feng only scored 300, it seems his goal is just to stay in the top 100. Inman said with delight, this time, the top spot is finally mine. Meng Tian helplessly said, Your Highness, you added Zhang Feng as a friend, right? Can't you just ask him directly? Why go through Miss Chuxia? As Xia grew closer to Inman, Meng Tian's tone towards Xia also carried a bit more respect. How can that be? Inman quickly shook her head. I need to appear completely indifferent to this ranking, like I casually took the top spot and remained very calm. Do you understand this feeling, Sister Meng? I understand. Meng Tian retorted, it's just like the feeling Zhang Feng gave during the previous heavily Dao rankings. Inman. At exactly 12 o'clock, the sky above the warfog suddenly shone with golden light. The unit combat power ranking began. The lords of the entire 10086 town were all eagerly anticipating. It's starting. How exciting. The Blue Star channel has opened too. Let's wait for the rankings to be announced before returning to Blue Star. It's only a matter of a few minutes anyway. That makes sense. Soon, rows of rankings began to appear one after another. Unit Combat Power Ranking 100, Lord Qi Yuan, Reward, Rare Treasure Chest *1, Reputation *2 Unit Combat Power Ranking 99, Lord Zhang Qian. The rankings were announced from the back to the front, quickly revealing one name per second. Those who made the list immediately cheered with joy. Haha, I made the list, I finally made the list. I made the list too. I'm just a commoner, not to mention elite heroes, I don't even have elite units. This time I went all in, and it seems heaven took pity on me. Haha, a rare treasure chest. If I can open an exceptional unit, then I'll be the next Zhang Feng. Some also raised the crucial question. May I ask the brothers who made the list, what is your unit combat power approximately? Qi Yuan. I'm around 530 points. Zhang Qian, I'm 550. As soon as this was said, someone immediately broke down. Ah, my total combat power is 520, just 10 points short. I thought I could enter the top 100, I should have summoned a few more militia. Brother upstairs, please take it easy. So, the most taboo thing about rushing the rankings is being indecisive. If you're going to do it, you have to go all out. The speed of the ranking announcements was extremely fast. Unit Combat Power Ranking 89, Lord Tu Shan Ye, Reward, Rare Treasure Chest *1, Reputation *4 Tu Shan Ye, yay. Perfect. It was obvious that the little fox had also summoned units, but the goal was just to get into the top 100. This way, she could get the treasure chest without too much impact on her territory. After all, both the 11th and 100th places received rare treasure chests. Mu Qingxuan, Sister Ye, your calculations are so accurate, I admire you. Tu Shan Ye, Sister Mu, you flatter me. Unit Combat Power Ranking 72nd, Lord Lin Mo, Reward, Rare Treasure Chest *1, Reputation *10 Muqing Shuang. The combat power for 75th place is 1000, so Lin Mo should have summoned 300 militia. It seems a bit excessive. Lin Mo. Ever since being frightened by Zhang Feng last time, Lin Mo had become much more low-key. Unit Combat Power Ranking 10th, Lord Huang Xian, Reward, Exceptional Treasure Chest *1, Reputation *20. It was Huang Xian who had just summoned 1400 militia. Wei Ming sincerely said, "Congratulations to brother Huang Xian for achieving his wish." Huang Xian, indeed, the way of heaven helps every dream. Thanks to the favor of heaven, thanks to my family's nurturing, and finally, thanks to everyone's support. Huang Xian was so excited that he was almost incoherent. Wei Ming, if you can summon units or even heroes, brother Huang will truly soar to great heights. Huang Xian, thanks for the good words, brother Wei. The way of heaven continued to announce. Unit Combat Power Ranking 9, Lord Sun Gang. What was surprising was that from 4th to 10th place they were all second-generation lords from small families, and there was even a commoner among them. Until the 3rd place appeared. Unit Combat Power Ranking 3rd, Lord Muqing Shuang, Reward, Exceptional Treasure Chest *1, Reputation *100. The 3rd place was actually Muqing Shuang, this lieutenant from the Jiangnan military district, and Chu Xia, Sister Mu also summoned units. Muqing Shuang, I'm sorry to make you laugh, Chu Xia. You know the military district's funding has always been tight, so I can only rely on myself. Immediately after, Muqing Shuang seemed a bit regretful. Unfortunately, I went all out, and my combat power reached 4,200 points, yet I only got 3rd place. After a moment of silence, Wei Ming, the top 2, it won't be Zhang Feng and Ying Man again, right? Ying Man. Why wouldn't it be? Zhang Feng, yeah, why wouldn't it be? And Chu Xia, Zhang Feng, you exploded 300 troops, what are you making a fuss about? Wei Ming, don't underestimate my boss Zhang Feng, he's really impressive. The reason for this is that Wei Ming suddenly thought of a question: if Zhang Feng really exploded 300 troops plus the goddess warrior, he shouldn't be ranked out. But now, with no ranks from 3 to 100, it must be among the top 2. And Chu Xia and Ying Man were also confused and overlooked this point. Just then, the 2nd place was announced. Troop Combat Power Ranking 2nd place, Lord Ying Man, Reward. Excellent Treasure Chest *1, Reputation *200. After a moment of calm, everyone perked up. Boss Ying Man is 2nd again, 1st in the ranking Hero Combat Power list, 2nd in the ranking. This is already the 4th time, right? The eternal 2nd place. How dare you say that about bossing Ying Man? Do you want to die? No, what I mean is, maintaining such stable results is not easy. And Chu Xia was also stunned. How is this possible? Sister Ying's combat power is so high, how could she be 2nd? She knew Ying Man's total combat power. Ying Man, it must be Zhang Feng. And Chu Xia quickly explained, Sister Zhang Feng never lies. If he says he exploded 300 troops, then he definitely only exploded 300 troops. Ying Man, Chu Xia, are you sure? And Chu Xia, absolutely sure. This is driving me crazy. These guys actually dare to say that I am the eternal 2nd. Ying Man erupted with a majestic aura, her smooth black hair moving without wind. Shockingly, her eyes gradually turned earthy yellow, a pair of vertical pupils slowly emerging from the depths of her eyes. Meng Tian was both surprised and delighted. The princess's bloodline evolved due to anger? This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Hint, your soul fluctuation exceeds the limit, triggering bloodline evolution. Ancestral dragon bloodline, SS level, concentration reaches 0.04%. Hint, your soul. The sudden heavenly hint made Ying Man's vertical pupils fade, gradually returning to clarity. I evolved my bloodline? Meng Tian shouted, Your Highness, don't stop, keep getting angry, maybe you can evolve further. Ying Man shot Meng Tian a glance. Seeing the evolution stop, Meng Tian lamented, Your Highness, you don't know how precious such an opportunity is. Precious? Ying Man scratched her hair, feeling frustrated. I feel like if I stay in 10086 town, there will be many more such opportunities. That's great. Meng Tian exclaimed, this evolution, not to mention an epic treasure chest, even 100 epic treasure chests can't compare. Alright. Ying Man helplessly complained, then felt gloomy. If Chu Xia is so sure that Zhang Feng only exploded 300 troops, then who could be the first? As soon as she finished speaking, in the sky, the light belonging to Ying Man faded. The top rank finally revealed itself. Upon seeing the line of golden characters belonging to the top rank, Ying Man almost got angry enough to evolve her bloodline again. She gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words. Jianchen dash that liar. Troop Combat Power Ranking 1st place, Lord Zhang Feng, Reward, Epic Treasure Chest *1, Reputation *300. Who? Ying Man took a few deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down, then said to Meng Tian, Sister Meng, is it possible that Zhang Feng's 300 troops are all high-tier troops? Meng Tian immediately shook her head. Impossible, the only way to obtain a large number of high-tier troops at this stage is through troop tokens, but the server has only been open for 3 days. Where would he get so many high-tier troop tokens? At this point, Meng Tian suddenly said, wait, there's another possibility. What possibility? Creating high-tier troops on his own. Are you joking, Sister Meng? Yin Man shot a glance at Meng Tian. It's been over 100 years since Blue Star has heard of a lord creating high-level troops. Meng Tian shrugged. I'm just stating a possibility. So, this guy really deceived Xuxia. Yin Man felt indignant for Xuxia. How could Xuxia trust him so much? The troop strength ranking concluded perfectly, at least that's what Zhang Feng thought. He opened the list of lords in the town and noticed that some lord avatars had turned black and white, a sign of leaving the battlefield of 10,000 races and returning to Blue Star. Once there are fewer lords, I'll issue a global announcement about the self-created troops. Choosing this timing will at least reduce the impact to 1/10. For now, I should set off to explore that mountain range quickly, to avoid prolonged delays. There was no choice, both energy and spirit stones were extremely lacking for Zhang Feng at the moment. Beep beep beep, just as Zhang Feng was about to embark on his expedition, he received a video request from Yin Man. Could it be that this girl is still not satisfied after losing? However, since Yin Man was the biggest financial backer, Zhang Feng naturally wouldn't neglect her. Big boss Yin Man. As soon as Zhang Feng opened his mouth, Yin Man launched into a rapid-fire barrage. Zhang Feng, you liar. It's one thing to deceive me, but you deceived Xuxia, who treated you so well. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Zhang Feng, and you said you only revealed 300 troops. I think you should drop a 0. Zhang Feng, no, Besides, when Xuxia asked you, there were only 20 minutes left. Were you lying just to mess with us? Is that kind of twisted fun interesting? Zhang Feng, your territory must be filled with militia by now, right? Do you need me to introduce you to a lord of the undead to help you convert them into skeleton soldiers? Beep beep beep. Looking at the hung-up video, Zhang Feng was about to call back. Even if he didn't want to retort, he at least wanted to clarify things. But after thinking it over, Zhang Feng gave up. Forget it, I don't have time to argue with a little girl. Besides, I'm about to issue a global announcement. Let's see what expression she has then. Zhang Feng suddenly chuckled. I just realized this girl can really throw a punch. Immediately after, Zhang Feng called for the Empress, the Nine Heavens Holy Princess, and the Goddess Warrior. Let's go. A group of 16 people climbed onto the dragon's back and Zhang Feng patted Longjiu. Go. Longjiu complained, Little Jiu is a dragon, not a horse. Alright, not a horse. Zhang Feng laughed, Little Jiu still knows the way, right? Longjiu flapped its wings and soared into the clouds, of course. Zhang Feng shared a mount with the Empress, Zizishan, and Giselle. As per usual, he wrapped one arm around the Empress's slender waist. With his other hand, he took out the epic treasure chest he had just obtained. Empress, it's time to get to work. The Empress had already gotten used to Zhang Feng's intimate gestures, and her eyes lit up upon seeing the treasure chest. I must say, I'm a bit addicted to opening treasure chests, especially epic ones. Zhang Feng was startled. No, I can't afford that kind of addiction. The Empress giggled and then directly opened the treasure chest. Fortune smiles upon you. You have opened an epic treasure chest and obtained an A-level skill book. Great Sumeru sword style. Fortune smiles upon you. A-level skill book. Zhang Feng couldn't help himself and gave the Empress a big kiss on her cheek. Wow, you really are my lucky star. B-level corresponds to epic. A-level corresponds to legendary. When it comes to opening treasure chests, the Empress has never disappointed. At least with several epic treasure chests, she had never missed. Today, she even triggered a 1 in 10,000 chance to obtain a higher tier item. Zhang Feng immediately looked at the description of the skill book. Great Sumeru sword style, A rank the strongest defensive sword style of the Sumeru immortal sect, capable of invoking the power of the void to form a barrier. When mastered to perfection, it can create a domain with a single sword. A rank skill doesn't sound impressive, but one must understand that the strongest skill currently in the Empress's hands, Heavenly Sound 9 kills, is merely a C rank skill, and the renowned Mountain River Bright Moon of Mingyu is only a B rank skill. The A rank skill book can no longer be enhanced. Zhang Feng unhesitatingly handed it to the Empress. Empress, you should learn this. He wanted to see the effect of the Empress's newly acquired divine skill teaching and bestowing. The Empress did not hesitate. Yes, my lord. Your hero. Empress has successfully comprehended. Great Sumeru sword style, entry, teaching and bestowing, is effective. Tianyin Pavilion gains the sect skill. Great Sumeru sword style, all Tianyin Pavilion troops can learn it, and the learning process incurs no cost. Great. Zhang Feng clapped his hands, extremely satisfied. The main point is that he decides who can learn this skill and who cannot. Normally, as a qualified lord, one should balance kindness and severity. An A-rank skill can already be regarded as a treasure of the sect, and only true disciples or ordinary disciples who have made great contributions should be allowed to learn it. But Jiang Feng thought for a moment. The territory is currently developing rapidly, and there is no need for such formalities. Let everyone learn. After all, the disciples of Tianyin Pavilion are working hard to grind monsters, so it's just a way to give them benefits. Your troop type Vanin Tian has successfully comprehended Great Sumeru sword style entry your troop type Zization in an instant, whether it was the 9 heaven saints or the hundreds of Tianyin disciples, they all learned this A-rank skill. Even though he had already anticipated the outcome, Jiang Feng still exclaimed, Empress, this skill of yours is truly overpowered. It's equivalent to one skill book turning into countless skill books. Zization sensed for a moment and exclaimed, such a powerful sword technique, although it has only one form, it can produce countless variations. Saying this, Zization couldn't help but draw the scarlet holy word and lightly called out, Sumeru. Although it was only at the entry level, visible ripples appeared in the void, tightly wrapping Zization within. Giselle sensed for a moment and marveled, such strong defense, even my thunder projection could never break through in one strike. Truly worthy of an A-rank skill. Suddenly, Long Jio's voice came. Zization, you can practice for a while, but practicing sword on someone else's back is too disrespectful to Long. Zization then woke up, squatting down to touch Long Jio's scales. Sorry, little Jio, it's just that your flying is so steady that I forgot I was in the sky. That's more like it. Long Jio seemed quite pleased, shaking his head and swaying, and little Zizai, I came before you, so you should call me Sister Jio. An hour and a half later, the 4 dragons carrying 16 people landed again at the valley entrance where they had slain the tiger demon last time. The Empress looked at the rolling mountains before her and sighed. No wonder Lord Inshuxia is so determined to tackle this mountain range. It probably occupies 3/4 of her territory. If she doesn't develop this mountain range, she won't need to develop at all. Jiang Feng said sternly, otherwise, why would I travel hundreds of miles to help her clear the bosses in this mountain range? Only Jiang Feng could speak of robbing monsters so grandly. The Empress shot Jiang Feng a glance, then, my lord, shall we get to work now? Wait a moment. Amidst everyone's doubts, Jiang Feng opened the lord list of the town again. He found that the vast majority of lord avatars had turned black and white, and Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction. I'll send out a global announcement. Events triggered by individuals like Jiang Feng, which are significant, differ from the rules of heavenly ranking rewards. Should it be announced? When should it be announced? Completely decided by the Lord himself. Anyway, once you announce it, you get the prestige reward. If you don't announce it, there's no reward. There's no option to release an announcement while hiding your name. So even though he knew that sending out this announcement would bring unpredictable changes for the massive prestige points and legendary points, Jiang Feng still had to grit his teeth and go for it. Thus, in the 7th heaven of the 10,000 races battlefield, Zone 666, Blue Star Domain, on the 3rd day of the server opening. Time, 13 hours 47 minutes and 18 seconds. A simple announcement shocked the entire Blue Star Domain. Announcement, 7th Heaven, Zone 666, Blue Star Domain, Town 10086. Lord Jiang Feng has created an exceptional troop type Tianyin disciple. At the same time, Jiang Feng also received a message from the heavenly Tao. Tip, you have gained prestige * 10,000, legendary points * 100. Tip, your prestige has reached world renowned. Tip, an exceptional hero from the elf race is coming to you, about to appear in your tavern. This effect is immediate. Jiang Feng exclaimed, just became world renowned, and the tavern immediately spawns an exceptional hero. This is the benefit of prestige. Although Jiang Feng looked down on an exceptional hero, it didn't mean that exceptional heroes were common. You have to know, and Shuxia, the daughter of the city lord, is just a rare hero at the start. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Now Shuxia and the winner's girl should know I wasn't lying to them. I said 300 troop types, and it's 300 troop types. Ding ding. Ding. Jiang Feng was taken aback. There were still friends who hadn't returned to Blue Star. Tushan Yaya, brother Jiang Feng, please tell Yaya that she didn't see it wrong. Jiang Feng replied irritably, you saw it wrong. Tushan Yaya, A god who created an exceptional troop type is actually in the same town as Yaya, and he's Yaya's brother. So happy, please support me. It was clear that the little fox was overly excited, probably bouncing around in her territory. As soon as she mentioned support, Jiang Feng perked up, but thinking of the little fox's age, he retorted, that would be quite a punishment. Tushan Yeye surprisingly understood immediately. I'm a Tianhu, even though I'm only 10 years old, I'm equivalent to your human 18. Jiang Feng naturally knew the little fox was joking. He curiously asked, Yeye, you don't have a sister named Tushan Susu, do you? Tushan Yeye, how did brother Jiang Feng know? That's my younger sister. Jiang Feng Tushan Yaya, brother Zhang Feng, quickly look at the regional channel, it's already blown up. Zhang Feng, it's probably just more of those meaningless compliments for me, nothing new, I'm already tired of it. Tushan Yaya. After quickly dismissing the little fox, Zhang Feng, full of spirit, declared, everyone, head towards the mountains. Yes. After sending out the announcement, Zhang Feng happily went to level up by fighting monsters. But at that moment, the world was boiling because of him. Even though Zhang Feng had deliberately chosen the timing to release the announcement through the Blue Star channel, there were still billions of new lords in the 10,000 races battlefield. At this moment, this announcement appeared simultaneously in the central vision of all lords. In an instant, not just the Dragon Kingdom lords, the Lighthouse Kingdom, Northern Bear Kingdom, Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Southern Stick Kingdom, all the lords were instantly petrified, their eyes filled with disbelief. It was as if the entire world had been paused. After a moment, they looked frantic, shouting, opened for 3 days, created troop types? Did I see it wrong? Creating troop types is one thing, but it's an exceptional troop type. How many years has it been since we heard about someone creating an exceptional troop type in the Blue Star domain? 80 years? Or 100 years? Oh my god. A completely unique exceptional troop type. If this Zhang Feng doesn't fall, he can definitely dominate a state. Awesome. Zhang Feng, this senior's name sounds like someone from our dragon country? Baka. It's impossible for him to be from the dragon country. The dragon country is indeed strong in the 1 to 6 heavens, but the Qing country in the 7th heaven has already declined. How could there be such a genius? It won't be long before our great Cherry Blossom Empire launches a racial war to exterminate all the lords of the dragon country in the 7th heaven. Ha, the name Zhang Feng sounds like he's from our South Bang country, Simida. This is just the tip of the iceberg. In the main world, Blue Star, all the 2 world altars in the cities emitted a buzzing sound. Such an anomaly shocked the city lords, who immediately checked the situation. The reason city lords hold high power is that they are administrators selected from the battlefield of 10,000 races, with authority far exceeding that of ordinary people. When they used their administrator privileges to see the heavenly announcement, their eyes widened in disbelief. To become a city lord, one must be a strong individual, and their experience is far beyond that of ordinary new lords. Exceptional troops? This means that it won't be long before he can mass-produce the troop tokens. For this type, not just troop tokens, those who can create their own troop types can mostly reverse engineer the blueprints for troop buildings. If we can build a good relationship with this big shot, perhaps decades later, our City of the Covenant will possess countless exceptional troops. The dragon country does not deserve such talent. We must find out the identity of this Zhang Feng. Money, beauties, status, whatever he wants, we free will give him. All factions were curious about who Zhang Feng really was, except for the East Sea City Lord and Luoshi. In a spacious and bright office, and Xuxia recounted everything that had happened over the past 3 days to her mother, and Luoshi and Xuxia looked 90% alike. Moreover, with the lifespan of a heavenly level strong person reaching 200 years, they looked more like sisters when together. Zhang Feng, that commoner, actually ranked first on the heavenly ranking list 4 times? And Luoshi exclaimed in surprise. She was also a renowned warlord in the dragon country, but this was the first time she had heard of such a thing. And you said his territory spawned a merchant team to buy an epic hero token for you? This kid's luck is just too good. Aha! And Xuxia nodded eagerly, then pouted, Mom, can you help me buy that epic hero token Zhang Feng is getting? And Luoshi replied, epic hero tokens are hard to come by. 10 million spirit stones would be worth it. And Xuxia was overjoyed. So that means you agree, Mom? But Luoshi changed her tone. However, how can you guarantee that after Zhang Feng buys the epic hero token, he will give it to you and not keep it for himself? And Xuxia hurriedly said, I've known Zhang Feng for so many years, he never lies. Never lies? And Luoshi sneered, he just said he only had 300 troop types? But how can 300 troop types take the top spot on the troop power rankings? That at least requires exceptional troops. And Xuxia used her best pouty face. Zhang Feng was just joking. At the very least, it proves Zhang Feng is not a reliable person. And Luoshi said earnestly, he already has 2 books. With 3 books, he can recruit a second hero. In this situation, how could a commoner like him remain indifferent to the temptation of an epic hero token? That is an epic hero. Xuxia looked pitiful. Please, Mom, I've already promised Zhang Feng. How can I explain to him without 10 million spirit stones? She regretted telling her mom about the 300 troop types. And Luoshi was furious. Really, a girl grows up and can't be kept. Is your mom's spirit stones blown in by the wind? Just then, buzz, 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 a buzzing sound came. And Luoshi's expression changed, and she stood up abruptly. This sound represents the Blue Star domain. Announcement? Is there something major happening in the battlefield of all races? After saying this, she soared into the air, heading towards the nearby two-realm altar. With a combat power reaching 1,000,000 stars, one could harness the geomagnetic force and fly, hence the title of Celestial Tier Expert. And Chusha shouted, "Mom, wait for me." By the time Chusha arrived, many citizens were already gathered outside the square. Heavens, there's an anomaly at the two-realm altar. Could something significant have happened in the battlefield of all races? That buzzing sound is crisp and pleasant. Perhaps it's a good thing. Sigh, even if it's a good thing, with Blue Star being so vast, it has nothing to do with my East Sea City. Given Chusha's status, the guards naturally did not dare to stop her, and she easily reached the altar's base. Here, besides Luwashi, 2 elders from East Sea City were also present. Although Chusha obediently stayed to the side, her ears were already perked up. One elder with the surname Huang spoke in a deep voice, "City Lord, what has happened?" At this moment, Luwashi's eyes were filled with shock. The Heavenly Tao has issued an announcement. There is a lord named Zhang Feng in the new district who has created an extraordinary troop type. When mentioning the name Zhang Feng, a fleeting glimmer of unusual color flashed in Luwashi's eyes. However, in Long Country there were at least 800,000 people named Zhang Feng, so he naturally did not associate it with his daughter's classmate. What? Elder Huang was taken aback. You mean he created a troop type, an extraordinary troop type? After confirming repeatedly, Elder Li's eyes were filled with reverence. The new district doesn't necessarily mean it's a newcomer. To create an extraordinary troop type just 3 days after the district opened, this Zhang Feng must be a powerful figure who has transferred and restarted. Elder Huang said, "It can't be wrong. I remember 10 years ago, there was a senior who was dissatisfied with his start and resolutely abandoned his territory in an old district that he had managed for over 100 years, charging into the new district at the age of 130 to restart." And Luwashi nodded in agreement. Elderly asked, "City Lorden, did the announcement say where this senior is? Located in the novice town? Let me see, it's the 10086 novice." And Luwashi's eyes suddenly widened. Wait, isn't that the town where Chusha is? Zhang Feng? And Luwashi turned around and happened to see her daughter right behind her, quickly confirming, "Chusha, if I remember correctly, your novice town's number is 10086, right?" And Chusha had a rough idea and excitedly nodded, And Luwashi's voice trembled slightly. "Then how many people named Jiang Feng are there in your town?" And Chusha shouted, "There are 4 with the surname Jiang, but only one named Zhang Feng. I am absolutely certain. The Heavenly Tao cannot be wrong. The Heavenly Tao cannot be wrong." And Luwashi swayed slightly, murmuring to herself, "Could it really be him? But how is that possible?" And Chusha shouted, "How is it impossible? I've said before, Zhang Feng never lies. Now everything makes sense. He really only has 300 troop types. And they are all self-created extraordinary troop types." At this moment, Chusha felt shocked, happy, proud, and a hint of guilt. "I actually doubted Zhang Feng just now. That was really uncalled for." The 2 elders also began to understand. Elderly trembled. Could it be that Chusha knows this Zhang Feng, the creator of extraordinary troop types? After all, based on past experience, after creating a troop type, one could generally reverse engineer the troop building blueprints within 100 years. Those are extraordinary troop building blueprints. Not to mention troop building blueprints, even a low-yield outdoor troop building, as long as it reaches extraordinary quality, could stir up a bloody storm. If they could establish a connection with such a big shot, East Sea City could rise to a new level. "Of course I know him." And Chusha said proudly, "Grandpa Li, your Zhang Feng is my classmate. The elder with the surname Li. The elder with the surname Huang." Even with the facts laid out before them, and Luwashi and the 2 elders still felt a bit unreal. But at that moment, Luwashi's body trembled. A heavenly prompt that only the Lord of Donghai City could see finally made her believe completely. She murmured, "It really is true." Prompt: the administrator in Luwashi has been promoted to level 3 authority for her contributions in cultivating newcomers. At the Donghai City 2 Realms altar. Looking at this prompt, Luwashi finally conceded, "Chusha, I agree to the matter of the Epic Heroes Order." And Chusha exclaimed, "Thank you, Mom." And Luwashi continued, "Once we gather the funds, I'll go with you to your territory." And Chusha was taken aback. "Sure, huh? Mom, what did you just say? You're coming with me?" The battlefield of the myriad races has its own rules. Mom is the warlord of District 642. How could she go to her own territory? It was Huang Lao who understood more. He exclaimed in shock, "Lorden, you've been promoted to level 3 administrator authority." "Indeed, it's level 3 administrator authority. Just now, I received a reward from the heavenly path." And Luwashi nodded, then smiled wryly. "I didn't expect to reach level 3 authority so quickly, and it turns out I borrowed the light from my daughter's classmate." "Indeed, it's the Mountain Guard. Mountain Guard, race, dwarf level, 14 quality, purple excellent, combat power, 69 skills." The group had just entered the mountains for 2 kilometers when they saw an entire squad of mountain guards ahead. Zhang Feng's mood instantly brightened. They did not conceal their movements, so they were quickly spotted by the mountain guards on the opposite side. Intruders, you have disturbed the peace of the dwarf kingdom and you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. After saying that, the mountain guards, originally of ordinary dwarf height, rapidly expanded, transforming into 3-meter-tall dwarf giants after 1 second. Of course, in terms of body proportions, they still looked like standard short and stout dwarves. Dwarf berserker skill, battle stance. Battle stance, transform into a dwarf giant, increasing physique by 50%, lasting for 10 minutes. Jiang Feng recognized this skill at a glance and shouted, "Empress!" The Empress licked her lips, eager to try. "Here, you protect me, the rest, kill them." Empress? The 9 Heavens Holy Princess, along with 5 goddess warriors, totaled 14 people. So, they were still missing 2 monsters. Giselle, experienced, successfully seized a mountain guard. Boom, the spear clashed violently with the dwarf's warhammer, the tremendous force compressing the air and even forming a circular shockwave. Immediately after, the mountain guard showed an incredulous expression, stumbling back a dozen steps before barely stopping. "Human, how could you possess such powerful strength?" Giselle shook her head. "Too weak." Although she was only level 7 with a combat power of 78 stars, her physique had already reached a terrifying 188 points. The mountain guard seemed insulted and angrily retorted, "What use is brute strength alone? A warrior needs skill." This statement sounded more like something a human would say to a dwarf, not the other way around. Giselle charged forward with her spear. "A dwarf talking to me about skill? Are you trying to make me laugh?" Saying this, Giselle connected her 2 shotguns into a long spear. All along, the goddess warriors had not encountered any strong opponents. So much so that everyone overlooked the fact that they had a passive skill called Master of Spears. The 2 clashed again, and Giselle lightly tapped the dwarf's warhammer, causing the mountain guard to lose his balance. Before he could adjust his stance, a glimmer of cold light rapidly enlarged in his terrified eyes. The lightning spear pierced through the mountain guard's mouth, with the tip protruding a foot from the back of his head. "Your unit Giselle has slain the mountain guardian, excellence. You have gained energy *14,000, spirit stones *2200, excellence treasure chest *1 a great start." An excellence treasure chest. Jiang Feng expressed his satisfaction. Compared to the brute force of the goddess warrior, the combat style of the 9 Heavens Holy Princess is much more elegant and agile, yet the speed of killing enemies is not slow at all. "Your unit Zizishan has slain the mountain guardian." The notification sounds kept ringing. In less than 30 seconds, the mountain guardian that almost wiped out Chusha's entire army was easily eliminated by Jiang Feng. A total of 168,000 energy, several spirit stones and items. These 30 seconds are equivalent to half a day's income for the territory. Jiang Feng sighed. He did not rush to use the energy for upgrades, but softly said, "Continue." Deeper. The group moved forward, clearing monsters along the way. As they delved deeper, Jiang Feng noticed that the terrain ahead was becoming increasingly open. Moreover, the types of units were also becoming complex and diverse. Half an hour later, they encountered another small team of excellence units, the heavy armored goat cavalry. Jiang Feng finally confirmed his guess. There really is a unit building in this mountain range, and its grade is not low. Another half hour passed. Jiang Feng gasped as he saw the dwarven city built against the mountain. Could it be the dwarven palace? And Chusha's luck is just too good. There's actually an epic unit building within the territory? Although Jiang Feng suspected there was a unit building here, he could never have guessed it would be of epic quality. A guardian boss of a dwarven palace, could it be? Just then, a distant horn suddenly sounded. From the dwarven palace, teams of various units streamed out. Common unit dwarven miner. Elite units dwarven musketeer longbeard warrior. Excellence unit heavy armored goat cavalry. As one of the most famous races in the battlefield of 10,000 clans, Jiang Feng was naturally well versed in their units. Finally, when he saw the majestic figure walking out of the palace surrounded by a team of mountain guardians, Jiang Feng took a deep breath. Legendary hero, King of the Hills. At this moment, Jiang Feng stopped a kilometer away from the dwarven palace. Several dragons lined up in the sky, providing Jiang Feng with enough visibility to clearly see the enemy across. King of the Hills. Oza Storm Race, Dwarf Level, 18 Quality, Golden Legend, Combat Power, for 20 Heroic Command, Dwarven Miner, A, Dwarven Musketeer, A, Longbeard Warrior, B, Mountain Guardian, B, Heavy Armored Goat Knight, B, Mountain Guardian, B, Skills? The King of the Hills wore bronze royal armor and wielded a storm warhammer, standing 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide, but he was not a ball. On the contrary, his bronze-colored muscles bulged out, extremely terrifying. The King of the Hills must be the Dwarf King, but the Dwarf King is not necessarily the King of the Hills. Thus, within the Dwarven race, the status of the King of the Hills surpasses that of an ordinary Dwarf King. Although Jiang Feng could not see the skills of the King of the Hills, his reputation as a top student was not for nothing. From one of the 10 major clans of the dwarves, the Storm Clan. I'm afraid the skill battle stance has already advanced to the A-level skill Divine Descent. In addition, he must have mastered the C-level magic martial skill Storm Hammer. A-level command increases attributes by 40%. B-level command increases all attributes by 30%. Under the command of the King of the Hills, excellence units are at least equivalent to an increase of 2 star levels. This is a bit tricky. After opening the server for so long, this was the first time Jiang Feng found the monsters too strong. The Empress looked at the King of the Hills, eager to try. My lord, please give the order. This King of the Hills is for me to handle. The goddess warriors tightly gripped their thunder spears, their fighting spirits soaring to the skies. Jiang Feng said softly, wait, if it were just a Hill King, it would be manageable. But besides the Hill King, there were dozens of high-tier troops and nearly 1,000 mid to low-tier troops. If they started a battle now, defeat was unlikely, but casualties were inevitable. The main issue was, only the Empress could confront the Hill King head-on. Who would protect him then? Suddenly, the towering Hill King stepped forward. He first looked up at the 4 giant dragons circling in the sky, then glanced at the Empress beside Jiang Feng, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. Young human lord, my dwarven kin have always had a harmonious relationship with your kind. Why do you attack my territory? If you retreat now, I can forgive your previous offense. Who said dwarves had a fiery temper when they could swallow their pride even when attacked at their doorstep? Jiang Feng couldn't help but scoff inwardly. However, this suited Jiang Feng's intentions perfectly. The defenses of the dwarven palace were impenetrable, and even with Jiang Feng's tactical mastery, he had found no flaws. Jiang Feng replied sincerely, this is a misunderstanding. We beep beep beep. Suddenly, a friend sent a video request. Jiang Feng was taken aback. And Chuxia? Did she return from Blue Star so quickly? But thinking about it, the sun had already set and it had been 4 to 5 hours since Chuxia left the battlefield of the myriad races. It wasn't a good time for a video chat, so Jiang Feng clicked to decline. Jiang Feng, I'm a bit busy right now. And Chuxia quickly sent a message, creating outstanding troops. Jiang Feng, you are amazing. Everyone outside thinks you are some senior expert. Since you're busy, I'll keep it brief. I've gathered 10 million spirit stones. Once you're done, don't forget to help me purchase that epic hero token. Jiang Feng, sure. I'll get back to you in a moment. Just as he typed a few words and hadn't sent them yet, Jiang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly opened the territory panel and checked the resources section. Crystals 1068. Jiang Feng was overjoyed. His territory was just a step away from upgrading to level 3, needing only crystals. After a day of intensive mining, he finally had enough crystals. Coincidentally, Chuxia had sent over 10 million spirit stones, allowing him to upgrade to level 3 and immediately recruit a second legendary hero. Jiang Feng quickly changed his tune. Jiang Feng, I'm not busy anymore. Give me the 10 million spirit stones and I'll help you purchase it right now. How come you're not busy anymore when you hear about spirit stones? Chuxia sent a speechless emoji and continued, it seems my mom's guess was right. Everyone's method of creating troops is a closely guarded secret, and your method is just spending money. Though she complained, Chuxia still transferred the spirit stones. Your friend Chuxia has transferred you 10 million spirit stones through the exchange. Jiang Feng waited for 10 seconds and traded the epic hero token dropped by the tiger demon to Chuxia. Jiang Feng, done. I wish you smooth recruiting and everything you desire. Chuxia's words were filled with gratitude. Thank you, Jiang Feng. This 3 million spirit stones is your purchasing fee. Please be sure to accept it. Your friend Chuxia has transferred you 3 million spirit stones through the exchange. Jiang Feng was taken aback, then chuckled softly. Hee, is this a gesture of goodwill? But that girl Chuxia isn't that savvy. It seems it's mostly at the behest of Lord and Luoshi. Jiang Feng, alright, I'll accept it. Chuxia, you go ahead and be busy. With the epic hero, I can soon take revenge on that group of dwarves in the mountains. Jiang Feng, you probably won't get the chance in Chuxia's territory. I told you, Jiang Feng is definitely a man of his word. Chuxia waved the hero token in her hand, her face brimming with excitement. And Luoshi calmly said, before, I was underestimating your intentions. Jiang Feng traded this epic hero token to you so quickly, which shows he had no hesitation after purchasing it. Coming from a common background, yet able to resist such a powerful temptation, this kind of willpower is far beyond ordinary people. No wonder he is a genius lord capable of creating exceptional troops. And Luoshi's state at this moment was somewhat strange. A faint layer of white light seemed to bubble, covering her body. Looking at the epic hero token, and Luoshi felt a bit excited. Alright, Chuxia, quickly recruit your epic hero. You know, when I reached level 25, I finally had my own epic hero. And Chuxia was taken Aback, but I don't even have level 3 yet? I only have one hero slot. And Luoshi replied nonchalantly, then dismissed the original hero. And Chuxia was shocked. Dismiss? And Luoshi patted Chuxia's head and said, as a qualified lord, parting and loss are commonplace, let alone dismissing a hero. Moreover, the sooner you recruit an epic hero, the more of an early advantage you'll have. In the end, Chuxia compromised, fine. I'll recruit the epic hero sooner so I can take revenge on those damn dwarves. I really hate dwarves right now. Soon, a beam of light formed in front of Chuxia. When she saw the huge figure walking out of the light gate, Chuxia immediately went crazy. Oh my god, just kill me. My lord, King Grinny the dwarf reports to you. The dwarf king rubbed his shiny head and chuckled. Although your territory looks a bit shabby, I still want to ask, do you have any wine? On Zhang Feng's side, after cutting off communication, he immediately issued orders. Upgrade the territory. Complete it immediately. Zhang Feng, unusually generous this time, didn't even check the cost before instantly upgrading the building. Tip: you have upgraded to a level 3 Lord's Mansion, unlocking the building's portal and stable, increasing the territory area to 30,000 square meters. You have unlocked a new hero slot, current hero count 1/2. Zhang Feng ignored the changes after the territory upgrade and immediately took out a whiteboard hero token. Although the drop rate for hero tokens was extremely low, after grinding for so long, he still managed to obtain some low-quality hero tokens. Consume 10 million. Spirit Stones, choose Enhancement Direction, Legendary Hero Token. In front of the two armies, a magnificent golden light shot up into the sky. When the light dissipated, a golden hero token appeared in Zhang Feng's hand. Recruit! Such a powerful commotion naturally alerted the enemy. The booming voice of the king of the hills came, Human Lord, what do you want? Zhang Feng paid no attention and instead stared intently at the figure gradually becoming clear in the light gate. Whether he needed to run again depended on whether the second legendary hero was strong enough. He had killed nearly 1,000 monsters that afternoon, most of which were high-level monsters, and had gained 620,000 energy. Adding to the harvest from the territory, his energy had now exceeded 800,000. Enough to instantly cultivate a finished legendary hero. As Zhang Feng pondered, the figure of the second legendary hero finally stepped out of the light gate. This figure was clad in silver armor, wearing a golden crown, with a pair of huge, pure white wings folded at her sides. She was tall and curvaceous. Just standing there, a majestic and sacred aura rushed towards him. And when Zhang Feng saw her exquisitely beautiful face, reminiscent of a character from a comic, he instinctively said, North of the Galaxy. The appearance of this hero finally confirmed Zhang Feng's speculation. He truly was summoning from the heavens. At this moment, the hero finally opened her eyes and murmured, Battlefield of the Myriad Races, competition of the Myriad Races. A brand new world, a brand new power system. Is this the unknown universe we have been desperately exploring? I have just condensed my sacred body. Perhaps only by my departure can Aini Shida logically become the new Angel King and inherit the just order of my king, Kaisha. This is my best home. At this point, the angel hero raised her long sword, gave a slight bow to Zhang Feng, and spoke in a deep, magnetic voice, My lord, Angel Yen is willing to serve you. Zhang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that this Angel Yen would throw a tantrum like the Empress did upon her arrival. Zhang Feng immediately looked at Angel Yan's attributes. Yen, Legend, Level, 1 Affection, 70 Attributes. Physique 38 plus 100, plus 5, Spiritual Power 33 plus 100, plus 5, Soul 15, plus 100, Bearing 15, plus 100. Equipment, Sword of Thunder, Silver Blade Armor Cultivation Method, Sacred. Body Entry Level, a grade. Skills, Heavenly Blade Strike Great Perfection, a grade. Thunder Power Great Perfection, a grade. Wormhole Defense Barrier Minor. Perfection, a grade. Sacred Knowledge Repository, a grade. Angel Combat Technique Transformation, C grade. Unit Command, Angel Species, B. Combat Power, 128. So strong. The renowned Sacred Body was actually rated as an A-grade cultivation method by the Heavenly Tao. Although it was only at the entry level, it had the terrifying effect of adding 100 points to all attributes. Of course, as the hero's level increases, the contribution of the cultivation method to the attributes will decrease, unless one can break through to a higher level. Besides that, Angel Yen also came with 4 A-grade skills and the transformed angel combat technique. Zhang Feng couldn't help but exclaim, this is a martial hero. A martial hero refers to a hero unit whose abilities are more focused on personal combat, also known as a high-level soldier. This is not a derogatory term. Although Angel Yen does not possess a unit-building ability like the Empress, and her hero command is only B-grade, her personal combat power can definitely easily slay a dragon squad of the same level. Zhang Feng was extremely satisfied with this recruitment. Zhang Feng said, Yen, that hill king over there will be your enemy. Angel Yen could share Jiang Feng's vision. She glanced at the Hill King a kilometer away and shook her head, saying, "Reporting to my lord, I have been weakened by the battlefield of 10,000 races. I am not its opponent right now, but if you insist, I am willing to die for glory." "Don't worry, I'm not asking you to die." As he spoke, Jiang Feng waved his hand, showering a golden light. "Level up. Consuming 2,000 energy points, your hero Yen levels up. Current level 2 consuming 5,600 energy. After consuming 374,000 energy, Angel Yen directly leveled up by 10 levels. Consuming 18,000 energy points, your unit Brahma Sound Tian levels up. Current level 6 consuming 23800 energy. After consuming 376,200 energy, all 9 heavenly holy maidens leveled up to level 7. The energy gained in one afternoon was once again depleted. After leveling up, Angel Yen's combat power instantly reached 380 stars, and her physique reached 530 points. Jiang Feng asked, "What about now?" Angel Yen sensed for a moment and said, "I can fight." Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, the heavenly Dao prompt sounded again. "Your hero Yen has unlocked the A-grade skill Dark Plane Imprint." Another A-grade skill? Jiang Feng quickly looked at the skill description. Dark Plane Imprint imprints the current life state of the unit into Yen's dark plane. When the imprinted individual suffers fatal damage, Angel Yen instantly consumes 100 points of spiritual power to restore it to its life state before the imprint. Note, currently at entry level, a maximum of 10 units can be branded, and only 1 unit can be resurrected per day. If Angel Yen's spiritual power is insufficient, this skill cannot take effect. Haha, isn't this just resurrection magic? Jiang Feng thought for a moment. Yen, brand the 9 Heavens Holy Princess. Although the 9 Heavens Holy Princess is a legendary unit and has the Empress's command bonus, she really doesn't have the durability of a goddess warrior. Yen nodded, waved her hand, and sprinkled 9 dark energies, enveloping the 9 holy princesses. Alright. Jiang Feng nodded, then loudly arranged the tactics. The dwarven gunman will definitely focus fire, even using the headshot skill, so 9 Heavens Holy Princesses use the Great Sumeru Sword technique to connect the void barriers and protect our units. Goddess warriors, you. Long Jiao, you. Lead. Begin, attack. The Empress indeed did not hear her name. "My lord, should I still protect you?" Jiang Feng said seriously. "Your task is the most important." The Empress, alright. It was no longer like being in the territory where she could hide in the absolutely safe Lord's mansion. Soon, under Angel Yan's leadership, the territory's army charged directly towards enemies that outnumbered them by dozens. The great battle was about to erupt. Jiang Feng's eyes were filled with anticipation. Killing an 18-level legendary hero would yield millions in energy alone, not to mention the items dropped in that dwarven palace. Sumeru. When both sides were 300 meters apart, the 9 holy princesses simultaneously drew a sword mark. Visible threads instantly connected into a piece, forming a void barrier that enveloped everyone on their side except for Angel Yen. Almost simultaneously, bang bang bang, hundreds of bull-sized bulges appeared on the void barrier. The Empress exclaimed, "These dwarven gunmen have such a long range. Their lethality is quite impressive." Jiang Feng explained, "Although dwarven gunmen are just elite units, they stack almost all attributes on spirit and spiritual power. A level 12 dwarven gunman can achieve 50 star power with a regular shot. If they use headshot, it can reach 2.2 times the power of a normal bullet." The Empress sincerely said, "My lord, you are well informed. I admire you. I'm just a good learner." Jiang Feng waved his hand, speaking confidently. If hundreds of gunmen focus fire, even a dragon of the same level would face a deadly threat. However, their weakness is also obvious, which is that the loading time for spiritual bullets is too long. As if to validate Jiang Feng's words, Long Jiao had already taken advantage of the dwarven gunman's ammunition loading time, leading 3 giant dragons to dive down. The giant dragons are coming. Quick, focus fire on 1 giant dragon. Not good, my bullets aren't loaded yet. Throwers, hurry and help us drive away these giant dragons. The dwarven gunman squad erupted in panicked cries, but it was already too late. The 4 giant dragons were only a few dozen meters above the ground, slightly raising their long necks, and then a terrifying black flame erupted forth. Boom, the squad of over 100 dwarven gunmen was instantly engulfed by the dragon's flames. Tip, your unit. Longjio killed a dwarven gunman, elite, gaining energy *130, spirit stones *18. Tip, your unit, dwarven gunmen are typical high attack, low defense units. Even if they are a few levels higher than the dragons, they cannot withstand the dark breath. Damn giant dragons, stay back. The dwarven gunmen were instantly wiped out, sending the king of the hills into a rage. A blue hammer shadow, several meters in size, crossed the 100 meters of void, arriving first, about to land on Longjio. Storm. Hammer. Even if it was just a C-level skill used by an 18-level legendary hero, it was enough to severely injure or even kill Longjio. Fortunately, Yan's figure suddenly appeared in front of Longjio. Clang, the hammer forged from the power of the storm collided solidly with the thunder sword in Yan's hand, producing a sound like metal striking metal. However, the hammer soon reached its limit, shattering into a whirlwind of storm energy that swept in all directions. Yan stepped out of the storm, unscathed. King of the Hills, your opponent is me. Although Longjio had survived a calamity, he refused to lose his composure. Newcomer, while I'm not afraid of him, thank you anyway. With that, he fled in disarray. The King of the Hills, having failed his strike, wasted no words and shot into the sky, the immense recoil shaking the Dwarven King's palace. The gods descend. The endless storm energy surged into his body, causing the King of the Hills to rapidly expand, soon becoming a towering figure of 8 meters. Immediately after, he accelerated again in mid-air, crashing down towards Angel Yen with a fierce momentum. Angel Yen's fighting spirit ignited. Channeling the power of thunder, the terrifying fluctuations caught the attention of the goddess warriors, who also wielded thunder attributes. 1 second later, storm and thunder, two energies collided violently. In the air. Boom, the clash of two legendary heroes' A-level skills created a terrifying wave that formed a small energy tide, sweeping across a 100-meter radius of emptiness. The Empress sensed the intensity of the battle between the two and sighed, if my great Sumeru sword technique were perfected, perhaps I could entangle the King of the Hills and even wear him down, but right now, I truly am not his match. Jiang Feng quickly reassured her, as a bodyguard, your strength is already sufficient. The Empress was nearly driven mad with anger. Just moments ago, Jiang Feng had used a small trick to ensure the dwarven gunmen achieved nothing and were completely wiped out. What remained was close combat. Thunder projection. At a distance of several dozen meters, 5 goddess warriors took the initiative, instantly eliminating 5 heavily armored Goat Knights. Thunder battle body. They then unleashed their ultimate skills and charged in. The 9 Heavens Holy Princess didn't wait for the great Sumeru sword technique to dissipate before starting to unleash skill after skill. Holy Word technique. Blood Arc Light. Heavenly Sound 9 kills. 4 giant dragons circled in the air. Before entering a berserk mode, diving into the enemy ranks. Your unit Giselle has killed a heavy armored Goat Knight. Excellence, gaining energy *18,000, Spirit Stones *2000. Your unit Zaishan has killed a long-bearded warrior. Although the Dwarven King's units were of a higher level, the tier difference was too great. Below the King of the Hills were only excellent units, with not even an epic level Storm Guardian present. The battle instantly turned one-sided. Pleasant battle report notifications continuously flashed in Jiang Feng's ears. In just over 10 minutes, the dwarven units were completely slaughtered. On Jiang Feng's side, only the 4 giant dragons had sustained some minor injuries due to their size, and even Yan's revival technique was not needed. At this moment, only the battle between the 2 legendary heroes continued. If it were up to Jiang Feng, he would naturally prefer a group assault to end the fight quickly. But Yen requested, Lord, as a warrior, may I fight independently? People's Education Edition Lord's Guide to Subordinates Article 5, if possible, it is advisable to give heroes and units enough freedom and respect. Perhaps their rewards will be greater. The situation before him was completely controllable. Considering that characters in such passionate comics often had a touch of youthful bravado, Jiang Feng did not refuse and replied with equal fervor, go enjoy your battle, Yen. Hearing this, the Empress felt goosebumps rise. Tip: Yen felt your respect, affection +5, current affection. 75 points. The King of the Hills knew the tide had turned against him, yet he chose not to flee. Storm dwarves, I swear to never surrender. This preserved the last dignity of his clan. After another 10 minutes, the King of the Hills exhausted his spiritual power, exiting the state of divine descent, his expression weary. I lost, and I lost. In a one-on-one duel. This is the side effect of the descent of the divine. Angel Yen took a deep breath, then said solemnly, my wormhole defense barrier is about to collapse. If the divine presence continues for a few more minutes, then you will be the victor. You are a powerful opponent, therefore. Yan's eyes turned completely. Why does he slowly raise the thunder sword, as if the sword in his hand weighed 1,000 pounds? To everyone's shock, energy coiled in the void, forming a massive energy sword several meters wide and dozens of meters long above the head of the Hill King. I will grant you the dignity of a strong warrior. As Angel Yen swung his sword down, the massive energy sword followed suit. A-level skill, Heaven's Blade Strike. Swoosh, the Hill King's enormous body was cleaved in two by a single strike. Your hero Yen has slain the Hill King, legendary hero, gaining energy *3.6 million, Spirit Stones *500,000, legendary hero token *1, advanced body cultivation book *1, looking at the battle log, Jiang Feng excitedly pumped his fist. Another legendary hero token? I remember the Storm Clan's slogan in the city of 10,000 realms is Storm products are guaranteed to be top quality, and it seems they weren't exaggerating. In just a few days, the mayoral competition will begin, and the most important territory bonus after becoming mayor is hero position +1. Moreover, there's also an advanced body cultivation book. Advanced body cultivation book, bound after use, increases 100 points of physique. Each unit, lord, hero, troop type can use up to 100 books per year. Zhang Feng chose to use it himself. As for the basic rewards of 3.6 million energy and 500,000 spirit stones, although the amounts were staggering, they were already within Zhang Feng's expectations. This is also the rarity and preciousness of high-level bosses. It should be noted that leveling the Empress from level 10 to level 20 only requires 2.3 million energy. At this moment, Angel Yen descended from the sky and landed in front of Zhang Feng. My lord, I have not failed you. Well done. Zhang Feng praised generously. Come, accompany me to the Dwarf King's palace. Yes, Angel Yen replied, then stood guard on either side of Zhang Feng, with the Empress on his left and right. As they stepped into the Dwarf King's palace, a heavenly prompt sounded. Prompt, wild building. Troop type Dwarf King's palace, discovered, ignore demolish occupy? Zhang Feng said softly, occupy. A flash of light passed. Zhang Feng became the new master of this Dwarf King's palace. He immediately opened the panel for the Dwarf King's palace. Dwarf King's palace, production, Hill King, 1/30 days, Storm Guardian, 1/3 days, Heavy Armored Goat Knight, 1/day, Mountain Guardian, 1/day. Dwarf Musketeer, 10/day, Inventory, Hill King *1, Storm Guardian *2, Dwarf Musketeer, *20. Description: this is a Dwarf King's palace produced by the Storm Clan, and Storm products are guaranteed to be top quality. As expected of an epic troop building, it had a variety of options, and Zhang Feng could name almost all the dwarf troop types. Before occupying, Zhang Feng had some expectations for this Dwarf King's palace, but they weren't very high. He never expected to be pleasantly surprised. This Dwarf King's palace can actually mass-produce Hill Kings? Of course, the Hill Kings here are troop types, not heroes. Normally, a Dwarf King's palace can recruit epic troop types, but legendary troop types depend on luck. And the production rate is not low if accumulated. For 10 years, that would be 120 Hill Kings. 10 years may seem long for a new lord, but for an established lord with over 100 years of experience, it's just time to participate in a few large-scale battles. If the information about this dwarf palace gets out, it will definitely cause a bloody storm. After some thought, Zhang Feng began to recruit. Recruit 1 Hill King. Recruitment successful. You lose food *5,000, energy *10,000. Recruit 2 Storm Guardians. Recruitment successful. You lose food *3,200, energy *4,000. Recruit 20 Dwarf Musketeers. Recruitment successful. You lose food *4,000, energy *10,000. The Hill King goes without saying, legendary troops are always better in numbers. As for the epic troop, the Storm Guardians, to be honest, Zhang Feng was a bit disdainful. The reason was simple. His Tianyin disciples, although currently only elite troops, could advance to Tianyin True Inheritance by passing the Tianyin Pavilion Trial Tower. With the A-grade skill Great Sumeru sword style, combined with Zhang Feng's enhancement abilities, this was no longer a luxury. Under the Empress's command, the combat power of the Tianyin True Inheritance would far exceed that of the Storm Guardians. However, since he had encountered them now, recruiting 2 as guards wasn't a bad idea. After all, they were large and suitable for taking hits. As for the elite and rare troops below that, Zhang Feng looked down on them even more and directly gave up. In fact, Zhang Feng's original goal was only 1 Dwarf Musketeers. Although the quality of Dwarf Musketeers was not high, they shared the same extreme attributes as the Goddess Warriors, making them a recognized king of cost-effectiveness. Moreover, the advanced troop of Dwarf Musketeers was very interesting. Soon, 1 Hill King, 2 Storm Guardians, and 20 Dwarf Musketeers appeared before Zhang Feng. They knelt on one knee and said, "Greetings, Lord." Zhang Feng nodded. "Get up, no need for such formalities from now on." The Hill King came equipped with 3 powerful skills, Divine Descent, Storm Hammer, Thunderstrike, and the effect of Divine Descent far exceeded that of the dragon's Furious Heart, with an actual overall combat power slightly stronger than that of a dragon of the same level, making it a high-cost performance troop. As for the Storm Guardians, aside from the decent skills charged Heavy Strike and Storm Hammer, their attributes were rather mediocre. Among troops of the same level, the Goddess Warriors could at least take on 2. As for the Dwarf Musketeers, Zhang Feng flipped his hand and took out 2 souls of troops. Enhance. 1 was enhanced into a rare troop soul. 1 was enhanced into an elite troop soul. He then proceeded to advance 1 Dwarf Musketeer. Tip: your troop Dwarf Musketeer uses a rare troop soul to advance to the rare troop Dwarf Sniper. Tip: your troop Dwarf Sniper Uses an elite troop soul to advance to the elite troop Dwarf Rocketman. In the Lord's Forum, the Dwarf Rocketman is also called Dwarf RPG. This troop is very interesting. They are not a native troop of the dwarf race and are even not recognized by the major clans of dwarves. Because they can only be enhanced from troop souls, it is said to be the work of a benevolent lord thousands of years ago. However, the drop rate for high-quality troop souls is extremely low. Therefore, Dwarf Rocketmen are very, very rare. Dwarf Rocketman race, Dwarf level, 1 quality, Purple Elite attributes, Physique 2, Spirit 10, Soul 7, Capacity 2, Combat Power 5 skills, Rocket Mental. Guidance Overload not bad, not bad. Zhang Feng was extremely satisfied with the extreme attributes of the Dwarf Rocketman and continued to enhance the troop souls. Soon after consuming 220,000 spirit stones and 40 excellent troop souls, he finally advanced all 20 musketeers to RPG. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and waved his hand. Level up. All to level 10. Having just gained 360,000 universal energy, Zhang Feng was feeling extravagant. All dwarf units, including the King of the Hills, have reached level 10, consuming a total of 768,000 energy. After a moment's thought, Zhang Feng said to the 20 dwarf rocket shooters, "Rocket barrage attack, target the ground 300 meters straight ahead." "Yes, my lord." The dwarf rocket shooters began to mobilize their spiritual energy to load the shells. It took a full half-minute for the rockets to fully take shape. Each rocket was about 1.2 meters long, and although completely formed from spiritual energy, they appeared substantial, with exquisite and intricate runes faintly visible. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 20 rockets, trailing long tails of spiritual energy, shot out with a whistling sound. Zhang Feng suddenly shouted, "Change the target to the hill 300 meters to the left." Zhang Feng was testing the flexibility of the mental guidance. The results were very satisfying. The 20 rockets traced a 90-degree arc in the air. Then they accurately penetrated deep into the target hill. 1 second later, boom boom boom, the deafening sound of explosions erupted. Debris and dust shot up 100 meters high. As the dust settled, the several-meter-high hill had been completely erased. Everyone, except for Zhang Feng, was left dumbfounded. This included the Angel Yen, who had just been born into this world. Long Jiu, frightened, tried to hide behind Zhang Feng. "My lord, you call this an elite unit? If a few hit, little Jiu would be gone." The Empress, this power is probably even stronger than the thunder projection of the goddess warriors, right? And the range is several hundred meters. It can even balance armor-piercing and area damage. Angel Yen murmured, then immediately asked the most critical question, "My lord, how many of these rockets can they condense?" Jiang Feng cast an appreciative glance at Yen. 2 shots. If using overload to condense a super rocket, then only 1 shot. And then exhaust their spiritual energy, leaving them vulnerable. Sacrificing physical strength, sacrificing mobility, even sacrificing ordinary attack capabilities, in exchange for 2 attacks far exceeding their own rank. This is the charm of extreme units. Angel Yen sighed, "This is a devastating weapon for both defense and siege." Zhang Feng smiled lightly. Every unit has its own positioning. Dwarves have immense strategic value in RPGs, but don't expect them to grind levels. Everyone couldn't help but envision the terrifying scenario of a rocket obliterating a level 1 goblin. Night had fallen. With matters settled here, Zhang Feng decided to return. "Giselle, you and the goddess warriors take the newly recruited dwarf warriors by land and return to the territory overnight. The rest will return by dragon." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes." Zhang Feng continued, "Empress, Vanin, Zizishan, Longjiu, you all come with me." The Empress asked, "Where are we going?" Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, "To make a big deal." And Chuxia looked at the Dwarf King, Greeny Storm, who was guzzling from a barrel of wine, with a face full of gloom. Using the hero's order was an entropy-increasing process, irreversible. So and Chuxia could only accept the situation. "Chuxia, based on your description, there's likely a dwarf unit building in that mountain range." And Luoshi comforted with a smile, "If we can take it down, it would complement this Dwarf King quite well." And Chuxia could only nod. "Sister Ing and I think so too. We've agreed to explore the mountains tomorrow." Mentioning Ing Man, and Luoshi's expression became slightly serious. The immortal Qining family, it seemed, was still a direct descendant. Having such a friend for her daughter, who knows if it's a blessing or a curse? "Has Zhang Feng not replied to you?" "No." And Chuxia said, "He might really be busy." "All right." Although Luoshi wanted to talk to Zhang Feng, there was nothing to be done if he was busy. Suddenly, woo-woo, a piercing alarm rang out from the watchtower. And Chuxia stood up. "What's going on?" A ranger quickly appeared, panicking, "My lord, the watchtower has spotted a giant flying monster rapidly approaching the territory. It seems to be." At this point, the ranger swallowed hard. And Chuxia said sternly, "What is it? Speak." It's a dragon. The ranger's eyes were filled with fear. It looks like a level 10 dragon. A legendary creature, a dragon? And Chusha's voice instantly rose by 8 degrees. A few days ago it was an epic creature. And now it's a legendary one. I'm so unlucky. The scruffy dwarf king beside her also put down his barrel and exclaimed, "Isn't it me who's unlucky? I've only been here half a day." That said, the dwarf king still picked up his warhammer and stood beside Chusha. And Chusha shouted, "All units, be on alert." At that moment, everyone could see the massive creature with the naked eye. The dwarf king said, "My lord, I don't sense any malice. Perhaps it's just passing by." "That would be best." And Chusha replied quickly, "But we can't let our guard down." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the sky. "Ah, Chusha, long time no see, I just came to visit." "What the heck, Zhang Feng?" And Chusha's face was filled with shock followed by excitement. "Dragon Knight? You've become a Dragon Knight?" To her surprise, Zhang Feng was also shocked. "I can't be mistaken, is that the lord beside you?" The warning was lifted. Long Jiu quickly landed in the center of the territory, the immense pressure causing all units in the territory to tremble. Zhang Feng jumped off the dragon's back and looked at Luoshi. "It really is Lorden? How is that possible?" To Zhang Feng's surprise, he easily saw in Luoshi's attributes. And Luoshi level 0 attributes: Physique 1, Spirit 1, Soul 1, Capacity 1 status, Invincible level 0, Invincible. Could it be a GM? What's a GM? Although Luoshi didn't understand, she could roughly guess Zhang Feng's meaning from his expression. "Don't worry, Zhang Feng, this is just one of the Lord's privileges. Right now, I have no abilities, I can only enjoy the scenery and chat." Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "I see. A heavenly level powerhouse with 1,000,000-star combat power wouldn't need to play if they could freely enter the new area." And Luoshi examined Longjio, still in shock. This was a legendary unit. As a powerful warlord who had fought for over 20 years, she had no more than 100 legendary units under her command. And Luoshi quickly guessed the truth of the situation, exclaiming, "I didn't expect that Zhang Feng just gained 10,000 reputation points at noon, becoming famous throughout the land, and now the Dragon Clan has come to seek him out. It seems Zhang Feng not only has great talent but also great fortune. This trip of mine was indeed not in vain." Regarding Luoshi's assumptions, Zhang Feng genuinely admired her. "Lord, your insight is remarkable. Perhaps this really is fate." Looking at Longjio, and Luoshi finally made up her mind. "Zhang Feng, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk to you privately." Zhang Feng readily agreed. Sure. He had originally wanted to do business with Chusha, but now that the big boss was here, it was even better. As he spoke, Zhang Feng looked at the dwarf king beside him and praised, "So this is Chusha's new hero? He really is a spirited young man." The dwarf king. Soon, only Zhang Feng and Luoshi were left. "What I'm about to tell you is my biggest secret, and also Chusha's biggest secret. I hope you can keep it confidential." And Luoshi set such a heavy tone right from the start, making Zhang Feng feel a bit awkward. "Since it's a secret, I think I'll pass on listening." He didn't have that strong of a curiosity, he was just here to make a big deal. Zhang Feng now had 3 million spirit stones, but for the upcoming plan, it felt a bit tight. And Luoshi, however, paid no mind, her gaze filled with a sense of weariness as she asked, "Do you know who Chusha's father is?" "What the heck? Starting off with the ex-husband, is Auntie hinting at something?" And Luoshi, of course, had no idea what Zhang Feng was thinking and continued to drop a bombshell. "Actually, I don't know either. This was too much information." Zhang Feng could only try to comfort her. "Young people make mistakes, and God forgives them. I completely understand." "You?" And Luoshi was taken aback, then angrily retorted, "What are you thinking?" Zhang Feng was also stunned. "Didn't you say that?" Sigh. And Luoshi sighed, then suddenly asked an unrelated question. "Zhang Feng, you should know why the myriad gods of the first heaven are immortal yet still cannot abandon the main world, Blue Star?" "Of course," Zhang Feng replied seriously. "First is the continuation of life, second is the inheritance of power." "Exactly." And Luoshi nodded. "We foreign lords cannot reproduce in the battlefield of the myriad races. But as the territory increases, the interval for lords to travel back to Blue Star becomes longer. Take the first emperor as an example. He can only return to Blue Star once every 100 years, and the last time he returned was 19 years ago." "Wait." Zhang Feng's mind sparked. "You said the first emperor last returned to Blue Star 19 years ago?" And Luoshi relaxed. "Although this isn't a top secret, it's not widely publicized, so it's not surprising you didn't know." Zhang Feng's heart raced. He finally understood why the naming Yin Man sounded somewhat familiar. He had thought he had seen it during the National Lord competition. Now it seemed he must have glanced at it on some self-media account in his past life. Zhang Gu is amazing, still able to reproduce after thousands of years. Zhang Feng quickly steadied his emotions and asked curiously, "What does this have to do with Chusha's father?" And Luoshi replied seriously, perhaps I'm ignorant, but Chuxia is indeed the only human individual I know of who has reproduced in the battlefield of the myriad races. At this point, and Luoshi inexplicably added, and it was asexual reproduction. Zhang Feng was shocked. So, Chuxia is a child without a father. And Luoshi's eyes were filled with memories. I remember that year when Chuxia, I revealed a mythical item, mother-child source liquid, but the description of the item only had one line, drink it for a surprise. I was so excited at the time that I didn't think much of it, but after I drank it, I realized that a surprise is short for being pregnant. It's all because this world doesn't have Journey to the West. Zhang Feng secretly complained, then curiously asked, but why are you telling me all this? Facing Zhang Feng's question, and Luoshi's expression turned serious, do you know? In just 3 days since the opening of the district, Chuxia has encountered 51 rare monsters, 14 exceptional monsters, and 2 epic monsters. This doesn't even count that one team of mountain guardians. Fortunately, among the epic monsters, one tiger demon was slain by Ying Man, and the other didn't rashly attack, otherwise, Chuxia would have been in danger. Zhang Feng was somewhat speechless. So you mean, because Chuxia has an extraordinary background, she possesses a special constitution that attracts powerful beings? He had just been complaining about this earlier in the morning, not expecting it to become a reality so soon. Moreover, what Luoshi didn't know was that he had just taken down a legendary monster several kilometers away. Zhang Feng also began to understand why Luoshi was being so sincere with him. This may be my guess, but it's pretty close to the truth. Sure enough, and Luoshi stood up and performed a gesture of courtesy between lords. In 3 days, we can build the teleportation array. If Chuxia encounters a crisis, I hope you can lend a hand. In return, I will take on the grievances you have with those lord families. If you are willing, you can return to Blue Star now. The few lord families didn't concern Zhang Feng, but how could he refuse a boss that came knocking at his door? Although he was pleasantly surprised, Zhang Feng still asked curiously, you trust me this much? And Luoshi replied calmly, first, I just accessed your file. The things you've tinkered with, like Alipay and Pinduoduo, may be laughable, but they at least prove that your thinking is broad and unconventional. Second, perhaps it is precisely because of such a whimsical imagination that you can become a creator of extraordinary troops. Third, from the recent purchase of the Epic Hero Order, it is evident that Zhang Feng is a man of his word, treating others sincerely. After all, not everyone can resist the temptation of an epic hero. What ultimately convinced me was your dragon. Although Luoshi's analysis was completely wrong, it was still reasonable and convincing. My lord, I agree. Zhang Feng also stood up and returned the gesture, then got to the point. I came this time to make a big deal with Chuxia, and since I've encountered you, that's even better? A big deal? And Luoshi was taken aback, then exclaimed in shock, could it be that the troops you created can already reverse engineer the military symbols? Zhang Feng immediately shook his head. What a joke! He created troops entirely because the Empress came with troop buildings. Who knew how to reverse engineer military symbols? Please take a look, my lord. Zhang Feng waved his hand and displayed a photo of the Dwarven Palace's attribute interface. This is, even within Luoshi's experience through countless storms, she couldn't help but gasp, the Dwarven Palace? And it can produce the King of Hills. Her reaction was quick, and she said solemnly, this Dwarven Palace, it wouldn't be located in the mountains to the east of Chuxia's territory, would it? Zhang Feng replied calmly, exactly. And Luoshi gazed at Zhang Feng steadily, so, you want to negotiate with Chuxia using the troop building within Chuxia's territory? Zhang Feng stood his ground, but now, this Dwarven Palace is under my name. The key point is, do you think Chuxia's current military strength can take down a Dwarven Palace? And if the Xianqining family intervenes, will there still be a share for Chuxia in this Dwarven Palace? And Luoshi fell into deep thought. She had to admit that Zhang Feng made a lot of sense. Moreover, and Luoshi turned to look at Longjiu, who was covered in wounds, her thoughts racing. Zhang Feng had at least 300 extraordinary troops, such powerful combat strength, that even a precious dragon had to join the battle and was injured, which showed how fierce the fight was. Thinking of this, and Luoshi felt a sense of balance in her heart. What are your terms? Zhang Feng said, a flat price of 20 million spirit stones, and Chuxia will gain the recruitment rights for all troops in this Dwarven Palace except for the King of Hills. If Chuxia wants to recruit the King of Hills, that can also be done, calculated separately at a unit price of 5 million spirit stones. Exchanging troops he completely looked down upon for 20 million was Zhang Feng's way of squeezing the value of this Dwarven Palace to the extreme. But Luoshi was somewhat surprised, because in her view, this price was really not expensive. Seemingly seeing through Luoshi's thoughts, Zhang Feng elegantly bowed, as you said, this Dwarven Palace is indeed within the territory of Chuxia. Now, and Luoshi had both face and substance, and a smile blossomed on Her face again. I agree, but the cash flow in my territory has almost been drained by you, so I can only pay 10 million first, and the remaining amount will be settled when the Two Realms passage opens again. Moreover, you also need to provide after-sales service. Zhang Feng was taken aback. What after-sales service? And Luoshi replied, a dwarf king's palace will eventually be hard to hide, and it will inevitably attract the attention of other major powers. I hope you can help Chuxia protect it. Zhang Feng immediately said, this matter doesn't need Chuxia, leave it to me. He had already tasted the sweetness of slaughtering other lords, so how could he let such a blatant opportunity slip by? The deal was struck. Zhang Feng received another 10 million spirit stones, with 10 million remaining to be paid. And Chuxia took out the best food from the territory, hoping to keep Zhang Feng for dinner. But when Zhang Feng glanced at it, he couldn't help but laugh. It turned out to be the spirit snake soup he had sold yesterday. Considering the pleasant cooperation this time and the future opportunities for collaboration, Zhang Feng waved his hand. Instantly, a table full of delicacies appeared. Besides 2 servings of epic quality dragon tiger duel, the rest were all excellent quality dishes. These delicacies are all specialties of my territory. Lord and Chuxia can have a taste. But I really have matters to attend to, so I must leave. After saying that, he ignored the shocked gazes of the mother and daughter and stepped onto the dragon's back. Homeward bound, Xiaojiu. All right, my lord. It wasn't until the giant dragon soared into the sky that Chuxia finally reacted, waving her small fist and shouting, Zhang Feng, now that I have epic heroes and commanding troops, I absolutely won't lose to you in the mayoral competition. Zhang Feng didn't look back, just waved his hand, stop dreaming. Finally back at the territory. Just as he jumped off the dragon's back, Zhang Feng saw Angel Yen rubbing her belly, looking satisfied as she walked out of the drunken immortal building. Zhang Feng chuckled, Yen, how's the food in the territory's cafeteria? Angels from the Meluo Heavenly Court were all warriors, so they knew nothing of gourmet food, and Yen was immediately captivated. But she stubbornly replied, I must admit, my lord is someone who understands life, but gluttony can only lead to downfall. Ha ha. Looking at the stubborn Yen, Zhang Feng laughed heartily, then said to the Empress and the others, let's go. We'll eat first. Leaving Angel Yen in a state of confusion. Hey, why is he laughing like that? Is my character collapsing? In the private room, Zhang Feng didn't rush to eat but opened the regional channel to post a purchase message. Zhang Feng, brothers, I'm looking to buy level 10 sets, preferably ranger type, high price offered, please note in private messages. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Whoa whoa, it's been half a day and the big shot finally surfaced. Everyone, come out and see the god. Brother Zhang Feng, as long as you let my little sister sleep for a night, I'll offer 10,000 spirit stones with both hands. Creating an excellent troop type, breaking the century-old record of Blue Star, is this for real? I say, brothers, we've been talking all afternoon and you still don't believe it? Show me the screenshot, and I'll believe it. Are you an idiot? This isn't a regional channel message, how do you screenshot it? Wei Ming, alright, everyone ignore that idiot. Who has the set that my boss Zhang Feng wants? Don't hide it. Huang Xian, Wei Ge, your sycophantic demeanor is a bit embarrassing. Wei Ge is right, if anyone has what the great Zhang Feng wants, hurry up and take it out. Under the mobilization of the small town, Zhang Feng soon received private messages from several lords. With his current wealth, he took them all. He casually pulled out a fine-grade boots of courage and opened the enhancement list. Then, a smile appeared on his face as he seemingly stated the obvious. As expected, after enhancing, it's still a set. Zhang Feng began to check the enhancement lists of several sets in turn, looking for equipment suitable for the Tianyin disciples. Involving expenditures of millions of spirit stones, Zhang Feng didn't dare to be reckless. After comparing for a full 10 minutes, he finally found a set he was satisfied with. This one. Consume 3 million spirit stones, choose enhancement direction, flowing cloud immortal armor. Consume 2 million spirit stones, choose enhancement direction, flowing cloud fairy shoes. Consume. The flowing cloud set consists of 4 pieces: armor, helmet, shoes, and weapon. The legendary items have emerged. 4 beams of golden light shot into the sky, startling everyone. As the brilliance faded, 4 pieces of legendary equipment radiating powerful spiritual energy floated 3 feet above the ground. Looking at the powerful attributes of the flowing cloud set, Zhang Feng felt excited. With the flowing cloud set, he could finally mass-produce epic units. Flowing cloud fairy armor, legendary, level 10 durability, 150 attributes, physique plus 45, spiritual power plus 15, soul plus 15, load minus 15 skill. Cloud ring. Flowing cloud fairy sword, legendary, level 10 sharpness, 145 durability, 100 attributes, physique plus 35, spiritual power plus 15, soul plus 10, load minus 12 skill. Cloud sword. Flowing cloud fairy shoes. Flowing cloud fairy helmet. Set bonus, all attributes increase by 40 except for load. Additional passive effect, body like flowing cloud, speed increases by 50%. The Flowing Cloud set is a typical physical set, and with the set effect, the physique alone increases by 165 points, and the required load is not high, making it suitable for 10th level Tianyin disciples to wear. The 4 skill effects, Cloud Sword, Cloud Ring, Cloud Shadow, Cloud Clarity, are equivalent to advanced A-level skills. Moreover, it has attack, defense, agility, and resistance, with no weaknesses. Looking at the attributes of this equipment, the Empress was even happier than Jiang Feng. My lord, with such a powerful set, you won't need me as a bodyguard next time you go out to fight monsters, right? Jiang Feng shook his head. The Flowing Cloud set is not for me. The Empress couldn't believe it. Is it for me to wear? Not that either. Jiang Feng smiled mysteriously. It's for the Tianyin disciples to wear. The Empress's eyes lit up. You mean? Whoosh! At that moment, the figure of Angel Yen suddenly shot in through the window, shouting, "My lord, I just sensed a huge energy fluctuation. Is there an enemy?" Immediately after, she gasped, "Such powerful equipment, and it seems that the 4 pieces can resonate with each other. Have you all eaten enough? If so, come with me to the Tianyin pavilion." Jiang Feng stood up and said to Angel Yen, "Yen, you come too." Although it was already nighttime, disciples were still coming in and out of the Tianyin pavilion. After all, the Tianyin pavilion has special training places like the Comprehension Room and Spirit Gathering Room, making training much more effective. Jiang Feng watched for a while and grabbed a disciple with high skill proficiency. "What's your name?" This disciple was petite and delicate looking. Seeing that both the Lord and the Holy Master had arrived, she quickly said, "Reporting to my lord, my surname is Li, and my name is Yen." "A nice name." Jiang Feng waved his hand, showering her with golden light. Consume energy *1760. Your unit Li Yan's level increases. Current level 4 consume. Consuming 35,000 points of energy, Li Yan directly leveled up to 10. Only after reaching level 10 can Tianyin disciples begin their training. Jiang Feng then waved his hand again, and the Flowing Cloud set appeared in front of Li Yan. "Put it on, and enter the training tower." A series of changes left Li Yan stunned. "This is legendary equipment?" The Empress had been holding back for a long time and finally weakly said, "My lord, the purpose of the training tower is to hone their willpower and skills. Is it really okay to take shortcuts like this?" Jiang Feng countered, "What is the purpose of honing willpower?" The Empress replied, "Naturally, it is to become strong." "Then what am I doing now?" Jiang Feng smiled lightly. "If you can be born in Rome, why travel thousands of miles to get to Rome? Are you looking for suffering?" The Empress was left speechless. In fact, the Empress had a point, but it did not apply to the battlefield of the myriad races. As a qualified lord, Jiang Feng aimed for maximum profit. In the meantime, Li Yan had already donned the Flowing Cloud set. Under the Empress's command, her basic attributes were as follows. Li Yan level, 10 attributes, physique 288, spirit 182, soul 128, capacity 3. Skills, great Sumeru sword style. Jiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? This is not the panel of a level 10 elite unit." Li Yan's physique had already surpassed that of a level 10 legendary dragon, and with 5 powerful skills, she could probably solo Dragon 9. Jiang Feng encouraged loudly, "Go, girl, become the first true disciple of the territory." Li Yan replied loudly, "Thank you, Lord, for your support." After saying that, she excitedly entered the training tower. "Your unit Li Yan has applied for the trial, do you approve?" Opening the training tower consumes 36,640 energy points. Approve. The energy required for an epic unit to reach level 10 is about 2 to 2.5 times that of an elite unit. If opening the training tower didn't require energy, then in the future they could wait for the Tianyin disciples to level up a bit more before advancing. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Tao did not give Jiang Feng a chance to exploit the loophole. The first layer of the training tower lit up, immediately attracting the attention of many Tianyin disciples. Seeing this, the Empress said, "My lord, the training tower has 9 levels, and it may take several hours for the disciples to clear the challenges. I will guard here, you should go rest first." "Several hours?" Jiang Feng laughed. "That's simply an insult to the legendary set." As soon as he finished speaking, the second layer of the training tower lit up. The Empress was instantly speechless. That was only a few seconds, right? During the wait, Jiang Feng put the 1,000 portions of spirit snake soup produced daily by the drunken immortal tower on the trading post, still priced at 2,000 each. Although the sales notifications kept ringing, it was no longer as hot as yesterday. Jiang Feng had been mentally prepared for this. After all, there were only so many second-generation lords with purchasing power in the novice town. Half an hour later. Notification, your unit Li Yan has passed the trial and advanced to true disciple of Tianyin, epic. Almost simultaneously, a beam of light descended from the top of the training tower, enveloping Li Yan's figure. Li Yan, with an excited expression, said, "My lord, I did it. I'm a true disciple now. Zhang Feng immediately asked, how does it feel? Was it difficult? Li Yan thought for a moment and replied, like crushing dry weeds. Good. Zhang Feng was extremely satisfied. He opened Li Yan's panel and confirmed that true disciple of Tianyin was also within the Empress's command range, then addressed the onlooking Tianyin disciples. Who's next? Me. The Tianyin disciples eagerly signed up, and their loyalty significantly increased, generally reaching over 90 points. The angel Yanin, very perceptive, stepped forward to maintain order. One at a time, everyone line up 1 meter apart. The Empress looked at the disciples' reactions and sighed. It seems I was really wrong. Angel Yanin smiled and said, in our Milo Ocean Court, 90% of the combat power of angel warriors comes from the dark planes of the civilization's main god, so I actually support the Lord's approach. At this moment, night had fallen. Although there were still tasks to be done, Zhang Feng felt a bit tired after a busy day. Ha! Zhang Feng yawned. He first leveled all the Tianyin disciples preparing for promotion to level 10, then set the training tower to automatic opening mode. After that, he had the Nine Heavens Holy Princess organize the Tianyin disciples to participate in training in shifts. After completing all this, Zhang Feng returned to the Lord's Mansion bedroom. To Zhang Feng's surprise, the area of the Lord's Mansion had more than doubled after being promoted to level 3. Not only was the master bedroom much more luxurious, but there were also 2 additional guest rooms. Sister Yanin, you came at just the right time, the Empress said enviously. You have no idea, I've been sleeping on the ground for several days. Angel Yanin hesitated for a moment but still said, I'm already 7,000 years old, Empress. Meanwhile, Blue Star, Dragon City, Xianyang Palace. Ha! Ingyin Man also yawned, but she had just woken up. She had been so furious at noon that her bloodline evolved, consuming a tremendous amount of her physical energy. After returning to Blue Star, she gave a few instructions, and then collapsed into sleep, causing chaos in the palace. At this moment, seeing Ingyin Man awake, a middle-aged female official appeared silently. Your Highness, the military tokens and hero orders you requested have been prepared. Also, Your Highness must be hungry. Why not have dinner before returning to the battlefield of the myriad races? Ingyin Man touched her flat stomach. I am indeed a bit hungry. A sumptuous late-night meal was soon laid out on the table, and as Ingyin Man ate, she casually asked, by June, has anything major happened in the battlefield of the myriad races recently? It was just a casual question, but the official's words left her stunned. In the new area, a lord has created an extraordinary troop type and issued a Blue Star domain. Announcement. Ingyin Man's gaze sharpened, and she bit into a dragon rib fiercely, saying, created an extraordinary troop type? Could it be that some expert has entered the new area to rebuild? No. The official's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. It's a young man named Zhang Feng from Donghai City, in Jiangnan Province. I know this sounds unbelievable, but this news has been confirmed through multiple channels. Ingyin Man was taken aback. Say that again, what's his name? Zhang Feng. No way. Ingyin Man quickly pressed for more information. Which novice town is this Zhang Feng from? 10,086. Thud. Ingyin Man dropped the dragon rib on the table, murmuring, it really is him. So, the 300 troop types are actually real. Thinking back to how she had mocked Zhang Feng before returning to Blue Star at noon, Ingyin Man's cheeks instantly flushed. How exhilarating it was to mock him then, and how embarrassing it is now. But this guy is quite a gentleman, he didn't retaliate? At this moment, the official continued, we suspect that this Zhang Feng is the reincarnation of a certain immortal's true spirit, and he has already unraveled the mystery of his birth, but this speculation is still under verification. Impossible. Ingyin Man immediately countered, how could a country bumpkin who sees 2 million spirit stones and gets green-eyed possibly be the reincarnation of an immortal? I'm not eating anymore, I'm going back to the battlefield of the myriad races right now. Xianyang Palace naturally had its own 2-world altar. A flash of light. Ingyin Man appeared in her territory. Your Highness, you're back. Meng Tian, as a hero, did not have the qualification to receive the heavenly Dao announcement. Upon hearing this news from Ingyin Man, she was instantly dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Ingyin Man, disregarding the late hour, directly called in Chuxia via video. And Chuxia was about to sleep, but upon seeing her friend, she perked up. Sister Ing, you're finally back. I told you, Zhang Feng never lies. And now I'm also a big shot with an epic hero. Alright, Zhang Feng is great, right? Although Ingyin Man was being dismissive, she was genuinely happy for Chuxia, and then with an expectant look, she asked, what time shall we meet tomorrow? This time I brought back 6 epic military tokens, including 3 teams of Iron Eagle sharp soldiers. Military tokens bound to troop types? That's just extravagant. And Chuxia exclaimed, then somewhat shyly said, but no need, sister, Zhang Feng has already cleared that mountain today. This matter would be hard to hide. Sooner or later, so and Shushia simply spilled it all out. And in that mountain, there's a dwarven royal palace. An epic troop building, the dwarven royal palace? Ingin Man was taken aback, then gritted her teeth. He actually got ahead of me again. And Shushia, why add an again? The next day, Zhang Feng had just gotten up when he learned that the dwarven troop types had returned to the territory overnight under Giselle's leadership. Curious, Zhang Feng had Li Yan fight against a storm guardian. As expected, Li Yan won decisively. After a night of promotion, the Heavenly Sound True Transmission had reached 16, however, the energy consumption of over 1.7 million was indeed painful for Zhang Feng. Including the upgrade of the Dwarf Warrior, the 3.6 million energy from slaying the Hill King had already been mostly used up. After breakfast, Zhang Feng quickly assessed the current state of his territory. Heroes, Empress, Yen Troops, Black Dragon *12, Goddess Warrior *12, 9 Heavens Holy Princess *9, Heavenly Sound True Transmission *16, Heavenly Sound Disciples *284, Hill King *1, Storm Guardian *2, Dwarf Rocketman *20, Centaur Leader *16, Farmers, Farmer *552, Legendary Farmer *2. Resource points, Wood Mine *41, Quarry *35, Iron Mine *25, Fine Iron Mine *4, Crystal Mine *1, Gold Mine *1. Strong troops and ample supplies. Zhang Feng boasted to himself, then, as usual, opened the mysterious cabin to check today's goods. A portal? Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. What a great start. I wonder if Ingin Man will still want it. The mysterious cabin doesn't always refresh good items. Aside from the dark bait on the first day, the past few days had only yielded materials and equipment. Today, however, it finally refreshed something good again, and it was priced at only 20,000 spirit stones. Zhang Feng didn't hesitate to buy it. He then immediately connected to a video call with Ingin Man. The other side was quickly connected. Ingin Man seemed a bit surprised. The famous Zhang Feng from Blue Star actually took the initiative to contact me. I'm truly flattered. Zhang Feng laughed. You're joking, right? I just got a portal. Do you still want it? Ingin Man replied, yes. After 3 books, the territory could build a teleportation portal, so the practical value of the portal had significantly decreased. But Ingin Man didn't even blink, making Zhang Feng once again marvel at the importance of having a good father. The transaction completed, Zhang Feng earned another 1 million spirit stones. Ingin Man continued, Zhang Feng, I was just about to find you. Zhang Feng smiled, what's up? Ingin Man said, seriously, now, I, Ingin Man, a descendant of the first emperor, formally invite you to become my vassal lord. Zhang Feng was stunned. Vassal lord? Are you joking? Who invites someone to be a vassal lord early in the morning? But thinking about Ingin Man's true identity, it wasn't surprising for her to do such a thing. Ingin Man became a bit anxious. My identity is special, and I can't tell you yet. But you have to believe me, you will absolutely not regret becoming my vassal lord. How about I sponsor you with 50 million spirit stones as startup capital? Zhang Feng was speechless. To be honest, rich women are indeed appealing. However, being a vassal lord isn't just a verbal agreement. Under the witness of the heavenly Tao, one enjoys rights but also has to fulfill obligations. Seeing Zhang Feng silent, Ingin Man continued to raise the offer. How about 100 million? Zhang Feng was afraid that if this continued, he would really have to yield. If I remember correctly, you can only have the vassal lord slot after becoming the town mayor. Isn't it just the town mayor? Ingin Man pouted. At the current development speed, the mayoral competition will probably start in 2 days. Zhang Feng said, but what if you can't become the town mayor? No way. Ingin Man finally understood, laughing in surprise. Are you really going to compete with me for the mayor position? Zhang Feng smiled. Want to bet? Ingin Man was full of confidence. Sure. If you can take the mayor position from me, I'll be your vassal lord. Be my vassal lord? Zhang Feng was a bit tempted. Having the daughter of the ancestral dragon would be impressive to boast about. But after a moment's thought, Zhang Feng still refused. I still prefer that 100 million spirit stones. He was truly afraid that when the ancestor dragon became enraged, it would directly descend from the third heaven with a great army. Although the cost would be enormous, there were precedents. I see you're blinded by money. Zhang Feng's choice made Ingin Man feel offended. Fine, I'll give you 100 million spirit stones if I lose, but if you lose, you will become my vassal lord. Zhang Feng was overjoyed. A gentleman's word is hard to chase. Ingin Man was equally happy. Zhang Feng, do you think that with just an epic hero and a large group of elite troops, you can compete with me for the position of town mayor? In the mayoral competition, it's always about the quality of troops, not the quantity. Moreover, any test of the official position system is not just about combat. There are also buildings, gathering, planting, and so on. Do you have high-quality farmers? Just immediately wash yourself clean and get ready to be my vassal lord. Haha. Doo-doo-doo-doo. After Ring In Man declared her victory, she directly hung up the video call. Jiang Feng sighed, still so fiery. However, there was a hint of expectation in Jiang Feng's eyes. I wonder what form this lord competition will take. Secret realm? Tower defense? Level challenges? Arena? Or a free-for-all? Regardless of the method, Jiang Feng couldn't find a reason for himself to lose. Bound by the rules of the Heavenly Tao, the highest quality items that could be brought into the new area from the main world were epic. No matter how powerful Zhang Gu was, he couldn't surpass the Heavenly Tao. So, he was certain to win this gamble. Thinking about the 100 million spirit stones that would come in a few days, Jiang Feng happily hummed a little tune while taking out a delicate talisman. E-grade territory. Advancement talisman plus after use, it can advance an F-grade lord talent to E-grade. At that time, there were a total of 3 in the merchant caravan, and he took them all. If I remember correctly, advancing green mountains and clear waters to E-grade should be picturesque, which, aside from increasing the happiness of the residents a bit, is pretty useless. But what about higher levels? The value of a territory advancement talisman is no less than that of a lord's heart of the same quality, so no one has ever used a high-level territory advancement talisman on a lord talent of the entertainment genre like green mountains and clear waters. After all, with that money, it would be more cost-effective to buy a finished product directly. But I'm different. I have the ability, what I lack is choice. With that thought, Jiang Feng immediately took action. Consume 100,000 spirit stones, choose enhancement direction. D-grade territory advancement talisman. Consume 1 million spirit stones, choose enhancement direction. C-grade territory advancement talisman. After the enhancements were completed, Jiang Feng gently tossed the 3 territory advancement talismans in his hand. Territory advancement, directly advancing to C-grade lord talent. The 3 territory advancement talismans transformed into points of energy, entering the lord's mansion one after another. Hint: you used E-grade territory advancement talisman, lord talent advanced to picturesque. Note: after advancement, the effect of the original talent is retained. Hint: you used D-grade territory advancement talisman, lord talent advanced to spring all year round. This effect was immediate. Jiang Feng had invested so many attribute books, and now he was considered a small expert with keen perception. He felt the surrounding environment instantly. Adjust to his most comfortable level, took a deep breath, and felt refreshed. Moreover, according to the talent description, this effect seemed to vary from person to person. For example, if Jiang Feng recruited a Fire Lord, then that Fire Lord would also feel the environment most suitable for them. Hint: you used C-grade territory advancement talisman, lord talent advanced to spirit mist surrounding. Crack, it sounded like the breaking of an eggshell. A wisp of spiritual energy visibly emerged from the void at a rapid pace. Soon, within the 30,000 square meters covered by the territory, the spiritual energy was abundant, and occasionally, wisps of mist-like spiritual energy could be seen. Incredible, this concentration of spiritual energy is probably 10 times that of before. The Empress appeared beside Jiang Feng without him noticing. The concentration of spiritual energy in the private room of the drunken immortal tower is only 5 times. Under this concentration of spiritual energy, not only will the speed of cultivation increase, but the recovery speed of spiritual power will also accelerate. In this way, the disciples of Tianyin can use their skills more frequently, and the great Sumeru sword technique can quickly advance to proficiency, even mastery. Jiang Feng looked over and found that indeed, the Tianyin disciples who were resting in the territory were cheering joyfully, their loyalty increasing once again. Jiang Feng nodded and said, the stronger the cultivation methods and skills, the better, but one must not lose sight of the fundamentals. The essence of the myriad races battlefield is still levels. After the territory advanced, Jiang Feng had no major tasks at hand and finally found himself at leisure. He still had a deep sea bait. However, Jiang Feng planned to play a bigger game with this bait. Therefore, he intended to wait until he had more Tianyin true inheritance before using it, as stability was the most important thing. Since I'm idle, I might as well clear out the inventory from these past few days. The so-called inventory mainly referred to low-level treasure chests. Superior treasure chests, 845. Ordinary treasure chests, 4623. Beep beep beep. Just then, a notification sound suddenly rang out. Oh, there's an announcement in the regional channel again? Jiang Feng opened it to take a look. Announcement: in light of the development of Town 10086 far exceeding the average level, the resource collection leaderboard has been triggered. First place Lord in points, reward, 1 epic treasure chest. Second to 10th place Lords in points, reward, 1 excellent treasure chest each. 11th to 100th place Lords in points, reward, 1 rare treasure chest each. Calculation rules: during the ranking period, each unit of ordinary Resources collected grants 1 point, superior resources grant 10 points, and so on. The resource points leaderboard updates in real time. Settlement time. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon. Resource collection? Interesting. Zhang Feng clicked on the leaderboard below. Wei Ming, 11 Ing Men, 9 Huang Xian, 8 2. Shan Yeye, 7. The values on the points leaderboard updated in real time. Perhaps Wei Ming had just produced 1 unit of superior resources, allowing him to shoot straight to first place, but just 5 seconds later, he was surpassed by Ing Man. Looking at the leaderboard, Zhang Feng silently took out 1 unit of crystal. Consume 100 spirit stones, enhance direction, empty crystal stone. Empty crystal stones are byproducts of ordinary crystal mines of rare quality and are essential resources for building teleportation portals. Other lords in the town might not even have 3 books, so Zhang Feng wasn't in a hurry to build a teleportation portal. The moment the empty crystal stone was enhanced, Zhang Feng instantly gained 100 points, shooting to the top. Indeed, the resources enhanced also count as part of the territory's resource collection. At this moment, the regional channel was already buzzing with excitement. Resource collection, this is probably the only fair leaderboard since the opening of the district, right? The big shots started. With high-quality farmers, producing several times more, is that fair? Damn, how did Zhang Feng suddenly increase by 100 points? Does the brother upstairs still remember the bloodbath caused by that gold mine? Gold is a rare resource, with each unit worth 100 points. Soon, another batch of dark horses emerged, and Xuxia quickly and steadily rose to first place. How is Goddess and so fierce? Wow, she's first. And Xuxia, most of the resource points near my territory are high quality, which means I don't even have enough ordinary resources. Oh, such humble bragging immediately drew a wave of envy and jealousy. Only Zhang Feng knew what was going on. It seemed in Xuxia's physique not only attracted powerful beings but also high-quality resources. Truly enviable. Ing Man, Xuxia's luck is simply incredible. With a large number of epic farmers, Ing Man also made it to second place. And Xuxia said, Sister Ing, if you need, you can come to my side to mine. Ing Man quickly replied, no need, no need. You have high-level resource points, and I have epic farmers. Let's compete for first place based on our abilities and create a beautiful story. And Xuxia boldly declared, alright. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, the 2 women had pulled away from Zhang Feng. After all, Zhang Feng only had 2 legendary farmers. Wei Ming remarked, epic farmers. It seems that this time, the first place will be decided between the 2 goddesses. Huang Xian added, does this break Zhang Feng's first place curse? Suddenly, someone exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, the resources from the treasure chests count too. I should have saved up the previous treasure chests. I have dozens of treasure chests that I haven't opened. I was afraid of getting resources before, but now I really hope they are all resources. Dozens of treasure chests. I'm so envious. Seeing this, Zhang Feng glanced at the thousands of treasure chests piled up in his warehouse, his expression somewhat doubtful. This is practically a gift for the top spot. Could it be that I have some special constitution? Shaking his head to dispel the strange thoughts, Zhang Feng shouted, Empress, it's time to open the treasure chests. Hearing about the treasure chests, the Empress appeared beside Zhang Feng in a flash, eagerly asking, are there epic treasure chests? No. Then can you use your abilities to create some? Is this really addictive? Zhang Feng replied irritably, no. Work first, and if you do well, you'll have them tomorrow. Of course, ordinary treasure chests are not very meaningful. Zhang Feng still planned to enhance all of them into the most cost-effective refined treasure chests, because refined treasure chests can at least yield blueprints, and anyway, 100 spirit stones aren't expensive. Thus, Zhang Feng and the Empress had clear roles, one enhancing and the other opening, busy and having a great time. You opened a refined treasure chest and obtained a bull slaughtering knife, refined, *1 you opened a refined treasure chest and obtained refined wood *70 you opened. However, the lords who had been keeping an eye on the leaderboard were no longer calm. Just 1 minute later, the Empress had opened over 1,000 units of refined resources, and the tens of thousands of points allowed Zhang Feng to naturally rise to the top. Wei Ming said, Boss Jiang must be opening treasure chests. Ing Man replied, how much resources can a treasure chest yield? It's just a temporary rise to the top. It means nothing. Tu Shan Yeye suggested. Sister Ing, should we open a betting pool and have a gamble? Ing Man responded, yeah, are you still betting on Zhang Feng to win? Tu Shan Yeye said, yeah, wants to make money. Ing Man laughed, yeah, you're adorably silly. And Xuxia warned, yeah, listen to your sister. Zhang Feng's rise to the top through opening treasure chests is only temporary. Once the treasure chests are opened, he will be powerless. After all, there is still more than a day until the settlement. This analysis was reasonable, and Tu Shan Yeye hesitated. This hesitation meant the betting pool never got started. In the meantime, Zhang Feng's points had already surged to 20,000. Wei Ming exclaimed, "Boss Jiang is amazing. He must have opened over 100 refined treasure chests." Ying Man retorted, "What's the use? He can open 100, but can he open 1,000? After another 10 minutes, Zhang Feng's points had exceeded 100,000. Tu Shan Ye asked, "Sisterin, is it still too late to open the betting pool?" And Chu Xiao was also stunned and began to play coy. It seems the situation is very tense now. Most lords stopped their work, staring at the rapidly and steadily fluctuating numbers at the top. In less than an hour, Zhang Feng's points finally broke through the 500,000 mark. Ying Man could no longer hold back. "This cheating bastard!" Tu Shan Ye cried, "Whoa, I missed another billion." And Chu Xia. Everyone went crazy. Zhang Feng has opened over 1,000 exquisite treasure chests, right? What kind of drop rate is this? Could it be that the talent Green Mountains and Clear Waters really has a hidden luck attribute? Maybe it really does. You don't know. Just yesterday, the Lord's Heart with the Green Mountains and Clear Waters talent in Donghai City was sold out. No matter how crazily they raved or how much they envied, they couldn't stop Zhang Feng's rapid increase in points. At noon, resource points ranking: 1. Zhang Feng, 1,563,252. And Shuxia, 48,253. Ying Man, 46,672. 4. Tu Shan Ye, 12,365. 5. Wei Ming, 11,082. 6. Zhang Feng, I've finished opening. Although my little brother has climbed to the top, just like the great Ying Man said, this is only temporary. After all, there's still a day left, right? Everyone, keep it up. Ying Man, with over 1,000,000 points. Even if they tied Ying Man and Chu Xia together, there was no way they could surpass Zhang Feng in just one day. Moreover, Zhang Feng's original output was already high. In other words, with one day left until the rankings are announced, Zhang Feng had already secured victory. It was as if he was saying, "You all can fight for second place." And Chu Xia rarely made a sarcastic remark. Yeah, how about we bet on who comes in second? Tu Shan Ye, but I only want to bet on brother Zhang Feng winning. After a long while, someone weakly asked, "Can any scholar analyze how Zhang Feng did it?" This would require at least 2,000 to 3,000 rare treasure chests. Everyone chimed in, but they couldn't come up with a decent conclusion. The only conclusion everyone reached was, Zhang Feng is a cheat. Zhang Feng quietly watched the screen. He was curious who would be the first to guess the answer. At that moment, Tu Shan Ye suddenly said, "I know. It's the Hall of Prestige, right?" Seeing this, Zhang Feng chuckled softly. The little fox was quite quick-witted. And Chu Xia also realized, Ye is so smart, why didn't I think of that? Many people still had doubts. Wei Ming explained, "It seems that Big Brother Jiang just happened to find a Hall of Prestige and used all 10,000 points of prestige from creating his own troops to exchange for exquisite treasure chests. Amazing. Little brother is in awe." The Hall of Prestige is a building that randomly appears in the wild with an uncertain existence time, uncertain exchange items, and uncertain stock. Ying Man, I feel like the heavens are helping him. Wei Ming, I'm sorry, Big Brother Jiang, I shouldn't have doubted whether you could take the top spot. From now on, little brother will definitely learn from Ye and support the boss. Mindlessly. Tu Shan Ye, are you saying I'm mindless? He. Seeing this, Zhang Feng chuckled softly. Looking at Wei Ming, Zhang Feng suddenly thought of his half-abandoned centaur lair. Following the principle that even a mosquito is meat, Zhang Feng dialed Wei Ming's video request. It was instantly connected. But on the other side, there was a chorus of cheers and the sound of weapons clashing. Zhang Feng apologized, "Sorry, Brother Wei, I saw you were in the water group just now and thought you were free, but I didn't expect you were in battle. Should I contact you later?" Before Zhang Feng could hang up, Wei Ming appeared on the screen. Grinning widely, "It's just a small goblin tribe, no big deal. Big Brother Jiang, feel free to give any orders." Through the screen, Zhang Feng could feel Wei Ming's excitement. Confirming that there was no danger on Wei Ming's side, he smiled and said, "It's like this, there's a centaur lair between our territories that can produce centaur warriors, centaur leaders, and centaur chiefs. It's no longer useful to me. I wonder if Brother Wei is interested." Elite troops are trash to Zhang Feng, but for ordinary lords, they are more than welcome. Wei Ming's eyes lit up, very understanding. "Thank you for your care. I'll transfer 100,000 spirit stones to you right away." "That's not worth that much." Zhang Feng was satisfied with Wei Ming's compliance, but still said, "Let's go." With the market price 30,000 spirit stones, Wei Ming didn't insist. "Alright, boss, if you need anything in the future, just let me know." After hanging up the communication, Zhang Feng chuckled, "This guy has good character and knows the situation, I might as well help him out when the opportunity arises." After unexpectedly picking up an epic treasure chest, Zhang Feng began to categorize the loot from the chest. With 150,000 units of quality resources, it was enough for Zhang Feng to use on 4 books. Then, there were over 2,000 pieces of quality equipment. Zhang Feng had Fanning Tian send them to the disciples of the Tianyin Pavilion who needed them. Though they were just quality equipment, it was better than nothing. The rest he threw into the trading post, with an auction time of 1 hour. With this move, Zhang Feng instantly disrupted the supply and demand balance of the small town. In the regional channel, some complained bitterly while others were overjoyed. Whoa, my territory's economy relies entirely on a single elite blacksmith. With the boss doing this, I'm going bankrupt. Brother Zhang Feng is mighty. Little sister just brought back a quality soldier talisman from Blue Star, and I'm in need of equipment. Besides resources and equipment, what Zhang Feng valued most were the blueprints: Farmland Blueprint *11, Pasture Blueprint *4, Arrow Tower Blueprint *8, Watchtower Blueprint *2, Spring Blueprint *1, Beehive Blueprint *1. It was indeed a huge harvest. Finally, there's a watchtower. Zhang Feng had felt quite envious when he saw the watchtower in Inchushia's territory yesterday. After opening the enhancement list for the watchtower, Zhang Feng smiled. Sure enough, there's the lookout tower, a counter-invisibility structure. However, with funds still relatively abundant, Zhang Feng naturally wasn't satisfied with just building the lookout tower. After some thought, he chose the one with the highest cost-performance ratio. Consume 200,000 spirit stones, select enhancement direction, lighthouse. The lighthouse was quickly built. Zhang Feng directly upgraded it to level 3. Lighthouse level 3 skill, illuminates the warfog within 1300 meters. Skill, marks enemy invisible units, lasting 5 minutes. Skill, under the lighthouse's illumination, it can dispel negative states of allied units to a certain extent. Effect depends on lighthouse level and both sides' strength. Skill, nighttime. Illumination, brightness adjustable. Not bad, not bad. The first 3 functions were undoubtedly very practical combat skills. The 4th function could serve as a streetlight at night, increasing the happiness index and loyalty of the citizens. After setting the illumination time and brightness of the lighthouse, Zhang Feng took out the spring blueprint, his face rarely showing a conflicted expression. The spring was considered a relatively niche building blueprint. Many buildings in the enhancement list were quite good, such as the various grades of Spirit Spring, which had significant effects whether for drinking or irrigation. However, what troubled Zhang Feng the most was the enhancement direction at the very bottom of the list. Enhancement direction. Fountain of Life, legendary, consumes 100 million spirit stones. Although the Fountain of Life couldn't directly enhance Zhang Feng's combat power, its effects were nothing short of miraculous. Should I directly choose the Fountain of Life, or continue waiting for a suitable legendary troop building? Zhang Feng still had one opportunity for enhancement without consumption. The reason he had decided to save it for a legendary troop building was not only because troop buildings were the most expensive, but also because a legendary troop building could absolutely double Zhang Feng's hard power. As for the Fountain of Life, its primary functions were to quickly recover injuries and restore spiritual power, which were secondary benefits. The most terrifying aspect was that the Fountain of Life could resurrect troops and heroes, consuming only a small amount of energy and time. With the Fountain of Life, Zhang Feng would possess a terrifying sustainability. As long as he wasn't attacked at the fountain, he would be invincible. It was truly hard to choose. In the end, Zhang Feng let out a soft breath. Even the materials to build the Fountain of Life would require tens of millions of spirit stones to enhance. First, wait for the 100 million spirit stones from Man to arrive. If there are still no suitable troop buildings by then, I'll build the Fountain of Life first. With that thought, Zhang Feng put away the Spring Eye blueprint. Along with it, he also stored the Hive blueprint. After all, Zhang Feng only had over 6 million spirit stones on hand, and with a great battle approaching, he needed to keep that money for emergencies. In the following time, the territory developed steadily and the town remained calm. Until late at night, when Zhang Feng was about to sleep, he suddenly received a notification from the Heavenly Tao. Your hero Yen has occupied an energy stone mine. An energy stone mine? Zhang Feng sat up abruptly in bed. This is a farmer lord's favorite. In the myriad races battlefield, aside from the mainstream of monster hunting, there were naturally other ways to obtain energy. For example, the energy gathering room in the Tianyin Pavilion. And now, the energy stone mine discovered by Angel Yen could continuously provide territory energy as long as the farmer's mined. Although the amount wasn't large, it was stable and safe. Zhang Feng immediately constructed a quarry and sent a few Tianyin disciples to escort the farmers there. However, Yen is really disciplined, still out hunting in the middle of the night. Zhang Feng hadn't seen Yan's shadow all day. Yen wasn't slacking off, she had contributed 1,428 battle logs within a day. After a brief interlude, Zhang Feng fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Zhang Feng stepped out of the Lord's mansion, Xinxia was already waiting with 5 goddess warriors. "Good morning, my lord. The goddess warriors have escorted the farmers back to the team." Zhang Feng looked at the 6 weary goddess warriors and smiled. "It's good to have you back. It must have been tough traveling all night. You all rest in the territory this morning. There's a big battle in the afternoon." Initially, to construct the Tianyin Pavilion, Zhang Feng had left Xinxia and the 6 goddess warriors at the gold mine. The nearby lords had been almost completely slaughtered by Zhang Feng, and with abundant monster resources, he decided to let them stay there to level up. Now, with several battles imminent, Zhang Feng called them back. The goddess warriors showed a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes upon hearing about the battle. "Yes, my lord." At exactly noon, the resource collection leaderboard was settled as scheduled. First place in resource collection, Lord Zhang Feng. Reward, Epic Treasure Chest *1, Reputation *300. Zhang Feng effortlessly claimed the top spot again, receiving another epic treasure chest. "Empress, we have an epic treasure chest." Just as Zhang Feng called out, the Heavenly Dao issued another announcement. The ranking reward system for the next phase is now revealed. First place upgrading to level 3 Lord. Reward, Excellent Treasure Chest *1. Second to 10th place upgrading to level 3 Lords. Reward, Rare Treasure Chest *1. 11th to 100th place upgrading to level 3 Lords. Reward, Fine Treasure Chest *1. In the regional channel, someone weakly remarked, "There should be someone who has already upgraded to level 3, right? I don't think we need to guess anymore. Aside from Lord Zhang Feng, I really can't think of anyone else." Theoretically, Goddessin is surrounded by high-level resource points, and Goddessing has epic farmers. Both are popular candidates, but of course, that's just theoretical. Tusha and Yaya, everyone has become so savvy, Yaya won't be able to make money in the future. Meanwhile, Ying Man and Chuxia, Wei Ming, Mu Qingxuan, and others remain silent. At this moment, the Empress appeared beside Zhang Feng. "My lord is indeed trustworthy. Where's the treasure chest?" Zhang Feng glanced at the Empress and said, "Wait a bit longer, perhaps there's also an excellent treasure chest. Let's open them together." Sure enough. Announcement, Lord Zhang Feng has upgraded to level 3. Reward, Excellent *1, Reputation *100. In Chuxia's territory. She looked at the announcement and muttered, after sending Zhang Feng off that day, "I spent the night clearing the crystal mine with the Dwarf King, to be the first to upgrade to 3 books. I got up at 4 a.m. yesterday, heaven knows how painful that was. I didn't expect to be a step behind Zhang Feng. Soon." And Chuxia's face lit up with anticipation again. "I wonder if I can defeat Sister Ying and take second place this time? Sure enough, it's him." With a swipe, Yinman's slit pupils flashed, and a fierce sword aura shot out, cleaving the level 10 mountain ghost leader in half. Huff, huff. Immediately after, she took deep breaths while gently stroking her chest. Not angry. Fortunately, I didn't bubble up just now, or I would have been slapped in the face again. Meng Tian, standing not far away to protecting Yin Man, flashed a hint of anxiety in her eyes. "Why is your highness angry?" Yin Man widened her eyes and said, "Sister, can I not be angry?" Meng Tian quickly smiled. All right, but your highness's basic attributes have almost increased by 30% after the last bloodline evolution. Although we are here, we will never let your highness be harmed, but strength is naturally better the stronger it is." Yin Man understood this principle but still said, "Let me be angry, unless Zhang Feng can surpass me in the mayoral competition." Meng Tian helplessly said, "Your highness possesses the B-level lord talent, Golden Spear, an Iron Horse, plus General Baixong's command, the attributes of the 100 battles penetrating armor army and Iron Eagle. Sharp soldiers can already rival ordinary epic 4-star troops. Although Zhang Feng is a prodigy, what he created is merely of excellent quality. How can he compare to your highness?" Yinman's second-place hero, Baixong, was a burly, unsmiling middle-aged general. He came from a military family, and the command of the 100 battles penetrating armor army and Iron Eagle sharp soldiers was also B-level. If it weren't for Meng Tian's yin-yang technique being able to foresee danger, Baixong would probably be Yinman's first hero. Baixong stepped forward and said, "If I cannot help your highness secure the position of mayor, I am willing to present my head." Yin Man quickly replied, "General Bai is a gentleman of Wuan, and in terms of seniority he is still my elder, saying that is truly too much." Just then, the second place was announced. Announcement, and Chuxia, Lord, upgraded to 3 books in second place. Reward, Rare Treasure Chest *1, Reputation *50. It's actually Chuxia. Yin Man was stunned for a moment, then felt relieved. Finally not the eternal second place. The rankings were announced one after another. As expected, Ing Man was in 3rd place. 4th place, Wei Ming. 5th place, Mu Qingxuan. Ing Man nodded. This Lieutenant Mu Qingxuan is not bad. Meng Tian smiled. It's worth your highness's effort to help. Ing Man said earnestly, soldiers who protect their homes and country deserve respect. Lieutenant Mu's territory is close to mine, so I can help a bit. The rankings quickly reached the 10th place. Announcement, Tu Shan Yaya, Lord, upgraded to 3 books in 10th place. Reward, Rare Treasure Chest *1. Reputation *5. So fast there are already 10 lords who have reached 3 books. Just as Ing Man finished speaking, a golden announcement suddenly appeared and was pinned to the top. Announcement, below are the rules for the 10086 Novice Town Domain Break Battle, please prepare, lords. Following that, a series of golden announcements flashed out. When the number of 3 book lords in the town reaches 100, the town's protective domain will dissipate. Lords who reach 3 books, along with their territories, will be teleported to the town's border to fend off foreign invasions. In addition to normally obtaining energy and items, killing foreign enemies will earn points. Click to viewpoint rules. If the total points reach 1 million, the town will successfully break the domain, and all lords participating in the domain break battle will receive +10 to all attributes. If the domain break fails, all lords will be reduced to 2 books and all attributes will be -10 points. In the domain break battle, the one with the highest points will be the mayor. The mayor will receive an additional +10 to all attributes and unlock mayoral privileges. Ha ha ha. Ing Man laughed heartily. Great. It's tower defense. This round is secure. I'm going to claim this vassal lord. Zheng Feng. The mayoral competition had only a dozen or so modes, which had long been thoroughly studied by predecessors and written into textbooks. Ing Man was happy because, in tower defense mode, there was no element of luck involved. It was entirely based on hard power. Therefore, Zheng Feng was equally pleased. This round is secure. Now, there are already 10 lords who have reached level 3, and it's expected that we will soon enter the explosive phase. At the earliest, tonight, at the latest, tomorrow, and the level 3 lords will reach 100. Of course, based on past experiences, the Heavenly Tao was still humane. The domain-breaking war could last several hours or longer, and if the conditions were met after 9 p.m., the battle start time would generally be postponed to the next morning. I still have at least half a day to prepare, including that deep-sea bait. At this moment, the regional channel was also buzzing with intense discussions. Damn, I didn't realize so many big shots were already at level 3. I haven't even found a crystal mine yet. I just secured a crystal mine, and I expect to reach level 3 by early tomorrow morning. I wonder if I'll make it in time. If I can't participate in the domain-breaking war this time, I'll have to withdraw from the area and come back to fight in District 667 next year. The monsters in the crystal mine are too strong. I've been afraid of losing too many troops and haven't cleared it out. Now it seems I'll just have to bite the bullet. Only 100 lords could participate in the domain-breaking war. So this was not just about the rewards for the top 100 who upgraded to level 3, it was also the first time the attributes of the lords would show a significant gap. All lords went crazy for this top 100 spot. Of course, there were also those who remained clear-headed. Mu Qingxuan said, the domain-breaking war requires everyone to work together. Each person needs to earn an average of 10,000 points. Everyone shouldn't just have the level 3 rank without the battle power to match. This was not alarmist rhetoric. In the past, there had been many such cautionary tales where most people were greedy for small gains, taking up spots without contributing, which ultimately led to failure in the domain-breaking war. Someone immediately retorted, Commander, you're joking. Big Shot Ing Man must have epic troops, and Big Shot Zhang Feng has all exceptional troops. With so many big shots, my points won't matter. I also plan to go in, grab a reward, and then exit. Huang Xian said, everyone can't think like that. If we rely solely on a few big shots, this domain-breaking war is bound to fail, and it will affect all of us. Ing Man added, even if I can earn 500,000 points by myself, the remaining 500,000 points still depend on everyone. Wei Ming said, hee brothers, don't forget that in tower defense mode, we can see how many waves of monsters each person can withstand. Slacking off too much isn't good. A few of them used both soft and hard tactics, and the lords dared not mention mixing rewards again. Of course, no one knew what they were really thinking. Perhaps the only one who wasn't worried was Zhang Feng. Ing Man didn't know Zhang Feng's strength, but Zhang Feng had a rough idea of Ing Man's capabilities. Zhang Feng felt that just the two of them could easily earn 1 million points. Over the past 2 days, most of the energy Zhang Feng had obtained was used to upgrade the Tianyin True Inheritance. It wasn't that Zhang Feng favored the Tianyin True Inheritance, but it was necessary to reach level 10 to participate in the training. Soon, aside from leaving half a centaur and some Tianyin disciples to guard the resource points, all high-end combat forces were recalled to Jiangfeng's territory, including the Empress and Angel Yen, 10 level 8 goddess warriors, 9 level 8 Jotian holy princesses, 4 level 10 dragons, 8 level 8 dragons, 1 level 10 hill king, 2 level 10 storm guardians, 20 level 10 dwarf rocketmen, and 35 level 10 Tianyin true inheritance disciples. 235 level 5 Tianyin disciples. Still lacking energy, but this lineup should be sufficient. Zhang Feng took out the deep sea bait from Enshusha and said softly, "Consume 3 million spirit stones, choose enhancement direction, ultimate deep sea bait." The enhancement was completed quickly. Ultimate deep black bait has a strong attraction to the deep sea tribe, capable of triggering an ultimate beast tide of the deep sea tribe at the current territory level. At this moment, the Empress and Angel Yen arrived at Jiang Feng's sides. Yen stared intently at the deep sea bait. What terrifying water spirit power! This is deep sea bait, capable of summoning a large wave of seafood tribe, among which there may be legendary powerhouses, which is why I summoned you back. Yen was taken aback. Seafood tribe? But Jiang Feng had already turned to the Empress. The treasure chests are all opened. He had been paying attention to the regional channel during this time and hadn't noticed the Empress's treasure chest opening prompt. All opened. The Empress sighed. It's equipment. And it's a spear. A spear? The territory had no units or heroes that used spears. Of course, getting a weapon from an epic treasure chest was definitely not a loss, just a bit lacking compared to the Empress's previous achievements. Not bad, Jiang Feng consoled, then said, "Put on the flowing cloud set and prepare for battle." The Empress replied seriously, "Yes." Once everyone was ready, Jiang Feng gently tossed the deep sea bait. Under the illumination of the lighthouse, everyone could clearly see the void hundreds of meters outside the territory starting to ripple visibly, gradually transforming into a deep blue barrier. The entire territory seemed to be wrapped in an underwater world of an aquarium, with the deep blue barrier acting as a thin layer of glass. It made one worry whether the billions of tons of seawater would tilt down at any moment and swallow the territory. Shadows, either agile or massive, swam behind the barrier. Pooh! Finally, a clawing figure suddenly broke through the barrier. When it landed on the ground, it was still dripping wet. Yen exclaimed in surprise, "It really is the seafood tribe." The Empress added, "Looks like it has some chew to it." Little King Squid Race, Deep Sea Tribe level, 17 quality, rare combat power, 62 skills, death entanglement poison water arrow. Really nice, a rare level squid. Jiang Feng also gave full affirmation. Of course, from the perspective of ingredients. Leave it to known E to collect. This size could probably yield over 100 units of excellent ingredients. The number of mouths to feed in the territory was increasing, and high-end ingredients were becoming scarce. Bang bang, soon. Over 100 little king squids landed on the ground, each standing up to 7 or 8 meters tall, looking quite imposing. Immediately after, Pat, a 10-meter-long tiger shark monster burst through the barrier, landing on the ground in a similar manner. Pat pat pat. Unfortunately, although the tiger shark monster looked fierce, it lacked the tentacles of the octopus monster and could only flail around on the ground. The people in the territory exchanged glances. The tense atmosphere before the battle was instantly shattered. Could it be? Angel Yen said incredulously, "They really came to deliver food?" Jiang Feng, however, had a serious expression. The way of heaven is not takeout. Since a beast-type tiger shark monster appeared instead of a tiger shark warrior, there can only be one possibility. Quick, look, what is that? The youngest Zizitian suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked over, and their scalps went numb. A shadow appeared behind the barrier and rapidly expanded. Everyone knew this was a visual effect caused by the shadow approaching quickly. This was a colossal creature. Pooh! A pale human face suddenly emerged from the deep sea. The face was at least 10 meters in diameter, directly connected to a scaly body behind it, the length unknown, looking extremely terrifying. It looked down at the territory from above, its expression filled with greed and vigilance. Immediately after, a strange wave instantly enveloped the territory, and everyone felt the air around them become thick and viscous. Jiang Feng took a deep breath and said, "It really is the deep sea domain." Tip: affected by the deep sea domain, the speed of all our units decreases by 5%-30%. In contrast, the deep sea clan experienced the opposite effect. Just a second ago, the tiger shark monster was floundering on the ground, but in an instant, it moved through the air as if it were in water. Buzzing almost simultaneously, the lighthouse suddenly shone brightly, casting a layer of radiance over all our units. Tip: under the lighthouse's illumination, the negative effects of the deep sea domain on our units are reduced. The effect of this lighthouse is immediate. Jiang Feng expressed his satisfaction, then frowned and said, "But it's actually a phantom leviathan, which complicates things." Phantom leviathan, race, deep sea clan level, 20 quality, golden legend, combat power, 410 skills? My lord, this guy's combat power isn't that impressive. I can handle it myself. The Empress, dressed in the flowing cloud set, had her combat power instantly reach 450 stars, exuding confidence. The tricky part isn't its combat power but its nature. This guy, despite its strength, is inherently cautious. Once it senses danger, it might instantly flee back to the deep sea. That's also the origin of the name Phantom. Zhang Feng explained quietly, then quickly arranged, Empress and Yen, don't act just yet. Let's see if we can lure it into our territory. Vandal, wait for my command before unleashing your ultimate, then use the storm hammer directly. King of the Hills Vandal Storm said solemnly, yes, my lord. In the meantime, swarms of deep-sea monsters broke through the deep-sea barrier, charging fiercely toward the territory. There were even two 20-meter-long epic sea king serpents. The appearance of the Phantom Leviathan seemed to signal the attack. The two races, each viewing the other as prey, wasted no time, and the battle erupted instantly. Crimson Arc. Chief Disciple Li Yen unleashed a sword chi, cleaving a small king squid in half. Your unit Li Yen killed a small king squid, gaining energy *1700, spirit stones, *180. Great Sumeru sword style. Form the formation. The level 5 Tianyin disciples grouped into teams of 12, forming a large virtual sword formation to face the enemy together. Storm Hammer. The Storm Guardian was more violent, throwing a hammer that instantly burst the brain of an 18-level tiger shark monster. The strong ones in the territory displayed their abilities. The four towers of Heavenly Fury steadily launched fireballs, exploding in bursts of flames among the Deep Sea clan. As for the two Sea King serpents, they were entangled by Long Jiu and Long Yi, fighting fiercely in the sky. Zhang Feng had retreated to the top suite of the Drunken Immortal building, standing on the terrace, looking down at the battlefield. Within minutes of the battle starting, they had already shown absolute superiority. Deep Sea clan members occasionally fell from the sky. Moreover, the dwarven rocket shooters hadn't even acted yet. Normally, Zhang Feng enjoyed this kind of crushing battle, but at this moment he frowned, because throughout, the Phantom Leviathan had only half of its body peeking out from the deep sea, watching its minions being slaughtered without any reaction. What a damn coward. Even more cowardly than me. Jiang Feng muttered under his breath, then immediately issued a command through the Lord's heart, contract the defensive circle. The Empress reminded, my lord, if we contract the defenses, the territory buildings might suffer damage. No worries, Zhang Feng nodded, if we can lure the snake out of its hole, this little loss is nothing. Everyone fought while retreating. A few minutes later, the city walls fell. Boom! A nearby house was smashed to pieces by several bottom-dwelling demon fish, yet Zhang Feng remained unmoved. Just then, the Deep Sea tribe that had invaded the territory suddenly slowed their offensive pace, greedily absorbing the aura within the domain. Zhang Feng sneered, I wonder how long you can hold on? Sure enough, the Phantom Leviathan watched as its minions began to fight over the delicious aura that belonged to it, emitting silent waves from its mouth. But in the face of the ultimate deep-sea bait's temptation, this group of minions was no longer something it could control. The Phantom Leviathan finally grew anxious. Its massive body slowly emerged from the deep sea. If one ignored its pale human face, the Phantom Leviathan resembled an enlarged pike. It was nearly 50 meters long, covered in menacing bone spines, radiating a ghostly blue light as it slowly approached the territory. Upon seeing this, Zhang Feng smiled. However, just when the Phantom Leviathan was 200 meters away from the territory, it suddenly halted and swiftly swam back towards the deep sea from which it came. Cunning creature! Zhang Feng shouted, attack! There were two possibilities for this situation. The first was that the Phantom Leviathan indeed possessed a special ability and sensed a deadly threat within the territory. The second was that it was a test. If there were indeed an ambush within the territory, seeing it flee would surely prompt them to find a way to keep it. Zhang Feng guessed the second possibility, but he couldn't afford to take the risk. The Empress, Angel Yen, and Vandal all heard the command and soared into the sky simultaneously. 12 goddess warriors, led by Cynthia, prepared for a thunderous strike. To be safe, Zhang Feng waved his hand. Level up! The Empress, Angel Yen, and Vandal all leveled up to level 12, exhausting the 600,000 energy they had just gained. Gods descend. As the initiator, Vandal took a deep breath, the power of the endless storm entering his body, transforming him into a 6-meter-tall giant in midair. Storm Hammer. Boom! A storm hammer several meters in diameter instantly took shape, slicing through hundreds of meters of empty space, accurately landing on the Phantom Leviathan's head. A single storm hammer naturally couldn't inflict fatal damage, but it did have a stunning effect. The Phantom Leviathan's movement faltered, its speed greatly reduced. But that wasn't the end. Thunder projection. 12 lightning dragons followed closely behind. The Phantom Leviathan's abdomen instantly exploded with 12 terrifying holes. Hiss! The Phantom Leviathan let out a painful hiss, its speed dropping further. Steady. Zhang Feng exhaled lightly. Empress, block it. Yen, prepare for the heavenly blade strike. Cloud Shadow. The Empress had already activated the Cloud Shadow skill. The combination of Cloud Shadow and the passive effect of the flowing cloud technique doubled the Empress's speed, successfully blocking the Phantom Leviathan's path just 50 meters before the deep sea barrier. However, facing the Empress, the Leviathan showed a disdainful expression, as if mocking her for trying to stop it. It radiated a ghostly blue light and accelerated directly towards the Empress. As long as it crushed the human before it, it would be like a dragon entering the sea, and no one would be able to do anything to it. The Empress's gaze was indifferent, showing no intention of dodging, as if the massive creature before her was not a behemoth 1,000 times her size. Cloud Ring. Centered around the Empress, clouds coalesced into a 10-meter-tall gaseous humanoid resembling a low-budget version of the Law of Heaven and Earth. Boom, the two collided head-on, both retreating several dozen meters. The Phantom Leviathan felt dizzy, while the Empress grew more courageous in battle, pointing her flowing cloud immortal sword into the air. Cloud Sword. One after another, massive sword energies coalesced out of thin air, piercing towards the Phantom Leviathan. The Leviathan finally felt fear. This human was only level 12. Why did they possess such terrifying combat power? Unfortunately, it was suffering from multiple negative statuses. How could it dodge the Empress's face-to-face onslaught? Pst, pst, pst. Dozens of sword energies accurately pierced into that pale giant face. Explode. This is the terrifying aspect of the Cloud Sword. The Empress can freely control the timing of the sword energy explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The head of the Phantom Leviathan was instantly smashed to pieces. Its body twisted wildly, but unfortunately, it was of no use. In the end, the lifeless massive corpse fell to the ground like a meteor, causing the territory hundreds of meters away to tremble. It may sound slow, but in reality, only a few seconds passed from the moment the Empress intercepted to the moment she killed the Phantom Leviathan. Yen looked at the heavenly blade that was about to take shape, and said helplessly, "What about my heavenly blade strike?" All the heroes and troops under Zhang Feng, one and all, knew that the heavenly blade strike was the most powerful skill, without exception. The downside was that the wind-up time was a bit longer. The Empress smiled and pointed, "Don't waste it, there are still 2 Sea King serpents over there." Yen thought about it and agreed, immediately directing the heavenly blade, finding the right angle, and striking down with force. Sizzle, sizzle, the 50-meter-long heavenly blade easily sliced the 2 level 20 Sea King serpents in half. Long Jiu was startled by the giant sword that was nearly cut down right in front of his nose. "New guy, you almost sliced me." Your hero the Empress has slain the Phantom Leviathan. Legendary. You gain energy *21500000, Spirit Stones *280000, Dark Cove. Legendary. Advanced Spirit Power Book *1. Your hero Yen has slain the Sea King Serpent. Epic. You gain Building Blueprints. Are they legendary blueprints? The Heavenly Dao prompt made Zhang Feng overjoyed, but when Zhang Feng saw the description of the blueprints, he felt a bit regretful. It's actually a dock blueprint. A top-tier item is definitely a top-tier item. Whether in the main world or the myriad races battlefield, the richness of resources in the ocean is beyond doubt. If he were to enhance it, this blueprint would probably consume tens of millions or even over 100 million spirit stones. However, the town hasn't even started breaking the domain yet, and he still doesn't know what the environment of the county city is like. This blueprint can only be stored in the warehouse for now. Next was that attribute book. Without a doubt, it was still for his own use. A flash of light passed, and Zhang Feng's spirit power surged by another 100 points. Feeling the surging spirit power within him, Zhang Feng sighed, "My current bear attributes must have surpassed those of the same level elite troops, right?" Boom, the drunken immortal tower shook. It seems something has fallen on the roof. Zhang Feng quickly looked out the window, just in time to see a devilfish desperately flapping its wings, but even so, it could only slow its descent, ultimately unable to escape the fate of being pierced to death by Xinsha's spear. After losing the enhancement of the deep sea domain, the deep sea tribe completely lost the ability to soar through the sky. A rain of seafood suddenly fell in the territory. At this moment, the Empress and Yen landed on the terrace. The Empress suggested, "With so much seafood, should we raise them first? After all, they won't be fresh if they die." Zhang Feng. Yen rarely agreed. "I once went on a business trip to a civilization called Earth, and many seafood restaurants there do the same." Hearing the long-lost name Earth, Zhang Feng was momentarily stunned. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and curiously asked the Empress, "So, how does it feel to bully people with equipment?" The Empress's face flushed, but she still said, "It feels so good." She remembered not long ago she had opposed Zhang Feng using external forces to help the Tianyin disciples advance. But today, wearing legendary equipment, she realized it was truly delightful. 5 minutes later, all invading enemies were annihilated. The Heavenly Dao battle settlement showed that Zhang Feng had achieved a complete victory. Of course, compared to the rewards from the monsters, the battle settlement rewards were negligible. Perhaps the Phantom Leviathan dropped a legendary blueprint, while the 2 epic level Sea King Serpents only dropped 1 piece of epic equipment. Boots of the Sea King level, 20 durability, 120 attributes, physique plus 30, spirit plus 25, soul plus 28, load minus 15 skills, water walking like a fish in water. Boots of the Sea King? Repeating the name of the equipment, Zhang Feng looked around at the lively territory and felt puzzled. Could it be that the Heavenly Dao was hinting at something? Zhang Feng shook his head, dispelling the strange thoughts in his mind, and then said, "One-click extraction. You have gained energy asterisk 3224200. You have gained spirit stones asterisk 485200. You have gained treasure chest, exquisite." Once again, he obtained 3.2 million energy. As for the various seafood, it took over an hour to clean up completely. Zhang Feng reinforced 2 legendary recruits again, recruiting Farmer 3 and Farmer 4. From rare to legendary, seafood of all qualities filled the warehouse. This instantly raised the loyalty of the epic chef at the Drunken Immortal Tower to 95 points. Finally done. Zhang Feng opened the regional channel and scrolled up. He found that the number of lords had just reached 33. There's still plenty of time. Next up was repairing buildings and upgrading troops. After a quick calculation, Zhang Feng began a comprehensive troop upgrade. Consume 700,000 energy, all goddess warriors upgraded to level 10. Consume 1,040,000 energy, all 9 heavens holy maidens upgraded to level 10. Consume 1,100,000 energy, the remaining 8 dragons upgraded to level 10. Consume 720,000 energy, all Tianyin disciples upgraded to level 6. Energy was once again completely depleted. Dinner time. The epic chef at the Drunken Immortal Tower pulled out all the stops, preparing a dish that was renowned even in the second heaven. Neza conquers the sea. While satisfying everyone's appetite, attributes surged again by several to dozens of points. Next came the waiting. At 9 p.m., the number of lords, 79. The lords in the regional channel seemed to breathe a sigh of relief simultaneously. Looks like the domain-breaking war will start tomorrow. That's good. The domain-breaking war lasts for several hours, and even if the troops don't rest, I need to. Damn, tomorrow is the day the Blue Star Passage opens, right? Just in time, after the domain-breaking war, I can go back to Blue Star and have some fun. At 11:42 p.m., the Heavenly Dao announcement finally arrived. Announcement: the number of lords in the small town has reached 100. The domain-breaking war will commence tomorrow at 9 a.m. The participating lords in the domain-breaking war are Zhang Feng and Shuxia, Yingman. Please prepare yourselves. Zhang Feng yawned. Then he sent a notification to all through the lord's heart. Everyone rest up tonight. The real battle starts tomorrow at 9 a.m. He not only wanted to secure the position of mayor, he also wanted to take this opportunity to rack up a wave of energy. If he could take down a few legendary bosses, that would be even better. The next morning, all 3 lords selected for the domain-breaking war were ready to go. The entire 10086 novice town seemed to be filled with a tense atmosphere. At exactly 9 a.m., announcement: domain-breaking war has begun. In an instant, hundreds of golden light pillars shot up into the sky, a phenomenon of territory teleportation. After the light pillars dissipated, hundreds of lords along with their territories vanished from the town map. You have arrived at the Riftwind Mountains at the edge of the town, canyon number 88. You have entered the battlefield channel. In 10 minutes, the first wave of alien races will arrive on the battlefield. If any of the following situations occur, your domain-breaking war will be terminated. Lord Death or Lord's Mansion destroyed. More than 100 aliens cross your territory. Voluntary withdrawal must eliminate the current invading aliens. The battlefield is a real world, and after the domain-breaking war ends, casualties of hero troops in building damage will not be restored. The golden light dissipated. Zhang Feng had already appeared in a canyon. The canyon was nearly 200 meters wide, perfectly blocked by Zhang Feng's territory, with towering rock walls on both sides. Canyon number 88. What a good omen. Zhang Feng climbed onto the city wall to gaze out, where the war fog rolled in the distance. Fortunately, Zhang Feng had a lighthouse, and the visibility of his territory reached 1,300 meters, giving him enough time to prepare. After spending a few minutes understanding the terrain he was in, Zhang Feng commanded, Empress, organize the disciples of Tianyin Pavilion to set up defenses in segments. Lord, rest assured, the Empress replied seriously. Please proceed to the safe area, my lord. Zhang Feng nodded, then opened the battlefield channel. There were only 100 people in the battlefield channel. Damn, I'm in canyon number 1. Does that mean the enemies get stronger the closer they? Number is? Bro, you're overthinking it, it's all random. I lost heavily while capturing the crystal mine to upgrade to level 3. This battle relies on all you big shots. Wei Ming, damn, is this brother taking precautions? At the very least, we should survive the first 5 waves, right? The first few waves are just free points. Wei Go, what you said makes sense, who wouldn't want to last a few more waves if they have the strength? Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but shake his head. However, the reason why selflessness is precious is precisely because selfishness is human nature. There was nothing strange about it. Mu Qingshuang suddenly said, everyone prepare for battle, there's 1 minute left, the first wave of monsters will attack. Countdown to the alien attack. 58 seconds. Zhang Feng said to Angel Yen, Yen, you should come back to Zui Xian Lu with me for a bit. Yen nodded. Soon, Zhang Feng brought Yen and Zizishan back to the private room at Zui Xian Lu, moving a chair onto the terrace. It was safe and comfortable here, allowing the commander to have a full view of the battlefield, the best position for command. Just as he sat down, the war fog rolled in the distance. Immediately after, dozens of monsters burst out of the fog, charging madly towards the territory. Little Demon, the most common low-level soldier of the abyss. Zhang Feng immediately recognized the invading monsters. Little Demon race, Demon level, 7 quality, normal combat power, 22 skills, sharp teeth and claws. The little demon was pitch black all over, about 1.5 meters long, with a gaping maw that stretched to its ears, somewhat resembling a ghoul from the undead race. Behind the hundreds of little demons were about 10 slender demons, each 2 meters tall. They spread their arms wide, deep red flames swirling around their fingertips. Fire Geller. Zhang Feng showed a satisfied expression. This time the enemies are not bad, although the demons have decent combat power. They are simple-minded and not as crafty as devils. Geller Demon race, Demon level, 8 quality, elite combat power, 30 skills, Fireball. Suddenly, Zhang Feng sensed something unusual about Yen and said lightly, Yen, relax a bit, there are only a few hundred low-level demons in front of us, you don't need to take action yet. Angel Yen loosened her grip on the sword hilt and apologized, sorry, my lord, it's my instinctive reaction. I understand. Zhang Feng smiled, you've been influenced by Queen Kesha's order of justice for thousands of years. It's not surprising to have this reaction upon seeing evil beings. Yen looked shocked and said, my lord, you also know Queen Kesha? Zhang Feng employed the same tactics he used against the Empress, entering full talk mode. The Holy Kesha fought throughout her life, breaking monopolies and slaying evil gods. I naturally have heard of her. Tip, because of your recognition of Holy Kesha, Yan's favorability +5, current favorability 90 points. Upon hearing Zhang Feng say this, Yen hesitated. Zhang Feng seemed to see through everything. You want to know if Kesha can be resurrected? Angel Yen immediately replied, please, my lord, enlighten me. Zhang Feng did not look back and said softly, the Holy Kesha is indeed immortal and indestructible. In this world, there are countless unknown universes like the battlefield of 10,000 races, and perhaps there are those who can help her reconstruct her body sooner. Angel Yen thought for a moment and replied earnestly, I understand now. Thank you, Lord, for your guidance. Tip, Yan's favorability +5, current favorability 95 points. Jiang Feng sighed inwardly. As long as you understand. After all, I don't understand anything. It seems that to quickly increase favorability, I need to use extraordinary means and treat the symptoms. At this moment, hundreds of low-level demons had already approached within 300 meters of the territory. They were just within the range of the Tower of Heavenly Fury. Wrath of Heaven. 10 dark red fireballs, each 2 meters in diameter, hull down, landing in the most concentrated area of the little demons. Boom boom. 10 small mushroom clouds rose, and more than half of the demons turned to ashes. The battle log in the lower left corner instantly refreshed with a series of battle reports. Your Tower of Heavenly Fury killed a little demon, normal, gaining energy. *11 battlefield points *1. Your Tower of Heavenly Fury killed a Gellier demon, elite, gaining energy *120, battlefield points *2, war drum *1 your. Following that, there were normal fireball attacks. The Tower of Heavenly Fury is the most cost-effective defensive building. Zhang Feng had built 6 more Towers of Heavenly Fury last night, bringing the total to 10, and upgraded them all to level 3. Under the bombardment of the 10 Towers of Heavenly Fury, hundreds of low-level demons were unable to enter the 100-meter range of the city walls and were blasted into pieces. The disciples of Tianyin on the city walls exchanged glances. This is too easy. Although the Empress was speechless, she still shouted, the monsters will become stronger, everyone must not let their guard down. Yes. The momentum was like a rainbow echoing through the canyon. You successfully repelled the first wave of attack. The second wave will arrive in 10 minutes. These 10 minutes were a time for the lords to recuperate. But Zhang Feng did not need it. He calmly took out the items that had just dropped. War Drum, after use, the time until the next wave of alien attack is shortened by 5 minutes. Beat the war drum to declare war on the aliens. This item is not valuable, just from the recent battle 5 had dropped, and they are battlefield-specific items. Use 2 war drums. Dong 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 dong. After 2 beats of the drum, the enemy seemed to be enraged, and hundreds of little demons mixed with Gellier demons charged through the mist again. The second wave of attack not only increased the number of demons by about 20%, but their average level also rose by 1 to 2 levels. At the same time, the battlefield channel also refreshed with an announcement. Lord Jiangfeng successfully repelled the first wave of alien invasion. Just as Wei Ming had said earlier, the first few waves of aliens were free points. Lords who could qualify for the Battle of Breaking. The domain would have at least 1 or 2 teams of elite troops, so it was still relatively easy. As soon as the announcement came out, it immediately caused a stir in the battlefield channel. Sigh, Lord Jiangfeng is fast at everything. My little sister likes it. Don't say it too definitively, sister upstairs. Are you crazy? I haven't even started, and Lord Jiangfeng is already done? The aliens are still 100 meters away from my territory. Wei Ming first sent a crying expression, then said, 100 meters is good. The crocodile turtles of the demon race I'm facing just crawled out of the mist. After the astonishment, everyone began to speculate how Jiangfeng did it. Maybe it's the defensive buildings. Don't forget how Li Muse faced the rapid-fire arrow towers when he attacked Lord Jiangfeng. Li Muse, ahem, let's just let that go. Besides, how could the rapid-fire arrow towers have such a high monster-killing efficiency? Could it be that Lord Jiangfeng created a new troop? Type the Tianyin Disciples, which are ranged troops, allowing him to shoot the enemies from hundreds of meters away. To Shanyea, I guess Brother Jiangfeng went straight out of the city and blocked the foreign tribes in the mist. Jiangfeng, why do I feel like you're not complimenting me? The person involved appeared, and the other lords began to flatter him again. Announcement, Lord Yin Man successfully repelled the first wave of foreign invasion. Wei Ming sighed, let's not talk about that for now. My crocodile turtle has finally crawled to the foot of the city. Could it be that the disciples of Tianyin are really ranged units? Yin Man frowned while directing the farmers to repair the city wall. Your Highness need not worry, Meng Tian smiled, the mayor's selection is based on who has more points, not speed. Yin Man nodded and then said spiritedly, then let him take the lead for now. Before she could finish her sentence, the battlefield channel announced. Again. Announcement, Lord Jiangfeng successfully repelled the second wave of foreign invasion. This guy actually used the war drum? Yin Man widened her eyes, that's too crazy. Could it be that he knows he can't win, so he's just giving up on competing for the mayor position with me? Meng Tian thought for a moment, if your highness wants to use the war drum, the impact of the previous waves of monsters isn't that significant. Yin Man immediately shook her head, no rush, let's fix the city wall first. I won't compete for such a meaningless title. Meng Tian and Baizong exchanged glances, both seeing the relief in each other's eyes. Although the princess sometimes has a lively temperament, she remains quite composed during critical moments like the mayor selection battle. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Jiang Feng closed Tu Shanye's chat box, his face full of helplessness. After easily defeating the second wave of attacking demons, and Shuxia, the little fox, and even Mu Qingxuang all sent messages. The meaning was nothing more than to subtly persuade Jiang Feng to be more cautious. Even in the battlefield channel, messages like, please, Jiang Feng, be steady, turned into a chain reaction. Jiang Feng knew his performance had been a bit too eye-catching. Generally speaking, even if the previous wave of monsters didn't cause much damage, the Lord would take a moment to rest. After all, the troops would have some mental and physical exhaustion, and the city wall might be damaged. But the problem is, the Tower of Heavenly Fury doesn't need to rest. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng continued, use the war drum. Dong 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 dong. The third wave of demon monsters appeared, with the lowest level already raised to level 10. Boom boom boom, the output of the Tower of Heavenly Fury was already overflowing. So this wave of demons turned to ashes even while still 100 meters away from the territory. Announcement, Lord Jiang Feng successfully repelled the third wave of foreign invasion. Continue, use the war drum. Announcement, Lord Jiang Feng, half an hour later. With the help of the Tower of Heavenly Fury, Jiang Feng easily wiped out the 10th wave of demons while the territory's troops watched the excitement for half an hour. His points reached 20,000, far exceeding the average level. In the battlefield channel, the lords were dumbfounded. Brothers, Jiang Feng is about to face the 11th wave of attacks. Remember, our high school record was only 13 waves. Doesn't the big guy's troops need to rest? Confirmed, the disciples of Tianyin are definitely ranged units. The resources required for defensive towers like the Tower of Heavenly Fury are not something a small town can produce, so no one would think in that direction. Wei Ming, the gap between me and Zhang Laoda is just too big. The 10th wave of foreign tribes is probably level 20 already. Muqingxuan, I'm afraid I won't even last until the 10th wave, I'll just do my best. Suddenly someone said, oh no. Ranged units are powerful, but what if the foreign monsters get too close? The other lords were also startled. If Zhang Feng faltered, they would lose a big boss to rely on. Just then, a lord said, all you big shots, my brother really can't hold on anymore, I'm retreating first. Wei Ming, come on, you only repelled 3 waves, right? Are you kidding me? Huang Xian, 3 waves of monsters. Only give 2,000 points. If you retreat, others will have to carry your 8,000 points. Whoa, we suffered heavy losses yesterday to secure the crystal mine, we barely held on through the 3rd wave. If another wave comes, my brothers will be done for. As he spoke, this lord sent a few photos. Sure enough, there were dead militia all over his territory and half of the city wall had collapsed. Although everyone was furious, they couldn't just let someone die. Wei Ming, boss Zhang Feng is a ranged unit, if a few more waves come, he will definitely be overwhelmed in close combat, and I'm afraid he won't be able to hold out for long. So we need to work together, brothers. Zhang Feng couldn't help but admire these guys' ability to imagine. Zhang Feng, don't worry, I can hold out for another 10 waves without a problem, but brothers, you need to step up too. After all, the monster's energy and loot are quite substantial. Yin Man retorted, 10 waves without a problem? Why don't you just fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? As they spoke, Zhang Feng's side welcomed the 11th wave of demons. This wave of little demons had a minimum level of 22. The main point was that this wave finally featured a 3-headed boss. Hellfire race, demon level, 26 quality, rare, combat power, 112 skills, Hell's Fist fire resistance for any unit, hero, or wild monster, level 20. Is a watershed. Taking ordinary militia as an example, before level 20, militia gain 2 combat power per level. From level 20 to 30, they gain 4 combat power per level. Coincidentally, the hero and unit level cap for a level 3 territory is 20. Plus, a level 3 territory can break the domain and leave the novice town, so levels below 20 are also called novice levels. The level 22 little demon already has a combat power of 55 stars, so this wave of attack finally brought a bit of pressure to Zhang Feng. With fire resistance, the 3-headed Hellfire withstood the attacks from the Tower of Heavenly Wrath and finally reached the foot of the territory's castle. Zhang Feng didn't want the city wall to be damaged, so he issued an order through the Lord's heart. Tianyin True Transmission, go to battle. With a single command, nearly 40 members of Tianyin True Transmission leaped down from the city wall and began the slaughter. Of course, rather than a battle, it was more like a massacre. In less than 5 minutes, all enemies, including the 3-headed Hellfire, were completely slaughtered. You have successfully repelled the 11th wave of attack. The 12th wave will arrive in 10 minutes. Zhang Feng no longer used the war drum and began to proceed steadily. After about 10 minutes, the 12th wave of monsters arrived at the city. Goddess Warrior, King of the Hills, Storm Guardian, go to battle. The 13th wave of monsters approached. Giant Dragon, go to battle. The 14th wave of monsters approached. 9 Heavens Holy Princess, go to battle. Zhang Feng advanced like a hot knife through butter. With each wave repelled, cheers echoed in the battlefield channel. Not only in the battlefield channel, lords who couldn't participate in the domain-breaking battle were also following the situation in the regional channel. Wei Ming occasionally posted screenshots of battlefield points in the regional channel, allowing everyone in the town to witness Zhang Feng's ferocity. Of course, as time passed, more and more lords chose to withdraw from the battlefield. Most lords only managed to withstand 5 or 6 waves and hadn't reached the average level. The Empress personally took action, easily slaying a level 30 Berserker demon. Exquisite. You have successfully repelled the 20th wave of attack. The 21st wave will arrive in 10 minutes. In just a few hours, the demons that had fallen before Zhang Feng's territory were countless, and his personal points had already surpassed 150,000. Based on experience, the next wave would feature epic-level monsters. Zhang Feng opened the battlefield channel and first checked the total points. 991,523 at this moment. Only 19 lords remained in the battlefield. And Chuxia, there's less than 10,000 points left, and I'm about to finish this wave. It should be stable. With the epic hero, and Chuxia had already charged through 11 waves, and it seemed she still had some strength left. Tushan Yaya is currently circling around the last monster of the 9th wave. If I stall for a bit longer, I can still fight the 10th wave. Well, there's even a bug to exploit. Huang Xian, our town broke through the domain too quickly, and the troop levels didn't keep up, otherwise, the process wouldn't have been so difficult. Wei Ming smiled bitterly. It's still because a few big shots charged too fiercely, otherwise, how could we have broken through so quickly? And Chuxia, fortunately, we finally succeeded. Announcement: Lord and Chuxia successfully repelled the 12th wave of alien invasion, almost simultaneously. Announcement: Lord Yin Man successfully repelled the 15th wave of Alien invasion. Points surged again, instantly breaking the million threshold. The domain was successfully breached. At the same time, a series of golden announcements flooded the battlefield channel and the town area channel. 10086 towns successfully broke through the domain. All participating lords gain +10 to all attributes. As the first novice town to break through the domain in Xinjiang County, rewards are doubled +20 to all attributes. Unlock County Channel, each person can send 10 messages per day, unlimited for the town mayor. Unlock County Teleportation Portal, requires territory. Teleportation portal to reach level 3, at the same time. In the chat box, in addition to the town channel and battlefield channel, a new county channel appeared. After a moment of silence, the entire town erupted in joy. First, there are 1,000 novice towns in each county, and we actually broke through first. Double rewards. A total of 80 attribute points, equivalent to 8 intermediate attribute books. Lord Xiangfeng is mighty, Lord Ingyin is mighty. Just in time for the Blue Star channel to open. This time I'm going to have a blast on Blue Star for a whole night. Not just the ordinary lords, including Ingyin, all the second-generation lords were beaming with joy. After all, extra attributes are one of the few things that cannot be purchased with spirit stones. Ingyin suddenly said, however, Jiang Feng can withstand 20 waves. His endurance is truly impressive. It seems I underestimated you before. Everyone was taken aback. It dawned on them that although the domain had been successfully breached, the war was not over yet, because the position of the town mayor had yet to be decided. Although Lord Jiang Feng had already faced 20 waves of monsters, Lord Ingyin was steady and reliable. It was still uncertain who would come out on top. At this moment, someone raised a question that everyone was wondering. Strange. I remember the textbook never mentioned that the first town to break through the domain would have its rewards doubled. Does anyone know what's going on this time? Before anyone could answer, the answer was immediately revealed. Another golden announcement suddenly popped up in everyone's view. County announcement: 10086 town successfully broke through the domain, triggering the Qingyang County Town Ranking Competition with the following rules. Competition. Content: total points earned in the town's domain-breaking battle. 1 ST place, town mayor +50 to all attributes, town luck +5 2 ND place, town mayor +30 to all attributes, town luck +3 3 RD place. Town Mayor +20 to all attributes, Town Luck +240 H10th place, Town Mayor +10 to all attributes, Town Luck +1 settlement time. 100 towns in Xinjiang County complete the domain break. This is a county announcement that all lords in the county can receive. Everyone was stunned. Then there was an uproar. We actually triggered the town ranking competition? No wonder the rewards are doubled. Although +50 to all attributes was tempting, there was only one town mayor, so the majority were still concerned about town luck. My goodness, this can affect the resource yield and quality within the town. And it's a one-time +5. Not just resources, even the appearance of high-level outdoor buildings is closely related to luck value. It is said that once the luck value reaches 100 points, outdoor epic buildings may appear. And there are monster resources, the probability of triggering unexpected events, and so on. The crowd engaged in a lively discussion about the benefits of luck. But soon, someone noticed something was off. Huang Xian, damn, this reward has nothing to do with us. We've already broken the domain, barely reaching 1 million points. Isn't it unfair for the Heavenly Dao to announce the ranking match now for our small town? Wei Ming chuckled. What difference does it make? Even if it was announced early, do you still have the energy to fight a few more rounds? Huang Xian, not really. But right now, everyone's heroes and troops are only just over level 10. Huang Xian continued, if we had known there would be a small town ranking match, we could have planned together, suppressed the territory level, and waited until most warlords' heroes and troops reached level 20 before triggering the domain-breaking battle. At that time, getting 2 million points would be a piece of cake. One had to admit Huang Xian had a point. And Chuxia, but if that's the case, we wouldn't be able to get the double attribute rewards. Mu Qingxuan, it's obvious that this ranking match can only be triggered by the first small town. The Heavenly Dao won't give all the benefits to just one small town. Huang Xian helplessly said, well, okay. Wei Ming, alright. If we break the domain early, we can explore the map outside the small town sooner and expand our lead. It was foreseeable that many small towns would organize a unified assault on the small town ranking match, just as Huang Xian had said. After all, it involved the luck value of the small town, and all lords would fully support it. Missing out on the small town ranking match rewards somewhat diluted the joy of gaining 20 points in all attributes. Except for Jiang Feng. First place, the town mayor can receive 50 points in all attributes, and 5 points of small town luck value. Compared to the total points of the small town domain-breaking battle. Jiang Feng looked at the spring water blueprint he had stored away. He had been torn between building the Fountain of Life first or waiting for the legendary troop building. Now, the heavenly Tao has already made the choice for me. Heaven gives but does not take, and those who do not appreciate it will suffer the consequences, since that's the case. However, wanting to strengthen the building materials for the Fountain of Life was also a huge expense. Zhang Feng naturally set his sights on winning Ying Man. At this moment, Huang Xian said, since the small town ranking match is hopeless, I'll withdraw. Tip: Huang Xian has exited the battlefield. Mu Qingxuan, I'm withdrawing too. Although the rewards for resisting the alien race are good, it's too damaging. Tip: Mu Qingxuan has exited the battlefield. Tu Shan Yaya, the monster I was leading just committed suicide. The 10th wave of monsters has already started, so I'm going to withdraw too. Dozens of lords exited the battlefield. In an instant, only Zhang Feng, Ying Man, and Xia remained. All familiar faces, and Xia no longer needed to hold back. The Dwarf King's skill hasn't been used yet. I feel like we can still fight 2 more rounds. Sigh, I thought with an epic hero I could compete for the position of town mayor with you guys, but now it seems I was too naive. Ying Man, if Xia can fight, then fight, but be sure to act within your limits. And Xia, it's you guys who need to act within your limits. Don't end up in a situation where both sides suffer just for the position of town mayor. Zhang Feng, don't worry, that definitely won't happen. Zhang Feng could guarantee that. With his strength, who could make him suffer a mutual destruction? After a simple lunch, Zhang Feng's 21st wave of alien attacks began. He handed the battlefield over to the Empress. Then he called Ying Man on video. The video connected quickly. Ying Man, though a bit surprised, said, Zhang Feng, coming to find me now doesn't seem like your style. Zhang Feng was also taken aback, because he saw that behind Ying Man, in addition to Meng Tian, there was another middle-aged general. Zhang Feng already knew Ying Man's identity. Naturally, he guessed that this hero Meng Tian was most likely the sister of the human race sage, the semi-divine Lord Meng Tian enshrined in the Hall of Immortals. And the middle-aged general probably had quite a background as well. Out of respect, Zhang Feng gently nodded to the 2 human race sages before saying, Can I discuss something with the big boss? Can you advance me 50 million of the 100 million spirit stones as a wager? Advance? Ying Man was taken aback, then furiously said, Do you think that just because you survived 20 waves, you've already won? You are utterly arrogant. Let me tell you, I'm just playing it safe. I don't want to compete with you in speed. The big boss misunderstood. I'm a reasonable person, Zhang Feng said seriously. Think about it, if I win, you will have to give me 100 million spirit stones, right? Ying Man huffed, You haven't won yet. Zhang Feng continued, Then if I lose, I mean if, after I become your vassal lord, didn't you also promise to give me 100 million spirit stones for expenses? Ying Man's eyes widened in shock. She had already guessed what Zhang Feng was about to say. Sure enough, Zhang Feng spread his hands, See, whether I win or lose, it's still the same, just a matter of when. You. Ying Man was stunned by Zhang Feng's shamelessness. Suddenly, his black hair flew wildly, and vertical pupils appeared deep in his eyes. Such a strange sight startled Zhang Feng. But considering Ying Man's identity, he naturally thought of a legendary thing, bloodline, or the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. And Meng Tian, standing behind Ying Man, suddenly showed a look of surprise, waving her fist at Zhang Feng, signaling him to put in more effort. The middle-aged general also cupped his fists in salute to Zhang Feng, his eyes filled with gratitude. This left Zhang Feng feeling bewildered. You don't think? Ying Man gritted her teeth and said, Even if I have to give it has to be after the results are out. After saying that, Ying Man directly hung up the video call. Wasn't what I just said reasonable? Zhang Feng muttered, That girl with the surname Ying. Since you are so unreasonable, I can only let you feel what despair is. An hour later. Announcement: Lord Ying Man successfully repelled the 17th wave of alien invasion. Announcement: Lord Zhang Feng successfully repelled the 23rd wave of alien invasion. Announcement: Lord Xia successfully repelled the 14th wave of alien invasion. After the 21st wave, the monsters increased significantly in number, level, and quality, with over 20 epic monsters, Flame Demon, appearing. Yet Zhang Feng's speed showed no signs of slowing down. And Xia, Zhang Feng, Yingjia, the 14th wave has reached my limit. I'm retreating first. You two must not end up hurting each other. Ying Man, Xia, don't advise me, advise him. Zhang Feng, same here. And Xia looked helpless. The Blue Star passage has opened. Hurry up, I'm still waiting to return to Blue Star. I wonder if my mom managed to get high-level dwarf soldier tokens. Every time one travels back and forth to Blue Star, the Lord Space can carry 10 slots of items. For any second-generation Lord, this is a significant opportunity to increase strength. Tip: Lord Xia has exited the battlefield. Only Zhang Feng and Ying Man remained on the battlefield. The two were silent. Ying Man was angered by Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was too lazy to explain. 2 more hours passed. Announcement: Lord Zhang Feng successfully repelled the 28th wave of alien invasion. Looking at the announcement, Yin Man clenched her fists, her eyes filled with disbelief. How did he do it? She had just dealt with the 25th wave of invasion. Catching up a bit. But since the 23rd wave of invasion, the troops under her command had to start using skills. Just now, if it weren't for Meng Tian using the Yin-Yang Harmony Seal at a critical moment, the 100 Battles armored army would have already suffered casualties. Meng Tian said solemnly, Your Highness, there are not many potions left to restore spiritual power. If we exert all our strength, we should be able to withstand 3 more waves of invasion, but the warriors will likely suffer heavy losses. As a protector, she was merely stating the facts, believing that Yin Man would make the right choice. If only the Battle of the Broken Domain could start tomorrow, then I could return to Blue Star to fetch another batch of military talismans, equipment, and potions. Yin Man sighed, then suddenly spoke calmly, Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Meng Tian lamented, Zhang Feng not only has ability but also great fortune. The terrifying source of water power I sense through the qi observation technique yesterday is probably also closely related to Zhang Feng. Fortune is also a part of strength, so this time, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. At this point, Yin Man burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Interesting. I thought that with my background, I would surely find it hard to meet an opponent in the battlefield of 10,000 races. But I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting guy in a novice town. In Yin Man's smile, there was a mix of calmness, recklessness, and arrogance. If Zhang Feng were here, he would surely exclaim, Wow, a fan-shaped diagram. General Baizong, convey my order, unleash everything for the 26th wave of monsters. Baizong replied respectfully, Yes, Your Highness. Soon, Meng Tian, Baizong, the 100 Battles armored army, and the Iron Eagle elite unleashed their skills, easily annihilating the 26th wave of alien creatures. Naturally, they exhausted their spiritual power and could no longer withstand the next wave of attacks. Lord Yin Man has sent you 110 million spiritual stones. Zhang Feng was taken aback, then chuckled, This girl is quite generous. But why is there an extra 10 million spiritual stones? Beep beep beep. Yin Man's video request followed closely. After Zhang Feng connected the video, he didn't put Yin Man in an awkward position. Xian Qining family, descendants of the first emperor, truly a person of their word, admirable. Yin Man showed no signs of frustration. On her face, instead smiling, It's just a matter of accepting defeat, there's nothing to praise. Zhang Feng appreciated this even more. If it were him, losing 100 million spiritual stones would be heart-wrenching. Of course, perhaps she really isn't short on money. Yin Man got straight to the point, I want to know where I lost. Zhang Feng finally understood why there was an extra 10 million spiritual stones. It turned out to be the information fee. Not making money when you can is foolish. Zhang Feng thought for a moment, then opened the rear camera of the video function and pointed it at the sky. Is this explanation enough? Yin Man gasped as she looked at the 12 giant beasts soaring in the sky. Legendary dragons? That's a whole squad. Zhang Feng smiled without explaining. The reason he used dragons to deflect Yin Man had 2 causes. First, the dragons had already been exposed to Enchuxia and her daughter. Second, in his territory, the dragons were almost reduced to transport troops. Below the same level, a single angel yen could slay an entire squad of dragons. After the Empress donned the legendary set, her strength surpassed Yan's. The 9 Heavens Holy Princess, with the Empress's Dominion bonus and the Great Sumeru sword style, could take on 2 dragons alone. Even the epic grade unit, the Goddess Warrior, due to its extreme attributes, had potential far exceeding that of dragons. Moreover, now that a squad of the weakest dragons was exposed, it saved Yin Man from unnecessary speculation. An epic treasure chest can actually yield legendary military talismans. You truly have great fortune by your side. Yin Man understood. And then smiled, I have a proposal. What proposal? I'll give you another 10 million spiritual stones. You don't have to be a vassal lord, just call me Yingjie from now on. How about that? Zhang Feng's expression turned strange. From the information he received from City Lord in Luoxi, this girl is barely over 18. Why is she so willing to act like an older sister? It's worth noting that Enchuxia is already 19. Regarding the preferences of the financial backer, Zhang Feng didn't want to interfere too much, only apologizing, if the big boss has no other matters, I'm about to start the 29th wave of the alien invasion here. Yin Man was taken aback. I've already admitted defeat and you still want to continue? Zhang Feng replied, opportunities to farm energy like this are rare. I want to play a few more waves. No matter how imaginative Yin Man was, she couldn't fathom Zhang Feng attempting to single-handedly push for the top rank in the town's leaderboard. Then be careful, legendary troops are hard to come by. If one dies, I'll feel sorry for you. Yin Man offered a few simple words of advice, then smiled and said, think about my earlier suggestion again. When you're Ready, come find me, we can negotiate the price. With that, she hung up the video call. Rich bastard, is having a bit of money really that impressive? Zhang Feng muttered under his breath, then excitedly looked at the spirit stones in his Lord account. 9-digit spirit stones. He had never seen so many in his past life. Tip: Yin Man has exited the battlefield. Only Zhang Feng remained on the battlefield. He glanced at his score, 1,526,320. Yin Man had contributed nearly 300,000 points. If this girl put in some effort, perhaps the previously mentioned 500,000 points were a bit exaggerated, but 400,000 was definitely achievable. Immediately after. Tip: you have achieved the highest score in the 10086 town's domain break battle and become the town mayor. Tip: you have obtained the following mayoral privileges: hero slot +1, vassal lord +1, construction speed +10%, resource gathering speed +10%, obtained the mayor exclusive. Building any door requires spirit stones to use. Appoint and dismiss officials within the town. Set rules for lord migration in and out of the town. Name the town. Although he had known about the mayoral bonuses for a long time, Zhang Feng was still exceptionally delighted. However, what should he name the town? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng sent a message in the town channel. Crowdsourcing the town name. Brothers, if you have good ideas, feel free to comment below this message. At the same time, all the lords in the town received the news of the mayor's birth. The two big bosses are incredible. They've probably held on for over 25 waves by now. Yin Man is amazing, but Zhang Feng is even more amazing. Whoa, if I had known the two big bosses were this awesome, I wouldn't have worked so hard. From now on, if anyone tells me that the domain break battle can't earn rewards, I'll get mad at them. Wei Ming, Big Brother Jiang. I beg for an official position. Huang Xian, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. My brother Wei is generous. There were quite a few people online. Perhaps they were all waiting for the mayor's birth. The 29th wave of monsters quickly began. Zhang Feng instructed, for the next few waves of monsters, try to buy some time. Although she didn't understand the intention, the Empress still replied solemnly, yes. Yan actively volunteered, my lord, do you need me to join the battle? Wait a bit longer. Zhang Feng replied, then took out the spring well blueprint. Use one consumption-free enhancement opportunity. Choose enhancement direction, life spring. A dazzling golden light rose, surpassing any previous item enhancement. Yan's mouth dropped open in surprise. In the territory, everyone instinctively turned their heads to look at the drunken immortal tower, enveloped in golden light. As the golden light dissipated, Zhang Feng toyed with the life spring blueprint. Building the life spring requires resources, energy, 400,000 life stones * 2,000, which can be obtained through ordinary stone enhancement, 10,000 spirit stones per unit. Thunderstrike wood * 1,000, which can be obtained through ordinary wood enhancement, 10,000 spirit stones per unit. Origin gold * 1,000 can be obtained through gold enhancement, with each unit costing 15,000 spirit stones. Altogether, that amounts to 45 million spirit stones. For a legendary building, that's naturally quite cheap. Of course, upgrading the Fountain of Life also requires considerable resources and energy. Before starting the enhancement resources, Zhang Feng waved his hand. Upgrade. Countless upgrade halos rose. Over 600,000 energy disappeared, and more than 200 Tianyin disciples all reached level 9. The energy consumed from the first 28 waves of alien races was exhausted. Strong individuals are certainly important, but as the monsters increase, the nearly 200-meter-long defense line primarily relies on the Tianyin disciples for protection. After all, over 100 aliens breaking through the territory would mean a failure in defense. Zhang Feng was leisurely racking up points. Meanwhile, the county announcement, taking advantage of the opening of the Blue Star Passage, finally spread. Centered around Qingyang County, whether in the myriad races battlefield or the main world, undercurrents were quietly surging. 10,010 town. Boom! A young man in dark armor punched out. A white fist marked the size of a water tank caused the void to roar. An extraordinary phenomenon appeared. Within that fist mark, one could faintly see mountains and rivers stretching for thousands of miles, with the bright moon hanging high. If a knowledgeable person were present, they would immediately recognize that this was the royal family's secret technique of the Ming domain, Mountain River Bright Moon. The level 18 elite half-orc blocking the young man was instantly shattered. What a town ranking competition. 50 points to all attributes. 5 points of luck. The young man chuckled softly. Hee, I didn't expect that just a few days after the opening, the Heavenly Dao would give me such a great present in Zhuyiqing. No, I should thank 10,086 town. To break the domain in just 6 days, Zhang Feng, who created the extraordinary troops, is indeed remarkable, but unfortunately, it has benefited me. Thinking of this, Zhu Yiqing immediately posted a message in the town channel. Brothers and sisters of the Dragon Kingdom, you should have all received the county announcement, right? I, Zhu, will formally introduce myself. I am a descendant of the Ming domain, the 28th generation grandson of King Yen. I wish to lead 10010 town to win first place in the town ranking competition, and from now on, we will be blessed with luck and soar to great heights. I wonder how Jun Yi feels about this. After a moment of silence, a cheer erupted in the town channel. Zhu Yiqing was very satisfied. Alright, I will select 100 warlords. 10,222 town. The regional channel was in intense discussion. 10086 town is actually in the same county as us, and they have already completed breaking the domain. Zhang Feng, who created the extraordinary troops, is from 10,086 town. Shen Baiyue said, "Let me share some good news. Lord Shenba has returned? What good news do you have? Please inform us." Shen Baiyue, after this county announcement, I immediately conducted an investigation, and the result is that there are already over 500 confirmed Sakura country towns in Qingyang County. As soon as this was said, it immediately drew a wave of cheers. That's great. This way, our great Sakura Empire will have an absolute advantage in the county. We will dominate Qingyang County. 10086 town broke the domain so early and has already been eliminated from the town ranking competition. This time, our great Sakura Empire will sweep the top 10 of the entire town ranking competition. Lord Shinba is a descendant of the Divine Martial Empress, and he will surely lead us to victory. According to the rules of the Myriad Races battlefield, the numbering of new player towns within a county may be consecutive or not. So before today, even if the lords knew their town numbers, they couldn't determine who was in the same county. But now it was different. Zhang Feng completed the domain break and the Heavenly Dao issued the county announcement. As long as one received the announcement, they were definitely within Xinjiang County. Blue Star, Donghai City, and Chuxiao listened to her mother's investigation results and frowned. So, that means the Lord of Sakura Country has the advantage in the county where our town is located. And Luwashi nodded. The position of a novice town in the Myriad Races battlefield is generally distributed normally based on the position of the main world. If we're lucky, we might randomly land in the heart of the Dragon Country. If we're unlucky, it's possible that the surrounding area is filled with lords from the Lighthouse Country in the Western Hemisphere. Our Donghai City is already adjacent to Sakura Country in Nanbang Country, so it's not surprising that your town's position has just shifted a bit to the east. In the Myriad Races battlefield, the slaughter between lords of the two countries is permitted and will not be judged as bloody lords. Of course, the means cannot be too cruel, as each country must maintain a humanitarian facade. Therefore, it can be anticipated that the future of Qingyang town will certainly not be peaceful. However, Chuxiao was full of confidence. Our town has Zhang Feng and Sistering, and I now have an epic hero. Am I still afraid of them? Seeing that Chuxiao had made up her mind, and Luwashi did not insist but handed over a token engraved with the character migration, and Chuxiao was taken aback. Migration order? And Luwashi nodded. As far as I know, many well-informed lords in your county have already prepared their migration orders. Of course, the Dwarf King's palace cannot be easily abandoned. This migration order is just a precaution. Zhang Feng finally finished strengthening the materials. Construct the Fountain of Life. Complete immediately. The Fountain of Life has been upgraded to level 3. Zhang Feng upgraded the Fountain of Life to level 3 in one go. It consumed a total of 78 million spirit stones and 1.3 million energy. The level 3 Fountain of Life has a diameter of 10 meters, with the outer wall of the pool surrounded by pure white life stones. The spring water appears light green, exuding a terrifying vitality. Even the surrounding area within a 10-meter radius is shrouded in dense aura. Fountain of Life. Legendary effect: units within a 10-meter range of the Fountain of Life can quickly recover from injuries, replenish spiritual power, and repair their souls. Effect: any unit, except for the Lord, can be resurrected through the Fountain of Life after death. The cost of resurrection is related to the strength of the resurrected unit, the completeness of the corpse, if there is no corpse, full price resurrection, and the level of the Fountain of Life. A level 3 Fountain of Life can resurrect each unit 4 times a day. Effect: without damaging the foundation of the Fountain of Life, it can produce 1 bottle of life essence and 10 bottles of life water daily. Life essence contains powerful life source power. Consuming it can enhance the qualifications of the Lord, heroes, and troops can improve their quality. No additional energy consumption required. Life water. After drinking, the effect is equivalent to being within the range of the Fountain of Life for 100 seconds. 4 resurrections a day. That's too strong. And this is just a level 3 Fountain of Life. Zhang Feng exclaimed, it was worth the massive amount of spirit stones and energy I spent. Moreover, there's also the life essence. Zhang Feng waved his hand, and a small bottle of green liquid appeared in his hand, resembling an emperor's emerald, crystal clear and dazzling. It was indeed the life essence. He didn't hesitate, uncapped the bottle, and drank it all in one go. A wave of coolness instantly surged from his abdomen, spreading to his limbs and bones, soon transforming into warmth. Sweat beads instantly appeared on Jiang Feng's forehead, and if one looked closely, they would find that the sweat contained many black impurities. This is like washing the marrow. Jiang Feng felt incredibly comfortable all over, far from the painful descriptions often portrayed in films and television. At that moment, a notification sound from the heavenly Tao rang out. Notification: your qualifications have been upgraded to C level. Compensation attributes are as follows: Physique plus 24, Spiritual Power plus 24. Soul plus 31, Capacity plus 25. Qualifications, when applied to heroes and troops, translates to quality. The aptitude determines the attribute points a lord can gain with each level up, as well as the speed of cultivating techniques and skills. The innate aptitude of the vast majority of people is F grade. Originally, Jiang Feng was probably above E grade, just shy of D grade, making him a top genius in Donghai No. 3 middle school. Now, after consuming a bottle of life essence, he has directly reached C grade, with initial attributes comparable to an exceptional hero. The attributes just added were precisely to compensate for the aptitude gap of his upgrade attributes from levels 1 to 10. Jiang Feng level 10 attributes. Physique 248, plus 6, Spiritual Power 188, Soul 102, Capacity 121, plus 6. Techniques, 9th set of Radio Gymnastics Minor Achievement, F grade, Skills, Non-Equipment Phantom Armor. Combat Power Evaluation, 165. Jiang Feng looked at his attributes and couldn't help but exclaim, it's simply a humanoid dragon. He had consumed no less than 10 attribute books, alone. With unlimited high-quality delicacies plus the rewards from this domain-breaking battle, it was no wonder he possessed such terrifying attributes. Of course, no matter how strong he became, Jiang Feng had no intention of fighting himself. At this moment, a notification sounded: you have successfully repelled the 32nd wave of attacks. The 33rd wave will arrive in 10 minutes. The territory had successfully eliminated 33 waves of invading foreign races. My lord, 5 more Tianyin disciples have unfortunately been injured, the Empress reported. Through the lord's heart, her tone somewhat heavy. One of them had an arm torn off by a level 28 minor demon. I'm afraid she won't be able to fight again. A level 9 Tianyin disciple, while needing to conserve spiritual power, indeed found it somewhat challenging to deal with ordinary demons close to level 30. Understood. Jiang Feng nodded. Immediately repair the city walls, then bring the injured disciples over. Without the Fountain of Life, Jiang Feng would have to fight 2 more waves like Ying Man, relying on skills before retreating from the battlefield, unless he didn't care about the lives of his troops. But now, it was different. Soon, the injured Tianyin disciples were brought over by the Empress. At Jiang Feng's gesture, they cautiously stepped into the effective range of the Fountain of Life. Immediately, incredulous expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Oh my wound has healed. It's itchy, so comfortable. Not just my injuries, the spiritual power I just consumed has almost instantly recovered to full. I feel all my fatigue has vanished. And that Tianyin disciple, with the severed arm, watched in shock as a snow-white arm slowly grew back from her shoulder, overwhelmed with joy and tears. She raised her sword and swung it, finding it surprisingly smooth and unstrained. The Empress also looked incredulous. Odd as she said, my lord, you are truly unfathomable. Tip: Empress's favorability +1, current 97. Jiang Feng was extremely satisfied. Just 3 more points, and the Empress's favorability would reach the maximum value of 100 points. Of course, the further along it went, the harder it became to improve. The Tianyin disciples who had just received treatment all had loyalty levels above 95 points. Generally speaking, when a troop's loyalty reaches above 90 points, they rarely betray, unless the lord undergoes a drastic change in character and commits some heinous act. With the Fountain of Life, he could finally unleash skills to his heart's content. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit, waiting for the 33rd wave of foreign races to arrive, eager to showcase their skills. Jiang Feng, however, waved his hand. Dwarf rocket shooters upgrade, all to level 20. 4.5 million energy evaporated in an instant. All 20 dwarf rocket shooters were raised to level 20, which was the current maximum for the 3 books. Soon, the 33rd wave of demons broke through the mist. The level 30 minor demons were already over 2 meters tall, with sturdy limbs, their claws glinting coldly, numbering in the thousands. In addition, there were hundreds of flame ghouls, dozens of hellfire demons, 6-armed snake demons, several berserk demons, and a level 34 Balrog. This lineup, even if fully powered, would have to kneel before Yin-Man. Angelian felt an itch in her hands and once again requested to battle. My lord, please let me fight. With the support of the Fountain of Life, I need not worry about my spiritual power consumption. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Jiang Feng smiled. Dwarf rocket shooters, use overload to condense super rockets. 30 seconds later, 20 rockets, each 8 meters long and 2 meters thick, soared into the sky, trailing long spiritual flames. Although the demon army had never seen rockets before, they could tell at a glance that these long and thick things were not to be trifled with. One by one, they turned pale with fear, trying to dodge. Unfortunately, the canyon was only so wide. Boom boom boom, 500 meters outside the territory. 20 mushroom clouds, each over 10 meters in diameter, rose into the air. Even the little demons at the edge of the explosion were swept up by the terrifying shockwave, crashing violently against the canyon walls, turning into a pile of meat paste. Your unit, Dwarf Rocket Shooter, has killed a little demon. You gain energy *28 points *10, spirit stones *6. Your unit, the battle log instantly flashed thousands of messages. 3 seconds later, the shockwave from the explosion finally reached the territory, causing everyone's clothes to flap wildly. Such power left everyone dumbfounded. Even Angel Yen slightly opened her mouth, so terrifying. Zhang Feng explained, if you knew that this strike condensed 200 points of spiritual power from the dwarf rocket shooters, you wouldn't be surprised. 200 points of spiritual power? Yen nodded in realization. Her heavenly blade strike only consumed 150 points of spiritual power. Of course, unless it hits directly, otherwise the rockets pose limited threat to high-level monsters. Just as Zhang Feng said. As the smoke cleared from the battlefield, the ground was littered with the severed limbs of little demons. Out of thousands of little demons, there were visibly less than 1,000. However, mid-tier demons like the six-armed serpent demon and the berserker demon were merely a bit disheveled. The level 34 Beloyan demon roared. The remaining 1,000 demons regrouped and charged towards the city walls. Unfortunately, before it stood the Empress, who no longer needed to worry about spiritual power consumption. Under full skill release, the Empress's explosive power had multiplied several times compared to before. Cloud Shadow, Cloud Ring, Cloud Sword. In just 5 seconds, this Beloyan demon was sliced into several pieces by the Empress. Zhang Feng's lips curled up. Yen, with her keen perception, curiously asked, "What is my lord laughing about? Have you noticed?" Zhang Feng pointed at the Empress standing in midair. After acquiring the flowing cloud set, the Empress doesn't even need to use her sect skills. Yan's lips also curled up. If I remember correctly, this is called the True Fragrance Law. After exterminating the 34th wave of monsters, the Empress and the units that had just engaged immediately headed to the Fountain of Life to recover. Zhang Feng glanced at the total points, 1,952,300. It's still far from enough to secure first place in the town ranking. Next, the 35th wave, the 36th wave. Each wave began with the Dwarf RPG taking the initiative to clear the ground, followed by the Tower of Heavenly Wrath bombarding wildly, and finally, less than 30% of the demons were submerged by the descending skills. Zhang Feng's one trick was surprisingly effective. The only thing that displeased Zhang Feng was the monster levels were getting higher and higher. Yet, legendary monsters had yet to appear. Of course, this also proved the rarity of legendary monsters. You have successfully repelled the 44th wave of attacks. The 45th wave will arrive in 10 minutes. Warning, your tenacious resistance has completely enraged the demon Lord Abisto. Zhang Feng's spirit jolted. The legendary monster was finally about to appear. The heavenly Tao is quite humane, actually giving me a warning. Whoosh, suddenly, a figure swiftly crossed the territory, heading towards the Fountain of Life. Zhang Feng focused his gaze, and it was indeed Vanine Tian. She was holding a mutilated corpse in her hands. She was an ordinary disciple of Tianyin. The 44 waves of monsters finally caused casualties in Zhang Feng's territory. Hint, body integrity 82%, resurrection requires energy *9000 time 1 minute. The territory consisted of mid to high level troops, so Zhang Feng set up automatic resurrection. As soon as she entered the range of the Fountain of Life, the body of this Tianyin disciple began to repair itself at a visible speed. 1 minute later, she opened her eyes again, confused, and said, "Am I still alive?" The territory erupted in cheers. After all, hearing the Lord's description and witnessing it with one's own eyes were two different things. Even the goddess warriors showed excitement in their eyes. With the Fountain of Life, as long as the territory wasn't destroyed, they would be immortal from now on. Almost instantly, the loyalty of all troops reached over 95. Beep beep beep, and Shuxia suddenly sent a video request. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and chose to connect. And Shuxia smiled and said, "Respected Town Lord, has your teleportation portal been built? Would you like to come to my territory for a visit?" Coincidentally, Ying Jia is also here. "We have something we want to discuss with you." Ying Man also leaned in, waving at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Maybe tomorrow. I don't even know what time it will be when I finish this wave of monsters." And Chu Xia was taken aback and then incredulously said, "It's been a whole day and you still haven't finished?" Ying Man gave a thumbs up. "Even if you used that method of dragging out time like Yeah, you must have at least survived 30 waves. I can't compare to you. Zhang Feng spoke honestly. The energy and item rewards are pretty good. If I can farm more, I'll farm a few more waves. And Chusha nodded, then her expression suddenly became serious. In that case, I'll be brief. The location of our small town may not be very optimistic, the Sakura country. Listening to Shusha's description, Zhang Feng gradually furrowed his brows. This reminded him of the warning from the caravan manager, Tian Ding, a few days ago. The Huazhu might not have it as easy in Xinjiang County as you think. It seems that not only the Blue Star Lords but also the locals are in the same situation. Perhaps after finishing this battle he should visit the county town to understand the situation. 1 minute later, Zhang Feng calmly said, I understand. In the main world, Donghai City and the Sakura country are separated by the sea, so Zhang Feng didn't find it strange. He even felt a hint of excitement. This is all experience points. You're quite calm. And Chuxia said helplessly. Right now, the town channel is in a state of panic. Many lords want to use the city relocation order to escape as the situation looks grim. If they all leave, you, the town lord, will be left alone. Ing Yinman complained. The ones making the most noise are those who are trying to grab rewards this time. They're all rushing to take advantage, but now that there's a bit of trouble, they're running faster than rabbits. Zhang Feng, however, didn't care and said lightly. Everyone has their own ambitions. I have completely opened the town's relocation permissions. Those who want to stay are naturally welcome. As for those who want to leave, I have no right to demand they stay in Xinjiang County and fight against the Sakura country. Leave? Of course, they can. I won't engage in moral coercion. Just as long as they don't regret it when the town's transportation kicks in. Well, my battle is about to start. Let's talk later. After hanging up the video call, Zhang Feng first glanced at his points, 3,523,540. After 30 waves, the points provided by each wave of monsters had significantly increased. 3.5 million points should be enough to secure the top spot in the town ranking. But legendary monsters are rare. Now that I have the Fountain of Life, I naturally want to push for another wave. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Feng took out the legendary hero token that the Hill King had dropped back. Then, recruit. The first bonus for the town lord is hero slot +1. Originally, Zhang Feng didn't care much about the battle power of this hero. After all, Yan hadn't made a move yet. But now, facing a legendary hero above level 30, Zhang Feng had to be fully prepared. I hope it's a powerful hero. Soon, a figure dressed in a blue robe stepped out from the summoning portal, appearing before Zhang Feng. The figure wore a silver mask, a straw hat, and held a gleaming sword in a reverse grip. Although the face was unclear, anyone with sight could tell at a glance that this was a woman disguised as a man. I have mastered the sword and was just about to ask Jin Xincheng, how did I suddenly end up here? The battlefield of all races, lord, level, attributes, there really is such a marvelous place in the world. In this world, I might be able to glimpse the realm of Sword Dao. The woman looked at Zhang Feng and tried to speak in a low voice. Are you the lord? Shueyu's sword immortal Li Hani. Zhang Feng sighed inwardly, then looked at Li Hani's attributes. Li Hani, legend, level, 1 affection, 80 attributes, physique 24, plus 32, spiritual power 28, plus 32, soul 18, plus 32, bearing 18. Equipment, listening rain sword cultivation method, sword heart technique mastery, C level, skills, sword will great achievement, A level, moon evening flower morning minor perfection, C level, paper falling, cloud smoke minor perfection, C level, still water sword technique minor perfection, C level, sword chi transformation, D level, basic sword technique transformation, F level, heroic command, sword type troops, A, battle power, 45. In terms of overall combat ability, Li Hani was not as comprehensive as Yen. Even like the Empress, her world level was not high, and the cultivation method she practiced was only C level. But what surprised Zhang Feng was Li Hani's A-level skill, Sword Will. Sword Will, passive skill, using any sword skill can unleash 2.4 times the power. With the enhancement of Sword Will, even an ordinary D-level skill like Sword Chi could unleash the power of a B-level skill without additional consumption of spiritual power. This was just great achievement. What if it reached great perfection or even transformation? The power was simply unimaginable. If Li Hani possessed an A-level attacking sword technique, she would instantly become the top combatant under Zhang Feng. According to the film plot, Zhang Feng should suddenly remove Li Hani's mask and say something cheesy like, "You must be a little fairy." But with that great enemy at hand, Zhang Feng decided against it. "Hani, get ready for battle. Is there a strong enemy?" Li Hani, being a warrior herself, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Can you level me up first? Just a few levels? 10 levels would be fine." Ha ha. Zhang Feng laughed heartily. 10 levels? That's not enough. Zhang Feng had long calculated the energy needed for battle. Level up all. 7.8 million energy instantly vanished. The 3 legendary heroes were enveloped in a halo of upgrades, all reaching level 20. The Empress, with the Bonuses from Tianyin Saint and Flowing Cloud set had a battle power of 701 points. Angel Yen, with Holy Body and her innate equipment, also reached 628 points. Only Li Hani's 450 points of battle power was the standard for an ordinary level 20 legendary hero. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Feng took out an iron sword and quickly flipped through the enhancement list. This one. Zhang Feng, now financially robust, quickly found the most suitable weapon for Li Hani. Consume 6 million spirit stones, choose enhancement direction, lifeless sword. Lifeless sword is a level 20 legendary equipment. It's yours. Li Hani, still immersed in the joy of her sudden power increase, instinctively took the lifeless sword and gasped in surprise. A good sword. It's much more powerful than my mother's heart sword. No merit, no reward, how can this be good? Zhang Feng laughed and said, here, no one is more suited for this lifeless sword than you. The lifeless sword not only had explosive attributes but could also unleash a sword energy comparable to an A-grade skill, the lifeless sword. Chi. With Li Hani's swordsmanship will enhancement, the lifeless sword Chi was simply unstoppable, killing gods if they blocked it, and slaying demons if they stood in its way. Li Hani naturally understood this, becoming enamored with the lifeless sword to the point where her original rain-listening sword seemed less appealing. Moreover, there was an unexpected gain. Li Hani's favorability instantly increased by 8 points, reaching 88. This made Zhang Feng marvel at the day he too could wield the power of cash. Li Hani excelled in combat, and other equipment had low cost effectiveness. Thus, Zhang Feng did not continue to enhance. Soon, the Heavenly Dao sent another notification. Upgrade, the 45th wave of monster invasion begins. Zhang Feng looked up. At the end of the canyon, mist swirled. Then, a demon creature over 10 meters tall thundered out of the mist. Its body was covered in jagged bone spikes, and its thick tail swayed casually, producing a buzzing sound as it cut through the air. Following it were 8 epic-level flame demons. The lineup was indeed luxurious. Abysto race, demon. Level, 35 quality, golden legend, combat power, 1125 heroic command, skills, a level 35 legendary hero. Zhang Feng instinctively leaned forward slightly. However, upon confirming the type of demon, he let out a gentle sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's a big oaf like the flame demon. If it were a powerful demon with spatial abilities and a reaper's scythe, that would truly be troublesome. The flame demon had moderate attributes, with strong magic and physical power, neither of which was particularly outstanding. Empress, Yen, you two hold it off. Hani, you quickly clear the other enemies. After saying this, Zhang Feng took out 10 bottles of life water and distributed them among the three. This was the entire share produced by the Fountain of Life today. The three's eyes lit up, filled with confidence as they said, please rest assured, my lord. At this moment, Abysto stepped forward, his voice echoing through the canyon. A mere rookie lord can actually force me to act. You are truly the first in the Blue Star domain in 10,000 years. As a mark of respect for the strong, I, Abysto, will spare no effort and grant you the glory of an end. After a series of grand proclamations, Abysto pointed to the sky. The clouds above instantly turned a deep red. A suffocating pressure spread throughout the canyon. This is a legendary magic, meteor hell. Zhang Feng's pupils constricted and he suddenly stood up, shouting, protect the territory. As soon as he finished speaking, over 100 meteors roared down from the clouds, trailing 10-meter-long black tails as they smashed toward Zhang Feng's territory. Given this momentum, if they truly landed within the territory, everything would likely be destroyed except for a few epic buildings. The powerful beings in the territory reacted swiftly. Angel Yen activated the wormhole defense barrier, soaring into the sky. The Empress opened the cloud ring, maximizing the cloud giant's size to an astonishing 40 meters, swatting the meteors away. Li Hani softly uttered moon evening flower morning, and an endless sea of spiritual energy transformed into a protective net above the territory. The dragon, goddess, warrior, and 9 heavens holy princess also displayed their prowess. Boom boom boom, a small portion of the meteors were shattered, while most were deflected, landing outside the territory. Only then did Zhang Feng breathe a sigh of relief. Be aware, meteor hell is a composite magic of fire, earth, and summoning. Sure enough, the meteors that landed on the ground transformed into 5-meter-tall hellfire. However, over 100 exceptional level monsters could no longer pose a threat to the territory. The booming voice of Abysto echoed, interesting. Black-red flames surged from its body as it pointed its giant sword forward. With a command from the demon lord, countless demon armies surged forth from the mist, like a massive black wave, rushing towards the territory a kilometer away. Under the dominion of Abystos, the strength of the demon army surged dramatically. Take the elite berserker as an example. Its combat power increased by at least 2 star levels. As a result, after a round of RPG bombardment from the dwarven rocket shooters, the demon army suffered only 1,000 casualties. 1 minute later, the demon army was at the city gates. Destroy. Abisto swung his massive sword, engulfed in intense flames, down towards the territory. Power of thunder. Wormhole. Defense barrier. Angel Yen unleashed her ultimate move, colliding fiercely with Abisto's. Boom! Yen's face turned pale as she was sent flying several dozen meters before barely stabilizing herself. Meanwhile, Abisto's only staggered slightly, surprised. An angel? An angel capable of wielding the power of thunder is indeed rare. However, your ability to withstand my attack relies entirely on your powerful defensive skills, doesn't it? Seizing this opportunity, the Empress commanded a cloud giant honed to perfection to stab towards Abisto's chest. But Abisto's did not even flinch. Sizzle, the cloud sword, comparable to an A-grade skill, merely left a 1-inch deep scar on him, which quickly healed under the burning hellfire. The Empress exclaimed, "This guy is too tough." Yen spoke rapidly, "I'm afraid only my heavenly blade strike and Hanyi's lifeless sword can harm him. We need to hold him off." Ha ha ha. What a joke. You're using such powerful defensive skills, the consumption of spiritual energy must be enormous, right? What makes you think you can hold me off? Abisto's was utterly relaxed. The demon fire enveloping him consumed very little spiritual energy, and he wasn't worried about outlasting 2 level 20 heroes. Moreover, his demon army held an absolute advantage. He could hardly see any possibility of his defeat. But just a few minutes later, as Yan's wormhole defense barrier was on the verge of collapse, she suddenly pulled out a bottle of life water and drank it in one gulp. Her momentum surged once again, leaving Abisto's stunned. Immediately after, the Empress followed suit, drinking a bottle of life water, her aura skyrocketing. Abisto's could no longer contain himself, bellowing, "Shameless! You're cheating!" Unfortunately, his strongest skill, Meteor Hell, was an area of effect instant kill skill, which had little effect on a powerhouse like the Empress. The battlefield of the three fell into a stalemate. "It's stable." Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and then looked towards other battlefields. Silent Sword Chi. The razor-sharp gray sword Chi swept through the void. A level 35 epic flame demon suddenly froze in place. Then its massive body split in two from the middle, collapsing to either side, revealing Li Hani's figure behind it. Following that, Li Hani swung her sword in a series of strikes, sending out over 10 ordinary sword Chi, each accurately decapitating a 6-armed serpent demon. Zhang Feng marveled, to control sword Chi to such a level, truly worthy of the title Sword Immortal. Under Abisto's command, this wave of demons was far stronger than the previous one. There were 8 epic demons alone. As soon as the battle began, the territory was at an absolute disadvantage. Fortunately, there was the powerful Li Hani rushing to extinguish fires everywhere. Coupled with the resurrection ability of the Fountain of Life, they managed to hold on. Even so, disciples of Tianyin continued to fall. Even the leader of the goddess warriors, Xinxia, had to choose to perish alongside an epic demon during an assault. At this moment, Zhang Feng had no time to retrieve the fallen warriors' bodies. Full resurrection. 10,000 energy points vanished. Xinxia's figure soon emerged from beside the Fountain of Life, while her original body transformed into light points and disappeared. She bowed towards the direction of the drunken immortal tower and then rejoined the battle. The demons dwindled with each fight, while the number of troops in the territory remained unchanged. The scales of victory finally began to tilt towards the territory. 10 minutes later, Li Hani dealt with the last epic demon. She drank the last bottle of the Fountain of Life and then charged at Abisto's. Abisto's finally realized something. Ah, the Fountain of Life. That must be the legendary Fountain of Life that can nourish the world tree. How could a newly arrived lord from Blue Star possibly construct such a legendary building as the Fountain of Life? But he realized it a bit too late. Sword Chi of no life. Put. The unremarkable gray sword Chi tore a horrific wound deep enough to see bone at Abisto's waist. Demon blood, like magma, splattered on the ground, hissing as it fell. Abisto's face was filled with disbelief. How could a level 20 human possibly hurt me? A faint gray mist clung to the wound, desperately trying to prevent it from healing. What made him most despairing was that the hellfire on his body began to fade. Abisto's spiritual power had finally run dry. 2 minutes later. Heaven's blade strike. I won't accept this. Wounded and battered, Abisto's let out a customary roar of anger before finally being finished off by Yan's Heaven's blade strike. The Empress blinked. Is this considered a kill steal? Yan, same to you. Your hero Empress has slain the demon Lord Abisto's. Legendary hero, you gain energy *7 million, spirit stones *1 million, advanced book of carrying *1, skill book, meteor hell *1. A-class, territory advancement token *1. Looking at the heavenly Dao prompt, Zhang Feng was stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha! An A-class territory advancement token. A-class talent corresponds to a legendary lord's heart. If he were to enhance it, it would require 100 million spirit stones. Due to the constraints of the heavenly Tao rules, the highest quality Lord's heart that can be brought in and out of the 10,000 races battlefield is epic quality. This is also why Angin Man, despite her great background, could only possess B-class Lord talent. His green mountains and clear waters had advanced to C-class, already shrouded in spiritual mist, with a tenfold increase in spiritual energy concentration. So what if he advanced it 2 more qualities? To A-class? Of course. This last wave of monsters was already somewhat risky. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Feng decided to stop here. Talent advancement would have to wait until he returned to the town. The 45 waves of monsters contributed nearly 1 million points. The total score for the Broken Domain battle of 10,086 town reached 4.4 million, with Zhang Feng himself racking up over 3 million. This score was already enough to secure first place in the Qingyang County town ranking competition. After a few minutes, he collected all the high-quality demon corpses into his territory and softly said, "Exit the battlefield." After the golden light faded, the territory returned to the original town map. He simply arranged for the repair of buildings, resurrection of troops, and other follow-up matters. Zhang Feng then took out the A-class territory advancement token. Territory advancement cannot skip levels. However, Zhang Feng was now financially robust and easily purchased an E-class territory advancement token for 50,000 spirit stones. Then, he consumed 10 million spirit stones to enhance it to B-class. Lord Talent Advancement, advancing to B-class talent. Prompt: you use the B-class territory advancement token and your Lord Talent has advanced to Fairyland. Boom! Zhang Feng felt a tremor in space. The spiritual energy spilling out in the void instantly multiplied several times. Immediately after, in Zhang Feng's astonished gaze, all the spiritual mist rapidly condensed. Antlers, lion manes, eagle claws. A mini divine dragon several meters long gradually took shape. The little dragon circled around Zhang Feng for a moment, then affectionately rubbed against his cheek before diving into the ground. Dragon Vein. This is a Dragon Vein. Zhang Feng immediately checked the attributes of the Dragon Vein. Low-grade Dragon Vein, effect, condenses spiritual energy, producing spirit stones *10,000 per day. Effect, high-quality resources are more likely to appear near your territory. Effect, with the earth spirit and human talent, you can more easily recruit high-quality farmers and troops. Although it cannot directly enhance combat power, each one can accelerate the development of the territory, especially the second one. In comparison, the most inconspicuous is actually the first one, which produces spirit stones. Steadying his mind, Zhang Feng once again threw out the A-grade territory advancement token that had just dropped. Continue, advance to A-grade talent. Hint: you use the A-grade territory advancement token and the Lord's talent has advanced to Cave Heaven Blessed Land. No unusual phenomena occurred, but as the Lord, Zhang Feng could sense a faint spatial energy enveloping the territory. He immediately checked the attributes. Cave Heaven Blessed Land, effect, can divide deep space within the territory, with the total area of deep space not exceeding the current territory area. Effect: while the total amount of spiritual energy in the territory remains unchanged, the proportion of spiritual energy in each space can be adjusted appropriately. Effect: burn a large number of spirit stones to alter the flow of time in certain spaces. Deep space? This is equivalent to doubling the territory area, and it can still be hidden. Moreover, it can change the flow of time. Zhang Feng felt his breath become a bit heavy. After a long while, Zhang Feng finally exhaled lightly inside. Picturesque scenery, misty spiritual energy, multi-layered space, accelerated time. This is truly a Cave Heaven Blessed Land. He waved his hand casually. Deep space. Waves of spatial ripples spread around the Tianyin Pavilion, and the entire building vanished into thin air. But from Zhang Feng's perspective, the Tianyin Pavilion stood intact in the seemingly real yet illusory deep space. Everyone was taken aback. Where's the Tianyin Pavilion? The Empress searched the original location of the Tianyin Pavilion and found it truly gone. It's not an illusion. The Empress exclaimed, I can vaguely sense the existence of the Tianyin Pavilion, but I can't pinpoint it. Zhang Feng smiled slightly, and several green light spots shot out, entering the foreheads of a few people. This was the key to entering the deep space where the Tianyin Pavilion was located. The Empress took a step forward, her figure disappearing and reappearing moments later. After repeating this several times, the Empress sincerely said, the Lord's methods are truly indescribable. Zhang Feng laughed, you can enter the first enlightenment room of the Tianyin Pavilion to cultivate for a night, and I guarantee you will be even more surprised. Oh? Hearing Zhang Feng say this, the Empress was immediately intrigued. Alright, I'll give it a try. Then she said to Li Hani, Hani, the Lord's mansion only has 2 guest rooms. I'll be out all night, so you can sleep in my room. Li Hani nodded in confusion. The Empress suddenly thought of something, first glancing at Yen, then cautiously asked Li Hani, you're not also a few thousand years old, are you? After confirming that she was still 2 years older, the Empress finally entered the Tianjin pavilion with satisfaction. Yen looked at the Empress's back and curiously asked, could it be that with the increase in spiritual energy concentration, the effect of the Enlightenment Room has also enhanced? It indeed has. Zhang Feng nodded first, then added, but it's not because of the spiritual energy concentration, you can ask the Empress yourself later. Later? Yen was taken aback. Aren't you letting the Empress cultivate for a night? Zhang Feng smiled slightly, not explaining, but instead began to sort through the gains from this time. That advanced book of carrying, along with the other 4 intermediate attribute books dropped by the epic demons, Zhang Feng still used on himself. The attributes surged again. 3 epic treasure chests, 5 pieces of epic equipment, and an epic level, spatial ceiling, scroll. Next was that legendary skill book, Meteor Hell. Zhang Feng had already witnessed the power of this magic, and its casting distance was extremely far, making it a siege weapon. But looking at the usage conditions of Meteor Hell, Zhang Feng could only sigh inwardly. 500 points of spiritual power, 500 points of divine soul. Zhang Feng calculated for a moment. The strongest Empress in terms of attributes probably requires at least level 30 to barely use. Moreover, the Empress's main attribute is physique. Such a purely magical skill, when used by a magic hero, is even more effective. Zhang Feng could only temporarily store it in the warehouse. Finally, there were the demon corpses filling the territory square. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and spent another 4 million spirit stones to enhance 8 legendary recruitment orders. The legendary farmers in the territory just reached a small team of 12 people. Decomposed to obtain demon essence, legendary, Sheneng activated, yield increased by 5 times, obtain demon essence. Legendary, *5 decomposed to obtain demon remains, legendary, Sheneng activated, yield increased by 5 times, obtain demon remains, legendary, *5 decomposed to obtain. As the 12 farmers were busy working energetically, the Empress reappeared while yawning. I practiced all night, I'm so tired. Immediately after, she quickly noticed everyone looking at her with strange expressions, and then they were all stunned. I practiced for 10 hours, why is it still night? Yen seemed to understand something, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. To be precise, from the moment you entered the Tianjin pavilion to when you left, it took 62 minutes. The Empress was not a fool. Hearing Yen say this, she felt a moment of daze in her eyes. This is the power to change time. Zhang Feng was also very satisfied with the effect of time acceleration. With time acceleration, the main combat power of the territory could quickly raise the proficiency of skills and techniques to the highest level in a very short time. Of course, the consumption of spirit stones was also painful. Yen and Hani, if you're interested, you can experience it too. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep first. The functions of the cave heaven and blessed land were numerous, and Zhang Feng was not in a hurry to explore. However, just as Zhang Feng lay down on the bed, he received another prompt from the heavenly Tao. Prompt, Empress's favorability +1, current favorability 98 points. Prompt, Yan's favorability +1, current favorability 96 points. Prompt, Lihani's favorability +2, current favorability 90 points. Hehe, in the face of 10 times the training time, even the homebody Lihani can't escape the norm. The next morning, as Zhang Feng just stepped out of the Lord's mansion, he saw a beam of light rising from the east. Immediately after, the prompt from the heavenly Tao sounded. Prompt, Lord Lin Jian has migrated out of the town. Ordinary migration orders are not as good as advanced migration orders and cannot choose coordinates. Coupled with a long cooldown time, the price is not expensive. After using the ordinary migration order, the territory will randomly migrate into another open dragon country town. However, migrating the territory means giving up the resources already occupied. Of course, if luck is good, there might be a chance to reclaim land, and encountering high-level wild troop buildings is not impossible. But regardless of the outcome, no one would easily migrate their territory. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng opened the town channel. Wei Ming, Sai, someone has migrated away. Huang Xian, the brothers who returned. This morning brought the latest information. We have confirmed that there are already over 600 Sakura country towns in our county. Huang Xian, Wei Ge, are you leaving? Wei Ming, leave. My ass, have you forgotten the atrocities of Sakura country in Zone 632? Dozens of towns, they didn't spare even the entertainment lords and farming lords. Wei Ming, to be honest, I also prepared a migration order, but even if I leave, I want to have a grand fight with those devils before I go. Many lords from Sakura country are skilled in ghostly spirit techniques, so the dragon country lords like to call them devils. Huang Xian, Wei Ge is right, we can't just hand over the land of a county to those devils for nothing. Perhaps in the short term, it may not seem significant. But in the long run, the battlefield of 10,000 races is fought over resources and territory. Handing over the resources of a county will naturally squeeze the living space of other dragon country lords. This is also the main reason why the Qingyu royal family has been criticized. Tip: Wang Lanlan the Lord moves out of the town. Tip. However, when Wei Ming said this, it seemed to remind everyone of something terrifying, as another 10 or so lords were moving away. Seeing this, Zhang Feng immediately issued an announcement. Hello everyone, as the town mayor, I hereby solemnly declare that I will never give up the territory of Qingyang County. Brothers who are willing to stay and share the same fate, I welcome you with open arms. For those who want to leave, I will not stop you, but please make your decision before today, because tomorrow I will close the permissions for moving in and out of the town. Everyone should know the cost of forced relocation. Decide quickly whether to stay or leave. Wei Ming: alright. What Big Brother Jiang said is great. With these words, I will follow you from now on. Yin Man, descendants of the immortal Qin, we only know how to fight to the death, not to flee. Mu Qingxuan: I am a soldier. Every inch of land is stained with blood. Tushan Yaya: wherever Brother Jiang Feng is, that's where Yaya will be. Although Yaya is from the Tianhu clan, she is also a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. After a moment of silence, the regional channel became lively and soon showed a trend of polarization. Exactly. Not giving up an inch. Live or die with Qingyang County. Although I really want to stay, my family has been passed down for 8 generations. Thank you, everyone, for your understanding. Does anyone still have a city relocation order? I have one, but I only charge you a 50% service fee. Brothers making a fortune from war, does your conscience not hurt? Just like that. As time passed, more and more people moved out of the town. Even Lin Mo, Li Muse, and a few other relatively powerful second-generation lords quietly flew away without leaving a word. Wei Ming scolded Lin Mo in the town channel for a few minutes because Lin Mo still owed him 100,000 spirit stones. The golden crow sank in the west. There were still 403 lords left in the town. Zhang Feng did not feel sorry at all. Although everyone had their reasons for leaving, this opportunity also served to purify the lords of the town. That's about it. Zhang Feng looked at the list of lords in the town and then used his mayor privileges to create a small group. Brothers who have built the teleportation portal, you are welcome to visit my territory. Tushan Yaya: what about the sisters? In the evening, in Zhang Feng's territory, the conspicuous buildings like the Fountain of Life, Drunken Immortal Tower, Heavenly Sound Pavilion, and Lighthouse were all sent deep into the territory space by Zhang Feng. Even the rich spiritual energy from the outside was sent into the space where the Heavenly Sound Pavilion and Drunken Immortal Tower were located. So aside from a few conspicuous disciples of Heavenly Sound, Zhang Feng's territory now looked like an ordinary level 3 territory. Yin Man and Chuxia, Wei Ming, Tushan Yaya, Mu Qingxuan, Huang Xian, and 7 lords, including Zhang Feng, sat around a round table in the center of the territory. The round table was filled with delicious dishes, the vast majority being seafood. Of course, to avoid shocking the world, Zhang Feng only provided a few epic quality dishes, while the rest were of excellent quality. This left everyone in awe. Even Yin Man showed a look of surprise. Although the strength of the 7 varied, they were considered the strongest combat power of the town. Huang Xian had once gambled everything to secure the 10th place on the troop strength ranking, and the reward chest surprisingly yielded a team of excellent troops, the Shadow Knights, barely entering the ranks of strong. Tushan Yeye, about 1 meter 50 tall, said herself that she was considered tall among the Tianhu clan. The little fox had a delicate face, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. If it weren't for her fluffy big ears, she would have had the aura of a career woman. At this moment, she was sitting next to Zhang Feng, her equally fluffy big tail wagging rapidly. This was a sign of excitement from the Tianhu clan. So delicious, so good. The little fox was eating with grease all over her mouth. It would be even better if there were chicken. Huang Xian came from a small family and felt a bit nervous attending such a high-profile gathering for the first time. He cautiously said, "It's good that these guys are moving away. This way, the resource points occupied by other lords in the town will double, and monster resources will be more abundant." Wei Ming sighed, "But what about the various town ranking competitions in the future? We only have half the number of people. It's too disadvantageous. Zhang Feng can hold up half the sky." Tushan Yeye swallowed the fish in her mouth. With Brother Zhang Feng around, we're not afraid of any ranking competition. Although the little fox wasn't wrong, Zhang Feng still picked up a large piece of fish for her. If you can't speak, just eat more. What does it mean that Zhang Feng can hold up half the sky? Wei Ming patiently explained, the town ranking competition tests the overall strength of a town. Just like the recent Broken Domain War, even if Jiang Laoda and Yin Man are strong, they can only score hundreds of thousands of points individually. It's impossible to rely on one person to secure a ranking in the town competition. Zhang Feng felt helpless. He couldn't exactly say he scored over 3 million points by himself. It was one thing to be unable to explain, and it wouldn't be good to leak information in advance. Better to let them speculate after he secured first place. After all, these guys should be quite familiar with it by now. Ing Man nodded. This is indeed a problem, but with Zhang Feng's current reputation, as long as an announcement is made within Longwa, it shouldn't be difficult to recruit some people. Saying this, she glanced at Zhang Feng. Although the high-level city migration order is expensive, it's nothing for the second generation of some big families. Zhang Feng initially thought that with Ing Man's status, she would at least bring Meng Tian along for protection this time. He didn't expect her to come alone. This made Zhang Feng look at her in a new light again. Recruiting people is something to consider over time. Zhang Feng smiled and said, the reason for calling everyone here, besides meeting up, is for two things. First, the town is named Longyuan, symbolizing the hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, soaring into the sky, and I want to seek everyone's suggestions. Second, it's about the town's official positions. Although the other official positions in the town didn't have as much of a bonus as the mayor, they still had some individual enhancements. Ing Man directly said, I have no objections to the name, but I don't want an official position. Zhang Feng wasn't surprised at all. You're planning to move away, right? Everyone was taken aback by his words. Ing Man curiously asked, how did you guess? Zhang Feng lightly uttered 3 words, hero position. You're quite clever. Ing Man took out a high-level city migration order and gestured, I can forgo the other enhancements, but I can't give up the hero position +1, so I can only go to another town to be a mayor. But don't worry, there happen to be a few descendants of that traitor Sufu in Xingyang town, so I won't be leaving. We will continue to fight side by side in the future. And Chuxia felt a bit reluctant. So, Sister Ing, have you decided which town to go to? I've decided, it's 10,000. That town happens to have some descendants of the immortal Qin lords. Jiang Feng smiled and said, then I wish the big boss a smooth journey. As for the few official positions, I'll distribute them. Wei Ming will be the town's security officer. After distributing a few official positions, Zhang Feng continued, in the future, I'll trouble everyone to take care of the town's management. And Chuxia said speechlessly, I feel like you want to be a hands-off manager. Zhang Feng replied, be more confident, just remove the feel like. Suddenly, Zhang Feng's expression changed, and then he smiled, the second town has broken the domain. In the county channel. Tip, Town 10148 has completed breaking the domain. Tip, all lords of Town 10148 have joined the county channel. However, what surprised Zhang Feng was that the second town to break the domain was also a Longwa town. It's worth noting that the number of Longwa towns is very low in Xingyang County. The other party quickly sent a message, hello, compatriots of 10,086 town, I am Yi Iran, the mayor of 10,148 town. Oh, you've renamed it to Longyuan town? The dragon emerges from the abyss, what a great name. Is the great master Zhang Feng, who created the outstanding troops, around? And Chuxia looked at Zhang Feng in surprise and said, Yi Iran, she seems to be that genius from the Baiha Yi family. It should be. Zhang Feng nodded, I remember seeing this name in the provincial lord competition. Hello, Mayor Yi, I am Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng greeted politely, then curiously asked, you completed the domain break so quickly, did you give up on the town ranking competition? Yi Iran replied with frustration, the great master Zhang Feng should know our Longwa town's situation in Xingyang County, right? Many powerful lords plan to move away after claiming the domain break rewards. And the most important reward of the town ranking competition, town fortune, cannot be taken away. This explanation was reasonable. Delaying the domain break for rewards that couldn't be taken was indeed not worth it. Moreover, moving away a day earlier would allow the city relocation order to cool down a day earlier, and if they were not satisfied, they could relocate again. What are your plans, Mayor Yi? Yi Iran said lightly, it's impossible to run away like this. Even if we are outmatched, we must have a grand showdown with those little devils. Zhang Feng nodded. This aligned with Wei Ming's thoughts. Another hour passed. The heavenly Dao prompted that the third town had successfully broken the domain. Zhang Feng was delighted to see that it was another Longwa town. The mayor was named Xiao Wushang, also from Baiha City. Yi Iran exclaimed, Senior Wushang has also broken the domain? Xiao Wushang cursed, don't mention it, these cowards were scared out of their wits by those damn little devils and insisted on breaking the domain in a hurry. Yi Iran sighed, it seems that this time in the town ranking competition, our Longwa town will be completely wiped out. Xiao Wushang replied, it won't be a complete wipeout. Xiao Wushang continued, it is said that town 10010 has a descendant of the Ming Emperor, who is willing to spend heavily to retain the town's warlords, so there is hope to enter the top 10. Ing Nan said, you must be talking about Zhu Yeqing, right? As far as I know, he is a martial merit lord, and seems to have the Jinyui. Upon hearing this, everyone reacted differently. Xiao Wushang said, so it's the great master of the Xianqining family. Truly an honor. And Chuxia, Wei, Ming, and others were delighted. After all, having such a strong ally in the county town would ease their pressure a bit. Jiang Feng, however, was somewhat surprised. A martial merit lord. That's an extremely rare lord type. Martial merit lords take a different path, focusing on enhancing the personal combat power of the lord. Even the lord's heart is similar to a talent that boosts oneself, like for every 100 people added to the territory, the lord's spirit increases by 1 point. In the later stages, martial merit lords can tear apart giant dragons. Of course, the premise is that they must survive to the later stages. In any case, those with the courage to become martial merit lords, as long as they do not fall, will surely achieve extraordinary things in the future. Yi Iran exclaimed, epic troop Jinui? Martial merit lord. Isn't that enough to take first place in the town ranking competition? Xiao Wushang replied, it's too difficult. It is said that for this ranking competition, a group called Shinbayu Yainghua royal family spent heavily to acquire high-level city relocation orders, inviting 3 powerful warlords from other Sakura country towns that have not yet broken the domain, all descendants of the 6th heaven. Xiao Wushang added, and this is just town 10222, other Sakura towns also have strong contenders, after all, the base is large. And Chuxia suddenly said, as long as 100 towns break the domain, the town ranking competition will be settled. If all Longhua towns break the domain within 2 days, we can sweep the top 10. As the diplomat of Longyuan town, and Chuxia was the only lord besides Jiang Feng without a limit on speaking times. Yi Iran said, it's classmate Chuxia. You mentioned something we have also considered, but it's not very realistic. Among our few small towns, we have quite a few strong individuals, while some weaker towns probably won't be able to break the domain even after another week. And Chuxia thought the same. With Jiang Feng, Ying Man, and herself in their small town, the battle to break the domain was still so difficult, it was even more so for other towns. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly. The group enjoyed their food while chatting with compatriots from the other 2 towns. Just as they were about to disperse, 2 announcements flashed across. Announcement: Town 10111 has completed breaking the domain and joined the County Chat channel. Announcement: Town 15123 has completed breaking the domain and joined the County Chat channel. Wei Ming muttered, those little devils are back. What a buzzkill. Sanben Sishir Lu, hashtag at Yuan hashtag at %. A mayor from the Sakura country rambled on, but no one understood what he was saying. Xiao Wushang, with a fiery temper, shouted, stop speaking your devil language. This is the battlefield of all races, either shut up or use the universal language of all races. Sanben Sishir Lu, Baka. You dare to insult the noble Sakura language, die, die. Takatata Shinichi. In less than a month, our great Sakura empire will occupy the entire county city, and then everyone will have to speak Sakura language. Sanben Sishir Lu, Takatata-kun is right. Unifying Qingyang County starts from the small town ranking competition's first place. The 2 seemingly proud yet actually insecure Sakura nationals made Jiang Feng feel a bit nauseous, but he still insisted on watching. Xiao Wushang, don't get too cocky, save yourself from getting slapped in the face later. Takatata Shinichi, Yamamoto-kun, let's not pay attention to these stubborn dragon country people. How about we make a bet on which lord's town will win first place in this small town ranking competition? Sanben Sishir Lu, alright Takatata-kun, I'll go set up the betting table at the exchange. Takatata Shinichi, dragon country people, aren't you all so tough with your words? Why not bet on your own dragon country town to win? Xiao Wushang was so angry he was fuming, but he couldn't really bet on the dragon country town winning first place. That would be throwing his money away. Yi Iran advised, Wushang, calm down, be rational and patriotic. Xiao Wushang huffed, I won't stoop to their level. Soon. Tip: Lord Sanben Sishir Lu from town 10111 has set up a betting table at the exchange. Click to view rules. Jiang Feng was overjoyed. Another money-making opportunity had come, and it was from the Sakura nationals. Spending this money would definitely feel better. Moreover, this was a county-level betting table. Even though only towns that had broken the domain could place bets, it still covered over 100 towns. In fact, with Jiang Feng's current means, if he were to go all out to make money, it would be very simple. Not to mention anything else, just casually enhancing a legendary piece of equipment would yield at least tens of millions of spirit stones. But Jiang Feng was inherently cautious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold in Chuxia an epic hero token while using the caravan as a cover. After a pleasant conversation with Lord Luoshi, Jiang Feng became even more cautious. In Luoshi's words, you are currently in a precarious position, it's best to be as low-key as possible. So compared to selling high-level items, Jiang Feng preferred this legitimate income from gambling. Of course, it was fine to expose his strength appropriately, but there had to be sufficient benefits. For example, the Full attribute plus 50 and town luck plus 5 for the first place in this small town ranking competition. Seeing that the Sakura country had opened a betting table, Ingin Man joked, yeah, didn't you say Jiang Feng could hold up half a day? Now that the Sakura country has opened a betting table, do you want to place a bet on our Lonyuan town? And Chuxia shot Ingin Man a glare. Yeah, don't bully yeah. Unexpectedly, Tushan Yaya pouted and said, I'll bet. Jiang Feng quickly opened the betting table. It turned out indeed, Lonyuan town had a bet of 10,000 spirit stones placed on it. Jiang Feng inwardly cursed Ingin Man for stirring up trouble. Now the betting money would be partially taken by the little fox. Moreover, the little fox seemed to have bet 10,000 spirit stones all at once for the sake of face. Ingin Man also saw the betting board, was momentarily taken aback and then apologetically said, I'm sorry, yeah, I was just joking with you. I'll cover this money. Saying that, she directly transferred 10,000 spirit stones to Tushan Yaya. Seeing that she had not lost anything, Tushan Yaya immediately beamed with joy. Thank you, Sister Ing. If we lose, it's on you. If we win, it's for both of us. Ha ha ha. Ingin Man laughed heartily. Yaya is too cute. Of course, both of them considered the 10,000 spirit stones as a lost cause. At this moment, Sanben 46 exclaimed, Ha, foolish Dragon Kingdom people, someone actually bet 10,000 spirit stones on 10,086 town. Oh, it's called Lonyuan town now, right? Takeuchi Shinichi said. Yamamoto-kun, do they really have some confidence to bet 10,000 spirit stones? Sanben 46 replied, What nonsense are you talking about, Takeuchi-kun? They broke the domain so early. If they succeed, it's pure luck. Don't even mention the first place. If Lonyuan town makes it into the top 10, I'll commit seppuku right away. Hearing Sanben 46 say this, Takeuchi Shinichi quickly apologized. I spoke without thinking. Please don't hold it against me, Yamamoto-kun. The other two from the Dragon Kingdom towns were also confused. Xiao Wushang asked, which big shot placed the bet? To dare bet like this, could there really be some insider information? Ingin Man immediately took charge of the situation, saying, No, there's no insider information. I placed the bet and I made a mistake. She didn't want these people to blindly follow the trend and lose money. Yi Irin said, So that's how it is. Sister Ing, don't make any more mistakes, you're just giving money to the little devils. Seeing that the two believed her, Ingin Man breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Feng also relaxed. Takeuchi Shinichi shouted, Baka, I've tolerated the Chinese woman for long enough. If you dare speak disrespectfully again, don't blame me for using the extermination order against you. Yi Irin retorted, Damn little devils, do you think I'm giving you face? If you have the guts, use the extermination order right now. Jiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. The two town leaders, Yi Irin and Xiao Wushang, still had fiery tempers. After a brief interlude, the gathering ended happily. At least Jiang Feng was very pleased. Before leaving, Jiang Feng sent a batch of delicacies from the Drunken Immortal Tower to everyone. I only have this little local specialty in my territory, so consider it payment for everyone's salary. In fact, what Jiang Feng brought out was the work meal for the Tianyin disciples, a communal meal. After all, in the upcoming struggle for the county town, everyone would need to put in effort. Although these delicacies had minimal effect on the Tianyin disciples, they could still slightly enhance the attributes of elite or even rare troops. Wei Ming was immediately moved, pounding his chest. Boss, don't worry. I'll do my best to ensure the security of the territory. Huang Xian felt as if he were dreaming. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Mu Qingshuang took a deep breath. I'm just a lieutenant and don't have the right to represent the Jiangnan military district, so I can only thank you as a soldier. You're all too kind. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and took out the epic spear that the former empress had offered as a deep-sea bait. This was from the treasure chest earlier. Does the great Ingin Man have any interest? Jiang Feng spoke frankly. Epic equipment, Dragon Whisker Spear. Ingin Man's eyes lit up. It's a pity the level is a bit low. It would be even better if it were level 20. How about 500,000 spirit stones? Her 100 battles armor-piercing army was composed of spearmen. Jiang Feng was very satisfied with this price. The two sides happily reached a deal. In fact, Jiang Feng still had a few pieces of epic equipment obtained during the domain-breaking battle. However, all of them were above level 30, and no one could use them at this stage. The portals. Light flashed and shrank. Jiang Feng watched the figures of the six disappear. Late at night, Jiang Feng sat on the bed in the Lord's mansion and took a sip of today's life essence. Suddenly, he felt completely transparent, his mind clear. He estimated that after drinking 2 more bottles, his aptitude would advance to B level and then his attributes would surge again. Immediately after, Jiang Feng took out a book of martial arts. Iron Cloth plus E-level body refining technique. When cultivated to the transformation realm, can achieve a body of copper skin and iron bones. This was one of the techniques he had purchased from the Tian family merchant group back then. Although the technique could add extra attributes, it was not as direct as leveling up or equipping gear. In fact, the improvement in combat power was not as immediate as skills. Moreover, since Jiang Feng did not need to fight personally, he had never chosen a technique for himself. But now, having completed the domain breaking and entered a more magnificent world and about to go to war with the Lord of Sakura Country, Jiang Feng felt it necessary to enhance his self-protection ability. How to enhance self-protection? Naturally, it was to mindlessly stack physical strength. This time, he had won 110 million spirit stones from Yin Man. Although building the Fountain of Life and other miscellaneous expenses consumed more than half, Jiang Feng still had nearly 30 million spirit stones left, and he had long since chosen his enhancement target. Consume 20 million spirit stones, choose enhancement direction, 8-9 profound art upper section. As the golden light dissipated, a jade book appeared in Jiang Feng's hand. 8-9 profound art upper section, A level from the second heavens teaching protection divine skill, the supreme body refining technique of all races. Reminder, this technique is divided into upper, middle, and lower sections. When cultivated to the transformation realm, one can manipulate the heavens and the earth, and the physical body can become a saint. However, this technique cannot be practiced in conjunction with other techniques, and progress is slow. Only those with great willpower, great wisdom, and great fortune can cultivate it. There are risks in cultivation, and caution is required to enter the renowned 8-9 profound art. Jiang Feng had naturally heard of it. If the upper section alone reaches A level, then the middle section must be S level, which is divine level, and the upper section probably surpasses divine level, reaching eternity. As for the warning about great willpower, great wisdom, great fortune, Jiang Feng didn't consider it at all. Why worry about that when you're already so strong? Learn. The jade book vanished. The Yin number is 8, the Yang number is 9, and the product of 8 and 9 is the greatest number in Taoism. A profound incantation firmly imprinted itself in Jiang Feng's mind. Jiang Feng felt his physical strength being enhanced to an incredible degree, unable to suppress a groan. 1 minute later. Hint, your 8-9 profound art upper section has reached the entry level. So hungry. Fortunately, Jiang Feng was well prepared. He took out several portions of legendary meat and devoured them greedily with the Fountain of Life. Much better. After finishing 5 portions of meat, Jiang Feng let out a satisfied burp and then looked at his attributes. Jiang Feng level 10 attributes, physical strength 248 plus 300, spiritual power 198, soul 142 plus 100, capacity 221. Technique, 8-9 profound art upper section entry level, A level, skills, none equipment, phantom armor combat power evaluation 265 300. Jiang Feng took a deep breath. The entry level 8-9 profound art actually increased his physical strength by 300 points. It was important to note that he was only level 10, just from the attributes, he could definitely tear apart a dragon of the same level. Angel Yan's holy body was also an A-level technique, but it only provided plus 100 points to all attributes. In comparison, the 8-9 profound art, which specialized in physical strength, was clearly superior. And this was just the upper section. With such an outrageous effect, Jiang Feng felt an impulse to enhance another copy to give to the Empress. That way, all the Tianyin disciples could instantly reach entry level, doubling their combat power. However, upon seeing that the originally small success realm of 9th set of radio gymnastics had disappeared from his technique bar, Jiang Feng immediately dismissed that thought. He finally understood the meaning of cannot be compatible with other techniques. Although the 8-9 profound art is strong, its progress is slow, and the resources required are astronomical. I can't afford it. If the disciples of Tianyin study, they might never progress in their lifetime, which means this troop type would be rendered useless. Jiang Feng, having obtained a new technique, felt as if he had found a treasure. He immediately began to cultivate according to the grand outline of the mysterious arts. A few minutes later, the sound of even breathing filled the bedroom. The next day, Jiang Feng woke up early, feeling refreshed. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This 8-9 mysterious art is indeed marvelous." The first thing he did upon getting up was to check the county channel's situation. Overnight, the number of broken domain towns had increased to 11. Aside from the 2 Sakura country towns from last night, the rest were all dragon country towns. A hint of realization flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. This was undoubtedly an order from the higher-ups of Sakura country to delay the breaking of formations in all towns, giving the seed towns more time to compete in the town ranking matches. As for the 2 that broke the domain last night, they were likely also instructed by the Sakura higher-ups to enter the county first to gather intelligence. Of course, no matter how Sakura country arranged things, it was merely a struggle for second place. The only impact on Jiang Feng was that it delayed the time he would win this gambling money by a few days. Next, Jiang Feng checked the mayor's exclusive building, the Any Door, which had been completed last night. Upgrade, directly to level 3. Any door, level 3 function, consume spirit stones to open any door between any two coordinates within the town and a 300-kilometer radius. A maximum of 4 any doors can exist at the same time. Function, any doors can exist permanently, but maintaining them requires spirit stones. Function, any doors can be adjusted in size. The larger they are, the more spirit stones they consume. Function, the mayor can share the any door with other lords of the town or their own heroes. The any door is also one of the mayor's privileges. The level 3 any door extends its range to 300 kilometers outside the town map. Zhang Feng left one any door for his personal use, while the other 3 were set to be shared by the town. Hint: Mayor Zhang Feng shared, any door, any door, any door, click to use. After a moment of calm, the regional channel erupted in excitement. Wow, 3 any doors, the mayor is amazing. My territory's teleportation gate isn't even built yet and the boss has already constructed the any door? Wei Ming, 3 any doors. This means the boss has at least upgraded the any door to level 2. How many empty crystal stones does that require? If those deserters from yesterday knew the boss built the any door so quickly, they would definitely regret it. Wah, I checked, and it's actually at a fair price for sharing. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. Brothers who have used it, hurry and release it. Don't hog it and affect the other brothers' use. Seeing this, Zhang Feng smiled slightly and closed the town channel. With the any door, the lords could instantly reach their desired leveling points, greatly saving time. Zhang Feng also opened the terrain map that came with the any door and examined it. Soon, Zhang Feng chose his destination and softly said, generate any door, height 5 meters. Hint: the two coordinates you selected are 400 kilometers apart, consuming 4,000 spirit stones. Each minute of maintenance will consume 400 spirit stones. Do you confirm? 4,000 spirit stones were considered cheap for Zhang Feng. This was still due to the long distance and the size of the teleportation gate. Confirm. No further prompts. Soon, a 5-meter high any door unfolded in the center of the territory square. Through the any door, one could see an endless expanse of grassland on the other side. Zhang Feng, slightly excited and full of vigor, declared, Empress, Yan, Hani, all dragons, goddess warriors, 9 heavens holy princess, true disciples of Tianyin, let's go. This lord will take you to the outer domain. The outer domain is a relative concept. For lords who have just broken the domain, the unknown map outside the town is the outer domain. Exploring the outer realms also means greater dangers and more opportunities. It is the favorite of warlords. For farming lords and entertainment lords, however, the map spanning hundreds of miles within the town is sufficient for early upgrades and development. Moreover, the town is relatively safe. Even if the territory is subjected to a subjugation order, allies can quickly provide support using the teleportation array. 300 kilometers away from Longyuan town, on the boundless, vast grassland, a 5-meter high portal suddenly appeared, breaking the ancient tranquility. The Empress stepped out. A blind iron lion beast had just opened its massive mouth when the Empress cleaved it in half with a single sword strike. Immediately after, the 9 heavens holy princesses and the goddess warriors streamed out, forming ranks on either side. Only then did Zhang Feng stride out. The visibility of the map outside the town is much greater than that within the town. Zhang Feng could see a kilometer away at a glance. Hint: you have discovered the wind-whispering grassland, iron lion beast. Zhang Feng looked at the corpse on the ground. A level 35 to 45 iron lion beast, with the iron lion beast king reaching up to excellent quality, not bad. Behind Zhang Feng were all 70 members of the Tianyin true inheritance. Finally, Long Zhou's massive body squeezed out from the portal and soared into the sky. Zhang Feng began to assign teams. Yan and the giant dragon will explore the map freely. Tianyin true inheritance will form groups of 10, led by a 9 heavens holy princess. The goddess warriors will split into 2 small teams. 2 days ago, when leaving the broken domain battlefield, Zhang Feng still had 10 million energy left. Coupled with the energy gained over the past few days, the goddess warriors, 9 heavens holy princesses, and the giant dragon had all reached level 13. Ordinary level 40. Monsters have a combat power of around 140 stars, and this lineup is more than enough to handle them easily. According to the rules of the 10,000 races battlefield, in the regular large map, as long as you kill monsters that are more than 10 levels higher, you gain extra energy and drop rate bonuses. This is also one of the advantages of high-tier troops. After assigning the teams, Zhang Feng emphasized once more, everyone act freely and report your location immediately if you encounter monsters of excellent quality or above. However, it is well known that high-quality monsters are rare, and daily monster grinding is the norm for all lords. As soon as Zhang Feng finished speaking, a series of beeping sounds came through. It was Enchushia's video call. I really don't know who I offended. After connecting, Enchushia complained, I just arrived. in the outer realm hell and ran into an epic level earth bear, which is level 30. The Dwarf King is no match for it, and now this damned beast won't leave me alone. It has already killed 2 of my Longbeard warriors. Can you handle it, Mayor? If not, I can only escape back to the town. Jiang Feng was speechless for a moment before quickly saying, give me the coordinates, and I'll send troops over immediately. Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh. The path had narrowed before. As long as he kept up with an Xuxia's pace, would there still be a lack of bosses? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Feng waved his hand. Level up, directly to level 20. A series of halos flashed, and Longzhou's body continued to expand, soon becoming a colossal creature over 30 meters long. A level 20 dragon with a combat power of 360 stars. Hint, your troop Longzhou has reached level 20, unlocking the skill transformation. Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction, then curiously asked, Little Jiu, show me your transformation. The others also looked at Longzhou with curiosity. Longzhou, feeling a bit shy, said, with so many people watching, it's a bit embarrassing. Can you ask them to turn around, Lord? Jiang Feng chuckled, stop the nonsense, hurry up and transform, we have tasks to do later. Longzhou comforted from the side, Sister Jiu, you are a beauty among the dragon clan. Even if you look ugly after transformation, it won't be too bad. Little Shi, thank you. Longzhou shot a glance at Longshi. Then the massive body seemed to transform into a ball of energy, rapidly shrinking until it finally took on a humanoid form about 1 meter 70 tall. Upon seeing the high-class face of Longzhou after her transformation, Jiang Feng was instantly stunned. Shen Farong? After transforming, Longzhou sported a neat head of black short hair, wearing a short jacket on top and a body-hugging skirt below, with her long legs clad in skin-colored silk. This was exactly the image of Longzhou that Jiang Feng had in mind from Hong Kong films. Goodness, could my stereotype in my mind have such a strong influence? Even the transformation of a giant dragon can be affected. Jiang Feng was very satisfied with Longzhou's appearance after her transformation and even more pleased with her attributes. After the transformation, Longzhou's combat power remained unchanged at 360 stars. This meant that her total attributes did not change. The difference was that her physique, spiritual power, and soul had all shrunk, only slightly higher than an ordinary level 20 legendary unit. And the carrying capacity was finally not 0 anymore, but had reached 270 points. This also meant that Longzhou could finally wear equipment. Jiang Feng took out a piece of high-quality courage armor. Consume 700,000 spirit stones, choose enhancement direction, level 20 dragon soul armor. In the end, Jiang Feng spent 4 million spirit stones to custom enhance a top-tier epic set for Longzhou. The level 20 top-tier epic set, just looking at the additional attributes, was already no less than the Empress's Flowing Cloud set, though the additional skills were much weaker. Longzhou's combat power instantly reached 480 stars, and her physique soared to 600 points. This was the giant dragon. Without top-tier equipment, the strength of the giant dragon form far exceeded that of the humanoid form. If equipped with top-tier gear, the humanoid strength would far surpass that of the giant dragon form. So, it still came down to money. Of course, before reaching 10,000 stars in combat power, the humanoid form could not fly. At this moment, Xuxia also sent her coordinates. Activate the Anywhere door. After greeting Xuxia, who was on the other side of the Anywhere door, Jiang Feng said to Longzhou, Xiaozhou, I appoint you as the territory's special envoy. For the time being, you will stay by Lord Xuxia's side. If any monsters appear that Lord Xuxia cannot handle, then you can take action. Longzhou replied crisply, yes, my lord. Soon, Jiang Feng was peering through the Anywhere door, watching Longzhou ruthlessly take down a level 30 earth bear. Meanwhile, Xuxia stood by, her face in a daze. After a while, she finally exclaimed, this is the giant dragon from that day, transformed at level 20? Her name is Longzhou, you can just call her Xiaozhou. Jiang Feng nodded and smiled, you never know what risks you might encounter in the outer domain maps. You always seem to run into high-level bosses, so from now on, Xiaozhou will stay by your side. Don't worry, any monsters you can handle, Xiaozhou won't steal from you. She could both kill bosses and provide Luoshi with peace of mind. It was a win-win situation. And Xuxia was deeply moved but quickly refused. Xiaozhou is your greatest trump card. If she's by my side, what about your safety? You've created an exceptional unit and now your reputation is widespread. The Sakura Kingdom and even the Lighthouse Kingdom are probably eyeing you in secret. Hearing Xuxia say this, Jiang Feng was very pleased. Not only because Xuxia was sensible, but it also proved that Man still had principles, at least not revealing his trump card to her good sister Xuxia. Jiang Feng waved his hand. Whoosh whoosh, the remaining 11 giant dragons roared past above the Anywhere door, appearing in Xuxia's line of sight. Not just one giant dragon, Jiang Feng said with a smile to the stunned Xuxia, but a team of Giant dragons. But Jiang Feng still underestimated the shock brought by a team of legendary units. Heavens, 12 giant dragons. And Chuxia instinctively clutched her chest, so excited that she was almost speechless. Is this the benefit of reaching world renown and reputation? No wonder you were able to defeat Sister Ring and seize the position of mayor. At this moment, Long Jiu had also dealt with the Earth Bear. Luck was on his side, as he looted an epic scroll, earthquake, and a level 30 epic armor. Jiang Feng pointed at the massive bear carcass and said, I won't be polite with the item rewards, I'll share half of the epic bear meat with you later, it should be about 1,000 units. He felt a bit embarrassed since he had gained so much. Moreover, his legendary farmers not only had a fivefold yield but could also decompose legendary ingredients from higher tier materials. By that calculation, giving Enchuxia 1,000 units wouldn't even be a tenth of what he had. Yet, even so, Enchuxia shook her head firmly, without your support, I would only have been able to escape back to the territory in a sorry state, suffering even greater losses. Whatever you harvest is your ability. This is a win-win for us. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and said, how about this, I'll make some finished epic delicacies and send some to you. And Chuxia hesitated before nodding. Well, okay, but not too much. He. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly, you get back to work and I'll go hunt some monsters. Long Jiu jumped up and waved, goodbye. Lord, Xiao Jiu will miss you. And Chuxia watched enviously. Even ordinary lords had to treat epic troops well. For example, her dwarf king, while diligent in his work, complained daily about wanting to drink. If he didn't get his drink he would sulk. But now the dragon was almost turning into a lapdog, while Jiang Feng still seemed somewhat indifferent. Over here, Jiang Feng had just waved his hand to cancel the portal when he received a message from Yen. Report, Lord. A pack of iron-backed howling wolves has been discovered 10 kilometers to the southeast, approximately 1,000 strong. Among them is a level 43 exceptional howling wolf king. Moreover, there is a fine copper mine near the wolf pack. Upon hearing fine copper mine, Jiang Feng's face broke into a smile again. After the joy, Jiang Feng couldn't help but complain, with Enchuxia's constitution, it seems effective even through the portal. Fine copper is an essential resource for upgrading the territory to level 4, and it is currently the only resource Jiang Feng lacks. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to find fine copper mines within the town map unless one is blessed with luck. This means that if the town doesn't break the domain, it will be hard for the territory to advance to level 4. What a great start. It seems he needs to interact more with Enchuxia. I'm heading over now. Jiang Feng commanded, then called out to the Empress and the others, let's get to work. 10 minutes later. Boom! Jiang Feng punched out. The 3-meter-tall iron-backed howling wolf was instantly sent flying several dozen meters. By the time it hit the ground, its skull had already caved in, and after a few convulsions, it lay still. Haha, what a thrill! Jiang Feng laughed, with my current foundation, it would be a pity not to become a military merit lord. However, after killing a few monsters, Jiang Feng stopped. It is said that battles can become addictive, and he didn't want to turn into a battle maniac. After all, those who often walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. The great Ming war god from the 6th heaven serves as a cautionary tale. Soon, including the iron-backed howling wolf king, the entire wolf pack was exterminated. He gained a total of 360,000 energy and over 200 items, including treasure chest equipment, which he tossed into the warehouse. Following that, Jiang Feng opened his exclusive portal and threw dozens of excellent grade wolf corpses back to the territory. Then, through the portal, he instructed, Farmers 1 to 4, you will immediately gather the fine copper mine here. The 4 responded respectfully, yes, Lord. Within Longyuan town. Apart from Jiang Feng, no other lord could venture 300 kilometers into the outer domain. Yingyin Man might be able to, but with her strength, entering a level 40 monster map would not only fail to improve leveling efficiency but could also lead to troop casualties. For the next 2 days, Jiang Feng dominated the map all by himself, and it was simply exhilarating. He systematically eliminated large monster groups within 100 kilometers radius. Just among the elite monsters, he had slain 11 of them. Meanwhile, Long Jiu had once again killed an epic-level Golden Lion King on Enchuxia's side, making Jiang Feng marvel at his own foresight. During these 2 days, 2 significant events occurred. The first event, Town 10,000 completed its domain break. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yingyin Man used a high-level city migration order to fly away, successfully becoming the mayor of Town 10,000. The second event, another cherry blossom town broke its domain. This was initially a normal occurrence. However, it quickly escalated when the mayor of the Cherry Blossom town posted a message in the county channel. Fujiwara Ryuya, hello, Jiang Fengkuan. The great Cherry Blossom Empire has always valued talent and hopes to become close friends with you. Money, beauty, status, whatever conditions you desire, feel free to propose. Zhang Feng's heart stirred as he glanced at the private messages. Only then did he realize that this guy had sent him quite a few messages, but he had never bothered to check messages from strangers. In response, Zhang Feng couldn't be bothered to comment, "An ant can become friends with a divine dragon? Xiao Shan, ha ha ha, well said, Zhang Feng." Fujiwara Ryuya probably didn't expect Zhang Feng to be so merciless, leaving him no way out. In anger, he left 2 words: arrogant. However, after this incident, Zhang Feng became increasingly cautious. After all, one should underestimate the enemy strategically but take them seriously tactically. Soon, the day for the Blue Star Channel to open arrived. The strategy for monster farming in the Outer Realm had already formed a routine. Even ordinary Tianyin disciples were heading to the Outer Realm to farm monsters at level 30. Zhang Feng granted the portal access to the Empress and returned to his territory to enjoy some peace. In the evening, Zhang Feng was diligently practicing his 8-9 mystical skills. Just as he was about to doze off, he suddenly received a notification from the Heavenly Dao. Notification: you have upgraded your Lord's Mansion to level 4, unlocking the building Swordsman Hall, and your territory area has increased to 70,000 square meters. Notification: the area of the deep space in the cave heaven has expanded to 70,000 square meters. Finally upgraded to level 4. The area of the deep space in the cave heaven was the same as that of the external space. After upgrading to level 4, Zhang Feng's territory area instantly increased to 140,000 square meters, greatly alleviating his land pressure. After all, epic buildings took up a lot of space. As for the building unlocked at level 4, Swordsman Hall, can recruit human swordsmen. After reaching level 4, ordinary lords could finally mass-produce elite troops. However, for Zhang Feng, it still didn't even count as a chicken rib. Suddenly, a county message caught Zhang Feng's attention. Announcement: Town 10222 has completed its domain break and joined the county chat channel. 10,222? Zhang Feng instantly recalled what Xiao Wushang had said a few days ago. This cherry blossom town had a descendant of the divine martial emperor who had gathered several powerful warlords, making it the top seed town in the town ranking competition. Immediately after, announcement: Town 10010 has completed its domain break and joined the county chat channel. Xu Yeqing, hello, brothers of the Dragon Kingdom. I am Xu Yeqing, willing to share life and death with all my compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom. It was indeed the descendant of the Ming Empress. Xu Yeqing, oh, has someone already opened a betting pool for this town ranking competition? Haha, I happen to have great confidence in my town, so I'll bet 1 million spirit stones for fun. Announcement: Town 12158 has completed its domain break, another cherry blossom town. In less than 2 hours, over 20 towns completed their domain breaks. It seems that the towns aiming to compete in the ranking matches have started to break the boundaries as well. After all, if they don't break the boundaries soon, they might lose their qualification if they exceed the 100th rank. In other words, the rankings for the town's competition will be announced as early as today, or at the latest, tomorrow. By then, I will have a substantial amount of spirit stones coming in. As Zhang Feng was contemplating how to spend this money, a message popped up in the county channel. Shinbei, Zhang Fengkuan, I heard you rejected my good intentions. Although this is a foolish decision, I, being as magnanimous as I am willing to give you another chance to choose. Zhang Feng chuckled in disbelief. It was Yi Yiren who shot back. Are the lords of Sakura country all deaf dogs, unable to understand human speech? Yamamoto. 46. Baka, that Chinese woman dares to disrespect Lord Shinbei, she deserves to die. Shinbei, Yamamoto-kun, how can you speak to a lady like that? Yamamoto 46. Hi. Lord Shen is right. Miss Yi, please accept my apologies. Seeing Zhang Feng not respond, Shinbei was not angry. In that case, I hope Zhang Fengkuan can remain this tough. Hee, if I were you, I would immediately tuck my tail and flee from Qingyang County. Ha! This guy is using provocation to force himself to stay in Xingyang Town. Is he going to take action? Zhang Feng finally felt a flicker of interest in the Long Yuan Town Management Group, and Chusha expressed concern. Zhang Feng, did you see what that Shinbei said in the county channel? Zhang Feng replied, you know my strength, don't worry. And Chusha, it's easy to dodge a direct attack but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Wei Ming was a bit nervous. Boss, if they issue a decree against you, remember to notify everyone immediately. Although we may not be as strong as you, we can still do our part. Today, after I returned to Blue Star, the military district leader summoned me. Mu Qingshuang suddenly said, the leader's intention is for you to leave Qingyang County immediately, and even entrusted me to bring you a high-level city relocation order. You have created an exceptional troop type, which is not something we ordinary warlords can compare to. Any of us can die, but you cannot. Zhang Feng was somewhat moved. Please help me convey to the leader that I appreciate his good intentions. Tushan Yeye still had a unique perspective. How about Jiang Fengage comes to my territory to avoid the storm? They definitely won't expect that. Jiang Feng laughed. There's no need to be nervous. Even if Sakura Country really has some moves, it will surely be after the rankings for this town competition are announced. By then, unfortunately, before Jiang Feng could finish, he was slapped in the face. A disciple of Tianyin, responsible for guarding the territory, hurriedly approached Jiang Feng. Lord, several humanoid stealth units have appeared outside the territory and have already been marked by the lighthouse. Stealth units? Jiang Feng's spirit lifted, and he immediately commanded, pass on my orders, do not alarm the enemy. Jiang Feng ascended to the terrace of the Drunken Immortal building and gazed into the distance in the direction indicated by the Tianyin disciple. This is one of the functions of the cave paradise. The deep space can see outside, but the outside cannot see inside. Sure enough, several gray shadows were probing around the territory. Each shadow had a large light above its head, which was the lighthouse's mark. Of course, the lighthouse mark could only be seen by Jiang Feng and those authorized by him. They themselves were unaware of it. Interesting. A few minutes later, the shadows retreated. Soon, hundreds of figures emerged from the edge of the war fog 1,300 meters away. Shi Dao troops, Kamakura warriors, Xinjiang division, and a small team of swordmasters. After clearly identifying several teams with obvious Sakura Country characteristics, Jiang Feng's expression darkened. There was no warning about external territories forcibly relocating to the town. That is to say, there is only one possibility. They entered Longyuan town through a teleportation array of some lord within the town. 1 kilometer outside Jiangfeng territory. A lord from the Sakura nation chuckled. As expected of Lord Shenba, there are only a dozen troops in Jiangfeng territory, and those exceptional troops he created are still leveling up in the outer realms. Watanabe-kun, when we are 300 meters away from Jiangfeng territory, immediately use the space sealing scroll to prevent him from using the teleportation array and any doors. TSK. Who would have thought that there isn't even a watchtower in Jiangfeng territory? Watanabe-kun said excitedly. It's going even smoother than I imagined. I originally just wanted to destroy Jiangfeng's territory to teach him a lesson, but I didn't expect Jiangfeng himself to be in the territory. Matsushita-kun, if we can kill Jiangfeng or even capture him alive and bring him back to the Sakura nation, we will surely earn Lord Shenba's appreciation and even be regarded as trusted confidants. Matsushita-kun nodded. However, the streetlights in Jiangfeng territory are quite nice. I wonder if we can obtain the blueprints after destroying them? Streetlights? Watanabe-kun questioned. What streetlights? Matsushita-kun said to one of his jonin. Describe the situation of that streetlight. Hi! The jonin exclaimed. That streetlight is really bright. Listening to the jonin's description, Watanabe-kun frowned. Suddenly, a glimmer of disbelief flashed in his eyes. By the divine martial emperor, it can't be. Matsushita-kun asked curiously, what's wrong? At this moment, they had already entered a 500-meter range of the territory. Watanabe-kun suddenly shouted, we might have been exposed. Quick! Accelerate the march, then immediately use the space sealing scroll to prevent Jiangfeng from escaping. Although Matsushita-kun didn't understand why, he was still willing to trust his companion's judgment. But just then, a buzzing sound broke through the air. The group looked up. They saw 20 missile-shaped objects piercing through the fog of war, heading straight for them. Scatter. So thick and so long, what skill is that? The two were terrified, screaming out loud. 1 second later, boom, 20 small mushroom clouds rose into the sky. This was a true instant kill. With vision, there is opportunity. With range, there is truth. Hint, your troop, Dwarf Rocketman, has killed Lord Watanabe Atuki, gaining energy *18,000, space sealing scroll, rare. *1. Hint, Dwarf Rocketman has killed Matsushita Eiju. Hundreds of battle reports instantly flashed by. About half of them featured troops with Sakura characteristics. Space sealing scroll? These guys are quite well prepared. Space sealing can prohibit the use of spatial abilities such as teleportation gates and any doors. If combined with a silencing scroll, it can be said to kill invisibly. Of course, the space sealing scrolls of these two Sakura people are only of rare quality, capable of sealing a space of a few kilometers at most. The epic quality space sealing scroll that Jiangfeng previously obtained during the Battle of the Broken Domain could instantly seal an entire town. And the tragic incident in Zone 632 that Wei Ming mentioned earlier was due to the Sakura Nation using a legendary level space sealing scroll to seal an entire county of the Dragon Nation. Jiangfeng said to the 20 dwarf rocketmen below, the mission is over, you can go back and drink. So soon? The 20 dwarf rocketmen exchanged glances, seemingly a bit reluctant. To be honest, Jiangfeng was somewhat envious of the dwarf rocketmen's lifestyle. But who could blame them for not having normal attacks, making them unsuitable for leveling up? Watanabe Yatoki, Matsushita Eiju, 2 lords from the Sakura nation, and a squad of epic troops, Swordmaster. Sending this lineup to raid my home, Lord Shenbai Yuichi must think highly of me. What a pity for a squad of epic troops. This team of swordsmanship masters is only level 18, roughly equivalent to the attributes of a level 40 minor demon, and without any defensive skills, they naturally cannot withstand the intense bombardment from the dwarf RPGs. It can be said they died in utter frustration. Instantly over 200 million energy credited. Indeed, killing and arson brings in the gold. Zhang Feng sighed, then frowned. However, there are actually hidden dragon traders in the town. As the town mayor, Zhang Feng's authority can influence the territory level. For instance, which territory migrates into or out of the town. But the usage of the teleportation portal within the territory is the Lord's personal privacy. Therefore, in the absence of any external territory migration, the appearance of such a situation can only mean one possibility: these enemies entered Longyuan town through a teleportation array set up by some dragon trader. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng sent several messages in the town channel. Just now, 2 lords from the Sakura kingdom attacked my territory. Please be on guard. However, the 2 Sakura lords have already been captured by me and are currently undergoing severe interrogation. I believe there will be results soon. 5 seconds later. Hint: Lord Wang Zhenghao forcibly migrated out of the town. Zhang Feng's mouth curled up. Fortunately, this dragon trader has poor psychological quality. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. But most lords reacted quickly. With the current level of the town mayor's portal, it is impossible to forcibly break into other towns. There is also no prompt for territory forcibly migrating in. So, Wang Zhenghao forcibly migrating out of the town is a sign of guilt. Wei Ming shouted angrily, I remember this guy, he is not far from my territory. I didn't expect him to be that damned dragon trader. And Chuxia said, the cost of forced migration is enough for this guy to drink a pot of it. Mu Qingshuang's tone turned cold. Next time I return to Blue Star, I will report this matter to the military district immediately. The rules of the 10,000 races battlefield cannot punish him, but our Dragon Kingdom's military court can. Tushan Yeye was filled with righteous indignation. Jingwei filling the sea, this dragon trader also has the surname Wang. Perhaps he is related to that famous Wang surname dragon trader. I really want to throw him into the sea too. Zhang Feng praised, Yeye, your history studies are really good. Tushan Yeye replied, it's still brother Jiangchen who has good taste. You are the first to praise Yeye like this, unlike Su Su and the others. Even without the dwarf rocket shooters, these few hundred people posed no threat to Zhang Feng. There are still 10 heavenly wrath towers in the deep space. But Jiang Feng thought for a moment and decided to call back Zizishan and 10 Tianyin true disciples from the outer domain map. Zizishan can help with leg massages and shoulder rubs. The Tianyin true disciples can take turns resting. After the town broke the domain, news of a lord's death at this level would no longer be announced by the heavenly Tao. After all, a county city has nearly 1 million lords and countless die every day. Therefore, the deaths of the 2 Sakura Kingdom lords did not stir any waves except for the god Hakiyuchi who sent them. Hakiyuchi had pale skin and a sinister gaze. He stood a full 1.7 meters tall, quite imposing in the Sakura Kingdom. At this moment he was entertaining 3 guests. They were warlords from the top 3 noble families, Mori, Kamabin, and Oda. Below, 12 elite units of geisha were dancing gracefully, their enchanting figures evoking fantasies. Hakiyuchi elegantly raised his wineglass and softly said, Gentlemen, the Dragon Kingdom lords are timid as mice. After we scared them, more than half have already voluntarily migrated out of Xinjiang County. Once we secure first place in this town ranking competition, we can launch a blitzkrieg and completely take Xinjiang County within a month to bolster the prestige of our great Sakura Empire. Oda Yua smiled and said, Many media outlets in the country have already begun reporting this matter. It must be your family creating momentum behind the scenes. Shinbayu did not deny it. If we can capture a county city in the 10,000 races battlefield within a month, the families of the 3 of you will surely share in the glory. That goes without saying. Oda Yuha said seriously. However, the Dragon Kingdom has always been blessed with talented individuals. For example, that Jiang Feng, with his self-created exceptional troops, is probably not inferior to us. Jiang Feng? Shinbayu nodded his head slightly. Although Jiang Feng's strength is decent, his mind is lacking. Oda Yua suddenly thought of something and exclaimed in shock. Could it be that Lord Shinbayu has already made a move? Shinbayu said lightly, Perhaps tonight, the 3 of you will see Jiang Feng kneeling at our feet. Oda Yuha looked at him with admiration, raised his wineglass, and said, Lord Shinbayu strategizes from the shadows and wins from afar. I admire you, let's drink to that. Before Shinbayu could lift his wineglass, a sudden notification rang out. Tip, your troop, Swordmaster, has been killed by Jiang Feng. Tip, what? The sudden 12 Notifications from the heavenly Tao struck like a bolt from the blue. Shinbayu jumped up, even knocking over his wineglass without realizing it. Bakayaru, Watanabe just reported that Zhangfeng's territory is empty, with hardly any troops. How could they possibly fail the mission? At that moment, his vassal lord, Miyamoto Zawa, burst in, drenched in sweat. Lord Shinbayu, the avatars of Watanabe and his companion have been extinguished. Shinbayu shouted sternly, how did they die? Miyamoto Zawa stammered. I don't know. In the blink of an eye, both of them were dead. Not a single word was transmitted back? Well, not exactly. Baka. Shinbayu was furious, spit it out quickly. Miyamoto Zawa glanced at the three noble descendants present and whispered, Watanabe only transmitted 4 words thick and long. The atmosphere in the room instantly became strange. Shinbayu muttered, thick and long. What did they do to Watanabe? Oda Yua and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with amusement. As top noble descendants of the 6 heavens, they were more like collaborators with Shinbayu rather than subordinates. Seeing this scene, Shinbayu was filled with rage and embarrassment, no longer caring about Watanabe. What was even harder for him to accept was that to ensure the mission's success, he had lent Watanabe a team of sword masters. Even in the Battle of the Broken Domain, he had only lost 4 sword masters, but now he had lost an entire squad. Through gritted teeth, Shinbayu said, what a bunch of useless fools. And that Jiang Feng, dead. By the way, that person from the Dragon Kingdom, what was his name again? Miyamoto Zawa immediately replied, Wang Zhanghao. Shinbayu asserted, I know. It must be that Wang Zhanghao colluding with Jiang Feng, setting a trap which led to Watanabe's mission failure. You immediately contact the Mei organization, no matter the cost. Get rid of this traitor. Miyamoto Zawa replied, hi. After Miyamoto Zawa left, Shinbayu forced a smile and said, I didn't expect that the pawn I had placed in the Dragon Kingdom for many years would betray the Great Cherry Blossom Empire. I apologize for the laughter of the 3 of you. Oda Yua asked, but why did Watanabe only transmit 4 words? It must be a silencing scroll. Shinbayu said seriously, Watanabe and his companion had a team of epic troops and over 100 exceptional troops. If it weren't for the silencing scroll, they definitely wouldn't have failed to transmit any useful information. Oda Yuha nodded, then changed the subject. The Broken Domain town has reached 93, and I believe the rankings for the town competition will be announced soon. I wonder if you 3 have participated in the betting established by Yamamoto 46? Mentioning the town's ranking competition, Shinbayu finally felt a bit better. This time we have 3 steadfast supporters, and our town has scored 2.9 million points, easily securing first place in the rankings. We should definitely place some bets, just for fun. Oda Yua chuckled, I don't really care about the spirit stones. But after gaining 5 points of town luck, the high-quality resource points and wild monsters in our town will surely experience a surge. Lord Shinbayu promised us 1/10 of the town's territory, so don't go back on your word. Shinbayu replied earnestly, rest assured, you 1.3 billion. Jiang Feng looked at the amount of spirit stones in the betting pool, his face filled with excitement. 1. Shinba Town, 42.58 million, odds, 3.242. Yanming Town, 11.28 million, odds, 12.233. Among the top 10 bets, there was only one Dragon Country town, which was Yanming Town where Zhuyeqing was located. The rest were all from Sakura Country towns. The reason Yanming Town could rise to second place was probably because there were more Dragon Country towns that had broken the domain. The bet under Longyuan Town still only had the Little Fox's 10,000 spirit stones, with current odds reaching 13,000. What surprised Jiang Feng was that the 10,000 town named Old Qin by Ying Man also had a 100,000 spirit stone bet. It was likely that Ying Man placed the bet herself. It was unclear whether she was just playing around or had some hidden cards. At this moment, the number of towns that had broken the domain had reached 96. The spirit stones in the betting pool were still continuously increasing. Jiang Feng estimated that before the betting pool was locked, a large sum of betting capital would still be injected. In the town channel, Wei Ming, brothers, I bet 1,000 spirit stones on Baiming Town just to support my compatriots. Huang Xian, Weigu is right, I also bet 500, after all, we can't lose face, we can't let the devils look down on us. Wei Ming, this can be considered a small bet for a big win. With how confident Boss Zhuyeqing is, what if there's a surprise upset? Half an hour later. Announcement. 10,568 town has completed breaking the domain and joined the county chat channel. Qingyang County's 100th town finally completed breaking the domain. The exchange also sent a prompt simultaneously. Prompt, in 10 seconds, this town ranking competition betting pool will be locked. 10, 9, 8. Jiang Feng placed 990,000 spirit stones under Longyuan Town in the last 3 seconds. Just enough to make a total of 1 million in bets. After all, even if he bet 10 million, it would only earn him a little over a million. Spirit Stones. Although the risk was very small, there was still some risk. As Jiang Feng expected, in the last few seconds, a large amount of Spirit Stones surged into the betting pool, reaching a staggering 240 million. Jiang Feng couldn't help but rub his hands in excitement. 240 million? What does that mean? To know that a level 3 life spring, even if the blueprint was enhanced by Spirit Stones, would only consume 178 million Spirit Stones. With this money, he could immediately enhance materials, raising the life spring, Tianyin Pavilion, and Zuaxian Tower all to level 4. If used to enhance sets, he could at least fill 20 sets of the Flowing Cloud set or 60 sets of the Dragon Soul set. Quickly calming his emotions, Jiang Feng looked at the already locked betting pool. 1. Shinba Town, 67.83 million, odds, 3.53, 2. Beichao Town, 43.21 million, odds, 5.55, 3. Yenming Town, 16.82 million, odds, 14.28. 32. Longyuan Town, 1 million, odds, 240. Beichao Town? Seeing this town suddenly jump to second place, Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes. The Beichao family was one of the largest families in Sakura Country's fifth heaven. He remembered that the bet placed by Beichao Town was only 12 million. Spirit Stones. Now it seemed that the lord of the Beichao family was equally confident, wanting to seize this opportunity to monopolize the 240 million betting capital. Beep, beep beep, a message from a friend arrived. As Jiang Feng expected, it was indeed the little fox. Tushan Yaya, brother Jiang Feng, the bet in our town has turned into 1 million. Did Yaya miss out on another 100 million? Jiang Feng replied with a smile. Don't be greedy, earning 1.2 million is still quite a lot. Tushan Yaya, oh. Tushan Yaya, I guessed right, it really was brother Jiang Feng who placed the bet. Tushan Yaya, but brother Jiang Feng, you calculated it wrong. If I had one, I could have earned 2.4 million Spirit Stones. Jiang Feng, did you forget what you said to your winning sister? If you lose, it counts as hers, if you win, it counts as yours. Tushan Yaya, oh Jiang Feng, I'm just reminding you, no need to thank me. Just then, above the fog of war, at an altitude of 1,000 meters, lines of golden characters emerged from the void, now announcing the rankings of this town's ranking competition. Total points for the Broken Domain War, 10th place, Town 11478, reward. Mayor Watanabe Inuki, all attributes plus 10, Town Fortune plus 1. This town hasn't even been named yet? Jiang Feng was slightly surprised. However, why does the name Watanabe Inuki feel familiar? The Heavenly Tao quickly clarified for him. Due to the death of Mayor Watanabe Inuki of Town 11478, the attribute reward is cancelled, Town Fortune plus 1. Jiang Feng was speechless. He finally remembered that this name had appeared in his battle report. Jiang Feng roughly guessed the truth. This Watanabe Inuki must also be a powerful warlord. Perhaps in an attempt to connect with the divine Shenhechu, he took the risk to sneak into Longyuan Town to ambush his territory right after the Broken Domain. As a result, he didn't even have time to name the town before being wiped out by him. The next announcement from the Heavenly Tao made Jiang Feng's eyes widen instantly. That attribute reward of Watanabe Inuki will be inherited by the mayor of the town that ranks first in this ranking competition. As soon as these two pieces of news were released, the entire county town was in an uproar. Watanabe Kuan is dead? I remember he was still active in the county channel not long ago. Could it be that he went to the outer domain to level up and unfortunately ran into a high-level boss? The lords of Sakura Country who knew Watanabe Inuki looked bewildered. They seemed unable to believe the facts before them. Huang Xian used one of his few speaking opportunities. It's hard to get into the top 10, and now the attributes are inherited by someone else. It's just hilarious. This statement instantly drew the ire of the Sakura Country lords. Baka, Dragon Country people, don't gloat. Humph, anyway, the first place is still from our Sakura Country. What are you so happy about? Huang Xian sneered. Our Dragon Country has Yenming Town. Maybe these attributes will be inherited by the great Shu Yeqing. However, he also knew, objectively speaking, Yenming Town's competitiveness seemed to be inferior to Shenhechu Town. Soon, the 9th place was announced. Total points for the Broken Domain War, 9th place, Wuding Town, reward, Mayor Wuding Sora, all attributes plus 10, Town Fortune plus 1. The lords of Sakura Country erupted in cheers. Some lords couldn't help but shout slogans. The Great Sakura Empire sweeps the top 10. Long live Dominating Blue Star. Wuding Sara, the town fortune is indeed well deserved. I just received a notification that a regular stone mine has mutated into a sky blue stone mine due to years of spiritual energy washing. This statement once again drew cheers from all the lords of Sakura Country. After all, there are only 10 ranks in the town ranking competition, so the announcements from the Heavenly Tao were a bit slower. There was about a 1-minute interval. 8th place. 7th place. The cheers of the Sakura lords grew louder while the Dragon Country lords gradually fell silent. Because from 10th to 5th place, all were towns from Sakura Country. Although it was expected, the reality still hit hard. The only comforting thing is that Yanming Town, which all the lords of the Dragon Kingdom have high hopes for, has yet to make an appearance. At least there remains a glimmer of hope for the lords of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Shin Hachiyo suddenly bubbled up. Miss Hachiho, you bet 30 million spirit stones on yourself, you must be quite confident. The mayor of Hachiho Town, named Hachiho Mai. Hachiho Mai smiled and said, Lord Shin Hachiyo, regardless of who among us takes first place, it is for the glory of our great Sakura Empire, so what does it matter? It was clear that she was a cautious person, her words precise and measured. Shin Hachiyo boasted, haha, well said. Since that's the case, let me compete with Miss Hachiho for first place, even if I lose to you, it will still be a fine story. The two chatted and laughed, as if first place had already been decided. This made the lords of the Dragon Kingdom grit their teeth in frustration. In the Dragon Abyss Town channel. Damn it, look at those little devils looking so pleased with themselves, it's really infuriating. Wei Ming, if it weren't for our town being played by the Heavenly Dao, with the strength of Boss Jiang and the Great Shan, how could they be so arrogant? And Chuxia, sigh, if I could do it all over again, I would rather give up the plus 20 to all attributes reward. Tushan Yaya, hee, everyone take a look at the betting odds, maybe it will lighten your mood a bit. Although Jiang Feng bet 990,000 spirit stones on Dragon Abyss Town, the town's ranking in the betting odds was only 32nd. Most people only focused on the top 10 seed players and few flipped through the pages. The little fox was able to notice it right away because she had also bet 10,000 spirit stones in it. Unfortunately, no one noticed the little fox's hint. Just then, the 4th place was announced. Total points for the Battle of the Broken Domain, 4th place, Shin Hachiyo Town, reward for Mayor Shin Hachiyo plus 10 to all attributes, Town Fortune plus 1. There was a moment of silence. Wei Ming, haha, this is killing me. Huang Xian, ha, this guy just now was so determined, turns out he's just a paper tiger. And Chuxia, strange, wasn't it said that he spent a fortune inviting 3 top noble descendants? Even one of them is a direct descendant of Oda Nobunaga. How could he be so weak? Huang Xian, I can't hold back anymore, I still have a few chances to speak today. I'm going to the county channel to confront him. Jiang Feng, since you speak so well, go ahead and say more. Tip, Lord Huang Xian has become the town's diplomat. In the county channel, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom were greatly shaken. Huang Xian and a few others with sharp tongues seized the opportunity to attack Shin Hachiyo. Such a disgrace drove Shin Hachiyo mad. Impossible. How could I be 4th? Even if I lose to Miss Hachiho, I should still secure 2nd place. Let's say, even if Yanming Town really has some hidden cards, I should at least be 3rd. 4th place and 10th place had completely identical rewards. With his background, he was originally confident of making it into the top 10. Yet, in order to secure 1st place, he had spent a huge price to invite 3 noble descendants. In the end, he gained nothing. This made him feel like a fool. Why has nothing gone right since the broken domain? Just like when he ambushed Jiang Feng earlier. The more Shin Hachiyo thought about it, the angrier he became, suddenly drawing his sword and stabbing a geisha. This startled the other 3. On the city wall of Yanming Town. Ha ha ha, cough cough cough. Zhu Yeqing laughed loudly, then immediately began to cough violently. His face turned somewhat pale. It's worth it for me to activate the 2nd star of 7 stars pointing life. I charged in a few more waves of monsters. As long as I can suppress that devil Shin Hachiyo, what does it matter if I take a few more days to recuperate? However, Zhu Yeqing's smile slowly faded, replaced by doubt and seriousness. Among the top 3, there must be Yanming Town and Beichao Town, but which other small town is it? I already know the situation of Longhua Town very well. So, are you saying that there is still a town in Sakura Country that is even stronger than Shenba Town? This is certainly not good news. Just as Zhu Yeqing was lost in thought, the 4th place's golden letters in the sky faded away. Immediately after, the 3rd place was announced. Upon seeing that line of large characters, Zhu Yeqing's expression instantly turned gray, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Total points for the Battle of Breaking Domains. 3rd place, Yanming Town, reward for Town Lord Zhu Yeqing, all attributes plus 20, small town luck plus 2. He could no longer suppress his injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood. 5 points of luck. I can do without. Even 50 points of all attributes, I can give up. But as a descendant of the Ming Emperor, I actually lost to Sakura Country. It's simply a disgrace to the Shu family. What Zhu Yeqing could think of, other Longhua lords could naturally think of as well. It's over, the Japanese actually took the top 2 spots. Damn it! I bet 300 spirit stones on Yanming Town, and now I'm losing everything. Bro upstairs, tell me privately, how many spirit stones did you lose? I'll double it for you, just hope you can shut up. Ah. Brother, don't blame me, I was being an idiot, I spoke without thinking. After several breaths, Zhu Yecheng barely gathered his spirits and immediately posted a message in the county channel. I failed to secure first place, I am sorry to all my Longwa compatriots. The losses everyone incurred in the betting pool will be borne by me alone. Those whose trading posts have reached level 3 can private message me now. At this moment, a lord couldn't help but say, our Zhu boss, in order to score a few more points, didn't hesitate to use forbidden techniques, and now we don't even know how his injuries are recovering? Seeing this, Zhang Feng's gaze sharpened. It turned out that Zhu Yecheng had used forbidden techniques to surpass Shenbai Yuyi. Zhu Yecheng is a good person, passionate, bold, and responsible. Zhang Feng couldn't help but admire. Brother Zhu truly lives up to the name of a descendant of the Ming Emperor. The rest we will leave to us. Yin Man rarely chimed in, though defeated, still honorable. Wei Ming also joined in. Brother Zhu Yecheng, there's no need to blame yourself, we all willingly bet on you for first place. My 1,000 spirit stones can just be fed to the dogs. Zhang Feng's expression darkened. He had been somewhat fired up. Who knew this guy would suddenly blurt out such a thing? This grudge was now established. Tu Shan. Yaya said sympathetically, Brother Wei, you better pray for yourself. Wei Ming was confused. What's wrong? Isn't it politically correct for me to curse the little devils? Tu Shan Yaya, don't you really feel a chill down your back? Wei Ming, that's strange. Now that you mention it, it does feel a bit. Watching the Longwa people united in spirit in fighting against a common enemy, the Sakura country lords felt a bit sour. Damn it, clearly Longwa is defeated. Why do they feel like they've won a victory? Just making light of their suffering. If momentum were useful, why would we need strength? Baka, Longwa people, listen up, all of you cry, and then pray for our great Sakura Empire to show mercy. That's what you should be doing now. Shenbai Yuyi had regained his composure. Among the top two, one must be Beichao Town. And the other town lord, everyone belongs to Sakura country, so there's no need to hide anymore. Beichao, my Lord Shenbai is right, after all, we still need to cooperate sincerely in the future. A silence fell. Suddenly, a Longwa lord spoke with hope. It can't be our Longwa small town, right? As soon as this guess was made, it was met with cold ridicule from the Sakura country lords. Even the Longwa lords shook their heads in disbelief. Someone sighed, alas, if Longyuan town hadn't broken the domain so early, it really could have been possible. Just then, the second place was announced. Total points for the domain breaking. War, second place, Beijiao Town, reward, Mayor Beijiao my all attributes plus 30, town lot plus 3. Now Beijiao my couldn't remain calm. Who exactly is this esteemed person? We are all lords of Sakura country. Why must you toy with us like this? Although the reward for second place was also quite good, she had staked 30 million spirit stones on herself. Zhang Feng said leisurely, do you know why no one is answering you? Because the first place is my Longwa town, Longyuan town. Securing first place was a done deal, and Zhang Feng had no more concerns. Beijiao Mai, however, was amused with anger. I thought Zhang Feng, who created an outstanding troop type, was some remarkable figure. Turns out he's just an arrogant fool. Shinbei said, I think you've lost your mind. As far as I know, Longyuan town barely reached 1 million points. Zhang Feng was not surprised that Shinbei knew this detail. At the time when the domain breaking points surpassed 1 million, there were still 19 lords left on the battlefield, and that dragon trader Wang Zhenghao was one of them. Of course, what happened afterward was known to no one. Yamamoto Shijuro said, I once said, even if Longyuan town doesn't get first place, if it can make it into the top 10, I will immediately commit seppuku. Takeda Shinichi replied, Yamamoto-kun indeed said that. I can testify to this. Yamamoto Shijuro said, thank you, Takeda-kun. This statement immediately drew praise from many Sakura lords. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng's earlier words plunged the Longyuan town channel into an awkward silence. After a long while, Wei Ming said, Boss, you've boasted so much, it's hard for us to back you up. The most excited was the little fox. Brother Zhang Feng is amazing. She had been somewhat skeptical before. Suddenly, the rarely vocal Yin Man popped up in the county channel with a single word. Damn. The life water Zhang Feng had just drunk nearly spurted out. That girl must have seen the bets placed on Longyuan town. From what I know about her, she understands me well, so she must have guessed it was my bet. And Chusha exclaimed, although Jia is usually bold, this is the first time I've seen her curse. What happened? Tushan Yaya reminded again. Yaya said earlier, everyone should take a look at the betting board. Soon, Wei Ming exclaimed, what the hell? Who bet 1 million spirit stones on our Longyuan town? Wei Ming corrected himself, I misspoke, it's 990,000, Yaya bet 10,000 earlier. Huang Shen said, my god, it can't be that the boss placed the bet. Everyone felt it was hard to believe. Mu Qingshuang excitedly said, "Does everyone remember, when we withdrew that day, Mayor Jiang, Feng, Miss Ying, and Chu Xiao were still grinding? Did the three of them really grind a few million points together?" Zhang Feng's expression instantly became extremely strange. However, saying it this way didn't seem wrong. Together with Ying Yinman's wealth, it might even exceed 10 billion. Mu Qingshuang's words sparked a glimmer of unrealistic hope in everyone's eyes. Could it be true? Just relying on the three of them, they managed to score enough points for first place? Wei Ming suddenly jolted, recalling what he had just said, and quickly remedied, "Boss, I'll consider my 1,000 spirit stones as a tribute to you." What they didn't know was that Xia, one of the trio, was also bewildered. She had charged through 14 waves, and Ying Yinman, based on the timing, should have been around wave 25. This meant that if it were true, Jiang Feng alone had scored nearly 2 million points. But right after that, Xia recalled the combat power that Long Jiu had displayed in recent days. It seemed it wasn't that hard to accept. After all, she had never heard of a new lord clearing 30 waves of monsters in the domain break war. No one knew how many points the monsters after the 30th wave would yield. In Xia's territory. This is simply outrageous. It's like outrageous opened the door to outrageous. It's outrageous to the core. And Luoshi was enjoying the delicacies sent by Jiang Feng while watching the town's ranking competition. Hearing her daughter mumble to herself, she frowned and said, "No swearing. And what do you mean by outrageous?" And Luoshi's territory had developed for over 20 years. Aside from daily leveling, any major actions were measured in months. Thus, she often used her level 3 administrator privileges to check on her daughter. And Chuxia hesitated for a moment. "Our town might be in first place." "First place?" And Luoshi was taken aback, then shook her head and said, "Absolutely impossible. According to your previous description, for Longyuan town to get first place, Jiang Feng would need to score at least 2 million points by himself. I've never heard of something so outrageous." At that moment, the sky shone with golden light. Total points: first place in the domain break war, Longyuan town, rewards town lord Jiang Feng, all attributes plus 50, town luck plus 5. First place was quite impressive. Dozens of gilded characters illuminated half of the night sky, and Chuxia, having been mentally prepared, was the first to regain her composure. She then shrugged at the dumbfounded Luoshi. "So, it's really outrageous." Before Luoshi could say anything, hiss, and Chuxia suddenly gasped, "Is this the effect of the town's luck boost? So terrifying." Tip: your fine iron mine has mutated into a primal iron mine. Tip: your crystal mine has mutated into a 5-colored crystal mine. Tip: in an instant, 7 or 8 messages flashed by. One of the rare level silver mines had directly advanced to an exceptional resource mithril mine. This was an important building material for level 10 and beyond. At this moment, and Luoshi finally came back to her senses. She murmured, "This is unscientific. Could it be that monsters above the 30th wave have extra point rewards? Even so, this can't be explained by self-created exceptional troops. Jiang Feng must have other trump cards." And Chuxia exclaimed excitedly, "Who cares, anyway? Jiang Feng is a freak, so it's not surprising what he does." "Mom, you don't know, my resource point just..." Listening to Chuxia's description, and Luoshi temporarily set aside her doubts. Then she sincerely rejoiced for her daughter. Under normal circumstances, exceptional resources only appear in maps around level 50. This is also why, during the novice period, no one has ever brought high-quality blueprints from the main world, because there are no corresponding construction resources. Not only that, but the resource points in the town do not require heavy guarding, which effectively liberates combat power and improves monster hunting efficiency. At this moment, and Luoshi was extremely glad she had chosen Jiang Feng as an ally. Of course, there was one thing she selectively ignored. Even with the luck boost, not everyone could suddenly possess exceptional quality resource points like Chuxia. After all, Chuxia still didn't know she was a child without a father. Just then, a ranger suddenly appeared, loudly reporting, "Report to the Lord." The watchtower just observed the silhouette of an epic flying dragon beast. However, it did not attack the territory but instead circled north. "Flying dragon beast? Chuxia was taken aback, then shouted, "Little Geo." Due to the importance placed on legends, and Chuxia initially wanted to call her Geo. Jia. But how could Long Geo dare to respond? "Got it, Chuxia Jia." The valiant Long Geo leaped from the territory, transforming in midair into a massive creature 30 meters long. Then, they rushed toward the direction of the epic dragon beast, and Luoshi looked at Long Geo's agile figure and exclaimed, "Legendary units at this stage are simply like a bug. And her equipment in human form is also extraordinary. It seems to be a high-tier set. But why is she called Long Geo?" And Chuxia chuckled. She hadn't told anyone about Jiang Feng having A team of giant dragons, not even her own mother. To change the subject, she proudly said, I'm not bad either. A dwarf king, 2 storm guardians, and nearly 100 elite dwarf units. The production rate for storm guardians is 1 every 3 days, and Inshusha had just recruited her second one today. And Luoshi nodded in satisfaction. In another 20 days or so, the dwarf king's palace will be able to recruit a hill king. According to the agreement with Jiang Feng, as long as we pay 5 million spirit stones, we will have priority recruitment rights. At this point, and Luoshi sighed, another 5 million spirit stones. Your mother's savings are almost being drained. By Jiang Feng. When you mix in this world, you have to pay it back sooner or later, and Shusha encouraged, we mother and daughter will work together to make sure to drain him too. He. And Luoshi chuckled lightly, and then a glimmer of wisdom flashed in her eyes. And one more thing, regarding the 3 of you working together to earn 2 million points, you don't need to explain. I believe Jiang Feng will appreciate this favor. No explanation? And Shusha pondered for a moment and understood her mother's intention. Got it. A similar scene unfolded in every territory of Longyuan town. The town channel was filled with excitement as if it were the new year. My resource point mutated, rare resources. I finally have rare resources. My fine iron mine was attacked by a merman leader, but I'm so happy. That's a rare level boss. There are high tier bosses to fight without leaving the town. This is amazing. Why do I feel like the drop rate has increased? It's not just a feeling, although there's no specific formula. It's widely accepted that luck can increase drop rates. Haha, long live Jiang Feng, long living Dalao, long live Goddessin. I wonder how those lords who moved away will react to the changes in the town? They'll probably regret it deeply. And throughout Xinjiang County, the Dragon Kingdom lords were gaining momentum. Many lords who originally planned to leave after watching the excitement chose to stay in Xinjiang County. At least for now, they were in a wait-and-see phase. Who wants to be a coward when they can be a hero? Of course, the premise is to stay alive. Beep beep beep. A series of short message notifications. Jiang Feng glanced at them. It was actually a message from Ying Man. Besides a team of legendary dragons, you should have other trump cards, right? If I guess correctly, this must be related to spirit stones, otherwise, you wouldn't have been so eager to ask me for that 100 million spirit stones as a stake that day. It seems the speculation from the outside that your self-created unit method is pay to win has some credibility. Of course, prayers, sacrifices, training, technology, there are all sorts of ways to create units, and that's the charm of the battlefield of all races. In any case, Xiao Jiang, you did well this time. Keep it up, asterisk. Ying Man rambled on with her guesses, all reasonable and well-founded, making Jiang Feng read with great interest. But when he saw the last sentence, his smile froze. Xiao Jiang, what the hell is that? He wanted to reply, you're just an 18-year-old girl, don't act so mature. But halfway through, he silently deleted it. He was already cool enough, there was no need to expose Ying Man's identity just for a moment of verbal advantage. If it led to the real dragon Ying Zhang, it would truly be asking for trouble. I've lived 2 lifetimes, I won't bicker with a little girl. The true situation of the Battle of the Broken Domain is known only to Jiang Feng. Of course, and Shusha and Ying Man also know that it is all thanks to Jiang Feng, while others only have a vague understanding. What Jiang Feng is most satisfied with is that they did not step forward to explain. This way, he can reduce the attention from the Sakura Nation on him. In fact, even for a renowned figure at the 6th heaven, descending requires a significant investment, and after descending, one must also abide by various rules. So even if Jiang Feng really racked up a few million points in the Battle of the Broken Domain, it would still be far from alarming the upper realm. However, the threat level accumulates bit by bit, and a quantitative change will eventually lead to a qualitative change. It's better to be cautious. Suddenly, a heavenly prompt that only Jiang Feng could hear sounded. Prompt, the town's fortune has increased, unlocking the evolution of the Dragon Vein. Current evolution level 5%. Prompt, the current amplification effect of the Dragon Vein has increased. Prompt, the Dragon Vein has unlocked new amplification effects. Ha ha ha. Jiang Feng laughed heartily. I should have thought of this earlier. The Dragon Vein is indeed a symbol of good fortune, naturally connected to luck. At the same time as the heavenly prompt, a mini dragon made of spiritual energy burrowed up from the ground, joyfully circling around Jiang Feng and affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Jiang Feng could clearly feel a joyful emotion emanating from the little dragon. After teasing the Dragon Vein for a while, Jiang Feng finally checked the newly unlocked Dragon Vein special effect. Effect increases the drop rate of all lords, heroes, and unit types in the town by 10%. When opening treasure chests, the chance of triggering fortune smiles upon you is doubled. Awesome! Jiang Feng could hardly contain the joy on his face. He still remembered when He obtained the top spot on the leaderboard. Everyone speculated whether the Lord Talent Green Mountains and Clear Waters had a hidden attribute that enhanced luck. It was likely that at that time, those guys were mostly joking. Unexpectedly, it has now come true. However, it requires the talent to be upgraded to be grade or above and to obtain the town's fortune. The Dragon Vein increases the drop rate of all units in the territory. This means it is effective not only within the town but also in the outer realms. This is much more powerful than the town's fortune. The original chance of fortune smiles upon you was 1 in 10,000, now increased to 1 in 5,000, which seems like a small improvement. But the Dragon Vein is only of low quality, and the evolution level is just 5%. With 5 points of fortune value and an evolution level of 5%, does that mean with 100 points of fortune value, the evolution level would be 100%, thus upgrading to a medium-quality Dragon Vein? Unfortunately, this kind of advanced knowledge is something even Jiang Feng, the academic prodigy, has not delved into. Regardless, I need more town fortune. Jiang Feng thought urgently. Currently, there are mainly 2 ways to obtain town fortune. The first is the heavenly rewards from the town ranking matches, and the second is fortune plundering. However, to plunder fortune, it seems that currently only the fortune betting order can achieve this. This is a high-end item. It has been nearly 10 days since the opening, and not a single piece has dropped in the entire town. It's too early to think about this now. Let's first see what I've gained this time. He pulled up the prompt from the trading post. Prompt: you have won first place in the town ranking match. Broken domain points. Betting pool. Your betting amount is 990,000, accounting for 99% of the winning amount. You have received 238 million spirit stones. With nearly 240 million spirit stones, it would be impossible for Jiang Feng not to be excited. Most of these spirit stones came from the lords of the Sakura Nation. Since the bets placed in Yanning Town were only over 16 million, Jiang Feng felt justified in his expenditure. Of course, if any lord from the Dragon Nation secretly bet on Sakura Town, Jiang Feng could only say they deserved it. The soul of the unit types, buildings, skill books, and martial arts books. There are so many places that require spirit stones. He still needs to think it over carefully. Suddenly, the little fox sent a message to Shan. Yeah, whoa, half of the money I earned was taken by Sister Ring. Jiang Feng almost laughed out loud. However, he curiously retorted, is Sister Ring really that short on money? To Shan, yeah, she said she wasn't short on money, but this is money gambled from the Lord of Sakura Country. It's just so thrilling to spend. Jiang Feng, Yanning Town. Ha ha ha, what a relief. Cough cough cough. I thought this time Sakura Country would steal the spotlight. But unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. The least likely Longyuan town suddenly emerged to take first place. Zhu Yeqing laughed out loud again. The ups and downs of emotions also made him cough violently once more. Frightened, he quickly steadied his mind and operated the secret royal technique, which finally suppressed his injuries. Ha! Zhu Yeqing took a deep breath. With the strength of the 3, we can aim for the top. Truly a peerless genius who created an extraordinary troop. Truly the winner of Xianqin. Even that lord in Chuxia must have extraordinary qualities. With such allies, our chances in Xingyang County have greatly increased. But Zhu Yeqing sighed. After defeating the little devils, these few will also be my greatest rivals for the position of county magistrate. Ding ding. Ding, a video request prompt sounded. Zhu Yeqing opened it and was stunned. Jiang Feng? This guy is looking for me now. Could it be to show off? However, from a brief observation, Jiang Feng didn't seem like that kind of person. After connecting the video, Zhu Yeqing forced himself to be cheerful and said politely, "Congratulations to brother Jiang Feng for taking first place. From now on, fortune will be on your side. I had heard of brother Jiang Feng's great name before the domain-breaking battle, and seeing you today truly lives up to the reputation." Jiang Feng sized up Zhu Yeqing for a moment and sighed. It seems that what that brother just said was not wrong. Brother Zhu is indeed seriously injured. Zhu Yeqing's smile froze. Brother Jiang is looking for me. It can't be just to watch me make a fool of myself, right? Of course not. Jiang Feng smiled and got straight to the point. I happened to obtain a bottle of healing holy medicine during the domain-breaking battle. Brother Zhu, would you be interested? Prompt: Lord Jiang Feng has mailed you Water of Life *1. Out of appreciation for Zhu Yeqing, Jiang Feng didn't send a picture first but directly mailed the actual item. Water of Life? Zhu Yeqing was taken aback. The name sounded somewhat familiar. Immediately, his eyes widened, and he quickly opened the trading platform to take out a green crystal bottle. It really is Water of Life, not to mention. Now, even a year after the opening, it would still be a treasure among treasures. For the current lords and heroes, a portion of Water of Life is enough to fully restore health and mana. Zhu Yeqing exerted great effort to calm himself down and cupped his hands. This is indeed a lifesaver. For me, I am willing to offer 10 million spirit stones. Zhang Feng laughed. Brother Zhu is generous. After all, it was just a one-time consumable, and at this stage 10 million spirit stones was already a high price. Of course, under normal circumstances, unless one was in dire straits, Zhang Feng wouldn't sell such an item that seemed a bit beyond the norm, because selling too much could easily raise suspicions. But Zhu Yeqing fought hard to secure third place, which also brought glory to the Dragon Country. Plus, with this guy taking the lead, it could divert Sakura Country's attention from him. That's why Zhang Feng decided to make an exception this time. Thank you, brother Zhang Feng. After the transaction was completed, Zhu Yeqing took a deep breath. But I must say in advance, I won't go easy on you in the future county competition. Zhang Feng laughed. That is only right, we will keep it fair. After hanging up the video call, Zhu Yeqing struggled for a long time but ultimately couldn't bring himself to drink it. Relying on the royal elixirs, my injuries can heal in a few more days. And this bottle of life water is enough for me to activate the third star of 7 stars pointing destiny, without dying, allowing me to save it for when I encounter a strong enemy next time. Unfortunately, Zhang Feng did not know this. Otherwise, he would surely marvel at how this guy was truly a reckless warrior. Some were joyful while others were sorrowful. The lords of the Sakura nation were in a state of mourning, even unwilling to believe it. Oh, Amaterasu, this can't be real. The heavenly Tao must be joking, right? Yeah, the heavenly Tao is very humane. It wouldn't be strange for it to play a joke on us. Meanwhile, the top 10 town leaders of the Sakura nation, including Kitahomai, Kamihachi Yuichi, and Mutasara, all fell into silence. At this moment, Huang Xian suddenly said, "Who just said they wanted to commit seppuku?" As soon as these words were spoken, all the lords of the Sakura nation fell silent. Zhang Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "You are a qualified diplomat." Receiving Jiang Feng's praise, Huang Xian seemed to be invigorated. I remember someone came forward to testify, right, Takeda Shinichi? Takeda Shinichi, Baka, this has nothing to do with me, I don't know anything. Huang Xian, screenshot, click to view. So this is what Gua said? This guy was relentless in his reasoning, which made the Dragon Nation lords feel quite pleased. Xiao Wushang, haha, brother Huang, well done. Yamamoto Shijuro, come out here, where's your samurai spirit? Yi Irin cut to the chase, bowing to the strong and being cruel to the weak, that's their samurai spirit. Now, even the lords of the Sakura nation couldn't stand it anymore. Kamihachi Yuichi, Yamamoto-kun, I hope you don't tarnish the honor of our great Sakura empire. Honor my ass. Yamamoto Shijuro gritted his teeth. Kamihachi Yuichi, you bastard, it's not you who's dying. At this moment, his vassal lord, a young boy from the Sakura nation, ran over respectfully, holding a small tanto. Lord Yamamoto, I think at this moment, this is what you need the most. The boy said excitedly, if you don't mind, I would like to be your Kaishakunin. This is my first time, so please forgive me if my technique is clumsy. Slap. Yamamoto Shijuro slapped the clueless boy away, shouting angrily, Baka, are you blind? The Dragon Nation won this victory through cheating, how can that count? The boy was stunned by the slap. But you. No buts. Yamamoto Shijuro said sternly, I'm not afraid of death. But if I die without understanding why, it would be a loss for the entire great Sakura Empire, do you understand? Over an hour passed before the county channel gradually quieted down. The number of towns that had completed breaking the domain had reached 148, and the towns of the Sakura nation began to increase gradually. The story of Jiang Feng, Ying Yingman, and Enshusha working together to earn 2 million points spread further and further. Some well-meaning people even gave them the title 3 Heroes of Long Yuan. At this moment, it was already midnight. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and waved his hand to open a portal. In the past few days, the Empress had led a team deep into the outer domain and had just discovered a map called Crystal Valley. Based on Jiang Feng's experience, the more singular the monster map, the easier it was for monsters to establish territories. And any foreign territory meant immense wealth. He had already ordered to accelerate the exploration. So at this moment, on the other side of the portal, the goddess warriors led by Xinsha were still clearing a pack of crystal magic wolves under the moonlight. What a hard worker! Here's a reward! Jiang Feng exclaimed, then said, all goddess warriors gather at the territory. The goddess warriors were one of the 2 elite troops under his command. With wealth, it was natural to prioritize their enhancement. Their priority even surpassed that of the 3 legendary heroes. Xinsha dealt with the enemy in front of her and shouted, yes, my lord. Taking advantage of this moment, Jiang Feng took out a pile of ordinary soldier souls. Enhance the epic soldier soul. 10 minutes later, 12 goddess warriors stood in a row before Jiang Feng. Xinsha and Giselle, the 2 leaders, had already reached level 20, while the other goddess warriors were at level 15. Looking at the epic hero soul in Jiang Feng's hand, Xinsha and Giselle exchanged glances, both able to see the surprise in each other's eyes. However, they still underestimated Jiang Feng's capabilities. Hint: consuming epic soldier soul *1, energy *137800. Your soldier Shinxia's star level increases, currently at epic 4 stars. The energy consumption for upgrading from 3 stars to 4 stars in epic soldiers is vastly different. The way of heaven does not give anyone a chance to exploit loopholes. Therefore, to upgrade or even advance a soldier above level 1, one must make up for this energy gap. After consuming 4 epic soldier souls, Xinxia successfully advanced to legendary 1 star. But Jiang Feng did not stop there. He took out a legendary soldier soul and said cautiously, "Xinxia, pay attention to your attribute ratio. Report immediately if there are any abnormalities." Legendary 2 stars. Legendary 3 stars. Xinxia's momentum soared, and the immense pressure seemed to raise the temperature within 10 meters by a few degrees. However, after reaching 3 stars, she slightly hunched her body and gritted her teeth, saying, "My lord, if I advance further, I fear I won't be able to maintain my current attribute ratio." Jiang Feng, however, breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Very good, this has far exceeded my expectations." Continuing to advance, Xinxia's combat power would still surge. However, the increased attributes would lean towards spiritual power and soul. If she couldn't maintain her extreme attributes, the goddess warrior would become as mediocre as a dragon. Then that soldier would be useless. Jiang Feng looked at his first legendary 3-star extreme soldier. Xinxia, race, goddess warrior level, 20 quality, golden legendary attributes, physique 900 plus 180, spiritual power 270, soul 270, capacity 360. Combat power 495, skills, Thunder Battle Body, Master of Gunsmanship, Thunder Projection, Signature Equipment, Thunder Divine Spear, Thunder Divine Armor. Indeed, her physique has broken 1,000. From the perspective of combat power, Xinxia was still inferior to Long Jiu in full gear, but her physique had officially surpassed 1,000 points, significantly higher than the same level Angel Yen. Against a fully equipped Long Jiu, she could easily take on several at once. This is the extreme soldier. Soon, all the goddess warriors were enhanced to legendary 3 stars by Jiang Feng. The transition from epic to legendary is a significant hurdle. Enhancing the legendary soldier soul increased the consumption to 2 million spirit stones. Not only that, the quality jumped from epic 3 stars directly to legendary 3 stars, and the energy consumed was terrifying. Thus, Jiang Feng consumed a total of 55 million spirit stones and 14.75 million energy, watching more than half of the energy disappear in an instant. Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh. The next day, Jiang Feng woke up on time, but just as he was about to stretch, he was startled by a figure at the foot of his bed. "What the heck, Yen, what are you doing?" Angel Yen had pulled up a chair and sat at the bedside, resting her chin on her hand, lazily staring at him. Yen's favorability had long surpassed 95, so Jiang Feng felt at ease. However, her sudden appearance was fortunate to be during the day. Yen, who had been lost in thought while gazing at Jiang Feng's sleeping face, was also startled and quickly lowered her head to hide the panic in her eyes. "Sorry, my lord, you said that if there were any discoveries in the Crystal Valley, I should report to you immediately." Jiang Feng's spirit jolted. Could it be that there really is a Crystal Clan territory? Yen had regained her composure and exclaimed, "My lord, you truly have foresight. There is indeed a crystal castle in that valley. However, the monsters are at least level 40 with ranged attacks and control skills. According to your instructions, I did not approach." "You did well," Jiang Feng said seriously. "Although the fountain of life can resurrect you, we must not lose our reverence for death." "We must not lose our reverence for death." Yen repeated this phrase in his mind, feeling it becoming increasingly flavorful, and then he stood up and bowed, saying, "My lord, your wisdom is admirable." Of course, if Yen knew that Jiang Feng was just pained by the 2.7 million energy it would cost to fully resurrect her, he might have drawn his sword on the spot. At that moment, Jiang Feng was drawn to a message in the town channel. "And Chuxia, good news, a Hall of Prestige has spawned outside my territory. Here are the coordinates. Friends who want to exchange, come quickly." Seeing the words Hall of Prestige, Jiang Feng perked up immediately. Chuxia's luck is simply incredible. After a moment of admiration, Jiang Feng leaped out of bed, hastily put on his clothes, and waved to open a portal. "Yen, I have something to attend to. I'll be back to discuss the Crystal Valley later." The Hall of Prestige has an unpredictable existence time. In other words, it could disappear at any moment. "Yes, my lord." The Hall of Prestige is a building 10 meters high, covering hundreds of square meters, entirely snow white. Only after stepping out of the portal did Jiang Feng realize that not only Xinxia but also the little fox and Wei Ming were there. Even Ing Yinman had returned. "Hee, everyone is here. Brother Jiang Feng is here too." Seeing Jiang Feng emerge from the portal, the little fox looked delighted and then said, "Didn't you exchange all your prestige for excellent treasure chests?" "That was just a beautiful misunderstanding." Jiang Feng smiled and said, "I still have some left." Then he turned to Ingin Man and asked, "Are you here to mooch off the building too? How strange. Why do I feel like Shusha stumbles upon all the good things?" Ingin Man complained, then added, "Although my prestige isn't as much as yours, since I've encountered it, I might as well come take a look." Xiang Feng smiled, "Welcome to come home often, big shot." Ingin Man instantly broke into a heartfelt smile. "If it weren't for the third hero, I wouldn't want to leave everyone." After a brief chat, Zhang Feng immediately opened the exchange list for the Hall of Prestige. 1 Spirit Stone, 100 per point of prestige. Stock, unlimited. 2 Medium Spirit Stone, 1 per point of prestige. Stock, unlimited. 3 Excellent Treasure Chest, 1 per point of prestige. Stock, 1000. 4 The Hall of Legends, 1000 faces for 1000 people. And each person enjoys their own exchange list. The only similarity is that the exchange lists are all very rich, at least far surpassing the merchant team Zhang Feng triggered before. Zhang Feng quickly flipped through the pages, a smile slowly appearing in his eyes. 112 wheat seeds, 10 bags per point of prestige. Stock, 100. 113 pumpkin seeds, 10 bags per point of prestige. Stock, 100. Dozens of seeds for grains, vegetables, and fruits. Anyway, they are very cheap. Zhang Feng exchanged for some of each. 235 Silencing Scroll, excellent, 1 per 10 points of prestige. Stock, 10. 236 Spatial Sealing Scroll, excellent, 1 per 10 points of prestige. Stock, 10. These are the 2-piece set for killing and looting in the battlefield. Of all races, a favorite of the Bloody Lord. Naturally, Zhang Feng took them all. Of course, there are higher quality scrolls, but Zhang Feng has enhancement functions, so there's no need to choose high quality when low quality is available. Next, 278 High Voltage Grid Blueprint, 1 per 10 prestige. Stock, 100. 308 Tower of Spirits Blueprint, 1 per 50 points of prestige. Stock, 10. These are also good items. The main thing is that the enhancement list is quite good. Suddenly, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. 588 Luck Betting Token, exchange 1 for every 300 points of reputation. Stock, 2. Just yesterday he was still pondering how to plunder luck. Today, he stumbled upon the Reputation Hall. Although it was a bit pricey, Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment and decided to buy them all. After all, this item would be useful in the future. Legendary Hero's Soul. 10,000 points of reputation, why not go and snatch it? Ingin Man suddenly exclaimed, then resolutely closed the exchange list. I need to save up reputation. Once I have enough, I can help Sister Meng advance to legendary. As Zhang Feng and the others excitedly exchanged items, in a private room filled with cherry blossom decor, beside Shin Beiyuyi and 3 others, there were 3 women from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. The 3 women looked identical, one of whom was Kataho Mai. Shin Beiyuyi said solemnly, "I see, the 3 Miss Katahos used bloodline secret techniques to bind their births. I admit defeat with respect." Kataho Mai smiled modestly and said, "Did Lord Shin Beiyuyi invite us here without investigating the details of Longyuan Town? I have some clues." Shan Beiyuyi replied seriously, "There is a dwarven palace in Longyuan Town, currently owned by Inshusha. An epic unit building, the Dwarven Palace?" The Kataho sisters exchanged glances, disbelief evident in their eyes. How could such a high-level outdoor building spawn in a novice town? If the 3 of you knew that the Dwarven Palace could recruit the Hill King, you would probably be even more shocked. As he spoke, Shin Beiyuyi pulled up an image. The Hill King. Kataho Mai nearly jumped up, excitedly saying, "Quick, let's gather our army and wipe out Longyuan Town, then we can share this Dwarven Palace." Shin Beiyuyi sighed. "Longyuan Town is too far from us. The current level of the Anywhere door is still far from sufficient. Moreover, Longyuan Town is very strong. Unless we gather several powerful small towns to use the Lu War letter, even if we win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. It's not worth exhausting ourselves over a mere Longyuan Town." Kataho Mai frowned, "But the town's luck will increase the output of outdoor unit buildings. The longer we wait, the greater Longyuan Town's advantage will become. That's what I wanted to say today." Saying this, Shin Beiyuyi smiled and took out a golden token, engraved with auspicious patterns like dragons, Shilans, and phoenixes. Luck betting token? A glint of greed flashed in Kataho Mai's eyes. "Lord Shin Beiyuyi, name your price. I want this token." If she obtained this luck betting token, she could plunder luck from Longyuan Town. As for failure? Luck betting is a competition between towns, not an individual battle. She had no confidence against Yanning Town led by Zhu Yeqing. But according to their intelligence, the Lord of Longyuan Town had nearly fled, leaving only about 400 people. With 1,000 against 400, even if the 3 sisters didn't take action, there was no reason to see any failure. However, Shin Beiyuyi laughed. "Kataho Town already has 3 points of luck, while my Shin Baiyu Town only has 1 point. So this time, Miss Kataho, you should let me have it." "Ha." Shin Beiyuyi laughed heartily. "Activate the luck betting, choose Longyuan Town." The token transformed into a beam of golden light shooting into the sky. One end of the golden light turned into an inverted golden bowl enveloping the entire town, while the other end flew eastward. Kitaho Mai's expression darkened. It turned out that the main reason for inviting them here was not to discuss important matters but to show off. What a jerk! However, being able to plunder luck from the Dragon Kingdom's territory, he really managed to pull one over on her this time. Although Kitaho Mai felt unwilling, she couldn't help but envy Shinbeiui's good fortune. The Hall of Reputation has 10 minutes left. Countdown 00:09:59. A few people flipping through the exchange list received the notification at the same time. The little fox complained softly, "Why is it so fast?" He. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly, not turning his head. "Does speed matter to you? As if you have that much reputation." The little fox's face turned red with anger. And Chuxia shot Jiang Feng a glare. "Why are you like Sister Ing, always picking on Yayet?" The little fox's eyes twinkled, and she said gently, "Brother Jiang Feng, if you keep being so straight-laced, you'll soon find yourself with 8 boyfriends." Jiang Feng's expression stiffened. This little fox's tongue was too sharp. Just then, Wei Ming pointed to the sky, puzzled. "What is that?" Everyone looked up. They saw a golden light appearing in the western sky. It was the size of a bowl 1 second, and the next it grew to the size of a basin. And Chuxia's eyes widened in shock. "Oh no, this is..." Jiang Feng continued, "A bet on luck." However, and Chuxia was panicking. Unlike during the Battle of the Broken Domain, Longyuan Town now only had 400 people. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect someone to come and deliver luck so quickly. If he had initiated it, he wouldn't have dared to guarantee a win. But as the passive party, he had the right to choose the subject of the bet. Soon, the golden light enveloped Longyuan Town like an overturned golden bowl, with the tail of the light connecting to the distant Shenba Town. At the same time, a line of golden characters appeared in the sky. Shenba Town initiates a luck bet with Longyuan Town. This luck bet is initiated by Shenba Town, with Longyuan Town selecting the subject of the bet. Current selectable subjects: troop strength, agricultural index, resource acquisition. Selection countdown 00:09:59. Looking at the 3 options for the luck bet, Jiang Feng knew they were in a stable position. According to the rules of the luck bet, the active party decides whether to bet and how much to wager. While the passive party cannot refuse, they can choose what to bet on. The 3 randomly presented subjects can be chosen freely by the passive party. From Jiang Feng's perspective, aside from troop strength being somewhat difficult, the other 2 were guaranteed wins. But it was clear that the lords of Longyuan Town did not think so. "We only have 400 people, we can't win against their 1,000 no matter what we bet. Damn, how could a luck bet order appear so quickly? We just gained 5 points of luck value yesterday." Jiang Feng immediately said, "Now that it has come to this, let's discuss what everyone thinks." The group finally managed to calm down. "We definitely can't bet on troop strength, as it tests the total combat power of the 2 towns troops, with no room for tricks. How about we choose resource betting? After all, with the luck boost, our resource quality is a bit higher than theirs." "No way. Our lords are not even half of theirs. Plus, they also have the luck boost." Wei Ming suddenly said, just in time. "The Hall of Reputation can exchange for high-quality seeds or even spiritual fields. If we choose the agricultural index, don't we still have a glimmer of hope?" Huang Xian immediately agreed. "Wei Guo is right. I still have dozens of points of reputation. I'll go over now. I have reputation too." Wei Ming said, "Everyone hurry up, the Hall of Reputation can only last a few more minutes." And Chuxia added, "My territory has a medium quality spirit stone mine, I can share it with everyone to nourish the fields. Goddess Sin is generous. But we can't take it for free, we must exchange according to market ratios. To preserve the town's luck, everyone instantly perked up. Soon, one by one, the portals flickered. The lords with reputation appeared in succession, starting to exchange for seeds of excellent quality or above. Jiang Feng was very satisfied with everyone's choices. He also leaned more towards the agricultural index. "Since that's the case, let's follow everyone's wishes and choose the agricultural index." Longyuan Town confirms subject, agricultural index. Soon, another line of golden text appeared. Shenba Town confirms bet, 3 points of town luck. Bet established. Jiang Feng was taken aback, then his expression turned strange. Overdrawing 2 points of luck is already the limit for the current town, right? As the initiator of the luck bet, he had the right to appropriately overdraw his town's luck. He didn't expect Shenba Yuyi to be so bold. Thinking about the consequences of having negative luck, Jiang Feng silently mourned for him for 3 seconds. The moment the bet was established, an announcement immediately flashed in the county channel. Announcement: Shenba Town and Longyuan Town have initiated a luck bet. Subject: Agricultural Index, View Rules. Bet, 3 points of town luck. Settlement time: 12 o'clock noon, 5 days later. Almost simultaneously, Shenba Yuyi released a purchase message. Lords of the Great Cherry Blossom Empire, Shenba Town is buying all farmland, spiritual fields, and high-quality seeds. Wu Teng Kong, luck bet? Lord Shenba is truly fortunate. However, Longyuan Town only has 400 people. Why go to such lengths? Shenba Yuyi, there's a saying in Longwa, even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. It was clear that although he held an absolute advantage, Shenba Yuyi was very cautious. Zhu Yeqing shouted angrily, Shenba Yuyi, if you have the guts, come to my Yanming town. A dignified descendant of the divine martial empress only bullies the weak? In Longwa's towns, Yanming and Laoqin were the only two nearly full towns. Shenba Yuyi replied lightly, hee, you Longwa have another saying, a lion picks the soft to squeeze. Huang Xian retorted, you only know lions, right? Ing Yin Man suddenly said, with Su Fu's character, how can we expect his descendants to be noble? Shenba Yuyi was furious. My ancestor was a person who stood shoulder to shoulder with Ing Zhang. What right do you have to speak ill? Xiao Wushang. Yi Iran, all the lords of Longwa were anxious. Although Longyuan Town had 5 points of luck, it couldn't withstand such turmoil. Unfortunately, this was the rule of heaven, which no one could change. Ing Yin Man said, Jiang Feng, grant me migration permission. I still have a high-level migration order in hand. I will immediately let a D-level talent farming lord migrate over. Other lords of Longwa also generously opened their wallets. Jiang Feng immediately said, thank you all for your kindness. If there are spiritual seeds, spiritual fields, or high-quality recruitment orders, Longyuan Town will buy them at a high price. But the cost of migrating territories is too great, so there's no need. Zhu Yeqing, damn, offering sky-high prices for luck betting orders. Any brothers please message me privately. Hee, lords of the Cherry Blossom Nation can also message me privately. I promise not to leak your personal information. Suddenly, Yamamoto 46, who hadn't spoken for a day, shouted loudly, in the last town ranking competition, Longyuan Town only won first place. By cheating. But this time, it's about real skill. If Longyuan Town can still win, I will immediately commit seppuku. This immediately drew a wave of curses. Almost instantly, the luck bet between the two towns became the focal point of the competition between Longwa and the Cherry Blossom Nation. However, during this day, the towns of the Cherry Blossom Nation had broken through their limits, reaching 400, and the resources gathered were naturally incomparable to Longyuan Town. Fortunately, news soon spread that Longyuan Town had achieved a reputation haul. This finally gave the lords of Longwa a glimmer of hope, albeit very faint. A few minutes later, the reputation hall transformed into a phantom and slowly disappeared. Jiang Feng used these few minutes to exchange for some farmland blueprints, skill books, and cultivation manuals. A total of 2,120 points of reputation were consumed. Immediately after, Jiang Feng addressed the lords present, gaining it is my fortune, losing it is my fate. Everyone shouldn't feel too much pressure, just do your best. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng couldn't say that Longyuan Town had a guaranteed victory, because that Yamamoto, who was about to commit seppuku, had just opened a betting table again. This territory spent money like water, and Jiang Feng thought to take this opportunity to make another profit. Don't worry, Boss Jiang, we will do our utmost. I have several teams of excellent farmers, and I'll recall them all to manage the farmland. Even if the results are truly unsatisfactory, we can't let the little devils win too easily. Nearly 100 lords in Longyuan Town encouraged each other, then one by one opened their portals to leave. Jiang Feng was very satisfied with the gains from this hall of prestige. Come on, and Shuxia, let's hope we can encounter the legendary hall. And Shuxia pouted, you really dare to dream. I believe in you. Jiang Feng patted Shuxia's shoulder heavily, then opened a portal to leave as well. When he returned to the territory, Yen was still there. Jiang Feng calculated the time and said, I have some urgent matters, I'll check on that. Crystal Castle later. Yen pointed to the sky. Is it related to the fortune that just appeared? Exactly. How confident are you, my lord? With his most loyal subordinate, Jiang Feng had nothing to hide. 10 out of 10. Jiang Feng smiled, then reached out to grasp the air. Divide the planting space. Deep within the territory, a space of over 1,000 square meters instantly formed. There are many factors that affect the agricultural index of the town, but the most important ones are still the growth and harvesting of crops. Farmers 1 to 4 follow me. Jiang Feng led several legendary farmers and stepped into the deep space. Seeds mostly spawn in wild buildings like the Pumpkin Cottage and Halfling Tavern. On the second day of the opening, Jiang Feng had sought to purchase them in the town channel. However, later on, there were too many high-quality ingredients, and coupled with the slow growth cycle of crops, this matter was put on hold. Now he just happened to have money. And as luck would have it, Shenba Town had started a fortune betting. Jiang Feng decided to take this opportunity to get the planting underway. In the newly opened planting space, Zhang Feng softly said, activate 10 times the flow of time. Adjust the planting space to the maximum aura concentration, 100 times the standard aura concentration. In an instant, dense spiritual mist filled the entire space. Immediately after, consume 2 million spirit stones to enhance Supreme Spiritual Field. Consume 1 million spirit stones to enhance Dragon Tooth Rice Seeds. Consume 1.2 million spirit stones to enhance Moon Soul Fruit Tree. Over 30 million spirit stones were spent. Zhang Feng enhanced 10 plots of Supreme Spiritual Fields that matched epic buildings, along with the corresponding epic spiritual seeds. Among them was the Dragon Tooth Rice, which was considered top tier even among epic spiritual items. Logically, the growth of Dragon Tooth Rice required a trace of dragon aura. And surprisingly, the dragon vein of the territory just happened to meet this condition. It was an unexpected delight, just when the previously harvested dragon tooth rice had run out. Next, it was time to enhance the construction resources. A standard farmland covers an area of 100 square meters and requires 2,000 units of building materials. Zhang Feng busied himself in the planting space for most of the day, and finally, the 10 spiritual fields were completed and planted. This made several legendary farmers excitedly dance around. Farmer 1 reported loudly, "My lord, with the supreme spiritual fields and such aura concentration, this batch of spiritual items will mature in 40 days. 40 days? Zhang Feng frowned. According to the rules of the 10,000 races battlefield, the maturity time for ordinary crops is about 3 to 5 days. Of course, the higher the quality of the plant, the longer the growth cycle. Moreover, talent bonuses, farmland quality, aura concentration, and spiritual spring irrigation can all accelerate the maturity time. In such a favorable environment plus the legendary farmers attending to them, it still took 40 days to mature. No wonder it is said that the growth cycle of epic spiritual items is measured in years. This also shows the preciousness of epic spiritual items. Adjust to a 17x time flow rate. At a 17x time flow rate, 5 days in the outside world equals 85 days in the planting space, just enough to mature 2 harvests. Although it consumed nearly 10 million spirit stones, this gamble cannot afford to fail. Besides, it can be earned back in the betting pool. After finishing all this, Zhang Feng glanced at the agricultural index of Longyuan Town, 12250. This is a privilege only the town mayor possesses. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Feng remembered that before this, the agricultural index of the town was just over 1,000, and this was only just planted. That afternoon, nearly 500 kilometers away from Longyuan Town, Zhang Feng, under the protection of 3 heroes, 12 goddess warriors, and 9 heaven's holy princesses, ventured deep into the Crystal Valley. Boom! Giselle thrusts her spear, causing even the air to explode with a roar. The spear tip struck the forehead of a 6-meter-long crystal fox leader. Yet, strangely, it did not penetrate even a fraction. The crystal fox seemed to be struck by a giant hammer, its body instantly covered in cracks, then it exploded into countless crystal shards. The crystal fox leader is a level 42 rare monster with a combat power of 320 stars, comparable to an ordinary level 20 dragon. But in front of the legendary 3-star goddess warriors, it was still no match. Lifting light as heavy. This is a more advanced technique than lifting heavy as light. The sudden burst of combat power from the goddess warriors even made Angel Yen exclaim, "Cynthia and Giselle's strength is already on par with mine." Zhang Feng objectively stated, "There are still some limitations, they can't fly, and their skills are far inferior to yours." The Empress beside him curiously asked, "My lord, do you think our 20 or so people can take that crystal castle?" "Very difficult." Zhang Feng shook his head. According to Yan's description, even if the entire territory were to come out, it would still be hard. The main issue is that this place is nearly 500 kilometers from the town, exceeding the range of a level 4 teleportation gate, and everyone cannot maintain through the fountain of life. Now that we have some free time, I'll just take a look. The group chatted as they delved deeper. Along the way, crystal foxes, crystal spiders, crystal wolves, the number of crystal creatures increased. They even encountered a canopy of crystal webs, which the Empress and the 9 heavens holy princesses barely managed to fend off. With the great Sumeru's sword technique, the density of these monsters is a bit exaggerated. Zhang Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. In this crystal castle, there wouldn't be a crystal mother stationed here, would there? A few hours later, following Yan's guidance, they finally appeared a kilometer away from the crystal castle. Looking at the castle's position, Zhang Feng instinctively frowned. "Yan, take me to the sky." "Yes, my lord." Angel Yan hugged Zhang Feng from behind and slowly flew up into the air. The Empress, feeling uneasy, activated her cloud ring to guard on either side. Zhang Feng's flying troops were not many. Moreover, the crystal castle was situated halfway up the mountain, which itself posed a certain difficulty for the siege. Crystal Nest, Crystal Cave. This is the territory of the 9th level crystal race. The 9th level territory has a troop level cap of 50. Suddenly, the main fortress of the crystal castle rippled like water. A soft, beautiful female face, several meters in diameter, slowly emerged and then spoke. Human, why do you invade my territory? Crystal Mother. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and clapped his hands. I guessed it right. Angel Yan's fighting spirit surged. My lord, this sister looks very strong. Zhang Feng turned his head. Why does your tone sound a bit like Liang Bing? Angel Yan was shocked. You know the Apocalypse King? The empress beside them asked, is this Crystal Mother very strong? Very strong. Zhang Feng thought for a moment. Within the range of the crystal mine, she is almost immortal and she never leaves the crystal mine. The higher the quality of the crystal mine, the higher the yield, the stronger she becomes. Is it really that troublesome? The empress frowned, then curiously asked, but why do you seem so happy? Zhang Feng smiled and said, it's called the Mother of Crystals because it has a perverse passive skill. Crystal activation, which can continuously activate crystals within a certain range into the crystal race. After a moment's thought, Zhang Feng added, it's somewhat similar to the Mother Worm of the Starry Sky Zerg, but the crystal race isn't as aggressive. Hearing this, the empress's eyes lit up. There are crystals all around us, which means as long as we don't exceed the activation speed of the Mother of Crystals, we won't have to search for monsters everywhere in the future. Exactly. Zhang Feng nodded, then called out loudly to the Mother of Crystals, you carry on with your work, we'll just take a stroll nearby. There was one thing Zhang Feng didn't mention. In the territory where the Mother of Crystals is stationed, epic units known as Crystal Maidens usually appear. Although they are only of epic quality, the skills of the Crystal Maidens are incredibly strong, making them just as valuable as the top-tier units. Right now, his strength was still a bit weak. Once he upgraded to level 5, perhaps he could have a chat with the Mother of Crystals and get some. Upgrading units, promoting units, and building territory all consume a lot of energy. Due to insufficient energy, Zhang Feng had only upgraded the Fountain of Life to level 4, while the Drunken Immortal Tower and the Heavenly Sound Pavilion were still at level 3. As for the 10 premium spirit fields he had just built, they were only at level 1. Therefore, the appearance of the Mother of Crystals greatly lifted Zhang Feng's spirits. Of course, the monsters here were already above level 45. Sending ordinary Heavenly Sound disciples here would be tantamount to seeking death. And the Empress still had to lead the Heavenly Sound disciples. So, Zhang Feng only left Angel Yan, Li Hani, the Goddess Warrior, and the 9 Heavens Holy Princess on the outskirts to endlessly farm monsters. 2 days quickly passed. Everything in the territory was proceeding as planned. Angel Yan led the team in the Crystal Valley, farming monsters with great enthusiasm, and the efficiency of energy acquisition had multiplied several times. Another good piece of news was that the figure of the Crystal Maiden indeed appeared in the Crystal Castle. However, she did not take action. Before long, it was the day the Blue Star Passage would open. At noon, and Shuxia sent a video. Once connected, and Shuxia said, Zhang Feng, it's been a while since you returned to Blue Star, right? Zhang Feng smiled and replied, my parents have passed away, I have no sister and no home, returning to Blue Star is just being alone. Well then. And Shuxia didn't press further, then her expression turned serious as she said, you saw the screenshot that Shin Baiyu posted in the county channel, right? Zhang Feng nodded, this guy isn't useless, he knows how to use open strategies to win without fighting. Just moments ago, Shin Baishan publicly released the current agricultural index screenshot, Agricultural Index 54238, and stated that it would be updated once every noon. And Shuxia said, in just 2 days, it reached 50,000 in Agricultural Index. After the first wave of crops matures, it will probably surge even more. This situation is unfavorable for us. Everyone farming will somewhat affect the development of the town. Zhang Feng chuckled, if we give up now, he can easily win this gamble on luck. And Shuxia nodded. I know, but with Shin Baishan doing this, many lords in the town channel are already inquiring about the current agricultural index of Longyuan town. At this point, and Shuxia gritted her teeth and said, so what I mean is, you should keep the agricultural index of our town to yourself. Don't tell anyone, not even me. We will do our utmost, and even if we really lose, we must not let that little brat win so easily. Zhang Feng said seriously. You can rest assured. After hanging up the video call with Shuxia, Zhang Feng felt a stir in his heart and chuckled. What a coincidence, the first batch of spirit items has all matured. I wonder how much the agricultural index of the town will reach after I harvest this batch of epic spirit items? With that, Zhang Feng stepped into the planting space. In the planting space, the first thing that caught the eye was the dense dragon tooth rice. Although it still measured 3 feet and 3 inches in length, it was clearly more plump and had a brighter color than what the treasure chest had produced. Perhaps the treasure chest yielded stale rice back then, Zhang Feng quipped, then commanded, harvest. At Zhang Feng's command, the farmers emitted a green glow that enveloped the fields. Immediately, the pleasant notifications from the heavenly Tao began to ring out. Collected Dragon Tooth Rice, Shinong effect activated, yield increased by 5 times. You have obtained Dragon Tooth Rice *5 collected Moon Soul Fruit, Shinong effect activated, yield increased by 5 times, quality +1. You have obtained Mutated Moon Soul Fruit, legendary. *5 collecting. 5 minutes later, Zhang Feng looked at his harvest with satisfaction. Under the enhancement of the legendary farmers, even the least productive Dragon Tooth Rice yielded at least 1,100 stalks. Meanwhile, the high-yield Moon Soul Fruit exceeded 6,000 pieces. All spiritual items had partially advanced to legendary quality. Now the territory's menu was even richer, and the heroes and main combat units could once again enjoy a boost in attributes. Zhang Feng flipped his hand to take out a mutated Moon Soul Fruit. After swallowing a few bites, he felt a sweetness between his lips and teeth, and his mind cleared up. Notification: you consumed mutated Moon Soul Fruit, Spirit +10. This is simply a divine item for magic users. It should be noted that Zhang Feng consumed Life Source Essence daily, and his aptitude had now reached B level, comparable to an epic hero. The significant boost he received was a testament to its powerful effects. While pondering this, Zhang Feng took out another Qingning fruit. 10 minutes later, Zhang Feng let out a satisfied burp and then remembered to check the agricultural index. He opened the town panel. Although he was absolutely confident, seeing that monstrous agricultural index still left Zhang Feng stunned. Agricultural index 525,380. The thousands of lords in Shinhaba town had worked for 2 days, and their agricultural index had only exploded to over 50,000. Even without harvesting, it would only reach a little over 100,000 at most. A tenfold difference. Moreover, Zhang Feng could plant a second crop. Zhang Feng sighed. Did I overestimate the enemy or underestimate myself? After ordering the farmers to continue planting, Zhang Feng stepped out of the deep space. Just as he set foot on the town square, a portal opened in the center of the territory. Soon after, more than a dozen Tianyin true disciples dragged back the massive corpse of a ground dragon to the territory, all of them elite level. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, several Tianyin true disciples quickly bowed, then returned to the outer realm before the portal closed. 2 legendary farmers, seeing this, immediately approached and began the disassembly with ease. Batch after batch of spiritual meat continuously piled into the warehouse. Watching the scene before him, Zhang Feng fell into thought. 10 pieces of premium farmland, even with a 5-fold time acceleration, would be enough to supply the daily food needs of the territory's main combat personnel. Not to mention that the Empress is still hunting continuously. There's no need to stockpile so many rare or even exquisite quality ingredients. With this in mind, Zhang Feng opened the trading post and selected a large batch of ingredients below the rare quality to list for sale. The selling range was the entire county town. Of course, the prices couldn't be uniform. At this moment in the county town channel, thanks to Shinhaba Yui's recent screenshot, all the lords of the Sakura Nation were still in a state of excitement. Even many Sakura town mayors who had ranked in the town's competition were popping up. Wu Tongkong praised, in just 2 days, raising the agricultural index to over 50,000 points. Lord Shinhaba is truly a model for us. Takeda Shinichi, congratulations in advance to Lord Shinhaba for gaining another 3 points of luck, becoming the #1 in county luck. Kitahome I was practically going insane with jealousy. I'll pay a sky-high price for a luck betting order. DM me. Shinhaba Yui modestly replied, I must also thank everyone for their strong support. Then, it continued. Shanbei Yui continued, it's a pity that the only ones still deluded by the obvious truth are the lords of Longyuan town. Huang Xian retorted angrily, Shinba, don't be too smug too soon. Longyuan town has created so many miracles, this time will be no different. Shinbei Yui, with an air of calm, replied, stop dreaming. Zhang Feng is still tightly holding back Longyuan town's agricultural index. Afraid to make it public, it's just a ruse. Heh, you all know this better than I do. Several lords from Longyuan town were indignant and spoke back, but they were quickly drowned out by the lords of Sakura country. Even Ing Yinman and Zhu Yeqing fell silent. 50,000 points. Even with Old Qin and Yanming's fully staffed towns, their chances would only be about 30%. There's no way around it. There are just too many towns in Sakura country. The agricultural resources of hundreds of towns concentrated in one small town unleash a terrifying amount of energy. Yamamoto 46 became active again. For this betting round, I hope everyone participates. After the last disembowelment incident, even many lords from Sakura country had grown wary of Yamamoto 46. Wu Tong Kong sarcastically remarked, what's there to bet on? Everyone is betting on Shinba town to win, and even if they do, they won't earn many spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng frowned. It must be said that most lords from Sakura country shared Wu Tongkong's sentiment. If everyone is a winner, then who are they winning spirit stones from? As a result, even with hundreds of thousands of lords combined, only a few million spirit stones were in the betting pool after 2 days. The bets on Longyuan Town barely exceeded 10,000 spirit stones, and it was confirmed that a full 10,000 of that was placed by the little fox. This situation couldn't continue. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Feng immediately called Huang Xian via video. Huang Xian, a bit excited, said, "Boss, what can I do for you?" "Brother Huang, no need to be so polite. Just do this, but keep it confidential." Huang Xian looked puzzled for a moment, then his eyes lit up with brilliance. "Boss, does this mean our town still has hope in this bet? After all, there's no loss, right?" Zhang Feng didn't elaborate much, just emphasized again, "Remember, it must be kept secret." Huang Xian exclaimed excitedly, "Alright, boss, just watch." As it turned out, Huang Xian was indeed a competent diplomat. At least he was more open than in Chuxia. In the county channel, Huang Xian mocked, "If you're feeling guilty, just say it." Just now, everyone was acting like Shinba Town had secured victory, but now that it's time to bet, they've all turned into turtles. "I think we shouldn't call it Shinba Town anymore. How about we rename it Wangba Town?" Wu Tongkong shot back, "Baka, you only know how to use your tongue. I just don't want to deal with trouble." Yamamoto 46 interjected, "Everyone, we can't let the Dragon Country people see through us. I'll bet 100,000 spirit stones." After all, the betting pool was initiated by Yamamoto 46, and having too little at stake was quite embarrassing for him. Under Huang Xian's secret instigation and with Yamamoto 46's strong support, the spirit stones in the betting pool began to increase at a visible rate. This made Zhang Feng even more satisfied with Huang Xian. Suddenly, a lord from Sakura Country exclaimed, "Heavens, everyone look at the exchange. Zhang Feng from Dragon Country just listed 500,000 units of premium spirit meat and 50,000 units of rare quality spirit meat. For the hundreds of thousands of lords in the county, 500,000 units wasn't much, but having all of it listed by a single lord was somewhat terrifying." Takeuchi Shinichi shouted angrily, "Baka, why does a Dragon Country lord sell a unit of premium spirit meat for only 10 spirit stones, while I have to pay 10 times that price?" Zhang Feng's prices were not high. Premium spirit meat was 10 spirit stones, and rare spirit meat was 100 spirit stones, which was just a bit more than half the market price. The reason for the lower price was partly to sell quickly and also to rapidly enhance the strength of the Dragon Country lords. Of course, if the lords from Sakura Country purchased it, they would pay the 10-fold price. The lords from Dragon Country cheered with joy. Long live Zhang Feng. Even Yin Man and Zhu Yeqing bought some rare quality spirit meat. A lord from the Dragon Kingdom suddenly said, "Whoa, why is Zhang Feng still limiting purchases? I want to buy more." Before Zhang Feng could respond, Zhu Yeqing explained, "Brother Zhang Feng is selling at such a low price entirely to help us all. But if there are no purchase limits, some people might be tempted by profit to become middlemen and sell it to the lords of Sakura Country." Zhang Feng nodded. This was exactly his concern. Everyone doesn't need to rush. There will be another batch of spirit meat available tomorrow. Zhu Yeqing Shinbayu said, "Damn, with so much spirit meat, it must be a harvest from the Battle of the Broken Domain." In less than an hour, this batch of spirit meat was completely sold out. At that moment, a series of golden announcements suddenly flooded the county channel. Announcement: the second town ranking competition in Xingyang Town is now open, with the following rules: ranking content, kill points, click to view. Rules. First place town, Mayor's all attributes plus 50, town luck plus 5. Second place town, Mayor's all attributes plus 30, town luck plus 3. Third place town, Mayor's all attributes plus 20, town luck plus 2. Fourth to 10th place towns, Mayor's all attributes plus 10, town luck plus 1. Settlement time, 10 days later at noon. Daily refresh of the points list at noon. The town ranking competition has started again. The announcement of the second town ranking competition instantly overshadowed the excitement of the luck betting. After all, they were merely spectators in the luck betting, but they could personally participate in the ranking competition. Yin Man, finally waiting for the second town ranking competition. Zhu Yeqing, kill points. Just what I wanted. Kitaho Mai, finally. I can gain luck again. But why does it take so long? 10 days. The area of the county map far exceeds that of the town map. Generally speaking, after the mayor builds a level 5 portal, the town will gradually start encountering other town lords. Only then will true chaos and excitement begin. But now, the town has just broken the domain, and the lords can do little besides gathering resources and farming monsters. Many warlike individuals are feeling restless. Yi Irin said gloomily, "Although our town has a few more people than Longyuan Town, we only have 700 people. If it were the top 100, we could compete, but unfortunately, this time it's only the top 10. Yin Man, quickly level up to 6 books, and after building the embassy, we can form alliances. At that time, I'll take you flying." Yi Irin, thank you, Yin Man. Yin Man, just call me sister. Yi Irin, okay, ing sister. Soon, someone exclaimed. Damn. Killing other lords, heroes, and troops will earn 10 times the points compared to wild monsters. As soon as this was said, everyone shivered. This is forcing us to kill each other. Perhaps it's because our town has too much killing intent. They say the Heavenly Tao formulates the town ranking competition rules based on the specific conditions of each county, and it seems to be true. In an instant, some people showed fierce expressions. Some were in a panic. Especially the farming lords and entertainment lords. Everyone felt insecure. Yi Irin immediately said, everyone, don't panic. Right now, everyone's territory level is low. As long as we stay in the town, we should be safe. Safe? Kataho Mai's words were laced with killing intent, sky-high prices for war declarations, and high-level bounty orders. Kill points, Zhang Feng looked at the newly appeared battle report. Your troop Xinxia killed the Crystal Spider Leader, Elite, gaining Energy *840, Spirit Stones *100, Kill points *90. Sure enough, the battle report included a gain of kill points. A level 45 elite monster only provided 90 points, which was still not bad. However, like the combat power of troops, kill points are also a weak point for Longyuan Town. After all, killing requires cooperation from the enemy. Unlike agricultural indices or resource acquisition, which can be developed behind closed doors, as long as there are enough spirit stones, multiplying points tenfold is a piece of cake. Fortunately, I've discovered the Mother of Crystals, which allows for unlimited monster spawning. However, to reach the Crystal Castle directly through the portal, I must first level up to level 5. With this in mind, Zhang Feng immediately posted a message in the town channel. Brothers, I'm offering a high price for the coordinates of a sulfur mine. Wei Ming, sulfur mine? Damn, boss is preparing to upgrade to level 5. I haven't even found a level 4 copper mine. Tu Shanyaya, brother Zhang Feng, can I have a taste of the level 4 copper mine? Omega? The sulfur mine is an essential resource for upgrading to level 5. Requesting a sulfur mine basically reveals Zhang Feng's current territory level. But now, in order to quickly farm monsters in the Crystal Valley, he couldn't care less. Unfortunately, after a full 10 minutes, no one provided any clues about the sulfur mine. Helpless, Zhang Feng could only contact Enxuxia, who had just returned from Blue Star. Xuxia, do you have time to take Xiaojiu out to explore the outer realms, especially the high-level maps? Enxuxia naturally saw Zhang Feng's purchase message and shot him a glance. So you think of me as a treasure-hunting mouse? Despite saying that, Enxuxia still set off with Longzhou. To expand the search area and ensure Enxuxia's safety, Zhang Feng sent 5 giant dragons to accompany her. A day later, Zhang Feng was carefully reviewing the enhancement list of various low-level cultivation manuals. He was looking for a suitable high-level cultivation method for the Tianyin Pavilion. Suddenly, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. The ethereal technique, this one is good. Beep beep beep. Just then, Enxuxia sent a communication request. After connecting, Enxuxia's expression was strange. If Luoshi weren't my biological mother, I would really suspect I have some special constitution. The problem doesn't lie with your mom, but with your dad. No, wait, you don't have a dad. Zhang Feng smiled. Did you find it? Enxuxia nodded. These are the coordinates of the sulfur mine, but the monster levels are a bit high, so I didn't let Longzhou act recklessly. Zhang Feng nodded. You're right. By the way, I still have some epic bear meat from last time. I'll mail you some, so keep an eye out for it. Can't let someone work for free. Soon, Zhang Feng cleared a group of blazing fire rhinos guarding the sulfur mine. Then he summoned all 8 idle legendary farmers to mine. Another day passed. Hint, you have upgraded to a level 5 Lord's Mansion, unlocking the building Archer Hall, and your territory area has increased to 120,000 square meters. Hint, the deep space area of the Cave Paradise has expanded to 120,000 square meters. The level 5 building Archer Hall is also an elite troop building. After reaching level 5, there is also a hidden change, which is the exchange. Once the exchange is upgraded to level 5, a new function, listing, will be unlocked. This means that if Zhang Feng acts foolishly, he can sell shares of his territory. Of course, he can also buy a flash of light. The portal upgraded to level 5. The teleportation range expanded to within 500 kilometers of the town, and the Crystal Valley just happened to be on the edge of this range. A portal instantly formed. On one side of the territory, it linked to the Fountain of Life, while the other end led to the Crystal Valley. Coincidentally, just a few dozen meters away from the portal, 3 goddess warriors were farming monsters. Amanda, where are Cynthia and the others? Amanda turned around, first stunned, then cheered. Fountain of Life? Long live the Lord. The spiritual light of the Fountain of Life had already radiated through the portal, creating a fan-shaped area in the Crystal Valley. In other words, from now on, heroes and troops no longer need to return to the territory to enjoy the benefits of the Fountain of Life. Soon, all high-end combat forces, including the Empress, gathered in the Crystal Valley. Zhang Feng began to make arrangements. From now on, this portal will be open around the clock. Everyone, remember to use your skills while farming monsters. All Tianyin true disciples who reach level 20 will enter the Crystal Valley to farm. Upon hearing this, the Empress frowned and said, "Isn't it a bit dangerous for level 20 Tianyin true disciples to farm monsters in the Crystal Valley?" "No." Zhang Feng handed over a cultivation method. "Empress, you should learn this first. Misty Decision, a grade the foundational technique of the Misty Immortal sect. When cultivated to the transformation stage, the traces of immortals become elusive. Having more techniques is not always better. Most powerful techniques are difficult to integrate with others. For example, Zhang Feng's 8-9 Profound Art and 9th set of Radio Calisthenics. Although Tianyin Decision is only a C-grade technique, it perfectly matches the physique of Tianyin disciples, and if cultivated to the transformation stage, the additional attributes are also considerable. It's truly a pity to follow in the footsteps of the Radio Calisthenics. Therefore, Zhang Feng has been searching for a highly compatible A-grade technique that aligns with the combat style of Tianyin disciples. According to the detailed description of the technique, the Misty Decision basically fits the bill. Moreover, the enhancement cost is only 10 million spirit stones. The Empress looked at the description of the Misty Decision and was instantly overjoyed. Tip: Empress's favorability +1, current favorability 99. Haha, 99. Just one more point. Once the favorability reaches 100, a new world can be opened. The attribute increase after mastering Misty Decision is Physique +100, Spiritual Power +100, Soul +60, Capacity +60. As an A-grade technique, the Misty Decision is slightly inferior to Holy Body and 8-9 Profound Art, but it also significantly boosts the combat power of Tianyin true disciples once again. Currently, the number of Tianyin true disciples in Zhang Feng's territory has reached 190. After acquiring the sect skill Misty Decision, Zhang Feng immediately ordered the level 20 Tianyin true disciples to enter the Crystal Valley. 10 minutes later, Tianyin 9 kills. Chief true disciple Li Yan unleashed a finishing move, resulting a level 45 Crystal Fox in seconds, earning 45 points of kill score. After dealing with 4 or 5 Crystal Foxes, Li Yan exhausted her spiritual power and immediately returned to the Fountain of Life to replenish her status. 1 minute later, Li Yan was back to full health and full mana, charging back into the monster horde. With the support of the Fountain of Life, Tianyin true disciples could use their skills without restraint, each transforming into a killing machine. Even the goddess warriors and the 9 heavens holy princess could afford to be generous with their spiritual power when facing tough opponents. Zhang Feng estimated that his current efficiency in gaining kill points was comparable to that of hundreds of ordinary warlords combined. And as the number of level 20 Tianyin true disciples increased, this efficiency would only get higher. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Finally, it was the day for the fortune betting agricultural index settlement. Zhang Feng's planting space had just completed its second harvest, and the agricultural index reached 1.14 million. From this figure, it was clear that the lords of Longyuan town were also working hard. At 11:40 a.m., Zhang Feng looked at the betting board. 1 Shenba Town, 82.8 million spirit stones. 2 Longyuan Town, 150,000 spirit stones. Although Huang Xian's promotional efforts had been significant in recent days, it seemed to have alerted some people to the unusual circumstances. Fortunately, even if it was unusual, no one believed that Longyuan Town would win, because yesterday, Shenba Town's announced agricultural index surged again, reaching 160,000. Beep beep beep, a private message sounded. Zhang Feng glanced at it. It was from Huang Xian. "Boss, there are only 10 minutes left before the betting board locks. Can I place a bet at the last moment?" Considering Huang Xian's significant contributions and knowing that he was very measured and reasonable, Zhang Feng immediately replied, "Of course. If there are 100,000, then bet 100,000. This counted as a bonus for Huang Xian. Huang Xian exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, boss. I only have 80,000 spirit stones left, so I'll bet everything this time." Zhang Feng said, "All right." 10 minutes quickly passed. In the last few seconds before the betting was locked, Zhang Feng directly bet 10 million. This way, it was just about 1% as Huang Xian's hard-earned fee, roughly around 800,000 to 900,000 spirit stones. But upon seeing the locked betting board, Zhang Feng was momentarily stunned. 1 Shenba Town, 83.8 million spirit stones. 2 Longyuan Town, 11.34 million spirit stones. Besides his and Huang Xian's bets, there were about 1.1 million spirit stones added. Could it be yeah again? No, that's not right. From what he knew about the little fox, she shouldn't have that much audacity. Soon, he got his answer. In the county channel. "Man, I felt something was off with Huang Xian these past few days, and I guessed right. If I had known, I would have bet more. Damn. So it was her. Others felt something was amiss and only bet a few dozen or 100 spirit stones for fun. But this girl was not short on money. Just then, the little fox popped up. Tushan yeah, only bet 100,000. What a huge loss. Oh, alright. The case is solved. He bet 10 million. Ingin Man 1 million, and the little fox 100,000. The sudden increase in betting funds at Longyuan Town sparked a glimmer of hope among the lords of Longyuan Town. It was obvious that the big bet must have come from Jiang Feng, as only he knew the ins and outs of Longyuan Town. Boss Jiang bet so much, it proves he has great confidence. Great. I thought our little town was doomed. Wei Ming said. That said, everyone should also prepare for the worst. The agricultural index announced by Shenba Town yesterday reached 160,000, and it will definitely exceed 200,000 today. Jiang Feng smiled and said, if we win this bet, it will be everyone's achievement. I will personally fund it, and each brother in the town will receive 100 units of rare quality ingredients as a bonus. With over 400 people in the town, that adds up to 40,000 units of rare ingredients. For Jiang Feng, who had legendary farmers, this was just a drop in the bucket. But for ordinary lords, it was a windfall. Many people quickly spoke up. What do you mean by that, Boss Jiang? You betting 10 million spirit stones is also taking a huge risk. Exactly. And towns with luck bonuses have an entry fee. But the boss has never charged us, even the portal is shared at a fair price. If we take your bonus, we would be ungrateful. Right, and Shenba Town only has 1 point of luck, yet they charge each person a monthly entry fee of 1,000 spirit stones. This was definitely not flattery. Being a town mayor was already a profitable business, and many ordinary towns would even collect a small amount of spirit stones as public funds for daily expenses and rewards for warlords. Not to mention towns with luck bonuses. Now that Jiang Feng was risking his earnings, they naturally felt embarrassed to ask for a share of the bonus. The sudden change in bets also caused a stir within the county. The lords from Sakura country who had already placed their bets were suddenly restless. Fortunately, Shenbai Yui stepped in to stabilize the situation. Do you think our town's agricultural index is still stuck at yesterday's 160,000? I'm not afraid to tell you, just yesterday I used the Luban axe to hasten the growth of over 20 farming territories in Shenba Town. Wu Tongkong marveled, that must have used all the Luban axes. Lord Shenba truly has guts. Takeda Shinichi, Jiang Feng is cunning, always hiding the agricultural index of Longyuan Town and refusing to announce it. If it weren't for Lord Shenba's caution, he could have easily been caught off guard. Hojo Mai, Shinhachi Town has exhausted 2 points of luck from the town, and Lord Shinhachi simply cannot afford to lose. However, although Shinhachi Yuichi spoke confidently, Jiang Feng's maneuvers still put immense pressure on him. This proved that Longyuan Town's agricultural index had reached at least 180,000. But as Hojo Mai said, he couldn't afford to lose, and he didn't even dare to imagine the consequences of a loss. At this point, he could only hold on. 10 minutes quickly passed. At exactly 12 o'clock, a golden light shield enveloping the entire town lit up. All the lords of Longyuan Town and Shinhachi Town looked up, watching this moment that would determine the fate of the town. Jiang Feng was no exception. Golden characters soon coalesced in the sky above the town. The luck wager has ended. Your town has won. Town luck +3. Current town luck is 8 points. The luck wager had come to a conclusion. After a moment of silence, all the lords of Longyuan Town erupted in cheers. The entire town was engulfed in a sea of excitement. We won. We actually won. Long live the town mayor. Ha, I just upgraded another resource point. Oh my, I just triggered a special event. A rare hero has come to join us. At the same time, a crack appeared at the top of the golden bowl, inverted over the town, and countless golden lights surged in. The luck wager was like 2 funnels connected in the middle, each placed over the 2 towns, with the golden light being the luck extracted from Shinhachi Town, injected into Longyuan Town. Simultaneously, Jiang Feng also received a notification from the exchange. Notification: you have bet on the winning side in the luck wager and received 83.9 million spirit stones. After deducting the principal, Jiang Feng made another profit of 73.9 million spirit stones. Jiang Feng immediately fulfilled his earlier promise. He promptly sent 100 units of rare spirit meat to each lord of Longyuan Town through the exchange, with a note, dividend. This once again drew a round of cheers. Jiang Feng was very clear in his thoughts. With the overall strength of Longyuan Town increasing, he, as the town mayor, would naturally rise with it. Not to mention the ongoing small town slaughter points ranking competition. If it weren't for the fear of being too ostentatious, Jiang Feng would have wanted to find an opportunity to distribute a batch of high-quality spirit items. As for the possibility of these lords leaving Longyuan Town after becoming powerful, Jiang Feng was completely unconcerned. They had chosen to stay and fight together during the most difficult times, and now they would be crazy to leave Longyuan town, which was thriving and blessed with luck. From this luck wager, it was evident that everyone was united, working hard in farming. Suddenly, whoosh, the dragon vein, which had been sleeping deep within Zhang Feng's territory, reappeared, joyfully swimming around Zhang Feng, its eyes more spirited. Notification: Town luck has increased. Dragon vein evolution. Degree 8%. Notification: Dragon vein amplification effect enhanced. Just as I expected, the drop rate of the territory unit has increased by 16%. Zhang Feng was very satisfied with the effects of the evolved dragon vein. He looked at the 2 luck wager tokens lying in his warehouse. Luck wager, truly a double harvest of luck and spirit stones. However, thinking about the second small town ranking competition that had already begun, Zhang Feng suppressed the thought of using the wager tokens now. Wait a few more days after the small town ranking competition has results. I will choose the town with the highest luck, Sakura Town, to use it. That way, the cost effectiveness will be higher. With this in mind, Zhang Feng said in the Longyuan Town channel, "Everyone, let's work hard and strive for a good ranking in this small town ranking competition." As soon as he finished speaking, "Don't worry, boss. I've been working hard these past few days. Let's aim for first place. Longyuan Town forever." A true call to arms. In the county channel, the results of the luck wager were also announced simultaneously. Although Zhang Feng's 10 million bet was in front, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom still felt a strong sense of unreality. After that, it was pure ecstasy. No matter what method Longyuan Town used, defeating the Sakura Nation again under nearly impossible circumstances was a shot of adrenaline for the weakened Dragon Nation. Yi Iran, great. This means our chances of winning Qingyang County have increased. Ingin man, the luck value of Shenba Town has dropped to negative. Just thinking about it makes me so happy. Shuyeching, Longyuan Town is leading the charge. How can we lag behind? Fellow citizens of the Dragon Nation, let's give it our all in the upcoming town ranking competition. Although a bit juvenile, Zhu Yeching's words instantly drew countless cheers at that moment. Compared to the boiling excitement of the Dragon Nation, all the lords of the Sakura Nation were somewhat dismal. Shenba Town has concentrated the spiritual fields and seeds of hundreds of our small towns. With an agricultural index exceeding 200,000, how could it lose? Could it be that high-quality wild spiritual creatures appeared in Longyuan Town? It is said that during the novice phase, Longyuan Town was rewarded with an epic treasure chest by the Heavenly Tao. Could Zhang Feng have opened a legendary farming tool from that epic treasure chest? If that's true, then Zhang Feng must truly be blessed by Amaterasu. One guess after another emerged from the mouths of the Sakura Nation lords. If the ordinary Sakura lords were merely shocked, then in Shenba Town, it was a scene of utter despair. The luck wager has ended, your town has failed. Town luck -3, current town luck is -2 points. Watching helplessly as the town's luck was stripped away, turning into a pool of misfortune, the lords of Shenba Town were all on the verge of collapse. A sinkhole suddenly appeared in my territory, swallowing my crystal mine. With luck being negative, how can Shenba Yui still have the face to collect the monthly 1,000 spirit stone entry fee? That's right, refund. Still in that Japanese-style private room, Shenba Yui looked dazed. Through the nearly boiling town channel, he had already tasted the bitter fruit of negative luck. The 3 descendants of the daimyos did not look any better. Oda Yuan with a gloomy face said, "This loss, Lord Shenba must take full responsibility." Another daimyo's descendant, Mori Hachiru, echoed, "That's right, Lord Shenba, how could you be so impulsive and choose to overdraw luck?" Hearing this, Shenba Yui forced himself to calm down, his expression darkening. "When I chose to overdraw the town's luck, none of you opposed it." Oda Yu sneered, "That's not something we should consider. All we know is that Lord Shenba promised us that we would take first place in the town ranking competition and gain 5 points of luck. But look at Shenba Town now, let alone 5 points of luck, it's even worse than an ordinary town. I really can't imagine a reason to stay here any longer." Seeing Oda use words hinting at leaving, Shenba Yui quickly shouted, "Lord Oda, although the situation is not optimistic now, as long as we can secure first place in this slaughter ranking competition, we can rise again. And right now, only by working together do we have that hope." Oda Yu stopped in his tracks, falling into deep thought. It must be said that Shenba Yui had a point. Given the circumstances, the 4 of them would benefit together and harm each other if they separated. Alright, then I will trust Lord Shenba one more time. Shenba Yui breathed a sigh of relief and then opened the recently announced slaughter leaderboard. The slaughter leaderboard updates its data precisely at 12 o'clock noon every day. Just now, their thoughts were all on the luck wager, and now they finally had the mood to check the town's slaughter rankings. Upon seeing that Shenba Town's slaughter points still ranked 3rd, a smile of relief finally appeared on Shenba Yui's face. Suddenly, Shenba Yui's eyes widened. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. He exclaimed, "How did Longyuan Town's kill points increase so quickly? Just yesterday, they were outside the top 100, and today they've risen to 45th place?" Upon hearing this, the other three immediately took notice of Longyuan Town's ranking. 45th. Although this rank was still far from threatening Shenba Town, Longyuan Town's rise was astonishingly rapid. Oda Yua gritted his teeth and said, "This Longyuan Town is simply bizarre. Your information, Lord Shenba, could it be wrong? Does their town really only have over 400 people? Even if Inchusha has an outdoor epic unit building, she only has one person." Suddenly, a look of shock appeared on Maoli Belong's face. Could it be that Zhang Feng has already reverse-engineered the soldier talisman of the Tianyin disciples? It's rumored that he created his own units solely by spending money, and after these two bets, he has already earned over 300 million spirit stones. This speculation was immediately met with unanimous agreement. Oda Yuha's expression darkened. If that's the case, we're in trouble. God knows what the output of his Tianyin disciple's soldier talisman is. After a long silence, Shin Bayu's face revealed a hint of cruelty. "Everyone, let's upgrade our base as soon as possible. If the any door can be upgraded to level 5, perhaps we have a chance to discover the nearby Longwa towns. You must know, killing other lords and their hero units can yield 10 times the kill points." Oda Yua's eyes lit up, and he laughed. "Ha ha ha, Lord Shenba, you have a keen insight. 45th place. Through the optimization of the Crystal Valley development yesterday, the kill points had risen from outside the top 100 to 45th in just one day." Zhang Feng was very satisfied with this. At this moment, the gamble of luck had settled. The monster-slaying operation was also on track. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and stepped into the any door leading to the Crystal Valley. 10 minutes later, under the protection of numerous strong allies, Zhang Feng arrived outside the Crystal Castle. "Lady Mother of Crystals, I want to make a deal with you." A few seconds later, a wave of water-like ripples appeared on the Crystal Castle, transforming into the graceful visage of the Mother of Crystals. "Human Lord, you allow your subordinates to slaughter my people, and now you still want to make a deal with me?" The Mother of Crystal's questioning was neither painful nor irritating to Zhang Feng. He knew that, like the Starry Sky Insect clan, the Crystal clan was also emotionally detached. The only difference was that the Crystal clan preferred to guard their crystal mines and posed almost no threat to other races. Zhang Feng didn't waste words, he simply flipped his hand to take out a blue crystal. "See blue crystal." The Mother of Crystals immediately gasped in surprise. According to the rules of the 10,000 races battlefield, building resources cannot be traded. This rule also applies to the indigenous lords of the battlefield. However, the quality of the sea blue crystal was epic. Materials of this level were not limited to building use. For the Crystal clan, they were also resources for recruiting units, or even food. The only difference was that the traded resources lost their building attributes. For the Mother of Crystals, this was already sufficient. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Can we talk now?" The Mother of Crystals, though emotionally detached, was not lacking in wisdom. "Human, do you want Crystal clan units?" "That's right. What units do you want?" "Crystal maidens." A few days ago, Yen had already seen the figure of the Crystal maidens in the Crystal Castle. "Absolutely impossible." The Mother of Crystal's tone was unequivocal. "Every Crystal maiden is my daughter. No amount of sea blue crystals will make me trade." Zhang Feng didn't expect the Mother of Crystals to be so resolute. After a second of shock, he suddenly realized, "You want more money, right?" Saying this, he flipped his hand to take out a milky white glowing crystal. "Holy crystal?" A look of extreme desire flashed in the Mother of Crystal's eyes. For her, legendary quality crystal stones are not just delicious food. When accumulated to a certain extent, they can also promote her evolution and star upgrade. "How do you want to exchange?" In the end, after some bargaining, both parties finally settled on a price. Zhang Feng exchanged 20 units of holy crystal stones for a Crystal Maiden's crystal embryo. For Zhang Feng, the greatest value of the Crystal Castle lies in two things. One is the passive skill of the Crystal Mother, crystal activation technique, which creates a monster spawning ground. The second is the Crystal Maiden. As for the Crystal Mother herself, although her combat power is decent, she is more of a homebody, making her secondary in importance. After returning to the territory, Zhang Feng looked at the 12 crystal embryos laid out before him. Aside from the soldier tokens, crystal embryos are one of the unique recruitment items of the crystal race. Due to the production limitations of the Crystal Mother, Zhang Feng barely managed to assemble a small team for the first batch of trades. Crystal Embryo, plus after use, it can summon a Crystal Maiden, epic level. As expected, crystal embryos can also be enhanced. Fortunately, the enhanced crystal embryo still recruits a Crystal Maiden, not a clumsy crystal dragon. Normally, epic level Crystal Maidens can only evolve from the souls of soldier types, making them extremely rare. Even as a top student, Jiang Feng had never heard of that predecessor lord possessing an epic-level crystal maiden. So, he had no idea what attributes the enhancement would yield. Let's enhance one and test the waters. Consume 3 million spirit stones, choose enhancement direction, legendary crystal embryo, crystal maiden. After the light dissipated, a golden crystal embryo appeared, and Jiang Feng did not hesitate. Recruit. Crack, crack, the crystal embryo flowed and stood upright. It quickly transformed into a girl-shaped crystal being. The battlefield of 10,000 races had already granted her initial memories. I have met the Lord. Concise and to the point. It perfectly matched the crystal race's cool demeanor. However, precisely because the crystal race has pure thoughts, their initial loyalty is as high as 90 points. Of course, raising it is incredibly difficult, as they rarely experience emotions like gratitude or admiration. The crystal maiden stands about 1.6 meters tall, with a slender and graceful figure. Aside from being entirely made of crystal, she possesses all the feminine features one would expect. Somewhat reminiscent of the transformation of White Queen from Marvel in Jiang Feng's previous life. Just looking at her appearance, she is indeed consistent with an epic-level crystal maiden. The original skills remain unchanged, and the legendary level adds a new transformation technique. After Chen saw her skills, his eyes instantly burst with dazzling brilliance. Wait, transformation technique? Isn't that one of the signature skills of the Crystal Mother? Jiang Feng glanced at the remaining energy and then waved his hand. Upgrade. Rings of light rose, and the Crystal Maiden instantly leveled up to 20. Jiang Feng looked at her attributes. Crystal Maiden race, Crystal race level, 20 quality, Golden Legend attributes. Physique 240, Spirit Power 240, Soul 240, Capacity 240. Combat Power 240 star skills, Crystal Assimilation, Crystal Transformation, Crystal Ray, Crystal Storm Transformation Technique. The initial attributes of the Crystal Maiden are already as mediocre as can be. Moreover, her bare combat power can only be considered low among legendary soldier types. However, the Crystal Maiden is one of the few soldier types that can perform attribute editing. The key lies in the skill Crystal Assimilation. Jiang Feng took out an ordinary crystal. Consume 10,000 spirit stones, enhancement direction, golden crystal stone. The golden crystal stone is known as one of the hardest items beneath the divine. Let's try absorbing it. The experiences left by predecessors are few, and everything can only be tried by Jiang Feng bit by bit. The Crystal Maiden took the golden crystal stone from Jiang Feng's hand, and a rare flicker of emotional fluctuation appeared in her eyes. Yes, my lord. Crystal assimilation. The golden crystal instantly transformed into liquid, merging into the body of the Crystal Maiden. Her originally colorless and translucent form now shimmered with a faint golden hue. Looking at her attributes, Physique 265, Spiritual Power 240, Soul 240, Carrying Capacity 230. Ha ha ha, Jiang Feng laughed heartily. Carrying capacity decreased by 10 points, physique increased by 25 points. That's right. The crystal is the equipment of the Crystal Maiden. And as long as there is carrying capacity, there is no limit. At this stage, an ordinary lord, even if they obtain a Crystal Maiden, can only feed her high-quality or rare crystals. Assimilating such low-grade crystals may yield a conversion ratio of less than 1:1 for the attributes transformed by carrying capacity. However, the legendary golden crystal achieves a conversion ratio of 2.5:1 and can convert entirely into a single physique attribute. Soon, dozens of golden crystals were absorbed by the Crystal Maiden. At this moment, she appeared as if forged from golden crystals. If she stood still, even the most exquisite artwork would pale in comparison. Her attributes had now changed to physique 880, Spiritual Power 240, Soul 240, Carrying Capacity 0. Truly worthy of the title Attribute Editor. Jiang Feng exclaimed. Crystal assimilation is just one of the 3 powerful skills of the Crystal Maiden. The other 3 skills are equally formidable. However, they require practical combat to verify. Jiang Feng was also curious about how strong the combat power of a legendary Crystal Maiden would be after her eruption. Thinking of this, he acted immediately. Jiang Feng quickly opened the second portal. Soon, he temporarily summoned Fanning Tian and Zizai Tian as guards. Then, accompanied by the Crystal Maiden he had just named Jingyi, he appeared 500 kilometers away from the town. The desolate highlands were also a virgin land that had not been developed by any lord. It was a gathering place for half-orcs and trolls. As soon as they stepped out of the portal, a dozen trolls over 3 meters tall charged at them, wielding spiked clubs and howling. Jiang Feng said softly, Jing-yi, eliminate the enemies in front of you as quickly as possible. Yes, my lord. Crystal transformation. Jing-yi's slender arms suddenly elongated, transforming into 3-meter-long, palm-width, gossamer-thin golden blades. Swish! A barely perceptible sound of slicing air was Heard. A level 48 troll froze in place, a line of blood extending from its head to its groin. 3 seconds later. Thud, the troll's entire body collapsed, its foul blood and entrails splattered everywhere. Who would have thought that the seemingly noble crystal maiden was, in fact, a cold-blooded killing machine? Zizai Tian gasped, "What sharp weapons?" Zhang Feng explained, "The command I just issued was to quickly eliminate the enemies, and when facing weaker foes, naturally, the sharper the weapon, the faster the killing efficiency. However, extreme sharpness means the weapon is thin, sacrificing the sturdiness attribute. If it weren't for the golden crystal material, Jingyi's transformed blades would have broken long ago." At this point, Zhang Feng changed his command, "Jingyi, transform into a blunt weapon." Jingyi's left hand instantly morphed into a 2-meter-high spiked club. Who knows how that petite body could conjure a weapon several times its own size? Boom! The golden spiked club smashed down, instantly turning an unfortunate troll into a pile of mush. Zhang Feng continued, "Spell attack." Jingyi waved her hand. Dozens of crystal beams, as thick as a wrist, shot out. The parts of the troll's hit immediately began to crystallize, their speed greatly reduced. It's a pity that Jingyi's main attribute is physique. If it were soul, each beam might be able to take down a troll. Next came the unique skill of the legendary Crystal Maiden. Using transformation technique, transform into blood crystal bat. As soon as the words were spoken, Jingyi's body quickly fused like a candle, and once it took shape again, it had transformed into a crystal bat with a wingspan of 10 meters, soaring into the sky. Transformation technique, change into other crystal races. Attributes remain unchanged after transformation, but skills of the transformed crystal race can be acquired. Current transformation templates: Crystal Spider, Crystal Fox, Crystal Wolf, Blood, Crystal Bat. Note, devouring other crystal races can yield new transformation templates. One can imagine that the ever-changing Crystal Maiden will be capable of anything, soaring to the heavens and diving into the seas, adding countless possibilities to Zhang Feng's tactics. Alright, come back. With Zhang Feng's command, the blood crystal bat dove down, rapidly shrinking to human form 10 meters above the ground. Before landing, Fanning Tian and Zizai Tian were left dumbfounded. "This is truly amazing," Zhang Feng exclaimed. "This is the kind of troop I wanted." Although he had been spending money like water during this time, Zhang Feng still had 180 million spirit stones in hand. And to strengthen a legendary soldier token, it only cost 10 million spirit stones. If Zhang Feng wished, he could immediately recruit hundreds of legendary troops. However, ordinary legendary troops lacked command bonuses, extreme attributes, and their growth potential was already fixed. If he were to recruit legendary troops with even lower cost performance than dragons, it would be better to cultivate ordinary Tianyin disciples. After all, Tianyin disciples had bonuses like the Empress's Command, the Great Sumeru Sword Style, and the Ethereal Decision. With the upgrade cost of an excellent 1-star, they could unleash combat power second only to ordinary epic troops. After confirming the power of the Crystal Maiden, Zhang Feng began mass promotions. After some attempts, he had 6 of the Crystal Maidens absorb Heaven Soul Crystals, primarily converting them into Divine Souls, becoming Magic-type Crystal Maidens. Naturally, Zhang Feng's energy was depleted again. The remaining 11 Crystal Maidens were only raised to level 10. After incorporating the Crystal Maidens into the monster-slaying army, Zhang Feng returned to his territory. Upon returning, he directly entered the comprehension room of Tianyin Pavilion, changing the time flow rate to 10 times and began cultivating the 8-9 profound art. During this period of exploration, Zhang Feng had also gained some insights. Coupled with his aptitude being raised to B level, he no longer felt drowsy as he did at the beginning of his training. He didn't know how long had passed. Knock. Knock knock, the sound of the heavenly Dao prompt pulled Zhang Feng out of his cultivation state. What is that sound? Due to his training, Zhang Feng had blocked most of the heavenly Dao prompts. Is someone selling bait? Zhang Feng immediately opened the message. He found it was from a stranger named Gao Yu. Looking at the profile picture, it was a delicately beautiful girl. Big brother Zhang Feng, I just encountered a goblin shop and got a blood bait. I heard you are buying? Zhang Feng's spirits lifted. Ever since the domain was broken, he had started buying various attributes of bait at high prices, as he could enhance them into ultimate bait. However, there were too many wealthy people in the county town. When he raised the price, the wealthy would raise it too. Especially after the small town slaughter ranking competition began, various baits had skyrocketed in price. With his current wealth, he was not even close to competing with Yingyin Man, let alone a few others. Yet unexpectedly, someone chose to sell the bait to him. Although surprised, Zhang Feng was still curious. Hello, Lord Gaoyu, why not sell it to Yingyin Man and Zhu Yeqing? Gaoyu replied, I really want to join Longyuan town and fight alongside the brothers against the Japanese. Of course, I also want to contribute to the fortune of Longyuan Town, which cannot be denied. Zhang Feng asked nonchalantly, do you have a high-level city relocation order? Gao Yu, I have one. I hope you won't laugh at me. It was originally meant for a quick escape. Omega. Zhang Feng readily said, alright, I agree. Of course, I will still buy this bloodbait at the previously promised price. Gao Yu appeared. Very happy. Thank you, big boss. No, from now on, I will call you Boss Jiang. Zhang Feng said, you're too polite. Once you join Longyuan Town, we are all comrades in arms. After granting Gao Yu the permission to migrate, Zhang Feng fell into deep thought. This Gao Yu lord's request to enter Longyuan Town is reasonable. She even openly admits that she is here for the fortune of Longyuan Town. Even with his intuition, Zhang Feng felt nothing amiss. But the easiest person to deceive is often oneself. As a qualified lord, Zhang Feng naturally understood the importance of questioning. At that moment, a notification popped up in the Longyuan Town channel. Notification: Gao Yu Lord is migrating to the territory. Since Zhang Feng had invited her, he naturally had to express something. Welcome, Gao Yu Lord, to become a part of Longyuan Town. Although most lords felt it was inexplicable, Zhang Feng had already spoken, and the atmosphere of welcome was still very warm. Gao Yu was also very obedient. As a newcomer, if there are any shortcomings, I hope everyone will bear with me. Beep beep beep, and Xuxia sent a video call. Once connected, and Xuxia immediately asked Zhang Feng, who is this Gao Yu Lord? There was nothing to hide, so Zhang Feng recounted the events. Xuxia didn't notice anything unusual but still said, it should be fine, but when I return to Blue Star next time, I will have my mom send someone to investigate. Zhang Feng laughed, sure, just another trouble for the city lord. And Xuxia replied, what are you being polite for? After hanging up the video call, Zhang Feng sighed, your family background is no secret. If Gao Yu really has issues, it's probably something even city lord and can't uncover. So, relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. At this point, Zhang Feng immediately took out a blueprint. It was one of the blueprints exchanged in the Hall of Prestige a few days ago, the Mind Control Tower. Consume 8 million Spirit Stones. Choose Enhancement Direction, Mind Control Tower. In the Hall of Prestige, Zhang Feng had exchanged for many good things. However, he hadn't rushed to build some non-essential structures. For example, the Mind Control Tower at present. Soon, a square base and a tower over 10 meters high were completed. At the top of the tower stood 5 antennas glowing with purple light, looking very high-tech. Mind Control Tower, Level 0, function, allows units within the territory to speak the truth. Takes effect after active use. Function, enslave a unit from the mental level 0 divided by 1. Takes effect after active use. Of course, enslavement also depends on the opponent's level and rank. After all, an epic building cannot enslave a mythic one. For each level the Mind Control Tower increases, an additional enslavement slot is added. The current level 0 Mind Control Tower is already sufficient. After mastering the usage of the Mind Control Tower, Zhang Feng waved his hand to send it into the deep space of the territory. In the following days, Longyuan Town developed steadily and systematically. With the Crystal Valley as a monster's spawning ground, Zhang Feng's energy acquisition speed multiplied several times. The initial batch of 300 Tianyin disciples finally all advanced to Tianin's true transmission. Among them, 54 had already reached level 20 and joined the monster hunting army in the Crystal Valley. Zhang Feng's monster hunting speed grew like a snowball. The kill points ranking of Longyuan Town also steadily improved every day. In addition, Zhang Feng sent the Crystal Maiden to transform into a blood crystal bat and continue exploring the distance. After all, other small towns might have appeared 500 kilometers away. There's a trick to exploring small towns. That is to explore in the direction of decreasing monster levels. With this technique, the Crystal Maiden indeed discovered the whereabouts of other town lords in a level 30 map. Unfortunately, after repeated confirmations, it turned out to be a town from the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Feng did not act rashly. After confirming the coordinates of the small town, he let the Crystal Maiden return. The only thing left in that small town was the legend of a 10-meter-long blood crystal bat boss. It was noon again. The kill leaderboard was refreshed once more. 1. Laoqin Town. Points 52,380,002. Beichao Town. Points 51,520,003. Shenba Town. Points 42,110,000. 10. Longyuan Town. Points 33,800,000. Yesterday we were 15th, and today we finally entered the top 10. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. In just a few days, Longyuan Town had surged from outside the top 100 directly into the top 10. Among them, at least half of the credit belonged to Zhang Feng and 1/10 to Xuxia. Of course, other small towns also showcased their talents. Although Ng Yin Man did not seek allies like Shen Baiyu, the original descendants of Lao Qin and Lao Qin Town received her unwavering support. Various exceptional and rare hero tokens and military symbols were seemingly scattered without cost. It was said that she had relocated all the entrances to the myriad battlefields of these Lao Qin lords to a certain two-world altar in Longzhou. This offline studio had finally gotten on track. As expected, after 6 days of effort, Lao Qin Town indeed exploded Beichao Town's score, temporarily ranking first. However, the town that everyone had high hopes for at the beginning, Yanming Town, only ranked 8th. There was no way around it. The strongest combat power in Yanming Town was the military merit Lord Zhu Yeqing. But with just him alone, even working day and night, how many monsters could he farm? The sudden rise of Longyuan Town into the top 10 also sparked a wave of cheers in the Longyuan Town channel. We're in 10th place. If we can hold on to 10th place, our town will gain a bit of luck. Mu Qingxuan, with the momentum we have now, we can definitely aim for the top 3. Wei Ming, that's right. Shenba Town only has 10 million more points than us, and we still have 4 days left. Come on, brothers. The entire Longyuan Town was filled with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Wu Tongkong, who had just been pushed to 11th place by Longyuan Town, gritted his teeth and cursed Longyuan Town for cheating in the county channel. In response to this situation, the diplomat Huang Xian naturally stepped up to address it. There are still a full 4 days until the kill points are settled. Let's strive to reach 6 books in these few days and then use that blood bait. With my current amplification speed, if I put in some effort, I still have a good chance of exploding Lao Qin Town's score. At that moment, Enchuxia sent a video request. In the video, although Enchuxia's face was weathered, she still wore a radiant smile. Zhang Feng, I found the gem mine you wanted. Zhang Feng was overjoyed. The gem mine was an essential resource for upgrading to 6 books. In the past 2 days, Enchuxia had the Dwarf King lead the monster farming. Meanwhile, she herself had been mingling with 6 giant dragons in the level 40 plus outer domain maps. Finally, she found the gem mine. After a moment's thought, Zhang Feng said seriously, Xuxia, you've really worked hard these days. I'll send you some things to replenish your strength. And Xuxia was taken aback, and then she saw the prompt from the exchange, exclaiming, Epic quality spirit item, Dragon Tooth Rice? Then she seemed to think of something and exclaimed in surprise, after the luck bet last time, there were rumors in the outside world that you obtained farming treasures like the Time and Space Farm. It seems to be true. Zhang Feng neither confirmed nor denied it. So, feel free to eat your fill. The effects of the cave heaven and blessed land far exceeded those of an ordinary time and space farm. I'm not a pig. And Chuxia shot Zhang Feng a glance, then said sweetly, Lord Mayor, do you have any other needs? If you do, just let me know. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment and said, come to my territory tonight. And Chuxia was caught off guard, her face turning red. You. Little did she know, Zhang Feng continued, after all, it's been a long time since everyone gathered. It's a good opportunity to celebrate entering the top 10, so let's say 6 o'clock. Hey, what's wrong with you? And Chuxia shot Zhang Feng a glare and said fiercely, it's nothing, I'm going back to Blue Star. Do, he. Zhang Feng chuckled lightly and then sent a message to the newly arrived Lord Gao Yu. To celebrate our territory entering the top 10, I'm inviting the backbone of the town to a party tonight. Gao Yu is a newcomer. Would you like to come and meet everyone? In the past few days, Gao Yu had shown no signs of anything unusual. Moreover, she was beautiful and well-behaved, quite popular in Longyuan Town. But without verification, Zhang Feng still felt uneasy. Gao Yu seemed very happy. Thank you, Boss Jiang. I will definitely come. Zhang Feng replied, then let's say 5:40. Gao Yu responded, okay. Today was another day when the Blue Star passage opened. And Chuxia and the other second-generation lords returned to Blue Star to replenish fresh blood. Even ordinary lords had to go back once to check in with family and friends. As a result, the town channel suddenly became quiet. Fortunately, Zhang Feng was used to it and entered the Enlightenment Room to continue his arduous training in the 8-9 Profound Arts. A few hours later, after ensuring that everything beyond the current scope for the territory had been sent into deep space, Zhang Feng granted teleportation permissions for Gao Yu's territory. Soon, a flash of light appeared. The delicate-faced, petite yet fiery Gao Yu appeared in the center of the territory. Zhang Feng smiled and said, welcome. The others will be here soon. A hint of shyness flashed in Gao Yu's eyes. No rush. It's rare to have this opportunity to be alone with Boss Jiang. Zhang Feng casually asked, where are you from? Is your real name Gao Yu? Zhang Feng keenly noticed the hairpin on Takahashi Miyuki's head emitting a faint blue light. This was a mental protection type of item. Zhang Feng had only used the truth reveal function. So, Gao Yu wanted to lie. Unfortunately, the level of the mind control tower was too high, subtly influencing her without her noticing. She didn't sit down but instead clasped her hands behind her back, leaning forward to accentuate her chest, and said in a spoiled tone, "That's not it. My real name is Takahashi Miyuki, I'm the second section chief of the Plum Mechanism in Sakura Country, and I've been lurking in the Shinha Takahashi family for over a decade, ha ha ha." Her voice abruptly stopped. Gaoyu should not be called Takahashi Miyuki, her eyes flashed with disbelief. You, Zhang Feng said, "What's wrong? Keep talking." Takahashi Miyuki showed no hesitation and immediately lunged at Zhang Feng. "Die." Almost simultaneously, Zhang Feng softly said, "Enslave." A blue light, visible only to Zhang Feng, instantly fell upon Takahashi Miyuki's head. In the blink of an eye, the mind control tower sent a notification. Enslavement target successful. There was no struggle, no hesitation. Even the fierce expression on Takahashi Miyuki's face had not faded when she suddenly knelt on the ground and loudly said, "Master, please forgive my rudeness." Takahashi Miyuki was not a master. Under the manipulation of the epic level building, she had no power to resist at all. "Get up," Zhang Feng commanded. "From now on, don't show any abnormalities in front of outsiders." "Okay, Boss Jiang." Takahashi Miyuki instantly adopted her new identity, her face filled with disgust as she said, "The Sakura Country is the most despicable and lowly nation in this world, daring to oppose the Great Dragon Country. They should be made to disappear from Blue Star." Although Zhang Feng appeared calm, on the surface he was secretly astonished. Enslavement did not turn a person into an idiot but rather modified a person's underlying cognition. The understanding Zhang Feng instilled in Takahashi Miyuki was, of course, to oppose Sakura and be loyal to him. He hadn't expected the effect to be this strong. Zhang Feng frowned and said, "Takahashi Mizuki, your current identity is still useful. When facing the Sakura people privately, don't give yourself away." As the second section chief of the Mei Agency, Takahashi Mizuki was a rare pawn. Takahashi Mizuki quickly replied, "Boss, don't worry, but can you call me Takayuki in private? The name of the Sakura people makes me feel sick." Zhang Feng was speechless. This effect was a bit too much. "Now, tell me, who sent you? And what is your purpose?" "All right." Takahashi Mizuki laid it all out. "It's that little bitch, Hojo Mai. Be civil." Okay, it's that woman Hojo Mai who contacted the Mei Agency on her own. She even said that, "Boss, you like girls like me with a youthful face and big breasts." With Hojo Mai's description, Zhang Feng confirmed her intentions. It was nothing more than gaining trust, probing for secrets, and even assassinating him at a critical moment. Basically consistent with his previous guesses. Except for one point. Zhang Feng frowned and said, "Who said I like girls like you?" "Well," Takahashi Mizuki hesitated for a moment and said, "According to the Mei Agency's intelligence, boss, every time you win spirit stones in gambling, you always bring along Tushanyaya, and Tushanyaya is just like me." As she spoke, Takahashi Mizuki compared her height and chest. Zhang Feng wanted to argue. But upon careful thought, it seemed that by some twist of fate, the little fox did follow him to make money every time. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and said, "You tell Hojo Mai that gaining my trust is just one aspect. The other aspect is that to earn my trust, she must present a monster bait of any attribute." Takahashi Mizuki nodded repeatedly, "Understood." Soon, Enchuxia, Wei Ming, Tushanye, Mu Qingxuan, and Huang Xian arrived one after another. Upon seeing Takahashi Mizuki, the group was only slightly surprised and did not ask much. It was obvious that Enchuxia was still brooding over Zhang Feng's teasing at noon. But she still leaned close to Zhang Feng's ear and whispered, "I've already investigated. This Takayuki lord is a native of the Shinkawa people, so there shouldn't be any issues." Zhang Feng nodded and said with a double meaning, "Then I can rest assured." Just like last time, Zhang Feng took out epic delicacies to treat everyone. Before the meal began, Zhang Feng waved his hand, and dozens of military tokens appeared on the table. Some were of excellent quality, while others were rare. "These are what I obtained while exploring the outer realms during this time. If anyone needs them, feel free to take some." Seeing everyone in a daze, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "As you all know, I have disciples of Tianning, so I have no use for these." He just wanted to find an opportunity to enhance the strength of these key members. If it weren't too ostentatious, he would have wanted to give each of them an epic military token. Huang Xian hesitated and said, "I've already gained so many benefits from following the boss, I can't take the boss's things for free. I'll buy them with money." The others agreed as well. Zhang Feng generously said, "Just give a little something in return. If you don't have money, you can owe it for now." Wei Ming smiled wryly and said, "I'm probably the poorest one now. These military tokens are too precious. If it comes to that, I'll just have to wait until I upgrade to level 5 and use my territory shares to pay off the debt." The little fox's thought process was still unique. "Right, let's use shares. If brother Jiang Feng holds shares in my territory, he will definitely support my development wholeheartedly. That's the mindset." Zhang Feng sighed inwardly. "Zhang Feng, your recent distribution of military tokens has already had a bit of sister." Ying's charm. And Chusha teased, then said seriously, I have a dwarf king's palace, so I won't take these military tokens. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, everyone gradually left. But soon, Takahashi Mizuki sent another video request. Boss, there's important news. Speak. Just now, the ninjas under Moto have discovered the approximate location of a small town in the Dragon Kingdom, and they may begin their attack tomorrow or the day after. Jiang Feng's expression darkened. After the small towns broke free from their domains, the coordinates displayed by each lord would center around their own town, so no one knew the locations of the other towns. Jiang Feng couldn't determine which town Mutaku was targeting, and if the Sakura Kingdom suddenly used a spatial sealing scroll, even Hearing Yin Man wouldn't be able to use the teleportation array to provide support. After all, although the Dragon Kingdom was at a disadvantage, it had over 100 small towns. It was impossible to guard against everything. Report any new intelligence immediately. In war, there are no casualties without death. Jiang Feng could only do his best. The next day, 2 more Sakura spies moved into Longyuan town using the wind bait and dark bait. Jiang Feng upgraded the mind control tower to level 2, easily taking it down with the help of Takahashi Mizuki. According to Takahashi Mizuki, all the top spies from the Sakura Kingdom in Xinjiang County had already switched sides. Surprisingly, during the following time, Xinjiang County remained calm, until the morning 2 days later. Just as Jiang Feng was collecting gem mines and about to upgrade to level 6, a piece of news instantly exploded in Xinjiang County. Xiao Wushan, fellow citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, my small town has been sealed. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone shuddered. They all knew what this meant. The real war had begun. This is not a mock exam. People can really die. Brothers, we must strengthen our defenses outside the town. With careful planning, we can't guard against everything. The two countries were already sworn enemies, and now they coincidentally faced a small-town slaughter points ranking competition. In an instant, everyone was on edge. At this moment, Mutaku bubbled up. Ha, Xiao Wushan? It turns out the town I just sealed is your Eternal Night town. Weren't you very active? Now you know fear? Xiao Wushan remained unafraid. What am I afraid of? Although Eternal Night town only has 600 people, if you want to wipe us out, you Mutaku will have to pay a price. Mutaku sneered, do you think we are the only small town? Let me tell you, this time Lord Shenba has sent heavy troops to support us. With our 2 towns united, what do you have to resist? As soon as these words were spoken, the morale of the Eternal Night Town Lord, which was already hard to lift, fell into a trough again. The 4th-ranked Shenba town in the slaughter rankings? We're doomed. With spatial sealing, there's no way to escape. Woo-woo, I said that Blood Crystal Bat was strange a few days ago, but none of you listened to me. What are we afraid of? People die facing the sky, let's fight. The devils. The lords of the Sakura Kingdom were filled with envy and jealousy. Kitaho might even directly cursed Baka. Mutaku, if you give me Eternal Night Town, I can immediately surpass Yin Man and regain the 1st place in the slaughter rankings. Upon seeing this, Jiang Feng was stunned. Blood Crystal Bat? Could it be such a coincidence? Jiang Feng immediately contacted the Lord from earlier to confirm the appearance of the Blood Crystal Bat and the terrain around Eternal Night Town. Ultimately, it was basically confirmed. Xiao Wushan's Eternal Night Town was indeed the small town in the Dragon Kingdom that the Blood Crystal Bat had explored a few days ago. This made Jiang Feng overjoyed. Even without mentioning the slaughter points delivered to his doorstep, Jiang Feng couldn't just watch his fellow citizens of the Dragon Kingdom be slaughtered right under his nose. At this moment, Xiao Wushan calmly said, fellow citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, the devils have already entered the town. Even if it's only been a few days, I am very honored to fight alongside my brothers. His words, spoken with a sense of detachment, carried a tragic resolve to face death without fear. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom felt a lump in their throats. Mutaku, however, held a victorious posture. Listen, Lord of Eternal Night Town, I am here only for the slaughter points. If you surrender and hand over your heroes and troops, I might be in a good mood and spare your lives. Xiao Wushan, Dragon Kingdom lords, I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. Jiang Feng immediately said, brothers, in Eternal Night Town, hold on. I'm thinking of a way to support you. Jiang Feng spoke honestly. However, this drew a wave of ridicule from the Lord of Sakura Country. Mutasora sneered, support? I'm already outside Eternal Night Town. What do you have to support with? This time, I will live stream the slaughter of Eternal Night Town. Shortly after, a message popped up in the county channel. Lord Mutasora has established a live stream. Mutasora's arrogance made the Dragon Country lords both angry and helpless. Jiang Feng opened the live stream and found that the view was indeed from outside a small town. This is good, I can keep track of his movements at all times. Then, Jiang Feng called Xiao Wushan via video. After a brief communication, Xiao Wushang was first delighted, then quickly said, Brother Jiang Feng has created an extraordinary troop type. Your future achievements are limitless. We don't want you to take risks. Jiang Feng replied, Brother Xia, don't worry, I know my limits. What we need to do in Eternal Night Town is to buy as much time as possible. Time was of the essence, and before Xiao Wushang could say anything else, Jiang Feng directly ended the video. He then issued an order. Upgrade to a level 6 Lord's Mansion. Complete immediately. Notification, you have upgraded to a level 6 Lord's Mansion, unlocking the building embassy. And your territory area has increased to 180,000 square meters. He had no time to pay attention to the newly unlocked building and the suddenly expanded territory area. Upgrade to a level 6 teleportation gate. The teleportation gate upgraded again, allowing Jiang Feng to save 100 kilometers of travel. Then, Jiang Feng issued commands through the Lord's Heart. All heroes and epic troops above level 20 gather in the territory immediately. As Jiang Feng was assembling his troops, suddenly, a mayor from Sakura country exclaimed in the county channel, Baka, my town has also been sealed. After a long silence, Ingin Man suddenly appeared. I was planning to prepare for another day. Mutasara, if you dare to kill even one person from Dragon Country, I will kill 10 from Sakura Country. This was a hostage exchange, right? Jiang Feng shook his head. Ingin Man possessed the epic flying troop, Iron Eagle sharpshooters capable of scouting other towns, which was not surprising. However, Ingin Man was so eager to save the hundreds of Dragon Country lords in Eternal Night Town that she overlooked the nature of the Sakura people. As expected, Mutasora coldly said, if you want to kill, then kill. No need for more words. The sealed Sakura mayor immediately shouted, no, Lord Mutu, she wants to kill me. Old Qin Town is the top in slaughter points. We can't withstand it. Mutasora, Baka. To die on the battlefield is your honor. Ingin Man was at a loss. Brothers in Eternal Night Town, I'm sorry, I can't rescue you. But I swear in the name of the descendant of the first emperor, I will make Mutu and Shinhachi pay in blood for their debts. Xiao Wushang, haha, thank you, Ingjie. With your words, we can die with our eyes closed. Xiao Wushang, in his early 20s, was tall, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a square face. At this moment, he was rushing with heroes and troops. Meanwhile, Eternal Night Town was already in chaos. Should we escape outside the town? Escape outside the town? The teleportation point leading out of the town has probably been sealed by the enemy long ago. Whoa, I don't want to die. I'm my parents' only child. How sad would they be if I died? I should have listened to them and moved away from the town earlier. They were not soldiers, in fact, most were first-time lords, merely passionate students. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Li Jie's avatar has turned black and white. He's dead. This caused even greater panic. Xiao Wushang and several town officials immediately stepped in to maintain order. Has everyone forgotten the tragedy of District 632? Don't expect that if you really surrender, the enemy will let you go. Brothers, now, immediately, abandon the territory and farmers, and gather with the hero troops towards the Eternal Night Mountains. Those bastards are using several superior scrolls to jointly seal us, and the sealing time is only 1 day. The Eternal Night Mountains are easy to defend but hard to attack. As long as we can hold out for 1 day, everyone can use the anywhere door to escape. Although the private chat with Jiang Feng had sparked a glimmer of hope in Xiao Wushang's heart, it was merely a flicker. Sigh. Xiao Wushang sighed. Even if what Jiang Feng said was true and the two towns were adjacent, the distance between the towns was still at least 700 or 800 kilometers. Long Yuan Town was not as premeditated as Wuting Town and Shenba Town. Even in the most optimistic scenario, if Jiang Feng's anywhere door had already reached level 5, the remaining journey of several hundred kilometers would likely take half a day. Not to mention, Jiang Feng still needed time to gather the warlords. Our town only has 4 superior troops. Can we hold out for half a day? Xiao Wushang naturally had no idea. Jiang Feng had no intention of gathering the other warlords from the town. Instead, he came over himself. And he flew over. 10 times the kill points. In a dilapidated territory, Wudong Kong laughed loudly. Sure enough, killing other warlords is the fastest way to earn points. Beside him, Mari Hachiro, representing Shenba Town, fiddled with the blueprint he had just obtained and said with a smile, Yoshi, blessed by Amaterasu, I just destroyed this arrow tower and not only gained resources but also got a blueprint. Along with the two were dozens of warlords, hundreds of heroes, and thousands of troops. At this moment, a ghost on Myoji suddenly reported, My lord, we just detected many living beings moving towards the center of the town. Wudong Kong frowned. They still want to struggle? It seems they want to gather to resist us. It must be a dangerous place. What a hassle. Ants always think of surviving. Mari Hachiro sneered, but this is good. It saves us from searching everywhere. We can catch them all in one net. Wudong Kong nodded and then issued an order in the temporarily established war group. Move towards the center of the town, surround the Dragon Kingdom. People. 1 hour later. Near a teleportation point outside Yongye Town, several warlords from Sakura country were guarding the teleportation point with their subordinates. On one hand, they were on alert, and on the other, they were preventing any fish that slipped through the net from escaping the town. The few of them watched Wudong Kong's live broadcast while chatting idly. What bad luck! Such a good opportunity, and we were assigned to guard the teleportation point. Onokun, I heard that your uncle once participated in the Holy War in Zone 632, is that true? Of course it's true. My uncle said the female lord of the Dragon Kingdom has the fiercest temperament. They didn't know what they were talking about, but a burst of lewd laughter erupted. Suddenly, one of them pointed into the distance and said, Onokun, do you see that figure over there? The others looked over. They saw a plain figure appearing at the edge of the mist. As the figure slowly approached, they began to drool. Although wearing a mask, that figure is truly top-notch. Could it be a lost hero or troop from some Dragon Kingdom lord? A glint of greed flashed in Onokuan's eyes as he licked his lips and said, I'll go see if I can recruit them. Saying this, he took a few steps forward. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was only a few dozen meters. Li Hani looked at the 3 lewd men in front of her with disgust in her eyes. The lifeless sword instantly unsheathed. With Jiang Feng's orders in mind and her disdain for the 3, Li Hani did not hold back in this strike. The lifeless sword chi surged with the wind, instantly extending to hundreds of meters long. In an instant, the entire air fell silent. Ha! Onokuan's face turned pale, his throat making a drowning sound, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was not a reckless person, in fact, he had been cautious and on guard, yet he never expected the enemy to be so perverse. Logically, the more refined the sword energy, the greater its power. However, Li Hani's control over sword energy had reached its peak. Against the elite heroes and troops before him, generally around level 20, even diluted sword energy spread over hundreds of meters was enough to achieve instant kills. Thud, Xiao Yijun's body was severed at the chest. Immediately after, the sounds of thud 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 echoed as 3 lords, along with several heroes and hundreds of troops, were slain by Li Hani with a single sword strike. Soon, 12 dragons and 12 blood crystal bats, carrying the goddess warriors, the 9 heavens holy princess, 20 dwarf rocket shooters, and dozens of Tianyin true disciples landed at the teleportation point. After reaching level 20, the dragons could carry 6 people, while the crystal bats could carry 2. The Empress and Angel Yen could fly on their own. Jiang Feng leaped down from the back of Dragon 9 and said to Li Hani, well done, continue clearing the other 3 teleportation points. Li Hani nodded, yes, my lord. Among his subordinates, Li Hani was the least conspicuous, yet he possessed the ability to instantly kill hundreds. From the outside, the small town had a diameter of less than a kilometer, connected to the outside world by various teleportation points. The battlefield of 10,000 races itself was composed of many spaces. The most common was that each small town formed its own space, and the initial internal space was roughly several hundred kilometers in circumference. It was said that once the town's fortune exceeded a certain value, the internal space would expand and resources would increase. Opening Wutong Kong's live stream, he found that both sides had begun to confront each other in the Eternal Night Mountains. The lords of the Sakura Nation were crazily sending barrage messages one after another. Lord Wutong, hurry up and kill, what are you waiting for? I've already prepared fine wine, just waiting for the slaughter feast to liven things up. Let the Dragon Kingdom know what happens when they oppose my great Sakura Empire. Jiang Feng glanced a few times, and then took out a gray scroll, tearing it open directly. Silence. The epic-level silence scroll enveloped the entire town and a 1-kilometer radius in a layer of gray light. With the space sealed and the silence enforced, from now on, anyone in Eternal Night Town, no matter how loud they shouted, would not receive a response. Wutong Kong's livestream has been closed, the signal was gone. Naturally, Wutong Kong could not continue his livestream. The sudden turn of events infuriated the lords of the Sakura Nation, who rushed back to the county channel to curse. Wutong Kong, either don't stream, or finish what you started. Cutting off the stream at this time? Wu-Tang must be trying to charge for it. I would accept a fee, but at least you should stream. Of course, all of this was no longer related to Jiang Feng. Leave 4 crystal maidens to guard the teleportation point, and let the others clear the way. Inside the teleportation point, several Sakura lords were stationed. Strange, why is my communication malfunctioning? They were still in a brief daze from the sudden communication blackout. A flash of light appeared. A blood crystal bat, resembling a work of art, flew out from the teleportation point. At this point, even the slowest among them realized something was wrong. What kind of monster is this? Quick, notify Lord Wu-Tang. But it was already too late. The blood crystal bat gently flapped its wings. Crystal storm, countless crystal blades, each a foot long, appeared in an instant, spinning rapidly. Thud thud thud, in an instant, all creatures obstructing the crystal blades were like meat caught in a meat grinder, blood and flesh flying, creating a hellish scene within a radius of dozens of meters. Although the magical crystal maidens were not as strong in single-target attacks as physical classes, they were perfect for clearing small minions. When Zhang Feng entered, the battle had already ended. The blood crystal bat spoke human words. My lord, there is a large amount of life energy reaction located 100 kilometers to the southeast. This is the signature skill of the blood crystal bat, sonic detection. It can detect energy reactions and terrain features, making it very practical. Zhang Feng nodded. Accelerate the march. The Eternal Night Mountains. Hundreds of thousands of troops were in a standoff. On the mountain were over 600 lords belonging to the Dragon Kingdom, with more than 200,000 troops. Below the mountain were over 1,000 lords from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, with only 100,000 troops. Although the numerical difference didn't seem significant, the Dragon Kingdom still held an advantage. However, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had gathered most of the warlords from 2 of Qingyang County's top 10 towns. The 100,000 troops were all elite quality at the very least, and there were countless rare and exceptional troops among them. Wu Tung Kong and Mali Balang each had a team of epic troops, the swordsmanship masters. The combat power of both sides differed by at least 5 times. Xiao Wuxian, what have you considered? Wu Tung Kong said with enthusiasm. I told you, I came here just to earn kill points and energy. If you obediently hand over your heroes and troops, perhaps you can avoid death. Xiao Wuxian's voice immediately came through. We're discussing it. Why are you in such a hurry? Humph. Wu Tung Kong snorted coldly. It's already been 10 minutes. My patience is limited. Mali Balang mocked. You're not trying to stall for time, are you? How naive. The reason they hadn't attacked immediately was that they wanted to take Eternal Night Town without shedding blood. After all, as long as there was a battle, there would be casualties. Suddenly, Wu Tang Kong was taken aback. Why did my livestream cut off? After several unsuccessful restarts, he finally realized what had happened, a mix of shock and anger flooding over him. Damn it! Who used the silence scroll on Eternal Night Town? Silenced for 3 days, and it's an epic level silence scroll. Mali Balang shouted. Wu Tingkuan, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom on the mountain are clearly stalling for time. With such a change now, whether they are bluffing or truly have reinforcements, we should launch an attack immediately to avoid being caught in a pincer. Wu Tong nodded and immediately ordered a full assault. In an instant, Kamakura warriors and heavily armored spear wielders led the charge, followed by star-seeing masters, Onmyoji, and Tokugawa archers. The swordsmanship masters could be seen weaving through the ranks. The battle erupted in an instant. On the peak, a beautiful female lord exclaimed excitedly, our town has been silenced. Wu Tengkong doesn't need to go to such lengths. So what Brother Wushang said was true, there really are reinforcements. However, Xiao Wushang was not so optimistic, as he had more to consider. If Zhang Feng really arrived, it would definitely be with fast-flying troops. But how many flying troops could there be? Against the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's elite army of 100,000, it would be a drop in the bucket. Yet he couldn't show this worry. Instead, he said solemnly, hold on. Reinforcements are on the way. What we need to do is buy time. The crowd shouted, yes. The fighting spirit of Eternal Night Town reignited. Unfortunately, the enemy consisted of 2 of Qingyang County's top 10 towns. Iato/. Each time a swordsmanship master drew and sheathed their sword, dozens of militia members fell apart. Only ranged troops could make the Cherry Blossom Lords a bit wary. 20 minutes later, the mountains were littered with corpses. Although the Dragon Kingdom's army held the high ground and had an absolute geographical advantage, the disparity in strength was too great. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom had pushed forward several hundred meters, continuously compressing the survival space of the Dragon Kingdom's lords. The female lord cried out, Brother Wushang, we can't hold on any longer. With cliffs and steep walls on 3 sides, there was no retreat, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. Before Xiao Wushang could speak, a boy beside him suddenly pointed to a low peak on the left and shouted, look over there. What is that? The Eternal Night Mountains stretched for dozens of miles, and they were only on the main peak. On a low peak hundreds of meters away from them, 20 dwarf soldiers appeared out of nowhere. They were shouldering rocket launchers with a caliber of at least 300 millimeters, their barrels pointed skyward as massive spiritual energy projectiles, 7 to 8 meters long, gradually took shape. Xiao Wushang exclaimed in surprise, this is dwarf rocket soldiers? Dwarf rocket soldiers can only be advanced from the soul of the soldier type. How could Brother Zhang Feng have so many? And how did they get up there? Countless questions surged through Xiao Wushang's mind, ultimately transforming into the joy of having survived a disaster. At that moment, Zhang Feng's figure slowly emerged from behind the peak. He waved at Xiao Wushang and then pointed to the area where the Cherry Blossom Army was most concentrated. Below, fire. Due to the angle, it wasn't until 20 rockets soared into the sky that the lords of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom noticed. Oh, great Amaterasu, what? Is that? Is that a projectile from a technology-type soldier? No. No. These are dwarf rocket soldiers. How could there be so many dwarf rocket soldiers? Get out of the way. Mori Hachiru looked up at a projectile falling directly towards him, and his mind suddenly became unusually active. As one of the descendants invited by Kamihachi Yuichi, he suddenly recalled that when Kamihachi Yuichi's faction was ambushed by Watanabe-kun, the 4 words that Watanabe-kun sent back before his death were thick and long. They had speculated at the time whether Watanabe-kun had suffered a beastly invasion from Jiang Feng. Now the truth was finally revealed. But it was too late. Boom boom boom, he was engulfed by the terrifying explosions. In the county channel, the lords of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom were still brooding over Mutasora's live stream being shut down. Shortly after, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom quickly discovered that all the lords in Eternal Night Town had gone silent. Messages in both the regional channel and private chats had vanished without a trace. There was only one explanation. Yi Irin said angrily, Mutasora has silenced Eternal Night Town. This beast must be doing something inhumane, just like the tragedy in Zone 632 back in the day. According to the tacit understanding among the countries of Blue Star, while nations could engage in slaughter on the battlefield, certain actions would still be condemned. For example, cruel torture. For example, certain atrocities against female lords. Now that Eternal Night Town had been silenced, it was hard not to draw negative associations. After all, these were the very things the lords of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom loved to do. Ing Man roared, repay virtue with virtue, and repay grievance with justice. Lords of Old Qin Town, annihilate the devils in this town before us to honor the spirits of our compatriots in Eternal Night Town. All the lords of Old Qin Town rallied in unison. Yes. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom lord who had been silenced immediately begged for mercy. Lady Ing Man, this is all Mutasora's doing. It has nothing to do with me. But Ing Man didn't care about that at all. Just as she was slaughtering her way through this Cherry Blossom Town, a lord from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom suddenly exclaimed, Lord Mori's avatar has gone dark. Not just Lord Mori, Nishio Fujita. Oh my god, dozens of lords in Kamihachi Town have died in an instant. What happened? This news left even the killing god, Ing Man, stunned. What on earth had happened in Eternal Night Town? Why had the lords of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, who were the invaders, suddenly perished in droves? Could it be that they suddenly encountered a powerful monster? Hiss. Eternal Night Town wouldn't have items like Hell's Gate or Undead Bone Disaster that would lead to mutual destruction, right? Everyone speculated. This silencing was truly infuriating. Zhu Yeqing said solemnly, there are still more than 2 hours left until today's kill points are updated, then we will be able to see some clues. If it really is an extreme counterattack from Eternal Night Town, then their kill ranking will surely soar. If not, it proves that these invaders have encountered other powerful enemies. Tip: your dwarf rocketman killed Mori Hachiru. You gained energy asterisk 40,000, kill points asterisk 9,600. Tip: your dwarf rocketman killed the Onmyoji. You gained energy asterisk 22,000, kill points asterisk 3320. Tip: your Zhang Feng looked at the thousands of battle reports that appeared in an instant, unable to suppress the smile creeping up his lips. A round of bombardment wiped out tens of thousands of units from the Sakura Nation, including over 100 lords. The one named Mori Hachiru seemed to be one of the descendants of the famous daimyo who was highly invited by Shin Hachiyu. Gained 7 million energy, 2.1 million points. As expected of the 10x kill points, as long as I wipe out this large army below, I can earn over 20 million points. Zhang Feng sighed, if it weren't for the dwarf rocketmen being unable to farm monsters daily, I should really get a few more teams. The reason for bringing the dwarf rocketmen was also due to the discussion with Xiao Wushang about the battlefield terrain before coming. Just now, Zhang Feng consumed 4 million energy to level all the dwarf rocketmen to level 25. Using the echolocation ability of the blood crystal bat, Zhang Feng quickly locked onto this hill. This hill was simply perfect for artillery. The lords of the Sakura Nation below were like live targets. Moreover, the slope behind the hill was gentle enough for the dwarf rocketmen to silently ascend to the summit. Most importantly, there was only a 100-meter wide ridge leading to the peak, with ravines on both sides. The Sakura army could only crowd tightly on the ridge to attack. So far, everything was perfect. After achieving a successful strike, the dwarf rocketmen did not stop. Instead, each took out a bottle of life water and gulped it down. Then they prepared for the next shot. A sudden turn of events stunned both sides of the battle. Whoosh! Even at a distance of hundreds to thousands of meters, the violent airflow from the explosion made the clothes of everyone on the mountaintop flap wildly. The girl beside Xiao Wushang could fit an egg in her mouth. What? What kind of troop is this? So strong. Xiao Wuxian, experienced, looked at the devastated Sakura army below and sighed. This is the extreme troop type dwarf rocketmen. Judging by the power just now, they must have used overload, exhausting all their spiritual energy. The girl questioned, exhausting spiritual energy? Do you mean they only have one strike's worth of power? Exactly. Xiao Wuxian nodded. And it takes the right timing, location, and support to achieve that kind of destructive effect. The girl tugged at Xiao Wuxian's sleeve, pointing at the distant low peak. So what are they doing now? Xiao Wuxian turned his head and saw that the second shell of the dwarf rocketman was already taking shape. He was instantly stunned, then exclaimed, restoring spiritual energy potions? Or potions that instantly replenish hundreds of points of spiritual energy. Xiao Wuxian forced himself to calm down, then seriously said to the Lord of Eternal Night Town beside him, such potions are simply priceless at this stage. Brother Jiang Feng is truly spending a fortune to save us. We must always remember this favor. Everyone nodded solemnly. Only after facing death do we realize how precious life is. Although the potions for restoring spiritual energy are incredibly valuable, Xiao Wuxian could not possibly think of the life water as such a treasure. Therefore, Jiang Feng used it without any reservations. Baka. Yoru. Mutasora narrowly escaped disaster but was as disheveled as a rolling gourd. How can there be so many dwarf rocketmen? He looked towards the spot where Mori Hachiru had been, now littered with shredded flesh and no bones left. Mutasora's vassal lord swallowed hard and said, Lord Mutu, the enemy has the high ground. We are at a disadvantage. Should we retreat from the mountains? Slap. Mutasora slapped him. Baka, as a lord of the great Sakura Empire, there is only death in battle, no retreat. Of course. The reason he was so brave was entirely because he knew that the dwarven rocket launcher, after overload, only had one strike left. His younger brother's eyes shone with admiration. Hi, Lord Mutu is right. Then he pointed to the second round of cannonballs that had just taken off, tracing a beautiful arc. To die alongside Lord Mutu is my honor. Before he could finish, Mutakon had already screamed, how can they recover their spiritual power so quickly? Quick! Retreat from the mountains. After saying that, he bravely took the lead and turned to flee. Boom boom boom, the second round of bombardment once again took away nearly 10,000 troops from the Sakura nation. There was no need for Mutakon to give orders. All the lords of the Sakura nation hurriedly commanded their subordinates to retreat, eager to escape this passive situation of being beaten. If a few more rounds of bombardment came down, they would probably be completely annihilated without even seeing the enemy's face. Mutakon had narrowly escaped disaster again, and while running frantically down the mountain, he let out a furious roar. Damn it! If I had flying troops, would a few dwarven rocket launchers be so arrogant? But fortunately, the enemy doesn't have flying troops either. Jiang Feng looked at the fleeing Sakura army with some regret. If the enemy really stood there stubbornly and let him bombard them, then he wouldn't need to deploy other troops. After all, the Fountain of Life had already reached level 5, with a significant increase in production, so he wouldn't mind the few bottles consumed by the dwarven rocket launchers. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from Xiao Wuxian. Brother Jiang Feng, the enemy is fleeing, should we kick them while they're down? This was the amplification magic of the Wind Mage. Xiao Wuxian didn't know Jiang Feng's background, so he was uncertain. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, his voice echoing through the valley, to avoid friendly fire. The brothers of Yangye Town should just watch from the sidelines. Leave the enemy to me. Avoid friendly fire? Before Xiao Wuxian could understand what Jiang Feng meant, Jiang Feng had already softly said, Xiaojiu, it's your turn to make an appearance. Longjiu stepped forward with her long black legs, excitedly saying, yes, my lord. Then she leaped off the cliff, her form swelling against the wind, instantly transforming into a terrifying beast over several dozen meters long. Seeing the sudden appearance of the giant beast, the lords of Yangye Town at the mountaintop went wild. A dragon. Legendary unit, the dragon. Boss Jiang Feng is really amazing. Although in Jiang Feng's territory, the dragon was at the bottom of the hierarchy, in the eyes of ordinary lords, let alone a legendary unit, even the most useless epic unit would be revered like an ancestor. And it wasn't over yet. Longjiu raised her head and let out a resounding dragon roar. Behind a low peak 100 meters from the main peak, another dragon revealed itself. Longjiu landed on the low peak, her massive body causing the peak to struggle under the weight. The mountain cracked, inch by inch, and boulders rolled into the deep ravine. Then she pushed off forcefully, like an arrow released from a bow, howling as she charged towards the Sakura army. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. A dragon rose behind every low peak. The lords of Yangye Town were already so shocked they were speechless. Jiang Feng smiled at the sight, not to mention combat power. The appearance of the dragons is truly impressive. 12 dragons, under Longjiu's command, moved skillfully, sometimes forming a straight line, sometimes a zigzag, ultimately arranging into 2 rows. There was no choice. With the size of the dragons, a single row was too wide. at a height of several dozen meters above the ground. They simultaneously raised their necks slightly and then unleashed a breath of black flames. Accompanied by screams, the Sakura army behind was continuously engulfed by the black flames. Mudokon screamed, "Ranged units, concentrate! Fire! All sword masters, use your full strength to execute the harmony slash and bring those damned dragons down." Star techniques, yin-yang techniques, arrows, all soared into the sky. Occasionally, one could see sword energy over 100 meters long rising, opening wounds on the dragon's belly. The dragons were not invincible. Below the same level, 4 to 5 swordmasters could slay a giant dragon. Yet the swordmasters roared in anger. Damn it, judging by their size, these should be level 20 dragons, but how can their defense be so high? Immortal drink, increases attributes by 50%, duration 10 minutes. With the epic spirit rice, Jiang Feng finally brewed the specialty liquor of the drunken immortal. Tower. Of course. The effect descriptions of all items in the battlefield of 10,000 races default to maximum effect. For example, the immortal drink is an epic spirit wine, while the drunken immortal tower is currently at level 3. Therefore, the immortal drink can only exert its maximum effect on epic creatures below level 20. The effect on legendary dragons is probably around a 30% increase in all attributes. Moreover, after the effect of the immortal drink wears off, there will be a period of weakness. 30 seconds later, 12 dragons, enduring countless attacks, carved out a fiery trench several hundred meters long among the cherry blossom army, finally soaring high. The fragile cherry blossom. Archers and mages within suffered near total casualties. Jiang Feng instantly received over 20,000 battle reports. Huff. Long Yi took a breath. Her body was riddled with arrows, flesh mangled, and even a small part of her left wing had been severed, making her flight wobbly. Despite the pain causing her to grimace, Long Yi laughed heartily. "Ha, not just lung capacity, the breath that our Lord taught us is equally useful. And chest resonance. Everyone must practice well." Long Jiu added, then said in a crisp voice, "Everyone, quickly drink the water of life to recover from injuries and spiritual power. Then, while the immortal drink is still in effect, let's unleash another wave. Otherwise, we'll be outpaced by those guys guarding the valley. Although we are veterans of the territory, our strength is lacking, so we must maintain a good work attitude to earn the Lord's favor." The power and duration of the dragon's dark breath, as well as its output of spiritual power, are all related. When it is unleashed in a fierce breath, although the power is immense, the damage can overflow by more than half. It is far less cost-effective than a steady stream. The bravery of the dragons finally drove the Lord of the Cherry Blossom Nation to despair. Logically speaking, if they were to clash head-on, even 100 level 20 dragons would not stand a chance against 100,000 elite troops. But these 12 dragons were exceptionally strange. Normally, the higher the tier of the troops, the greater their intelligence and the more they value their lives. Yet, it was unclear how these dragons were trained. Not only were their attributes significantly higher, but they also showed no fear of death. They naturally did not know that with the life spring as a safety net, who would fear death? At this moment, Jiang Feng rode on Longjio and caught up. At the mountain peak, the lords of Eternal Night Town watched with their hearts racing. A girl exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Wushan, let's join in and help Jiang Feng kill the enemies." Before Xia Wushan could speak, a dragon landed on the ridge in front of them. "Everyone, I am Long Wu, here to convey our Lord's message. This time, Eternal Night Town has suffered heavy casualties, so we will take over the remaining battles here at Longyuan Town." Xia Wushan immediately replied, "Understood. Please tell this dragon lord to inform Jiang Feng that we will await good news at the mountaintop." As a legendary creature, Xia Wushan did not dare to be negligent. The boy was puzzled. Why doesn't Jiang Feng let us take action? Xia Wushan smiled wryly. "These are all kill points. If we act now, it would be stealing kills." Kill points? The boy was taken aback, then suddenly realized Brother Wushan means that Longyuan Town wants to seize this opportunity to break into the top 3 of the kill leaderboard. Longyuan Town had already entered the top 10, and to advance further, the only target could be the top 3. With 400 lords entering the top 10, it had already astonished everyone. If they could truly enter the top 3, it would be a miracle among miracles. Xiao Wushang nodded. "If I guess correctly, there are other lords from Longyuan Town lying in ambush at the foot of the mountain." Wu Tingkong led his team and quickly escaped from the outer space of the Eternal Night Mountains, then said fiercely, "Damn Jiang Feng, it turns out his trump card is a team of legendary dragons. No wonder he could take first place in the battle of breaking the domain." Just moments ago, many Sakura lords had overheard the conversation between Jiang Feng and Xiao Wushang. If it weren't for being caught off guard, if it weren't for being in such a narrow place, a small team of dragons would have just been giving me experience and materials. Damn it, 100,000 elite troops, and nearly half of them were lost here. A younger brother said, "Lord Wu-Tang, we should escape quickly." Clap. "Escape my ass." Wu Tingkong slapped the younger brother and shouted angrily, "Those 12 dragons are already heavily injured. If they dare to show up again, I'll skin them alive. As soon as he finished speaking, 11 dragons appeared in a line on the horizon. Where was the sign of injury? How is this possible? Although the slap in the face came so quickly, Wu Tongkong pondered for a moment and still yielded, continued to retreat. These dragons were too sinister, practically like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. But soon, over 100 figures led by the Empress and Angel Yen blocked their path. If possible, Zhang Feng naturally didn't want to reveal too many of his trump cards. So just now, in the mountains, he only let the dragons take action. After all, there were over 600 lords from the Dragon Kingdom present. Even if there were no dragon traders among them, the fact that he had a team of dragons would spread throughout Xinjiang County the next day. And now, with only the Sakura lords left, Zhang Feng had no more concerns. Because the dead wouldn't leak secrets. However, Wu Tongkong felt he was being underestimated. You think you can stop me with just over 100 people? Although they had suffered heavy losses, they still had more than 60,000 troops left. Moreover, most of the remaining troops were high-quality, high-level hero units. But soon, all the surviving Sakura lords witnessed a scene they would never forget. Without any unnecessary words, Angel Yen, high above, lightly pointed with the thunder sword, thunder power, boundless thunder, descended. Wu Tongkong was particularly targeted by Yen and instantly turned into a pile of charcoal, following in the footsteps of Mori Hachiru. This also marked the beginning of the massacre. Whooshing sword chi, moon evening flower morning, cloud sword technique, heaven blade strike, thunder body, heaven sound 9 kills. The units that the Sakura lords usually took pride in were slaughtered in droves before the massive area attacks covering dozens or even hundreds of meters. When a level 25 sword master was casually blown up by Giselle with a single shot, these invaders finally fell into despair. It hasn't even been a month since the opening of the district. How could Zhang Feng be this strong? That female warrior unit, I'm afraid only summoning a Shikigami could counter it. Compared to these units, the dragons are simply not worth mentioning. We must let this news spread. Even if we exhaust the power of the Sakura Kingdom, even if we summon the great ones from the upper realm, we must kill Zhang Feng. Otherwise, Zhang Feng will surely become the grave digger of our Sakura Kingdom. No wonder Zhang Feng wants to silence the entire Eternal Night Town. He doesn't want his strength to be exposed. Split up and escape. Let the ninja troops go invisible and flee. At this moment, the dragons also caught up. Zhang Feng stood on the back of Long Jiu, sneering, invisible? For magical crystal maidens had already transformed into blood crystal bats, traversing the void within dozens of miles. With the detection ability of the blood crystal bats, let alone ninjas, even an ant wouldn't be able to escape. To ensure absolute certainty, Zhang Feng didn't hesitate to expend over 6 million energy to directly level up Crystal 7 to level 30. The 1,600 plus points of soul-driven, sonic detection meant that even a level 20 legendary unit skilled in invisibility had nowhere to hide. Half an hour later, a blood crystal bat 15 meters long flew in front of Zhang Feng and spoke human words. My lord, I have been monitoring a radius of 100 miles at all times, confirming that the invading enemies have been annihilated. Zhang Feng replied with satisfaction. Good. After waiting for more than an hour, Zhang Feng finally returned to the mountaintop. Thank you all for your patience. Thank you, Zhang Feng, and the brothers from Longyuan town for your support from afar. Xiao Wushang thought Zhang Feng had merely repelled the enemies, and he bowed solemnly, then sighed. Today, the top 3 on the slaughter leaderboard are within reach for Longyuan town. Speaking of the slaughter leaderboard, Zhang Feng was also curious. During this time, he had gained 23 million slaughter points. The slaughter rankings would be updated in 10 minutes. He wondered how many ranks he could climb with so many points. Not only Zhang Feng and Xiao Wushang were curious, all the lords were curious, but what they were wondering was, what exactly had happened in Yanye town? The lords of Shinhachi town and Wuding town looked at the blackened avatars in their town one after another, on the verge of collapse. Lord Wu Tongkong has died too. They are all dead. What on earth happened? It must be a mutual destruction item. Baka Yaru, launch a holy war, let the people of Longwa pay blood for blood. Ji Yingyin Man disregarded the pleas of the Sakura lord in front of her and killed him with a single sword strike. Meng Tian, seeing this, said, Your Highness, the Sakura lord of this small town has already been eliminated for the most part. Good. Yin Man was already a bit bloodthirsty. Every time she returned to Blue Star, she would bring back 5 to 8 epic soldier tokens, and now her epic troops had reached several hundred. And now, what she had sealed off was just an ordinary Sakura country. Small town, which could not withstand her frenzied revenge. If you want to blame someone, blame Wu Tongkong, Yin Man said, lightly to the corpse, then with a heavy expression, this is just the interest. My compatriots in Yanye town, I will soon slay Shinhachi you and Wu Tongkong to avenge you. Looking at the time, the slaughter points leaderboard was about to refresh. Ing Man opened the county channel, but after just a few glances she was stunned. The descendant of the Mori family has died? Wu Tung Kong is dead too? She exclaimed excitedly. Could it be that Yangye Town was playing possum and caught Wudong Kong off guard? A few minutes later, the slaughter points were updated as scheduled. Before she could scroll down to check Yangye Town's points, her eyes widened in an instant. 1. Laoqin Town. Points 89.23 million. 2. Longyuan Town. Points 82.23 million. 3. Beijia Town. Points 72.15 million. I remember Longyuan Town only had 51 million points yesterday. Ing Man immediately guessed the truth and laughed. Ha, so Jiang Feng wasn't joking just now. Longyuan Town is actually adjacent to Yangye Town. With the speed of the dragon, it could indeed catch the Sakura Lord off guard. However, right after that, Ing Man frowned again. I wonder if that guy's dragon has suffered any losses? Moreover, after this battle, he probably won't be able to hide the fact that he possesses legendary troops, which will definitely attract the attention of those special agencies in the Sakura country. In Longyuan Town, all the lords were waiting for the slaughter points to refresh. They had thought that Longyuan Town would gain 1 or even 2 more ranks. But when the slaughter points really refreshed, they did not expect it to bring such a big surprise as Longyuan Town shot straight to second place. After the shot, all the lords erupted in thunderous cheers. Ah, second place. How did we get to second place? If we can maintain a top 3 position, the luck of Longyuan Town will break through 10 points. Exceeding 10 points of luck. I wonder if the small town map will expand. Among them were many clever people. In just one day, we gained over 30 million points. It must be because we supported Yangye Town. Strange, when did we send troops? Why haven't I received any news? And Chuxia immediately stepped forward. Everyone, this matter only involves a few of us town officials and some warlords, and it is to prevent leaks, allowing the Sakura nation to prepare. The crowd suddenly understood and expressed their agreement. And Chuxia continued, from now on, regarding military operations, please do not discuss them in the large group. If you have questions, you can message me privately. This was an arrangement made before Jiang Feng's departure. Of course, and Chuxia did not expect Jiang Feng to be so fierce, single-handedly racking up 20 million kill points. Immediately after, and Chuxia posted in the Longyuan Town Management Group, since Jiang Feng created his own troops, he has been in the eye of the storm. After this incident, he will likely become a thorn in the side of the Sakura nation. Everyone understands the principle that a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind, so we need to help him share some of the pressure. Wei Ming exclaimed, did the boss really go to support Yangye Town all by himself? Mu Qingxuan said, whatever arrangements you have, Chuxia, just let me know. Tushan Yeye understood, whoa, I lost quite a few troops in this support for Yangye Town. And Chuxia replied, Yeye is really smart. Soon, the news of several top warlords from Longyuan Town supporting Yangye Town spread like wildfire. Beep beep beep. Takahashi Mizuki looked at the video request with a hint of disgust on her face, but she still answered it. Lord Shinhachi, I know what you want to ask. Once connected, she instantly regained her calm demeanor and, following Jiang Feng's instructions before he left, said with a serious expression, Jiang Feng left the town early this morning, and several warlords have also left one after another. It seems they are supporting Yangye Town. Shinhachi Yu's eyes turned red, gritting his teeth. Miss Takahashi, why didn't you report such important intelligence earlier? Shinhachi Town had lost more than half of its warlords, essentially losing its qualification to compete for Qingyang County. Takahashi Mizuki replied unhappily, Jiang Feng is a lord, isn't it normal for him to go out hunting monsters early in the morning? Who would have thought he was going to support Yangye Town? Shinhachi Yu was left speechless. Takahashi Mizuki's reasoning was sound. Seeing this, Takahashi Akira no longer provoked him but said cautiously, however, I have also gathered an important piece of information. What information? Jiang Feng may possess a dragon. A team of legendary dragon troops. What? Shinhachi Yu nearly jumped up, and after a long pause, he muttered, that explains everything. The jealousy on his face was impossible to hide. Damn it, it must be the benefits brought by reputation. How could a commoner like Jiang Feng have such good luck? Takahashi Mizuki suggested seriously, Lord Shinhachi, Jiang Feng is too terrifying. For the sake of our Sakura Empire, I suggest we quickly implement a decapitation plan against him. Decapitation plan? That's right, Takahashi Mizuki said. Concentrate all of Sakura Nation's high-end combat power in Xingyang County. Choose a dark and windy night to infiltrate Longyuan Town. My territory can serve as an inside informant. Shinhachi Yu pondered for a moment. Miss Mizuki's suggestion will be carefully considered. However, the opening time is too short. The Shikigami lords may not yet be able to cultivate powerful Shikigami. Takahashi Mizuki nodded. I am just proposing a feasible plan, the final decision still rests with you and Miss Beicho. Clap, Shinhachi bowed. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Mizuki. We will respond to you as soon as possible. After hanging up the video call, Takahashi Mizuki revealed a malicious smile. Sakura dogs, this time I will definitely catch you all in one net. Looking at the kill points ranking, Xiao Wushang sighed, what a pity. If it weren't for Ring Yin Man also slaughtering a Sakura town, Long Yuan town would probably have surged to first place this time. Zhang Feng didn't expect Ring Yin Man to be so fierce. Fortunately, he still had 3 baits that could trigger a beast tide. However, relying solely on a few baits didn't seem very secure. Zhang Feng leaned closer to Xia Wushang and whispered, do you know the location of Wuting Town? Xiao Wushang's eyes instantly revealed an expression of disbelief. Soon, under the respectful gaze of all the lords in Eternal Night Town, Zhang Feng left with satisfaction. Xiao Wushang naturally didn't know the exact location of Wuting Town, but he provided a useful piece of information. 500 kilometers to the southwest, the monster levels start to decrease. According to the rules of the 10,000 races battlefield, there was a high possibility of a town existing in that direction. After leaving Eternal Night Town, Zhang Feng headed straight southwest. He arranged the blood crystal bats in a line and activated maximum detection power. A few hours later, Zhang Feng stood on the back of Longjiu, looking with satisfaction at the Sakura town before him. He didn't rush to take action but opened the county channel. Just now, Wuting Town launched an invasion war and Lord Li Jie of Eternal Night Town was brutally killed. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. You kill one of mine and I will slaughter your entire town. This statement left the county channel in silence. With a justified cause, Zhang Feng immediately took out 2 epic scrolls. Spatial seal. Silence. Wuting Town was instantly cut off from the outside world. Hani, go clear out the Sakura lords near the town. Li Hani replied, yes, my lord. Following that, Zhang Feng organized his team into 12 small squads consisting of 1 giant dragon and 1 blood crystal bat each. Kill. In Wuting Town. Leave no living soul among all lords, heroes, and troops. The lords of Wuting Town suddenly found their teleportation portals malfunctioning and communications cut off, causing a wave of panic. Combined with Zhang Feng's earlier words, they instantly realized that Zhang Feng had come to their doorstep. Now they didn't want war, nor could they avoid it. Even if Wuting Kong had taken away the vast majority of the warlords from Wuting Town, a fully staffed town couldn't withstand Zhang Feng's attack. Soon, the sounds of pleas for mercy, curses, and threats from the Sakura lords echoed throughout Wuting Town. Lord Zhang Feng, spare me. I'm just a field lord. I'm innocent. What Wuting Kong did has nothing to do with me. Baka. Zhang Feng, how could you massacre civilians? Do you want to become a bloody lord that everyone shouts against? I'm going to report you to the Blue Star United Council. The Empire will avenge us. But Zhang Feng remained unfazed, his killing intent boiling. Innocent? Where were you when Wuting Kong led an army to attack Eternal Night Town, enjoying the benefits brought by the slaughter in Wuting Town while claiming to be innocent? What about your face? The lords of Wuting Town finally witnessed Zhang Feng's terror. They desperately tried to send out messages, but unfortunately, all the teleportation points were heavily blocked by Zhang Feng's forces. Even lords with life-saving buildings like the cellar couldn't hide under Jing Qi's powerful detection abilities. Until deep into the night, after ensuring that all life in the town was extinguished, Zhang Feng left with satisfaction. By the time he returned to his territory, it was already late at night. Zhang Feng briefly counted the day's harvest. Energy, 94 million, kill points, 32 million, and other items and equipment numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Regarding the use of over 90 million energy, Zhang Feng quickly calculated and began the upgrades. Consuming 12 million energy, Angel Yan leveled up from level 20 to level 30, becoming the strongest combat force in the territory. Then, he consumed 74 million energy to raise all remaining Tianyin True transmissions to level 20. The score farming efficiency in Crystal Valley nearly doubled. Again. Besides that, what pleased Zhang Feng the most was the various architectural blueprints obtained from destroying the territory of the Sakura Kingdom. Just the arrow towers alone numbered in the hundreds. As for the other strange blueprints, he couldn't even count how many there were. It was too late today. Zhang Feng stuffed them all into the warehouse, planning to sort them out slowly when he had time in the future. The next day at noon, the kill points refreshed again. 1. Longyuan Town. Points, 104.32 million. 2. Laoqin Town. Points, 103.13 million. 3. Baihara Town. Points, 83.66 million. 4. Ah, this guy really wiped out Muda Town. I like it. Yin Man looked at the kill points of Longyuan Town, however, with only 1 day left until the kill ranking settlement, just being 1 million points ahead of me, probably isn't enough. The lords of the Sakura Kingdom quickly calculated Zhang Feng's kill points according to the rules and concluded that Muta Town had basically become a dead town. Zhang Feng was even more ruthless than Ing Man. By Haram, I shouted, Zhang Feng, you actually slaughtered unarmed civilians? Shinbeiyu said, butcher, executioner, war criminal. Zhang Feng should be sent to the International Military Tribunal. The Dragon Kingdom lords were not having it. Shu Yeqing, no war criminals, only heroes. Huang Xian, unarmed? Do you still have any shame? Yi Iran, who started the war? Who said they wanted to exterminate the Nightless Town? Shinbeiyu retorted, you are slandering. Everyone can see that Mutakuan was just joking. He never wanted to kill anyone. The dead Dragon Kingdom lord probably died because he resisted. Enough. This shameless talk infuriated Zhang Feng. I still don't know the location of your little town, but what about in a few days? I'll say this today, anyone who dares to act against the Dragon Kingdom town should think about the fate of Muta Town. By Hara. Mai and Shinbeiyu fell silent. With continuous exploration, it was estimated that in a few days the relative positions of all the towns would be clear. Now, Ing Man seemed to have an endless supply of epic troops. Zhu Yeqing was a powerful military lord, and Zhang Feng had somehow managed to assemble a team of legendary troops. If the few of them teamed up to ambush any of their towns, they would likely be in grave danger. Moreover, considering that Takahashi Mizuki had already gained Zhang Feng's trust, they could completely implement a decapitation plan against him without needing to fight to the death. Shinbeiyu immediately softened, Zhang Fengkuan, please remain calm. This action was entirely that bastard Mutaku's unilateral decision. The quick change of face left Zhang Feng in awe. However, this was also the result Zhang Feng was willing to see. If a chaotic battle really broke out, he wasn't afraid, but the tens of thousands of Dragon Kingdom lords in Xingyang County would be wiped out. By then, even if he could become the county chief, he would be a lone commander. How could he compete with other counties? Once I seize the position of county chief, I will gain access to the teleportation rights within the entire county. At that time, I can kill whoever I want, save whoever I want. Of course, he estimated that the lords of the Sakura Kingdom had the same thoughts. A small-scale war ended with a complete victory for the Dragon Kingdom. They killed over 2,000 Sakura lords, greatly boosting the morale of the Dragon Kingdom lords. Most importantly, Longyuan Town, with its strength and thunderous methods, intimidated the lords of the Sakura Kingdom into not daring to act recklessly. This instantly made Longyuan Town more popular than Laoqin Town and Yanming Town. Ding ding ding. Tushan Yeye suddenly sent a video. After connecting, the little fox said with a pained expression, Brother Zhang Feng, quickly look at the betting odds for the kill ranking. Our Longyuan Town's bets have already surpassed 10 million spirit stones. Zhang Feng immediately opened the betting odds. The second small town ranking would settle tomorrow. Many lords also began to place large-scale bets based on the current points and the overall strength of each town. Ing Man is still the hottest candidate, with bets exceeding 30 million spirit stones. In just the last day, Longyuan Town has been so fierce in its killings that many lords have started to take notice of it. Zhang Feng spread his hands and said, yeah, if you want to make money, you have to bet more. Tushan Yeye bit her lip and replied, but Sister Ying's score boosting speed seems to be faster than ours in Longyuan Town. We're only about 1 million points apart now, it's so frustrating. It turns out the little fox was here to test the waters. Last night, Zhang Feng leveled up all of Tianin's true transmissions to level 20, nearly doubling the score boosting speed, and he still had 3 ultimate baits that could trigger 3 beast tides. Ing Man had no chance of overtaking. Of course, this couldn't be said out loud. Zhang Feng smiled and suggested, yeah, you could bet on both sides. That way, you can earn your own money. How great would that be? Tushan Yeye shot him a glare. Yeah, we'll go back and draw lots. Whoever she draws, she'll bet on drawing lots? Looking at the hung-up video, Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. With the little fox's luck, she would probably end up profiting again. Just when everyone, including Zhang Feng, thought that the first place in the slaughter ranking would be decided between Laoqin Town and Longyuan Town, Ing Man suddenly returned to Longyuan Town. Upon seeing Zhang Feng and Enshusha, Ing Man looked grim and said, the Sakura people are really perverse. For the sake of slaughter points in the ranking, they even kill their own people? Zhang Feng was taken aback. Kill their own people? Seeing his reaction, Ing Man explained to the two, a few lords from Sakura Town have handed over their heroes and troops to be killed by the warlord of Betrayal Town. With this explanation, Zhang Feng and Enshusha instantly understood. This was equivalent to Betrayal Town buying out the territories of these lords from several small towns. The Sakura lords who lost their heroes and troops could either redevelop their forces or take the money to withdraw and wait to enter the new district next year. With this money, although it would delay them for a year, they might be able to purchase a high-quality lord's heart. Beichaomai really is willing to spend big. Even if most of these small towns are blank territories, it would still cost at least over 100 million spirit stones. They say the Japanese are inherently cold-hearted. Now I've truly seen it. And Shushia said coldly, heroes and troops are not just data, they are living beings, partners who fight alongside you, and they just send them off to be slaughtered like this. Brr. Not far away, the dwarf king Greeny let out a burp and then gave a thumbs up to Shushia. The Lord is right. Jiang Feng praised. Greeny is really getting more spirited. A few small towns, thousands of lords, even if they are all ordinary troops, each can provide tens of thousands of slaughter points. Ingyin Man said helplessly, and the gap between Beichao Town and us is currently only 20 million points. Ingyin Man wasn't short on money, but she couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. And Shushia sighed, indeed, those without bottom lines are more suited for the battlefield of the myriad races. Ingyin Man snorted coldly, since Sufu, they can no longer be considered pure humans. If it weren't for the protection of the alien races, the Emperor of the Third Heaven would have wiped him out long ago. Jiang Feng suddenly asked a crucial question. Do you know how many small towns Beichao Town has purchased? Ingyin Man replied, according to the current intelligence, at least 3. If Beichaomai is being cautious, it could be up to 4. After all, each small town purchased costs an astronomical amount of spirit stones. The intelligence of the Zulong family is certainly not something the Yin family can compare to, so Jiang Feng naturally believed it. So hearing Ingyin Man's words, Jiang Feng felt reassured. The first place in the slaughter ranking has 5 points of town luck value. Ingyin Man, unwilling to accept, said, if it weren't for the safety of our fellow countrymen from the Dragon Kingdom, I would really want to find a couple of Japanese towns and kill them all. The Japanese have their traitors, and we have our own. Jiang Feng nodded. Although Ingyin Man was carefree and sometimes bossy, she had a kind heart. Even if we are ranked first in Beichao Town, there's no need to worry. As she spoke, Jiang Feng took out a betting token and waved it in front of the 2 women. After all, it would be used tomorrow, and the target could basically be locked onto Beichao Town. Fortune betting token. Ingyin Man exclaimed with delight. How about 100 million spirit stones? I knew it would be like this. Most items can be transferred through the main world, such as military orders, hero tokens, equipment, potions, and so on. But fortune is closely tied to the battlefield of all races and becomes ineffective once it leaves that battlefield. Jiang Feng chuckled, the fortune of Beichao Town belongs to me now, but if there are more betting tokens, I will definitely sell them to the big shots first. Can you do that? Ingyin Man asked suspiciously. As the initiator, you don't have the right to choose the subjects. If it involves resource collection or military strength, Longyuan Town will be at a disadvantage. It's fine, I can still determine the stakes. If I'm not confident, I can just make the stakes smaller. At this point, Jiang Feng suddenly became serious. There's something more important. Right now, our 2 towns are the favorites for first place. If Beichaomai secretly boosts her score, she will definitely bet on herself and make a huge profit. So, we must publicize Beichaomai's actions, making all the lords in the county bet against her to dilute her betting ratio. Ingyin Man nodded repeatedly. You really think things through. We can't do anything about her taking first place, but we absolutely cannot let her earn spirit stones anymore. I'll take care of this right away. Ingyin Man rushed off, but before leaving, she said stubbornly, think about the betting token, the price is negotiable. Jiang Feng smiled and said nothing. He was no longer the naive fool who couldn't move at the sight of 100 million spirit stones. Moreover, if he wanted to make money, there were too many things to sell: territory advancement tokens, hero souls, unit souls, legendary equipment, legendary spirit items. After returning to the territory, Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh. Although the people of Sakura country are despicable, they really are a source of wealth. Originally, this betting round wouldn't earn much, but unexpectedly, Beichaomai provided such a boost. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng issued an order through the Lord's heart. All heroes and units, return to the territory immediately. Then he flipped his hand, and a blood-like item appeared in his palm. It was the blood bait brought by Takahashi Mizuki. Consume 3 million spirit stones, choose enhancement direction. Ultimate blood bait. 10 minutes later, the main combat power of the territory was in place. Heroes: Angel Yen, level 30, Empress, level 20, Li Hani, level 20, 12 Goddess Warriors, level 20, 9 Heavens Holy Princesses, level 20, 12 Crystal Maidens, 1 level 30, 11 level 20, 1 Hill King, level 20, 300 Tianyin True Inheritors, level 20, 20 Dwarf Rocketmen, level 25. Jiang Feng gently tossed the ultimate blood soul, which dissipated into the air. 1 kilometer outside the territory, a thick blood mist seeped into the void, rolling down the mountain, terrifying to the extreme. Immediately after, a Blood Clan prince stepped out of the blood mist. She had a delicate face, exuding an innate nobility, with a tall and voluptuous figure, and a pair of 10-meter golden wings fluttering gently behind her. This was the half-transformation state of the Blood Clan. The Blood Clan prince, across 1,000 meters of void, locked eyes with Jiang Feng. For a moment before licking his crimson lips, "I am Prince Catherine Levono of the Blood Clan. Strong and handsome human lord, become my servant, and I will give you ultimate pleasure." Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, countless orange, purple, and blue bats surged forth from the blood mist. Catherine Levono race, Blood Clan level, 35 quality, Golden Legend, combat power, 1082 skills. This Blood Clan princess, rated at 2-star legend, was unfortunately not a hero, and her strength was somewhat weaker than that of the former Abyss Lord, Abisto. If not for her escape, Angel Yen could handle it himself. The monsters summoned from the 6 monster waves were all between levels 30 and 35, yet, compared to the past, Jiang Feng's territory strength had multiplied several times over. So even without the Fountain of Life, victory was assured. Quickly resolve this. Finish off these ultimate bait monsters as soon as possible, then return to Crystal Valley immediately. And be careful not to let this guy escape. With Jiang Feng's command, all the heroes and troops in the territory rallied together. Understood, my lord. The Empress looked at Catherine Levono, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Damn vampire. How dare she tease the lord? Jiang Feng was happily clearing the ultimate monster waves. Yingyin Man had already spread the news of Betrayal Town through her own channels. This left the Dragon Kingdom lords in disbelief. To slaughter one's own kind for the town ranking competition? Is there no humanity? The People's Education Edition, Lord's Guide states on the 3rd page, treat heroes and troops as partners fighting side by side, yet now, partners are being treated as disposable sacrifices? My first hero is already my wife. Wei Ming, damn, the favorability hit 100 points so quickly? Bro, you're amazing. I pamper my Eva, and she's only at 93 points. Well, I just found out not long ago that my wife has a masochistic tendency. Wei Ming. What left the Dragon Kingdom lords in disbelief was something the Sakura Kingdom lords were accustomed to. While they praised Betrayal Town, they also began to place bets in support. Miss Betrayal actually thought of such a good method. It's truly admirable. We can't help much, but we can support Miss Betrayal financially. Well said, I'll bet 1,000 spirit stones. In just 1 hour, the bets placed on Betrayal Town exceeded 50 million spirit stones, surpassing Old Qin Town. It was estimated that before the betting was locked, there would be another big wave. Betrayal Town. Baka Yaru, do you think I want your bets to support me? Betrayal, I was already exasperated. Damn it, the news actually leaked. If we can just hold on for one more day, we can make a fortune. What happened to these guys' sense of contract? Was the confidentiality agreement signed for nothing? Betrayal Yui whispered. There's nothing we can do. We don't have that many silence scrolls and space sealing scrolls. After all, it involves thousands of lords, and it's inevitable that there will be some Sakura traders among them. Sigh. Betrayal, my side. Now, to make money, we can only increase our bets. Your hero Yen killed Catherine Levono, 2-star legend, gaining experience *4.55 million, spirit stones *400,000, blood holy grail, legend *1, slaughter points *900,000. The battle had just begun when Catherine Levono felt the power of the human territory before her. Unfortunately, the crystal sorceress's crystal ray were not to be underestimated. Before she could escape, 6 crystal sorceresses launched a volley, and hundreds of crystal rays nearly turned Catherine Levono into a crystal statue. The pitiful vampire prince was covered in a layer of crystalline grains, nearly plummeting from the sky, let alone escaping. The result was, of course, that he was easily slain by Yen. What pleased Jiang Feng was that this female prince actually dropped a piece of special legendary equipment. Jiang Feng flipped his hand and took out a dark red goblet, gently tapping it a few times. Clang, 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 it resembled gold yet was not gold, seemed like jade yet was not jade. Blood Holy Grail, absorbs and stores the essence blood of beings of excellent quality and above, used to summon Blood Clan troops. The summoned troops level cannot exceed the summoner's level, the number cannot exceed 12, and the highest quality is legendary. Duration, 1 hour. Stored essence blood, 0 note. The higher the level and quality of the summoned troops, the more essence blood consumed. In other words, I can summon up to 12 Blood Clan princes of the same level. This is truly a great item. The advantage of the Blood Holy Grail is that it does not require energy consumption and does not occupy territory population, only needing essence blood. For an ordinary lord, even after accumulating for a year, they might not gather enough essence blood to summon a Blood Clan prince. But for Jiang Feng, essence blood was the least valuable thing. With a wave of his hand, countless excellent quality demon essence blood flew out, merging into the Blood Holy Grail. During the Battle of the Broken Domain, Zhang Feng had killed countless demons, and with the legendary Farmer's fivefold gathering boost, he was too lazy to even count how much essence blood material he had. One drop of excellent quality essence blood could provide exactly 1 point of stock for the Grail. After Zhang Feng consumed all the excellent quality demon essence blood, the stock of essence blood in the Grail had reached 28,328 points. Summoning a level 20 Blood Clan Prince only requires 600 points of essence blood. Even if it only lasts for 1 hour, the value of the Blood Holy Grail far exceeds that of ordinary legendary equipment. Moreover, if used by Yin, it could summon a level 30 Vampire Prince. Zhang Feng studied the Blood Holy Grail. Meanwhile, the powerful figures of the territory easily cleared this wave of Blood Clan. 1 Blood Clan Prince, 3 epic Blood Clan Dukes, over 100 Blood Clan Marquises, and thousands of mid to low tier Blood Clan. Zhang Feng gained a total of 8 million kill points. This was not far from Zhang Feng's previous calculations. By this calculation, with 3 baits, I can at least earn 20 million kill points. And in this one day at Crystal Valley, I can earn nearly 20 million kill points. Combined, that's 40 million. In other words, even if Baishio Town purchased 4 small towns to farm points, Zhang Feng still had a lead of 20 million points. It was basically secured. Besides the Blood Holy Grail, a Blood Clan Duke surprisingly dropped a military token. It was a binding military token. Epic military token, plus after use, can recruit 12 Blood Clan Dukes. Binding military recruitment items are rare, and this military token can also be enhanced. Unfortunately, even the legendary Vampire Prince had very mediocre attributes. If it weren't for the Crystal Maiden troop, Zhang Feng might have considered it. Perhaps in the future, after reaching the pinnacle of Blue Star, he could recruit some for ceremonial purposes. Continue, consume 4 million spirit stones, choose enhancement direction, ultimate wind bait. After more than an hour, Zhang Feng finished all 3 baits. The wind baits summoned monsters from the wind elemental plane, led by a legendary wind giant, which only dropped a piece of ordinary legendary equipment. The dark bait, however, was quite powerful. It actually attracted a terrifying king from the dark dimension who was a legendary 2-star hero. This generous terrifying king directly contributed a legendary hero token and a high-level soul book to Zhang Feng. This saved another 10 million spirit stones, just enough to recruit the 4th hero after 7 books. And that soul book, of course, would still be used by Zhang Feng himself. Is everything alright on this side of the territory? To ensure a safer kill ranking match, Zhang Feng said to the group of strong warriors, "Tonight, let's all work overtime and grind through the night in Crystal Valley." If an ordinary lord dared to exploit legendary troops like this, their loyalty would likely drop by 10 or 20 points immediately. But with Zhang Feng's prestige, even if he sent them to their deaths, they wouldn't utter a word of complaint. "As you command, my lord." After everyone left, Zhang Feng opened the Tianyin Pavilion interface and continued to recruit Tianyin disciples. Each time he recruited one, he directly leveled them up to level 20 and then sent them into the trial tower to advance to true Tianyin disciples. The first batch of 300 true Tianyin disciples had all reached level 20, making them seasoned fighters. It was also time to expand the army. After careful calculations, Zhang Feng determined that using level 20 true Tianyin disciples to farm monsters in the county map was the most cost-effective. Thus, Zhang Feng lounged in a rocking chair at the center of the territory, advancing the Tianyin disciples while reviewing various blueprints he had acquired yesterday. 2 hours passed quickly. Suddenly, just as Zhang Feng was looking at the enhancement list of a blueprint, he sprang up. Legendary troop building. Swimming pool, plus entertainment building that can slightly increase the happiness of the residents. This seemingly unremarkable blueprint surprisingly featured a legendary troop building in the enhancement list. And there were 2. Enhancement direction, Angel Rebirth Pool, costs 200 million spirit stones. Enhancement direction, Ya Pool, High Imitation, costs 250 million spirit stones. In addition, there were also decent epic level entertainment buildings like Watching Pool and Wine Pool. Blueprints really can't be judged by their appearance. Zhang Feng sighed. The Angel Yen has a B-level dominance bonus for Angel troops, so choosing the Angel Rebirth Pool is inevitable. It's just that 200 million spirit stones. Generally speaking, the price of troop building blueprints is higher than that of other types, but he didn't expect it to be this much higher. The enhancement of the Fountain of Life only cost 100 million spirit stones back then. This doesn't even account for the enhancement costs of building resources. After these days of advancing the Crystal Virgin and enhancing various scrolls, he only had 110 million spirit stones left. I hope tomorrow's betting pool can give me a surprise. Fortunately, the Tianyin Pavilion was already fully capable of meeting the current monster farming and combat needs. Zhang Feng's demand for the Angel Rebirth Pool wasn't very urgent yet. The next day at noon, through the information channel of Ing Man, Zhang Feng confirmed that Kataho Mai had ultimately farmed 4 Sakura towns for kill points. One must say, Kataho Mai was quite bold. Yesterday, the difference in kill points between Kataho Town and Longyuan Town was only 20 million. Logically, she only needed to farm 3 towns to secure first place. Yet Kataho Mai once again went all out and managed to farm 4 towns. Unfortunately, no matter how cautious she was, there was still a huge gap between her and Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng chose to trust Ing Man's intelligence and, in the last few seconds before the betting pool was locked, directly placed a pressure bet of 100 million on Longyuan Town, nearly going all in. After the betting pool was locked, Zhang Feng looked at the final amount in the betting pool with a satisfied smile. The money for the Angel Rebirth Pool is secured. 1 Kataho Town 453 million odds 1.39, 2 Longyuan Town 122 million odds 5.17, 3 Lachin Town 56 million odds 10.95. Because the Heavenly Dao updates kill points daily and the originally 4th ranked Shenba Town had already been severely damaged by Zhang Feng, there were only 3 towns with bets in the pool. Thanks to Ing Man's promotion, the betting amount on Kataho Town reached 453 million, including Zhang Feng's 100 million bet. The total in the betting pool amounted to 631 million spirit stones. Seeing the sudden additional 100 million bet on Longyuan Town, everyone immediately thought of Zhang Feng. Ing Man couldn't believe it. Don't tell me you have a trump card? Shu Yeqing asked curiously, didn't we agree to a truce? Did brother Zhang Feng secretly wipe out a few Sakura towns again yesterday? Even in Xuxia, who knew many of Zhang Feng's secrets, couldn't think of any possibility for him to turn the tables. Wei Ming was envious to the core. I've really made up my mind this time. From now on, no matter what I bet on, I'm going to mindlessly back the boss. Mu Qingxuan was speechless. You've said that many times already? Wei Ming lamented, but I'm just not a mindless person. Every time, rationality takes the upper hand. Oh, Tu Shanyaya exclaimed, you say, I'm mindless? Meanwhile, all the lords of Sakura country were in a state of panic. Zhang Feng was truly uncanny. In this situation, he dared to bet 100 million spirit stones on himself? Baiharamai was also a bit flustered. She seemed to be stabilizing the morale of the troops while also comforting herself. Everyone, don't panic. According to our intelligence, Longyuan Town has not launched any attacks on any other towns. Baiharamai was quite confident about this point. Whether it was the intelligence relayed by Takahashi Mizuki or information from other sources, it was enough to prove this. The lords of Sakura country finally managed to calm down, albeit reluctantly. They would rather believe that Zhang Feng had gone mad than accept that he truly had the upper hand. The 10 minutes of difficult waiting time quickly passed. Now announcing the rankings of the second town ranking competition in Xinjiang County. Golden letters appeared in the sky. This time, it seemed that due to the daily killings and the refresh of the ranking points, the Heavenly Dao did not start announcing from the last place. Instead, it instantly revealed all the rankings. First in killing points, Longyuan Town, killing points 146.23 million, reward for Town Lord Jiangfeng, all attributes plus 50, Town Luck plus 5. Second in killing points, Baihara Town, killing points 124.56 million, reward for Town Lord Baihara. Might, all attributes plus 30, Town Luck plus 3. Third in killing points, Old Qin Town, killing points 113.11 million, reward for Town Lord Ingman, all attributes plus 20, Town Luck plus 2. Ninth in killing points, Muda Town, killing points 53.38 million, reward for Town Lord Mudasara, all attributes plus 10, Town Luck plus 1. Given that the Town Lord of Muda Town, Mudasara, has already died, his attribute rewards will be inherited by the first place Town Lord Zhang Feng in this town ranking competition. Zhang Feng. This scene felt somewhat familiar. Just as Zhang Feng was at a loss for words, the golden light representing the luck and attribute rewards fell from the void. Zhang Feng's attributes surged by another 60 points. He felt his body swell, his spiritual power abundant, and his mind clear. The sudden increase in strength made it hard for Zhang Feng to suppress his aura. He looked at his attributes. Zhang Feng level 20 attributes, physique 458 plus 300, spiritual power 385, soul 310 plus 100, bearing 335, cultivation method 89, mystical art upper part entry level, a grade, qualification B equipment phantom armor, Poseidon boots combat power evaluation for 72. This was hardly the attribute of a B grade qualified lord. It was even higher than that of an ordinary legendary hero. Immediately after, a series of prompt sounds rang out. Prompt, Town Luck has increased, Dragon Vein Evolution Degree 13%. Prompt, current amplification effect of the Dragon Vein has increased. Prompt: you have won first place in the town ranking competition, killing points, with your bet. Your betting amount is 100 million, accounting for 82% of the winning amount, gaining 517 million spirit stones. Now, the spirit stones for the angel rebirth pool are secured. Zhang Feng sighed, but earning this money is getting harder and harder. In the Longyuan town channel, although they were somewhat prepared, all the lords still fell into a frenzy. To think, we really got first place, our town has already accumulated 13 points of luck value. Sulfur mine. My ranger discovered a fine copper mine next to the territory. Now I don't have to go to the outer realms, I can upgrade to level 4. However, the changes were far from over. Mu Qingshuang suddenly exclaimed, the original coordinates of my crystal mine were 278, 356, and now they changed to 282, 361. Mu Qingshuan was a few years older than Enshusha and the others, so she was usually composed. To suddenly lose her composure like this showed just how shocked she was. Wei Ming exclaimed, oh my god, the space of the town is expanding. At this point, even the slowest person realized what was happening. I remember just a few days ago someone was speculating whether the town space would expand after the luck value exceeded 10 points, and it actually came true. The expansion of space is invisible, inaudible, and imperceptible. It can only be sensed through changes in coordinates. Great! If the space within the town reaches a radius of 1,000 miles, we won't need to go to the outer realms to upgrade, and resources can be self-sufficient. Zhang Feng was also exceptionally delighted. Soon, the space expansion came to a halt. Zhang Feng opened the map that came with the random door and found that the diameter of Longyuan town had increased by about 100 kilometers. It was said that some powerful lords, existing for thousands of years, continuously plundered luck and could even expand the town's space to over 100,000 kilometers, complete with mountains, rivers, lakes, deserts, and oceans, essentially creating a world of its own. In the county channel, Shu Yeching, Longyuan town is amazing, this time I'm completely convinced in Yanming town. Yingyin Man, on the other hand, was surprised yet teasing, no wonder you wanted me to announce the points for Beichao town, turns out you were already thinking about how to make money back then, right? Zhang Feng replied with a smile, I was just afraid of leaks. A few little trinkets, not much respect, don't mind it, big shot. Saying this, Zhang Feng sent 3 pieces of level 30 to 35 epic equipment that he couldn't use to Yingyin Man through the trading post. Although Zhang Feng was a bit scheming, he was still clear about grievances and kindness. Without the intelligence channels of the Zulong family, he wouldn't dare to gamble like this, and he might not even know the news about Beichao town. Yingyin Man naturally didn't lack a few pieces of epic equipment, but Zhang Feng's attitude made her very satisfied. We're all compatriots of Longhua, why are you being so polite? After saying that, she sent back 10 million spirit stones to Zhang Feng at market price. Zhang Feng. Everyone looked at the conversation between the two in confusion. Tu Shan-Ye aside, are you two conducting a secret transaction right under our noses? After the surprise, Xiao Wushang speculated, in just one day, over 40 million kill points. Did Longyuan town discover a secret realm? Or a monster's secret realm? Yi Iran, no way. There are very few secret realms appearing on the county map. The effect time of the epic silence scroll was 3 days, and Yangye town was still under silence. It was estimated that Xiao Wushang had specifically run to the outer realms to speak. Huang Xian said, what about the lords of Sakura country? They were all so confident just now. Why are they all silent now? Wei Ming, at least this proves they still have some face. They know it hurts after being beaten. No matter how Huang Xian provoked, the Sakura lords remained silent. Even Beichao Mai was the same. Perhaps she also knew that whatever she said at this moment would only be self-deprecating. After watching for a while, Zhang Feng closed the regional channel. Just then, a random door opened. 3 heroes and hundreds of troops streamed out from the random door. For a moment, the town was bustling with activity, even pleasing to the eye. To be safe, Zhang Feng had them farm the Crystal Valley for over 30 hours, and now they all looked travel-worn and exhausted. This time, achieving first place in the ranking matches, everyone has contributed greatly. The Drunken Immortal Tower has already prepared legendary-level gourmet fruits. Additionally, the remaining time today is free for activities. If anyone wants to rest, they can. If they want to cultivate, all of Tianin's training rooms have been set to 10 times the speed. Cheers immediately echoed throughout the town. Generally speaking, legendary-level gourmet fruits in the territory are only available to the Lord and heroes, and only powerful units like the 9 Heavens Holy Princess and Goddess Warriors are qualified to enjoy them. Ordinary Tianin true disciples rarely have the opportunity to taste them. After everyone dispersed, Zhang Feng thought for a moment and sent a message to Wei Ming. Brother Wei, if you have time, please come to my territory. Wei Ming replied immediately, on my way. Soon, Wei Ming, with dark circles under his eyes, stepped out of the portal and asked with some doubt, Boss, did you call me for Something? Jiang Feng looked at Wei Ming for a moment and sighed. Brother Wei, you've worked hard these days. Wei Ming chuckled. To be honest, I've only been sleeping 4 hours a day to farm monsters. I was just about to catch up on some sleep when I received the boss's summons. Jiang Feng nodded. Wei Ming's hero was only of rare quality, making it difficult to handle unexpected situations, so he naturally couldn't be as carefree as Jiang Feng. This was also the norm for ordinary lords. Jiang Feng took out a military talisman and handed it over. Take a look at this military talisman, Brother Wei. Are you interested? After Wei Ming received the talisman and glanced at it, he was stunned. An epic military talisman, and it's bound to the Vampire Duke unit? After this period of observation and the secret testing of the mind control tower, several key members were completely trustworthy. For Jiang Feng, he didn't care much for this military talisman. It was better to convert it into combat power for the town as soon as possible. Moreover, quickly enhancing the strength of a few people could also help him share the attention coming from the Sakura Kingdom. The reason Jiang Feng chose Wei Ming was also carefully considered. Although the little fox was exceptionally clever and completely aligned with him, she was only 10 years old and a bit impulsive. As for Mu Qingxuan, she had a military background. Jiang Feng respected soldiers, but the military was a massive entity, so caution was warranted. After a good 10 seconds, Wei Ming finally reacted. After confirming that Jiang Feng wasn't joking, he smiled wryly. This is too precious. Our Wei family probably can't gather that much money. Jiang Feng had anticipated this and smiled. If I were to give it to you, I guess you wouldn't accept it. So how about this? Consider this military talisman as a loan. Once your territory develops, making money will be easy, and you can pay me back in installments. Wei Ming's lips moved, and he finally gritted his teeth. Boss, I'm already at level 5. I'll upgrade the trading post to level 5 and then transfer 51% of my territory's shares to you. Although my territory wouldn't even be worth an epic military talisman. If sold, from now on, I, Wei Ming, will wholeheartedly follow you. Jiang Feng was taken aback. By heaven's conscience, he truly had no such intention. He didn't even care for shares in an ordinary territory. However, from Wei Ming's perspective, working with him wasn't necessarily a bad thing. So Jiang Feng casually replied, All right, brother Wei, rest assured, I won't interfere with your territory management. Soon, the two completed the share transfer. Jiang Feng said, Since Brother Wei is here, why not take some local specialties back with you? After watching Wei Ming step into the teleportation array, Jiang Feng took out a luck betting order and tossed it lightly. Choose the betting target, Betrayal Town. The betting order instantly transformed into a golden light shooting into the sky. A golden funnel enveloped Longyuan Town, with the other end flying towards the distant Betrayal Town. The sudden appearance of this phenomenon instantly energized many lords in Longyuan Town who were preparing to catch up on sleep. They had just experienced it not long ago, so they naturally recognized what it was. Luck betting, and it was initiated by their own town. As for the target, everyone immediately thought of Betrayal Town, which had twice secured second place in the town ranking and possessed 6 points of town luck. Back in his territory, Wei Ming had just recruited 12 vampire dukes and was trembling with excitement when he saw the anomaly of luck betting. He instantly got goosebumps and stammered, This is too crazy. The passive side in luck betting can choose the subjects. What if options like resource collection or troop strength come up? However, he quickly thought again, and his eyes filled with anticipation. Although we can't choose the subjects, we can choose the betting points. If we are confident of winning, we can sweep away all 6 points of luck from Betrayal Town in one go. Wei Ming's guess was correct. Jiang Feng chose to actively initiate the bet precisely to capture all 6 points of luck from Betrayal Town. In Betrayal Town, the atmosphere was somewhat strange. The ordinary lords were fine. After all, Betrayal Town's second place also brought in 3 points of luck, raising the town's luck value to 6 points, which occasionally led to cheers from the lords in the town. But the furious Betrayal sisters nearly demolished Betrayal Mai's lord's mansion. Longyuan Town, die. Once I become the county chief, I will definitely gather an army to wipe Longyuan Town off the map, leaving not a single dog or chicken. Buying town points and placing bets had nearly emptied the sisters' private savings. If they wanted to develop quickly from here, they could only seek help from their family, only to face disdain from their peers. Betrayal Mai suddenly shouted, Yui, Mei, stop smashing. This is my lord's mansion. Only then did the two sisters cease their actions and regain their composure. Just as the three calmed down, a golden light shot from the horizon, transforming into several lines of large characters above the town. Luck betting? Betrayal Mai said incredulously, is Jiang Feng crazy enough to actively initiate a luck bet? Logically, Betrayal Mai shouldn't have reacted this way. After all, this luck betting was something Betrayal Town had long hoped for. But Longyuan Town's recent achievements were simply too formidable, making Betrayal Mai feel inexplicably uneasy. A fully populated town was now actually feeling fear towards a 400-person town like Longyuan. This was absurd. Ha ha ha. Beichao Yui suddenly said, "Quick, look at the betting. Subjects, it seems that Amaterasu is also favoring us in Beichao Town. Longyuan Town initiates a luck bet against Beichao Town. This luck bet is initiated by Longyuan Town, so Beichao Town selects the betting subjects. Available subjects, kill points, resource collection, troop strength. Selection countdown, 00:09:50. After seeing the betting subject options, Beichao also breathed a sigh of relief. We can't bet on kill points anymore. I suspect Longyuan Town has suddenly discovered a monster secret realm. That's how they could gain so many kill points in a single day. As for resource collection and troop strength, we have a great chance of winning. What do you two sisters suggest? Beichao immediately said, Longyuan Town has 13 points of town luck and the quality of resources is even higher than ours. So I suggest we choose troop strength. Beichao Yui, however, disagreed. No, troop strength is all about who has more trash troops, which would greatly impact the town's development. Moreover, although Longyuan Town only has a little over 400 people, they managed to secure first place in kill points, so they must have quite a few strong troops. Both analyses were quite reasonable. I agree with Yui's viewpoint. Beichao hesitated for a moment, then decisively stated, given the current speed of development in the county, we will likely trigger the county chief competition in less than 20 days. We can't afford to produce trash troops at this time and lose big over small. 2 votes to 1. Choose the betting subject, resource collection. After Baizhu loudly chose the betting subject, she regretted, what a pity, Longyuan Town has encountered such a shortcoming. The bet will inevitably be the minimum of 1 point of luck. Baiji Yui, however, laughed and said, 1 point is fine, after all, it's free. 3 seconds later. Baizhu Town. Confirms subject, resource collection. Longyuan Town confirms bet, 6 points of town luck. Bet established. Settlement time, 12 o'clock noon, 3 days later. Resource points, click to view, updated in real time. The 3 Baizhu sisters gaped in astonishment. 6 points of luck? Longyuan Town actually chose the maximum bet within the rules? Is it really that bold? Could it be that besides the monster secret realm, Longyuan Town has another resource secret realm? No matter what trump card Longyuan Town has, Baizhu Town has no way out now. Baizhu murmured, then suddenly began issuing frantic orders in the town channel. All lords, recruit farmers with all your might. All resource points in the town, from rare quality to ordinary stones that are no longer useful, must be fully mined. Also, anyone with treasure chests, open them all. Watching the constantly fluctuating resource points, Zhang Feng lamented, what a pity, the resource points refresh in real time. Now we can't open the betting table. Zhang Feng remembered that the resource leaderboard during the newbie period was the same. According to the luck betting rules, the initiator can overdraw their town's luck to a negative value but cannot force the passive party's town luck to be negative. In other words, luck betting poses no threat to towns with 0 luck. Because of this, luck is incredibly precious. Otherwise, Zhang Feng could directly choose the Wu-Tang town he had wiped out for betting, overdraw a bit of luck, and Longyuan Town could instantly become a world of its own. Talents like Xin Baiyu, who have resources and love to play, turning their town's luck into a negative value, are rare to see for many years. However, fortunately, Baizhu Town did not choose troop strength. If they had chosen troop strength, Zhang Feng would have to level up Tianyin Pavilion to the max and then crazily produce Tianyin disciples. With the enhancements from the 2 techniques, Pyeongmyo-ju and Tianyin-ju, a level 1 Tianyin disciple's combat power could reach 100 stars. After the bet was established, Zhang Feng immediately posted a message in the town channel. Brothers, have you all seen the luck betting announcement? For the next 3 days, everyone must mine resources with all their might. Although reason told the lords of Longyuan Town that they could not possibly win against a fully staffed Baizhu Town and resource collection, after all, Baizhu Town also had luck. But as Wei Ming said, in such situations, one shouldn't think too much, just do whatever the boss says, and it will be fine. At the same time, the county channel also displayed the betting rules. Zhu Yeqing playfully said, reason tells me Longyuan Town is bound to lose, but now I don't dare to say anything because I'm afraid of slapping my own face. Ing Yin Man, ha ha, blindly believing in Longyuan Town is the way to go. But daring to bet 6 points of luck, could it be that Longyuan Town really discovered a resource secret realm? To this, Zhang Feng just smiled but did not explain. What resource secret realm? He didn't need one, because he had already verified during the first resource collection leaderboard in the town that the high-level resources obtained through enhancement also counted as points. Just in time, he planned to build the Angel Rebirth Pool and needed to enhance a large number of legendary resources. Beep beep beep. Just then, and Shuxia suddenly sent a video request. Once the video connected, and Shuxia had a strange expression, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Speak up. And Xuxia, after this spatial expansion, a secret realm entrance suddenly appeared in the Dwarf Mountains. It should be a resource secret realm. Do you want to come and take a look? Jiang Feng. A few minutes later, in the Dwarf Mountains, just a few kilometers from the Dwarf King's palace, a light gate several meters high seemed to be embedded in the cliff. Looking at the entrance to the secret realm before him, Jiang Feng felt a mix of emotions, which ultimately condensed into two words: awesome. And Xuxia explained, I've done some preliminary exploration. This is a single-player resource secret realm. The guardians in the realm are dwarves, so the difficulty shouldn't be too high. Compared to regular maps, secret realms have many advantages. First, secret realms usually have a boss station, and their intelligence tends to be low. Second, besides energy and spirit stones, the monsters in secret realms have fixed additional outputs, or the monsters are more densely packed. Terms like Monster Secret Realm, Resource Secret Realm, Energy Secret Realm, Spirit Stone Secret Realm, Troop Type Secret Realm, Ingredient Secret Realm, and so on, are all names given based on the additional outputs of the secret realm. For example, a Troop Type Secret Realm would yield various quality troop tokens. The additional output of a Resource Secret Realm is various resources. Therefore, every secret realm is incredibly precious. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and said to Xuxia, wait for me a moment, I'll go test the difficulty of the secret realm. Only Lord units can lead their subordinates into the secret realm. This time, Jiang Feng only brought the 9 Heaven's Holy Princess and the Giant Dragon. However, since Xuxia could do a preliminary exploration with Jiang Feng's lineup, there would definitely be no danger. The scene shifted. Jiang Feng and his troops appeared in an underground mine. Oil lamps hung on the rock walls on both sides, barely illuminating the passage. Not far away, several dwarf miners were busy chiseling away in the mine. This was a single-player secret realm. Each lord, upon entering, would enter a similar yet relatively independent mirrored space. Looking at the level 25 dwarf miner before him, Jiang Feng didn't hesitate. Kill your troop. The Dragon 9 killed the dwarf miner. You gained energy *25, spirit stones *3, iron ore *5. Indeed, a resource secret realm. That girl Xuxia is really a lucky charm. The value of a resource secret realm is not just about winning resources in a gamble. For ordinary lords, if they have a stable high-level resource channel, they can build high-level buildings in advance. The 9 Heavens Holy Princess and the humanoid giant dragon charged through effortlessly. Jiang Feng explored carefully, so after 10 minutes, they finally reached the deepest part of the mine. This was a dome-shaped underground plaza with a radius of 100 meters. Hundreds of monsters were gathered together, with the boss patrolling in the center. Upon seeing the boss, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. A level 30 mountain guardian, along with 2 long-bearded warriors and a dozen dwarf throwers. In a small single-player secret realm, the boss's quality was already outstanding. The cost-performance ratio was quite high. Soon, your troop, the Dragon 9, killed the mountain guardian. You gained energy *30,000, spirit stones *2800, mithril ore *40, mica *40. You have completed the exploration of the secret realm space. Immediately after, a portal appeared in the center of the plaza. The information about the secret realm also unfolded before Jiang Feng. Dwarf mine, each person can explore up to 5 times a day. Without overextending the lifespan of the secret realm space, the daily exploration limit is 1,000 people. This number of people is still acceptable. Just like tourist attractions, secret realms also have a maximum capacity. Exceeding it could lead to spatial collapse. Jiang Feng roughly calculated the resources he had just obtained: 98 units of outstanding resources, 250 units of rare resources, 730 units of fine resources, and 2,800 units of ordinary resources. For each level increase in resource quality, the resource points roughly increase tenfold. Therefore, the resources obtained from this secret realm exploration would contribute about 130,000 resource points to Long Yuan Town. The resource gamble will be settled in 3 days, meaning there is a span of 4 days, and this secret realm could provide over 500 million resource points for Long Yuan Town. Jiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim, calculating it out. Even if I don't take action, Long Yuan Town has a 50% chance of winning. Soon, a portal shot out, and Jiang Feng emerged from the secret realm with his troops. And Xuxia marveled, your speed is incredible. That sounded a bit awkward. Jiang Feng dismissed the strange thoughts in his mind, explained the situation in the secret realm to Xuxia, and then solemnly patted her shoulder, saying, Xuxia, this important task of selecting a lord to clear the secret realm can only be handled by you. And Xuxia rolled her eyes at Jiang Feng. I knew it. You want to be a hands-off manager? Jiang Feng laughed. Do you think I'm just idling around all day? That's just your misconception. And Chuxia pouted but didn't continue to argue. Does clearing the secret realm require a fee? Zhang Feng thought for a moment and replied, the resources and energy gains from the secret realm are substantial, so we can charge a bit, like dozens of spirit stones, per session. Since you discovered the secret realm, consider the ticket money as your salary. No, let's treat it as public funds for the town. And Chuxia immediately shook her head, then said seriously, if we organize the town lords to clear the secret realm on a large scale, it won't be a secret anymore. Zhang Feng shrugged, the Dwarf King's Palace, this epic troop building, has already made Longyuan town a target, so what's meant to come will come eventually. Don't worry, I'll handle this. According to the real-time intelligence Zhang Feng received from Takahashi Niyuki, the Sakura Kingdom had already begun planning to send their top forces from Qingyang County to launch a surprise attack on Longyuan town, aiming for a decapitation strike. Of course, in Zhang Feng's view, these incoming people were just delivering food. On the resource leaderboard, originally, Beichao town was far ahead, but suddenly, Longyuan town seemed to have taken some kind of stimulant, completing a points reversal in less than an hour. It left everyone in the county town dumbfounded. Soon, news of the resource secret realm discovery in Longyuan town spread throughout Xinjiang County. The lords of the Long Kingdom were overjoyed. Ingyin Man couldn't help but exclaim, I really have a magpie's tongue. I just mentioned it casually. Ironically, the resource collection betting subject was chosen by Beichao town themselves. The Beichao sisters instantly became the laughingstock of the entire county town. Even many lords from the Sakura Kingdom affectionately referred to them as the three fools of Beichao. This nearly drove the Beichao sisters mad. It was said that the three almost had an internal conflict because Beichao Mei suggested choosing troop strength in the first place. Of course, Beichao town did not give up because of this. The next morning, resource points. Longyuan town, 350 million. Beichao town, 290 million. Zhangfeng's territory. The round table was still laden with a sumptuous feast. Yin Man generously praised, Zhang Feng, the food in your territory is really good. Zhang Feng replied honestly, it's all from the cafeteria's big pot. Everyone just makes do with a bite. You're just bragging. Yin Man shot Zhang Feng a glance, then began sharing the intelligence she had just obtained with the key members of Longyuan town. Beichao town has gone crazy. They've reinvested all resource points, whether useful or not, back into mining. Even a regular stone mine from the outer realm is heavily guarded, with farmers working in shifts. No wonder Beichao town is clinging so tightly to the resource points. Mu Qingshuang sighed, what Beichao town is doing has seriously affected troop and hero upgrades. In the past 2 days, the warlords arranged by Chuxia had been clearing the secret realm early every day. Beichao town was also incredibly resilient, managing to catch up on points again in the early hours of the previous night with their shifts. As it stands, Longyuan town had completed today's secret realm and was currently leading by 60 million points, but as time passed, this gap was quickly narrowing. I can't help it. Who told you that your lord is so ruthless? Ingyin Man shrugged and glanced at Zhang Feng. With the luck of the 6 o'clock town, if Beichao town loses, it would be like going back to square one. Wei Ming immediately said, we have to fight hard too. Even if it affects the upgrade of troops and heroes, it's worth it. After all, there's a difference of 12 points in luck value, and we can't always rely on the boss. The others nodded in agreement. Even the little fox had a determined look, waving her small fist. Brother Zhang Feng, the resource points won't be affected by just you, so you can rest assured to upgrade. You've been leading us all this time we will lead you. Zhang Feng felt greatly comforted, and gently rubbed the little fox's head. Yaya has grown up. The little fox straightened her back defiantly. Yaya has always been big. There's another way. And Chuxia suddenly said, that is to let the dwarf mine operate at full capacity. Although it might cause the secret realm to collapse early, it's better than affecting everyone's upgrades. Mu Qingshuang said with concern, but that's a precious secret realm. Not only are the high-level resources abundant, but the energy is also plentiful. And Chuxia looked puzzled. Precious? As everyone expressed their opinions, Zhang Feng suddenly spoke up. Let me think about this matter, and I'll give everyone a response later. Everyone instantly fell silent. No matter what decision Zhang Feng made, they would fully support it. After a few people left, Zhang Feng waved his hand to create a deep space. He stepped into it and took out the blueprint for the swimming pool. Consume 200 million spirit stones, choose enhancement direction, angel rebirth pool. Although the heavenly sound true transmission's individual combat power is not as strong as the angels, its cost effectiveness is higher, and its potential is greater, so Zhang Feng was not in such a hurry for the angel rebirth pool. Originally, Zhang Feng planned to let Beichao town pay a huge price before feeling despair. This would weaken Beichao town's strength to some extent and was also a bit of his wicked fun. However, if it came at the cost of Delaying the upgrade of Long Yuan Town's Lord, it would not be worth it. Angel Rebirth Pool, troop building can recruit angels, archangels, virtues, powers, dominions, and principalities. Required materials: Holy Spirit Stone, Legendary, *3000, Star Moon Gold, Legendary, *1000, Soul Nurturing Divine Wood, Legendary, *1000. After playing with it for a moment, Zhang Feng took out a piece of ordinary stone and began to enhance it. Consume 14,000 spirit stones, choose enhancement direction. After the enhancement, Long Yuan Town's resource points instantly increased by 100,000 points. Zhang Feng continued to enhance. Soon, the abnormal increase in points caught the attention of some keen observers. What's going on? How did Long Yuan Town's points suddenly increase by 100 million? Damn, did Long Yuan Town choose to overdraw the lifespan of that resource secret realm? Immediately after, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. Everyone was shocked to the point of numbness. In just over an hour, Long Yuan Town's points surged by more than 500 million, reaching 860 million. Xu Yeqing exclaimed in shock, could the rumors be wrong? In reality, Long Yuan Town's secret is a medium-sized resource secret realm. Otherwise, even if they overdraw the lifespan of the secret realm, they couldn't possibly generate so many resources. Long Yuan Town Management Group. The few members of the Long Yuan Town management who had just left were equally puzzled. Huang Xian, I think I'm seeing things. Wei Ming, I just ordered to give up the upgrade. All troops are stationed at the outer resource points. Tu Shan. Yeah, I originally wanted to bring brother Zhang Feng along this time, but now there's no chance. Even in Chuxiao was inexplicably shocked. She knew the scale of that secret realm, and even if it was fully exploited, it was impossible to generate so many resources. Beichao Town. The Lord's mansion, which had just been tidied up, was once again in disarray. Beichao Mai was frantically destroying everything in sight. Baka. Die, you bastard. Kill. Flatten Long Yuan Town to the ground, and shred Zhang Feng into 1,000 pieces. But no matter how much Kitahara Mai cursed, she could not change the fact that Kitahara Town had already been defeated. With a gap of 500 million, unless the resource points of Long Yuan Town stopped growing, Kitahara Town had no hope whatsoever. After a long time, she forced herself to calm down and sent a message to Shinbana Yu. Your Excellency Shinbana, Zhang Feng cannot be left alive. I believe the dragon slaying plan should be prioritized as soon as possible. Although the timing was not yet fully ripe, she could no longer endure it. Complete it immediately. Hint: you have consumed 144,000 spirit stones. The Angel Rebirth Pool has been constructed. The construction time for the Angel Rebirth Pool was as long as 10 days, and Zhang Feng naturally completed it in an instant. As the light faded, a white jade pool with a diameter of several dozen meters appeared before Zhang Feng. The milky pool water shimmered with a sacred glow. In the center of the pool stood a statue of a female angel, her 6 wings unfurled behind her left leg, slightly bent, as if she could take flight at any moment. Angel Rebirth Pool quality: legendary type, barracks area, 1,000 square meters. Recruitable units: angels, archangels, principalities, epic, virtues, powers, dominions, legendary. Current units: 0 building. Feature: all angels recruited come with equipment, and the power of the equipment will increase as the angel's level rises. Correspondingly, you will need to expend more energy for this. Building feature: angels that die can retain their memories and be resurrected in the Angel Rebirth Pool, but their level will reset to 0 upon resurrection. Building feature: when recruiting, you can choose the gender of the angel. As a powerful race that is at least of epic quality from birth, Zhang Feng was naturally well aware of the details regarding angels. Angels come with their own equipment, and the energy consumption for leveling up is about 1.5 times that of dragons. Whether exchanging energy for equipment is a loss or a gain is a matter of perspective. As for the resurrection feature, the only difference compared to re-recruiting is the retention of the angel's memories. It cannot be compared to the effects of the Fountain of Life. In the battlefield of all races, angels have many branches. The Angel Rebirth Pool comes from Heavenly Mountain and is considered one of the more orthodox angel recruitment buildings. Angels, archangels, and principalities are the lower 3 tiers of angels, corresponding to epic quality, and possess 2 wings. Virtues, powers, and dominions are the middle 3 tiers of angels, corresponding to legendary quality, and possess 4 wings. The legendary level angels are also the strongest units that can be recruited from the Angel Rebirth Pool. The higher tier seraphim, cherubim, and thrones belong to mythical creatures and cannot be directly recruited. They can only be evolved from legendary angels. As for Angel Yen, according to the classification of angels in the battlefield of all races, she belongs to the non-mainstream category. Zhang Feng naturally looked down on the lower tier epic angels. The attributes of the middle tier. Legendary angels are not much different, with the distinction lying in their skills. Virtues primarily have magical skills. Powers primarily have physical skills. As for dominions, they primarily have support skills and possess rich tactical knowledge, making them natural leaders. After some thought, Zhang Feng ordered, recruit 12 virtues, 12 powers, and 2 dominions, all female. Since gender could be chosen, unless Zhang Feng had lost his mind, he would never choose male angels. Even if nothing else, they would be pleasing to the eye. The sacred glow in the angel rebirth pool surged. 10 minutes later, a hazy figure emerged from the pool water and gradually floated in midair. She had long golden hair and a beautiful face. The armor she wore clung tightly to her exquisite curves, and she held a long sword against her chest with both hands. 2 pairs of pure white wings gently flapped behind her unconsciously. My lord, the virtue. Eve sends her greetings to you. The newborn angel suddenly opened her watery eyes and gave a slight bow to Zhang Feng. My attributes. Before Zhang Feng could speak, Eve exclaimed in astonishment, you actually have an angel hero in your territory? And it's B rank. Dominance. Zhang Feng nodded, I'll introduce you later. He then opened Eve's attribute panel. Eve race, angel level, 1. Quality, golden legend, attributes, physique 17, dominance plus 5, equipment plus 12, spirit 20, dominance plus 7, equipment plus 12, soul 17. Dominance plus 5, equipment plus 12, carrying capacity 12, dominance plus 4, equipment minus 12. Equipment, sacred set combat power, 28 skills. Holy flame, holy judgment, holy persuasion, not bad. Zhang Feng was quite satisfied with Eve's attributes. Angels, like dragons, are a race that stands at the peak from birth. The advantages and disadvantages of such races are quite obvious. Naturally powerful, their potential for later development is significantly reduced. Unlike humans, who are inherently weak, any that can reach legendary quality will certainly surpass these naturally strong races, like the Nine Heavens Holy Princess. Fortunately, angels come with their own equipment and have Yan's B-rank dominance bonus, giving them a combat power of 28 stars at level 1, not much different from the initial Vanine. Overall, among flying units, angels offer far better value than dragons. Soon, the first strength angel and the chief angel were successfully recruited. The strength angel's skills were Holy Strike Angel's Sword Heaven's Guardian. The chief angel's skills were Holy Staff Mind Link Damage Link. It's worth mentioning the chief angel skills. Holy Staff, a special talent, allows them to see the battlefield situation clearly and easily make correct tactical decisions. Mind Link links the minds of multiple angel units together, allowing commands to be issued instantly. Damage Link appropriately transfers damage taken by one angel to other angels. Although these 3 skills do not enhance angel attributes, they can at least allow the angel squad to exert an additional 30% combat power in team battles. Hazel, Halajit. Zhang Feng called out the names of the 2 chief angels. Each of you will lead a squad of 6 able angels and 6 strength angels. Then go to Crystal Valley to farm monsters. With that, Zhang Feng waved his hand, raising all 26 angels to level 13, consuming 11 million energy. The energy consumed for angel upgrades is several times that of the Tianyin True Transmission, and he only had this much energy left. With the angel's attributes, combined with the chief angel's command abilities, the threat from Crystal Valley was not significant for them. In Crystal Valley, Yan's figure suddenly landed in front of the portal. Just now, while exploring an unknown map, she had made a significant discovery and was about to report it to Zhang Feng in person. But before she could step into the portal, her expression changed. She saw figures radiating a holy aura streaming out of the portal one after another. Angels? Yan was stunned. Then she thought of a possibility and incredulously said, did the Lord recruit so many angels at once? Is it a unit building? The angels also saw Yan, and the chief angel Hazel stepped forward as a representative, giving a slight bow. You must be Lord Yan. We are angels from Heaven Mountain. Thank you for your dominance enhancement. Although one was a technological angel and the other a magical angel, they were both angels, and Yen immediately felt a sense of familiarity. I come from the Meluo Celestial Court. Come, let me introduce you to the environment here. What pleased Yen the most was that all the angels Zhang Feng recruited were female. Due to the education she received since childhood, she had an extreme aversion to male angels. The Lord is truly considerate. Tip: Yen thinks you are very considerate. Favorability +1, current 97 points. Considerate? Zhang Feng was taken aback. He then recalled the background setting of Angel Yen, feeling both amused and exasperated. By heaven's conscience, he really hadn't thought that much. He just thought the female angel was quite pleasing to the eye. Soon, Angel Yen returned to the territory. Lord, 300 kilometers south of Crystal Valley, a goblin territory has been discovered. Goblin territory? Zhang Feng's spirits lifted. As the strongest unit In the territory, Angel Yen could also fly, so Zhang Feng assigned her the main task of exploring high-level maps. After several days, there was indeed a significant gain. Tell me the specifics. Yen nodded and began to describe. To the south is a continuous mountain range, giant eagles, steam cannons, rivers. Upon hearing the word rivers, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. He possessed a legendary shipyard blueprint. However, such a building could only be constructed near water bodies, so this blueprint had been gathering dust in the warehouse. Nevertheless, considering the terrain Yen had just described and estimating his own combat power, he softly said, "Let's wait 2 more days." Yen replied loudly, "Yes, Lord." 2 days later, above a continuous mountain range, hundreds of giant eagles were fiercely attacking the invaders daring to intrude into their airspace. Sword of the Angel. The long sword of the mighty Angel Avril suddenly emitted a sword light several meters long, slicing off one wing of a giant eagle. The giant eagle, having lost a wing, could no longer maintain stability and crashed heavily onto the cliff hundreds of meters below, shattering into pieces. Holy persuasion! The mighty Angel Eve pointed her sword, and a beam of holy light instantly fell upon a giant eagle's head. It struggled for a moment, then surprisingly turned its claws against its fellow kind beside it. Holy flame! Immediately, holy flames erupted from Eve's body, attaching themselves to several giant eagles, burning fiercely amidst their shrill cries. Similar scenes unfolded across the battlefield. Although the giant eagles were generally above level 45, they were still no match for the powerful legendary units. Zhang Feng stood on the back of Long Jiu, very satisfied with the combat power displayed by the angels. What pleased him the most was the command ability of the 2 archangels. After all, the archangels could issue dozens of commands instantly through the mental link, excelling in micromanaging even more than Zhang Feng, the top student. Soon, all the giant eagles were eradicated. Approaching noon, after Long Jiu crossed a 1,000-meter high peak, the view ahead suddenly opened up. A roaring river appeared before everyone. The river flowed from west to east, spanning several kilometers wide, rushing and roaring, with several steam warships dozens of meters long cruising on the surface. A territory nearly 1,000 meters in diameter was situated on the high ground by the river. This was a standard steampunk-style territory, with various buildings towering within, gleaming with metallic luster. Occasionally, steam airships took off and landed from the territory square, and teams of steam mechs entered and exited through the city gates, bustling with prosperity. Soon, Zhang Feng confirmed that this was a level 10 goblin territory, 1 tier higher than Crystal Castle. Just then, a wave of jubilation erupted. In the Long Yuan town channel. Ha! The luck bet has finally settled. Our town has 19 points of luck. Ha! The space within the town has expanded again. Zhang Feng opened the county channel. Announcement: Long Yuan town has won the luck bet against Betrayal town, luck value +6, current 19 points. 2 days ago, after Zhang Feng took action, Betrayal town had already given up on this luck bet. Therefore, everyone was not surprised by this result. But Zhu Yeqing couldn't help but exclaim, 19 points of luck for the small town. Brother Jiang, you've monopolized more than half of the entire town's luck. In the 2 small town ranking matches combined, the Heavenly Dao rewarded a total of 34 points of luck. Now, Long Yuan town holds 19 points, Yanming town has 2 points, Laqin town also has 2 points, and the rest is divided among several powerful towns in the Sakura Kingdom. By Tian Zixia, the town leader of Sakura town, indignantly said, "Humph. Once my great Sakura Empire secures the position of county magistrate, I'll immediately mobilize the army to destroy Long Yuan town. No matter how much luck you have, it will all be in vain." His Baitian town is also one of the powerful towns in the Sakura Kingdom. Like Wooding town, it has broken domain points and kill points, all ranking in the top 10, currently holding 2 points of town luck. Yi Irin said, "Are you dreaming? The Sakura Kingdom has lost everything in the recent bets, and you still think you can win the position of county magistrate?" Baitian Zixia sneered, "In the contest for the county magistrate, it's usually about who has more and stronger supporters, not just the bravery of a single town. Dragon Kingdom people, just wash your necks and wait to die." Seeing this, Zhang Feng sent a message, "Luck betting order, click to view." This was the illustration of the luck betting order. Sa! Washang exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Zhang Feng actually has a luck betting order. Ha! Why not clear Baitian town's luck to put him in his place?" After a moment of silence, tip, Baitian Zixia retracted a message. Tip, Baitian Zixia retracted a message. Baitian Zixia respectfully said, "Lord Zhang Feng, I spoke out of turn after drinking. Please forgive my rudeness." His sudden shift from arrogance to humility immediately drew a chorus of jeers. Yin Man immediately said, "Sell it to me, Omega." Although Yin Man, as a big shot, rarely acted cute, Zhang Feng still said, "Everyone quickly level up to 6, then build the embassy." Yi Irin exclaimed in delight, "Choosing to ally for betting?" Yin Man replied, "Haha, Several towns in the Sakura Kingdom have reached 2 points of luck. Allying first and then betting is indeed more cost-effective. I'll cover the cost of the betting order. Jiang Feng really liked this local tycoon. By Tian Zixia lamented, "You Dragon Kingdom people have such wicked hearts." Closing the county town channel, Jiang Feng began to ponder the goblin territory before him. He commanded the team to land on the shallow beach 2 kilometers away from the territory. The goblin territory must have advanced detection buildings, and as soon as they appeared, they were discovered. Sharp alarm bells rang out, and teams of tall mechas climbed the city walls. Immediately after, a voice that sounded somewhat harsh came through. "Humans? Angels? Dragons? No matter who you are, leave the great territory of Gruta now. I, being merciful, can let the past be the past. Why is it always the same old rhetoric?" Jiang Feng complained. The defensive weapons of goblin technology had a much longer range than dwarf rocket shooters, so for this expedition, Jiang Feng directly abandoned the dwarf rocket shooters. Jiang Feng did not act rashly but instead said to the nearby Crystal Maiden, "Transform into a crystal ant and infiltrate the city." The crystal ant was one of the new transformation templates recently acquired by the Crystal Maiden. Jingyi said, "Yes, Lord." Following that, 12 Crystal Maidens quickly transformed into oversized ants and then burrowed into the ground, disappearing from sight. A few minutes later, Jiang Feng waved his hand. "Kill, leave none alive." Angels and dragons soared into the sky. Ground troops also surged forth, leaving only those guarding Jiang Feng. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the territory ahead, and countless crystal blades could be seen flying. The Goblin Lord Grutu's furious voice came again. "Damn it, shameless humans, is ambushing all you know how to do?" Taking advantage of the chaos in the city, the troops had already stepped into the defensive circle of the Goblin territory. Instantly, defensive buildings, warships, ranged units, and various calibers of shells densely greeted the crowd. The lethality of defensive structures was far greater than that of hero units of the same level. Not to mention that the current Goblin territory was at level 10. Some attacks, even the goddess warriors were reluctant to take head-on. A true disciple of Tianyin had all their evasion options sealed, and the void barrier of the great Sumeru sword style only held for a moment before being cleaved in half by a blade vehicle. If it weren't for the Fountain of Life, if it weren't for the need to build a dock here, Jiang Feng wouldn't have been so reckless. Half a minute later, Jiang Feng had lost several true disciples of Tianyin but finally stood at the city gates. Thunder Battle Body. With the power of thunder at level 25, Xinxia leaped over the 10-meter-high city wall and pierced through the 4-meter-tall elite mecha cockpit with a single thrust. "Human, your opponent is me." A roar echoed as a 3-meter-tall golden mecha charged rapidly at Xinxia. Clang! Xinxia took a few steps back, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. "Now this is more like it." The exceptional hero, Goblin Slayer, relying on a level advantage of 52, actually exchanged blows with Xinxia. A dragon circled in the sky, spewing black flames into the territory. 12 mighty angels also descended into the city, wreaking havoc. The slightly weaker true disciples of Tianyin followed closely, each leaping onto the city walls. For Jiang Feng, although true disciples of Tianyin occasionally fell, victory in battle was merely a matter of time. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Crack, crack, the Lord's mansion of the Goblin territory rapidly transformed like a precise machine, soon morphing into a giant mecha several dozen meters tall. Goblin Guardian. Looking at the giant robot before him, Jiang Feng felt a bit regretful. What a pity, it's only of epic quality. Goblin Guardian, race, Goblin level 54 quality, orange epic, combat power, 1758 skills, human, die. The voice of Grutu echoed from the Goblin Guardian. A giant sword several dozen meters long swung down, targeting the fire-breathing and earth-shaking Longzhou, who was quite pleased. Despite its massive size, the Goblin Guardian moved with surprising agility, and it looked like Longzhou was about to be cleaved in two. For the Lord. To show loyalty, Longzhou loudly proclaimed the slogan before dying. Clang! The 5-foot-long thunder blade firmly intercepted the Goblin Guardian's attack. Yan's attributes were slightly weaker, but both wormhole, defense barrier, and thunder power were perfected A-level skills. "Your opponent is me." Finally encountering a worthy opponent, Yan's Chunibya spirit ignited fiercely. Meanwhile, Longzhou, seeing that he was still alive, flapped his wings and fled. "Yan, although I know I won't die, you've saved my life again." Grutu's furious voice came through. "Powerful angel hero. Why do you serve a lowly human lord? If you are willing to join my territory, the position of city lord's wife awaits you." This statement disgusted Yen greatly and touched her sore spot. She radiated terrifying thunder power. Die. The Goblin territory had 4 heroes, each with strength comparable to the goddess warriors. But there were 12 goddess warriors alone, not to mention powerful units like the Crystal Maiden and the 9 Heaven Saintess. Soon, aside from the Goblin Guardian, the other Goblin units in the territory had been slaughtered. Yen felt a bit embarrassed. She gulped down a bottle of elixir, her attributes skyrocketing significantly. Boom! Before Yen could make a move, the massive body of the Goblin Guardian suddenly knelt on the ground, its presence extremely imposing. Noble human lord, I am willing to surrender and become your vassal from now on. With his subordinates slaughtered clean, he had long harbored thoughts of surrender. Now, with his opponent on drugs, he dared not act the hero. Angel Yen shouted angrily, "You are so arrogant at first and so humble later, lacking any dignity of a strong person. You are as shameless as the Sakura people." After going on several expeditions with Zhang Feng, Yen had come to recognize the true nature of the Sakura people. However, this was not something Yen could decide on his own. Fortunately, Zhang Feng's voice immediately followed. Kill! The Goblin Guardian leaped up at the command, rushing towards the riverbank, seemingly believing that if he jumped into the river, he could escape. But the Crystal Maiden was already prepared. Hundreds of crystal rays fell upon the massive body of the Goblin Guardian, making his movements laborious. At the same time, a nearly 100-meter-long energy giant sword had already formed above his head. No! Under the strike of the heavenly blade, the Goblin Guardian was cleaved in half, the terrifying energy melting the metal at the cut, which fell to the ground with a sizzling sound. The Grutu inside was instantly vaporized, leaving not a trace. Zhang Feng had already reached the city wall, and the report of Gruta's death left him momentarily stunned. Your hero Yen has killed the Goblin Lord Grutu. Epic. You gain energy *2 160,000, Spirit Stones *300,000, Epic Treasure Chest *1, Technology Crystal, Epic *1. Technology Crystal? Epic Technology Crystal plus a powerful crystal containing boundless knowledge. After use, it can permanently increase the research speed of the territory by 30%. Each territory is limited to using one of the same type of crystal. For mechanical, star, spirit, and logical lords, this technology crystal is a rare treasure. Zhang Feng's territory had no technological buildings, so he wasn't concerned about that. But if Zhang Feng remembered correctly, Yen had once said that the technology crystal could accelerate the cultivation speed of her sacred body. However, at present, technology crystals were extremely rare, generally only dropping after killing technological lords. Consume 19 million spirit stones to enhance the legendary technology crystal. A rich golden light flashed, and this technology crystal was instantly enhanced to legendary quality. Then, Zhang Feng gently tossed it to Yen. After Yen clearly saw the item in her hand, she said earnestly, "Thank you, Lord." Although the sacred body was rated as an A-level technique, it was a complete technological product. Yen had just condensed her sacred body when Zhang Feng summoned her to the battlefield of all races, so the sacred body was merely at the entry level. If absorbed directly, the knowledge contained in the technology crystal varied from person to person. In other words, it would supplement what you lacked. After quickly absorbing this technology crystal, a nebula-like brilliance suddenly overflowed from Yan's body, making her entire figure seem both illusory and real. A full minute passed. All the brilliance was once again drawn back into her body, and she opened her eyes, exclaiming in surprise, "My sacred body has reached proficiency." Zhang Feng did not expect that a single technology crystal could upgrade an A-level technique. Thinking of his own 8-9 mysteries, he truly felt that without comparison, there was no harm. He immediately opened Yan's attributes. The entry-level sacred body had all attributes plus 100, and upon reaching proficiency, it surged to all attributes plus 300. This caused Yan's combat power to instantly increase by 200 stars, firmly securing her position as the strongest in the territory with a legendary 1-star quality. After a small interlude, Zhang Feng then looked at the previous heavenly Dao prompt. Detected an unowned wild territory, occupy/destroy? Occupy. There were no restrictions on occupying wild territories. If one had the ability, no one would stop them from occupying 1,000 or 10,000. However, territories that lost their independence could not provide the Lord with additional population limits and could only build defensive structures. Instead, they would need to split forces to guard them. The main purposes for choosing to occupy wild territories are twofold, either for their strategic position or for the special buildings within them, such as military construction. Zhang Feng is naturally interested in the former. Fortunately, the defense system of this territory is quite robust, with dozens of blade cars, combat bunkers, and scatter towers, so there's no need to deploy too many forces for protection. This goblin territory is built by the water, with a natural harbor to the south. There stands a steamship dock, but it is only of rare quality, which Zhang Feng naturally looks down upon. Destroy. You have destroyed an 8-level steamship dock, gaining rare metal *1000, rare wood *500, rare stone *500, steamship dock blueprint *1. A blueprint actually dropped. There is a certain probability of obtaining blueprints when destroying buildings, but the odds vary from person to person. After winning a bet and gaining 6 points of luck value again, the dragon vein of the territory was further strengthened, increasing the drop rate of territory units by 38%. This likely also affected the probability of obtaining blueprints. Zhang Feng didn't think much of it and directly stored it in his backpack. Immediately after, Zhang Feng took out the blueprint for the dark dock that the ghost Leviathan had dropped and tossed it lightly. Construct. Over the past 2 days, Zhang Feng had made ample preparations and had already reinforced all the materials needed to build the dock. Complete immediately. A massive dock covering an area of 100 meters square was instantly constructed. Zhang Feng immediately looked at the attributes of this legendary building. Dark dock level, 0 quality, legendary type, dock area, 12,000 square meters, constructible ships, ghost mothership. Legendary, Ghost Destroyer, Epic, Ghost Frigate, Exquisite, existing ships, 0. Zhang Feng did not hesitate. Build 1 Ghost Mothership. Once again, materials worth tens of millions of spirit stones vanished. The dock emitted a rumbling sound. In the evening, a beam of light shot out from the dock, landing on the rushing river surface. After the light dissipated, a black ship measuring 200 meters long and 60 meters wide suddenly appeared. Zhang Feng immediately opened its attributes. Ghost Mothership quality, legendary, level, 0 weapons. Main cannon, energy level 1500, *1, secondary cannons, energy level 600, *24, ghost fighters *48. Armor, 1200 maximum speed, 80 knots energy, 10,000/10,000 trait, as a legendary ship. The Ghost Mothership has a spirit captain, requiring no crew to operate. Trait, can activate a shield with a maximum energy level of 2000. Trait, can dive into the deep sea, requiring continuous energy consumption. Trait, the hull can enter stealth mode, requiring continuous energy consumption. 1200 points of armor, a 2000 energy level shield, not bad, not bad. This is just a level 0 Ghost Mothership. And the name Ghost. It should be because it possesses stealth and deep diving capabilities, not referring to the energy attributes of the warship. In any case, Zhang Feng is very satisfied with the attributes of the Ghost Mothership. Of course, when the cannon fires, gold flows. Legendary warships are powerful, but their energy consumption is equally enormous. Apart from natural recovery, only high-quality spirit stones can recharge it. A typical lord really can't afford to maintain it. Let's go, board the ship and take a look. Just as he stepped onto the deck, a holographic figure suddenly appeared before everyone. My lord, Captain Xiaomei of the Ghost Mothership sends her regards. Zhang Feng was taken aback. Xiaomei, female captain? This Captain Xiaomei wore a shirt jacket, leather boots, and sported a decorative dagger at her slim waist, exuding a wild aura. If she wore an eye patch, she would be a perfect pirate. Reporting to my lord, I am the ship spirit and can transform into any appearance you desire. Xiaomei looked at the beautiful women around Zhang Feng and smiled. After a preliminary observation, I believe this image and name suit your aesthetic better. Of course, if you prefer a burly man, I can transform into a big guy. No need, no big guy. Zhang Feng immediately rejected the suggestion. This is just fine. Xiaomei elegantly bowed. As you wish. As time went on, Zhang Feng toured the Ghost Mothership. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. In addition to combat attributes, the living facilities such as the restaurant and bedroom were all complete, making it a mobile castle on the sea. Half an hour later, Zhang Feng said to the main angel, Heather, lead a team of angels to smoothly descend with the Ghost Mothership and explore the waters below. With a river of this scale, the downstream must be a vast body of water, and it could very well be the ocean. The angelic flying troops were more suited for naval combat. After a moment's thought, Zhang Feng added, if you reach a level 60 monster map, stop exploring and return immediately. Maps above level 60 would be somewhat dangerous for the angels at this stage. Heather and Xiaomei replied in unison, understood, my lord. Naturally, exploring the map was for his subordinates to handle. As for himself, he would wait until his subordinates cleared a safe zone before taking the girls out to sea. With just 7 books, I can unlock the tailor shop. I'll find a way to get a few bikini blueprints. After watching the massive Ghost Mothership flow downstream, Zhang Feng returned to Longyuan town through the teleportation array of the Goblin territory. Exploring the waters was mainly to unlock the map, so Zhang Feng wasn't in a hurry to upgrade the Ghost Mothership, nor did he build a second one. The battleship level couldn't exceed the dock level, and upgrading the dock was still quite costly. Unfortunately, plans can't keep up with changes. Zhang Feng's thoughts were soon overturned by what happened next. The next day, while Zhang Feng was enjoying breakfast, several system prompts made him pause. Prompt, your Ghost Mothership has left the county town range. Prompt, your Ghost Mothership has discovered Sunset Bay. To think it left the jurisdiction of Qingyang County so quickly. Zhang Feng was first surprised, then happily said, beyond Qingyang County, it really is the ocean. Ha, the resources at sea are no worse than those on land, and no one is competing with me, they are all mine. Just then, a battle prompt appeared. Your unit Eve has killed a sea snake monster, gaining energy *52, spirit stones *10, voting tickets *4. Voting tickets. Seeing these two words, Zhang Feng was taken aback. Claim rewards. Soon, a card with a golden edge appeared in Zhang Feng's hand. Voting ticket, cast your precious vote for the county head candidate you recognize. Event not yet started. Zhang Feng was speechless at first, then frowned. This time, the county head competition actually relies on votes. The most common county head competition was a chaotic battle on the campaign map. Although facing enemies in hundreds or thousands, Zhang Feng was not afraid at all. But for elections, the number of lords in the Dragon Kingdom was already scarce. Moreover, the privileges of the county head far exceeded those of the town head, and winning Yin Man and Zhu Yeqing had no obligation to support him unconditionally. Of course, the lords of Sakura country couldn't be a united front either. One could imagine that it would inevitably be a situation of competing heroes. However, Zhang Feng quickly calmed down. At present, it seems that only monsters outside the county town map will drop voting tickets. I have a legendary battleship, legendary troops, and the dragon Vane drop rate boost. Most importantly, the county head competition won't start for at least 10 days, so I have a huge advantage. So what if I can't get voting tickets? At worst, I can vote for myself. At that moment, another battle report flashed on the screen. Your unit Avril has killed the sea serpent monster, gaining energy *57, spirit stones *10, and votes *6. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. The monster's level increased by 5, and the dropped votes rose from 4 to 6. One battle report after another flashed by, and Zhang Feng quickly found a pattern. I understand now. For every 5 levels an ordinary monster gains, it will drop an additional vote, influenced by the Dragon Veins drop rate. With this key insight, Zhang Feng immediately took action. He reinforced resources, continued building the Ghost Mothership, and recruited angels. Level up. Zhang Feng consumed 2.1 million energy to upgrade the newly recruited Strength Angel to level 20, then sighed, still lacking energy. In these past few days, although Zhang Feng had obtained a light bait again, harvesting nearly 10 million energy, the energy required for angel upgrades was truly terrifying, second only to legendary heroes. I really miss the days of harvesting 100,000 elite troops in Eternal Night Town. While Zhang Feng was fervently building ships, Takahashi Mizuki suddenly received a communication request from Shin Hachio. Miss Takahashi, Zhang Feng has created an exceptional unit, gaining fame across the land, and has attracted the loyalty of a team of giant dragons, posing a grave threat to our great Sakura Empire. Shin Hachio slightly bowed. We have decided to adopt Miss Takahashi's suggestion and will launch a night raid on Longyuan Town tonight to eliminate Zhang Feng. That's great. Takahashi Mizuki did not hide her joy. What kind of lineup will the Empire deploy? After all, Zhang Feng has a team of giant dragons, we must not underestimate him. Shin Hachio confidently replied, Please rest assured, Miss Takahashi. I will personally lead this operation, gathering 20 squads of epic units and over 100 squads of exceptional units, all above level 25. Moreover, we have received strong support from the military, and 20 Shikigami lords will also participate. As long as Miss Takahashi helps us open a portal to Zhang Feng's territory, even if Zhang Feng is strong, he will undoubtedly perish. However, Takahashi Mizuki frowned and said, Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. I have a feeling that Zhang Feng has unknown trump cards, so I believe this lineup cannot guarantee absolute success. After pondering for a moment, Shin Hachio said, Wait a moment. Soon after, Shin Hachio spoke again. The military has adopted Miss Takahashi's opinion and agreed to deploy 40 Shikigami lords. Although Takahashi Mizuki still felt it was a bit few, she also knew how difficult it was to cultivate Shikigami lords. 40 was nearly all the trump cards the Sakura military had in Xinjiang County. Zhang Feng, who was reinforcing resources, received Takahashi Mizuki's message immediately. Good. You did very well. Zhang Feng had just been lamenting the lack of energy. Now, the Sakura people were coming to deliver supplies. Not to mention anything else, just the 40 Shikigami lords, even if they weren't in their complete forms, could each provide at least 1 million energy. Takahashi Mizuki excitedly nodded. Let's catch all the Sakura dogs in one net. Late at night, a once inconspicuous Sakura territory had now turned into a hell on earth. Why are you killing us? You are not our lord, you are a demon. How could this happen? A Sakura lord with a headband on his head was frantically slashing at his own heroes, units, and farmers with a katana, his face filled with madness. 2 elite heroes, hundreds of elite units, and thousands of farmers now stared wide-eyed, seemingly unable to believe that they were being killed by their usually kind lord. Unfortunately, they had fallen into the trap, and now their bodies were paralyzed, waiting in fear for death to arrive. Blood surged, and souls screamed. After the young man killed the last person, he shouted, "Great dog god, I offer the blood and souls of my comrades in exchange for your arrival." Shikigami Lord, one of the most extreme lord factions and a special lord of the Sakura Nation, created by the divine martial emperor Sufu of Sakura Nation. It is said that back in the day, Sufu could not bear the wrath of Ing Zhang and had no choice but to sign a contract with the evil spirit clan of the spirit world, which led to the emergence of the Shikigami Lord. The principle of the Shikigami Lord is to personally slay close ones, using boundless resentment and vitality to summon the evil spirits. The stronger the person killed and the closer the relationship, the better the effect. If parents are sacrificed, one can instantly gain boundless magical power. In the battlefield of 10,000 races, naturally, the units with higher favorability and loyalty yield better results. To become a Shikigami Lord, one must not only have extremely high qualifications but also be ruthless and devoid of humanity. Therefore, even within the Sakura military, Shikigami Lords are exceedingly rare. Soon, a shadowy claw suddenly rested on the edge of the magic circle. Following that, a massive evil dog spirit struggled to emerge from within. It inhaled the vitality and resentment that filled the air, then leaped into the air towards the Sakura youth, merging with him. After merging with the evil spirit, the Sakura youth's form swelled until he reached a height of 4 meters, with sharp fangs and claws sprouting, and his spine arched. He transformed into a humanoid evil dog. What powerful strength! He clearly retained some rationality. It's a pity the target is developing too quickly. There's no time for us to evolve into our complete forms, otherwise, I would be even stronger. After saying this, he stepped into the teleportation portal. A similar scene unfolded simultaneously in dozens of Sakura territories. At this moment, the territory of Shin Hachiyu had gathered dozens of powerful warlords and over 1,000 mid to high tier troops. To prevent Jiang Feng from escaping on a giant dragon, there were even over 100 flying troops such as dragons and griffins. Soon, the Shikigami Lords appeared one after another, each with a brutal expression and an astonishing aura. Even the epic tier swordmaster units turned their heads in surprise. Shin Hachiyu complimented the Sakura youth beside him. "Lord Koizumi, thank you for the military's strong support this time. With so many Shikigami Lords on the front lines, Jiang Feng is undoubtedly doomed." Koizumi Shiro was a major in the Sakura military. He happened to be born in Xingyang County this time and became the temporary commander of the Shikigami Lords. Every time a Shikigami Lord acted, they had to kill all their subordinates. It is said that some powerful Shikigami Lords endure for years or even decades, and when they finally erupt, their power can rival that of myths. The Shikigami Lords are indeed a gift from His Majesty the Divine Martial Emperor to our great Sakura Empire. This time, with the Shin Hachi family and the Hojo family joining forces, our military cannot stand by and do nothing. At this point, Koizumi Shiro expressed some regret. It's a pity that the opening of the district has only been for a little over 20 days. Their hero units are too weak, and the strongest among them are only equivalent to a legendary 1-star. Shin Hachiyu understood this reasoning. Please convey the gratitude of the Shin Hachi family to General Koizumi. Koizumi Shiro nodded. General Koizumi was his grandfather, the general of District 632 in the Dragon War Zone. Everyone is here. Let's set off quickly, or the evil spirits will erode the Shikigami Lord's sanity. Shin Hachiyu's expression turned serious, and he began to contact his vassal lord, Miyamoto. Before long, Miyamoto stepped out from the teleportation array and respectfully said, "Gentlemen, I have already met with Miss Takahashi and ordered the Onmyoji to conduct life detection within a 30-kilometer radius, confirming that everything is normal on the other side." Seeing this, Koizumi Shiro exclaimed, "Lord Shin Hachi is truly meticulous." Shin Hachiyu humbly replied, "There is a saying in the Dragon Kingdom, a cautious sailor can sail for 10,000 years. After confirming safety, Shin Hachiyu took the lead and stepped into the teleportation array. In the Midnight Territory, it was eerily quiet. Takahashi Mizuki joyfully said, "Welcome, Lord Shin Hachi, Lord Koizumi." Koizumi Shiro sighed. Who would have thought that this peaceful and harmonious land of Longyuan Town would soon become a bloody slaughterhouse? Speaking of which, the army of Sakura country has all passed through the teleportation array, making the territory somewhat crowded. Takahashi Mizuki asked, "Is everyone here?" "Everyone is here." Shin Hachiyu nodded. "Please begin, Miss Takahashi." Takahashi Mizuki first waved her hand to close the teleportation array, then smiled and said, "Please wait a moment, everyone." As she spoke, Takahashi Mizuki tore open a silence scroll. A silence scroll. Shin Hachiyu was taken aback. "Isn't it a bit early to use this? Jiang Feng's territory is the battlefield." "Battlefield?" Takahashi Mizuki clapped her hands excitedly. "Huh, this is the battlefield." Koizumi Shiro felt a bad premonition rising in his heart. He tried to walk back to the teleportation portal, only to find it had already closed, and immediately questioned, "Miss Takahashi, what are you doing?" At that moment, 4 giant portals opened from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the territory. Angels, dragons, hill kings, crystal maidens, and seemingly extraordinary human soldiers surged out, surrounding the territory. Dragons? Angels? Shinhachi-Yu's face was filled with shock and anger. Zhang Feng actually has such powerful troops? Baka! Koizumi Shiro shouted, Takahashi Mizuki, have you gone mad? How dare you betray the empire? Do you know the consequences of this? Your family, even your clan, will face the empire's harshest sanctions. For the Dragon Kingdom, Takahashi Mizuki shouted loudly. To be able to sacrifice for the Dragon Kingdom is the greatest honor of the Takahashi family. Those who are unwilling to sacrifice for the Dragon Kingdom deserve to die. Shinhachi-Yu looked at the fervent Takahashi Mizuki, trembling. This is sinister. Truly sinister. Koizumi Shiro suddenly struck, beheading Takahashi Mizuki with a single blow, then pointed his bloodied katana. Forward, he only has a squad of angels and a squad of dragons. They are no match for us. Shikigami Lord, begin the slaughter. At this moment, the 4 portals had closed. Shinhachi-Yu looked at the enemy's formation before him, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, loudly declaring, that's right. Zhang Feng is too arrogant. Koizumi Shiro shouted, Lord Shinhachi, this is the enemy's home ground. To prevent Zhang Feng from requesting support or using the portals to escape, we must immediately seal the space. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Koizumi. Shinhachi-Yu immediately took out a space sealing scroll, seal. Koizumi Shiro praised, well done. Shinhachi-Yu laughed heartily. Zhang Feng has relied on luck to get this far, but essentially he is just a country bumpkin from a common background, completely unaware of the power of the Shikigami Lords. The two looked forward with anticipation, waiting for the Shikigami Lord's performance. But then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. A lizard Shikigami Lord with the strength of a legendary 1-star clashed head-on with a human female warrior radiating thunder. Pooh, comparable to the defensive scales of a dragon, it was pierced through by a single spear as if it were made of paper. And that wasn't the end. With a shake of her spear, Shinsha unleashed a terrifying shockwave, instantly tearing the lizard Shikigami Lord's body apart, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, dead beyond recovery. Shinhachi-Yu halted his forward momentum. Impossible. This is one of the most powerful Shikigami Lords. Koizumi Shiro shouted to boost morale, this must be Zhang Feng's heroic empress. She is alone, everyone need not fear. As soon as he finished speaking, another Shikigami Lord was instantly killed by Giselle. Shinhachi-Yu. 1, 2, 3. The angels and dragons were still circling in the sky, slaughtering wyverns and griffins. But the powerful and terrifying Shikigami Lords were being slaughtered one by one. Legendary troops, yet another legendary troop. Shinhachi-Yu went mad, and they are legendary troops even stronger than dragons. Swordmasters, work with the Shikigami Lords to encircle and kill these female warriors. Unfortunately, although the 9 Heavens Holy Princess is slightly inferior to the Goddess Warrior, she is far from being comparable to an ordinary legendary unit. Zizaishin's small face was serious as she lightly called out, Tianyi 9 kills. 9 sharp sword energies pierced through the forehead, heart, and lower regions of a Shikigami Lord, creating penetrating wounds. Although Tianyi 9 kills is only a C-level skill, Zizaishin has cultivated it to great perfection and its power is not at all weaker than a newly learned A-level skill. The combat of Tianyin's true transmission is not as violent as that of the Goddess Warrior, but rather ethereal and agile, directly targeting the vital points. Even casually bringing out a Tianyin true transmission, under various enhancements, its strength is not weaker than that of an ordinary Shikigami Lord. In the sky, hundreds of meters away, Zhang Feng put away the spatial sealing scroll he was about to use. Although the battlefield was within the territory of Longyuan Town, in order to prevent them from having teleportation items like the Return City Talisman, Zhang Feng decided to seal this area of space first. However, he did not expect to be preempted by Shinbayu. Your unit Shinsha killed Lord Inoue Yu. Gaining energy *1890000. Your unit Fanning Tian killed the Swordmaster, gaining energy *260000. He stood with his hands behind his back on Longzhou's back, looking at the battle reports, and sighed, the Shikigami Lord is truly a miraculous existence. Just from the perspective of energy, slaughtering an ordinary territory, including the Lord, would only yield about 100,000 energy. For Zhang Feng, the speed of energy gained from slaughtering a small town was indeed not faster than that of Crystal Valley. However, after merging with the evil spirit, the Shikigami Lord became an experienced baby that could instantly provide millions of energy. Truly a good thing. Among the 3 heroes, only Li Hani, holding the whooshing sword, stood beside Zhang Feng, watching the battle below with a lively demeanor. The Empress and Angel Yan flew on either side of Longzhou, somewhat disinterested. Woken up in the middle of the night to be told there's a strong enemy invading, the Empress yawned, feeling a bit bored. And this is the result? Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, you'll have your tasks later." Upon hearing this, the two finally showed a bit of interest. The Empress then helplessly said, "Why is it that every time the goddess warrior makes a move, people mistake her for me?" Jiang Feng comforted her, "That just proves your fame is great." The Empress shot Jiang Feng a flirtatious glance. Ever since her favorability reached 99 points, she had become increasingly tempting when there were no outsiders around. Almost at level 7, Jiang Feng thought to himself, most buildings reaching levels 7, 12, 18, 25 would have a significant upgrade. For example, after the Lord's Mansion reaches level 7, it can recruit a 4th hero. I wonder what new special effects will emerge from Tianyin Pavilion after reaching level 7. Will it make the Empress's favorability shoot straight to 100 points? While Jiang Feng was lost in thought, Lihani weakly said, "Lord, why don't we save that Lord Takayuki?" It seemed the little girl had been holding back for a long time. Lihani had just learned to descend the mountain when she was summoned, and her temperament was not yet that of the seasoned Shueiyu's sword immortal. Jiang Feng said seriously, "There will always be sacrifices in battle." Of course. The actual situation is that after today, even the most foolish of the Sakura Kingdom will know that Takahashi Miyuki is in trouble. So this piece has already lost its value. She was originally an evil female spy from the Sakura Kingdom, and her death is not regrettable. It can also free up a slot for the mind control tower. Moreover, Jiang Feng had already identified a new candidate for control. Jiang Feng's strength would soon completely crush the Sakura Kingdom. We can't fight back. Everyone scatter and escape. No way, that blood crystal bat is too fast. We can't escape at all. I have been tempted by Shinbyu. Please let me go, Jiang Fengkuan. As a defeated lord, my family will definitely be willing to pay a huge ransom for me. Baka, are you still dreaming? We have seen Jiang Feng's strength. He will definitely not let us leave alive. Unfortunately, no matter whether they wanted to escape, surrender, or were determined to fight to the death, the outcome would not change. However, what puzzled them was that when Jiang Feng's troops attacked, they seemed to deliberately avoid targeting these lords. As time passed, one sword master after another fell. Not to mention the ordinary elite troops like the Kamakura warriors. If it weren't for Koizumi Shiro throwing out a powerful defensive item at a critical moment, the battle would have ended long ago. 10 minutes later, the area inside and outside the territory was littered with corpses. Jiang Feng looked at the lonely dozens of lords and smiled, saying, "Welcome to Longyuan Town as guests. I wonder if you are satisfied with this welcoming ceremony." Jiang Feng did not immediately strike. As if he saw a glimmer of hope for their survival, Shin Hachiyu knelt down with a thud, holding up his katana with both hands, bowing his head respectfully and saying, "Jiang Fengkuan, your strength has earned my respect. I finally understand why Miss Miyuki would turn from darkness to light. I am also willing to pledge my loyalty to you." Koizumi Shiro shouted angrily, "Shin Hachiyu, I misjudged you. To face death unflinchingly, truly worthy of a soldier." He then said to Shinxia, "Kill him." Stop. Koizumi Shiro did not give Shinxia a chance and knelt down with a thud, coldly saying, "My grandfather is General Koizumi Yachiyo. If you kill me, it will surely provoke my grandfather's furious revenge." It was indeed the first time Jiang Feng had seen someone kneeling to threaten others. Jiang Feng was too lazy to pay attention to the two and casually selected 3 Sakura lords. "Take these 3 back to the territory first. I want to interrogate them in batches." It was impossible to leave any living witnesses. However, it would be somewhat disrespectful to their identities if he didn't squeeze something out of them before they died. The silence scroll used by Takahashi Miyuki was of excellent quality, while the space sealing scroll used by Shin Hachiyu was merely of rare quality. So even after leaving the range of the space ceiling, these 2 Sakura lords were still unable to communicate with the outside world. Jiang Feng opened a portal and brought the 3 back to the territory. As soon as they stepped into the territory, the blue light from the mind control tower fell upon the heads of the 3 Sakura lords. Jiang Feng had already upgraded the mind control tower to level 4, and aside from the other 2 Mei Jihuan female agents, there were 3 slots available. The 3 Sakura lords were instantly controlled, crying and repenting, "Master, we know we were wrong. It's good that you know your mistakes." Jiang Feng smiled and said, "First, hand over all your possessions, and then you can die to atone for your sins." The 3 were filled with gratitude. "Yes, master." Then they immediately began transferring money to Jiang Feng, including food, equipment, military tokens, and blueprints from their warehouse. Everything they could transfer went to Jiang Feng. After doing all this, the 3 respectfully bowed to Jiang Feng and drew their katanas to sever their own necks. The control units of the mind control tower changed to 2/5. 3 people, 6 million spirit stones, not bad. Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Although the 3 were not from a famous family, their family could at least be compared to the Shin Riverlin family, with considerable wealth. "Bring 3 more over." The second batch of 3 arrived quickly. Upon seeing the corpses on the ground, before They could change color. They were controlled by the mind control tower. Thus, dozens of powerful warlords successively surrendered all their possessions, only to meet their demise. Ironically, these guys thought Jiang Feng really intended to interrogate them in batches, so not a single one resisted. In the end, only Shin Hachiyu and Koizumi Shiro remained. The wealth of the two gave Jiang Feng a big surprise: 60 million spirit stones and 15 million spirit stones, respectively. This was just the spirit stones brought into the 10,000 races battlefield. If Shin Hachiyu were allowed to return to Blue Star to raise funds, this number could at least multiply by 10. However, that approach was too risky, and Jiang Feng abandoned it. After all, the mind control tower is just a level 4 epic building. Yet the Shinhachi family is one of the most powerful families in Sakura country, and how many strong individuals can easily break the mental control of Shinhachi Yuichi? From dozens of Sakura lords, Jiang Feng collected 150 million spirit stones, bringing his total to 360 million spirit stones. What a good person! Jiang Feng sighed. He planned to mass-produce ghost motherships, and he was in dire need of money. Moreover, the energy reached an astonishing 98 million. Almost 100 million. It was even higher than the contribution of the 100,000 Sakura army from Eternal Night Town. With this energy, Jiang Feng could instantly recruit 4 teams of level 20 finished angels. Jiang Feng did not rush to digest this harvest but instead spoke to Shinhachi Yuichi. Contact Kitazumai and tell her that your mission has been completed, and then Shinhachi Yuichi respectfully replied, yes, Master. Kitazhu Town. Although it was already late at night, Kitazumai was wide awake, anxiously pacing back and forth in her territory, waiting for news from Shinhachi Yuichi. Suddenly, a video request rang out. Once connected, Shinhachi Yuichi appeared with a joyful expression. Kitazumai, I have successfully slain Jiang Feng. The video background was Shinhachi Town, and beside Shinhachi Yuichi stood a delighted Koizumi Shiro. That's great! Kitazumai clapped her hands, feeling elated, and then slightly bowed. Thank you both. Your achievements will forever be remembered by the great Sakura Empire. Shinhachi Yuichi smiled and said, although Kitazhu Town did not send anyone for this operation, you also played a crucial role in facilitating this matter, so the spoils should rightfully include a share for Miss Kitazhu. Saying this, he sent several illustrations to Kitazumai. Legendary equipment? 3 pieces. Shinhachi Yuichi said, let's open a portal and we'll head over to celebrate properly. Although it felt a bit strange, Kitazumai was already blinded by greed. Moreover, being in her own territory, she had nothing to fear. Soon, Shinhachi Yuichi and the others stepped out of the portal, followed by several graceful figures. What is this? Just as Kitazumai was about to ask, Shinhachi Yuichi tore open a silence scroll. Lord Shinhachi, what are you doing? She sensed something was off, but before she could act, a terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted from Yuichi. All the hero units in Kitazhu's territory instinctively took a step back in shock. Taking advantage of this moment, the Empress activated Cloud Shadow, instantly crossing dozens of meters of void, easily killing 2 swordmasters, and carried Kitazumai away. The Empress's figure vanished behind the portal, and only then did everyone react. Damn it, put down the Lord. Kill them, save the Lord. It was evident that Kitazumai commanded her subordinates well. All the hero units were united in their anger against the enemy. But before they could act, Kitazumai reappeared. Stop. She halted her heroes and units, addressing Shinhachi Yuichi and the others. Thank you both for helping me rediscover the meaning of life. Shinhachi Yuichi said solemnly. Quickly bring Miss Yui and Miss Mei back to their senses. It should be so. Kitazumai nodded, murmuring, sisters, I will lead you back to the right path. A few minutes later, the 3 Kitazhu sisters knelt in a row before Jiang Feng. Mei and Yui's eyes sparkled with light. That was the light of faith. If it weren't for our sister, we would still be blinded by those Sakura dogs. Kitazhu Yui waved her fist, resolutely stating, for the master, for the dragon kingdom. Mei and Yui echoed, for the master, for the dragon kingdom. Seeing this, Jiang Feng also let out a sigh of relief. The previous action had been a bit risky. As the Lord, Kitazumai could close the territory portal at any time. It wasn't dangerous enough to warrant concern. But if Kitahomai had been a bit tougher, then the Empress and her companions would have undoubtedly faced some obstacles in their attempt to return to Longyuan town. However, in her panic, Kitahomai actually forgot about this, allowing Jiang Feng's plan to proceed smoothly. Of course, although it was risky, the rewards were immense. The strongest lord of Sakura country in Xinjiang County had already become his undercover agent. As for Shinbayu and a couple of others, it was no longer suitable for them to live. Dying and relinquishing their positions was the best outcome. Without my orders, you 3 can develop your territory normally. Additionally, find a reason to ensure you never return to Blue Star. Kitahomai nodded seriously. We understand. The Kitaho family still has quite a few strong individuals, making it easy for them to regain control over us. Jiang Feng nodded in Relief. He did not continue to use the Kataho sisters to ambush other Sakura country town lords. Just the intelligence alone made the three sisters more valuable to him now than killing hundreds of Sakura lords. The next morning. Our town's Lord Inoue has fallen. He was a warlord with several elite squads. My condolences. Unexpected events happen on the battlefield of all races. Baka, our town's Lord Choshima has also died. Could it be that they grouped up to hunt a boss last night? One by one, warlords were discovered dead by their own town lords, causing quite a stir in Xinjiang County. But that was about it. After all, to maintain secrecy, aside from those directly involved, only a few high-ranking Sakura officials were aware of this embarrassing matter. Naturally, those in the know would not publicize such a disgrace. However, a few managers in Longyuan town noticed a clue, as the newly arrived Lord Takatsuki had also died. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng did not explain, and they wisely refrained from asking further. Only Ng Yin Man sent a few words, so impressive, which made Jiang Feng marvel at the strength of the Xianqining family's intelligence network. Of course, she could only have gleaned some hints from Sakura country. It was impossible for her to know the details of the battle, because aside from Jiang Feng, all the witnesses from last night's battlefield had perished. In the following period, Xinjiang County was calm. On this day, Jiang Feng was listening to Kataho Mai's report. Master, this incident has caused a stir and outrage among the Sakura military, the Mei organization, and dozens of lord families. But the biggest problem troubling them is, what exactly happened in Longyuan town? Was it Takahashi Mizuki's betrayal? Or did Takahashi Mizuki never gain your trust and was merely a pawn in your design? And how significant was the loss of 40 Shikigami lords for Longyuan town? Fortunately, now everyone in Longyuan town is united, making it increasingly difficult for Sakura country to gather intelligence. So, before the county chief competition, Sakura country should neither have the capability nor dare to act rashly. At this point, Kataho Mai looked at him with admiration. For the Sakura people, Longyuan town is like a bottomless pit. The more they enter, the more they die. Hearing this, Jiang Feng felt a wave of relief. After all, there's a saying that you can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against a thief for 1,000 days. If Sakura country remained honest, he could focus on more important overseas matters. If he could successfully obtain the position of county chief, he could completely clean up all the lords of Sakura country. After Kataho Mai finished her report, Jiang Feng instructed, "Very good, report any news at any time." "Yes." Kataho Mai replied respectfully, "By the way, I found the 2 blueprints you wanted. I wonder if they meet your expectations." Hint: Lord Kataho Mai has mailed you the blueprint Summer Coolness through the trading post. Hint: Lord Kataho Mai has mailed you the blueprint Pink Temptation through the trading post. Jiang Feng glanced at the designs and was quite satisfied. Well done. But since the server opened, he had been killing and setting fires everywhere every few days, and Jiang Feng was almost forgetting that he was an entertainment lord. What does it mean to be an entertainment lord? Naturally, it means to entertain. These days, I've been somewhat neglectful of my duties. Another day has passed. Tip: you have upgraded to a level 7 Lord's Mansion, unlocking the building's night hall and tailor shop, and your territory area has increased to 250,000 square meters. You have unlocked a new hero slot, with the current hero count at 3/4. Finally level 7. After reaching level 7, ordinary lords can finally recruit rare troops in bulk. For example, the Dwarf Lord's Longbeard Warrior, the Elf Lord's Sharpshooter, and the Deep Sea Lord's Tiger Shark Warrior, among others. As a human lord, it naturally means heavy cavalry. Rare troops are also the highest quality troops that can be recruited from the territory's built-in buildings. For even higher quality elite troop buildings, one must find a way to obtain the blueprints. Similarly, ordinary blacksmith shops and tailor shops, which are built-in buildings of the territory, can only produce rare quality equipment without special enhancements. Upgrading buildings merely increases the level of the forged equipment. After handing over the blueprints for Summer Coolness and Dividend Temptation to the tailor, Jiang Feng opened the territory panel. He glanced over the regular attributes and then looked at the building section. Currently, Jiang Feng's territory has the following special buildings: Fountain of Life, Tianyin Pavilion, Drunken Immortal Tower, Angel Rebirth Pool, Lighthouse, Mind Control Tower, Tower of Heavenly Wrath, Dark Cove, and Mysterious Cabin. All the buildings are quite practical. However, due to limited funds, Jiang Feng ultimately chose to upgrade only 2 of them. Tip: your building Fountain of Life has been upgraded to level 7 and its functions have been enhanced. Jiang Feng immediately looked at the attributes of the level 7 Fountain of Life. Fountain of Life, legendary. Units within a 30-meter range of the Fountain of Life can quickly recover from injuries, replenish spiritual power, and repair their souls. At level 7, the Fountain of Life can resurrect each unit 10 times per day. Without damaging the foundation of the Fountain of Life, it can produce 2 bottles of life essence and 30 bottles of life water daily. 2 bottles of life essence every day. Although no new special effects were generated, what Jiang Feng cared about most right now was the life essence. In comparison, even the 30 bottles of life water per day were secondary. That means at level 12 it will be 3 bottles daily, and at level 18 it will be 4 bottles. He felt that if he consumed a dozen more bottles of life essence, his aptitude could rise to A grade, corresponding to legendary heroes. It now seemed that this goal could be achieved before he became a county chief. Moreover, Jiang Feng discovered that life essence had remarkable effects on his cultivation of the 8-9 profound art. Jiang Feng continued to upgrade the Tianyin Pavilion. Tip: your building Tianyin Pavilion has been upgraded to level 7, unlocking the building Tianyin branch and the function Sect Fortune. Jiang Feng's spirits lifted. New things were coming out. Tianyin Pavilion quality, epic. Expand Sect techniques, Misty Formula, A grade, Tianyin Formula, C grade, Sect skills, Great Sumeru sword style, A grade, Tianyin 9 kills, C grade. Sect buildings, Enlightenment Room *60, Spirit Gathering Room *60, Energy Gathering Room *60, Training Tower *1, Tianyin Branch *0. Sect Fortune, 11220. Jiang Feng first opened the description of the new building. Tianyin Branch, a troop building that can recruit a branch lord, elite hero, and Tianyin disciples, elite troops. Crafting the building blueprint requires 10,000 points of Sect Fortune, and this building is limited to female human lords. Troop building? It even comes with a hero. Jiang Feng exclaimed, I can't believe they actually got it right. Ever since he announced the creation of elite troops globally, various factions had been trying to establish connections with him. Even the Jiangnan military district had made multiple overtures through Mu Qingxuan. The goal was to have the priority to purchase after he reverse-engineered the military symbol or building blueprint. But Jiang Feng knew his own situation. The so-called self-created troops were all because of the Empress, not to mention building blueprints. He couldn't even produce military symbols. So before, he hadn't taken this matter to heart at all. Unexpectedly, it had come true now. Of course, as an exceptional troop building, the Tianyin division did not have a trial tower, and all recruits were always ordinary Tianyin disciples. Jiang Feng calmed himself and continued to look at the description of Sect Fortune. Sect Fortune. All Tianyin disciples, including division disciples, can produce Sect Fortune every day. Sect Fortune can be used for advancing Tianyin true transmission, upgrading techniques, and upgrading skills. Current Sect Fortune 11220/11220. Ha! Jiang Feng let out a light breath. Tianyin Pavilion always brought him surprises. 200 points of Sect Fortune can advance Tianyin true transmission to epic 2 stars. 500 points of fortune can upgrade the Misty technique from beginner to proficient. So strong. Jiang Feng sighed inwardly. Of course, considering the long term, he should first promote the Tianyin division. The only thing Jiang Feng found frustrating was that the Tianyin division could only be built by a human female lord, which greatly limited the promotion of the Tianyin division. Create one Tianyin division. Blueprint. Tip: please select the Sect techniques and skills for the Tianyin division. This can also be done? The combat power of Tianyin disciples comes half from Sect techniques and skills. If this can be configured, then they could completely use the full version for themselves and a trimmed version for others. Select all skills and techniques. For the first few blueprints, Jiang Feng naturally wanted to use them for his own people to enhance the strength of Longyuan town. Tip: you have obtained a Tianyin division construction blueprint and you have lost 10,000 points of Sect Fortune. Unfortunately, as a division, the blueprint did not have the enhanced plus at the back. Who should I give it to first? Currently, there were 3 candidates for the town, Enxuxia, Tu Shanyeya, and Mu Qingxuan. Considering their contributions and relationships with the town, Enxuxia was undoubtedly the best choice, but Enxuxia already had the Dwarf King's palace. Suddenly, Jiang Feng received a prompt from the Heavenly Tao. Upgrade: Lord Enxuxia has transferred 5 million spirit stones to you through the trading post. Looking at the prompt, Jiang Feng incredulously said, no way, I just made this blueprint and the money is already here? Could it be that the territory was under surveillance? Jiang Feng instinctively looked up. Beep beep beep. At that moment, Enxuxia's video call came in. After connecting, Enxuxia said nervously, it was agreed that I would pay 5 million spirit stones for the priority recruitment rights of the Dwarf King's Hill. So it was the money for the Hill King. Jiang Feng immediately remembered this, but he questioned, I remember the refresh time for the Hill King is a month, right? Shouldn't there be a few days left? How long has it been since you paid attention to the Dwarf King's palace? Enxuxia complained, although it's in the wild, it's still an epic troop building. Can't you show some respect? Under Yan's command, any angel under Jiang Feng's banner was stronger than the Hill King. Now, even if the Hill King was given to Jiang Feng for free, he wouldn't bother to recruit it. He had no time to care about a Dwarf King's palace. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and suddenly realized, it must be the blessing of the town's fortune. The town's fortune could even enhance wild monsters, so enhancing wild buildings was naturally not a problem. Don't worry, I keep my word, Zhang Feng said generously. The newly refreshed Hill King belongs to you. If it weren't for fearing that Xu would suspect him, Zhang Feng wouldn't even need to take the money. Xu cheered. Thank you, Zhang Feng, you're so nice. Looking at Xu's flushed little face, Zhang Feng finally made a decision. I sent you a blueprint, can you see if it can be built? The Dwarven Palace had limited production, and Xu had only a little over 60 elite troops under his command. Moreover, he was now considered a partner of the Yin family. The most important point was that the resources required to construct elite troop buildings were not something other lords could easily gather. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he directly hung up the communication. Suddenly, Zhang Feng's expression changed, revealing a look of helplessness, and then he waved his hand to lift the tavern's restrictions. An elven bard immediately walked out of the tavern and approached Zhang Feng with a hopeful expression. My lord, I'm here again. I finally waited for you to reach level 7. If you don't mind, I would like to become your hero, never to betray. Seemingly afraid that Zhang Feng would refuse, this elven handsome guy patted his chest and said, I possess a B-level skill Windwalk and I have dual C-level Dominion in Archer and Hunter. Perhaps I can soon advance to an epic hero. In recent days, due to Zhang Feng's reputation being world-renowned, his tavern had seen visits from mid-tier heroes from time to time. The elven handsome guy named Orlando had already come several times. The first time he arrived at the territory was shortly after Zhang Feng became world-renowned. The second time was right after the small town broke through its boundaries. This guy cried and shouted to stay here as a hero. However, Zhang Feng, who looked down on even epic heroes, naturally would not choose him. He politely declined, citing that his hero slots were full. Unexpectedly, this guy was persistent. As soon as Zhang Feng reached level 7, he appeared in his tavern again. It should be noted that Zhang Feng's tavern was still at level 0 and in a dilapidated state because he didn't need the tavern to attract heroes. Zhang Feng speculated that this guy was so persistent perhaps because he sensed the aura of the Fountain of Life. Orlando, I already have a hero token, Zhang Feng said helplessly. If you don't mind, I can introduce you to my friend. I believe you will definitely receive enough attention from him. Zhang Feng was referring to Huang Xian. Orlando, feeling wronged, said, You must think I'm not a woman? Zhang Feng suppressed the urge to punch him, took a deep breath, and said, 9 years of compulsory education saved you. Article 72 of the People's Education Edition, Customs and Culture. Of the 10,000 races battlefield, unless absolutely necessary, do not easily offend the natives, especially native heroes. You never know, he might be the heir of some kingdom or the holy son of a celestial sect. Seeing that Zhang Feng had made up his mind, Orlando could only sigh, perhaps only heroes above epic. No, only female heroes above epic are worthy of you. Orlando bowed elegantly, my lord. We will meet again. After saying that, he walked straight into the tavern. Tip: the neutral hero Orlando has left the territory. Wild heroes can see some information about nearby lords and choose to appear in the tavern. Of course, without the lord's permission, the activities of wild heroes are limited to the tavern. Looking at the tip, Zhang Feng squinted his eyes. What a hassle. Orlando's words before leaving made Zhang Feng almost certain that this guy had sensed the aura of the Fountain of Life. Fortunately, although the pride of elves was annoying, it also made them more principled, preventing them from easily starting wars. Temporarily setting aside thoughts of Orlando, Zhang Feng took out the legendary hero token dropped by the terrifying king hero that day. Recruit in Xuxia's territory. And Luoshi, under the pretense of accompanying her daughter for a trade, came to Xuxia's territory again to eat and drink. He has ideas, abilities, principles, and he's handsome. And Luoshi had already learned about the successful trade of the Hill King and was increasingly satisfied with Zhang Feng, jokingly saying, the only problem that isn't a problem is that there are too many beauties around. Generally speaking, when an Luoshi joked like this, Xuxia would have already pounced over. But when she looked up, she found her precious daughter standing there, her eyes filled with disbelief. What's wrong? Xuxia turned her head, her expression strange. If my eyes aren't deceiving me, Zhang Feng has already reverse-engineered the architectural blueprints for the Tianyin disciples. This statement left Luoshi stunned, and she immediately jumped up. What did you say? Xuxia took out the blueprints for the Tianyin branch and set the attributes to be fully visible. Mom, take a look for yourself. Moments later, and Luoshi murmured, this, normally, reverse-engineering a troop type from a soldier symbol would take years. And reverse-engineering a troop building, even if it takes a few years, wouldn't be surprising. But how could Zhang Feng do it so quickly? He recently earned several 100 million spirit stones. And Xuxia pouted, and he does everything very quickly. And Luoshi exclaimed, his ability to spend money is just too strong. And this troop building is called Tianyin Branch. Does Zhang Feng have a headquarters too? And Xuxia teased, Mom, I feel like the number of times You've been shocked over the years doesn't even add up to this past month. Yeah. And Luwashi sighed, the last time I was this shocked was when I found out I was pregnant with you. This statement carried too much weight, and Enchuxia was also stunned, realizing that this was not an appropriate thing to say, and Luwashi quickly changed the subject. Hurry! Check if we have enough resources? I wonder if this exceptional troop type is stronger or weaker compared to the ordinary exceptional troop types? Hyene Stone, Blue Rain Gold. Enchuxia looked at her warehouse and exclaimed, we have enough resources. Soon. The Tianyin branch, occupying several hundred square meters and slightly smaller than the Tianyin pavilion, was completed. When they saw the sect skills, the mother and daughter fell silent again. Exceptional troop type with A-grade techniques and A-grade skills. Its value is definitely not below that of ordinary epic troop types. When the first Tianyin disciple was recruited, the two looked at the battle power of over 90 stars and had already become numb. And Luwashi said solemnly, the value of the Tianyin branch far exceeds that of the Dwarf King's palace. Upgrade to level 7 as soon as possible, then recruit the branch lord. Enchuxia tentatively asked, Mom, such a precious blueprint, we can't just take it for free, right? We can't take it for free, I'll go make some money right now. And Luwashi stood up, looking conflicted. If this goes on, I'm really going to be drained dry by Jiang Feng. But Enchuxia held in Luwashi's hand, if it's really difficult, just take me as payment. Watching the hero walk out from the light gate, Jiang Feng smiled. Finally, a magic type has appeared. The female hero before him held a staff taller than herself, and the appearance of the staff could easily be used as a melee weapon. Although she wore a loose mage robe, it did nothing to hide her exaggerated curves, instead adding a touch of mysterious allure. In terms of figure, this female hero was undoubtedly the most visually striking. Her face was equally exquisite, perfectly blending purity and seduction. As for her name, Jaina Proudmoore, sounds somewhat familiar. Jiang Feng looked at her attributes. Jaina Proudmoore, Legend, Level 1 Affection, 75 Attributes, Physique 10, Spirit 32, plus 180, Soul 35, plus 180, Capacity 10. Equipment, Ahalam's Staff Cultivation Method, Power of Order Beginner, A-Class, Skills, Ice Will Beginner, A-Class, Flame Will Beginner, A-Class, Arcane Will Beginner, A-Class, Teleportation Beginner, B-Class, Blizzard Beginner, B-Class. Heroic Command, Human Mage, A-Class, Worship, B, Combat Power, 111. Indeed, she is the daughter of that admiral. Jaina's attributes are quite strong. Her cultivation methods and skills are impressive as well. What left Jiang Feng most impressed were the dozens of magical skills in her skill bar. As for Ice Will, Flame Will, and Arcane Will, they can passively enhance the effects of the corresponding attribute magic, just like Li Hani's Sword Will. Moreover, Jiang Feng had just formed the navy when he summoned Jaina, who possesses B-class command over warships. Jaina's strength is beyond doubt. The only question is, which period of Jaina is standing before him? At this moment, Jaina opened her eyes and said in confusion, I just became a disciple of Master Antonidas, and then I was summoned here. Could it be that my summoning technique went wrong? Material plane, ethereal plane, elemental plane, astral plane, but this battlefield of myriad races is probably something even my master hasn't heard of. The world is indeed vast and wondrous. Levels, attributes, such strange rules of power. And there are humans, elves, dwarves, and orcs here. Then, she curiously looked at Jiang Feng. Are you my lord? Seeing Jaina's naive and easily deceived demeanor, Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It's the early Jaina, not the later Saint Jaina. Although she is somewhat innocent and weak in character, with him guiding her, she will undoubtedly be a great asset. Jiang Feng stepped forward, smiling as he took out a skill book. Jaina, I have a spellbook here. Would you like to see if it's suitable for you to learn? Jaina instinctively gathered her magic, then exclaimed, Meteor Hell, a legendary magic? I fear my abilities may not be sufficient. No, in the battlefield of myriad races, as long as there is a skill book, I can learn. Watching her favorability rise rapidly, Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile. She is indeed easy to deceive. Meteor Hell was a contribution from that Abyss Lord during the War of Breaking Domains. After being excited for a while, Jaina said somewhat wistfully, I wonder if I can return to the material plane and see my father. Let go of your father. Jiang Feng silently complained in his heart, then casually said, Of course you can, provided you work hard to improve your strength. Jaina nodded earnestly. Yes, my lord, don't worry. The Proudmoore family is most abundant in determination and perseverance. She felt that her lord, who presented her with a spellbook upon their first meeting, was very kind. Moreover, he was so handsome. Just then, Jiang Feng suddenly received a prompt from the Heavenly Tao. Upgrade, the first branch of the Tianyin Pavilion has been established. You will promote the Tianyin Pavilion, and the Empress's favorability +1, current favorability 100 points. Tip favorability has reached 100, unlocking new features, click to view. Without needing to check, Jiang Feng already knew the functions unlocked when favorability or loyalty reached 100 points. First, they would never betray him. Second, they could follow their lord back to his main world. At this time, the lord's will would be their will, and it would not affect the main world. Finally, there are those matters that everyone understands. Regarding that last point, it's not that it can't be done without reaching 100 points. Rather, if favorability is below 100 points, changing the relationship with subordinates may bring unpredictable risks. My lord, what are you thinking about? A delicate little hand waved in front of her, and Jaina weakly said, your smile is a bit frightening. Jiang Feng immediately reined in his smile and waved his hand. Level up. Dozens of upgrade halos flashed by, and Jaina was instantly leveled up to 30, consuming 12 million energy. This was specifically reserved by Jiang Feng for the fourth hero. If the fourth hero was powerful, they would be leveled up to 30, otherwise, he would continue recruiting angels. It turned out that Jaina perfectly met expectations. Jiang Feng pulled Jaina, who was still dazed from her sudden power boost, towards the teleportation array. Come on, there's a task for you. Jaina came to her senses and exclaimed, my lord, you have such great strength. In the Goblin territory, a new ghost mothership had just been launched. After briefly explaining the situation in the outer sea, Jiang Feng said, Jaina, your next task is to grind, and try to collect as many votes as possible. Jiang Feng handed over the command of the outer sea to Jaina. He then gave her 10 bottles of life water to use as a mana recovery potion. Suddenly entrusted with an important responsibility, Jaina felt a bit nervous at first but quickly steadied herself. Please rest assured, my lord, Jaina will not let you down. Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh. Some people are born leaders. Soon, Jiang Feng watched as the 11th ghost mothership carried Jaina and a team of angels downstream, and he couldn't help but exclaim, with the Empress in Crystal Valley and Jaina in the outer sea, I can take a break again. Beep beep beep. Just as he returned to the territory, Ying Man called with a video request, her face full of hope. Jiang Feng, Aaron, and Wushang have already built their embassies. Should we form an alliance? 6 books already? Although they were nearly 10 days behind Jiang Feng, it was still quite fast. Jiang Feng readily replied, sure. Ying Man asked, do you want to initiate it or should I? You spend, you initiate. Ying Man shot Jiang Feng a glare, all you think about is money. Soon, a piece of news suddenly flashed across the county channel. Old Qin Town, Longyuan Town, Yanming Town, Yangye Town, and Yenyu Town have formed an alliance called Dragon Alliance. After a moment of silence, Baka, how did these towns in Longguo level up to 6 so quickly? 6 books are nothing impressive. I'm at 6 too. If I'm not mistaken, Miss Kitahara is also at 6, right? I'm just afraid they might initiate a luck bet or even an alliance bet. As soon as this was said, someone panicked. Bai Tianji said, Jiang Fengkuan has something to say. Longhua and Yinghua country are friendly neighbors. Constantly betting on luck isn't a solution. Takeda Shinichi replied, Lord Bai Tian, among those 5 towns, 3 have only half their population left. Even if Longyuan Town and Old Qin Town are strong, with Yenyu Town and Yangye Town as deadweight, what are you afraid of? Yamamoto Shijuro added, exactly. You are so lowly, it's simply embarrassing for our great Sakura Empire. Bai Tianji retorted, Baka, can't you see we only have 4 towns? And you, Yamamoto, coward, why haven't you committed seppuku yet? Takeda Shinichi still hadn't reacted, why 4? In an alliance luck bet, the number of towns on both sides must be equal. At this moment, the Dragon Alliance initiates a luck bet targeting Bai Tian Town, Muta Town. Jiang Feng selected 5 towns in one breath. It just so happened to be all the towns owned by Yinghua country with 2 points of luck value. Takeda Shinichi finally reacted. Baka, you actually included Muta Town in the betting target. What about your honor as Longhua people? Other Sakura lords also caught on. Muta Town has been nearly wiped out by that butcher Jiang Feng. Now it's a dead zone. This is equivalent to 5 against 4. The Longhua people are insidious and treacherous. Their hearts are truly wicked. Jiang Feng remarked, did someone just call me a butcher? Although both sides were avoiding war at this time, Jiang Feng's words instantly silenced the Sakura lord, who dared not shout anymore. According to the betting rules, the active party could choose the betting target and the size of the stakes. Generally speaking, a town capable of gaining luck points would not be weak. And indeed, that was the case. Without Wuting Town, Jiang Feng would not have been confident in winning the bet with 2 burdens. The winning Yinman lord will send you 100 million spirit stones via the exchange. Jiang Feng felt justified in receiving this money. Although choosing a one-on-one bet would also earn Jiang Feng 2 luck points, it was equivalent to him flying with several small towns. Just then, Zhu Yeqing Lord will send you 20 million spirit stones via the exchange. P.S. Thank you, brother Jiang Feng, for taking me flying. Jiang Feng thought for a moment. He sent it back with a note. The money for the betting order has already been covered by the winner, brother Zhu. If you want to give it, just give it to her. Although Jiang Feng liked money, he still had some principles. Soon, the 5 small towns on the other side confirmed the betting subject, troop strength. Jiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly delivered to my door." He then unhesitatingly chose a 2 luck point bet. Bet established. Subject, troop strength. Stakes, 2 luck points for each small town. Settlement time, 12 o'clock noon 3 days later. In the newly established Dragon Alliance channel, Man sneered, "Hee, they want to force us to unleash trash troops, but they will probably be disappointed." A lord from Old Qin Town named by Xiaotian said, "Hee, Sister Ing gave me an epic troop token, 10 excellent troop tokens, and dozens of rare troop tokens." Being so favored by Man must mean he was a descendant of the Old Qin people. Plus, with the surname Bai, he might just be a descendant of the martial king. And Chuxia had just built an excellent troop building and was full of confidence. "This time, I'm going to unleash 10,000 troops." The disciples of Tianyin, with their cost-effectiveness, could definitely become the main force even if handed over to Luoshi, a warlord who had developed for over 20 years. Therefore, Chuxia could confidently unleash troops. Even if she unleashed a lot, there would be no need to disband after the bet ended. At worst, they could slowly upgrade, as the small town map was getting larger. This was also why Jiang Feng had just sighed. The Sakura Kingdom had nothing to say to him. When they lacked money, they sent money, and when they lacked energy, they sent energy. Now, just as Jiang Feng wanted to vigorously develop the Tianyin branch, the Sakura Kingdom chose troop strength for the bet. Meanwhile, the other small towns expressed their gratitude to Jiang Feng. "Yi Iran, thank you, brother Jiang Feng, for taking us flying." Jiang Feng immediately clarified, "Just to be clear, the money for the betting order was covered by your sister Ing." Xiao Wushang, "Then thank you to the several big shots. After all, my Aniran small towns are not fully staffed, dragging the big shots down." Xu Yeqing said, "We are all compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom, no need to be polite." Late at night, in the Tianzi private room of the drunken immortal tower, Jiang Feng and the Empress sat on the terrace, drinking and chatting. Fan Yin, Tian and Zizishan were serving nearby. The Empress raised a glass of immortal brew, her pretty face flushed. "Thank you, Lord, for promoting the Tianyin Pavilion. I toast you another glass." "This must be the 30th glass." Jiang Feng clinked glasses with the Empress and downed it in one go. The Empress was already a bit tipsy, resting her chin on her hand. "I just realized, Lord, your alcohol tolerance is so good." Jiang Feng's physique was already approaching 4 digits. It was not so easy to get drunk. He said seriously, "If you want to do something strange to me, I will fully cooperate. You don't have to get me drunk." The Empress rarely blushed and looked down shyly. Ha. The atmosphere had heated up to this point, and Jiang Feng laughed heartily, pulling her into his embrace amidst the Empress's delicate cries. Fanning Tian immediately covered Zizishan's eyes. "You're still young, you're not allowed to look." But she herself didn't blink an eye. Jiang Feng naturally had no habit of performing in public. He picked up the Empress and stepped out, disappearing from the private room. "Sister Fanning, let me go." Zizishan struggled to break free from those annoying hands, anxiously saying, "Where are they? Where's the Lord and the Empress?" Fanning Tian replied regretfully, "They should have returned to the Lord's mansion." Zizishan exclaimed excitedly, "Should we go disturb their bridal chamber?" "Oh." The little girl hadn't finished her sentence when Fanning Tian tapped her on the head. "What kind of nonsense is swirling around in that little head of yours?" "Soon, no, it should be said, a long time later." The Empress lazily lay in Jiang Feng's arms, saying the same thing as Jianna, "My lord, you are so strong." She had originally thought that with her own strength she would surely win, but unexpectedly ended up defeated. Jiang Feng said unhappily, "Is it just strength?" This sentence instantly ignited the Empress's fighting spirit. She turned over. "My lord, I think we should play best of 3, no, best of 5. The next morning, Jiang Feng released his stress, feeling refreshed all over. Looking to the side, he found the Empress still fast asleep, looking exhausted. "Fortunately, I chose the 8-9 profound art." Jiang Feng felt relieved but also a sense of urgency. "I can't slack off in practicing the 8-9 profound art. I need to make further progress to ensure absolute safety." According to custom, Jiang Feng first checked the battle reports. One report instantly caught his attention. "Your hero Jianna killed a Hydra, epic, gaining energy *1, 180,000. Spirit stones *150,000, epic treasure chest *1, voting tickets *920. A level 56 epic monster actually dropped nearly 1,000 voting tickets." Jiang Feng sighed, then looked at the number of voting tickets he currently had, 165,852. Quite excessive. But then he thought he currently had 11 ghost motherships hunting in the offshore waters, plus the bonus from the dragon vein, so this number wasn't surprising. After tucking the Empress in, Jiang Feng got up alone. The level 7 Lord's Mansion was already a luxurious 3-story building. The third floor was naturally exclusively occupied by Jiang Feng. The second floor was assigned to several heroes, while the first floor served as a reception area. As Zhang Feng just descended to the second floor, he happened to see Yen pushing open the bedroom door. Yen, good morning, Zhang Feng greeted, then curiously asked, why do you look a bit out of sorts? Yen chuckled awkwardly, it's nothing, I've just been a bit tired from exploring the maps these days. Before Zhang Feng could say anything further, Yen quickly added, if the Lord has no orders, I will continue exploring. Saying that, he spread his wings and flew out of the Lord's mansion. With a whoosh, creak, Li Hani also walked out of the bedroom while yawning. Good morning, my lord. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, Li Hani looked a bit flustered. I still need to go to Crystal Valley to farm monsters, I'll be off. With that, she hurriedly dashed down the stairs. Zhang Feng watched Li Hani's retreating figure, incredulously thinking, did those two overhear something last night? Gurgle. At that moment, Zhang Feng's stomach also protested. Forget it, if they heard, they heard. I consumed quite a bit yesterday, I should go replenish some energy. With that thought, Zhang Feng stepped out and arrived at the Tianzi private room. Dragon tooth rice porridge, legendary fruit platter, seafood feast. A sumptuous breakfast was already prepared. Zhang Feng ate while opening several channels to peek at the screens, originally just to pass the time. But a message from a lord caught his eye. I know the content of this county chief competition. Voting tickets, click to view. The message was sent by a cherry blossom female lord. Haha, I just got a fine class battleship and the ocean is just 500 kilometers away from the town. I was originally thinking of exploring the resources at sea, but I didn't expect that after just killing a few dozen monsters, I would get this thing. Posting such news in the county channel, this female lord clearly wasn't thinking straight. Moments later, Bai Tianji angrily said, Baka, such important news, and you just posted it directly in the county channel? Takeda Shinichi, this is leaking military secrets of my great Sakura Empire, it should go to a military court. Yamamoto Shijuro, if I were you, I would immediately commit seppuku. The Sakura female lord was obviously just a civilian player who hadn't thought much about it and simply wanted to show off. Being scolded by a group of big shots, she panicked instantly. Hi, I know I was wrong, I'll retract the message right away. This made the various Sakura town leaders furious. Damn, what good does retracting the message do now? If you had secretly told me this news earlier, I could have seized the opportunity to sneak overseas and farm monsters. And a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. This news set Xingyang town ablaze. Damn, I thought the county chief competition would be a chaotic battle map. I didn't expect it to be an election. Only see monsters drop ballots? This time returning to Blue Star, I must buy a battleship. Whoa, even a blank battleship probably costs several thousand spirit stones. I can't afford it. Haha, blessed by Amaterasu, the population of our great Sakura Empire is more than 10 times that of the Dragon Kingdom. If it's an election, the county chief position must belong to our Sakura nation. Huang Xian sarcastically said, how many times has Amaterasu blessed you? But what good is it if you don't strive for it yourselves? Wei Ming, don't forget, in a couple of days, the few towns in Sakura with only 2 points of luck will have their luck plundered by us. Baka, Dragon Kingdom people, don't be arrogant, the outcome of the luck gamble is still undecided. Ordinary Sakura lords just didn't dare to be rude to Zhang Feng and Yinman, but they had no such reservations with other Dragon Kingdom lords. Thus, both sides started to bicker again. In the Tianzi private room, Zhang Feng calmly set down his bowl and chopsticks. He knew that the unexpected discovery of the ballot secret might not be limited to just him. Perhaps some others, like him, had already started farming in secret. It's just that this Sakura female lord wasn't using her brain. Now all the lords knew the importance of the ballots. Even if they didn't want to run for county chief, a ballot could definitely be sold for a handsome price, allowing them to make a fortune from this opportunity. And the increase in the total number of ballots meant that the proportion of ballots in Zhang Feng's hands would be diluted. Fortunately, from this female lord's words, it could be inferred that the drop rate of ballots for ordinary lords wasn't high. It could be imagined that soon, battleships and dot blueprints would become hot commodities. What a pity. Zhang Feng sighed. Just like recruiting troops, activating battleships is also an entropy increasing process. Unless you obtain special sealing items, it cannot be reversed. Otherwise, I could sell ships for profit. The Ghost Mothership can't be sold, but ordinary battleships would definitely fetch a high price. Moreover, he still had a steamship dock blueprint in his hands. 2 days later at noon, the luck gamble has ended. Your town's Dragon Alliance has won, town luck +2, current town luck is 21 points. Dragon Alliance 5-4. With Zhang Feng, Yin Man, and Inchuxia, powerful lords who could take on hundreds, the Dragon Alliance easily secured victory in the gamble. In the dome of Longyuan town, a line of golden characters appeared. Countless golden rays of luck merged into the town. The space of Longyuan town expanded once again. The dragon vein of Zhang Feng's territory manifested, its body becoming more solid, happily swimming around Zhang Feng. At the same time, Laoqin Town, Yanning Town, Yangyi Town, and Yanyu Town experienced the same. News also spread through the county channel. All the lords of the Dragon Kingdom were in high spirits. Zhu Yeqing exclaimed, considering all the small town ranking matches and the luck betting, this time it's probably the only time there hasn't been an upset. Huang Xian proudly said, because our boss isn't on the underdog side. After peeking at the screen for a while, Zhang Feng closed the chat channel. He then opened the attributes of the Tianyin Pavilion and looked at the sect's luck. Sect luck, 10512. Finally over 10,000 again. Taking advantage of this luck betting, Zhang Feng also built a large number of houses to increase the population cap, then exploded with 2,000 ordinary Tianyin disciples. Now, the space of the small town was constantly expanding, and with the original few lords in Longyuan town, the per capita area was quite ample, not to mention Zhang Feng as the town chief, letting these Tianyin disciples slowly farm monsters. Near the territory posed little danger. Meanwhile, Enchuxia's Tianyin branch was also crazily producing troops. The sect's luck of Tianyin Pavilion surprisingly broke through to 10,000 points again within a few days. Zhang Feng suppressed the urge to upgrade the troop types and continued to expand the Tianyin branch. Create the Tianyin branch blueprint, inheriting all techniques and skills. With a command, another Tianyin branch blueprint appeared in Zhang Feng's hands. He sent a message to the little fox, yeah, come here. Soon, the little fox appeared from the portal, bouncing over to Zhang Feng's side. Brother Zhang Feng, are you looking for Yaya? Zhang Feng handed over the blueprint. Upon seeing the blueprint Zhang Feng handed over, the little fox exclaimed excitedly, Brother Zhang Feng, you've reverse-engineered the troop-building blueprint so quickly? The little fox's ears turned completely pink and her fluffy big tail wagged rapidly behind her. This was a sign of extreme excitement for the Tianhu clan. After a long while, the little fox forced herself to calm down, pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, and said in realization, no wonder Brother Zhang Feng asked me to gather soundstones at Sister Chuxia's resource point a few days ago. If I'm not mistaken, Sister Chuxia must have built the Tianyin branch by now. The little fox was very clever, and Zhang Feng didn't explain much, just smiled and said, you saw the news in the group, right? I guess when the time comes, you'll definitely buy votes at a high price. This time back to Blue Star, try to get a few high-quality warships to farm votes and make money. The little fox raised her head, her small face nodding seriously. Yaya won't sell the money, because Yaya will give all of it to Brother Zhang Feng. What a good child. Zhang Feng rubbed the little fox's head. Alright, anyway, Yaya is also a little rich lady now. The little fox nodded, then said, this blueprint is too precious. Let Yaya exchange it for 51% of the territory's shares. The little fox said this because she still didn't know how precious the blueprint in her hands was. With Wei Ming's precedent, Zhang Feng didn't mind, as you wish. After the transaction was completed, the little fox eagerly wanted to go back and build her own excellent troop building. But after taking a few steps, she walked back to Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression. Then, under Zhang Feng's equally doubtful gaze, she pressed her forehead against Zhang Feng's chest. Zhang Feng's first reaction was that the little fox wanted to snuggle up to him. Before he could shout no touching, he saw the little fox extend her paw and measure herself against Zhang Feng from the top of her head. The little fox looked up and found that she barely reached Zhang Feng's chest, questioning, Brother Zhang Feng, have you developed again recently? Zhang Feng's expression stiffened. After all, he was only 18 years old, and having practiced the supreme technique of the 8-9 profound art, he had indeed grown taller over the past half-month. But the word developed felt a bit strange. After the little fox left, the notification of the completion of the second Tianyin branch soon arrived. The Empress immediately sent a message through the Lord's heart. My Lord is so kind, I will serve you well when I return tonight. In these past few days, the two had developed a deep bond, their passion igniting like fire. After all, they were both strong, and their recovery speed was rapid. If it came down to it, there was always the life water. So, aside from the first day, the Empress's spirit had been improving day by day, her entire being radiating vitality. In contrast, Angel Yan and Li Hani were becoming increasingly listless, with Li Hani already showing dark circles under her eyes. Zhang Feng looked at the message sent by the Empress and thought for a moment before replying, leave the monster farming in Crystal Valley to Fanning Tian, and come out to sea with me tomorrow. During these days, the Phantom Mothership had explored a relatively safe area in the open sea. As the open sea was a crucial part of future strategies, Zhang Feng believed it was necessary for him to make the trip himself. Coincidentally, Jianna had encountered some trouble and needed strong support. As for the county town, with the three sisters of the Baihara family as insiders from Sakura country, nothing could escape Zhang Feng's notice. Therefore, he could go out and have fun without worry. Late at night, in the luxurious bedroom of the Lord's mansion, after the fierce battle, Zhang Feng reached out and grasped the air, a swirl of golden energy appearing in his hand. The Empress realized what Zhang Feng intended to do and quickly said, My lord, let's save the sect's fortune for developing the branch. Before she could finish, Zhang Feng had already gently pressed his hand against her forehead. Hint: consumed 500 points of sect fortune. The Empress's mysterious technique has reached proficiency. Hint: consumed 2000 points of sect fortune. The Empress's mysterious technique has reached mastery. The Empress quickly focused her mind, adapting to her suddenly increased power. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng admired the Empress's beautiful figure and her soaring attributes. Even though it wasn't outstanding among A-grade techniques, the attribute increase after mastering the mysterious technique reached physique plus 600, spiritual power plus 600, soul plus 360, capacity plus 360. Compared to the entry level, the additional attributes had increased sixfold. If she could reach minor success, the additional attributes would be even more terrifying, but unfortunately, the sect fortune required was beyond Zhang Feng's current means. After a while, the Empress finally adapted to her surging power. The first thing she did was flip Zhang Feng over and pin him beneath her, licking her lips as she said, "My lord, let me show you the power of the mastered mysterious technique." The next morning, Zhang Feng crawled out of bed, feeling somewhat frustrated. What a blunder! He had been so focused on enhancing the Empress's strength before going out to see that he had forgotten this detail. Like a whirlwind, he devoured several servings of breakfast and drank a bottle of life source, finally feeling revitalized. He didn't rush to the sea. Instead, Zhang Feng first went to Crystal Valley. Sensing Zhang Feng's arrival, the crystal castle rippled like water and the gentle face of the crystal mother appeared. "Lord Zhang Feng, your growth speed is astonishing." Although the crystal clan was emotionally detached, Zhang Feng still saw a hint of surprise on the crystal mother's face. Zhang Feng smiled lightly and said, "You flatter me. I have come to exchange for the second batch of crystal maiden crystals. If the crystal mother were to produce crystal maidens at full capacity, the output would be about 1 crystal embryo per day." Zhang Feng decided to gather a small team to exchange together. The crystal mother nodded and then softly said, "Lord Zhang Feng, I have an unusual request. I wonder if I should mention it?" Zhang Feng frowned and asked, "Your unusual request wouldn't be about a legendary crystal maiden, would it?" The fact that crystal maidens frequently spawned here and the possibility of their promotion to legendary status could not be hidden from the crystal mother. The crystal mother was surprised that Zhang Feng guessed her intention so quickly. "You can exchange 1 legendary crystal embryo for 12 ordinary crystal embryos." Zhang Feng shook his head. "You must be joking." The crystal mother continued to raise the offer. 24. Zhang Feng did not expect the mother of crystals to be so persistent. After thinking for a moment, he said directly, 136, that's my bottom line. It wasn't that Zhang Feng was deliberately making things difficult for the mother of crystals, nor was he afraid of her growing power. It was simply because enhancing the crystal embryo was more expensive. The mother of crystals fell silent for a long time before calmly saying, "Deal." Immediately, 12 blood crystal bats soared from the crystal castle, flying to Zhang Feng's side and dropping the crystal embryos. After the transaction was completed, Zhang Feng quickly used the random door and teleportation portal to transfer to the goblin territory. At the port, the first ghost mothership he had recruited was already docked there. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, 2 teams of angels flew out, flanking him on either side. The image of the ship spirit, Xiaomei, also appeared on the deck. "My lord, it is an honor to be your vehicle." Accompanying Zhang Feng, besides a team of angels, were only the Empress, Yan, Zizaixian, Longjiu, and 24 true disciples of Tianyin. Zhang Feng stood at the bow of the ship and softly said, "Let's set off." "As you command, my lord." The massive warship drifted downstream. Zhang Feng soon discovered that this body of water, named Tearflow River, had quite a rich supply of monster resources. A few minutes later, dozens of mermaid warriors, freshwater nagas, river demons, and other monsters surrounded them, with some even beginning to climb up the hull. Chief True Disciple Li Yan shouted, "Sisters, guard the warship." Yes, facing these ordinary monsters, the 24 true disciples of Tianyin could easily handle them. Zhang Feng returned to the spacious deck and took out the crystal embryos, arranging them in a row. Consume 3 million spirit stones to enhance the legendary crystal embryos. After enhancing all 12 crystal maidens to legendary status, Zhang Feng's assets dropped below 100 million again. This meant that without the 100 million spirit stones transferred from Yin Man not long ago, Zhang Feng would have gone bankrupt. The ghost mothership's railings were over 10 meters high, providing a broad view. Zhang Feng leaned back in a rocking chair, enjoying the gentle morning breeze, gazing at the nearby river and distant mountains, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. He began to calculate the current economic situation of his territory. The level 7 Drunken Immortal Tower produces food worth millions of spirit stones daily. Trash equipment, military talismans, blueprints, can sell for hundreds of thousands every day. The diluted water of life, although its effectiveness is greatly reduced, can finally be sold confidently as a local specialty, adding another source of income. The dilution of the water of life. had to do with Li Hani's dark circles. Li Hani was not yet 20 and was a girl who loved beauty. To eliminate her dark circles, she thought of using the water of life as eye cream. However, she felt it was too wasteful to use it directly. So she had a sudden idea to dilute it a bit. This dilution broke the limits of her thinking. After testing, even when diluted 1,000 times, the water of life could still rival rare quality potions sufficient for ordinary troops to recover their spirit and injuries. Now, not only had the utilization rate of the water of life greatly increased, but it could finally be sold as a local specialty. Of course, in the upcoming county mayor election, these were just small amounts of money. In this county mayor election, I will only open the betting, not campaign or buy votes. By then, no one should be able to pressure me, right? With my current vote scraping speed, I can definitely make a big profit. The morning sunlight was warm and gentle. Long Jiu transformed into her true form, lying on the deck and comfortably squinting her eyes. What made Long Jiu happiest was not the bright sunlight, but that the Lord had gone to sea this time without bringing the goddess warriors, yet had brought her along. What did this represent? It represented Xiao Jiu's status in the Lord's heart. Although she was a mount, in the Lord's words, a big leader's driver could be considered a middle manager, right? Usually dragons don't even get the chance to be ridden by the Lord. A tremor suddenly came. Jiang Feng immediately opened his eyes, realizing he was covered with a blanket and the sun was already slanting in the west. It dawned on him that he had actually fallen asleep. This made him feel a pang of regret. The sun deck was just missing a bikini. Forget it, he thought, tomorrow will do. The Empress beside him, seeing Jiang Feng awakened, immediately expressed her annoyance. Our mothership just set sail and encountered an exceptional six-armed Naga at level 59. Yen has already gone to hunt it down, so we've entered the sea so quickly. Jiang Feng got up and found that indeed, ahead was an endless expanse of salty ocean. The Empress smiled and said, there are many strong individuals on board, so clearing out monsters is quick and our voyage is naturally fast. Jiang Feng nodded and then commanded, stabilize the mothership. He then began to contact Jianna. Soon, a magic circle suddenly appeared on the deck and Jianna's figure stepped out from the magic circle, immediately performing a noble lady's courtesy. My lord, good day. Empress sister, Yen sister, I am Jianna, very pleased to meet you. The Empress looked at the slowly dissipating magic circle in amazement and exclaimed, is this magic? How wonderful. Yan's eyes were also filled with curiosity. The intricacy of this teleportation ability is not beneath the wormhole system, and it seems to have a longer range. I specialize in the power of order. Jianna smiled and said, with my current abilities, I can only teleport a few hundred kilometers. Of course, in this sea area, a few hundred kilometers is more than enough. After arriving in the open sea, Jianna immediately divided the combat zones for the 11 ghost motherships. Not only was she the tactical commander of the fleet, but she could also instantly teleport with the angel army to support any mothership when a powerful monster appeared. A few days ago, that epic 9-headed monster was taken down by her concentrating 2 squads of angels to focus fire and eliminated in seconds. After some simple pleasantries, Jiang Feng said, Jianna, tell everyone about the trouble you encountered. Yes. Jianna nodded and then solemnly addressed everyone. The target is a small island. On the island, there is not only an epic quality troop building, the Hydra Nest, but also a sea lighthouse that can enhance the movement speed of our warships. If we can capture it, our combat efficiency will increase by at least 20%. However, the Guardians of the Island are a group of Hydras, with the leader being legendary level, boasting a combat power of 3,400 stars. That's why I sought the Lord's guidance. I just didn't expect the Lord to personally lead the team for support. Excluding Inshuxia, this was the first legendary boss Jiang Feng encountered in the wild map. A combat power of 3,400 stars against level 20 angels could be said to be a certain death. Even a level 30 physical crystal maiden wouldn't last long. Yen immediately stood up and said, my lord, I am willing to be the vanguard. These days, Yen had been listening to music every night and she was bursting with energy that had nowhere to go. Jiang Feng glanced at the energy reserves. In just one day, he had gained over 10 million energy again. Level up. A series of halos flashed. Yen and the Empress both reached level 35. The Empress had slightly higher attributes, while Yen had stronger skills. Both could barely withstand the boss. With some meat, this battle would be much easier to fight. Soon, Jiang Feng mobilized the entire army, and everyone finally saw the island that Jianna had mentioned. The island was only about 10 kilometers in circumference. The sea lighthouse stood prominently in the center of the small island. The Hydra nest was a writhing mass of flesh, with a diameter of 100 meters, clinging to the edge of the island. A massive 9-headed Hydra was lying on the beach soaking up the sun, but it was of epic quality. Jianna added, there are at least 2 epic level ones and at least a dozen exceptional ones. Jiang Feng nodded and quickly arranged the tactics. After the battle begins, the Empress and Yen will hold down the big boss. The others will clear the Minions. Focus fire from the mothership blast that epic 9-headed serpent. Including the 11 ship spirits, everyone shouted, "Yes, my lord." Boom boom. Under Jiana's command, the main cannon of the ghost mothership had reached an energy level of 2,600 points. 11 massive beams of light shot out, vaporizing the seawater below into mist, and after crossing several kilometers of the sea surface, they accurately hit the target. Howl, the sun-bathing epic 9-headed serpent let out a painful wail, its massive body instantly riddled with holes. Your ghost mothership has killed the 9-headed serpent, epic, gaining energy *1.2 million, spirit stones *160,000, epic soldier talisman *1, voting tickets *980. Zhang Feng instinctively rubbed his hands together. This is the romance of a man. It should be noted that due to the high consumption of upgrading the Dark Dock and the ghost mothership, all current warships are only level 2, equivalent to level 15 troops. If all the warships were upgraded to the current maximum level of 7, a single volley would likely make even the legendary 9-headed serpent kneel. This round of volleys instantly poked a hornet's nest. 9 massive heads slowly rose from the sea, exuding an overwhelming pressure connected to necks several meters long. Judging by the proportions, the body below must be over 100 meters in size. Zhang Feng also saw the monsters. Information. Ketera race, amphibious level 56 quality, golden legend, combat power 3428 skills. So it's from a prestigious lineage. Della is a renowned family among the 9-headed serpents, with famous strong figures like Su Della and Hai Della. The 9 heads of Ketera all spoke in the universal language of the myriad races. Insignificant humans, how dare you harm our beautiful wife? Although he knew that the aesthetic standards of the myriad races varied, Zhang Feng still instinctively glanced at the 9-headed serpent, now riddled with wounds. As expected, the 9 heads began to argue. Humans must die, I will chop them into pieces. No, 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 humans are better roasted and eaten. That giant dragon is mine, no one can snatch it from me. Fortunately, the 9 heads finally reached a consensus and let out a strange cry together. Instantly, a dense mass of snakeheads emerged from the sea. At first glance, there were 2 epic ones, over a dozen extraordinary ones, and the remaining rare ones numbered in the hundreds. Luckily, Zhang Feng did not have a fear of crowds. Kill all invaders. Ketera sliced through the waves, moving even 50% faster than the ghost mothership. Boom boom, the secondary cannons fired continuously. The Empress, Yen, hundreds of angels, and hundreds of ghost fighters all took to the skies. The great battle erupted in an instant. Even the rare level 9-headed serpents had combat power reaching 7 to 800 stars, barely manageable by a 4-winged angel. The Empress and Yen directly confronted Ketera. Boom, Yen activated the wormhole defense barrier, crashing into the head of the 9-headed serpent. The tremendous impact caused the head to tilt back, bringing its body to a halt. Angels, die for me. Magic of 9 different attributes spewed from the various snake mouths. In an instant, the area within hundreds of meters was submerged in frost, flames, thunder, and venom, turning into a realm of energy death. Cloud sword technique. Taking advantage of Yen drawing fire, the Empress called out lightly. A white sword aura, several dozen meters long, shot out, striking the neck of the head of light. A wound 1 meter deep and 10 meters long appeared in an instant. Unfortunately for the massive body of the 9-headed serpent, this little scar was insignificant. The head of light roared angrily, "Damn it, why is it always me who gets hurt?" Immediately after, a beam of light descended, and the previous wound instantly healed as if it had never existed. The flame head turned and scolded, "You just have a scratch, why waste your spiritual energy on healing? Can't you just endure it?" The light head retorted angrily, "When you get hurt later, don't expect me to heal you." The Empress was flustered by the 9 heads arguing and shouted, "Is this the mental attack of the Hydra?" Yan's figure flashed out from the energy storm, having down a bottle of life water, and said, "What a terrifying magical attack. Multiple attribute magic can actually resonate and amplify each other. I almost couldn't hold on." Although it was somewhat difficult, the Empress and Yen managed to restrain the Hydra monster. Meanwhile, the other battlefield was much easier. After several seconds of chanting, Jaina waved her hand. Domain of extreme cold. The temperature in the nearly 1 kilometer radius of the sea plummeted, and visible frost spread rapidly. The 20 or so Hydra monsters within it all had their speed drastically reduced, becoming targets for the warships, ghost fighters, and angels. Especially the main cannon of the ghost mothership. Each shot could kill a rare Hydra. Of course, the drawbacks were also quite obvious. If using spirit stones for replenishment, each shot would cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. This was still due to Zhang Feng being able to enhance high-grade spirit stones. Long Jiu carried Zhang Feng and Zizishan, flying at several hundred meters in the air. Zhang Feng continuously received battle reports in his ears. Most were kill notifications, with occasional casualties on their side, all within Zhang Feng's acceptable range. At this moment, Zaishan looked at him with envy and said, I really envy the Angel Sisters. For being able to fly, fighting at sea is so convenient. The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. This remark stirred something in Zhang Feng. Although flying skills were precious, with Zhang Feng's current influence, obtaining one wouldn't be difficult. However, he had previously considered that the disciples of Tianyin already had enough techniques and skills. Just the great Sumeru sword style, and a great skill, was enough for many true disciples of Tianyin to practice for a lifetime. Wanting more would only lead to not mastering any. Moreover, they had been fighting on land before, and flying skills also consume spiritual energy. So Zhang Feng hadn't specifically sought out flying skills. But the situation was different now. The naval combat environment was gradually increasing, and he had unlocked the ability of Sect Fortune, which could enhance the skill levels of Tianyin disciples. Therefore, Zaishan's request could indeed be considered. Zhang Feng pondered this. The battle below was nearing its end. The sea surface within a 10-kilometer radius was already a bloody red, with over 100 Hydra corpses floating sporadically. The heavy stench of blood even attracted many nearby sea monsters. Jaina had already gone to support Yen and the Empress. The ice crystals enveloping Kodra were Jaina's masterpiece. Seeing an angel squad wanting to surround Kodra, Zhang Feng immediately shouted, Angel squad, retreat. With Kodra's magical power, level 20 angels would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Ghost Mothership, move in, main cannon at maximum power. Boom boom, the main cannon, with an energy level of 2600, although it couldn't inflict a fatal blow on Kodra, each shot could still make its flesh and blood splatter. The light head continuously showered down rays of light to heal itself. A few minutes later, the light head suddenly cried out, I can't take it anymore, my spiritual energy is exhausted. The poison head shouted, we can't win, these two little ones seem to have endless spiritual energy. Let's escape. The thunderhead roared in anger, the Dela clan only knows how to die in battle, there are no deserters. I will shatter the darkness with thunder. The dark head replied, Thunder, you know I hate that phrase the most. Do you want to fight? The 9 heads began to argue. Again. Half of the 9 heads wanted to dive into the deep sea to escape, while the other half wanted to continue fighting, causing their massive bodies to freeze in place. Yen, prepare the heavenly blade strike. The voice of Zhang Feng came through. I have always looked down on deserters, let's behead those who wish to flee first. Zhang Feng had already prepared measures for the possibility of the enemy retreating. Jenna and the Crystal Maiden's control skills were primed and ready. Moreover, the Ghost Mothership could dive and pursue. Of course, it would be better if Kodra didn't escape, saving Zhang Feng a lot of effort. 100-meter-long energy blade slashed down. Sizzle, thud, the head of the venomous deserter was severed with a single sword, splashing a huge wave in the sea. The Thunder Lord coldly stated, this is the fate of those who wish to be deserters. A few minutes later, a golden battle report flashed. Your hero Yen killed Kodra, legend, gaining energy asterisk 12.1 million, spirit stones asterisk 1.5 million, Hydra figurehead, legend, asterisk 1, votes asterisk 6800. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. Not because of those 6,800 votes, but because of the figurehead. It was still a legendary figurehead. This was a special piece of equipment, just like the Blood Holy Grail. Zhang Feng immediately looked at its attributes. Hydra figurehead, legend effect, can reduce the attributes of surrounding monsters by up to 30%. The effect is influenced by the battleship's level and quality, as well as the monster's levels and qualities. Effect, actively use the exorcise skill to make monsters approaching the battleship flee in panic. Effect, increases the battleship's sailing speed by 50%. Effect, strengthens the hull, increasing durability by 30%. Effect, can automatically repair damaged hulls, doubling energy recovery speed. Good attributes. Zhang Feng waved his hand. At the mothership he named Ghost Number 1 Equip. The ship spirit, Xiaomei, immediately appeared, joyfully saying, Thank you, Lord. Zhang Feng nodded. Like Longjiu, Xiaomei would be his vehicle from now on. This battle, though fierce, lasted only a little over 10 minutes. The 5 fallen angels had already resurrected in the territory. The True Sound of Heaven also lost 6, but the True Sound of Heaven following Zhang Feng had their life imprint directly incorporated into the dark dimension by Yen, allowing them to resurrect on the spot. Jianna organized personnel to clean up the battlefield, while Zhang Feng, accompanied by the Empress and Yen, boarded the small island. Hint, found wild unit building. Hydra nest, ignore/destroy/occupy? Occupy. Hydra nest production, legendary Hydra, 1 head/30 days, epic Hydra, 1 head/3 days, excellent Hydra, 1 head/day, rare Hydra, 1 head/day. Stock, legendary Hydra *1, epic Hydra *2. The ability to recruit legendary units made this Hydra nest's value no less than that of the Dwarf King's palace. However, after some thought, Zhang Feng decided to forego recruitment. The recently encountered Kodra seemed fierce, but in reality, it relied entirely on its level. At the same level, any angel under Zhang Feng could take down 2 of them. Next was the lighthouse at sea. Occupy. Sea lighthouse effect. Under the lighthouse's illumination, our battleship's movement speed increases by 20%. Effect. Under the lighthouse's illumination, our battleship's vision plus 100%. Effect. Under the lighthouse's illumination, enemy battleships cannot hide. Note, effective range 200 kilometers. For Zhang Feng, although the lighthouse's effective range was only 200 kilometers, its value surpassed that of the Hydra nest. It was also one of his main purposes for venturing into the open sea. The increase in vision and speed meant an increase in the rate of collecting votes. Besides the 2 buildings, over 100 resource points were discovered on the island. Among them, there was even an epic quality resource point. Zhang Feng couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. After cleaning up the battlefield, the sky had safely darkened. Zhang Feng let Jianna continue, leading the team to farm monsters, then opened the Dragon Alliance channel. I'm buying 2 flying skill books at a high price, whether it's for cultivation, magic, or technology testing. Any brothers interested can message me. Responses came in quickly. Tip: Xiao Wusheng has sent you the skill book, Wings of Wind *1 via the trading post. Before Zhang Feng could say anything, Xiao Wusheng immediately sent a private message. Brother Zhang Feng, please don't mention money. Last time you saved hundreds of people in Yanya town. If we were to count the cost, our small town would go bankrupt. Jiang Feng didn't insist. Thank you, brother Xia. I'll send you some local specialties from my territory. After saying that, he sent over a batch of delicacies. Xiao Wusheng helplessly replied, alright. Yin Man suddenly chimed in, Zhang Feng, are you buying flying skills to prepare for farming tickets at sea? It wasn't surprising that she thought of this. Although Zhang Feng had a dragon, being able to fly would certainly add a layer of life assurance. Zhang Feng nodded, pretty much. Yin Man said, I have a skill called Cloud Writing Technique, which is a simplified version of one of the 36 techniques of Tiangang, writing the clouds and mist. Would you like to know more about it? Zhang Feng opened the skill catalog and found that this cloud writing technique was actually a B-level skill. B-level corresponds to epic, and it was a flying skill, which made it quite valuable. Zhang Feng's original intention was to get a trash skill since it could be enhanced anyway, but just as he was about to refuse, he noticed the plus behind the cloud writing technique, writing the clouds in mist. The 36 techniques of Tiangang are all top-tier A-level skills, and it is said that cultivating them to a profound level can lead to myth. Zhang Feng said, this skill book must be prepared by a big shot for themselves. Yin Man replied generously, that's right, but I have another one at home. I can just grab another one when I return to Blue Star. Ha, I'm also worried. You might accidentally die at sea. Well, since the conversation had reached this point, Zhang Feng smiled and said, in that case, I'll send you some local specialties too. After saying that, he sent 100 dragon tooth rice to Yin Man through the trading post. Yin Man replied generously, no need. I can't believe it. The reason he chose dragon tooth rice was that Zhang Feng already knew Yin Man had the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, and dragon tooth rice contained a trace of dragon aura. For Yin Man, it was a thoughtful gift. Zhang Feng's guess was correct. Yin Man immediately sent a private message, you really got the time and space farm. Do you have more dragon tooth rice? Name your price. With the foundation of the Xianqining family, they naturally wouldn't lack dragon tooth rice, but every time Yin Man returned to Blue Star, she had too many things to bring, and food naturally ranked last on the list. Zhang Feng smiled and said, I still have some. I'll definitely contact the big shot when I run out of money. Yin Man lamented, then I can only pray you go bankrupt soon. At this moment, Yi Iren suddenly said in the Dragon Alliance channel, everyone, I just confirmed that the coastline is over 600 kilometers south of Yenyu town. My portal can reach there perfectly. Any compatriots wanting to go to sea to farm tickets can use my territory. Xu Yeqing said, that's great. I was still looking for a coastal dragon town during the day. Didn't expect Yenyu town to be it. I'll pay double for the portal fees. Yi Iren quickly replied, no need, all portals are free. Our Yenyu town has already gained a lot, and this is all we can do for the Dragon Alliance. Other lords from Yenyu town also expressed their support, and for a moment, everyone was united. Yin Man said, in that case, I, the Lord of Old Qin Town, will head to the sea via Yenyu Town tomorrow. Thank you, Iren. Yi Iren replied, sure thing, Jia, anytime. Seeing this, Zhang Feng closed the chat interface and then looked at the enhancement list for the 2 skill books he had just received. Of course, the main focus was on Wings of Wind. Soon, Zhang Feng selected his target. Consume 12 million spirit stones, choose enhancement direction, Wings of the Wind God. Consume 14 million spirit stones, choose enhancement direction, riding the clouds. The captain's quarters of the ghost mothership were dimly lit, yet luxurious. After the battle, Jiang Feng handed the wings of the wind god to the Empress. This way, all the disciples of Tianyin gained an additional skill. If it weren't for the affection limit being only 100 points, the Empress's affection would surely be skyrocketing at this moment. Of course, Jiang Feng also had his gains. The Empress finally donned the summer coolness that she had initially resisted. Meanwhile, on the deck, Zizishan and Long Jiu were arguing about who had a closer relationship with the Lord. Zizishan proudly declared, "Sister Jiu, I am the Lord's maid, bodyguard, and massage therapist." But with just one sentence, Long Jiu left Zizishan speechless. "I get written by the Lord every day." Suddenly, Zizishan froze. Wings of the wind god. Immediately after, she tried to channel her spiritual power, and the wind elements continuously gathered, eventually forming a pair of miniature azure wings behind her. The little girl curiously flapped them twice. Wow! In an instant, she shot off into the air. "Ha, I can fly. Thank you, Lord." Seeing this, Long Jiu tilted her dragon head and then pushed off hard from the deck, soaring into the sky. "Little Zizai, let's see who is faster." The ship spirit, Xiaomei, suddenly appeared and shouted to the sky, "Little Jiu, how many times have I told you? When taking off, don't push off so hard, don't you know your own weight?" The next day, Jiang Feng stood on the deck. Learn. The jade book of writing. The clouds vanished. Heart and spirit unite, nature of heaven and earth. Filth disperses. The profound incantation was instantly imprinted in Jiang Feng's soul. Tip: your writing the clouds has reached the beginner level. With a thought, a soft cloud appeared beneath Jiang Feng's feet. He bent down to touch it, feeling it was both soft and fluffy, like dough. Stepping onto the cloud, Jiang Feng commanded, "Go." The scenery flew backward rapidly, and the mothership quickly shrank to a small, leaving only the exclamations of Yen and the Empress. What incredible speed! What amazed Jiang Feng the most was that apart from a bit of inertia, he felt no wind resistance at all. It was as if the space on the cloud was completely isolated from the outside world. With another thought, the cloud seemed to come alive, quickly wrapping around Jiang Feng entirely. With Jiang Feng's current soul strength, the cloud's defense could withstand a full-force strike from a level 20 Sword of Angels. Fast and with defensive capabilities. Jiang Feng was very satisfied with this legendary 36 techniques of Tiangang. Of course, the downside of riding the clouds was the high consumption of spiritual power, but fortunately, Jiang Feng had the water of life. He slowed down, and soon Yen and the Empress caught up. Yen exclaimed, "What incredible speed, what a magical skill." Jiang Feng laughed. "Naturally, this is the essence passed down from our ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom." Not long after, Long Jiu and Zizishan anxiously caught up. Seeing Jiang Feng had learned the flying skill, Long Jiu appeared somewhat downcast. Jiang Feng found it amusing. Was she afraid of losing her job? He landed on Long Jiu's back and gently patted her. "Come on, flying by yourself is not as comfortable as riding little Jiu." With her job secured, Long Jiu turned her worry into joy and said, "All right, Lord." A few days later, Jiang Feng lay on a sun lounger, enjoying Zizishan's massage service. At this moment, he was only wearing a pair of shorts, revealing his marble-like muscular lines. A few bold Tianyin disciples also curiously changed into summer coolness, looking quite pleasing to the eye. If other new lords saw this scene, they would surely be envious to death. They worked diligently, grinding monsters every day, afraid of being left behind by others, while Jiang Feng was already living a luxurious and indulgent retirement life. But Jiang Feng sighed, "The mothership is great, but it lacks a swimming pool." Just then, the sound of the heavenly down notification rang out. Jiang Feng's spirit jolted. The notifications he set were all important messages. He immediately opened the county channel, and a stream of golden announcements scrolled by. Qingyang County has reached 100 town leaders. At level 7, initiating the county mayor election. Rules: at noon today, each territory can open any portal to the outer sea. When defeating marine creatures above level 40, in addition to the normal energy and item rewards, you can also receive votes, which are non-tradable. The current 100 town leaders who have reached level 7 are candidates. Click to view. The candidate with the most votes will be elected as the county mayor. Settlement time: vote rankings, click to view, will be updated in real time. Settlement will occur tomorrow at noon. Note: Xinjiang County is located by the sea and is frequently attacked by marine creatures. Therefore, only those recognized by warriors are qualified to become county mayor. Haha, the event lasts only one day. Not bad, not bad. Looking at the heavenly Dao announcement, Jiang Feng was in high spirits. Moreover, the timing for triggering the county mayor election is even earlier than I expected. At this point, the lords capable of entering the outer sea to grind for votes are truly rare. As for the rule that only the top 100 town leaders are eligible to participate in the election, that was similar to the situation during the Battle of the Broken Domain. The county channel was buzzing with discussions. Most of them were complaints. Why so fast? I just reached level 5. Sigh, only marine creatures above level 40 drop boats, and my troops are mostly only level 25. I think I'll give up. The brother upstairs is really wise. My strength is about the same as yours. Last time I returned to Blue Star, I bought a blank warship, and as soon as I set sail, my entire army was wiped out, losing everything. Exactly. Although votes are valuable, everyone should act within their means. If there are no strong flying or ranged troops in the territory, it's better to give up. Of course, there were also formidable warlords who seized the opportunity. Xiao Wushang, I have 160 votes in hand, and as soon as the event starts, I will immediately vote for Jiang Feng, repaying the life-saving grace from the Eternal Night Mountains. Yo, I farmed 108 votes in the past 2 days, 1,000 spirit stones each, no deception. If any noble intends to run for county mayor, please message me privately. The vast majority of lords were farming votes to sell. Although votes could not be traded, they could be screenshot after voting. Many candidates had already given up on running. After all, there was only one county mayor, and it was better to take this opportunity to make a profit. But the next piece of news left everyone dumbfounded. Triggering the third town ranking competition in Xinjiang County, rules as follows. Ranking. Content: number of votes obtained in the county mayor election event. 1 SD place town leader, all attributes plus 80, town luck plus 8. 2 ND place town leader, all attributes plus 50, town luck plus 5. 3 RD place town leader, all attributes plus 30, town luck plus 3. 4 TH10 TH place town leaders, all attributes plus 20, town luck plus 2. 11 TH20 TH place town leaders, all attributes plus 10, town luck plus 1. Once this rule was announced, the entire county was in an uproar. They actually merged the town ranking competition with the county mayor election? Damn, now it's impossible not to compete. Does this mean the votes in my hand will increase in value? Bai Tian Town is buying votes at a high price. Didn't Lord Bai just plan to sell the votes? Bai Tianji replied, I have little hope of winning the county mayor election, but getting into the top 10 should be no problem. Only those who have tasted the sweetness know how fragrant the town's fortune is. There is indeed only one county mayor, but there are 20 slots in the town ranking competition. Previously, all of Bai Tian Town's fortune was given to Jiang Feng, so it was impossible to give up the chance to regain that fortune. With the strength and financial resources of the Bai family, if they put in their all, there is a great chance of making it into the top 10. Not just Bai Tian. Many originally planning to give up the election for the Sakura Town mayor also expressed their willingness to buy votes at high prices. In the Dragon Alliance, Yi Irin said, to think it's combined with the third town ranking competition. Our dragon country has less than 100 towns, which is really a disadvantage. It seems the top 20 will likely be dominated by Sakura country again. Xiao Wushang remarked, I actually think this is a good thing for us, because this way, the lords of Sakura country won't be able to unite. Yi Irin suddenly realized, that's right. If the votes in the hands of the Sakura country lords are scattered among a dozen people, our chances of winning the county mayor position will greatly increase. Suddenly, a weak voice from a dragon country lord spoke up. So, should we reach a consensus first and decide who to elect? The atmosphere fell silent. Because there are 3 big shots in the Dragon Alliance. Yin Man and Zhu Yeqing are both genuine royal descendants, and both Xianqin and Mingyu have very high reputations among the people. Although Jiang Feng has long been confirmed to be of commoner origin, his achievements over the past month have been too impressive, having saved the lives of hundreds of dragon country lords with the legendary dragon. Who to choose is indeed a dilemma. After a moment, Zhu Yeqing said, at this moment, the dragon country should work together. I announce that I will withdraw from the county mayor election. Yi Irin sighed, the big shot is noble and selfless, I admire you. This meant that Zhu Yeqing not only gave up the county mayor position but also the attributes and fortune rewards of the top 20. Even Jiang Feng felt admiration, as he questioned whether he could be so selfless. Jiang Feng smiled and said, everyone, sell your votes to big shot Yin Man. I won't compete for this little bit of wealth. In the end, elections are mostly about money. How could he compete with the wicked capital? Even in terms of reputation, Yin Man had wiped out a Sakura town, and among the dragon country lords in Xinjiang County, her popularity was also not low. Aside from loyal confidants like Shusha and Little Fox who would vote for him, most other dragon country lords would still look at who offered the highest price. Anyway, the votes in his hands had long exceeded 7 figures, and victory was assured. After the disciples of Tianyin acquired flying skills, he built a mothership and relocated all flying troops from his territory overseas. Coupled with the sea lighthouse, Jiang Feng's monster-slaying efficiency doubled again. Jiang Feng's nobility and selflessness once again drew applause. However, Yin Man felt extremely complicated. Why did it seem like she was not considering the bigger picture? But she also calmly said, thank you both for your support. I truly want to compete for the county mayor position. I promise to buy all the votes in the hands of Dragon Country compatriots at the highest price. Immediately after, Jung Fong received a notification from the exchange. Notification: Ng Man has sent you 100 million spirit stones through the exchange. Ng Man quickly sent a private message: Jung Fong, this is compensation for you and Little Zhu. Once I become the county mayor, you two can discuss the positions of county lieutenant and county deputy among yourselves. It seems this girl felt a bit embarrassed. Jung Fong immediately replied, a gentleman values talent and acquires it through proper means. Without hesitation, Jang Fong transferred the money back. Isn't it more appealing to earn spirit stones through fair means? Moreover, it's likely that tomorrow Ng Man would be so enraged that her bloodline would evolve again. If he accepted the spirit stones, she might lead an army to come after him. After some thought, Jung Fong sent out a message in the county town. Such a grand occasion is rare. I've opened a betting pool at the exchange, betting on who will take the position of county head. All are welcome to place their bets. The Dragon Alliance is the backbone of all the Dragon Kingdom lords in Xinjiang County. Once the Dragon Alliance made a decision, coupled with Ng Man's generous support, all the Dragon Kingdom lords united as one. Let's do our utmost to cast votes and support the great Ng Man. My grandfather was a victim of the 632 massacre. I don't want spirit stones, I just hope to drive the little devils out of Xinjiang County. Exactly. Let's seize the position of county head and drive the devils out of Xinjiang County. On the epic battleship Divine Might. It's one thing for Jung Fong to give up competing for the county head position, Ng Man said with a strange expression, but now he doesn't even want money. Has this guy changed his ways? Meng Tian beside her smiled and said, those who talk about patriotism without discussing benefits are just playing tricks. To put it bluntly, running for office is just burning money. Jung Fong should be very clear about this, so it's better to help him out and leave behind a good story. However, when it's time to cut ties, one should do so decisively. Jung Fong is really not bad. Ng Man felt something was off, but the facts were right in front of her. Alright, let's not think about Jung Fong anymore. Sister Meng, how much chance do we have of winning this time? Meng Tian pondered for a moment and said, although Xinjiang County has 1 million lords, only about 10,000 have the ability to go overseas to cast votes. Including our old Qin town, the Dragon Kingdom lords probably occupy 1/10. With His Highness's support, the 200 warlords from Old Qin town have far superior naval combat capabilities than ordinary lords. Plus the support from Yanning town and Longyuan town. As long as Sakura country remains as fragmented as it is now, we have a great chance of winning. In fact, Meng Tian had an unrealistic thought in her heart. That is, Jung Fong would create another miracle. Compared to His Highness's bloodline evolution, the position of county head should take a back seat. But she also knew that this was impossible. Ng Man listened while nodding continuously, then regretfully said, it's a pity that the 100 battles armored army is not good at naval combat. If we had known the rules of heaven earlier, we would have brought more Iron Eagle elite soldiers. 7 stars pointing to fate. 3rd star. Xu Yeqing heavily tapped on his divine hidden cave. It was as if a switch had been turned on, and Xu Yeqing's muscles instantly bulged, the veins on his face writhing like earthworms, his momentum increasing several times. Only lasts for 10 breaths. That's enough. Xu Yeqing's wings gently flapped behind him, and his figure instantly crossed hundreds of meters of void. Mountains and rivers, bright moon. Boom! A golden fist imprint, as large as an acre, was unleashed. Within the fist imprint, the rivers and mountains stretched for thousands of miles, and the bright moon hung high. The level 49 epic monster, the 6-armed Naga, showed a look of shock. She couldn't understand why a level 30 human suddenly became so powerful and hurriedly gathered a magical shield to defend. Boom! It held. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, one fist imprint after another came crashing down. After dozens of punches, the powerful level 49 epic Naga turned into a cloud of blood mist. With a flash of her figure, Xu Yeqing returned to the ship. Although he immediately dispersed the 7 stars pointing to fate, his face was still instantly covered in a deathly pale color. Gulp! After downing a bottle of life water, Xu Yeqing was finally pulled back from the brink of death, and his complexion turned rosy. Ha! That was exhilarating. Xu Yeqing looked at the empty bottle in his hand. It's a pity that there was only 1 bottle of life water. He then looked at the battle report, satisfied, and said, 412 votes, that's worth the return ticket. Let's go, continue casting votes, and fully support Sister Ng in seizing the position of county head. The Genie guards looked at him with admiration and shouted, yes, young master. Seeing the Dragon Kingdom so united, the lords of Sakura country found themselves in a bit of a predicament. So they began to conspicuously conspire in the county town channel. Takeda Shinichi, ladies and gentlemen, the people of the Dragon Kingdom have united as one. If we continue to compete against each other for the top 20, I'm afraid the position of county chief will really be taken by the Dragon Kingdom. Shirata Orika, that's true, but who is willing to give up their attributes and the fortune of the town? Yamamoto Shijuro, I suggest that Miss Huju might take the lead and coordinate the votes from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Jang Fong couldn't help but doubt whether he had actually controlled this guy and then forgotten about it. Shirata Orika, Yamamoto-kun, you finally showed some intelligence. Only then did Hujumai calmly step forward. Since you all trust me, I will unify the planning of the votes from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, maximizing your interests while securing the position of county chief. Those town chiefs who are interested in competing for the rankings, please send me a screenshot of your Spirit Stone interface so I can see your financial strength. Don't worry, I will definitely keep it confidential for you all. Hujumai was reporting her work to Zhang Feng. Master, as per your instructions, I have already allocated the votes from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. If there are any changes, I will report to you in real time. Zhang Feng nodded. He wasn't someone who acted alone without friends, so he still planned to hand over the second place to Old Qin Town. After all, there were no more fortune betting orders, so the fortune rewards should naturally go to his own people. However, Hujumai paused and then frowned. After all, there are too many votes from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. To avoid raising their suspicions, the top 20 lords will still be mostly from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. No problem. Jiang Feng was more concerned about another issue. Have we figured out the financial backgrounds of those Cherry Blossom lords? We have. Hujumai immediately sent over a ledger. This is the financial background of all the Cherry Blossom lords who are interested in competing for the town ranking. I have made a record. Please take a look. Jiang Feng glanced at the ledger. There were a total of 34 Cherry Blossom town chiefs listed, with the wealthiest being one named Sakurai Shuichi, possessing a staggering 28 million spirit stones, while the least wealthy still had a few million. Naturally, they couldn't compare to the first-tier lords like Zhu Yeqing and Shen Baiyu, but they were still among the few wealthy lords in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. You did well. Zhang Feng praised. Report any new developments at any time. Hujumai respectfully nodded, hesitating for a moment. Before saying, Master, do you really not need me to secretly operate for Longyuan Town? Although I would be exposed, it wouldn't be difficult to secure a top 10 position for Longyuan Town. The operation was quite simple. Just give a separate order to the Cherry Blossom Lords under her command to vote for Longyuan Town before the settlement, at most adding a note of keep it confidential. No need. Zhang Feng replied lightly, just manage the votes from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. It wasn't that he was afraid of Hujumai being exposed. According to Zhang Feng's plan, after the county chief was elected tomorrow, the Huju sisters would inevitably be exposed. Zhang Feng refused simply because it was unnecessary, as his own votes had already exceeded 7 figures. After ending the video call, Zhang Feng asked his chief disciple Li Yan to bring him paper and pen. He then slowly wrote down a few lines. Longyuan Town, votes 1 million plus. Old Qin Town, votes 500,000 plus. When he got to the third place, Zhang Feng thought for a moment and continued writing. Yanming Town. Soon, the rankings of the top 20 were listed on the paper. He stood up and walked to the side of the ship, gently flicking the paper in his hand. This is the ranking of tomorrow's heavenly path. No wonder so many people love power. The feeling of controlling everything is truly exhilarating. Zhang Feng let go of his hand. This thin piece of paper, which would determine the future fate of Qingyang County, fluttered down with the wind. Donghai City. Luoshi welcomed a distinguished guest. General Xia, you have come in person for the matter of the Qingyang County chief election? Xia Jia was one of the big shots in the Jiangnan military district. He was tall and imposing, and although his hair was completely silver, he was full of vigor, his voice booming. We all know that the county head can expand the authority of the portal to the entire county map. It's practically an invincible position. If the Dragon Kingdom cannot seize the county head position, then all the efforts these children made in Qingyang County will have been in vain. Not just me, but those old fellows in the military district are all paying attention to tomorrow's outcome. After all, this is a county city. And Luoshi understood and said seriously, rest assured, old general, I have mobilized the forces of Donghai City to provide naval troops and warships for the new lords of Qingyang County. As you know, my only beloved daughter is also in Qingyang County. At this point, she expressed with some emotion, moreover, I, the lord of Jiangnan province, have decided to give up the rewards from the small town ranking competition and fully support that girl from Longzhou to become the county head. Xia Jie also sighed. I've heard about this too. These children are quite sensible, especially that classmate. Zhang Feng from a common background who has such a broad perspective that it makes us old fellows feel inferior. Changing the subject, Xia Jie continued, there's one more thing. Just now, a county named Dexian has already elected its county head, and the Sakura Nation won due to its numerical advantage. And Luoshi was taken aback and immediately asked, what about the Dragon Kingdom lords in that county? Xiajie replied, fortunately, before the Sakura nation used spatial sealing, the vast majority of Dragon Kingdom lords had already used the city relocation order to leave. And Chuxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. All the old districts, even the fresh blood from the upper realm, came from the new districts year after year. Therefore, these new lords are the future blossoms of the Dragon Kingdom. Then, and Luwashi's heart stirred, are you telling me this because Dexian County and Xinjiang County are in the same state? Exactly. Xiajie said, this is information obtained by a lord from the military district who risked his life to go to the state government. And Luwashi quickly asked, what's the name of the state? This was first-hand information. If she knew earlier, she could prepare her precious daughter sooner. Diao Ao State. Xiajie said heavily, it can also be called Diao Ao Island. And Chuxia suddenly initiated a video conference with the management of Longyuan Town. Although Zhang Feng was a bit surprised, he immediately joined in. Once everyone was present, and Chuxia smiled and said, does everyone have warships for voting? I brought back 3 unactivated warships this time. After a brief warm-up, and Chuxia began to share the information she had just learned. Diao Ao Island? Zhang Feng softly repeated the name. What's wrong, Zhang Feng? And Chuxia on the other side of the video asked with concern, have you heard this name before? Zhang Feng came back to his senses and smiled. No, Chuxia, you continue. He just felt that it sounded somewhat similar to the name of an island from his past life. And Chuxia nodded and continued, according to the information currently available, Diao Ao State, where Xinjiang County is located, is a giant island situated in the center of the Dragon Kingdom area and the Sakura area. Diao Ao State has 32 counties, and besides the lords of the Sakura Nation, it at least includes the lords of the Lighthouse Nation, South Bang Nation, and Asan Nation. But the specific proportions are unknown. Every year, when a new district begins, major forces strive to gather intelligence to quickly map out the new district. Speaking of which, they were able to obtain this information promptly, thanks to Chuxia. However, they did not expect that Xinjiang County's location was not only coastal but also on a giant island. For newcomers, this environment has its pros and cons. If they possess high-quality warships and troops skilled in naval warfare, the development speed in the oceanic environment will far exceed that of the inland environment, and vice versa. And Zhang Feng, of course, belonged to the former. And Chuxia continued, I believe it won't be long before this news becomes known to everyone. Everyone should take this opportunity to stock up on naval troops, warships, and items. Prices are sure to rise in a while. If Sister Ing can win the position of county head this time, we can form a fleet to explore the vast ocean. And Chuxia's eyes were filled with longing. The little fox said, but what if Sister Ing fails in the election? And Chuxia sighed, then we will have to give up on Xinjiang County. The little fox looked a bit aggrieved and said, I think Brother Zhang Feng should become the spokesperson for Longhua. It's a pity that Brother Zhang Feng is so selfless and gave it to Sister Ing. Wei Ming and Huang Xian nodded in agreement. A few days ago, Zhang Feng had pushed the Sect skill wings of the Wind God to the 2 Tianyin branches. After Wei Ming, Zhang Feng also handed over the epic soldier talisman, dropped by the epic 9-headed serpent to Huang Xian. The few of them were already loyal confidants, naturally feeling indignant for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng is truly embodying the spirit of sacrificing oneself for others. And Chuxia glanced at Zhang Feng and sighed. I heard that the Jiangnan military district has just established Jiang Feng as a model for patriotic education, and they have already started promoting it on a small scale. If the results are good, they might even include it in textbooks. Zhang Feng, however, was feeling quite frustrated and quickly retorted, no way. I don't have such high morals, you can't kidnap me. Let's have the military district promote Zhu Yeqing instead. Goodness, this is simply a case of being praised to death. By tomorrow afternoon, who knows if I will be subjected to online bullying. Wei Ming admired, boss has sacrificed so much for us and for Longhua, yet he doesn't seek credit, doesn't become arrogant, and doesn't ask for anything in return. It's truly admirable. Mu Qingshuang cheered, not seeking credit, not becoming arrogant, not asking for anything in return, this is the 3-No spirit. I will report it to the military district immediately and strive to make 3-No spirit the promotional slogan for boss Zhang Feng. Did they actually come up with a promotional slogan? Zhang Feng felt utterly powerless to complain. I won't say anymore, I'm going to vote. At this point, the little fox seemed to ponder, are you still thinking about voting for Sister Ing at this time? I somewhat understand Brother Zhang Feng now. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Zhang Feng directly hung up the video call. The voting campaign was in full swing. Over 10,000 lords gathered in the coastal area of Xinjiang County, and there were more than one warship belonging to powerful lords like Ing Yinman, so encounters were inevitable. It was a case of enemies meeting, and the monster hunting operation immediately turned into mutual attacks. Zhang Feng quickly organized 10 lords from Longyuan Town into a fleet. Although the efficiency was a bit lower, it was safer. As for the core members, they were either epic troops or Tianyin disciples, and it was already good enough that they weren't bullying others. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng was far away in the 55 to 60 level map, making it quite difficult to encounter other lords. That night, Zhang Feng stood on the deck feeling the sea breeze while opening the real-time updated voting leaderboard. 1. Beichao Town 303,366. 3. Laoqin Town 230420. 2. Yingjing Town 60158. 4. Looking at the top 20 on the leaderboard, Zhang Feng revealed a satisfied smile. The scheme of the Sakura country was to have Beichao maintain the position of county head, while the other smaller towns had fewer votes and no backing, so as long as they could mix into the top 20 based on strength, it would be fine. In the eyes of the lords of Sakura country, their plan was proceeding incredibly smoothly. However, in Zhang Feng's view, his plan was going even more smoothly. Following that, Zhang Feng opened the betting board of the exchange. 1. Beichao Town, 38.32 million. 2. Laoqin Town, 9.8 million. Voting tickets couldn't be traded, they could only be exchanged for money with a screenshot after voting. Therefore, the voting tickets scattered among over 10,000 lords couldn't all wait until the last moment to be cast. What if someone made a wrong vote or was even bribed by the enemy? So the situation before us is already quite clear. North has a high chance of winning, while Old has a slightly lower chance, and the other small towns have already been eliminated. As a result, the betting pool only has these two towns. Currently, there are over 40 million in bets. I believe there will definitely be a significant increase before the betting pool locks in tomorrow. Beep beep beep, it's a video request from Man. Zhang Feng, the Japanese are too cunning that North actually unified the planning of the ballot distribution. After connecting, Man stood on the deck, grabbing her hair in frustration, and said, "We in Old still have 30,000 ballots left to cast, and with Xiaozhu's, it's only 40,000. But according to my intelligence, North also has some hidden cards." Zhang Feng immediately reassured Man, "Don't worry, I'll make up for the missing ballots when the time comes." Man's eyes lit up. "You haven't cast your ballots either?" Zhang Feng confidently replied, "I can't say for sure, but I guarantee you'll surpass North." To boost Man's confidence, Zhang Feng pulled the camera back a bit, revealing half of the ghost mothership. Man was taken aback. "It's so big." Although size doesn't absolutely represent quality, legendary warships can be several meters long, while rare warships can be hundreds of meters long. After all, those are just anomalies. This can't be a legendary warship, right? Man joked, then became serious. "If you really have confidence, then I will place a bet. It can also raise the odds for Sakura country." Zhang Feng meant just that. Bet more. 100 million isn't too little, and 1 billion isn't too much. Of course, encouraging Man to bet was mainly to use her funds to raise the odds for Sakura country. No matter how much Man bet this time, he planned to return it in full. "I believe in you." Man nodded earnestly, then asked suspiciously, "Why aren't you betting this time?" Zhang Feng shrugged, "I'm out of money." But Man was surprised. "Did you spend your hundreds of millions of spirit stones?" Zhang Feng replied honestly, "I still have a few tens of millions left." Man immediately became interested. "They say you rely on spending money to create your own troops. You haven't already reverse engineered the troop symbols or even the troop buildings, have you?" Zhang Feng sighed. "It seems you haven't visited the early summer territory in a long time." Man paused, then said, "Wait a moment." Soon, Man reappeared on the screen, incredulously saying, "You really have reverse engineered troop buildings. So, if I give you 1 billion spirit stones, can you create an epic troop?" Epic troops are definitely a core strength even in the upper realm. Zhang Feng laughed. "Why don't you give me 1 billion spirit stones to try?" This once again earned him a roll of Man's eyes. Man happily closed the video. Zhang Feng was equally pleased. He looked at the bright moonlight over the sea and softly said, "Return to the territory." The voice of the ship spirit, Xiaomei, respectfully replied, "As you command, my lord." The next day at noon, the betting pool will lock in at 11:50. The deadline for the election is 12 o'clock. Current time, 11:45. The number of votes for North has already reached 410,000, a full 70,000 more than Old. Throughout the morning, Man asked Zhang Feng more than once if he was really confident, and the answers were naturally all affirmative. So, with a determined bite of her lip, Man arranged for people to place small bets in batches at Old, betting 500 million spirit stones, which temporarily raised the odds for Sakura country to over 5. Naturally, the lords of Sakura country went crazy. Even considering that Old still had hidden cards, it couldn't stop their greed. Moreover, from the news coming from North, Miss North seemed to be confident of victory, and it appeared she also held quite a few ballots. Thus, both the second-generation lords of Sakura country and the commoners began to place bets mindlessly. The bets in Beijia town instantly reached 756 million spirit stones. What left Jiang Feng both amused and exasperated was that there was suddenly an additional 1,000 spirit stones bet in Longyuan town. Jiang Feng immediately inquired in the Longyuan town channel, "Yeah, you placed that 1,000 spirit stone bet, right?" The little fox looked innocent. "No, I don't want to be called brainless again." Wei Ming awkwardly said, "Boss, that was me who bet." Jiang Feng was speechless. Mu Qingxuan helplessly remarked, "Your brainless bet couldn't have come at a worse time." And Xuxia also had no words. "If you don't have Yaya's luck, don't imitate her brainless betting." The little fox was on the verge of tears. "I won't bet anymore, so can you please stop talking about me?" Oh. Wei Ming felt embarrassed by the others' comments and quickly pleaded, "Sisters, you're right, I was just betting for fun, just for fun." The little fox suddenly changed her tone. "Since you all say I'm brainless whether I bet or not, I might as well bet 1,000 spirit stones for fun. It's not like I'm short on money." And Xuxia sighed, "I forgot that Yaya is now a little rich lady." Jiang Feng looked at the additional 1,000 spirit stones in Longyuan town and felt speechless. Of course, he also knew that they were using this method to relieve their inner pressure. After all, the moment that would determine the fate of Qingyang County was approaching soon. 5 minutes passed quickly. In the last few seconds, Jiang Feng bet 10 million spirit stones on Longyuan town. The reason for betting so much wasn't to dilute Wei Ming and the little fox's stakes intentionally, but rather out of fear that other lords might bet on the underdog. However, Jiang Feng was overthinking it. After the betting was locked in, 1 Beijia town, 796 million spirit stones, 2 Luqing town, 517 million spirit stones, 3 Longyuan town, 10.02 million spirit stones. Aside from Jiang Feng's 10 million spirit stones, only Wei Ming and the little fox had each bet 1,000 spirit stones for fun. Once the spirit stones were secured, Jiang Feng didn't have time to care about everyone's reactions, nor did he delay for a moment. He led the powerful figures of his territory and stepped into the teleportation portal. On the other side was Beijia town. That's right. What Jiang Feng wanted was not just spirit stones and luck, there was also attributes. Beijia town. The territory square was bustling with activity. Invited by the Beijia Three Sisters, 29 top lords from the Sakura Kingdom, including Shixia and Takeda Shinichi, gathered in Beijia town. Out of the 34 names on the list, only 5 were absent. Logically speaking, even if they belonged to the same faction, lords would be cautious when entering another's territory. However, Beijia was about to become the county head of Qingyang County. It wouldn't be good to miss a leader's invitation. Of course, they all brought their strongest heroes and several squads of troops to protect them. Beijia was about to complete Jiang Feng's task and said excitedly, "Everyone, after today, Qingyang County will welcome a brand new chapter." Jixia shouted, "Cheers to the great Sakura Empire." Takeda Shinichi also said, "Thanks to Miss Beijia, we can gain the greatest benefits at the smallest cost. Cheers to Miss Beijia." Everyone echoed in agreement. Throughout the morning, they relaxed their vigilance. Beijia discreetly smirked. Just then, the betting was locked in. Wu-Tung Shinichi, who had bet a considerable amount of spirit stones, immediately noticed something unusual and exclaimed, "Huh? Why did someone bet 10 million on Longyuan town?" Ji Xia suddenly stood up and shouted, "Miss Beijia, what are you doing?" It turned out that Beijia had already torn open a silence scroll, silencing the entire county. "Town, what am I doing?" Beijia sneered, "You Sakura dogs, dedicate everything to my great master." Everyone couldn't believe their ears. How could the words Sakura dog come from a member of the Beijia family? Before they could process it, the territory teleportation array began to flicker continuously. Jiang Feng stepped out of the teleportation array with the Empress, Yan, Li Hani, the goddess warrior, the 9 heavens, holy princess, and the humanoid dragon. Jiang Feng. Sakurai Shuichi was stunned. The Hojo family actually colluded with the Dragon Kingdom? As the rulers of the Tokugawa shogunate, the Hojo family's status in Sakura country was almost equivalent to that of the Li family during the prosperous Tang dynasty or the Shu family of the Ming dynasty in the Dragon Kingdom. The absurd scene before him was as outrageous as if Shu Yeqing had betrayed the Dragon Kingdom. Hojo exclaimed fervently, "For the master! For the Dragon Kingdom!" After Jiang Feng surveyed the surroundings, he said with satisfaction, "The time has come, I shall send you all on your way." Bai Tianzixia called out from a high point, "Everyone! Jiang Feng only has 12 giant dragons. As long as we escape the silence zone, we can expose the crimes of the Hojo family and join forces with the Lord of Hojo Town to counterattack." Instantly, the followers gathered. But soon, they sadly discovered that their proud high-tier troops were being slaughtered by Jiang Feng. Without the Hojo sisters needing to intervene, the war was over in less than a minute. Then, Jiang Feng returned to the territory, dragging along Bai Tianzixia, who had been the loudest in protest. A beam of blue light instantly fell upon Bai Tianxixia's head. Bai Tianxixia immediately said respectfully, "Master, before I die, please allow me to hand over all my possessions." For this operation, Zhang Feng had specially upgraded the mind control tower to level 5, gaining an additional control slot. "Hurry up, I'm in a rush." Yes. A few minutes later, all 29 Sakura town leaders had paid their fees and set off. However, regarding the handling of the Hojo sisters, Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment. As long as the people of Sakura country weren't idiots, they would soon suspect the three sisters. Even if it was just suspicion, it would inevitably lead to the sisters returning to Blue Star for investigation. It could be said that the three had basically lost their spy attributes. Let's keep them for now. After all, there are no better targets at the moment. Moreover, the three sisters all possess the heart of an extraordinary quality lord, and their troops are at least of extraordinary quality. Their overall strength is not inferior to Zhu Yeqing's, so having them help out wouldn't be bad. In this operation, Zhang Feng once again harvested 120 million spirit stones from the Sakura Lord. Of course, the biggest gain was not the spirit stones, but the attributes. After a simple yet fulfilling busy period, Zhang Feng opened the chat channel again. Many people gradually noticed the additional 10 million spirit stone bet under Longyuan town. Naturally, they immediately thought of Zhang Feng. In the Dragon Alliance channel, and Chuxia said incredulously, "Zhang Feng, it can't be you again, right?" Wei Ming exclaimed excitedly, "It must be the boss, ha ha ha." The little fox regretted not going all out. "I should have gone all in this time. I really missed out on $1 billion. Oh, after a few minutes, Yin Man finally spoke. "Zhang Feng, you old six." She didn't know if he had just undergone bloodline evolution. Zhu Yeqing was also speechless. Is this a reenactment? The scene before them was far too familiar. If it were someone else, they would surely think that person was crazy. But since it was Zhang Feng who did such an outrageous thing, they instinctively believed it. Only this time, it was a bit too outrageous. Zhang Feng immediately said, "To achieve better results, I had to keep this from you all. Also, the spirit stones from the great bossing Yin Man will be returned in full later." Hearing Zhang Feng's confirmation, the last shred of doubt among the crowd was dispelled. Yin Man angrily said, "Do I care about those 2 coins? But you deceived me." Zhang Feng was not pleased with this. "Although you are a big boss, you can't just slander me, can you? Think carefully, did I deceive you?" Saying this, he tossed 100,000 voting tickets onto Lao Chin Town. In an instant, the voting tickets for Lao Chin Town immediately surpassed those of Hojo Town. Yin Man was stunned. She carefully recalled what Zhang Feng had said yesterday. It seemed he indeed said, "Let Lao Chin Town's vote succeed by Hara Town rather than let Lao Chin Town take first place." But looking back yesterday, the two statements meant the same thing. Zhu Yeqing quickly smoothed things over. "Sister Ing, don't be angry. Although brother Zhang Feng is a bit sneaky, he is still doing it for Longhua." Xiao Wushang also hurriedly advised, "That's right. This way, our Longhua not only secures the county magistrate but also sweeps the first and second places." Yin Man found it hard to refute. Moreover, after calming down, she realized that if Zhang Feng could indeed take first place without campaigning, whether he concealed it or not would have no impact on the outcome. Without Zhang Feng, she probably wouldn't even surpass by Hara Town. Yi Yiren suddenly said, "Brother Zhang Feng, you voted 100,000 for Lao Chin Town. Do you still have enough votes for yourself?" 100,000? Zhang Feng laughed. "And who said Longhua can only sweep the first and second places? Watch me take you all to new heights." Before anyone could grasp the meaning of his words, Zhang Feng once again threw out 500,000 votes, landing them on Yanming Town. Yanming Town, now second only to Lao Chin Town, pushed by Hara Town down to third. Overseas, the outstanding battleship Fearless floated quietly on the sea. Zhu Yeqing stood on the deck, seemingly frozen in place with a dazed expression. This is too ridiculous. He had done nothing and was already in second place. But then, his eyes, which had already widened, nearly popped out. There's more? He saw that under Yanye Town and Yenyu Town, an additional 100,000 votes appeared instantly, allowing both small towns to enter the top 10. Goodness, how many votes does he have left? As soon as he finished speaking, the towns that were originally in the top 10 collectively moved down one spot. Wanlong Yuan Town, 666666, proudly at the top. Zhu Yeqing swayed slightly, instinctively holding onto the ship's railing to steady himself. This is too exaggerated. Counting the votes cast for our small towns, each person has cast over 1 million votes. This is just too fake. Even our ancestors didn't achieve this much. At his age, Zhu Yeqing suddenly had a jolt. A person with such great fortune like brother Zhang Feng must become a friend, or even family. I remember my cousin from my third uncle's family is stunning and incredibly talented. I must introduce her to Zhang Feng. Thinking of this, Shu Yeqing sighed, Brother Zhang Feng, this grand gift you've given is beyond what spirit stones can measure, so I can only repay you with my sister. Zhang Feng looked at the remaining 700,000 votes in his backpack and decided to stop voting. The rewards for ranks 4 to 10 were the same. For Yanye Town and Yenyu Town, 100,000 votes were already sufficient. As for Yanming Town, it was entirely out of appreciation for Zhu Yeqing. He had originally planned to cast 1 million votes for Longyuan Town, but now he thought it unnecessary since the top 4 were already under his control. So he chose the former among the auspicious numbers 66 and 68. All set, are you all satisfied? Jiang Feng's operation took less than 10 seconds, leaving nearly 1 million lords in Xinjiang County utterly speechless. The originally bustling county channel, Dragon Alliance channel, and Longyuan Town channel fell into instant silence. It took a full several dozen seconds. Yi Iren struggled to say, over 1 million votes, but that was all she could manage, because apart from what the hell, she truly couldn't find any other words to describe her feelings at that moment. The immense shock even made her forget to thank Zhang Feng for bringing her Yenyu Town into the top 10. Fortunately, she didn't know that Zhang Feng had held back some votes, otherwise, she might have fainted by now. Shu Yeqing sighed, Brother Jiang Feng probably started voting early. Yin Nan speculated even if he voted early, it wouldn't be enough. The battleship you showed me yesterday definitely isn't just one. Yin Nan finally admitted it. Besides, Zhang Feng not only helped her retain second place but also assisted in her bloodline evolution. She really had nothing to complain about. Meanwhile, some were celebrating while others were in despair. The Lord of Sakura Country went mad once again. This time, however, it was not out of excitement but out of fear. The switch between heaven and hell occurred. In just a minute. What just happened? How did Beichao Town drop to 4th place in just a few seconds? By Amaterasu, this can't be real. My spirit stones, I bet 2,000 spirit stones. Mayor, what should we do? A lord from Badian Town wanted to find a backbone, but after calling out for a long time, there was no response. Upon opening the lord list of the town, he was instantly dumbfounded. Why is Lord Badian Jisha's avatar blacked out? Oh my god, Lord Badian is dead. What the hell, our mayor has fallen too. He was fine just 10 minutes ago. Everyone had just been immersed in excitement with no time to pay attention to the town lord list. With this reminder, more and more lords opened the town list and discovered that their mayors had inexplicably kicked the bucket. What happened? Is the apocalypse coming? It must be Zhang Feng. That old schemer Zhang Feng. But how did he do it? Could he be using curse magic? Huang Shen, haha, the boss did a great job, but why did the boss have to kill so many Sakura Town lords at this critical moment? The little fox reacted the fastest. Attributes. Haha, Brother Jiang Feng is after the attributes. Many people immediately realized, instinctively clutching their chests, with a thought emerging in their minds. Where did this Zhang Feng come from, this monster? And those who didn't catch on were still asking, what attributes? Yi Iren groaned, did you forget the attribute rewards from the dead lords in the last 2 town ranking competitions? Yin Man's eyes turned red with envy, almost 200 points in all attributes. Shu Yeqing said blankly, if I had that, I wouldn't even need the 7-star life points. I could tear a giant dragon apart. Now, even the slowest person understood. It didn't matter if they didn't get it, because noon had arrived. The county mayor was born, and naturally, there was a grand display. The entire sky was enveloped in golden light, even overshadowing the sun's brilliance. Lines of golden characters appeared in the sky. County mayor election results. Zhang Feng, Lord of Longyuan Town, elected as the county mayor of Xinjiang County. Authority upgraded. This is the choice of the people. Please assist your esteemed county mayor in defending the county city and resisting external enemies. Upon seeing this, many lords of Longwood couldn't help but complain. Heavenly Tao, are you blind? You call this the people's choice? This is clearly the choice of the great Zhang Feng. Exactly, when did the people choose the great Zhang Feng? Now. Announcing the rankings of the 3rd town ranking competition in Xinjiang County. The announcement continued. Similarly, because the votes were updated in real time, the Heavenly Tao instantly revealed all town rankings. Vote ranking 1st place, Longyuan Town, vote 666666, reward for Mayor Zhang Feng, all attributes plus 80, town luck plus 8. Vote ranking 2nd place, Laqin Town, votes 512860, reward for Mayor Yin Man, all attributes plus 50, town luck plus 5. Vote ranking 3rd place, Yanming Town, votes 500,000, reward for Mayor Zhu Yeqing, all attributes plus 30, town luck plus 3. Vote ranking 4th place, Beichao Town, votes 472235, reward for Mayor Beichao Mai, all attributes plus 20, town luck plus 2. Vote ranking. Until the 20th place ended, the town ranking competition filled the sky. And it wasn't over yet. Soon, more than a dozen messages flashed out. Given that the 5th-ranked mayor, Sakurai Shuichi, has died, his attribute rewards are inherited by the 1st-ranked mayor of this town ranking competition, Zhang Feng. Given that the 8th-ranked mayor, by Tian Jixia, has also died, Zhu Yiqing looked at the series of notifications and murmured, just like a demon lord descending from the heavens, truly a god of the mortal realm. Brother Zhang Feng strategizes, leaving no stone unturned for the county lord's throne, fortune, spirit stones, attributes, not a single one is missed. Every time I think I've seen through his true nature, I find I've underestimated him even more. There was one thing he didn't say out loud. The plan to seduce Zhang Feng with his cousin must be expedited. Yin Man was completely convinced and added, "Is this guy a glutton?" Yi Yiren said happily, "The most amazing thing is, Boss Zhang Feng eats meat, and even I, who just drinks the soup, feel full." As for Longyuan Town, space expansion, dragon vein evolution, resource mutation, monster advancement. A series of changes drove everyone in Longyuan Town mad, shouting "Long live Zhang Feng." Truly, one person attaining the Tao causes the rise of all. Haha, now our long country has firmly established itself in Xingyang County. I'm so glad I insisted on staying in Longyuan Town back then, despite the opposition. I wonder what expressions those who moved away back then have now. Ha ha ha, what expressions? Regret, of course. Now if you want to settle in Longyuan Town, you have to pay the boss 10,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones? Is my household registration in Longyuan Town really that worthless? Centered around Zhang Feng, beams of golden light fell one after another. His physical body swelled, his spiritual platform cleared, and his spiritual power surged. Zhang Feng's momentum soared. With the current map area, population, and resource density of Longyuan Town, the per capita resources here are probably dozens of times that of an ordinary town. Zhang Feng sighed. Before he could look at the newly unlocked county lord privileges, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately took out a bottle of life essence and gulped it down. He had a premonition that he was about to break through. After the life essence went down, Zhang Feng immediately received a notification from the Heavenly Tao. Notification: your aptitude has been upgraded to A rank. Compensation attributes are as follows: physique plus 180, spiritual power plus 180, soul plus 215, capacity plus 172. From epic to legendary, it was a transformative enhancement. The sudden surge in all attributes made Zhang Feng feel a fiery heat throughout his body. Yet he did not stop. He took out another bottle of life essence and drank it down. 8 or 9 mysteries, it's time to break through. Zhang Feng began his cultivation as if nothing was happening. However, his miraculous actions in just 10 short minutes left all the big shots paying attention to the Xingyang County Mayor selection results dumbfounded. Jiangnan Military District Command Center. Why hasn't the news come back yet? A hot-tempered general suddenly couldn't hold back, standing up and saying, "I can't wait any longer. I need to go to the intelligence department myself." Just then, an intelligence officer burst into the command center. "Report, the results of the Xingyang County Mayor election are out. Our long country has won the mayor position." But just as he finished half of his sentence, he was drowned out by a wave of cheers. Even several senior generals, usually composed, showed expressions of joy. A few younger generals excitedly waved their fists. Only Xia Jia noticed the intelligence officer hesitating to speak. "But what? Don't beat around the bush, report the details." The intelligence officer felt wronged but still dutifully said, "The one who obtained the mayor position is not that immortal Qin winner lord, but Zhang Feng." As the intelligence officer continued to explain, the generals exchanged glances. Not only did he take first place himself, but he also brought 3 small towns into the top 10. What kind of monster is this kid? Xia Jie simply didn't know how to describe it. Suddenly, he turned to an old comrade beside him and said, "Old Su, I remember you seem to have promoted Zhang Feng as a benchmark among the new recruits." Old Su's expression changed, and he quickly stood up, saying, "I must excuse myself for a moment." Donghai City. On Luo, she stared blankly at the intelligence in her hands. Her mind was filled with, how did he do it? Even if there really is an epic battleship, it's impossible to generate 1,000,000 votes. Could it be that Zhang Feng has created a high-quality battleship on his own, or has he discovered a wild shipyard construction? After the shock, all that remained for Enluo she was a headache. How many times have I told him to be Loki, Loki, Loki? After today, surely more big shots will turn their attention to him, and that's definitely not a good thing. Thinking of this, she immediately used her administrator identity to enter the 10,000 races battlefield. Of course, what Enluo she didn't know was that the big shots Zhang Feng had stirred this time far exceeded her imagination. In the third heaven, a magnificent palace stretched for tens of thousands of miles, towering into the clouds. Countless celestial soldiers, exuding powerful auras, patrolled day and night, treading the void. This palace, located in the center of Xianyang town, was called Xianyang Palace. Although Xianyang town was called a town after thousands of years of fortune plundering combined with the suppression of the top-tier fortune artifact 9 tripod, the space within Xianyang town had long reached an unknown radius of millions of miles. As for the sphere of influence radiating from Xianyang town, it was even more unfathomable, spanning billions of miles. At this moment, the master of this celestial realm was in a rather unpleasant mood. Meng Tian and Baizong have been lords for thousands of years, yet they can't even handle a little brat? Accompanied by a commanding voice, the space within the Yujing Celestial Palace seemed to freeze. Ying Zheng, dressed in the emperor's robe of the Shin bird, stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze like lightning, staring at the middle-aged lord below with a pale face and no beard. Although the stronger the life form, the more powerful their offspring would be, the difficulty of producing offspring would also increase correspondingly. This is a law that all life must follow. Therefore, even though Ying Zheng was busy every time he returned to Blue Star, Ying Yinman's youngest brother was already over 1,000 years old. This was truly a case of having a daughter late in life, and one couldn't help but dote on her. Zhao Gao knelt on the ground, immediately empathizing. This Zhang Feng, a first-tier commoner, has repeatedly deceived the young prince and even rejected the prince's proposal to recruit him as a vassal lord. His crimes are heinous. I suggest we send someone to capture him immediately to vent the young prince's anger. Ying Zheng coldly replied, and then what? You want to kill such a genius? Also, do you want to expose the identity of little 19? The middle-aged lord quickly bowed his head. Your Majesty is wise. It was my oversight. Of course, he was merely using his own dullness to highlight his master's wisdom. There must always be someone to flatter the leader, right? A full minute passed before Ying Zheng's voice came again. At this time, the 10,000 races battle in the new district should be starting soon. This kid Zhang Feng dares to bully my daughter. Although it's detestable, it has allowed little 19's bloodline evolution rate to reach 0.12% within a month, which can be considered a fortunate mistake. Doesn't he like money? You send someone to contact him secretly and by the position of county magistrate of Qingyang for little 19. Zhao Gao immediately said, please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will take care of it right away. After Zhao Gao left, Ying Zheng's figure also transformed into light and dispersed. It turned out this was just a fragment of his divine soul. Qingyang County is too dangerous, a mayor from Sakura Town screamed. All units in the territory prepare to evacuate Qingyang County in 1 minute. He was one of the 34 names on the Sakura list, having declined the invitation from Kataho. Due to his dislike of socializing, he never expected to have his life saved. His samurai exclaimed in shock, my lord, Lord Ball is still out at sea. He probably won't be back in a short time. Ball is his hero. But he immediately said, no, warrior. 1 minute later, a golden beam of light shot up into the sky. This dignified top 100 mayor abandoned a month of development in the small town and fled Qingyang County in a panic. Similar scenes were constantly unfolding among the Sakura lords. Zhang Feng gently exhaled, feeling the violent power within his body. They said it would take years to go from beginner to proficient. It doesn't seem that hard now. With continuous attribute rewards and countless life essence, Zhang Feng's 8-9 profound art actually broke through in less than a month. If a master from the second heaven of the Xuanjiao saw this, they would surely exclaim at a miracle. The additional attributes of the 8-9 profound art after reaching proficient are Physique plus 900, Soul plus 300. Zhang Feng's panel changed to Level 20 attributes, Physique 878 plus 900, Spiritual Power 805, Soul 780 plus 300, Capacity 725. Cultivation Method 8-9 Profound Art Proficient, a grade, qualification, a combat power evaluation, 1047. This Level 20 attribute is simply something even novels wouldn't dare to write. 10 minutes ago, his physique was only over 700 points, now it soared to over 1700 points, far surpassing the same level goddess warriors. Zhang Feng lightly threw a punch. Boom! Without using any skills or exerting any force techniques, the air in the dozens of square meters ahead instantly became chaotic, with flying sand and stones. If an ordinary monster were caught in it, it would have been crushed to pieces. The Empress, who was protecting Zhang Feng, was stunned. My lord, how could your physique have increased so much? Zhang Feng glanced at the Empress and lightly uttered 8 words. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The Empress seemed to think of something, her face turning red. After adapting to the surging power, Zhang Feng looked at the announcement he hadn't had time to check earlier. Announcement: the mayor of Qingyang County has been elected. Joining the provincial channel, the mayor and county officials have unlimited speaking rights, while town mayors and town officials are limited to 10 messages per person per day, and ordinary lords have no speaking rights. Without strength, there are no speaking rights. This inequality is unfair. but very fair. Zhang Feng immediately opened the newly appeared provincial channel in the chat channel and was surprised. There are already 7 counties that have elected mayors. The trigger condition for the mayor selection is that 100 town mayors reach 7 books. This at least indicates that the previous 6 counties may not have supreme experts, but their overall strength is quite strong. What surprised Zhang Feng was that, besides Qingyang County, there was another county in the Dragon Kingdom. There was too much information in the provincial channel, so Zhang Feng used the filtering function to sift through the information of several mayors. Zhao Lingshan, hello, brothers of the Dragon Kingdom, I am the mayor of the Later Song County. Is Mayor Zhang Feng here? Let's chat when you have time. Later Song County? This is clearly a renamed county, and with this mayor's surname being Zhao, her background is already apparent after the Song domain royal family was destroyed by foreign races in the 6th heaven. If it weren't for Zhu Yu and Zhang's strong rise later, the Dragon Kingdom would have already been severed in the 6th heaven. Andre, Mr. Zhang Feng, it's a pleasure to meet you. The door of free will is always open to you, and you are also welcome to visit the Lighthouse Country. Free will, one of the largest lord groups in the Lighthouse Country, said to control the territorial shares of the lords in the Lighthouse Country. Toyotomi Hidaichi, Lord Zhang Feng, although you are an enemy, you are a worthy opponent. I long to have a fair duel with you, without heroes, without troops, just a duel between lords. I hope you won't disappoint me. Judging by the name, he should be a descendant of the top noble Toyotomi Hideyoshi from the 6th heaven. Inviting oneself to a duel is a sign of murderous intent. What does your disappointment have to do with me? Li Zhenai, Lord Zhang Feng, after our careful verification, your ancestors migrated from the South Bang Kingdom to the Dragon Kingdom. The South Bang Kingdom welcomes you to recognize your roots. Zhang Feng was too lazy to retort. However, am I already this famous? Regardless of whether they are enemies or friends, etiquette must be observed. Zhang Feng greeted, hello everyone, I am Zhang Feng, the County Magistrate of Longyuan County. Magistrate Lingshan, feel free to visit Longyuan County when you have time. As he spoke, Zhang Feng used his authority as magistrate to change the name of Qingyang County to Longyuan County. There were still many matters to handle in Longyuan County, so he didn't expend too much energy in the state government channel. Zhang Feng opened the county town channel and, using his magistrate authority, issued a county announcement. I declare that from this moment on, Qingyang County is part of the Dragon Kingdom. All Sakura lords must leave Qingyang County within half an hour, or face dire consequences. In an instant, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom erupted in thunderous cheers, while the lords of the Sakura Kingdom were filled with despair. Whoa, I have a building for airborne troops in the wild. I don't want to leave. I didn't expect the Empire to lose, so I didn't prepare a city relocation order at all. We outnumbered the Dragon Kingdom lords by more than 10 times. Wherever Zhang Feng attacks, we will immediately support that town. But what if Zhang Feng uses a spatial sealing scroll? Baka, there aren't that many spatial sealing scrolls. That's right. To seal a town, you need an epic scroll or several extraordinary scrolls. As Zhang Feng expected, among the over 1 million Sakura lords, some fled in panic, some insisted on fighting to the death, and some even expressed a willingness to join the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Feng paid no attention to this, leaving half an hour for them, which was already considering the impact on public opinion. Next, Zhang Feng opened his magistrate authority. There were 4 permissions that Zhang Feng was particularly concerned about. 1. The any door permission expanded to the entire county town range, which can be shared with other town magistrates. 2. Household registration management. 3. 10% attribute bonus for heroes and troop types. 4. Can relocate all territories within the county town, but must obtain the other party's consent. Other permissions such as naming the county town, construction speed, gathering speed, and appointment of officials were quickly overlooked by Zhang Feng. He opened the terrain map that came with the any door. He found that it marked the locations of all towns, and with the household registration management permission, he could see the number of lords, names, statuses, etc., in each town. After some thought, Zhang Feng temporarily shared the any door permission with several town magistrates of the Dragon Alliance. This way, they could kill whoever they wanted and save whoever they wanted. The 10% attribute bonus for heroes and troop types goes without saying. The territory relocation permission was quite interesting. As the magistrate, he could not only relocate his own territory but also others, of course, with their consent. It was equivalent to a high-level city relocation order with no consumption within the county town. With this permission, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom could occupy uninhabited towns, such as Wuting Town. After some thought, Zhang Feng announced in the Longyuan town channel, brothers, because the town space has expanded again, I need to redistribute everyone's territory positions. He then opened the town map and began to operate. You have applied to relocate Lord Wei Ming to 789, 1235, waiting for the other party's confirmation. Lord Wei Ming has accepted your relocation proposal. You have applied to relocate Lord Xingyu to. The entire Longyuan town was established by Jiang Feng, so naturally, no one opposed it. Soon, Jiang Feng cleared out an uninhabited area with a diameter of 300 kilometers centered around his territory. After multiple expansions, the diameter of Longyuan town had reached over 700 kilometers, meaning that from now on, Jiang Feng would monopolize 20% of the land and resources of Longyuan town. Now, with a few thousand Tianyin disciples recruited, there would be places to grind monsters daily. Occupying resources and territory is the path every powerful lord must take. Half an hour quickly passed. Jiang Feng opened the household registration of Qingyang County and discovered that there were actually 520,000 lords in Qingyang County. The Dragon Kingdom had only a few tens of thousands of lords. This meant that there were still over 400,000 Sakura lords who had not left, and Jiang Feng was no longer polite. He immediately initiated a Dragon Alliance video conference. I will share all the locations and numbers of the small towns with everyone. Next, free hunting of the Sakura lords. Mu Qingxuan hesitated and said, will this escalate things and provoke negative public opinion? After all, she was from the military and considered more factors. Yin Man shouted, what are you afraid of? We have already declared war normally. When such a severe incident happened in Zone 632 back then, the Blue Star United Council didn't even make a peep and it just ended up unresolved. Hearing about Zone 632, Mu Qingxuan's gaze also became firm as she said to Jiang Feng, boss, you set the tactics. Which small town should we seal off first? Tactics? Jiang Feng laughed, that's something only the weak need to consider. So domineering. Yin Man envied. 1 million spirit stones, let me say that in the future. 2 minutes later, 5,000 kilometers away, Jiang Feng looked at the Sakura town in front of him and sent a message in the county channel. Lords of the Sakura Kingdom, listen up. Didn't you say that wherever I attack, you would support that town? I am now outside Suzuki Town. Come and support me. As soon as these words were spoken, the mayor of Suzuki Town panicked, requesting support. Some radical Sakura lords responded immediately. Lord Suzuki, open the teleportation portal for me, I'm coming over. Right now. Baka, the Dragon Kingdom people are too arrogant. Are they looking for a decisive battle? Among the Sakura lords, there were also calm individuals. If we all go to support, what if Jiang Feng directly seals off the town? We won't be able to leave then. The gap in authority and strength couldn't be compensated for by calmness. Do you have any other way? If we don't support, Jiang Feng can use the mayor's authority to take us down one by one. In that case, we might as well just move away obediently now. This is an open scheme. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Feng estimated that the number of warlords coming to support would be at least several thousand to nearly 10,000. What a cooperation! It would indeed be difficult for him if the Sakura lords did not gather together. For ordinary people, killing regular lords was quite profitable. But for Jiang Feng, whether it was the Crystal Valley or overseas monster farming, the efficiency far exceeded that of ordinary lords. Jiang Feng reached out and tore open a scroll. Spatial seal. Jiang Feng really sealed. Silence. After using the silence scroll again, Jiang Feng coldly said, Xinxia, you lead the goddess warriors to guard the teleportation point of the town. Empress Yan, you lead the Tianyin disciples and angels into the town. I want this town in front of me, not a single chicken or dog left. Empress Yan loudly replied, understood, my lord. Li Hani, holding a sword, urgently asked, what about me? You follow me. To deal with unexpected events, Jiang Feng did not choose to enter the sealed area himself. Apart from Jiang Feng, the encirclement by the others was also very smooth. The only thing that made Jiang Feng somewhat dissatisfied was that he thought he had done a great favor for Zhu Yeqing, and this guy should at least come and thank him with a few spirit stones. 100 million wouldn't be too much, and 10 million wouldn't be too little. But who knew this guy just said, from now on, we are all family. This made Jiang Feng unable to help but sigh. The descendants of the Ming Emperor actually play it fake. Where is the bright moon on the mountain? Zhu Yeqing punched out. Dozens of Ronin turned into blood mist. Ah, refreshing. Besides Zhu Yeqing, there were also dozens of ethnic unit Jinui harvesting in front of this Sakura territory. Zhu Yeqing downed the potion in his hand, feeling the rapid recovery of his spiritual power, and exclaimed, Brother Jiang Feng's territory produces the eyes of snow and moon, which is truly remarkable. Not only does it restore spiritual power, but it also refreshes the mind. Since it was a potion created by Li Hani to treat dark circles, Jiang Feng simply named it Eyes of Snow and Moon. Soon, the genie Wei Bai who respectfully reported, Young Master, all enemies have been eliminated. Zhu Yiqing chose to destroy the territory and then said, the next target is the Sakura territory, 30 kilometers to the southeast. Bai Hu of the Genie Wei immediately replied, according to the Seeking Pulse technique, the aura of that territory has already vanished. They must have relocated from the county town. Zhu Yiqing sneered, a bunch of worthless scum. Do they have to wait for us to come knocking? Great Sumeru sword style. Heavenly sound 9 kills. Tushan Yea's fluffy tail wagged rapidly, clearly indicating her excitement. So strong. The disciples of Heavenly Sound, forming the Sumeru battle formation, are truly formidable. Under the command of the head of the Heavenly Sound branch, over 100 disciples formed a battle array and easily crushed the coalition of more than a dozen lords without sustaining any damage. Although they were just ordinary lords, her Heavenly Sound disciples were only level 20 and hadn't even used the wings of the wind god. I've made up my mind. From now on, I will only recruit Jiangfeng's Heavenly Sound disciples. I won't trade them for any epic units. Similar scenes played out continuously. All the lords of the Sakura Kingdom were in despair. Support? As soon as the numbers increased, Zhang Feng would immediately fly over to seal off the town, and then everyone in that town would vanish as if they had evaporated. No support? They could only watch as the target town was slaughtered. As for retaliating and attacking a certain town in Longyuan, sorry. The Sakura town attacking a Long Kingdom town would take several hours to reach, while Long Kingdom's support would arrive in just 1 second. This battle is impossible to fight. Just as the battle began, the lords of the Sakura Kingdom collapsed. Gentlemen, I'll withdraw. First, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. Baka, what are you afraid of? With so many of us, even if Zhang Feng comes to kill, it would take him a month. Alright, then let Zhang Feng kill you first. Well, Zhang Feng replied while flipping through the household registration, Sakuraji town? I'll be there in 1 minute. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally 300 plus lords in Sakuraji town had completely fled within a minute. 330,000, 180,000, 50,000. A few hours later, fewer than 1,000 lords remained in the Sakura Kingdom, those who truly refused to leave even at the cost of their lives. Zhang Feng was not polite and directly issued a kill order. As night fell, Zhang Feng looked at the clean and tidy household registration with satisfaction and posted an announcement in the Longyuan County channel. All Sakura lords have been eliminated. We have won. A wave of jubilation followed. Then, Zhang Feng thought for a moment and initiated a video conference. Is anyone willing to be the county magistrate? Although the county magistrate held immense power and could obtain permissions for territory migration and household management, it was a labor-intensive job. Zhang Feng didn't want to tie and Shuxia, this lucky star, to the county's administrative affairs. Yin Man immediately raised her hand. I want to be the county lieutenant. Zhang Feng shot her a glare. I said county magistrate. The main bonuses of the county lieutenant are troop types and hero attributes. However, this girl didn't even suggest buying the county chief. It seems she has learned her lesson. Announcement: Lord Yin Man has become the county lieutenant of Longyuan County. Yi Iran suddenly said, as for the position of county magistrate, if boss Zhang Feng trusts me, let me give it a try. Of course I trust you. Zhang Feng immediately replied, from now on, it will be hard work for Aaron. I have a blueprint for a troop building here, consider it. Your salary. If no one is willing to be the county magistrate, he can only find a headhunting company to hire a professional manager at a high salary to manage it. Yi Iran was about to refuse when she exclaimed, what the heck? Zhang Feng smiled slightly at the sight, thinking that the Tianyin division still needed to increase its promotion. In recent days, Tianyin Pavilion had accumulated tens of thousands of sect fortune points. If all were used to enhance the Empress's cultivation technique, her strength would instantly surpass Yen. Announcement: Yi Iran has become the county magistrate of Longyuan County. Yin Man said, over 900 deserted towns need to be taken over. Now Iran has her hands full. Xiao Wushang sighed, a few dozen people can dominate a town. The per capita resources are truly terrifying. Zhang Feng laughed, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. After all, we defeated 10 times our number. Nighttime. Zhang Feng had just enjoyed a sumptuous dinner at the Drunken Immortal Tower and was relishing the soothing massage when a notification caught his attention. Notification: Lord Zhang Hao has forcibly migrated to Longyuan County. Notification: Lord Zhang Hao has forcibly migrated to Longyuan Town. What the heck? Zhang Feng exclaimed in surprise. Where did this powerhouse come from? A regular migration order can only randomly move to a town with open migration permissions. Only a high-level migration order can force a move. The cost of forced migration is that the level of territorial buildings drops at least one level, and the territorial units will also suffer significant attribute penalties. The most critical point is that even if you migrate in, it won't help. Although the county magistrate cannot expel you, they can still destroy you. Could it be, this guy is coming for me? Zhang Feng guessed correctly. The lord named Zhang Hao immediately contacted Zhang Feng and got straight to the point. Hello, Lord Zhang Feng, I am Zhang Hao, here on behalf of the Xianqining family regarding missing Yinman. Zhang Feng's heart stirred. This was a matter that had alarmed Ng Yinman's family. However, what did it mean to come for Ng Yinman's affairs? Could it be Ng Zhang misunderstood something? Then next, it would be the scene of the woman's family breaking up the couple. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. In such cases, the woman's family usually offers a sum of money to make the man leave. This was free money. 1 minute later, Zhang Hao stepped out of the teleportation array, glanced at the Tianjin pavilion standing in the center of the territory, and sighed. So this is the military building you reverse engineered. It truly is magnificent. The Tianjin division was no longer a secret. If there wasn't a Tianjin pavilion in Zhang Feng's territory, it would seem too fake. Immediately, Zhang Hao respectfully said, I am just a vessel, please wait a moment. Saying this, Zhang Hao set up a simple array. A mysterious aura flickered around Zhang Hao. Descend. Zhang Feng instantly straightened his back. There are many types of descents. What was happening before him should be the simplest and least costly will descent. The descent was completed. Quickly, Zhang Hao surveyed Zhang Feng's territory a few times, then looked at Zhang Feng and said lightly, Young man, do you know that disaster is looming over you? Zhang Feng thought to himself, as expected. However, such a clumsy intimidation tactic did not seem like the style of a ruler. After a moment's thought, it was normal for someone of Ng Zhang's status to delegate such matters to subordinates. Zhang Feng smiled and asked, May I ask how to address you, senior? My surname is Zhao. Zhang Hao, seeing that Zhang Feng was not intimidated, repeated, Young man, do you know that disaster is looming over you? A name immediately popped into Zhang Feng's mind. Senior, which realm and which district are you from? Would you like to have something to eat first? Zhao Gao was speechless. Why was this young man not following the script? This wasn't his first descent either. Generally, when people see a powerful being capable of will descent like him, they would have already knelt and bowed. As long as the demands weren't particularly excessive, it was just a matter of giving a command. Moreover, he was representing the Xianqining family. But the Zhang Feng before him showed no fear. Instead, he turned the tables and questioned his origins. Young man, do you know? Zhang Feng quickly interjected, a disaster is coming, right? I understand, Senior Zhao. How much can you offer? Although Zhao Gao was dissatisfied with Zhang Feng's attitude, he secretly admired that Zhang Feng had guessed his intentions. 1 billion spirit stones. Zhao Gao offered a bargain price. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh at how the winners of the immortal Qin were all wealthy. Deal. After all, it was all free for him, Zhao Gao said with satisfaction. This young man knows how to read the situation. Rest assured, Lord Zhao, I, Zhang Feng, am a man of my word. Zhang Feng patted his chest and sullenly promised, although that girl Ng Yinman keeps bothering me, I guarantee that as long as the spirit stones are in place, I will definitely keep my distance from her in the future. Wait a minute. The more Zhao Gao listened, the more something felt off, and he scolded, What nonsense are you talking about? Could it be that he guessed wrong? Zhang Feng looked Zhao Gao in the eye, then, Senior, what are you talking about? Zhao Gao didn't know whether what Zhang Feng had just said was true or false. He sneered, Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. Be careful or you might lose your head. Please enlighten me, Senior. Zhao Gao looked down from his height and said, 1 billion spirit stones, you will give the position of county magistrate to missing Yinman. Turn right when you go out. Jiang. Feng cupped his hands, 1 billion spirit stones, have you considered the neighboring Hosong County? Not to mention that Longyuan County's current situation was excellent, even an ordinary county wouldn't be worth just that. Seeing Zhao Gao's expression fluctuate, seemingly inclined to raise the price, Zhang Feng calmly said, Senior, no need to say more, I will not sell Longyuan County. The county magistrate has a 10% all-attribute bonus which cannot be bought with spirit stones. Moreover, only the county magistrate would have the qualification to advance further in the future and compete for the position of governor. The increase from the governor is far beyond what the county magistrate can compare to. As long as Zhang Feng was willing, there were countless ways to make money, and how could he give up such a hard-won situation? Zhao Gao took a deep breath. You may not know my identity. Zhang Feng replied, Why don't you elaborate on what your identity is? Zhao Gao was so furious. He almost couldn't catch his breath. Damn it, if I could say it, I'd scare you to death. In the end, Zhao Gao didn't explode because it was Ng Zhang's order. Just before leaving, he said, Neither soft nor hard, young man, don't make your words too absolute. It's also a way to leave yourself a retreat. After Zhao Gao's willpower faded, Zhang Hao suddenly came back to his senses, looking somewhat dispirited and forced a smile. Lord Zhang Feng, I will take my leave now, but I may have to trouble you again in a few days. Watching Zhang Hao step into the teleportation portal, Zhang Feng frowned. Seeing Zhao Gao's cautious demeanor, it seemed that purchasing the county magistrate position was an order from Ng Zhang. It appeared he was worried about his daughter. As for whether the immortal Qin would send celestial soldiers to attack him, Zhang Feng was not worried at all. Not to mention the face of the immortal Qin, as that would expose Ying Inman's identity. Moreover, even if celestial soldiers really descended, they would be restricted by the rules of heaven. Given Jiang Feng's current foundation, it wasn't certain who would destroy whom. It was just that by then, Jiang Feng's trump cards would be completely exposed. Now, he was just afraid that Zhao Gao would resort to unscrupulous means to achieve his goals and play tricks on him. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Feng immediately opened the county interface. Soon, a county announcement popped up. Announcement: Ying Inman has been removed from the position of county lieutenant. A video request from Ying Inman quickly came in. In the video, the little girl looked like a lion with its fur all frizzed up. Zhang Feng, are you messing with me? Either don't give me the county lieutenant position, or if you give it to me and then remove me, are you sincerely trying to put me in a difficult position? But Zhang Feng, with an even more ferocious expression, pointed at Ying Inman's nose and cursed, "You, Ying Inman, I originally thought you were straightforward, but I didn't expect you to be such a schemer. You think that bringing someone with the surname Zhao to intimidate me will make me afraid? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not bully the young when they are poor. Don't think that the immortal Qinxing family is so impressive. Even if your ancestor Ying Zheng came, don't expect me to yield." Ying Inman was momentarily stunned by the outburst. What Zhao? However, she quickly realized something, her expression darkening as she gritted her teeth and said, I will go confirm this. The next morning, Ying Inman personally came to apologize with Zhao Gao, who had returned. Zhao Gao was a completely different person from yesterday, bowing and apologizing, stating that yesterday's actions were entirely his own decision and had nothing to do with the lord and lady. To show her sincerity, Ying Inman also shared an important piece of information for free. East, C, Free Will, Fate Divine Hall? Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. Since Ying Inman was so sincere, Zhang Feng generously expressed his forgiveness and restored Ying Inman's official position. However, what Zhao Gao truly thought in his heart, only he knew. Zhang Feng didn't care. After all, Ying Inman was there to shield him. After dealing with the matters of immortal Qin, Zhang Feng arrived at the territory of the Earth Spirits. Dark Cove, upgrade. Now that it was confirmed that Daiawa Island was a massive island, and with money in hand, it was time to fully develop the navy. Not to mention, he had just received news about the Fate Divine Hall. Buildings at levels 3, 7, and 12 would gain new functions. He wondered what new function Dark Cove would acquire. Hint: Dark Cove has reached level 3. All warships unlock the equipment rope gun. Not bad, not bad. The rope gun, when fired, can lock the warship and the target together, making it the most crucial control equipment in naval battles. When encountering a troublesome monster like the Hydra, with a dozen rope guns fired, it would be hard for it to move, let alone escape. Continue upgrading. Again, thousands of units of resources evaporated. Hint: Dark Cove has reached level 7. The Ghost Mothership unlocks the function building capacity. Ha ha ha. Zhang Feng was taken aback, then burst into laughter. He didn't expect this function to be unlocked. Building capacity. As the name suggests, he could now construct buildings on the mothership. Zhang Feng's dream of a deck swimming pool with bikinis was finally complete with the last pool. Of course, the pool was secondary. Build a portal. Complete immediately. A portal appeared at the bow of the ship. The portal was a territory-owned building, requiring no blueprint. With the portal, Zhang Feng could travel back and forth between the territory and the warship at any time. From now on, he no longer had to worry about spiritual energy consumption, as he could always return to the fountain of life in the territory for replenishment. Zhang Feng glanced at the energy, then waved his hand. Upgrade, directly to level 5. Consuming 78,390,000 energy, Ghost Number 1 was upgraded to level 5. A level 5 warship was equivalent to a 30-level troop type. It was said that upgrading a legendary warship consumed energy more than 5 to 6 times that of a legendary hero. Zhang Feng could earn over 20 million energy daily. However, a ghost warship consumed more than half of the energy he had accumulated over the past few days. Fortunately, it was worth it. As the dazzling upgrade aura faded, Ghost Number 1 grew about a third larger, and its main attributes became quality, legendary, level 5, weapons, main cannon, energy level 2500, *1, secondary cannons, energy level 1000, *24, shield, energy level 3000, ghost fighters *60. Armor, 2000, max speed, 120 knots, energy, 60,000/60,000, traits. The main cannon at 2500 energy level, even half of a 30 level. Legendary hero can't withstand a single shot. And the number of ghost fighters increased to 60, with their combat power not weaker than that of the same level griffins. The most important thing is that the ghost fighter does not occupy the territory's population. This truly is an invincible battleship, Zhang Feng exclaimed. He then upgraded the Angel Rebirth Pool and Drunken Immortal Tower to level 7. The level 7 Angel Rebirth Pool granted the Archangel a new skill, Resurrection, which can revive a unit that has just died. Although it is not as powerful as Yan's Dark Dimension Mark, it significantly enhances the Archangel's support capabilities. After the Drunken Immortal Tower reached level 7, it unlocked the special effect Culinary Home, allowing for the training of high-quality chefs. With more chefs, the output will naturally increase, providing another source of income. Just then, the Empress suddenly cried out, "My lord, be careful!" Zhang Feng sensed something unusual as well. He turned his head and saw a blurry shadow suddenly appear out of nowhere, then lunge at him. The Empress erupted with terrifying spiritual power, standing in front of Zhang Feng. But to her shock, the shadow seemed to exist in a different time and space, directly passing through her form and merging into Zhang Feng's body. Warning, Lord Nanami Junichiro has cast the Black Death Curse on you. Achoo! Zhang Feng sneezed. Tip: the Black Death Curse has been cleared. What the heck? In Deshan County, several people sat in a kneeling position, their expressions heavy. On the altar beside them lay the already deceased Sakura Lord. Deshan County Mayor Toyotomi Hidaichi looked mournful. Lord Nanami has used a life curse to kill Zhang Feng. He is a hero of our great Sakura Empire. It's a pity that Zhang Feng has no sense of honor. I have repeatedly provoked him for a life and death duel on the state channel, but he seems to ignore it. A plump female Sakura Lord coldly remarked. Zhang Feng cruelly killed many family members, including Shinba, Mori, Kozumi, and Oda, and used despicable means to control the 3 daughters of the Hojo family. He deserves to be executed. Dying under a curse is too lenient for him. Toyotomi Hidaichi sighed. Zhang Feng has received the Dao rewards multiple times. His physique must have exceeded 300 points, possibly even reaching 400 points. The stronger the physique, the greater the resistance to curses. If it weren't for that, Lord Nanami wouldn't need to use his life to cast the curse. A man with a small mustache shouted, Lord Nanami is the most powerful curse lord of our Sakura nation in Daiao State. Zhang Feng is undoubtedly doomed. The others echoed loudly. Finally avenging my brother. May the spirit of the Sakura Lord of Qingyang County rest in peace. My lord, are you alright? The Empress frantically checked Zhang Feng, nearly in tears. I'm fine. Zhang Feng rubbed his itchy nose, looking doubtful. Nanami? If I remember correctly, the Nanami family is one of the most powerful curse lord families in the Sakura nation, but this curse seems too weak. Could it be that this Nanami Junichiro just wanted to greet me? No. Zhang Feng quickly realized that he had nearly 2,000 points in physique. In these old tricks, dream assassinations rely on spirit, while curse killings rely on physique. Perhaps, it's not that the curse is too weak, but that I am too strong. Although it seemed like a farce, this incident served as a wake-up call for Zhang Feng. He wasn't afraid of curses, but what about others? Like Enchuxia and Little Fox. Should he? Just as he thought of this, beep beep beep, Enchuxia sent a video request. Upon connecting, not only was Enchuxia there, but also City Lord and Luwashi. Zhang Feng smiled and said, City Lord, long time no see. Seeing Zhang Feng unharmed, and Luwashi breathed a sigh of relief, then said with a serious expression, Zhang Feng, we just found out that in a Sakura County town called Fukuchuan, there is a direct genius from the Nanami family. You are now a thorn in the side of the Sakura nation. I fear he may cast a curse on you. Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment and said, this genius from the Chihai family wouldn't be Chihai Junichiro, would he? And Luwashi was taken aback, then sighed. It seems you have your own sources of information. I was overthinking it. Zhang Feng immediately straightened his expression and said, I just learned about it by chance. Thank you for the reminder, Lord City Master. This time was just an accident. Zhang Feng still needed in Luwashi's intelligence. Moreover, since she kindly reminded him, he certainly had to show his gratitude. And Luwashi's face revealed a look of relief. Zhang Feng noticed a hint of fatigue in Luwashi's brows. It seems the city master isn't looking too well. And Chusha pouted and said, isn't it all for making money? Making money? Zhang Feng was taken aback and then received a notification. Notification, Lord. And Chusha has sent you 20 million spirit stones through the trading post. This is the money from the Tian'in branch. The price of ordinary exceptional troop building blueprints is around several million spirit stones, but the cost-effectiveness of Tian'in disciples is too high, even surpassing that of epic troops. Hence, it's priced at 20 million spirit stones. And Luwashi joked, to gather this 20 million, I've already started selling off my assets. For a major lord like in Luwashi, who had developed for over 20 years, making money was naturally much easier than for a new lord. However, she had more places to spend, such as opening a portal to the outer battlefield, which could cost millions of spirit stones. Mainly, during this period, Zhang Feng had brought out too many good things, already squeezing in Luwashi dry. Both of them were not the type to take advantage of others. Although the Tianyin branch was good, 20 million spirit stones was already considered a high price. Zhang Feng did not refuse. In that case, I'll accept the money. And Luoshi sighed. Zhang Feng, if you have any more good things, I can't afford them. And Chuxia also said firmly, absolutely not buying anymore. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, I'll send something, you can take a look first. Moments later, the in-family mother and daughter were left dumbfounded. Life source quality? A life source quality that can enhance qualifications. If the target of the curse just now was Chuxia, then Chuxia would probably be skinned alive even if she didn't die. The 99 profound art cannot be achieved overnight. A bottle of life source quality had less obvious effects on him, but it could transform others completely. Zhang Feng smiled and asked, do you need it? And Luoshi took a deep breath and said, I'll go make money right now. In that instant, Luoshi thought of many things. Zhang Feng being able to produce life source quality proved that he had at least consumed a bottle. Coupled with the rewards from the heavenly Tao, he truly wasn't afraid of ordinary curses. But she was a smart person, seeing through it without saying it. And Chuxia pulled her mother's hand and said, Mom, if you keep buying, I'm going to become a parasite. And Luoshi ruffled her daughter's hair and comforted her softly, in my heart, you've always been a parasite. 3 days later, still by that altar. However, this time there were a few more county heads present. Bang! Toyotomi Hidaichi slammed the table in anger. It's one thing that Zhang Feng didn't die, but I've heard he's still lively. The plump woman said, it must be that this kid just happens to possess a treasure that can resist curses. It has to be that way. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone showed a frustrated expression. Could it be that Zhang Feng really can't be killed? Oh, Amaterasu, why do you protect a person from the Dragon Kingdom? If Amaterasu likes Zhang Feng, then take him away. Clap clap clap, Toyotomi Hidaichi clapped his hands and said, alright everyone, the number of county cities entering the state capital has reached 27. It's said that the military of the Dragon Kingdom has offered high prices for the counties of Lighthouse, South Stick, and North Bear. You all should think about how to respond. As for Zhang Feng, no matter how strong he is, he's just one person. Let's put his matters aside for now. In Zhang Feng's territory, the backbone of the Dragon Alliance was gathering together. This was the first time Zhang Feng met Zhu Yeqing and Yi Yiren in person. After some pleasantries, Mu Qingxuan began to relay the decisions of the Jiangnan military district to everyone. Moments later, Ng Man frowned and said, it's one thing to unite with the Northern Bear Nation, but why also with the Lighthouse Nation and the Southern Stick Nation? Mu Qingxuan patiently explained, the number of county leaders in Daiwazu was roughly 50% from Sakura Nation, 30% from Dragon Nation, and the remaining 2% from several other countries. The current situation, while much better than when we first broke through the domain, you know that the larger the war, the more insignificant individual power becomes. Moreover, our Longyuan County currently only has tens of thousands of lords. This time, the official side has paid a huge price to win over these counties. To this, Zhang Feng was indifferent. I'm willing to comply with the military district's arrangements. As long as these counties didn't cause trouble, he had no interest in provoking them. Seeing Zhang Feng agree, Mu Qingxuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Can Big Brother Zhang Feng participate in the Alliance's video conference later? Zhang Feng saw no need to stand out. Of course, when is it? It can start now. Great. Soon, Zhang Feng opened the video conference channel, enlarged the screen, and set it to be visible to everyone. Currently, there were only 3 people in the channel, all county leaders from Dragon Nation, including the county leader of Hosong County, Zhao Lingshan. Upon seeing Zhang Feng online, Zhao Lingshan immediately greeted him warmly. Brother Jiang, you're astonishing when you finally make a sound. According to the latest rankings from the Heavenly Machine Hall, Brother Zhang's self-created troop type, the Tianyin Disciples, has risen to 58th place among the outstanding troop types in the Blue Star region. The Heavenly Machine Hall is the largest intelligence organization in Blue Star and loves to create rankings. 58th? Zhang Feng was taken aback. How could it be so low? Zhao Lingshan was speechless. This was a ranking of all self-created outstanding troop types over countless years across the entire Blue Star. Zhu Yeqing leaned closer to Zhang Feng and whispered, Brother Zhang Feng, 58th is already impressive. My ancestor Zhu Di's self-created outstanding troop type, the Duoyen 3 Guards, is only ranked 72nd. Zhang Feng smiled but said nothing. It seemed the intelligence from the Heavenly Machine Hall was quite outdated, at least not aware of the wings of the Wind God. Otherwise, the Tianyin Disciples would definitely rank in the top 30 or even higher. At this moment, Zhao Lingshan continued, I've heard Brother Jiang has reverse-engineered the troop-building blueprints. I wonder if you could sell me a few? Sure, but you'll have to line up first. Zhang Feng smiled, if County Leader Lingshan is in a hurry, you can trade for it with the Cup of Wine skill book. We can do a one-for-one exchange. The Cup of Wine is a signature skill of the Song Domain royal family with a quality rating of B, capable of weakening the commanding effects of the target hero, making it very practical. However, Zhao Lingshan regretfully said, the cup of wine skill is incredibly precious, I don't even have the qualifications to learn it myself. Ying Man leaned closer to Zhang Feng and whispered, she's lying. Zhang Feng was speechless. It seemed the winners had already thoroughly understood the situation in Daiaozu. Soon, representatives from the Lighthouse Nation, Andre, the Asen Nation, AP, the Southern Stick Nation, Li Zhenai, and the Northern Bear Nation, Alexei, entered the meeting one after another. Andre is a descendant of one of the 12 directors of free will. AP's ancestor was called Ashoka, a powerful lord often praised by my father, but unfortunately, Ashoka's descendants are not ambitious. Li Zhenai is from the Li family of the Southern Stick Nation. You all know the Li family, right? They're the ones who always claim that the prosperous Tang dynasty. Li family is a branch of theirs. Alexei is a descendant of Saint Peter. Saint Peter is considered one of the most powerful domain lords in our seventh heaven. Ying Man, possessing top-notch intelligence, took it upon herself to provide commentary. The representative of the Dragon Kingdom's military was a middle-aged colonel named Li Feng, who reportedly sacrificed his territory developed over 20 years in the old district to take charge of the new area. Li Feng said loudly, as previously mentioned, if we can seize Daiaozu, the territory and resources of the state capital. Listening to Li Feng's continuous promises, Zhang Feng's brows furrowed deeper. Ying Man said solemnly, in that case, wouldn't a large portion of the benefits from the state capital have to be given to these few counties, allowing the lords of these countries to enjoy privileges even greater than those of our Dragon Kingdom? Lords? Currently, there were 9 counties in Daiaozu under the Dragon Kingdom, while the other 4 countries combined had only 6. Mu Qingxuang said helplessly, if we unite, we can still share half the benefits, but if these counties lean towards the Sakura Kingdom, we will lose the entire state capital. Who told us to be born in the frontline war zone? These counties were clearly waiting for the right price. At this moment, Li Feng had finished stating his conditions. Andre from Keilaying County suddenly smiled and said, Your Excellency, Li Feng's conditions are very sincere, but we need to add one more. Li Feng said solemnly, Mr. Andre, please go ahead. Andre stood up, first bowing elegantly before saying, we all know that Your Excellency Zhang Feng secured the position of County Magistrate of Qingyang County by choosing himself. Oh, I apologize, it should now be called Longyuan County. The outside world is speculating that Your Excellency Zhang Feng has occupied the high-yield epic shipyard. Since we are allies now, we should naturally be honest with each other and share resources. What do you say, Your Excellency Zhang Feng? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions varied. The people from Longyuan County were naturally indignant. The little fox was so angry that her tail stood up. This jerk is putting brother Zhang Feng on the grill. Li Zhenai and AP immediately echoed, suggesting that treasures like the Tianyin Division and Time and Space Farm should also be shared. Alexei was somewhat better, willing to buy at market price. Even many county magistrates from the Dragon Kingdom had flickering eyes. They naturally hoped to share the good things in Zhang Feng's hands. Fortunately, those who could become county magistrates had some level of sophistication, so they did not openly support the idea, remaining silent. Instead, Zhang Feng took in everyone's expressions. He leaned back to find a comfortable position for himself. Mr. Andre, just sit down and talk. No need to be so respectful to me. After saying this, Zhang Feng ignored Andre's stiff expression and directly asked Li Feng, what does the commander mean? Li Feng immediately said loudly, personal property is sacred and inviolable. Brother Zhang Feng, rest assured, with the military district here, no one can morally bind you. As the temporary head of the war zone, Li Feng naturally had access to first-hand information about Zhang Feng. From Zhang Feng's birth to his recent rise to the position of county magistrate, all information had been carefully analyzed by a dedicated team. The conclusion drawn was that Zhang Feng had a sense of belonging to the Dragon Kingdom, but he was definitely not a hot-blooded youth who would sacrifice for the Dragon Kingdom just because of a few sweet words. He was a cunning individual. Moreover, Zhang Feng not only had great fortune but was also an undeniable genius, with many imaginative ideas. Particularly, the idea of creating a pink CU was reportedly recognized by the highest Lord Research Institute of the Dragon Kingdom, and he would soon be able to create an indestructible troop type. If such a genius were forced to become a bloody lord or even an enemy force, it would truly be a case of crying without tears. Zhang Feng was very satisfied with Li Feng's attitude. Therefore, Zhang Feng also gave face to the military district and adopted a relatively gentle approach to resolve this issue. I heard that Keilaying Town has discovered a fortune temple. Why not share it as well? The fortune of the town was fundamental to the development of the territory, especially since Zhang Feng also had the dragon vein. However, Zhang Feng no longer had any betting orders in hand. Thus, this fortune temple was currently the only source of fortune available. Unfortunately, even with the information from the winners, we couldn't obtain the specific coordinates of the fortune temple from Keilaying Town. All we know is that the guardian monster of the Fortune Temple is too strong, and Keileing Town hasn't made a move yet. As soon as Zhang Feng said this, everyone's attention shifted to Andre. This is the Fortune Temple. Andre's expression changed dramatically. How do you know about the Fortune Temple? Zhang Feng didn't explain and continued. How about this? I'll use an epic battleship to buy the coordinates of the Fortune Temple. At that time, everyone can compete based on their abilities. Andre snorted coldly and fell silent. Li Feng gave Zhang Feng a big thumbs up in his heart. This way of resolving the issue was brilliant. If you want me to bring out good things, doesn't that mean you have to bring out your good things too? Although there were some twists and turns, Li Feng was resolute regarding Zhang Feng's matter and finally reached an agreement with the several counties. Li Feng said, "Rest assured, as long as we can gain control of Diao State, our Dragon Kingdom's promises will definitely be fulfilled." Just as he was about to announce the end of the meeting, Zhao Lingshan suddenly shouted, "Look, the county ranking competition has been triggered." Zhang Feng's heart stirred and he immediately opened the state channel. An announcement had already been pinned. Announcement: the first county ranking competition has begun, with the following rules: ranking content, Lord Kill Points, click to view rules, but first place county head all attributes plus 100, county residents, all attributes plus 40, county head's town fortune plus 10, other town's fortune plus 2. Second place county head all attributes plus 50, county residents all attributes plus 20, county head's town fortune plus 5, other town's fortune plus 1. Third place county head all attributes plus 30, county residents all attributes plus 10, county head's town fortune plus 3. Fourth to 10th place counties, county head all attributes plus 20, county residents all attributes plus 5, county head's town fortune plus 2. Settlement time 12 o'clock noon. 15 days later, daily refresh of the points list at noon. The first county ranking competition has finally been triggered. Ingyin Man looked at Zhu Yeqing. "Little Zhu, Lord Killing, this is your strong suit. As the name suggests, only lords who personally kill monsters can earn points." Zhu Yeqing was initially delighted, but then sighed. "Against ordinary lords, I can handle 1,000 with one, but our county only has tens of thousands, while other counties have at least hundreds of thousands." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present darkened their expressions. Even Zhang Feng frowned. As a top student, Zhang Feng naturally knew the rules of the county ranking competition, but even so, he couldn't leave the Sakura country lord in the county. If the ranking content were resource points or agricultural index, Zhang Feng would be almost certain to win as long as he was willing to spend money. But it just had to be kill points, and Lord Kill Points at that. At this moment, Wei Ming suggested, "According to the rules, every 5 levels of monster kills will double the kill points. We have quite a few strong people in our town, especially the great Zhu Yeqing. Should we try for a spot in the top 10? And Chusha opposed, saying, "Not to mention farming lords and entertainment lords, even warlords rarely kill monsters themselves. Suddenly letting them fight, I'm afraid many lords will fall." However, Zhang Feng keenly grasped a key piece of information. Every 5 levels of monster kills, the kill points double? He immediately opened the points rules and found it to be true. With so many enhancements like 8-9 mystical skills, attribute books, legendary spiritual items, and heavenly Dao rewards, Zhang Feng's combat power far exceeded his level, and he was best at killing monsters above his level. He thought for a moment and said, "Points refresh daily. How about this? Let's have the brothers from Longyuan County try to grind for a day, and then we'll see our ranking tomorrow at noon. If there's hope, we can compete." But Chusha is also right. Let's tell everyone that safety comes first. Zhang Feng wanted to give it a try. How many points could he earn in a day if he went all out? With a decisive hammer strike, the others nodded in agreement. Zhu Yeqing said, "With my current strength, I can at least kill ordinary monsters at level 25. Zhang Feng immediately cautioned, "Then you should kill monsters at level 20, otherwise, it could be dangerous if you encounter a boss." "I know." Zhu Yeqing nodded emphatically. "If there's a chance to compete for a top 10 spot, I'll immediately invite some of my Zhu family brothers and sisters to move over. Most of them are military merit lords." Ingyin Man exclaimed, "It said that the domain has many war gods, and it truly lives up to its reputation." After reaching a consensus, Yi Iran promptly announced the Dragon Alliance's decision in the Longyuan County channel. The sudden triggering of the Lord Slaughter Points ranking competition elicited varied reactions from the county heads in the live broadcast room. Lord Slaughter Points. Zhao Lingshan seemed a bit frustrated. After expelling the Sakura Lord, the Dragon Kingdom lords in Hosong County are down to 600,000. There's no advantage. Another county head named Chao Ziqing from the Dragon Kingdom said, "Hee, according to the rules, while numbers are important, it mainly depends on which county has more military merit lords. After all, military merit lords can kill monsters at higher levels." Andre laughed. "Mr. Chao is right. Even with only tens of thousands of people in Longyuan County, there's still hope to enter the top 10. Although Andrei's tone was sincere, anyone with sense knew he was joking. Hee, Zhang Feng wasn't angry. We're just trying it out. Let's see everyone's points. Tomorrow. If the difference is too great, Longyuan County will give up this ranking competition. After exiting the video, Zhang Feng complained to Ying Man, I say, big shot, when can we get the coordinates for that fortune temple? Ying Man sighed, there's nothing we can do, only Andre and a few trusted ones know the coordinates. However, that fortune temple is in the area of level 55 monsters, and even if we knew the coordinates, with our current levels, we probably couldn't go there to raid. Zhu Yeching said, brother Zhang Feng, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to grind monsters. Wait. Zhang Feng suddenly thought of something and called everyone back. Equipment can also enhance a lord's combat power. I have some equipment. Here, let's see if it can be useful. Even if it can't, we can take it back to distribute to other lords in the town. Saying this, Zhang Feng opened several of his equipment warehouses. The others initially didn't pay much attention, but upon seeing Zhang Feng's warehouses, they instantly gasped in astonishment. Wow, how come there's so much equipment? How many people did you rob? And so much extraordinary equipment? Not counting the equipment Zhang Feng had farmed, just those controlled by him from the Sakura Lord accounted for more than half of the top lords in the entire county. The combined wealth of these lords piled together created an unimaginable visual impact. Moreover, these were all leftovers picked by the disciples of Tianyin. After everyone dispersed, Zhang Feng thought for a moment and sent Zhu Yeching a bottle of life water. He was genuinely worried that this guy would push himself too hard and end up getting killed. Next, Zhang Feng didn't rush to grind monsters but instead rummaged through his junk gear and skill books. After a few minutes, Zhang Feng softly said, consume 20 million spirit stones to enhance Origin Divine Fist Upper. Consume 4 million spirit stones to enhance 7-star Immortal Armor. Consume 4 million spirit stones to enhance. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. In total, nearly 40 million spirit stones were consumed, and Zhang Feng enhanced himself with a set of level 20 legendary equipment and a legendary skill. Origin Divine Fist, like 8-9 Profound Art, reached legendary level with just the upper part. It was the signature skill of the 9 Qing Supreme Heaven. If it weren't for this ranking competition, Zhang Feng would never have been so extravagant. 40 million spirit stones, isn't it tempting to build 2 more ghost motherships? Due to the bonus points for defeating monsters of a higher level, Zhang Feng did not level up and remained at level 20. Even so, after equipping his gear, Zhang Feng's combat power instantly surged to 1450 stars and his physique exceeded 2,400 points. He strode into the teleportation portal and appeared on Ghost One. At that moment, Ghost One was in a level 60C area where hundreds of elite-class warship birds were frantically attacking the unexpected guest before them. The Empress was organizing the attack, and upon seeing Zhang Feng, she quickly positioned herself in front of him for protection. Master, what are you doing here? This is a level 60 monster zone, it's very dangerous. Oh, your outfit looks quite stylish. Zhang Feng smiled and said, I'm here to try out my new skill. New skill? The Empress was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and aimed for the most densely packed area of monsters, delivering a powerful punch. Boom, whether it was an illusion or not, the Empress seemed to hear a rumble in her ears, and the massive ghost one suddenly sank more than an inch. Following that, a fist imprint expanded in the wind, quickly growing to several acres in size. Puff puff puff, the dozens of warship birds in front of the fist imprint didn't even struggle before exploding into clouds of blood mist. The fist imprint traveled several hundred meters before gradually fading away. However, in the void, a black mark remained, with faintly visible spatial bubbles as if the world was flickering. You killed a warship bird, elite, gaining energy asterisk 1468, spirit stones asterisk 180. Lord kill points asterisk 3072, exquisite treasure chest asterisk 1. You killed, the base points for a level 60 monster are 6 points, and for every 5 levels higher, the points double. From the original base, Zhang Feng was defeating monsters 40 levels higher, and with elite quality, the points doubled again. Ha ha ha. Although he understood the points rule, seeing the terrifying points made Zhang Feng laugh out loud. Zhang Feng began to assess his combat power. Elite quality level 60 monsters had combat power between 700 to 800 stars, and it would take several of his troops to surround and kill one. Yet Zhang Feng had killed dozens with a single punch, indicating that his damage overflowed. Too strong. Zhang Feng looked at his fist. No wonder that brat Zhu Yeching loves being a military merit lord. It's so exhilarating. This is just the entry level. Origin Divine Fist. If I could reach minor success, perfection, or even transcendence, what kind of power would it possess? The only drawback is the high consumption of spiritual power. After that punch, the hundreds of warship birds that had been attacking the mothership let out piercing screams and fled in all directions. Everyone on the battleship was stunned by the punch. Then came a wave of cheers. Long live the Lord. Invincible. Invincible. The Empress widened her eyes and said, Master, how did your attributes increase so much again? And this fist technique is so domineering. Suddenly, a prompt from the heavenly Tao sounded. Notice, out of respect for the strong, Angel Yan's favorability +1, current favorability 98 points. Immediately after, Angel Yan landed on the deck, looking incredulous. Are you really the Lord? The ship spirit, Xiaomei, also appeared, looking resentful. Lord, I almost got crushed by you just now. Ha ha ha. Jiang Feng laughed heartily. Xiaomei, let's head straight to the level 70 monster map. Xiaomei was startled. Isn't that a bit risky? No problem. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and added, as long as we don't encounter legendary monsters. Level 70 epic monsters have about 4,500 stars of combat power, and given the current crew on the ship, it shouldn't be difficult to handle. Moreover, Jiang Feng still had energy. If they really encountered a legendary monster, he could temporarily upgrade Ghost 1 to level 7 and escape. Just from that one strike, I gained over 100,000 points. With a few bait in my hand, it seems that getting first place isn't without hope. Soon, Phantom 1 fought its way to the level 70 monster zone. Ordinary level 70 monsters had a battle power of 1,000 stars. Aside from the Empress and He Yen, even ordinary angels dared not leave the protection of the mothership easily. Heavenly Pivot Sword Chi. Jiang Feng stood at the top of the mast, lightly waving the 7-star immortal sword. A sword chi, refined to the utmost point, shot out, slicing an elite tiger shark warrior in half from 100 meters away. This was one of the sword chis that came with the 7-star set. Although it wasn't as terrifying as the Origin Divine Fist, it excelled in conserving spiritual power. You killed a tiger shark warrior, elite, gaining energy *1880. Spirit Stones *180, Lord Kill Points *14336, Exquisite Treasure Chest *1. The energy didn't increase much, but the points multiplied several times again. Not bad, not bad. Swish, 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 Jiang Feng shot out dozens of sword chis, killing all the visible tiger shark warriors. Another hundreds of thousands of points were credited, and Jiang Feng downed a bottle of Snow Moon's Gaze, softly saying, Xiaomei, patrol this sea area. Yes, Lord. Jiang Feng was at ease, but for safety, he didn't delve deep or. While looking for monsters, Jiang Feng opened the Longyuan County channel. Finally killed a monster, and it's a level 25 monster. 2 points of score in hand. Sweat, bro, you're already level 30, right? Sigh, I have F-grade aptitude. Seeing this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel emotional. After all, ordinary people still made up the majority. Back then, his E-grade aptitude was considered genius in Donghai No. 3 middle school. Someone expressed doubt. Our county town only has a few tens of thousands of people. Is it meaningful for us to take risks and farm monsters ourselves? And Chu Xia immediately explained, killing monsters above your level gives a lot of points. Our small town has many strong players, like the great Zhu Yiqing who can kill monsters 25 levels higher. Let's all work hard today and see how far we can go. Zhu Yiqing, that's right, every monster I kill gives me hundreds of points. As far as Jiang Feng knew, Zhu Yiqing had leveled up to 40 and then ran alone to the level 60 monster map, not even bringing a guard, because a 30-level epic unit in a 60-level map was basically a death sentence. After all, the strongest combat power of a military merit lord is always oneself. He was also relying on Jiang Feng's life water for survival, otherwise, Zhu Yiqing wouldn't dare to be so reckless. Though little Fox suddenly said, Brother Jiang Feng has received so many heavenly Dao attribute rewards, he must be able to kill monsters 20 levels higher. Jiang Feng smiled slightly, and then closed the chat channel. Time to grind. To be fair, this was the first time Jiang Feng had grinded so hard since the opening of the server. You could say that aside from eating and sleeping, all this time was spent farming monsters. The next day at noon. Jiang Feng stretched lazily and then opened the Lord Kill Points leaderboard. In 10 minutes, the Lord Kill Points would be updated for the first time. Jiang Feng also wanted to see how effective his grinding for a day had been. The Longyuan County channel had already started to liven up. A lord said, I farmed over 8,000 points today, not sure if I dragged the brothers down. Although it was a bit of a humble brag, it still drew a round of 666. Big shot. You must have killed at least over 1,000 monsters. Not a big shot, I just liked fighting and swordsmanship. Since I was young, plus the gear given by the great Zhu Yiqing is powerful. Someone asked with concern, Big shot, did you go to a high-level map? Be sure to pay attention to safety. Thanks for your concern, bro. A harmonious atmosphere. Xiao Wushang said, calculating this way, our county's points can reach at least 80 million. Yi. Aaron, not just that. Our small town has so many big shots. Wei Ming, if we can make it into the top 15 this time, we can compete for the ranking rewards. Ding ding. Ding, and Shuxia sent a video request. Oh, Zhang Feng, are you still at sea? After seeing Zhang Feng's background, and Shuxia was taken aback, then asked mysteriously. Zhang Feng, guess how many points I've earned? Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, 600,000? And Shuxia, as if seeking praise, replied, it's 800,000 plus. Xiang. Feng sighed, looks like you worked overtime yesterday. And Shuxia consumed life source material, raising her aptitude to sea level, and after completing her attributes, she was equivalent to an outstanding hero. Coupled with the attribute bonuses from top-tier equipment, she could easily fight monsters 15 levels higher and even 20 levels higher with a bit of caution. Let's work hard on the first day. Let's give the brothers in Longyuan County a bit more confidence. And Shuxia yawned, then curiously asked, how many points did you earn? With so many attribute rewards, killing monsters at level 25 shouldn't be hard, right? Me? Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, over 100 million. This earned him a roll of the eyes from Shuxia. You're such a mess. The two chatted casually. Suddenly, Shuxia said, the points are about to refresh. It was clear that the little girl was a bit nervous. At exactly 12 o'clock, the Lord's kill points refreshed as scheduled. When Zhang Feng saw the results, he was stunned. This is big. 1. Longyuan County, 268 million. 2. Keilang County, 242 million. 3. Desan County, 225 million. 4. Weixian, 221 million. 5. In the county channel. Huang Xian, who told me what happened? Wei Ming, I'll tell you, we ranked first in Longyuan County. Huang Xian. Someone asked, Aaron, you just said so many big shots, how many exactly? Yi Aaron was also confused, but as the deputy county magistrate, she couldn't panic at this moment and could only force an explanation. Our Longyuan County has hidden talents, otherwise how could we defeat the tenfold Sakura country lords? She decided to have a good chat with Zhang Feng later. Yi Aaron's ambiguous words had a great effect. Incredible. There must be at least hundreds of big shots who can fight monsters 20 levels higher. So, the big shots had plans all along. If we can take first place, our town will surely have good fortune. Don't celebrate too early, it's only the first day. That's right. Brothers need to keep up the effort. We can't hold back the big shots. In an instant, the atmosphere surged. Ying Man and Zhu Yeqing didn't speak, they probably knew how much foundation Longyuan County had and coincidentally thought of Zhang Feng. The little fox suddenly said, I earned 1 million points, am I proud now? Zhang Feng sighed, Ye is really both smart and considerate. From his understanding of the little fox, earning 10,000 points would be the limit. It was clear that the little fox had already started the confusion work. In reality, Zhang Feng had earned about 140 million points in that day. He originally wanted to see how much of a gap there was between Longyuan County and other counties after going all out. He didn't expect to directly charge to first place. At this moment, and Shuxia on the other side of the video finally came to her senses. She instinctively rubbed her eyes. After confirming she wasn't seeing things, she suddenly looked up at Zhang Feng, incredulously saying, 1 billion, you're not joking. Zhang Feng said seriously, Director and please do your strategic persuasion work well. But 1 billion points, how many levels is that for killing monsters? And Shuxia ultimately accepted this fact, then sighed, Yeah reacts faster than I do. The dark horse isn't just us. Zhang Feng looked at the second place in points. I remember Keilang County only had 400,000 lords. Now they've taken second place, even surpassing Desan County, which is our biggest rival in Longyuan County. The county was the first to elect a county chief in Diao Prefecture, and now it is actually being suppressed by Kuling County. And Shuxia nodded and said, many lords in the Lighthouse Nation use nanotechnology to enhance their bodies. Although it limits future growth, the initial explosive power is indeed strong. At this moment, Kuling County, referred to as the Dark Horse by Zhang Feng, was already in chaos. In the Kuling County channel, about a quarter of our lords have undergone nanomodification, and we are actually losing to Longyuan County, which has only tens of thousands of people. I heard that Longyuan County has the military merit lord from the Mingyu Zhu family. No matter how strong the military merit lord is, he can only have a few million points at most. That depends on how strong the military merit lord is. After all, every 5 levels of monster kills, the points double. If he can kill monsters at level 30, one monster could yield nearly 1,000 points. Don't forget Zhang Feng, he has received the Heavenly Dao rewards multiple times, which is hundreds of points in all attributes. Andre listened to everyone's analysis, his expression darkening. Just yesterday, he was mocking Longyuan County, and today he was slapped hard in the face. Damn Zhang Feng, damn Longyuan County. That's 10 points of town luck and 100 points in all attributes. Killing lords is our strong suit in the Lighthouse Nation. If we miss out on first place this time, with only 400,000 people in Kuling County, we might never have another chance. Andre thought for a moment and immediately delivered an impassioned speech in the county channel. My friends, for whatever reason, Longyuan Town has now become our formidable opponent. For the sake of first place, let's all start grinding from now on. Following that, Andre issued a recruitment order in the state government channel. Kaling County is hiring military merit lords at high salaries. I will provide high-level city relocation orders. Interested parties can send me attribute screenshots privately, thank you. Feng Chen Shui suddenly jumped in. Feng Chen Shui, Longyuan Town must have used powerful items, like magic scrolls, to temporarily reach first place. I believe that with nanotechnology enhancement, Kaling County will ultimately win. Andre felt pleased listening to this and politely said, thank you for your kind words, Mr. Feng. Little did he know. Feng Chen Shui continued, if I were Zhang Feng, I would actively give first place to you. After all, you are allies. This is sowing discord. Although he knew Feng Chen Shui had ulterior motives, these words struck a chord with Andre. Andre, it's a pity that not everyone can be as reasonable as Lord Feng. Watching the two's conversation, Colonel Li Feng, who had been silently eavesdropping, looked somewhat displeased. This guy just allied with our Dragon Nation and is already flirting with the Sakura Nation. People from the Lighthouse Nation only talk about interests, with no integrity. The adjutant said with a harsh tone, I think he is deliberately saying this for us to hear, trying to raise the stakes. But how did Longyuan Town, with only tens of thousands of lords, manage to score such high points? I guess it has something to do with Zhang Feng, Li Feng said after a moment of silence. Does Lieutenant Mu Qingxuan have any insider information? The adjutant sighed and said, Lieutenant Mu stated that some information is confidential to Longyuan Town, and as a member of Longyuan Town, she cannot disclose it. As for the lord points, she really doesn't know. Alright, Li Feng sighed, I'll take a trip to Ku Ling Town. Although that Andre is despicable, we still need to fight for it. Soon, Li Feng returned to the territory in a rage, cursing as he went, what a greedy guy, wanting us to step in and force Longyuan County to give up competing for first place in this county ranking match? The adjutant found it hard to believe and said, isn't his method too despicable? Li Feng said with a dark face, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Andre is not about honest cooperation at all. We need to prepare for the worst. Zhang Feng peeked at the screen, then closed the chat channel and sent a message to the little fox. Yeah, come to my territory for a moment, I have a reward for you. Soon, the little fox appeared from the portal, bouncing happily in front of Zhang Feng, eagerly asking, Brother Zhang Feng, what reward are you going to give me? Open your mouth. The little fox tilted her head back and obediently opened her mouth. Zhang Feng poured a bottle of life essence into it. Before long, the little fox's face turned rosy and fine beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Brother Zhang Feng, it's a bit hot. Then, she wrinkled her nose in disgust and said, they say fragrant sweat is nice, but why does mine smell so bad? Zhang Feng took a step back, maintaining his composure. The scent of the cleansing process was indeed unpleasant. Suddenly, the little fox exclaimed in delight, my aptitude has reached D rank. Oh my, it's C rank now. A bottle of life essence had instantly doubled the little fox's attributes. Moreover, with the increase in capacity, she could equip even more powerful gear, and her combat power could triple. Go take a shower. Zhang Feng didn't elaborate further, simply saying, then hurry up and grind for points, don't slack off. He watched as the little fox stepped into the portal. Zhang Feng then contacted Wei Ming and Huang Xian separately. With Wei Ming and Huang Xian, Zhang Feng naturally wouldn't interact like he did with the little fox. Instead, he directly tossed it to them. Drink this, then grind for points as soon as possible. This made Zhang Feng somewhat suspicious. Could it be that the intelligence from Sakura country was wrong and he really was a lecher? The two were grateful, especially Huang Xian, who came from a small family. Because he followed Zhang Feng, he not only became a significant figure in Longyuan County but now also a genius with C-rank aptitude. C-rank aptitude. It's not an exaggeration to say it's 1 in a million. As a result, Huang Xian insisted on giving Zhang Feng 70% of the territory shares, and Wei Ming followed suit. Zhang Feng didn't mind welcoming all. After spending so much time together and occasionally using the mind control tower to detect lies, Zhang Feng confirmed that the few of them were indeed very tight-lipped. Watching Wei Ming leave, Zhang Feng sighed. Now, at least I can kill a few hundred fewer monsters every day. As for Mu Qingxuan, her identity was too special, so Zhang Feng decided to observe her a bit longer. If Xiaozhu could recruit a few more martial merit lords, that would be even better. Martial merit lords. All had lord talents like Heavenly Star Lone Star, and One Man Holds the Pass. Even if their own aptitude wasn't high, as the territory developed, the attribute bonuses to the lords themselves would increase. For example, Zhu Yeqing, although her aptitude was only D rank, her attributes were now no weaker than those of a 2-star epic hero of the same level. In Yanming Town, 6 golden beams of light fell from the sky one after another. This was a sign of territory migration. However, in recent days, Yi Iran had used the county magistrates' authority to migrate various small towns in Longyuan County multiple times, so the nearby lords didn't pay much attention even when they saw it. They certainly didn't know that these lords were not from Longyuan County but had migrated from outside using high-level city migration orders, some even from the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. Soon, 6 lords arrived at Zhu Yeqing's territory. The few of them were clearly familiar with each other. A spirited young girl boldly approached Zhu Yeqing and said, "Little Qingzi, I heard you're going to introduce me to a boyfriend?" Ahem. Zhu Yeqing coughed lightly. Xian, let's put that aside for now. We'll talk about it after you perform well in this Lord's Slaughter points. Zhu Yeqing was displeased, saying that makes it sound like I'm not good enough for anyone else? Well, Zhu Yeqing hesitated, it's hard to say. This made Zhu Yeqing grind her teeth in anger. Zhu Yeqing didn't know how to explain. The shock brought by the recently refreshed slaughter points was just too great. Although Tu Shan Ye immediately jumped out to claim she had earned a million points, Zhu Yeqing was skeptical about it. After all, he was wearing an epic set and had worked tirelessly to earn points, managing only 4 million in a day. Zhu Yeqing had a hunch. This was likely another one of Jiang Feng's tricks. As everyone knew, Jiang Feng's lord talent was Green Mountains and Clear Waters, a quintessential entertainment lord. Yet, during this time, Jiang Feng had not only tackled the matters of warlords and farming lords but had also dabbled in the affairs of military merit lords. Was there any room left for others? In any case, everyone should focus on earning points first. When the opportunity arises, I'll introduce brother Jiang Feng to everyone. A day later, the points were refreshed again. 1. Longyuan County, 563 million. 2. Keiling County, 555 million. It was evident that Keiling County had also put in a tremendous effort, managing to narrow the gap to within 10 million. It was said that Andre had also recruited several military merit lords, but Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief. He had slacked off today, having spent 3 hours less earning points. Zhu Yeqing had summoned 6 members of the Zhu family, all powerful military merit lords. Yingyin Man was even more ambitious, recruiting over a dozen military merit lords at once. Although not as strong as the Zhu siblings, they were comparable to Anshuxia and others. Coupled with the hope of victory seen by the lord of Longyuan County, everyone was working day and night, neglecting their rest. Finally, I can take a break. Jiang Feng stretched comfortably. The various attribute baits in his hand had reached 7 pieces, and soon he could trigger a beast tide to earn another wave of points. At that moment, Yingyin Man suddenly said in the management group, "We're working so hard, but why? Does it feel like the points haven't increased much? Is someone slacking off?" The reason Jiang Feng had slacked off was that he had gone to enhance resources. Complete it immediately. Jiang Feng waved his hand. The buildings under construction on the deck of Phantom No. 1 were instantly completed. Huaqing Pool construction completed, consuming 43,200 spirit stones. The epic building, Huaqing Pool, was enhanced from a swimming pool. The level 0 Huaqing Pool measured 40 meters long and 30 meters wide, with swirling aura above. It was more than enough to sit on the deck of Phantom No. 1. Naturally, Jiang Feng didn't build the Huaqing Pool just for entertainment. He opened the panel for the Huaqing Pool. Huaqing Pool, quality, epic, area, 1,200 square meters, function, calming the mind, relieving fatigue, restoring spiritual power, self-purification, temperature adaptation, water bathing. Dozens of effects. If it were to open to the public, it would likely be fully booked immediately. Not bad. It can even self-purify, so at least I won't have to change the water. Jiang Feng murmured. Change outfit. With a flow of light, Jiang Feng concealed his 7-star set, leaving only a pair of shorts, and then slowly walked into the Huaqing Pool, reclining on a dragon bed carved from top-quality warm jade. Ah, so comfortable. He took a deep breath, the moist vapor entering his lungs, making him feel completely refreshed. The greatest effect of the Huaqing Pool was to calm the mind and relieve fatigue. The fountain of life could heal injuries and restore spiritual power, but it couldn't alleviate mental exhaustion. Water bath. Jiang Feng commanded. The currents in the pool surged, as if countless celestial beings were gently kneading Jiang Feng's entire body, causing him to let out a comfortable groan. The extreme relaxation soon led Jiang Feng into a state of emptiness. Half an hour later, Jiang Feng opened his eyes. Feeling as if the fatigue from the past 2 days of overtime had vanished, both his physical and mental states restored to their best. Half an hour, and the effect is better than several hours of deep sleep. This means that if I want, I can spend only 1/10 of my time resting each day, and the extra time can be entirely devoted to cultivation, monster hunting, and enhancement. Really nice, I should build one in my territory when I have the time. Zhang Feng was very satisfied with the effect of the watching pool and called out loudly, Empress, Yan, this pool is nice. The Empress skillfully changed into summer coolness and stepped gracefully into the pool. Then, she lay beside Zhang Feng, exposing half of her shoulder, and softly said, Master really knows how to enjoy himself. Zhang Feng beamed with pride. Not only does the master know how to enjoy, but he also knows how to make you enjoy. As he spoke, he launched a water attack on the Empress. Yan looked at the watching pool, clearly very tempted. However, summer coolness was indeed too refreshing, and she hesitated for a moment. Yan, do you have some dirty thoughts in your mind? Zhang Feng asked with a doubtful expression. We are comrades, bathing together. Is just a fight better? 1 minute later, Zhang Feng secretly praised Yan's figure is really great. Yan sensed Zhang Feng's evil gaze, shot him a glare, then turned away, leaving Zhang Feng with a beautiful view of her back. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered in the portal. At the bow of the ship, and Jiana's figure appeared. Since all the ghost motherships had built portals, Jiana had become too lazy to use teleportation spells. As the commander of the naval fleet, Jiana was very diligent, regularly traveling back and forth to report to Zhang Feng in person. My lord. Just as Jiana was about to speak, she saw the three of them soaking in the water. She paused for a moment, then let out a cheer, immediately changing into pink temptation and leaping into the water with a splash. A fleeting glance made Zhang Feng sigh. Jiana's figure was indeed the best among them. By the watching pool, accompanied by beauties. How delightful it was. If only there were no monsters to grind. Damn the heavenly Tao, why must there be a Lord Slaughter ranking? After a brief chat with Jiana about work, Zhang Feng stepped out of the watching pool, flying on clouds to continue grinding monsters. Jiana exclaimed, when did my lord become so diligent? In that case, Empress sister, Yan's sister, I will also go back to grind monsters. In the evening, Zhang Feng returned to his territory, opened the territory interface, and softly said, build an 8th level Lord's Mansion. Completed immediately. Tip, you have upgraded to an 8th level Lord's Mansion, unlocking the building potion shop, and the territory area has increased to 330,000 square meters. Boom, the territory expanded again. Zhang Feng looked at the densely packed and orderly territory buildings, sighing, finally, there's a place to continue building houses. After level 7, upgrading not only required specific resources but also required other buildings to reach a fixed level. With so many legendary and epic buildings in Zhang Feng's territory, he naturally had no time or energy to strengthen the materials of ordinary buildings, so he naturally upgraded to level 8 by collecting resources from the territory. After reaching level 8, the unlocked building potion shop was also a common item, capable of producing only rare potions at most. The level cap for troop types reached level 45. Build 500 houses. Completed immediately. Recruit 5,000 Tianyin disciples. Zhang Feng commanded. On the newly expanded territory, 500 houses were instantly completed. Following that, the Tianyin pavilion in the deep space began to rumble into operation. A level 0 Tianyin disciple soon appeared. The Tianyin true disciple responsible for guidance immediately stepped forward to explain, and then the newly appeared Tianyin disciple bowed to Zhang Feng and flew out of the territory to grind monsters. The monsters in the town map would also continuously level up over time. Although they couldn't compare to the level and quality of monsters in the outer realms, they could still meet the needs of ordinary farming lords and entertainment lords. Zhang Feng occupied 20% of the territory in Longyuan town, nearly 100,000 square kilometers of land, which was indeed vast and sparsely populated, rich in resources. So, in recent days, Zhang Feng had once again recruited thousands of ordinary Tianyin disciples, reaching the population cap. Now the population cap has been raised again, and recruitment can finally resume. With the two major techniques, Misty Decision and Heavenly Sound Decision, along with several powerful skills, an ordinary Heavenly Sound disciple at level 1 possesses a battle power of 100 stars, easily capable of slaying ordinary monsters at level 20. The daily experience gained from thousands of Heavenly Sound disciples has long surpassed that of the Crystal Valley, the sacred ground for monster farming. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Kuling County continues to recruit military merit lords, and the daily kill points have increased compared to the previous day. However, aside from strengthening necessary resources, Zhang Feng has spent most of his time farming monsters. As a result, the gap between the two has widened. Just at noon, the kill points refreshed again, and Longyuan County is already ahead by 200 million points. In recent days, the number of level 1 Heavenly Sound disciples has surged, providing Zhang Feng with over 100 million energy daily. Zhang Feng has also begun to attempt upgrading high-tier troops. by consuming 22 million energy and 10 million energy respectively. Both Xinxia and Lone Jiu have been upgraded to level 40, significantly increasing their attributes and unlocking new skills. And they are powerful skills. Xinxia race, Goddess Warrior level, 40 quality, Golden Legend attributes, Physique 3600 plus 720, Spiritual Power 1080, Soul 1080, Carrying Capacity 1440. Battle Power, 1980 Skills, Thunder Battle Body Master of Gunplay Thunder Projection Thunder Step. The new skill Thunder Step allows the Goddess Warrior's speed to instantly multiply several times, and she can also step on the void, enabling a brief flight. Meanwhile, the new skill of the Black Dragon is even more powerful. Longzhou race, Dragon race level, 40 quality, Golden Legend, attributes, Physique 2080, Spiritual Power 1760, Soul 1920, Carrying Capacity 0. Battle Power, 1440 stars. Skills, Dark Breath Magic Dragon Scale Heart of Fury Man Flight Black Hole. After testing the power of Black Hole, Zhang Feng couldn't help but exclaim, now, Xiaozhou can finally stand tall as a dragon. The black hole is naturally not comparable to a black hole in the physical sense that devours everything, but within a few hundred meters, even angels of the same level cannot easily escape, and against lower tier monsters, it has a powerful damage effect. However, the Crystal Virgin, which Zhang Feng had high hopes for, did not gain a new skill. All 500 Heavenly Sound True Disciples and 156 angels have reached level 25. The remaining ghost motherships have all reached level 4. Beep beep beep, someone invited to a video conference. Zhang Feng glanced and was surprised to see it was Mu Qingxuang. He immediately clicked to agree and joined the meeting. Once everyone was present, Mu Qingxuang said, seriously, everyone, Andre has shared the coordinates of the Fortune Temple with the military district. And Chuxia frowned and said, is he really that kind-hearted? He certainly isn't that kind-hearted. Mu Qingxuang shook her head, then shared a photo and said, everyone, please look. The guardian monster of the Fortune Temple is a legendary sea dragon at level 54. Koling County organized an expedition yesterday, resulting in heavy losses. If relying solely on the strength of his county, it might take at least another half-month to complete the In half a month, other counties might discover the temple coordinates as well. It's better to bring it out now and sell it for a good price. A level 54 legendary monster? Aside from Yingyin Man and Zhang Feng, everyone else gasped in shock. And Chuxia hesitated and said, this is too difficult for us new lords. Yingyin Man nodded and said, it is indeed a bit dangerous. Without epic warships, it's better not to participate. By the way, Xiao Mu, what are the rules for distributing the fortune in the temple? Yingyin Man called her Xiao Mu very naturally. But in reality, Mu Qingxuang was already 24 years old. Mu Qingxuang replied, Sister Ying, the fortune in that temple is distributed based on combat contribution. That's quite reasonable. Yingyin Man nodded and then said to Zhang Feng, did you hear that? The luck will be distributed according to contribution. Your fleet should be fully mobilized now. Let us see what you have. Zhang Feng smiled and then asked his most pressing question, do we have the coordinates for the Luck Temple? Mu Qingxuang shook her head. Andre means that we need to confirm the candidates first, and then he will personally take us there. Zhang Feng frowned. If there were coordinates, he could clear the Luck Temple by himself. The level 54 legendary sea dragon was slightly weaker than the 9-headed serpent he had slain before. Moreover, Zhang Feng had another doubt in his mind. Could this be a trap? For instance, Andre secretly colluding with Sakura Nation to take down the strong figures of Dragon Nation in one fell swoop. Although both sides were currently in an alliance phase, it wasn't impossible. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Feng said, let me know when we act. In the face of Zhang Feng's absolute strength, even if there were a conspiracy, it would be inconsequential. Yingyin Man immediately said, I want to join too. Xu Yeqing insisted, count me in. When it comes to luck, no one wants to miss out. Yingyin Man frowned and said, little Zhu, your worship is only of excellent quality, right? Xu Yeqing quickly replied, although I don't have an epic worship, I have 6 siblings. They are all powerful military lords, and the strength of our 7 is above level 40 epic heroes. Zhang Feng sighed, this is like the Calabash brothers. Just like that, the confirmed participants from Lanyuan County were Zhang Feng, Yingyin Man, and Xu Yeqing. After the meeting ended, Zhang Feng, for safety's sake, sent a message to Gianna. Gianna, lead the team to stand by in the East Sea area, be careful to conceal your whereabouts. And don't let other lords discover you. Although he didn't know the exact coordinates, the Luck Temple must be located in the offshore waters of Keilang County. Another day passed. In a nearshore area of the East Sea, dozens of large warships had already docked, the worst of which were of excellent quality. A 200-meter-wide portal suddenly opened on the sea surface, and the massive hull of Phantom 1 slowly emerged. Following behind was Yingyin Man's Divine Might, and then Xu Yeqing's Fearless. After the 3 arrived, they joined the temporary channel organized by Li Feng. Zhao Lingshan looked at the Phantom One, which was several times larger than her own warship, and exclaimed, "Is this Jiang Feng's warship? Given its size, it must have reached level 7 or even 8. Chao Ziqing said, although size is just one of the standards for measuring a warship's combat power, Brother Jiang Feng's warship looks extraordinary. No wonder he could single-handedly clear a county's votes. Humph. Yin Man snorted coldly, each lord can only deploy one warship. Whose idea was this? Are they afraid Zhang Feng will steal the contributions? This was a requirement they received before coming, clearly aimed at limiting lords like Zhang Feng who had multiple warships. Of course, Yin Man herself didn't have an epic warship. Li Feng immediately said, "This is Andre's request, but the military district will provide Zhang Feng with some compensation." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Commander Li is too polite. I'm just a newbie, tagging along with you big shots for a taste." To be honest, Zhang Feng felt that Colonel Li Feng was somewhat constrained, as the apparent leader of the affairs. In Diaozhou, he had to watch the faces of these lord families. There was no way around it. The lord families were growing stronger, and the military district's power had been waning for quite some time. If the lord families in Diaozhou united, they could instantly overwhelm the military district's influence. Chao Ziqing suddenly said, "I always feel that Andre has ulterior motives, suddenly sharing the Luck Temple and also restricting Brother Jiang Feng's strength." Zhao Lingshan nodded, "Everyone, let's deploy any reconnaissance methods we have. With our strength, if we take precautions in advance, we shouldn't be in danger." They naturally did not know 11 massive ghost motherships were hovering a kilometer beneath them in the deep sea. Meanwhile, hundreds of ghost fighters had already dispersed over a radius of more than 100 kilometers. Just then, another portal opened on the sea surface. Several gigantic warships emerged from it. "Ha ha ha." Andre's voice came through. "I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting." Li Feng immediately said, "There's no time to waste. Please lead the way, Mr. Andre." Andre readily replied, "All right." A few warships from Keilang Town took the lead. The Longhua Alliance followed closely behind. 2 hours later, the fleet seemed to suddenly pass through an invisible barrier. Zhang Feng felt a flash of light before him, and everything became clear. So it's a hidden barrier. No wonder, even with the winner's channels, there was no progress. Looking at the towering temple floating hundreds of meters above the sea surface ahead, Zhang Feng sighed, "If it weren't for Andre taking the initiative to lead the way, I can't imagine how long it would take to find such a temple by chance in the vast East China Sea." The view within the barrier was very expansive. The Luck Temple was about 10,000 meters away from the fleet, suspended hundreds of meters above the sea surface, slowly rotating like a planet. Occasionally, golden rays fell from the temple, attracting countless marine creatures below. Just within sight, there were thousands of monsters, and as for the scales and claws that occasionally surfaced from beneath the sea, there was no telling how many there were. At the same time, Zhang Feng also received a notification. Notification: You have discovered the Luck Temple. Notification: The Luck Temple is occupied by the evil Sea Dragon clan. Successfully expelling or exterminating the monsters before you will earn you corresponding rewards based on your contribution value. Note: attracted by the luck, this sea area will continue to attract sea monsters until the Sea Dragon King is exterminated. Looking at the last note, Zhang Feng's first reaction was the phrase, monster farming ground. But then he thought the Sea Dragon King was different from the Buddhist-like Mother of Crystals, and it probably wouldn't let him farm monsters at ease. Others also heard the heavenly notification, Sea Dragon King? Chao Ziqing's tone was unfriendly. "Mr. Andre, you didn't mention that the boss here is a hero unit." Andre laughed. "Isn't that even better? With everyone's strength, slaying a legendary hero unit shouldn't be difficult." Seeing this, Zhang Feng immediately asked Jianna, "Haven't you discovered anything unusual?" Jianna reported, "My lord, within 100 kilometers of the barrier, no enemies have been detected." Zhang Feng frowned. Could it be that he was being overly suspicious and Andre was genuinely cooperating? Yin Man, Chao Ziqing, Zhao Lingshan, and others also found nothing unusual. Li Feng also temporarily set aside his doubts and shouted, "Everyone, let's make it quick. Shenwei, Ghost, Hurricane." After Li Feng briefly laid out the tactics, more than a dozen epic warships, including Jiang Feng's Ghost One, moved forward, with other warships following behind, approaching the temple. Above each warship, hundreds of troops took to the air. Zhang Feng looked out and saw that the thousands of airborne troops were all epic flying units, and he even spotted over 100 winged angels. This didn't even account for the ranged and melee units left on the warships. The elite combat power gathered from millions of lords was something even Zhang Feng could not ignore. The enormous commotion immediately attracted the attention of the monsters. Roar, the sound of dragon roars rose and fell. Countless sea monsters surged toward the fleet. "Ha ha, brothers and sisters, kill them for me." Zhu Yeqing laughed heartily, sprouting wings and soaring into the air, using a move called Mountains and Rivers Bright Moon to smash the head of a rare level sea serpent. Zhu Yeshuan also did not hold back. Iron Horse, Ice River. A sword aura, dozens of meters long, shot from her hand, freezing everything in its path with extreme frost. Crack, crack, several sea snakes were swept by the sword energy, breaking apart like brittle iron bars, bursting forth with countless blood-red ice shards. Seeing this, Li Feng couldn't help but murmur, the Ming domain has so many heroes. If the one leading the seventh heaven were from the Ming domain instead of the Qing domain, how wonderful that would be. Zhang Feng also couldn't help but glance at the spirited young girl, iron horses and icy rivers. The power seems to have reached a small success. Little Zhu has summoned some capable personnel this time. He immediately issued an order. Tianyin True Transmission, take action. Yes. Zhang Feng had brought 300 Tianyin True Transmission members aboard Phantom No. 1, while the others were on the mothership in the deep sea, ready to be transported over whenever needed. The ascent of Tianyin True Transmission immediately drew everyone's attention. They all knew about Zhang Feng's creation of an exceptional troop type, and now they could finally witness the combat power of this troop. Strictly speaking, this was the first battle of Tianyin True Transmission in front of outsiders. Yin Man was fine, as she had already learned about the ordinary Tianyin Disciples Foundation from Shuxia. But Zhao Lingshan and the others looked on with strange expressions. Zhang Feng's self-created Tianyin Disciples are actually a flying troop type. Wasn't it said that Tianyin Disciples are ranged troops? How did they become flying troops? A ranged flying troop, isn't that okay? But they are using swords. Someone caught on to the clue. Hiss, not a flying troop, but flying skills. Look at that speed and agility, at least a B-level skill. The big shots began to discuss fervently, and soon someone noticed something even more off. Zhao Lingshan expressed her doubts. Why do I feel that the strength of these troops is not at all inferior to my epic troops? Chao Ziqing suddenly widened his eyes. It's been over a month since brother Zhang Feng created his exceptional troops. Could it be he has made another breakthrough? Self-created epic troops? Zhao Lingshan replied, but there hasn't been a Heavenly Dao announcement. Chao Ziqing said, maybe it's a semi-finished product. Tianyin True Transmission and Tianyin Disciples were indistinguishable from the outside, so they all thought they were seeing a troop of around level 40 exceptional troops. If they knew that the troop in front of them was only level 25, their eyes would probably pop out. Meanwhile, Li Feng's eyes sparkled as he murmured, a genius. An unparalleled genius. At the same time, he felt immensely relieved. Fortunately, I didn't offend Zhang Feng because of Andre's matter. Although Dojo is a strategic location, if Zhang Feng can truly create epic troops, even the entire value of Dojo might not compare to Zhang Feng alone. This matter must be reported to the generals immediately. It would be best to pull Zhang Feng into our Jiangnan military district. As Colonel Li Feng was calculating in his heart, Zhang Feng suddenly received a Heavenly Dao prompt. Prompt, Lord Zhao Lingshan has mailed you the skill book cup of wine through the trading post. Postscript, Brother Zhang Feng, please exchange it for a Tianyin Division blueprint. This skill is a family secret, previously concealed. I hope Brother Zhang Feng can forgive me. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. This girl, having witnessed the power of the Tianyin Disciples, had finally been moved. Cup of wine, although just a B-level skill, was something that couldn't be bought even with money. Zhang Feng flipped his hand to take out the skill book from the trading post, looked at the plus sign on the back, and immediately said, enhance. The newly acquired Cup of Wine skill book was instantly enhanced to A level. Cup of Wine, A level, effect, absorb the commanding effects of enemy heroes and partially transfer them to a designated friendly hero. Effect, protect friendly heroes' command from being weakened by skills. Note, only Lord units can learn. Skill effects and duration are influenced by both sides' soul attributes. Ha ha ha. Looking at the enhanced skill, Zhang Feng laughed heartily. Not only can it weaken the enemy's hero dominance, but it can also enhance the dominance of one's own heroes. Although the description suggests only a partial transformation, it is still incredibly powerful. Learn. The skill book transformed into a stream of light and merged into Zhang Feng's body. Immediately, Zhang Feng created a blueprint for the Tianyin Division and sent it to Zhao Lingshan. He had originally planned to vigorously promote the Tianyin Division, and now it was naturally necessary to keep his word. Beep beep beep. Yin Man suddenly sent a video request. Sell me a blueprint for the Tianyin Division. Zhang Feng asked. In surprise, you don't need it, do you? Yin Man's troops were all epic level units, none below that, and all possessed B-level dominance. I just remembered thanks to Sister Meng's reminder that if used to farm low-level monsters, the Tianyin Disciples would be like divine weapons. Yin Man said with a hint of annoyance, I should have thought of that earlier. Zhang Feng understood but still wondered, but does your old Qin town have enough space for you to farm monsters? Farming a large number of low-tier units to support a small number of high-tier units is a classic way to raise troops. Zhang Feng was doing just that. And the Tianyin Disciples, with their innate 100-star combat power, were undoubtedly the best choice. Of course, the premise was that there had to be enough safe space in the town, meaning there had to be sufficient town luck. Old Qin town was still lacking a bit. Isn't it just 10 points of luck? Ing Man rolled her eyes at Jiang Feng. This time, the luck temple distributes luck based on combat contribution, so perhaps after today, Old Qin Town's luck will be enough. Seeing Ing Man's confident demeanor, Jiang Feng did not refute her. Alright, I'll send you the blueprint right away. Soon, the transaction was completed and Jiang Feng received another 20 million spirit stones. It's no wonder Ing Man was so confident. Her Iron Eagle warriors, under the dual enhancement of Lord Talents and Hero Dominance, were indeed ridiculously strong, quickly becoming the most eye-catching presence on the battlefield. Unfortunately, all this brilliance dimmed after the dragon made its move. Noticing that the monsters had gathered sufficiently, Jiang Feng said softly, Xiaojiu, it's your turn to act. Longjiu, having just acquired a new skill, was already itching to show off. Yes, Lord, just watch. The 12 giant dragons leaped into the air, quickly transforming into colossal beings, over 50 meters long. Thanks to the powerful skill Black Hole, Jiang Feng spent over 100 million energy to elevate the other 11 dragons to level 40. After all, it was already common knowledge that he had dragons. This was a presentable combat power. The sudden appearance of the dragons instantly attracted the attention of Zhao Lingshan, Chao Ziqing, Li Feng, and others. Everyone knew Jiang Feng had dragons, but very few had witnessed their actual combat power. Even though they were mentally prepared, the scene that followed left them all stunned. Longjiu flew over the most densely populated area of monsters and gently flapped its wings. Black Hole. A 10-meter-wide black void suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea below. Centered around the black hole, the space within hundreds of meters emitted waves of distortion. Dozens of monsters at the edge of the black hole had their bodies cracked and were howling in pain. They struggled desperately, but it was futile. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were kneading the entire space. In less than 3 seconds, these dozens of monsters were torn to shreds. The effective range of the black hole extended for hundreds of meters. Monsters further away swam frantically, trying to escape the black hole. However, under the black hole's pull, apart from a few exceptional small bosses, the other monsters could only watch in terror as their bodies were continuously drawn toward the center of the black hole. Longjiu's power left everyone in awe. Legendary dragons, to see one today is truly terrifying. Is this the black hole? To unlock the black hole skill at this level, it seems that Brother Jiang Feng's team of dragons must possess noble bloodlines. I'm so envious. Brother Jiang Feng truly has great fortune by his side. No wonder he can overpower numerous lord families and become the county chief. First, he has the world-renowned reputation, and then the giant dragons come to pledge allegiance. Truly, one step ahead, every step ahead. At this moment, the other 11 giant dragons also released black holes. Countless low-level monsters were torn apart, turning the area within several kilometers into a dead zone. Even the sea was stained red. The scene was breathtaking. This guy has stolen the spotlight again. Ing Man gritted her silver teeth, feeling both unwilling and helpless. This guy is too abnormal. Why do I feel like I'm the commoner and he's the second-generation lord? When Jiang Feng heard the words noble bloodline, he almost laughed out loud. When Longjiu and the others were just recruited, they didn't even have names. Where did the noble bloodline come from? However, the 12 giant dragons were all veterans and meritorious subjects of Jiang Feng's territory. Even if they were to become Jiang Feng's pets in the future, he would still take good care of them. Since Jiang Feng started creating the planting space, the legends of these foodies' legendary spiritual items had never ceased. Especially the Dragon Tooth Rice. Dragon Tooth Rice contains a trace of the Divine Dragon's aura. The Divine Dragon is a naturally mythical creature, existing on the same level as the 5-colored Dragon King. For the giant dragons, Dragon Tooth Rice is a great tonic. This is what allowed them to unlock the black hole skill at level 40. Though this was just Jiang Feng's guess, it was close to the truth. The Empress had spent the most time with the giant dragons and was happy for Longjiu. This skill is not bad. Little Jiu can finally hold her head high. Jiang Feng leaned forward, resting on the ship's railing, and frowned. It's just too wasteful, not even a corpse left behind. Jiang Feng showcased a glimpse of his strength, shocking all the lords present. On the epic battleship Hurricane, Andre looked at Jiang Feng, who was stealing the show, his eyes turning red with jealousy. Epic battleship, noble-blooded legendary giant dragon, and a self-created unit that seems to have advanced to epic. Damn it, why are these things appearing in the hands of a commoner? Why? I am one of the heirs of free will, all of this should belong to me. Beside him, County Lieutenant Edmund whispered, Andre, should we act now? Andre forced himself to calm down and whispered back, No, Edmund, we need to wait a bit longer. The Sea Dragon King hasn't appeared yet. Let's wait until they both suffer before we act. Edmund nodded, then curiously said, Strange. It's been so long, and we haven't seen that Sea Dragon King, let alone an epic-level monster. It wasn't like this the last time we came. As soon as he finished speaking, a sea dragon over 10 meters long leaped out of the water. It was a level 55 epic monster. The sudden appearance of the epic sea dragon made everyone tense up instantly. For any lord present, they could slay this boss. But to do so without taking damage would require some effort. Li Feng shouted, "Miss Ling Shan, please handle this epic sea dragon." Zhao Ling Shan immediately nodded, "Rest assured, Commander." But then she quickly added, "This sea dragon seems a bit off." Chao Ziqing also said, "It doesn't seem to have any intention to attack." They saw the epic sea dragon leap out of the water and quickly swim in the opposite direction of the fleet. "Damn, why does it feel like it's trying to escape?" Suddenly, the epic sea dragon let out a mournful cry and began to struggle violently. But no matter how much it struggled, its body sank little by little, eventually disappearing from sight, leaving only a patch of blood-stained seawater. Hiss! Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Even Andre and the others, who had been here once before, were no exception. What was beneath the water? Below the surface of the sea, unseen by the crowd, the several-meter-long harpoon plunged fiercely into the massive body of the sea dragon, with a thick chain extending from the harpoon into the deep sea, where 3 enormous shadows could be vaguely seen. "That's 5 epic monsters already," Jiang Feng murmured, "but where is that legendary sea dragon king?" Just as the words left his mouth, a familiar invisible wave suddenly spread out, instantly covering the entire battlefield. "This is the deep sea domain." He remembered that this deep sea domain had appeared on the Phantom Leviathan before. Soon after, a massive figure over 100 meters long gradually emerged on the surface of the sea. So it's the water source technique. Fortunately, this sea dragon king doesn't seem very smart. If it hadn't activated the deep sea domain, I really would have had a hard time finding it. The sudden appearance of the Sea Dragon King also rang alarm bells for Jiang Feng. "My reconnaissance ability is currently my weak point. It's fine against weaker enemies, but if I face invisible enemies of the same level or even stronger, I will definitely suffer. When I get back, I need to quickly level up a reconnaissance skill." The Sea Dragon King was also a hero unit, and Jiang Feng immediately used the skill he had just acquired. Cup of Wine. A blue light fell onto the Sea Dragon King's head. Tip: you used Cup of Wine. The Sea Dragon King's hero dominance effect is reduced by 40%. Please select a hero to amplify. Empress. Tip: the Empress's hero dominance effect is increased by 10%. Not bad, not bad. The effect of the Cup of Wine skill was related to both sides' soul attributes. Even if Jiang Feng's attributes were strong, he certainly couldn't compare to a level 50 plus legendary monster. So achieving such an effect, Jiang Feng was already very satisfied. This seemed to anger the Sea Dragon King. It immediately swam its massive body toward Jiang Feng's direction. The appearance of the legendary monster made everyone on edge. Li Feng shouted, "The Sea Dragon King is too strong, everyone prepare." He had barely finished his sentence when, the Sea Dragon King suddenly let out a long, painful howl, its entire body thrashing desperately in the sea, a pool of blood beneath it. Chao Ziqing shivered and shouted, "Damn it, here it comes again. A level 54 legendary monster, still a hero unit, how terrifying its power must be." Unfortunately, below him were more than a dozen legendary motherships. The barbs of the harpoon clung tightly to the Sea Dragon King's body, slowly dragging it into the deep sea. After several seconds, the Sea Dragon King's body completely vanished from sight. Gurgle, gurgle, after a few massive splashes on the surface, it returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The unknown is the most terrifying. The bizarre scene before them drove all the lords present into a frenzy. This is too eerie. What on earth is down there? No wonder we only saw that one epic boss. Could it be that the level 54 Sea Dragon King is just a minor boss? And there are even bigger creatures beneath the sea? Could it be a passing marine creature powerhouse? Will this guy attack us? Why, I have a fear of the deep sea. Li Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, hurry up and clear the remaining monsters. After we get the luck rewards, we will immediately withdraw from the barrier where the luck temple is located." Only Yin Man looked toward Jiang Feng with a face full of suspicion. It couldn't be related to this guy again. But then, several more questions surged in her mind. If it really was related to Jiang Feng, could it be a submarine-type sea ship? But what quality of sea ship could drag a level 54 legendary hero unit underwater? Jiang Feng didn't care about these guys' thoughts at all. The legendary Sea Dragon King had just been beaten to death by Angel Yen, Crystal Maiden, and Goddess Warrior. Although water combat wasn't their strong suit, their current strength compared to when they dealt with the Hydra had more than doubled. In just a minute, Jiang Feng had already begun to happily tally the spoils from the Sea Dragon King. Jian suddenly sent a message, "My lord, a large fleet has suddenly appeared outside the barrier. They seem to have materialized out of thin air, and it looks like they are coming for you. I apologize for my oversight, please forgive me." "No worries." Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. They've finally shown up. Although he didn't know how they had concealed their movements, as long as they were open enemies, Jiang Feng felt no fear. It was still that saying, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are nothing but dust. 1 minute ago. On the hurricane, Andre cursed, damn it. I originally wanted this legendary sea dragon to fight them to a standstill, but I didn't expect such a turn of events. What the hell is lurking underwater? Edmund immediately replied, there aren't many monsters left. If we don't act soon, the fortune rewards in the temple will likely be snatched away by the Dragon Kingdom. Although the plan has changed, with the ambush from Sakura country, we can still wipe out this elite force from the Dragon Kingdom. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, once the arrow is on the bowstring, it must be shot. Now we have no choice. Andre nodded, I'll notify Mutakiku right away. Then, he explained with some difficulty, we, as free agents, value the spirit of contracts the most. If it weren't for Zhang Feng's excessive bullying, we wouldn't have betrayed our allies. Edmund agreed wholeheartedly. I understand. Zhang Feng is truly despicable. Not only does he refuse to hand over his treasures, but he's also competing with us for the top spot in the county ranking. He disregarded the interests of his allies first. In comparison, the Sakura people seem to be more sincere. After sending out the message, Andre and Edmund immediately arrived at a concealed teleportation portal. Let's return to our territory. The space here is about to be sealed off. If Zhang Feng were here, he would discover that the hurricane also possessed the building capacity function of a warship. We are merely businessmen, let the Sakura people handle the fighting. Andre looked around and lamented, what a pity for such a warship. Edmund smiled, there's nothing to regret, the Sakura people promised to send us a mirage. At this, he sighed, no one expected the Sakura people to deploy so many mirages in Gyojo. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Andre's face. The Sakura people's competition for the provincial government is one aspect, the other is probably for Zhang Feng. Although Zhang Feng is quite powerful, he doesn't understand the art of keeping a low profile. This time, he is undoubtedly doomed. Edmund hesitated for a moment and asked, should we inform Mutakiku about the mysterious presence in the deep sea? After thinking for a moment, Andre smiled, forget it, it's better to have one less thing to worry about. After all, our task is just to lead them into the trap. Zhang Feng looked at the images transmitted back by the Ghost Fighter and marveled, so many mirages, what a grand display. It is said that the mist emitted by the mirage not only provides perfect invisibility but also has the ability to seal space and silence. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. No wonder it could evade the detection of the Blood Crystal Bat and the Ghost Fighter. Even the intelligence of the immortal Qining family had no prior indication. In the images, 10 kilometers away from the barrier of the Fortune Temple, the originally empty sea surface suddenly rose with thick white mist. The white mist instantly spread across dozens of kilometers of the entire sea area. Immediately after, countless warships of varying sizes emerged from the white mist, some only a few meters long, while others were over 200 meters. The fleet tightly surrounded the Fortune Temple in layers. Occasionally, one could see towering ships over 100 meters long continuously exhaling and inhaling white mist. This was the Mirage. Of course, the true Mirage was the top-tier mythical warship of the Third Heaven. The Mirage before them was merely a replica developed by Su Fu based on the original Mirage, classified as epic. The invisibility of the Mirage was not just visual, it involved very complex spatial technology. Looking at the endless warships in the image, Zhang Feng sighed, the number of enemies is a bit unexpected. Just to be safe, Zhang Feng waved his hand. Several beams of light flashed in the deep sea, and all the ghost motherships rose to level 5, with over 200 million energy from Kukyuo vanishing in an instant. After the upgrade, Zhang Feng looked at the Mirage in the image and chuckled softly, hee hee. I bet Ing Man is going to be furious and curse again. Zhang Feng's guess was not wrong. With such a commotion, the reconnaissance ships, sent by others, quickly relayed the news. Moreover, it was soon discovered that the entire sea area had been sealed off. Mirage? Ing Man gritted her teeth and said, that damned traitor Su Fu. In the current situation, only a few lords could remain calm, while most were in a panic. We've been surrounded. Judging by the number of enemies, there must be over 10,000 warships. No matter how strong our warships are, we can't possibly withstand over 10,000 of them. I told you, the lighthouse people are not to be trusted. You're just a backseat driver. If you really could confirm that Andre had issues, we wouldn't be here today. Is he crazy? If he ambushes us, isn't he afraid we'll take him down? Where is Andre? Get out here. Li Feng had never relaxed his vigilance against Andre, so when arranging formations, he placed Andre's hurricane in the central position under the guise of protection. Not good. Chao Ziqing shouted, Andre must have abandoned the hurricane and has already left through spatial items or a portal. He immediately commanded his troops to break the shield of the hurricane. They discovered that indeed, the hurricane was already empty. Zhao Lingshan said in disbelief, he actually abandoned an epic-level warship? Since he can abandon an epic-level warship, the benefits he gains must be even greater. Chao Ziqing said with a Serious face, not to mention the benefits promised by the Sakura people. If we all die, he will be the lord with the highest combat contribution in the Temple of Fortune. He can receive massive fortune rewards. Moreover, after Longyuan County loses its 3 pillars, it will no longer be able to compete with him for the first place in this county ranking competition. It's truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. No matter how we guard against it, Li Feng sighed. I never expected that the Sakura people would deploy so many mirages in Diaozhou. Even if they were replicas, the price of the mirage far exceeded that of ordinary epic warships. The heart cores of the mirage beasts required to build a mirage were extremely rare and expensive, as the mirage beasts themselves were rare ocean monsters. At least among the millions of lords in Diaozhou, no one had heard of encountering a mirage beast in the past month. Most importantly, a warship built by a certain lord must first be sealed into an inactive state using a sealing type item of the same quality before it can circulate from the main world to the new area. For example, Jiang Feng's ghost mothership would require a legendary sealing item if he wanted to trade it to Anshusha. At this moment, a voice that sounded like a duck's quack came from the Sakura warship. Lords of the Dragon Kingdom, listen up. You have been surrounded. Now surrender obediently and I can treat your prisoners of war according to the Moon Outside Wa agreement. If you resist stubbornly, there will only be one way to die. Zhu Yeqing had a constipated expression and said, "This is Fukuchuan County Mayor Wudoju, a dead fat pig." I once curiously clicked on her avatar and almost got sick. The sea area where the Temple of Fortune was located had already far exceeded the range that the county mayor's portal could reach. They were all high-level warships and had been sailing for 2 hours. So, these low-level warships must have been ambushed here long ago. Only Fuchuan County, adjacent to Keilaying County, could achieve this. Jiang Feng teased, "They say the martial merit lord is fearless, but just one Wuding Ju has stared you like this. Xiao Zhu, you really can't handle it." The county head was limited in number, and Jiang Feng had indeed clicked on Wuding Ju's avatar. It was quite extraordinary. But as soon as he finished speaking, Wuding Ju's voice came again. "Jiang Fengkuan, I have admired you for a long time. If you are willing to spend a spring night with me, we can discuss anything." Jiang Feng's smile instantly froze. Yingyin Man suggested seriously, "Jiang Feng, our lives depend on you. Are you willing to make a sacrifice?" Zhu Yeqing immediately echoed, "What Sister Ring said is absolutely right. With brother John's attributes, he can definitely eat soft rice and hard." Jiang Feng. Seeing Jiang Feng fall silent, Yingyin Man continued to comfort him. "Cheer up, this at least proves you are the most handsome among us, otherwise, why wouldn't you look for Xiao Zhu?" Zhu Yeqing sighed. It turns out being too handsome can also bring about the sadness of having eggs. Listening to the two banter, Zhao Ziqing smiled bitterly. "Big brother and sister, what time is it? Do you still have the mood to joke?" A lord weakly asked. "What should we do now?" Jiang Feng remained silent. Being disgusted was one thing, but he also wanted to see how these people would choose. Li Feng suddenly said, "This time it's probably a life or death situation. If anyone still has energy, try to upgrade the battleships. Then we will form a spearhead formation and break through to the south. This time it was my oversight. I will act as the blade to buy time for everyone." Seeing this, Jiang Feng secretly nodded. Li Feng was still somewhat responsible. "Commander, there's no need to blame yourself. Who could have imagined the enemy would have so many mirages?" Zhao Lingshan comforted, then continued, "Everyone shouldn't think about surrendering. Not to mention whether they people of Sakura country will keep their word. Even if we can survive today, we probably won't have the face to meet anyone in the next life." Even Zhao Lingshan, a woman, said this. The expressions of all the Dragon Country lords present became resolute. They no longer held back their energy, and beams of light flashed as all battleships upgraded again. Yingyin Man upgraded the Divine Might to level 7 in one breath. Its size now comparable to Jiang Feng's Phantom No. 1. Soon, with a command from Li Feng, dozens of battleships formed a spearhead formation and charged towards the encirclement of Sakura country. "Ha ha ha." Wuding Ju's wild laughter came. "Since you seek death, then, pass. My orders, kill them all, leave not one, except for Jiang Feng, my darling." "Ugh." The Empress inquired with concern. "Ah, my lord, what's wrong with you?" But the smile in her eyes betrayed her. Slap. Jiang Feng slapped the thickest part of the Empress's body hard. "Daring to mock me." Although most of Fuchuan County's battleships were of low quality, their sheer number was overwhelming. With a command from Wuding Ju, the low-tier battleships charged recklessly, quickly entering the main cannon range of the Dragon Country battleships. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the Sakura battleships were sunk, yet there was no joy on anyone's face. "These cannon fodder are meant to deplete our energy and spiritual power." Yingyin Man shouted, "It's truly damned." Zhao Ziqing said, "But if we don't attack, these cannon fodder will surely launch suicide charges against us." They found themselves in a dilemma. The only one not worried was Jiang Feng. He was currently writing the clouds flying hundreds of meters above the fleet. Although the enemy was more numerous than he had expected, he felt confident to take a step back. Even if he really couldn't win, he could sink into the deep sea and leave at any time. However, Zhang Feng did not rush to act, but waited for the distance between both sides to close. 1 minute later, Zhang Feng estimated the distance and waved his hand to shoot out a beam of blue light. Cup of wine. This time, he casually chose a cherry blossom hero within range. Tip: by using Cup of Wine, the enemy hero Miwa's domination effect is reduced by 100%. Please select an amplification hero. Jaina. Tip: Jaina's hero domination effect is increased by 40%. Looking at the prompt, Zhang Feng smiled. This skill is really useful. Jaina originally had a B-level domination against battleships, and after the 40% increase, it instantly surpassed the typical A-level domination. All ghost motherships experienced a surge in attributes once again. Zhang Feng assessed the defense of the Mirage and then instructed Jaina, with a 3-to-1, output at full strength. First destroy the 4 Mirages directly ahead. The Mirage's cloaking ability is too troublesome and must be dealt with first. This time, Zhang Feng also had no intention of hiding anything. After all, everyone knew he had an epic fleet. Jaina, yes, Lord. Wait. Zhang Feng suddenly shouted, pointing straight ahead. First, take down that flagship. It's just too damn disgusting. He was in a high position with a broad view. He accidentally saw something he shouldn't have. Damn, that Mutakiku's avatar is definitely beautified. Jaina didn't understand why Zhang Feng suddenly got so angry, but still replied, yes, Lord. 11 massive vessels quietly surfaced from the deep sea. After all, shooting at close range has greater power. On the flagship Fuchuan of Fuchuan County. Ha ha ha. A plump, greasy cherry blossom woman laughed loudly. This time it's simply a gift. We've waited 2 days for this. The higher-ups specially approved 12 Mirages for Fuchuan County to eliminate this batch of elite Dragon Kingdom troops. This is a mirage. I still remember a few days ago when Toyotomi Hidaichi learned about this, his eyes turned green with envy. Beside her, a handsome young man with a delicate bow tie and pale complexion quickly chimed in. Darling, this shows that the higher-ups have finally recognized your potential. Perhaps you will soon be nominated as the Lord of Dojo. Everyone knew that Mutakiku got this opportunity entirely because Fuchuan County was closest to the Temple of Fortune, allowing them to silently ambush their forces here. But the young man spoke so sweetly. This made Mutakiku very excited, calling out, "Come here, baby," and pulled the young man over. Although the young man's steps were already unsteady, he still greeted her with a smile, cooperating fully. What Zhang Feng had just seen was this scene. Suddenly, a commotion arose. Mutakiku's interest was interrupted, and she angrily shouted, "Baka Yaru, what's all the noise about?" A hero exclaimed in terror, "Lord, we detected a massive energy response coming from below us." Boom! Before he finished speaking, the entire battleship began to shake violently. Under attack, energy shield at 82%, 53%. 28%, energy shield breached, hull under attack, bottom damaged, cabin damaged, deck damaged. A piercing alarm sounded. No! Mutakiku had just let out a furious roar. A 10-meter wide energy beam pierced through the deck, instantly engulfing her and several others, shooting straight into the sky. And there were 3 such terrifying energy beams. In addition, nearly 100 energy secondary cannons were firing wildly. This epic battleship seemed to be hit by a Gatling gun, instantly riddled with holes, with ships flying everywhere. Tip: your ghost mothership has killed Lord Mutakiku, gaining energy *60,000. Tip: your ghost mothership has destroyed the Fuchuan battleship, gaining energy *6 million, King Kongwood *200, Tianhan Iron *200. Ha ha ha. Looking at the prompt, Zhang Feng laughed out loud. Not only was it a way to vent his anger by getting rid of that fat woman, but it was also due to experience. The energy provided by a battleship is almost 10 times that of heroes of the same quality. Besides the Fukuchuan, the other 3 Mirage ships followed in its wake, including the hero units on the battleship. The recent volley brought Zhang Feng 30 million energy. Additionally, destroying a battleship yields a small amount of materials for constructing battleships, and these are all epic materials. Zhang Feng continued to issue orders. Ghost mothership, charge immediately. After the main cannon cools down, destroy the 4 Western Mirage ships first. As long as all the Mirage ships could be destroyed, this Sakura fleet wouldn't have a chance to escape. Jianna, understood, my lord. The significant achievements were entirely thanks to the stealth capabilities of the Ghost mothership. This stealth was not just optical, it could also resist most skill detections. Although the power of the energy cannon would be weakened by seawater, the 3 Ghost motherships were currently stationed just 100 meters below the Fukuchuan. For a battleship that was several hundred meters long, this was akin to point-blank shooting. At this moment, the wreckage of the Fukuchuan was visibly sinking towards the seabed at an alarming speed. The sudden turn of events left both sides stunned, especially the Dragon Kingdom lords who were prepared for a desperate fight. Damn, that must be the enemy's flagship. That fat woman, Mutu, just died like that? I remember. The Fukuchuan had just raised its shield, right? To instantly destroy an epic battleship that has raised its shield, what kind of power is that? Ha ha ha, great. The enemy's leader is dead, we're saved. Just now, it seemed like a shipborne energy cannon. Could it be our submarine? Everyone was shocked and excited, but more so filled with doubts. What exactly was helping them? Did Commander Li Feng have a backup plan? Only Ng Yin Man thought of Zhang Feng immediately and exclaimed, Zhang Feng, it was you, right? Zhang Feng had just completed a new round of tactical deployment with Jiana and replied calmly, that's right, it was me. So Zhang Brothers' battleship actually has deep-sea capabilities, following us all along. Xu Yeqing sighed, so it was Zhang Brother who just took down that legendary sea dragon. Upon hearing this, Chao Ziqing and the others were shocked but also filled with the joy of having survived. Zhang Brother is amazing. Although I'm not afraid of death, it's better not to die. Damn, I just sent my will back. There are rumors in the rivers and lakes that Zhang Feng has a naval fleet. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its name. I didn't expect it to be a submarine-type naval ship. Zhao Lingshan calculated in her mind for a long time and questioned, but even if it's a level 7 epic battleship, the power of the main cannon shouldn't be this great, right? After all, the target is also an epic battleship with full defenses. Chao Ziqing said, what if it's point-blank shooting? If I'm not mistaken, Zhang Feng's battleship must also have stealth capabilities. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes turned red with envy, followed by a shiver in their hearts. With such immense power from the shipborne energy cannon, combined with deep-sea and stealth capabilities, it was simply a maritime killer. If they were to suddenly receive a few shots, no one could withstand it. While everyone was thinking about going back to develop a high-quality detection skill, they also placed Zhang Feng on the list of untouchables. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhang Feng was their ally. Xu Yeqing lamented, seeing the fate of that legendary sea dragon just now, I should have thought of it. It's true that ordinary people wouldn't think of it. Chao Ziqing collected his thoughts and laughed, submarine-type battleships are rare, and most are small ships. Who would have thought that a battleship could also dive? Everyone wasn't foolish and quickly pieced together the situation in the strait, only imagining the mothership as a battleship. Zhang Feng did not refute this, only adding, I have a naval battle hero. Chao Ziqing sighed, I'm tired of saying the word envy. The most excited was Colonel Li Feng. If all these elite Dragon Country soldiers were to be lost here, he would be a sinner of the Dragon Country. It could be said that Zhang Feng had saved the situation in Daiwazu. Today's events must be reported to the superiors immediately. Zhang Feng is no longer just a talent. Such a strong individual, it would not be an overstatement to invest any cost to win him over, even if it means making him a general. Boom! Another violent explosion echoed, pulling Colonel Li Feng from his thoughts. He looked up. In the western direction, 2 Mirage-class ships were bursting with energy, their exquisite tower structures collapsing, and the 9-figure epic warships were instantly destroyed, their wreckage slowly sinking into the deep sea. The Sakura fleet was already in chaos. Even from several kilometers away, one could hear the panicked shouts of the Sakura Lord. Quick! Where are the mages, the Onmyoji, the Starseers? Are they just sitting around? Hurry and report the enemy's position. Sir, the enemy is underwater and in a stealth state. We can't detect them at all. A bunch of useless fools. Go ask Lord Mutu. Lord Mutu was killed in the first wave of attacks. Damn it! I am Miyamoto Kuma and I am temporarily taking command of the fleet. Relay my orders to drop depth charges and cover the entire sea area. Your wisdom is unmatched, my lord. Also, all mirages go stealth. Soon. Splash. Countless depth charges were dropped into the sea, slowly sinking. The remaining 8 mirages began to release mirage gas. The stealth of the mirage was not visual invisibility but rather creating a separate space. If they successfully went stealth, even Zhang Feng's current methods would be powerless. Fortunately, Zhang Feng was well prepared. Are you scared? That's fine, it saves me 2 rounds of concentrated fire. Zhang Feng chuckled and said, Gianna, lock onto these mirages for me. As for those depth charges, Zhang Feng didn't take them seriously at all. Most of the Sakura country's warships were of low quality, and they were covering attacks. Dozens of depth charges were merely a tickle to the protective capabilities of the Phantom Mother ship. Yes. Gianna's voice came through, followed by admiration. So the Lord had anticipated this step. I admire you. Zhang Feng smiled. This is called micromanaging. Gianna, you should spend more time communicating with the archangels. They are all tactical masters. Gianna, yes, my lord. Whoosh! Thud 8 grappling hooks shot out, accurately hitting the hull before the mirage completed its stealth. The Mirage still managed to go stealth, but the grappling hooks firmly locked it in place. From a distance, one would be surprised to find that a glowing, thick, runic chain was connected to the Phantom mothership, while the other end vanished just above the water's surface. If it weren't for that taut, straight form, it would seem like a rope floating in the water. Zhang Feng said with a smile. As expected, the space formed by the epic Mirage cannot sever the grappling hooks of the legendary warship. The plight of the Mirage left the Sakura lords in a state of panic. After all, the Mirage was their last retreat. Miyamoto Yuichi, who had temporarily taken command, gritted his teeth and said, "Baka, don't worry about the ghosts underwater. The entire army charge, all flying units take to the skies. As long as we can kill the dozens of dragon country lords on the surface, we will be the heroes of the great Sakura Empire." After saying this, Miyamoto Yuichi soared into the air, leaving his epic warship to land on a well-crafted warship only a few dozen meters long. He wasn't foolish, he knew that the epic warship would inevitably become the enemy's target. To be fair, given the current situation facing the Sakura country, Miyamoto Yuichi made the most correct choice. All Sakura warships reformed their formation, charging towards the encircling dragon country forces. Seeing this, Zhang Feng said, "We'll deal with those Mirage ships later. First, let's clear out these small fry." Although the Phantom mothership was dragging a Mirage, its speed was merely limited. Other attack methods were unaffected. Dozens of energy beams shot out from beneath the sea, destroying ship after ship. Even the energy shields of the superior warships could be easily pierced by the main cannon of the Phantom mothership. However, there were simply too many warships from Sakura Nation, and their flying units blotted out the sky. A Silver Moon Priest hero under Chao Zicheng, who possessed the precision talent, instantly provided the accurate number, 885,229, nearly a million flying units. However, the dozens of lords from Dragon Nation received strong reinforcements, each one filled with newfound confidence, and the battle heated up. Thousands of epic flying units took to the skies one after another. "Everyone wait, I'll go sell for a bit first." Zhang Feng's voice echoed across the battlefield, and then he waved his hand. Upgrade. 12 massive halos rose up, consuming 82.68 million energy. All the dragons leveled up to 45, which was the upper limit for 8 books. This also drained all the energy gained from just slaying countless sea dragons and destroying epic warships. Long Geo had never been so glorious as today. For the Lord, for Dragon Nation. She excitedly let out a long cry, then led 11 dragons to meet the million-strong aerial army of Sakura. Black Hole. The Black Hole could instantly kill elites and rare sea dragons above level 55, let alone these ordinary units from Sakura Nation. Amidst the terrified screams of Sakura lords, heroes, and units, countless flying units were crushed into pieces by the spatial distortion. In an instant, 12 death zones radiating hundreds of meters appeared in the sky. Zhang Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "What a godly skill for clearing troops." Of course, the 12 dragons were not having it easy, even though they were now at level 45. Countless ranged attacks rained down on the massive bodies of the dragons, including those from superior and epic units. The 12 dragons were instantly battered, their scales bursting, blood splattering everywhere. Ingin Man was almost heartbroken. Zhang Feng quickly let Long Jiao and the others retreat. If this continues, there will be casualties. Due to the rules of the battlefield among the myriad races, the highest quality that a new lord could bring into the new area was only epic. Ingin Man had long been envious of Zhang Feng's dragons. Others looked in Zhang Feng's direction filled with admiration. Brother Zhang Feng actually sent the dragons to sell themselves. This self-sacrificing spirit I, oldly, truly admire from the bottom of my heart. To make legendary units fearless of death, it shows how well Brother Zhang Feng commands his subordinates. Did you hear what that dragon just shouted? For Dragon Nation. Although they are dragons, if they can win this time, they should all be adorned with medals. Why not, let them join the nationality of Dragon Nation? The Black Hole was an indiscriminate attack skill. As long as the Black Hole remained, the Lords of Dragon Nation did not dare to send their units forward. What they didn't know was that the dragons' fearlessness and loyalty were just one aspect. The main reason was that they had the life spring to back them up. And Zhang Feng sending the dragons to sell was merely taking the opportunity to harvest some energy first. Just like that. In just a short while, Zhang Feng's battle log displayed tens of thousands of battle reports. It contributed over 80 million energy to Zhang Feng once again. In less than 10 seconds, a dragon, covered in wounds, finally couldn't hold on any longer and crashed down towards the sea. Its black hole was also difficult to maintain and immediately dissipated. Little 10. Longjiu cried out in despair, then shouted loudly, "Retreat!" The lords of Sakura almost shouted in unison, "Kill the dragons! We can't let them escape like this." After this wave of black holes, their million-strong army had lost nearly 1/10. Their hatred for the dragons was palpable. Ingin Man shouted, "Iron Eagle warriors, heed my command, rescue the dragons." Others immediately commanded their troops to advance, protecting the giant dragons behind them. Li Feng looked at the blood-soaked giant dragons, tears welling in his eyes. Brother Jiang Feng is truly unmatched among patriots. The dragon's fearless bravery united the Dragon Kingdom in a common cause against the enemy. A chaotic battle erupted in an instant. This was a true war. Compared to the battle before him, Jiang Feng's previous skirmishes were nothing more than child's play. On the sea, various energy beams, cannonballs, crossbow bolts, arrows, and magic flew wildly. Above the sea, within a radius of several dozen kilometers, the sky was almost filled with flying troops. On one side were thousands of epic troops, while on the other side were 1,000,000 flying troops, only mixed with a few high-tier units. Countless troops were being killed every moment. Winged people, griffins, dragon eagles, flying dragons, angels, demons, severed limbs and broken arms from various races fell like raindrops. One of Zhao Lingshan's dual-winged angels had just slain dozens of rare winged people when it fell victim to a yin-yang master's life extraction, instantly becoming weak, and was then pierced by dozens of powerful crossbow bolts, blood spilling into the air. Even Jiang Feng's true transmission of Tianyin occasionally fell. Zhu Jia's seventh child was surrounded by dozens of epic-level great demons, and it seemed he would soon be overwhelmed. Xu Yeqing suddenly pressed heavily on his divine cave, 7 stars pointing life. 3rd star. The other 6 were taken aback. Little Qingzi, you. They knew this was Xu Yeqing's trump card. After activating the 3rd star, he would be half dead even if he survived. Boom! A massive fist imprint struck out, and an epic-level great demon instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Boom boom boom! In less than 10 breaths, Xu Yeqing transformed into a god of slaughter, slaying dozens of great demons, shocking everyone present. But soon, Xu Yeqing's momentum plummeted. Little Qingzi brother, I will avenge you. Zhu Yeshuan's eyes showed sorrow, but she had only said half of it when what happened next made her eyes widen in shock. Xu Yeqing pulled out a vial of emerald green liquid and exclaimed. Then his exhausted body regained vitality, laughing heartily. Ah, don't mind me, everyone continue. The other 6 children, surprised, curiously approached to ask what medicine he had just taken. How much was a bottle? Was there more? Xu Yeqing quickly indicated they would talk about it after the fight. Besides Xu Yeqing, Ying Yinmun's performance also caught Jiang Feng's attention. He rode the wind, with yellow vertical pupils rising deep in his eyes, clearly activating the bloodline of the ancestor dragon. He exuded a heavy pressure that made several flying dragons on the opposite side tremble. In just a short time, he had already slain several epic-level flying dragons. Meanwhile, Meng Tian guarded Ying Yinman while earnestly advising, Your Highness, activating your bloodline in such a public setting could attract the attention of Sakura country. Right now, their focus is on Jiang Feng, which is quite good, isn't it? Achoo! Jiang Feng sneezed, puzzled. Could someone be cursing me again? He shot out a 7-star sword. She, slaying a great demon that had stealthily approached him. Then, looking at the war scene before him, one that only appeared in legends, he felt his spirit surge. This is the romance of a man. He took a few deep breaths, suppressing the impulse to unleash a Origin Divine Fist. He also refrained from deploying powerful troops like angels, goddess warriors, or 9 heavens holy princesses. And even the ghost fighters were not sent out. The strength he had already revealed today was sufficient. If he truly unleashed an Origin Divine Fist to shatter the void or expose the angelic army, it wouldn't be long before Sakura country sent down powerful beings from the upper realm to hunt him down. By then, he would likely have to reveal at least half of his trump cards to defeat those upper realm experts. Then the upper realm would send even stronger ones, leading to a vicious cycle of evil. Anyway, this battle is already won. Jiang Feng looked at the battlefield situation and made a quick judgment. Moreover, I've already done enough today. Jiang Feng's judgment was spot on. Under the powerful firepower of the 12 ghost motherships, all the superior class warships of Sakura country were sunk in less than 20 minutes. Although the battle was still fiercely ongoing, the feeling of having the sword of Damocles hanging over one's head was not something everyone could bear, especially for the lords of the rare class warships. They knew it would soon be their turn. No more fighting. If we continue, regardless of victory or defeat, we'll be lucky to survive. Exactly, we didn't join the encirclement for the military and royal commissions. If we're dead, what good is the money? Baka. Mirage, hurry up and take us invisible and leave. Stop. With the Mirage. We're locked on by Dragon Country and can't even show ourselves. If you want to live, run for it. In their desperation to escape, the lords of Sakura country no longer cared about their heroes and troops. They even ordered their warships, heroes, and troops to buy time for them, while they themselves fled towards the distance in the fastest warships as if their lives depended on it. No matter how much Miyamoto Kuma rallied and motivated them in the fleet channel, or even threatened them, more and more lords from Sakura country chose to flee. We have been abandoned by our lord. The abandoned heroes and troops instantly lost all morale, some fleeing alongside their lord, while others directly betrayed him, and only a few with high loyalty were quickly annihilated. We won. The enemy no longer has high-quality warships, let's chase them down, everyone we kill counts. Right, let's catch up, we must vent this anger. Damn it, 2 of my epic troops have died. Although victorious, Dragon Country also suffered heavy losses this time. Thousands of epic troops had nearly half casualties. 8 superior-class warships were sunk, but fortunately, Li Feng had the foresight to transfer the lords of these warships to epic warships in advance, preventing any lord from dying. Including Ying Man, a group of Dragon Country lords pursued the fleeing Sakura lords with murderous intent. My lord, 48 members of the Tianyin True Transmission have died and have already been resurrected at the Fountain of Life. Listening to the Empress's report, Jiang Feng nodded. Only 48 casualties were due to the powerful Great Sumeru sword formation. Although the gains were immense, Jiang Feng's losses were equally significant. The energy consumed for resurrecting Tianyin True Transmission was just one aspect. The other major cost was money. When the cannon fires, gold flows. Don't be fooled by the laughter while the fireworks fleet turn to ashes. The Ghost Mothership's invisibility, submersion, energy cannons, and shields all required energy support. Such high-intensity combat could not rely solely on the mothership's natural recovery speed. It depended entirely on burning massive amounts of spirit stones. The frustrating part was that only high-grade spirit stones could replenish energy for legendary-class warships. After some calculations, even if all the high-grade spirit stones were enhanced by Jiang Feng, it still consumed nearly 15 million spirit stones. If it were any other lord, this battle would have cost at least hundreds of millions of spirit stones in high-grade spirit stones. Not everyone could afford to operate a legendary warship. At this moment, Gianna suddenly asked, "My lord, how should we deal with the 8 mirages we've locked onto? They're hiding in the mirage space and won't come out. We can't just let them waste time like this." Mirages were indeed valuable. Even Jiang Feng felt a bit envious. Unfortunately, he didn't have any ceiling-type items. Jiang Feng recalled the information about the mirages and immediately ordered, "Drag these 8 mirages down into the deep sea. The deeper they, better." Gianna was taken aback. "The deeper we go, the more energy the mothership will consume." Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Harsh environments will increase the burden on the mirage space's barriers. And it will also greatly increase the energy consumption of the mirages, even more than our shields." This was the advantage of a top student. Jianna understood. This is a battle of attrition. Although it's a clumsy method, it's also the most effective one. To prevent the Mirage Lord from seeking help from other lords, Jiang Feng threw a rare quality silence scroll, silencing the sea area within several kilometers. He didn't want to engage in a war of attrition with the entire Sakura nation. Inside an independent space formed by the Mirage, chaos reigned. "Baka, it's been over 20 minutes, and we still haven't severed the harpoon's chains? No way, my lord. The chains are protected by powerful runes and can automatically repair themselves, unless we can exhaust their energy, or unleash a powerful attack that exceeds the rune protection. These chains are just too strong." The lord shouted angrily, "Baka Yuru." The mirage space, from the inside out, felt like being in a glass dome, clearly revealing the situation outside. At this moment, the war outside was nearing its end. These useless fools. They've been defeated by dozens of Dragon Nation lords. What do we do now? Don't worry, if we don't go out, Jiang Feng can't do anything to us. With the energy reserves of the Mirage, we can hold out for 3 to 5 days without a problem. Perhaps someone will come to rescue us soon. Just as the words fell, the scenery outside the Mirage changed, and the entire Mirage space was suddenly pulled underwater. The surrounding light quickly dimmed. "Ah, Jiang Feng is dragging us into the deep sea. Not good. The energy consumption maintaining the Mirage space is increasing. Quick, seek help from other lords. We need mid-grade or higher Spirit Stone support. Even if not for us, we must protect the Mirage. Baka, we've been silenced. Evil Dragon Nation people. Let's surrender." "Silenced? How can we surrender? We are prisoners of war. What the Dragon Nation is doing violates the Outer Moon Treaty and will be taken to military court." Half an hour later, the energy of the Mirage was finally exhausted. The Mirage space emitted a crisp sound and seawater rushed in. No. Beneath the 10,000-meter deep sea, amidst desperate howls, whether lord, hero, or soldier, all were crushed to death by the immense pressure. The Mirage was also instantly destroyed, slowly sinking to the seabed. Tip: your ghost mothership has destroyed the Mirage, epic, gaining energy *5 million. Looking at the prompt, Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief. Although the consumption was huge, it was finally effective. One by one, the Mirages were dragged into the deep sea and destroyed by Jiang Feng. It must be said that some Mirages had very ample energy reserves. After a full hour, there were still 3 Mirages holding out. This made Jiang Feng grit his teeth in frustration. After all, this was all money. Just as Zhang Feng was considering whether to prepare another silence scroll. The Shinwei returned, and he heard Ng Inman's laughter. Ha, I've destroyed hundreds of Sakura warships again, it feels great. Zhang Feng, why don't you chase after the Sakura fleet? Zhang Feng didn't hide it. Aren't I busy dealing with the little devil's mirages? Ng Inman clearly also had B-grade commanding. See battle hero status. The Shinwei was incredibly fast, and in the time it took to speak, it had already reached 100 meters away from Ghost One. Hearing about the mirages, Ng Inman's eyes lit up. What about the mirages you captured? Can you let me seal 2 of them? Zhang Feng's eyes also brightened. Do you have sealing items? MHM. Ng Inman nodded. Last time I returned to Blue Star, I brought back 2 epic-level sealing talismans. Zhang Feng immediately said, one for each of us. Ng Inman's eyes twinkled as she replied, you either call me sister or add a blueprint. For the Tianyin branch, epic-level sealing items are extremely valuable. Zhang Feng readily agreed, deal. Ng Inman looked forward, but then Zhang Feng promptly mailed her a blueprint for the Tianyin branch. Anyway, Zhang Feng also wanted to vigorously promote the Tianyin branch. If it weren't for the fear of causing misunderstandings, he would have wanted to distribute dozens of blueprints for free. Ng Inman set up a tent with her hands, looking around and saying, hey, where's the mirage you captured? We need to think of a way to force the enemies inside out. Just then. Hint, your ghost mothership has destroyed the mirage, epic, gaining energy *5 million. Zhang Feng's expression changed, and he quickly ordered, Jenna, drag the remaining 2 mirages up. Goodness, there were 3 just now, and now only 2 are left. Soon, the 2 mirage spaces enveloped the mirage and brought it to the surface, and Zhang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ng Inman understood what was going on at a glance and exclaimed, well, this young man is getting rich, actually starting to compete with the mirage in terms of consumption. Zhang Feng ignored Ng Inman's teasing and soared into the air, beckoning in front of the mirage space. A 1-meter diameter gap instantly opened in the mirage space, revealing the pale face of the Sakura Lord inside. Lord Zhang Feng, we are willing to surrender, we only ask that you spare our lives. Clearly, the recent experience in the 10,000-meter deep sea had frightened him quite a bit. Zhang Feng nodded. Hand over the mirage, and I promise not to kill you. Lord Zhang Feng, the Dragon Kingdom's language is profound. You won't kill me, but you will let others kill me, or even force me to commit suicide, right? Zhang Feng was speechless, because he indeed thought so. The Sakura Lord suddenly knelt down. Please guarantee that I can return safely to my territory. I swear in the name of Amaterasu, I will immediately retreat and never be an enemy of the Dragon Kingdom again. I have elders above and children below. I beg you. If you don't agree, I can only destroy this mirage immediately. As a lord, he had the ability to destroy his own ship. Zhang Feng frowned. Was this a threat? Although the other party was kneeling while threatening, it still made Zhang Feng somewhat displeased. However, this Sakura Lord was indeed a clever person, knowing that his life was insignificant compared to the mirage. Sure enough, Ng Inman advised, forget it, Zhang Feng, a few lords can't stir up much trouble. Zhang Feng shrugged, alright. This Sakura Lord was also very astute, even daring not to force Zhang Feng to swear, and immediately dispersed the mirage space, respectfully saying, please, both lords, take over the mirage. Soon, all the lords and troops belonging to the Sakura Kingdom dispersed from the mirage. Ng Inman took out a talisman and gently tossed it. Seal. The talisman swelled in the wind, instantly growing to hundreds of meters in size, covering the entire mirage within. Immediately afterward, the mirage quickly shrank, eventually transforming into a mini-model the size of a foot, landing in Ng Inman's hand. With the success of the first ship, the second was quickly sealed as well. The sealed warships, troops, and heroes could be traded. However, when they were recruited again, their levels would reset to 0. Ng Inman's epic troops all came this way. According to the agreement, Zhang Feng obtained one of them. Looking at the plus behind the mirage, Zhang Feng smiled. Indeed, it could be upgraded to a legendary level mirage. He didn't rush to upgrade because others were also returning one after another. Li Feng laughed heartily. This time it all depends on brother Zhang Feng's righteous help. By the way, how's that giant dragon under your command? He was referring to Longshi, who had fallen into the sea. Zhang Feng replied, it's fine, Xiaoshi has been rescued. After Longshi fell into the water, he was immediately saved by Jiana into the underwater ghost mothership. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, revealing genuine smiles. Zhao Lingshan said, although we suffered considerable losses this time, the Sakura Kingdom's losses are even greater. With more than a dozen mirages, even the top royal families of the Sakura Kingdom will feel the pain for a while. Chao Zicheng said, after all, this is the outer sea of Keilang County. To avoid prolonged delays, let's quickly deal with the remaining guardian monsters of the Fortune Temple and claim our rewards. Everyone nodded in agreement. They soon returned to the barrier where the Fortune Temple was located. Since the Sea Dragon King had already been killed by Jiang Feng. The guardian monsters of the Fortune Temple would not automatically respawn. The group swiftly cleared the remaining thousands of monsters, including the Hurricane epic battleship left by Andre. It transformed into energy and resources for Jiang Feng. After slaying the last sea monster, the Fortune Temple suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light. Notification: your fleet has successfully eradicated the evil Sea Dragon clan. Your contribution rate is 82% and your town has gained fortune *28. Notification: you have the highest contribution value and have obtained ownership of the Fortune Temple. Do you wish to occupy it? Occupy. Jiang Feng opened the interface of the Fortune Temple. Fortune Temple, after occupation. It can provide 1 point of fortune value to the Lord's town each month. A joyful expression couldn't help but appear on Jiang Feng's face. He hadn't expected that the Fortune Temple had accumulated quite a bit of fortune value. He wasn't surprised at all that his contribution rate exceeded 80%. After all, he had independently slain several epic monsters and one legendary monster, and the Black Hole had wiped out large groups of ordinary monsters. As for the monthly 1 point of fortune value, Jiang Feng didn't care much. After all, it had only been less than 2 months since the opening of the server, and he had already gained 57 points of fortune. Meanwhile, all the lords of Longyuan Town received the notification. Jiang Feng has occupied the Fortune Temple. Longyuan Town's fortune plus 28 points, current town fortune 57 points. Everyone was dumbfounded. What did they just hear? 28 points of fortune. Longyuan Town had achieved first place in the town ranking competition so many times and had won so many fortune bets, yet they had only gained a total of 29 points of fortune. But their lord had gone out and pulled off such a feat, gaining 28 points of fortune? The explosive increase in fortune made the entire space of Longyuan Town seem to emit a rumbling sound. The space expanded, resources mutated, monsters advanced. In the Longyuan Town channel, and Chuxia and other key members of the town were fine. After all, they already knew Jiang Feng was going to conquer the Fortune Temple, but they hadn't expected the rewards to be this great. However, the others went completely crazy. Long live the boss. Epic level boss. Haha, an epic level merman leader killed my squad. I'm going to hunt it down right now. Hopefully, it drops an epic soldier token. Oh, another one has gone mad. Damn. According to the coordinates, the town space has nearly doubled. The diameter has already exceeded 1,000 kilometers. And Chuxia excitedly sent a message to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, the Dwarf King's palace can recruit the Hill King again. The production time for the Hill King has been reduced to 14 days. Then she added, somewhat aggrieved. But my family is out of money. My mom hasn't gathered enough for the last life essence. Jiang Feng replied with a smile, no worries, pay it back slowly. Huang Xian excitedly said, brothers, we can enjoy the resources, monsters, and drop rates of Longyuan Town all thanks to our boss's efforts. I suggest we give half of Longyuan Town's territory to the boss so he can develop quickly. Strangely enough, this act of selflessness did not provoke the resentment of the lords of Longyuan Town. Instead, it sparked a wave of agreement. Yes, give the territory to the boss. Ha, boss. Hurry up and develop, and we can all benefit. Seeing this, Jiang Feng immediately replied, brothers, my current town map is sufficient for now. I'll let you know if I need anything. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Feng felt a stir in his heart. A scene suddenly emerged in his mind. The dragon vein of the territory burst forth from the ground, joyfully soaring above the territory. Last time I saw the little dragon, it was only 6 meters long, but this time it has grown to 10 meters, revealing a fierce appearance. Not only that, the little dragon now seems almost tangible, with a faint sheen on its scales, claws, and horns. It circled around the territory but did not find Jiang Feng, a flicker of human-like disappointment flashing in its eyes before it burrowed back underground. At the same time, a notification sounded in Jiang Feng's ears. Notification, the town's luck has increased. Dragon Vein Evolution Degree 57%. Notification, the current amplification effect of the Dragon Vein has increased. Notification, the Dragon Vein Evolution Degree has exceeded 50%. Unlocking new amplification effects. Oh, a new amplification effect has been unlocked. Jiang Feng opened the Dragon Vein panel. Low-grade Dragon Vein effect condenses spiritual energy, producing 570,000 spirit stones daily. Effect, high-quality resources are more likely to appear near your territory. Effect, with earth spirits and human talents, you are more likely to recruit high-quality farmers and troops. Effect, increases the drop rate of the town lord, heroes, and troop units by 114%. When opening treasure chests, the chance of triggering Fortune Smiles upon you is multiplied by 5. Effect, the growth cycle of animals and plants in the territory is halved, with a 10% chance of mutation, increasing quality by 1 tier, not exceeding legendary quality. Not bad at all. Jiang Feng's lips curled up. Shortening the time is equivalent to doubling the output, and Considering the amplification of legendary farmers, the chance of spiritual items leveling up has already reached 20%. This means that for every 1,000 dragon tooth rice produced, 200 can be upgraded to legendary quality. The continuous surprises put Zhang Feng in a great mood. However, the other lords were not feeling so cheerful. On Colonel Li Feng's battleship, Ng Man looked at Zhang Feng. My contribution is 3.1% and I gained a bit of luck. Yours shouldn't exceed 20 points, right? Zhang Feng smiled and said, just a stroke of luck. Originally, everyone was supposed to share equally, with each person getting 1 to 2 points of luck, which wouldn't be a waste of the long trip. But now, luck can't be split in half, so aside from Zhang Feng, only the top 7 contributors each received 1 point of luck. Chao Ziqing sighed and said seriously, Brother Zhang Feng earned the luck with his own ability. I fully respect that, and besides, Brother Zhang Feng saved everyone's lives. The others nodded in agreement. But then, through calculations, they discovered that Andre had also gained a point of luck. What a stroke of luck for that bastard. Everyone, including Zhang Feng, felt quite displeased. Zhang Feng looked at Ng Man. Is there a direct way to teleport to Keilang County? Ng Man, who was not afraid of trouble, brightened at the words. You mean, Zhang Feng, are you daring enough to go? Ng Man nodded excitedly. Of course. Li Feng immediately advised, this is too risky. Andre controls the teleportation gates in Keilang County. We would be fighting against hundreds of thousands of lords in a county. Zhang Feng snapped out 2 scrolls, the very ones for killing and looting. We catch them off guard, use anti-flight and silence, take out Andre, and then retreat. He was already quite familiar with this process. Ng Man added, I have an insider right in Keilang town, only about 200 kilometers from Andre's territory. If we are careful, it's completely feasible. With that, the others also became interested. All right. Xu Yeqing, who was fearless, clapped and laughed. A gentleman seeks revenge, and time is of the essence. If we don't take out this grandson, I'll feel like a fishbone stuck in my throat. You guys from Longyuan County are all crazy. Chao Ziqing complained, then said, we are currently at sea. It will take us several hours to return to our territory, and by then, that grandson will probably be fully prepared. Zhang Feng smiled and said, everyone follow me. Soon. Ha ha ha. The teleportation gate, Xu Yeqing said, I didn't expect Brother John's battleship to have a building capacity function. Chao Ziqing also exclaimed in surprise, so, as long as we leave this no-fly zone, we can immediately teleport to Keilang town and swiftly eliminate that traitor, Andre. Zhao Lingshan gritted her teeth, count me in. Zhang Feng looked at Ng Man, tell me the teleportation gate number for the internal line in Keilang town. In fact, whether it was to kill or control Andre, Zhang Feng alone was enough. He didn't even need to bring any hero units. With a full-powered punch, Andre's territory would likely be no more. This was also the confidence that allowed Zhang Feng to dare to venture into Keilang County. Unfortunately, Zhang Feng didn't have the same connections as Ng Man. If he relied on conventional methods to enter Keilang County, it would probably take several days and nights. Soon, the teleportation gate on Zhang Feng's battleship flickered with light. A group of people filled with killing intent vanished from the deck. Li Feng sighed, young people really are full of energy. Keilang County, Keilang Town. Tip, your fleet has successfully annihilated the evil Sea Dragon clan. Your contribution is 1.6%. You have received a luck reward *1. Looking at the prompt, Andre erupted in anger. Crack, the exquisite Nightglow wine glass shattered into pieces upon hitting the ground. Damn it! I only received a bit of luck? This was completely different from Andre's expectations. According to his plan, the dragon people would be wiped out and he would monopolize all the luck from the Luck Temple. The Sakura Nation is simply useless. Dozens of mirage ships, thousands of battleships, and they can't even handle a few dozen battleships? More than half an hour ago, news of the Sakura Nation's military failures had already started to come in. But according to his understanding, even if they suffered losses, at most they would be severely weakened after exterminating the dragon people. Now, based on the rewards issued by the Luck Temple, the dragon lords were basically unharmed. Beside him, Edmund was also seething with anger, and they made us lose a Luck Temple. If it weren't for the county ranking competition, Keilang County could have taken this Luck Temple, but that would have resulted in heavy casualties, leaving them without a chance at first place in the county ranking competition. He had hoped to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Instead, he ended up losing both the lady and the soldiers. It really is Zhang Feng again. Reports from the front lines continue to come in. Edmund suddenly shouted, damn it. So that's how it is. His naval fleet actually has deep-sea diving and stealth capabilities, and it's the most powerful battleship with onboard artillery. Andre threw himself onto the chair, his expression grim. With such an invincible fleet, Zhang Feng has become the maritime overlord? Edmund nodded. We have completely offended Zhang Feng. We will have to be on guard against him when we go out to sea in the future. Moreover, if a traitor appears in our town and Lets the dragon people in, our lives won't be guaranteed. After all, Zhang Feng's giant dragon has already unlocked the black hole, it's just too strong. Andre frowned at this time, the dragon people not only suffered no substantial damage but also gained a huge advantage. The Sakura nation, this great enemy, has already put the dragon people in a difficult position. I don't believe they would dare to oppose us freely. Back in the day, when our lighthouse nation's lord humiliated a dragon female lord in Zone 632, it caused quite a stir, yet the Qing domain didn't even dare to make a peep, and it ended up unresolved? At worst, I can personally step in to apologize and give the dragon people a way out. It would be best if you could personally ease the conflict. Edmund sighed in relief and then said, I'm not worried about the others, I'm just afraid that Zhang Feng won't play by the rules. Andre was somewhat reluctant. I understand, let's talk about this tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed and he jumped up. Spatial ceiling. And silence. Damn it, there's a spy in the town. Edmund was also shocked. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom people have come to kill us so quickly? A hint of panic finally flashed across Andre's face. Impossible. Those guys are still at the Fortune Temple. How could they have reached the town so fast? Edmund spoke rapidly. Regardless of whether it's the Dragon Kingdom attacking, we should hide first. But it was already too late. They had just escaped 10 kilometers outside their territory under the protection of the hero units. 12 giant dragons had already appeared on the horizon. In addition to Zhang Feng, there were also over 1,000 epic flying units and a dozen lords. It really is those guys. How dare they? A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Realizing there was no way to escape, Andre forced a smile despite the humiliation and said, Everyone, we have indeed had some unpleasantness between us. However, starting today, our Kalaying County will fully support the Dragon Kingdom in competing for the position of the Lord of Jojo. Moreover, I represent Kalaying County in giving up this county competition. The last sentence was directed at Zhang Feng, the fool. Chao Ziqing sneered, Now you know fear, you should have thought of today when you betrayed us. Andre quickly replied, My great-grandfather was one of the 12 founders of free will. I believe even the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't want to be enemies with us, right? How about I personally offer 100 million spirit stones as a gesture to ease everyone's worries? The crowd frowned. It must be said that although Andre was using both soft and hard tactics, he did make some sense. Because the royal family of the Qing domain was gradually declining, the various military districts of the Dragon Kingdom could only adopt a strategy of distant alliances and close attacks in the seventh heaven. Seeing this, Andre revealed a smug smile but refrained from provoking the Dragon Kingdom lords further at that moment. Jiang Feng suddenly said, It seems you have a lot of money. Andre replied elegantly, As everyone knows, what we lack the least in free will is money. Zhang Feng smiled sincerely and said softly, Knock out the 2 lords and kill all the other hero units. Andre was taken aback and shouted, Zhang Feng, do you know what you're doing? If you dare to attack us, free will definitely not let you go. Edmund added, Yes, Mr. Zhang Feng, by then, the Dragon Kingdom probably won't be able to protect you. Is this the routine of hitting the small and then the big? Zhang Feng chuckled, This is a classic. At that moment, the 12 dragons and the true transmission of Tianyin had already engaged, and Yin Man and Zhu Yeqing stopped talking. It must be said that free will was indeed very wealthy. Just Andre alone possessed over 300 epic units, more than half of which were nano-warriors. Nano-warriors had terrifying physiques and self-healing abilities. They were a self-created unit of free will and the reason free will could compete with the major royal families. Unfortunately, their enemies were even stronger. After a few minutes of brutal fighting, Andre and his companion were knocked unconscious one by the humanoid dragons. Yin Man wondered, Just kill them, there's no need to leave any survivors. Zhang Feng smiled and said, I want to understand more about free will's wealth. Yin Man rolled her eyes at Zhang Feng and then said, After all, this is Kalaying County's territory, we should leave as soon as possible. Soon, everyone returned to the Phantom number 1 through the internal teleportation array. The process was incredibly smooth. Some lords of Kalaying Town discovered that their area was under a ban on air travel and speech, causing a stir. But no matter how imaginative they were, they could never have guessed that in such a short time, their county magistrate and county lieutenant had already become prisoners. Following that, the people of the Dragon Kingdom each returned to their warships, while Zhang Feng couldn't wait to take the 2 captives back to his territory. 2 beams of blue light instantly enveloped Andre and Edmund's heads. To Zhang Feng's surprise, a golden light shield suddenly emerged around Andre, protecting his soul. Another mental protection item. It seems much more advanced than Takahashi Mizuki's, as expected from the direct heir of the Kalaying family. Zhang Feng exclaimed, then adjusted the mind control tower to maximum power. After a few seconds, the 2 slowly awakened, kneeling down with a thud, weeping and saying, Master, we deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The mind control tower had not upgraded. Zhang Feng had let the two agents who came with Takahashi Mizuki accidentally fall during the monster hunt, releasing their slots. After all, these two had already lost their value. So now, the only ones regularly enslaved by the mind control tower were the three sisters of the Hachiho family. Zhang Feng nodded. First, tell me how much money you have? Andre flattered. Master, my account in the 10,000 races battlefield has 680 million spirit stones. If you let me return to the main world, I can raise 5 billion spirit stones in a short time. So rich. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes. Although the Edmund family was somewhat lacking, they still had 230 million spirit stones. Initially, he only thought about settling scores and killing this grandson. He never expected to unexpectedly gain nearly 1 billion spirit stones. Truly a windfall. Including the winnings from the last bet, Zhang Feng's territory account had reached as much as 1.3 billion. It's a pity that I can't send them back to the main world. Zhang Feng felt a bit regretful. The new area allows a round trip to the main world every 3 days, so aside from someone like Zhang Feng who had no ties to the main world, all lords would only carry enough spirit stones for their current needs into the 10,000 races battlefield. After draining the two of all their spirit stones, items, and equipment, Zhang Feng sent them on their way. To Zhang Feng's delight, Andre still had 2 unclaimed Epic Nano Warrior soldier tokens. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and directly handed them to Wei Ming and Huang Xian. Suddenly, Zhang Feng slapped his forehead. Almost forgot, I haven't counted the gains from the Sea Dragon King. This trip to the Temple of Fortune had yielded so much that even the output from a legendary level boss could be overlooked by Zhang Feng. Soon, Zhang Feng pulled out the previous battle log. Your unit, Zensia, killed the Sea Dragon King Igo, legendary 1-star hero, gaining experience asterisk 13.5 million, spirit stones asterisk 800,000, hero's soul, legendary asterisk 1, legendary hero's soul. This was something Zhang Feng had been reluctant to spend money to enhance. If sold to Ng Yin Man, it could easily profit 10 billion spirit stones. Looking at the legendary hero's soul in his hand, Zhang Feng hesitated for a rare moment. Let's wait a bit. Selling the legendary hero's soul now would prove that I have at least one or even several legendary heroes. That would be a bit too ostentatious. After a moment, Zhang Feng sighed. Anyway, the spirit stones in hand are enough for a while. I'll talk about it after I obtain the position of the Lord. Zhang Feng quickly flashed through the information of several heroes in his mind, then communicated with Yen through the Lord's heart. Yen, let's return to the territory. Soon, Angel Yen stepped out of the teleportation array, reaching out to catch the hero's soul that Zhang Feng tossed over. She was momentarily stunned, then realized, Zensia took the Sea Dragon King's head, but I didn't expect it would ultimately benefit me. Are you so sure it dropped from the Sea Dragon King? Zhang Feng asked curiously, smiling as he countered, why can't it be from my enhancement? Yen didn't think too much and directly said, I discussed it with the Empress and Han Yi. If the Lord was willing to spend money to enhance the legendary hero's soul, he would have done it long ago. Zhang Feng's smile stiffened, and he said irritably, you guys are actually talking bad about this Lord behind my back? Yen quickly explained. What we mean is that the Lord is a thrifty person. This is a compliment to you. Alright. It would have been better if you hadn't explained. Careful budgeting when applied to a man is certainly not a compliment. Tip, your hero Yen is using the legendary hero's soul, star level upgraded, currently at legendary 2 stars. Looking at Yen's attributes, Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. The basic attributes had increased by a full 30%, surpassing the Empress once again, making him the top combat power in the territory. Although after Andre's death the Kalaying County is leaderless, we cannot let our guard down. So next, we still have to continue grinding monsters to ensure we secure the first place in the county's ranking competition. Zhang Feng prayed in his heart, I hope we never trigger the Lord's kill ranking again. Then, he stepped into the teleportation portal and returned to Ghost Number 1 to continue his monster grinding journey. Zhang Feng was very clear. Today's unprecedented battle would soon cause a huge uproar in Daiwazu and even across Longhua. After all, the scale of the battle involving tens of thousands of warships and millions of troops was no small matter, not to mention it was happening in a new area. And Andre's death would stir up even more undercurrents. It might even lead to negotiations between the high-level officials of the two countries in the seventh heaven. As for Qingyu, Zhang Feng had no illusions left, he just hoped they wouldn't drag him down. However, he was quite curious about the military district's attitude. Jiangnan Province Military District. It was still that conference room. Dozens of generals were initially curious about what could be so urgent, but when they picked up the intelligence on the table, their eyes widened in disbelief, their faces filled with shock and incredulity. Even the entire conference room was filled with hissing gasps. After a few minutes, Xia Jie saw that everyone had digested the information and finally spoke up. Although it's hard to believe, the information in your hands has been confirmed by multiple sources. Let's discuss your opinions. A middle-aged major general frowned and said, Zhang Feng's current achievements are almost on par with the Ming Emperor, but this kid is a bit. The phrase carried away by success was easy to say but hard to hear, so he swallowed it back. But everyone present was seasoned, instantly understanding his meaning. Indeed, there is some, another lieutenant general nodded. Zhang Feng exposed all his strength in public and even encouraged these young people to kill the descendants of the Free Will Keilang family. We were once the victims, but now we have become the persecutors. Of course, there were more people holding opposing views. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth is the blood of our Longhua. When did our military district start considering the politicians' nonsense? Amidst the heated debate, the last person who insisted on making Zhang Feng a benchmark, Old Su, spoke up. How about we give Zhang Feng a proper warning, and then help him withstand the pressure from the free will? Old Su, Xia Jie suddenly stood up and said calmly, our military district does not engage in muddy dealings. You must understand, Zhang Feng has essentially saved the battle situation in Daiwaza this time. Old Su asked, so what do you mean? Xia Jie lightly uttered two words, by Jiang. As soon as this was said, there was another round of gasps. Immediately, many people's eyes lit up. Although it was somewhat outrageous for an 18-year-old to be appointed as a general, no young person could refuse such a glorious moment, so this effectively tied Zhang Feng to the military district completely. Indeed, the older generation was still sharp. By Jiang? And Luoshi looked at the information in her hand, her eyes flashing with a moment of daze. The usually proud and Luoshi actually felt a sense of frustration. An 18-year-old major general. After a long time, and Luoshi finally came to her senses and sighed. Back in the day, I relied on talent and a bit of luck, cutting through obstacles all the way to the position of county head. Now becoming the lord of a city can be considered a success. But I didn't expect that in less than 2 months, Zhang Feng would cover the path I took in 20 years. Immediately after, and Luoshi fell into a happy dilemma. The funds for the source of life have just been gathered, and now the Dwarf King's palace has spawned the King of the Hills. How about we use Chuxia to settle the debt? After all, that dead girl seems quite willing. By the time this news reached Zhang Feng's ears, it was already the next day. A military appointment? Zhang Feng exclaimed, you all truly have guts. Mu Qingxuan smiled and said, from now on, the county magistrate will be my direct superior. Mu Qingxuan felt a wave of relief in her heart. No longer would she have to be caught in the middle between Zhang Feng and the military district. But who would have thought that Zhang Feng would ponder for a moment and say, thank you for your kindness, but I'll pass on the rank of Major General. He then rubbed a few fingers together and added, Qingxuan, could you ask if the military district could convert the Major General rank into spirit stones as a form of gratitude? Zhang Feng was very clear about his thoughts. The title of Major General sounded nice and came with significant power, but it also meant he would have to bear corresponding obligations. If the higher-ups issued him orders that led to conflicts, it would be quite troublesome. Most importantly, the competition for the position of Lord relied entirely on strength. Even without the military district's support, he was confident he could stand out. It was merely a matter of how many cards he had to reveal. Zhang Feng's refusal was straightforward, but Mu Qingxuan was left in a daze. He actually turned it down. And what was this about converting it into spirit stones? Soon, Mu Qingxuan reported Zhang Feng's choice back to the military district. The bigwigs in the military district found Zhang Feng's decision hard to believe and erupted into intense discussions once again. An hour later, Mu Qingxuan contacted Zhang Feng again with the military district's decision. The commanders have decided to grant you an honorary Major General title. You will not have to bear any military obligations, but of course, your powers will be limited. As for converting it into spirit stones, that was just talk. The Jiangnan military district might be poorer than Zhang Feng is now. This was evident from the fact that Lieutenant Mu Qingxuan only started with a quality hero. Zhang Feng was quite pleased this time. Great. Thank you, commanders. Mu Qingxuan also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Commander, from now on, I will be your subordinate. Zhang Feng chuckled. Don't worry, following me will definitely not leave you at a loss. With that, Zhang Feng transferred 3 construction blueprints for the Tianyin division to Mu Qingxuan. One is for you, and please pass the other 2 to the military district, expressing my gratitude. Just a reminder, only female lords can construct the Tianyin division. If your resources are insufficient, Xuxia has resource points for Haiyin stone and Lanyu gold. Mu Qingxuan exclaimed, yes, thank you, Commander. After cutting off communication with Mu Qingxuan, Zhang Feng opened the Tianyin Pavilion. Sect Luck 138830. Currently, the constructed Tianyin divisions have reached 6. Including the disciples of the Tianyin division, Zhang Feng could earn over 30,000 luck points daily, and it was growing like a snowball. With 130,000 sec luck, if he wanted, he could immediately elevate the Empress's ethereal decision to a minor success, but that would be too extravagant. After the county ranking competition, I'll carefully consider how to allocate the luck. And that Hydra nest in the outer sea should also find a master. Thinking this way, there were quite a few matters to attend to. The news of Jiang Feng being conferred the honorary Major General title quickly spread. Wei Ming exclaimed, although it's just an honorary Major General without military power, this is unprecedented for the Jiangnan military district. Huang Xian, however, expressed some dissatisfaction. The military district is being too stingy, with the boss being this strong. He should be a regular Major General. Wei Ming comforted him, this is already quite impressive. And Xuxia, Mu Qingxuan, and others who knew the inside story were left speechless. It wasn't that the military district didn't want to give it was that Jiang Feng didn't want it. A few days quickly passed. Finally, the day of the first county ranking competition arrived. During this time, all the lords were working hard to grind for kill points. Jiang Feng simply invited the backbone of Longyuan County to his territory half an hour early to celebrate Longyuan County's first-place victory. In addition to the original 7 from Longyuan Town, there were 10 more. Xiao Wushang from Yangye Town, Yi Yiren from Yanyu Town, Bai Xiaotian from Laoqin Town. Bai Xiaotian was a lively girl with a round face and 2 dimples when she smiled, and she had now becoming Inman's first assistant. Along with Zhu Juqi from Yanning Town. Zhu Yeshuan, visiting Jiang Feng's territory for the first time, looked around and said somewhat disappointedly, the number 1 in Diao Estate. I thought Jiang Feng's territory was a paradise, but it looks quite ordinary. Now, Zhu Yeqing immediately replied, aside from the disciples of Tianyin, Brother Jiang Feng's main strength is at sea. And don't you feel that Brother Jiang Feng's territory is rich in spiritual energy? That's true, Zhu Yeshuan said, but you can achieve this level of spiritual energy concentration with mid-grade spirit stones. However, upon seeing the food in Jiang Feng's territory, Zhu Yeshuan was instantly shocked. Epic spiritual items? Oh my, and legendary spiritual meat. Jiang Feng smiled and explained, everyone has worked hard to grind points these days, especially a few from Mingyu. This is the produce from that legendary sea Dragon King to help everyone replenish their strength. Zhu Yeshuan's favor for Jiang Feng immediately increased. After all, legendary spiritual meat can enhance attributes, and it's a treasure in anyone's hands. It's rare to find a generous lord like Jiang Feng. Is this a reward for the troops, County Lord? I suppose so. Jiang Feng said generously, everyone, don't be polite, eat your fill. Everyone began to dig in. However, the little fox beside Jiang Feng suddenly sighed and put down the food in her hands. And Xuxia asked curiously, yeah, don't you have an appetite? The little fox drooped her tail and ears, looking dejected. Everyone knows that Longyuan County is in first place in this ranking match, so we can't make any money now. Jiang Feng teased, can't make money, so even the dragon meat doesn't taste good anymore? How about you let little Zhu have your portion? Look, little Zhu is about to finish her own. Saying this, he reached to take away a large plate of sea dragon meat in front of the little fox. Ah, it smells so good. The little fox quickly stretched out her hand to protect the food, then looked at Jiang Feng, Brother Jiang Feng, next time there's a ranking match, can you control the pace? Like in the county selection match, turning the tables at the last moment, then we can continue to make money. Do you really think I can control the points? Jiang Feng shot a glare at the little fox. Then he waved his hand to display an image. I recently discovered a hydra nest. Everyone take a look if you're interested in the epic and below troops there. Everyone immediately put down their food, showing interest. Another outdoor epic troop building. And just like Xuxia's Dwarven Palace, it can recruit legendary troops. Not just that, the Hydra is a naval combat troop. Ingyin Man immediately said, I want the legendary Hydra, name your price. Jiang Feng secretly chuckled but pretended to hesitate. On the surface, well, that's a legendary troop. I was planning to recruit it myself. Ingyin Man waved her fist and said, the King of Hills is also a legendary troop, and you sold that too, didn't you? Logically speaking, with Ingyin Man's strength and intelligence, killing legendary monsters shouldn't be difficult. In fact, it was true. Since the opening of the district, she had already killed 3 legendary monsters. But Ingyin Man had also been unlucky, not to mention top-tier items like Territory Advancement Talisman, Hero's Soul, or Troop Talisman. She hadn't even gotten a Troop Soul drop, only equipment. Therefore, Ingyin Man still didn't have a single legendary troop under her command. And Xuxia quickly mediated, Sister Ing, how about I let you recruit the next King of Hills? No need, no need. Ingyin Man quickly refused, then said to Jiang Feng, the King of the Hills is 5 million per person, and the legendary Hydra is 20 million for each head. Jiang Feng was overjoyed, but a reluctant expression appeared on his face. For the sake of our long-standing friendship, fine. That's generous. Ingyin Man exclaimed happily, raising her glass, I toast to you. Ingin Man excitedly drank 3 glasses in a row. Legendary troops were finally on the way. Everyone chatted and laughed. Soon it was noon, 12 p.m. Announcement: the rankings for the first county city ranking match in Daiwazu are now announced. First place in Lord Slaughter points, Longyuan County, points. 4.852 billion, rewards County Chief Jiangfeng plus 100 to all attributes, all county citizens plus 40 to all attributes, Longyuan Town's luck plus 10, other small towns luck plus 2. Second place in Lord Slaughter points, Kalaying County. Points 4.378 billion. Since the points refresh daily, the Heavenly Dao still announced all rankings at once. As expected, Longyuan County smoothly took first place. In fact, when the points refreshed yesterday, at noon, Kalaying County had already given up the fight for first place. Boom, another 10 points of luck and Longyuan Town's luck instantly reached 67 points. With the boost of luck, the town's space expanded once again. Unlike before, this time, not only Jiangfeng but all the tens of thousands of lords in Longyuan County received attribute rewards, with each person gaining plus 40 to all attributes. Above Longyuan County, countless golden lights shot down, each one landing on the head of a lord. Although it was already a sure thing, all the lords of Longyuan Town erupted in thunderous cheers. 40 points to all attributes, this is amazing. 40-star combat power. With my F-grade qualification, my level 30 bear combat power was only 80 stars and now it has increased by 50%. Our small town finally has luck too. Back then, our few cherry blossom towns in Longyuan County fought tooth and nail for just 2 points of luck and now all our towns have 2 points of luck. Long live the county chief. Long live the valiant lords. Long live Longyuan County. For Longyuan County, I would go through fire and water without hesitation. Jiangfeng also wore a satisfied smile. 40 points to all attributes could greatly enhance the survival ability of all lords in Longyuan County. Moreover, Longyuan County had fewer than 50,000 people. The resources each person enjoyed were more than 10 times that of an ordinary county. With the double bonuses, the development speed of the lords in Longyuan County could definitely surpass that of other counties. Zhu Juqi was especially delighted, and Zhu Yeshuan said, "This trip was truly worth it. Brother Jiangfeng, I toast to you." For the valiant lords, lord attributes were far more important than hero attributes and troop attributes. Already calling him brother? Xu Yeqing teased, "Xian, you're a classic case of milk is mother. Do you remember how hard it was to get you to call me brother when we were kids?" Yi Iran suddenly thought of something and excitedly suggested, "County Chief, our county city is vast and sparsely populated, it's perfect for luck aggregation." Iran, great idea. Ingin Man also eagerly chimed in, "If we really want to do luck aggregation, I'll immediately go by luck betting orders." Others' eyes also lit up. Luck aggregation, also known as peace betting. Taking the current Longyuan County as an example, each small town has at least 2 points of luck. They could easily ally 500 small towns against another 500 small towns and choose 2 points of luck as the stakes. In this way, the victorious 500 small towns would have 4 points of luck, and after several rounds, many small towns' luck could exceed 10 points. It seemed simple, but the conditions were very strict. First, to obtain the top 2 places in the county city ranking match, all small towns in the county city would gain luck. Second, the number of lords in the county city must be sufficiently small. At least after ensuring the gathering of luck, half of the small town can accommodate all the lords of the county. These 2 conditions are completely contradictory. With fewer people, it would be impossible to secure a ranking in the county's competition. However, Longyuan County is precisely an exception. Everyone turned their gaze to Jiangfeng, waiting for him to make a decisive statement. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangfeng slowly said, "Generally speaking, whether it's the lord ranking competition, the small town ranking competition, or the county ranking competition, there will be 3 rounds. Let's wait for the 3 rounds of ranking competitions before we choose to gather luck." The crowd exchanged glances. Jiangfeng meant that he wanted to secure first place in the county ranking competition 2 more times. Ingin Man said speechlessly, "You really are full of confidence. But our small town only has 50,000 people." Zhang Feng's tone revealed immense confidence. When the Lord Slaughter ranking competition was just announced, didn't everyone think it was impossible? And what was the result? The little fox shouted, "Don't you ever learn? Just blindly trust brother Jiangfeng." In the state government channel, Chao Ziqing sighed, "Longyuan County has been open for less than 2 months, and it has raised the town's luck to 67 points. Under the third heaven, at this age and with this achievement, perhaps only the legacy of Emperor Shi Huang of the 6th generation can compare." Ingin Man emphasized, "Jiangfeng is indeed impressive, just slightly behind Emperor Shi Huang." This made Jiangfeng chuckle inwardly. At this moment, Ingin Man was like every little girl who idolizes her father. The county heads of Longwood took turns to congratulate, while the county heads from other countries reacted differently. Apu said sourly, Longyuan County is really lucky, originally having so many martial lords and now coinciding with the Lord's slaughter points. Li Zhenai lamented, Lord Jiangfeng is so outstanding. It seems he has completely inherited the excellent genes of our Nanbang country. The two were just indulging in their banter and Jiangfeng couldn't be bothered to respond. But Toyotomi Hidaichi suddenly said, if it weren't for Longwa's betrayal and the cruel murder of Lord Andre, Keileing County wouldn't necessarily have lost. This is Longwa's attitude towards its allies. This statement was quite heart-wrenching. Chao Ziqing was furious. Toyotomi Hidaichi, the events have already been clarified in our Longwei official press conference. It was Andre who colluded with your Sakura country, violating the contract first, so stop trying to sow discord here. Toyotomi Hidaichi sneered, humph. That's just your Longwa's one-sided story. Why did Zhang Feng let his fleet secretly follow? It's obvious he had ill intentions. Poor Mr. Andre, although he saw through Zhang Feng's scheme and escaped back to his territory, he still couldn't avoid the poison. Moreover, if you weren't already planning to take action against Mr. Andre, why would you have planted spies in Keileing County? To be fair, although Toyotomi Hidaichi was distorting the truth, he had some reasonable points, making it sound quite convincing. This provoked a barrage of curses from the lords of Longwa. This Toyotomi Hidaichi is really a talent. Zhang Feng turned to Ng Man and asked, do you have any insiders in Desan Town? Ng Man was speechless. So Zhang Feng was addicted to sneaking around. No, even if there were, it wouldn't work. After Andre's death, all the counties have prepared detailed contingency plans. Once it's discovered that a certain small town has been silenced or sealed off, I'm afraid 1,000,000 lords in the county would swarm in an instant and we would be in danger. At this point, Ng Man shifted her tone, unless Zhang Feng continued, unless we have a legendary level space sealing scroll to seal the entire county. Ng Man nodded, exactly. After sealing the entire county, the county head would lose the home advantage of the portal and everyone would be on a level playing field. Zhang Feng could naturally enhance the legendary level space sealing scroll. However, if he really sealed the entire county, it would probably take Zhang Feng 10 to 8 days just to travel there. After all, a county spans tens of thousands of miles. After sending everyone off, Zhang Feng stretched and said, after grinding monsters for half a month, I can finally take a break. But as soon as he finished speaking, a series of golden announcements flashed again in the still open state channel. Announcement, a heavenly opportunity has arrived, the Opportunity Secret Realm Glory Battlefield. In Diao Estate is now open, click to view rules. This glory battlefield has a total of 28 lords from the human race, divine race, demon race, mechanical race who have qualified to participate. Battlefield points can be exchanged for rewards, and lords ranked within the top 1,000 will receive a battle name. The first place will receive a golden battle name. The second to 10th places will receive silver battle names. The 11th to 100th places will receive bronze battle names. The 101st to 1000th places will receive black iron battle names. Warning, death in the glory battlefield is real death. Glory battlefield? Opportunity Secret Realm. Moreover, it spans over 10 races, 28 states, and countless lords. Zhang Feng's heart raced. However, after seeing the rules of the glory battlefield, Zhang Feng frowned. Each lord can only bring a limited number of heroes and units, and it's tied to the lord's level. At the same time as the Heavenly Dao announcement, a golden teleportation portal appeared in Zhang Feng's territory square, which was the entrance to the glory battlefield. The opening time for the glory battlefield is tomorrow, at noon, 12 o'clock. This means everyone has one more day to prepare.